Control of chakra is of utmost importance to ninjas. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, the morning sun poured through the wooden lattice windows of the Ninja Academy, casting slanted beams that sliced through the wood grain of the desks, while chalk dust floated in the light, resembling scattered stardust. In front of the blackboard, Chunin Tianzhongxiu held a piece of chalk, having just inscribed the characters for chakra on the board. Glug, glug, glug. Ha! Suddenly, a heavy gulp shattered the tranquility of the classroom, akin to a boulder crashing into a serene lake. The aroma of rice wine wafted over the rows of seats. Tianzhongxiu's cheeks twitched, and over 30 elite class students collectively fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the back of the classroom. Uchiha clan's boys' dark eyes brimmed with apprehension, while the Huge youth lowered his eyelids. Even the most unruly of the Nohara clan shrank back slightly. No one dared to utter a sound at that moment, though I know it is akin to a moth to a flame. Tianzhongxiu abruptly turned, throwing the chalk forcefully against the blackboard. As a teacher at this academy, I cannot allow students to act lawlessly in class. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Drinking in class. Do you have no respect for the rules of the Ninja Academy? All eyes converged like spotlights on the slouched figure at the back of the classroom. The boy appeared to be around 8 years old, clad in loose black attire, his collar open to reveal prominent collarbones. He held a ceramic wine jug between his fingers, with liquid trickling down the jug's surface, staining his clothing with dark splotches. He squinted slightly, his eyes hazy with intoxication, a trace of wine lingering at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance akin to a wild grass left to its own devices. Have you lost your mind, teacher? Do you dare provoke Lord Xiaoyao? The short-haired boy in the front row tugged at his desk mate's sleeve, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Has he forgotten the fate of the last teacher? Indeed, that former elite Chunin now visits the hospital every month. I hear his mental state is deteriorating. It's over, this teacher is doomed today. If Lord Xiaoyao gets angry, he might just kill. Tianzhongxiu watched as Huangfu Xiaoyao slowly raised his gaze, his bleary eyes gradually focusing on him, sending a chill racing up his spine. Bakiru. Huangfu Xiaoyao let out a drunken belch, the scent of liquor wafting widely. He shook the empty wine jug in his hand, still looking drowsy. What were you just rambling about? Tianzhongxiu trembled, his legs feeling as though they were filled with lead. The anger on his face instantaneously morphed into a stiff, forced grin. Xiaoyao-kun, you are still young. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health. Perhaps you should put the jug away for now. His voice dwindled to a near whisper, resembling that of a student caught in wrongdoing. The students in the classroom were left in stunned silence. The typically strict teacher Tianzhongxiu was now groveling before a single student, solidifying Huangfu Xiaoyao's terrifying status in their hearts. Huangfu Xiaoyao let out a derisive laugh, a playful smirk curving his lips. Abstaining from alcohol? That would be akin to asking me to commit seppuku. Before he finished speaking, he rummaged under the desk and produced another bottle of wine. As the jug met his lips, the satisfying sound of gulping echoed through the room. Glug, glug, glug. The sound of the wine sliding down his throat was particularly resonant, his atoms apple bobbing with each swallow, his face gradually flushed. 3 golden glimmers abruptly flickered before his eyes, reminiscent of special effects from a comic, visible only to him. Drunken Immortal System. Drink heartily. Swordsmanship Insight 1. Drunken Immortal System. Lightly tipsy. Chakra Foundation 1. Drunken Immortal System. Excessive drinking leads to exhilaration. Physical Strength 1. Huangfu Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, inwardly exclaiming that the system was indeed reliable. Originally a recluse on Earth, he had unexpectedly found himself reborn in the world of Hokage, awakening the Drunken Immortal System at the age of 2, wherein drinking would enhance his attributes. Strangely, aside from chakra and physical attributes, 90% of the points automatically surged into swordsmanship comprehension. However, he paid it no mind. After all, slaughtering was one of his few sources of amusement. When he first entered this elite class, he had clearly stated during introductions, "My name is Huangfu Xiaoyao. I have 2 passions in life, drinking and slaying the ignorant." That year, at merely 6 years old, He had used a short blade to defeat 3 senior students who had provoked him in the back mountains of the Ninja Academy, thus gaining notoriety and ensuring no one dared to challenge him again. The bottle of wine quickly reached its end, and Huangfu Xiaoyao shook the empty vessel, his brow slightly furrowing. "TSK, is it finished?" He widened his eyes, attempting to see if there was any residue at the bottom, but his inebriated hands refused to cooperate, swaying the bottle left and right, making it impossible to align his sight. Tian Zhongxiu stood at the podium, a dark vein nearly reaching his chin. Had it been any other student, he would have long since ordered them to stand in punishment. But facing Huangfu Xiaoyao, he could only silently sigh within that moment. A gentle voice floated from beside him, "Xiaokun, I have a bottle of fruit wine hidden here, if you don't mind." The speaker was a girl with curly hair, her red eyes resembling translucent rubies, tinged with shyness as she gently tugged at Huangfu Xiaoyao's sleeve. Her cheeks were as rosy as ripe apples, and she discreetly pulled out a small porcelain bottle from her uniform sleeve, handing it over. It was Hinata Yuhi. She had harbored admiration for the formidable yet unruly youth since childhood, often secretly observing him. Today, seeing him out of wine, she mustered the courage to present her privately saved fruit wine. Upon seeing the porcelain bottle, Huangfu Xiaoyao's hazy eyes suddenly brightened. He snatched the bottle, the smooth surface warmed by the girl's fingertips. "Ah, your little face is as red as a cherry," Xiaoyao remarked, turning to Hinata Yuhi with a roguish smile. Before she could react, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "How about sharing a few drinks with your big brother?" Hinata Yuhi gasped, her body instantly tensing, her cheeks flushing deeply. She gazed at the boy so close, his handsome face particularly sharp under the sunlight. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the mingled scent of wine and his unique freshness filled her nostrils, causing her heart to race like a drum. I am willing. Xiaoyao-kun." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, her red eyes filled with infatuation as she leaned gently against his shoulder, her breathing quickening. "Huangfu Xiaoyao, you have gone too far." At that moment, an angry roar reverberated through the classroom. From a nearby seat, a boy with a buzz cut abruptly slammed his palm down, causing the desk to shake violently, scattering textbooks and stationery across the floor. He was clad in the standard Ninja Academy uniform, his eyes burning crimson as he glared intently at Huangfu Xiaoyao. This was Asuma Sarutobi, son of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma had known Hinata Yuhi since childhood and had developed feelings for her. Seeing her being trifled with, his anger ignited, and he could no longer contain himself. "Is it not enough to drink in class, but you dare to publicly flirt with a female classmate? Do you think no one can control you at Konoha Ninja Academy?" Asuma fumed. Chapter 2. The aura of death. Xiaoyao's slender fingers gently traced the cheek of Shi Hong, his movements tender. Yet his gaze towards the other side was as frigid as ice. The brash young man barked incessantly, daring to disrupt his enjoyment of wine. "Do you believe I could cleave you in two with a single strike?" Huangfu Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the furious Asuma, his eyes brimming with impatience and disdain. "You seek death." Asuma could no longer contain himself, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. He suddenly pushed off the ground, sending the desk sliding back half a foot with a shrill screech. Whoosh! Asuma charged at Huangfu Xiaoyao like an arrow released from its bow, his fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at the youth's face. What the hell? Has Asuma lost his mind? How dare he strike Lord Xiaoyao? It's over. He must be courting death. The former teacher had once shattered a wine jug, only to be gravely injured by Lord Xiaoyao's blade. Now, Asuma was surely facing dismemberment. The classroom erupted in chaos, students scrambling to retreat in fear. Some collapsed into their chairs, trembling, too terrified to even whimper. Tian Zhongxiu, he was paralyzed with dread. His face as pale as a sheet, yearning to intervene, yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the floor. It was over. Asuma was the son of the Hokage. If Huangfu Xiaoyao were to slay him, no number of lives could suffice as atonement. The mockery gradually faded from Huangfu Xiaoyao's countenance, his drunken eyes suddenly sharp and clear, a chilling aura of death washing over the entire classroom like a tidal wave. Unaware of his impending doom, Xiaoyao slowly released his grip on Shi Hong, his fingers deftly curling around the table's edge, drawing forth a katana with a swift half-inch motion, its cold glimmer slicing through the air. It was a standard Japanese katana, measuring 80 centimeters in length and 1.6 centimeters in width. The hilt was wrapped in black cord, and the scabbard featured simple cloud patterns, yet in the hands of the youth, it radiated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Buzz. The moment the hilt met his grasp, a deep resonance filled the classroom, an invisible shockwave emanating from him, scattering chalk dust and pulling leaves from outside the window into a swirling descent on the floor. Tianzhong Xiaoyi's pupils constricted in shock. His gaze towards Huangfu Xiaoyao transformed entirely. Moments ago, he had appeared as a drunken ruffian. Now, he resembled a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. The youth's spine straightened, his aura sharp as a blade, the icy aura of death causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet. Students trembled uncontrollably. Some even huddled on the ground, clutching their heads. Asuma, locked in the grip of the lethal aura, abruptly halted, his feet seemingly glued to the floor, unable to move another inch. His face was etched with terror, his pupils dilated to their limits, his mouth agape, yet no sound could escape. In his vision, Huangfu Xiaoyao's figure was shrouded in a veil of darkness, his eyes glowing crimson, lips curling into a cruel smile, resembling a malevolent spirit eager to devour. Asuma felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his body bristling with sweat, every limb filled with dread. He attempted to channel chakra to resist. Yet the chakra within him felt frozen, immovable. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, his identity as the Hokage's son, along with his rigorous training in ninjutsu and taijutsu, seemed utterly futile. Swish! The sound of the katana being drawn was sharp and piercing. A cold light slicing through the air, illuminating the youth's icy gaze. Sunlight glinted off the blade, reflecting a blinding brilliance that caused Asuma to instinctively squint. He could feel the terrifying intent to kill emanating from the blade, a pure malice forged through countless trials, as if it could shatter all existence. Tianzhong Xiaoyi's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. He longed to scream a warning, but found himself voiceless, helplessly watching as Huangfu Xiaoyao's arm slowly rose. The katana aimed squarely at Asuma. "No, do not," he screamed inwardly, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh until blood surfaced. Students closed their eyes in unison, some girls covering their mouths to stifle their cries, none daring to witness the impending scene. They all understood that Asuma was doomed. Shi Rihong's face turned ashen with fear, instinctively grasping Huangfu Xiaoyao's sleeve, only to be shaken by the aura of death that enveloped him, causing her hand to fall away. Huangfu Xiaoyao's eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, his grip on the blade steady as a mountain. His movements were slow yet possessed a deadly rhythm, the very essence of the draw-cut technique. A single strike guaranteed to kill, devoid of any ostentation. Asuma's body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall, soaking his uniform. He could sense death looming. The next moment he would be cleaved in two. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through the wind pierced the air, stinging the eardrums. "Stop! Xiaoyao!" Tianzhong Xiaoyi's pupils shrank to pinpricks, instinctively extending his hands forward, yet he could not even brush against the boy's clothing. Helplessly witnessing Huangfu Xiaoyao grip the hilt and strike down towards Asuma with unyielding force. "It's over." Asuma's blood felt as though it had turned to ice. Cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, soaking his back. Only endless regret filled his mind. Why had he been so impulsive? The moment he saw Shi Rihong cradled in Huangfu Xiaoyao's embrace, he had lost all rationality. Forgetting that this individual was a monster capable of gravely injuring elite chunin with a single blow. Forgetting that he was unworthy even to carry his shoes in front of him. Could it be that I am to die here? In despair, Asuma closed his eyes. And in the next moment, a searing pain engulfed him entirely. Uft! The sound of blood splattering erupted in the classroom, the crimson liquid splashing across desks and floors. A shocking sight to behold. "Ah, Asuma. He has gone mad. Lord Xiaoyao has truly slain him." The classroom erupted into chaos, girls screaming in terror, boys paling. Some even collapsing to the floor, gagging, all eyes filled with fear fixed on Huangfu Xiaoyao. Crack! The sound of a ceramic wine bottle's cap being crushed by teeth was particularly vivid. Tun 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 ha. Huangfu Xiaoyao raised the wine given by Shi Rihong to his lips, drinking deeply, the liquid flowing down his chin, soaking his clothing. His face once more flushed with the allure of intoxication. "Are you all stunned?" Xiaoyao wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, laughing heartily. I didn't even draw my blade. Huh, how is this possible? The entire class was collectively stunned, rubbing their eyes and looking again. Indeed, Huangfu Xiaoyao's katana remained safely sheathed at his waist. Not even the hilt had been disturbed. And Asuma was now slumped on the floor, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, yet without a single wound. Just moments ago, Tianzhongxiu had clearly witnessed the blade slice through the air. Asuma cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. The reactions of the surrounding students corroborated this. Everyone had witnessed the gruesome event unfold. But what was happening now? Could it be an illusion? Tianzhongxiu's voice trembled, his gaze towards Huangfu Xiaoyao filled with astonishment. This was the only explanation. But this boy is merely 8 years old. His swordsmanship talent is already so extraordinary that it eclipses Kakashi. And now he can cast illusions that even elite chunin fall prey to? Moreover, who has ever encountered a drunken ninja capable of executing such formidable illusions? Chapter 3. The Black Blade, Chioshui. I am still alive? Asuma slowly opened his eyes, his hands trembling as they explored his body, finding no wounds. No excruciating pain, only the overwhelming relief of having narrowly escaped death. The despair of imminent death, the agony of being torn apart by a blade, had felt so real it made his scalp tingle. But now, ha! Huangfu Xiaoyao downed another few gulps of wine, contentedly burping, when suddenly the system's notification echoed in his mind. What had just transpired was not an illusion, but rather the profound fusion of swordsmanship and the aura of death. An indelible reality etched into the minds of all present. Huangfu Xiaoyao had long since grown accustomed to this. Drunken immortal system. Ding! The intoxicated state overwhelms the entire scene, unlocking the reward of the Black Blade, Chioshui. The reward has been stored at the host's residence. A blade? Huangfu Xiaoyao, with his hazy eyes, raised an eyebrow at the mention of Chioshui, which sounded vaguely familiar. Whatever, as long as there's wine to drink. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and glanced down at Asuma, still sprawled on the ground. With a look of disdain, he kicked his calf, saying, Hey, you jerk, you're blocking the way. Seeing you makes me want to drink less. If you linger here, next time it won't just be a hallucination. Asuma shivered at the words, fear gripping him. Summoning an unknown strength, he scrambled to his feet and hurried back to his seat, his head bowed low, not daring to breathe. The essence of the three-body technique lies in the precise control of chakra. Tianzhongxiu mechanically wrote on the blackboard with chalk, his voice dry as sandpaper. Yet, no one in the classroom was paying attention. All gazes were magnetically drawn to the figure leaning against the wall at the back of the room. The boy's eyes were a mixture of fear and barely perceptible admiration. After all, to frighten Asuma to the point of paralysis with mere presence is truly astonishing. The girls, however, were divided into two factions. Some were too intimidated to look directly, while others blushed, stealing glances filled with admiration at Huangfu Xiaoyao. It was undeniable. Despite his love for alcohol, he was strikingly handsome. His tousled black hair hung casually over his forehead, and his elongated eyes shimmered with a dreamy light due to inebriation. He was only 8 years old, yet his features were exquisitely sculpted like a finely crafted work of art. His skin was fair and luminous, devoid of any signs of a heavy drinker. Rather, he seemed to grow more spirited and handsome with each sip. Huangfu Xiaoyao was aware that this was a benefit bestowed by the system, yet he cared little for whether looks could be consumed like wine. Of course not. Ding ding. The school bell rang, and at that moment, Tianzhongxiu felt liberated. He tossed aside the chalk and exclaimed rapidly, class dismissed. Be careful on your way home. No roughhousing. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed his lesson plan and almost fled the classroom. Hurry up. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Wait for me. If we don't leave soon, it'll be trouble if Duran gets drunk. The boys hurriedly made their exits, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would bring misfortune. Most of the girls followed suit. Even those with affections for Huangfu Xiaoyao dared not approach while he was intoxicated. While others might merely cause a ruckus when drunk, this fellow could be deadly. Terrified, Asuma covered his flushed face and dashed out the moment the bell rang. As the son of the third Hokage, to have provoked someone in front of the entire class only to be paralyzed by fear without even drawing a weapon was a humiliation he wished to escape from. The classroom quickly emptied. Lin, shall we go home together? Uchiha Obito, blushing, shyly approached Nohara Rin, nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. He waited for a response, but received none. Lifting his gaze, he saw Nohara Rin walking toward Huangfu Xiaoyao. Instantly, his face fell. Huh. Whatever, drinking is the best. Huangfu Xiaoyao, clearly intoxicated, rambled incoherently, swaying a vacant wine bottle in his hand. Darun, are you all right? Yuhi Kurenai hurried to his side. Her crimson eyes filled with concern, reaching out to steady his swaying form. Darun, you've had too much to drink. Be careful not to fall. Nohara Rin also approached, gently placing her small hand on Huangfu Xiaoyao's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Oh, two lovely ladies. Huangfu Xiaoyao looked up, his drunken smile broadening at the sight of their youthful faces. Before either could react, he wrapped his arms around both Yuhi Kurenai and Nohara Rin. Come drink with me for a bit longer? Dita Rin. Both Yuhi Kurenai and Nohara Rin froze, their cheeks turning as red as ripe apples, their bodies stiff against him. Eyes filled with confusion. They were not averse to it, even a bit flattered, but being embraced in front of another person made them uneasy. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the complexity of emotions reflected in the other's eyes. Just then, a steady breathing sound reached their ears. They looked up to find Huangfu Xiaoyao leaning against the back of the chair, eyes closed, fast asleep, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Lin, you bastard, Huangfu Xiaoyao. Uchiha Obito, witnessing his dream goddess being embraced, was momentarily stunned before he erupted, eyes blazing red as he charged at Huangfu Xiaoyao, completely forgetting the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. Obito, what are you doing? Stop. Nohara Rin hissed quietly from Huangfu Xiaoyao's embrace, her brow furrowed in anger. But he... Obito stammered, his face flushed, yet Rin's gaze made him halt in his tracks. Quiet. What if you waked Rin? Rin's voice held a subtle note of protectiveness, urging him to leave quietly. Huh. Uchiha Obito stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He had come to be a hero, yet was rejected by the goddess? And now he was being told to keep quiet and not wake that bastard? What are you still doing here? Rin frowned, her tone more urgent. Hurry. Rin will be unhappy if he is disturbed while sleeping. Obito's eyes brimmed with tears. He bit his lip, suppressing his feelings of grievance, and turned away, taking careful steps toward the door, each footfall cautious, fearful of waking Huangfu Xiaoyao. His forlorn figure appeared particularly pitiful in the empty classroom. At Huangfu Xiaoyao's home. I'm so thirsty. In a daze, Huangfu Xiaoyao opened his eyes, his cracked lips aching. Darun, drink some water. A delicate hand offered him a cup of warm water. The temperature just right. Thanks. Huangfu Xiaoyao instinctively accepted it, tilting his head back to drink deeply, the cool liquid soothing his throat and awakening him considerably. He looked up, momentarily stunned. Kurenai? Rin? What are you doing here? Surveying the familiar layout of the room, he realized he was at home. Chapter 4. I will not lose. You fell asleep in class, and we were worried about your safety alone, so we brought you back. Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks were slightly flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. I see. Thank you for the trouble. Huangfu Xiaoyao scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Outside, darkness enveloped the world, the night thick as unyielding ink. Well, we should head home now. Darun, you take care and rest well. Nohara Rin pointed to the door, pulling Yuhi Kurenai's hand as they hurriedly put on their shoes. I'll walk you out. Just as Huangfu Xiaoyao stood up, he noticed the two girls darting out of his house like startled rabbits. Bang! The door slammed shut with a crisp sound. Huangfu Xiaoyao blinked, puzzled, strange. Is my wine not good? Or are girls' thoughts more unfathomable than slaying dragons? This thought lingered for less than 3 seconds before he cast it aside. Whatever. Drinking is the priority. He stretched lazily, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the corner of the room, where it suddenly brightened. Oh, isn't that the blade rewarded by the system? Leaning against the corner stood a katana, its scabbard black, adorned with simple cloud patterns, its hilt wrapped in black cord, exuding a subtle yet commanding presence. Huangfu Xiaoyao quickly approached, grasping the hilt and gently drawing it. Clang! The piercing sound of the blade being unsheathed shattered the silence, and a breathtaking glimmer of cold light erupted. The black-purple blade shimmered with a chilling luster, adorned with chaotic patterns reminiscent of a jagged T and embellished with red serrated motifs, presenting an appearance that was both resplendent and perilous. How heavy! Huangfu Xiaoyao attempted to wield it, the heft of the blade far exceeding its slender form, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound that echoed incessantly. Hey Dao Chiushui, he murmured, as a flood of information about the weapon surged into his mind. This was a reward unlocked after captivating the classroom. One of the legendary De Kuai Dao's 21 works from another realm, and the only known black blade among them, revered as a national treasure of the Land of Harmony. Its durability was deemed extraordinary. Even a dragon could not bend its edge by a fraction. Legend has it that its former master, Longma, once used this blade to slay a dragon, earning him worldwide fame. Subsequently, the blade passed into the hands of a swordsman known for his green algae hair, becoming one of his cherished weapons. The so-called Black Blade is forged through the relentless application of haki, honed through countless battles, resulting in this unparalleled weapon. It is no exaggeration to say that Heidao Qiushui stands at the pinnacle among the De Kuai Dao's 21 works. Some even claim its performance nearly approaches that of the supreme De Kuai Dao. This blade is truly exceptional. The more Huangfu Xiaoyao gazed at it, the more he adored it, taking out a specialized cloth to carefully polish the blade, his eyes filled with obsession. The cold light reflected on his face revealed a youthful smile, imbued with both a languorous intoxication and a swordsman's fervor for an extraordinary blade. Meanwhile, the afternoon streets of my village were bathed in the warm, golden sunlight. The grass sprouting through the cracks of the cobblestone path absorbed the remnants of morning dew, gently crushed by the soles of passing pedestrians, exuding a faint aroma of greenery. In the distance, the silhouette of Hokage Rock emerged and faded beneath the clouds, while the sound of cicadas serenaded the air, drifting over to the corner grocery store, where the shurikens and scrolls on the shelves gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen. Hong and Lin walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the sunlight, swaying gently with each step. The silence that enveloped them felt like a delicate veil, tugged at by the incessant cicada calls and the distant school bell, yet neither dared to break it. Hong's crimson eyes fixated on the intertwining shadows beneath her feet, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the hem of her school uniform, the fabric creasing deeply. Her pace gradually slowed until she came to a complete stop beneath an old locust tree, its shadow dancing as fragmented light fell upon her flushed earlobes. Lin halted as well, turning around, her white headband gently swaying on her shoulder. She lowered her gaze to observe Hong's tightly pressed lips, her eyes harboring a tender understanding that had long been evident. "You wish to inquire about Xiaoyao, don't you?" Lin's voice was soft, like light falling upon leaves, yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. Hong abruptly lifted her head, her red pupils swirling with complex emotions, hesitation, reluctance, and a hint of embarrassment at being seen through. She instinctively took a half-step back, her back lightly colliding with the rough trunk of the old locust tree, the coarse bark pressing against her spine. "I." Hong's voice trembled slightly, her usual pride stifled by the honesty of the moment, rendering her speech clumsy. Lin observed her demeanor and chuckled gently, the curve of her smile as tender as the breeze at the end of spring. She stepped forward, locking her gaze with Hong's, her clear eyes filled with determination, akin to polished glass. No need for hesitation. Lin's fingertips brushed against the stray hair by her ear, her movements natural and candid. "I have liked Xiaoyao since the first time I saw him in class." Hong's pupils constricted sharply, as if stung by something sharp. She understood Lin's character, gentle and reserved. But once she set her mind on something, her determination surpassed all. Yet, Hong found it hard to accept that the quiet girl, always sitting in the classroom's corner and speaking softly, would vie for the same person as her. "Why?" Hong's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a barely concealed urgency. "You've hardly exchanged a word with him, have you? He spends all day clutching a bottle, sleeping through class. Aside from his fighting skills, what else is there?" Upon hearing this, Lin's warmth gradually faded from her eyes, replaced by a glow of near reverence. She lifted her gaze toward the direction of the ninja school, as if she could see the boy who always lounged by the window with a drink through layers of buildings. "He is the most radiant of warriors." Lin's voice was laced with an unmistakable yearning. "Have you ever seen anyone so adept at manipulating chakra at the age of 7? Have you ever seen someone drink in class and still deftly dodge the teacher's chalk?" Her words quickened, each sentence brimming with fervent sincerity. "You know Kakashi, right? The son of Konoha's White Fang, exceptionally gifted, yet he was defeated by Xiaoyao with a single strike during last year's competition." At this point, Lin's eyes sparkled with a brightness as if she had witnessed the duel firsthand. That strike was so swift it was nearly indistinguishable. Kakashi's Chidori had barely formed when Xiaoyao's sheathed blade was already poised at his throat. And last winter, that Chunin teacher who always tormented the students, after snatching Xiaoyao's bottle, was struck in the shoulder by his blade. Lin's fingertips trembled slightly, as if mimicking the force of that strike. The power of that blow could sever solid rock. Yet Xiaoyao was only 8 then. He wasn't willfully rebellious. He simply disdained conforming to tedious rules. Lin's gaze returned to Hong, her tone unwaveringly earnest. His strength is not innate. It lies hidden beneath his languid exterior, a brilliance that cannot help but captivate anyone. Hong stared blankly at Lin, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. She certainly knew of Xiaoyao's prowess, perhaps even better than Lin. She recalled a time when she accidentally knocked Xiaoyao's bottle to the ground, expecting a severe reprimand, yet he merely knelt to carefully gather the shards. The melancholy in his eyes tightening her heart. In that moment, an unusual emotion took root in her soul. What she cherished was not Xiaoyao's strength, but the solitude that accompanied it, the gentle warmth that flickered in his eyes when he drank. Hong's cheeks gradually flushed, the warmth spreading from her earlobes down to her neck, like clouds tinged by the glow of dusk. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her crimson eyes shimmering with obstinate resolve. Even if you say that, I will not concede. Her voice, though still trembling, carried the weight of a resolved heart. Xiaoyao Kuan captured my attention first. I will not yield to you. Lin paused, then burst into laughter, the competitive spark in her eyes unmistakable. In matters of the heart, there is no precedence. Lin's fists clenched gently, her knuckles paling slightly. You like him. I like him. Let us see who can truly enter his heart. Hong was momentarily taken aback by Lin's candidness, the blush on her cheeks deepening to that of a ripe apple. She wanted to say something but found all her words stuck in her throat, which only manifested as a playful complaint. Enough chatter. Hong abruptly turned. Her hands clasped behind her, the hem of her skirt fluttering as she moved. From this day forth, we are rivals in love. Having declared her stance, she dared not glance back at Lin, her hurried footsteps carrying her in the opposite direction. Her pace quickened, as if fleeing from something, the wind howling past her, whisking away her rapid breaths. Lin watched Hong's retreating figure, her smile growing ever more profound. She clenched her fist gently, the light in her eyes steadfast. I will not lose, she whispered to herself, her voice imbued with the youthful tenacity and courage that defined her. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the old locust tree, casting dappled shadows upon her, resembling a warm yet resolute painting. Chapter 5. Heritage. Meanwhile, deep within the village of Konoha, the residence of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was shrouded in a profound silence. The cherry blossom tree in the courtyard had long shed its blossoms, leaving only bare branches reaching towards the pitch-black night sky. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting interwoven shadows on the ground, resembling an invisible net. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a dark ceremonial robe, had the flame patterns on his collar glimmering with a muted golden hue beneath the candlelight. He sat on the tatami mat in the living room, holding a burning cigarette between his fingers, the smoke spiraling upward, obscuring the expression on his face. Is Asuma still not out? His voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, as the ember on the cigarette flickered gently with his breath. Sarutobi Bawako approached with a bowl of warm miso soup, her steps light, as if afraid to disturb the occupants of the room. She placed the soup bowl on the low table, a look of helpless sorrow on her face. Since returning in the afternoon, he had locked himself in his room, refusing to eat, and remained unresponsive to her calls. Her voice was soft, like a feather falling through the air. I knocked several times, but there was no response. I could only reheat the meal over and over. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently inhaled the smoke, which slowly wafted from his nostrils, transforming into wispy clouds under the candlelight. He rose to his feet, the hem of his ceremonial robe brushing against the tatami, leaving a faint rustling sound. I will go check on him. His footsteps were steady and slow, each step resembling a weighted tread on invisible strings, accompanied by a sense of heavy pressure. The corridor on the second floor was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming in from the window, casting a small patch of light on the floor. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused before a tightly closed door, the door still bearing the crooked ninja symbols carved by Asuma during his childhood. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The two soft sounds resonated clearly in the silent corridor, striking like a heartbeat. Instantly, a flurry of commotion erupted from within the room, as if something had fallen to the ground, followed by hurried breaths and the rustling of fabric. Who? Asuma's voice trembled noticeably, high-pitched, and unlike the rebellious youth he usually was, more akin to a frightened rabbit. He was curled up under the covers, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his pajamas, clinging to his skin, bringing waves of icy chill. The darkness under the covers enveloped him, yet he felt as if he were trapped in an endless abyss. Haunted by the scene from class, Xiaoyao's gaze, cold and hollow, seemed to come from a malevolent spirit of the depths, locking onto him with an unyielding intensity. The sensation of having death grip his throat, the inescapable despair washed over him like a tide. He could even distinctly smell the scent of alcohol in the air. Once unique to Xiaoyao, now transformed into the source of his fear. Asuma, it's me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came through the door, steady and powerful, like a calming elixir that slightly steadied Asuma's trembling form. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his voice, yet the quiver in his fingertips was uncontrollable. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed distinctly in the still room. Asuma lifted the covers, standing at the door with his head bowed, strands of hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. His shoulders continued to tremble slightly, hands clenching the fabric of his clothes tightly, nails nearly embedding into the material. Father, father. His voice bore a hint of barely perceptible sobbing, laced with deep shame. As the son of the third Hokage, he had always carried a hidden sense of pride. He despised being referred to as the Hokage's son, yet subconsciously reveled in the privileges that came with the title. But today, in front of that orphan Xiaoyao, he found himself devoid of even a shred of rebellious courage. Xiaoyao had not even unsheathed his blade. Merely a glance from him had rendered Asuma weak and humiliated before his classmates. This stark contrast was utterly unbearable for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed his son in this state, the sternness in his eyes gradually giving way to profound concern. He reached out, gently resting his hand on Asuma's shoulder, the warmth of his palms seeping through the fabric. Imbued with a touch of solace. Why won't you come out to eat? His voice softened, like addressing a fragile treasure. Your mother has reheated the meals several times. If you don't eat soon, it will get cold. Asuma's body stiffened suddenly, his shoulders shaking even more violently. He opened his mouth, wanting to express the events of the classroom, but the words faltered, morphing into intermittent sobs. Aye. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, fear and shame intertwined, rendering his gaze particularly fragile. I was frightened by him. Those words nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth, saturated with humiliation. He merely looked at me, and I felt like I was going to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted his back, his movements slow and tender. Come, sit down and speak slowly. He took Asuma's hand, leading him to sit on the tatami in the room, the candlelight casting elongated shadows of the two onto the wall, resembling a silent painting. Seated beside his father, Asuma's tense body gradually relaxed. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle gaze, he finally began to recount the tumultuous events of the classroom. From Xiaoyao being reprimanded by the teacher for drinking during class to the teacher being injured by Xiaoyao's blade, culminating in the terrifying gaze that had rendered him helpless. His words tumbled out in disarray, his voice imbued with lingering fear, each syllable seeming to draw from the depths of his being. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened quietly, the cigarette between his fingers having burned to its end, scorching his fingertips before he realized it, casually extinguishing the stub in the nearby ashtray. Xiaoyao is it? He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the wisps dispersing in the candlelight, his eyes reflecting deep reminiscence and nostalgia. His gaze drifted towards the night sky outside the window, as if envisioning the spirited youth from many years ago. Huangfu Xiaoyao, the elite jonin who once charged into battle under his command, a subordinate he held in high regard. The name Xiaoyao was one he had personally chosen, symbolizing freedom and unrestrained spirit. Yet, he never anticipated that this name would ultimately bear such sorrow. The secret mission of that year, due to his misjudgment, led to Huangfu Xiaoyao falling into a dire predicament, fighting valiantly to his demise. At that time, Huangfu Xiaoyao's wife was already pregnant. Upon learning of her husband's death, she was heartbroken, suffering severe blood loss during childbirth, passing away shortly after giving birth to Xiaoyao. A once happy family was shattered due to his error, resulting in a tragic orphan from birth. For years, Sarutobi Hiruzen had harbored guilt toward Xiaoyao. He watched over Xiaoyao's growth, witnessing him transform from a frail infant into the languid, yet formidable youth he had become. He was aware of Xiaoyao's drinking habits and had once disguised himself as an ordinary person to advise him, only to be lightly dismissed each time. It was only later that he realized Xiaoyao's constitution was unlike any other. Alcohol not only failed to harm his body, but rather stimulated the growth of chakra, enhancing his strength at an accelerated pace. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased to interfere with his drinking. Even the incident where Xiaoyao injured a Chunin teacher was suppressed by him. Otherwise, Xiaoyao would never have been able to remain in the Ninja Academy. Chapter 6. Strategy. Your son has turned out wonderfully, Urine. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose, walking to the window and pushing it open. The night breeze, imbued with a refreshing chill, swept in, gently tousling his hair. His gaze was fixed upon the inky black sky adorned with stars, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Nostalgia, joy, deep-seated guilt, and sorrow intertwined within him. If only I had been more cautious back then, would you still be alive? He murmured softly, his voice laced with profound regret, lamenting that Xiaoyao would not have had to endure solitude from such a young age. Asuma sat on the tatami mat, absorbing his father's words, gradually coming to a realization. He had always perceived Xiaoyao as merely an ordinary orphan, unaware that his father had once been a subordinate to his own. The special care his father bestowed upon Xiaoyao now found a rational explanation. A multitude of emotions swirled within him: fear of Xiaoyao, shame for his own cowardice, and a subtle hint of sympathy. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to face Asuma, observing the turmoil in his son's expression, and let out a gentle sigh. He approached Asuma, resting a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Asuma, his tone taking on a grave seriousness, with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, continued, as ninjas, we will inevitably encounter opponents more formidable than ourselves. Fear is not the true enemy. The real danger lies in being vanquished by fear, leading to a state of perpetual despair. Xiaoyao's strength is a result of his gradual accumulation of resilience in his own unique manner. His voice softened with a nurturing cadence. What you ought to do is not to fear him, but to regard him as a target, striving to enhance your own abilities. For one day, you will prove your worth through strength. This encapsulates Sarutobi Hiruzen's wisdom and embodies the essence of the will of fire. He neither belittled Xiaoyao nor scolded Asuma. Instead, he ignited the flame of determination within Asuma's heart through the most straightforward means. Asuma lifted his head, meeting his father's unwavering gaze, and recalled Xiaoyao's icy stare. The fear still lingered, like a thorn embedded deep within his heart. Yet, concurrently, an indomitable spirit began to swell within him. He nodded vigorously, the confusion and fear in his eyes gradually giving way to steadfast resolve. I understand now, father. Although his voice remained somewhat hoarse, it resonated with an unprecedented seriousness. I will no longer fear him. I will train diligently, and one day, I shall defeat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the rekindled light in his son's eyes, nodding with satisfaction. Very well, go and have your meal. He patted Asuma's back, his tone returning to its gentle nature. Do not keep your mother waiting too long. Asuma rose and walked toward the door. Though his steps were still somewhat unsteady, they carried a newfound firmness compared to before. Yet, no one knew that the deep-seated fear within him, like a buried seed, would one day take root and blossom in unforeseen ways. After Asuma exited the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze back to the starry sky outside. The night was thick, the starlight dim, as if foreshadowing turbulent times ahead. Xiaoyao, he whispered softly, his fingertips lightly brushing the windowsill. Your path is destined to be fraught with challenges, but I will do all I can to protect you along the way. Smoke once again wafted from his fingertips, obscuring his expression in the darkness outside. Time flowed silently like the river beyond Konoha, carrying away the cherry blossoms of spring and ushering in the cicadas of summer. Since the day Asuma was petrified by Xiaoyao's gaze in class, Xiaoyao's status within the Ninja Academy had become unparalleled. He loomed like an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all students, evoking trepidation. However, recently, Xiaoyao had noticed the presence of two persistent shadows in his life. Hong and Lin, two girls who rarely intersected in their daily lives, seemed to have forged an unspoken bond, orbiting around him every day. Hong always managed to bring an array of exquisite wines from home, some housed in delicate porcelain bottles, others sealed in ancient clay jars, each exuding a rich aroma. Lin, on the other hand, prepared elaborate bento boxes daily, filled with a variety of meat dishes, roasted chicken, fried pork cutlets, braised beef, each tailored to his tastes. The rooftop of the ninja school became their designated gathering place during lunchtime. The sun blazed overhead, while a gentle breeze wafted the scents of sweat from the training grounds and the fragrance of leaves. Xiaoyao leaned against the rooftop railing, his legs swinging casually, a languid smile gracing his face. Lin hurried over, carrying her bento box, her white headband shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. She carefully placed the bento box on the railing, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiaoyao, this is the teriyaki chicken leg I specially prepared for you this morning. Please give it a try. Lin cautiously opened the bento box, revealing a golden chicken leg enveloped in rich sauce, emanating an enticing aroma, steam rising and obscuring her features. Hong soon followed, extracting a sealed black clay wine bottle from her backpack, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, hinting at its considerable value. She approached Xiaoyao's other side, placing the wine bottle next to the bento box with a thud, her red eyes glinting with a hint of provocation as she glanced at Lin. Xiaoyao-kun, this is an aged sake my father kept hidden in his study, far superior to what you brought last time. Hong's voice brimmed with confidence, as if certain Xiaoyao would prefer her offering. Xiaoyao's gaze flitted between the wine bottle and the bento box, his smile growing ever more radiant. He extended his hand, first grasping the black clay wine bottle brought by Hong. Its surface was cool to the touch, exuding a smooth warmth. As he uncorked the bottle, a rich fragrance wafted forth, more robust than any wine he had encountered, yet with a hint of sweetness that tempted one to indulge. This flavor is delightful. Xiaoyao licked his lips, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. He lifted the bottle and tilted it back, drinking deeply. Gulp, gulp. The liquid slid down his throat, warm yet exceptionally smooth, devoid of any harshness. The rich aroma burst in his mouth, spreading through his nasal passages, causing every pore in his body to relax. Xiaoyao exhaled contentedly, his face radiating sheer enjoyment, satisfaction illuminating his features. Truly exquisite wine. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, clear and precise. Ding. Detection of the master consuming exceptional sake, achieving ultimate satisfaction. Swordsmanship comprehension 3. Xiaoyao's eyes brightened slightly. He understood that ordinary drinks would only grant him a mere point of random attribute points, while this sake had bestowed upon him 3 points in swordsmanship comprehension, a testament to its rarity. Seeing Xiaoyao reveling in the experience, Hong's face blossomed with a triumphant smile, casting a challenging glance at Lin, her red lips curling upward like a victorious little fox. Lin watched as Xiaoyao opted for Hong's wine first, her cheeks puffing slightly with frustration as she clenched her fists. She too wished to bring Xiaoyao fine wine, but after being caught sneaking drinks from home on previous occasions, her father had hidden all the alcohol, making it impossible for her to find any. Left with no choice, she poured all her efforts into the bento. To craft dishes that Xiaoyao would enjoy, she had secretly observed him for a long time, noting that he only desired meat when consuming alcohol, showing no interest in vegetables. Thus, her bento was always filled to the brim with meat dishes, each recipe honed through meticulous practice. Chapter 7. Satisfaction. Xiaoyao, it's rather dull to only drink wine. Lin quickly regained her composure, picking up a pair of chopsticks and offering a piece of teriyaki chicken leg to Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Please, try my teriyaki chicken leg. It pairs wonderfully with the wine. Xiaoyao glanced down at the chicken leg she presented, its golden skin coated with rich sauce, the aroma wafting enticingly. He recalled the adage from his previous life that fine wine pairs well with exquisite cuisine, and a sense of truth resonated within him. Such a splendid wine deserves to be accompanied by delectable dishes, otherwise, it would indeed be a pity. He opened his mouth and took a hearty bite of the chicken leg, his teeth gently sinking into the crispy exterior and tender, juicy meat within. The sweet and salty teriyaki sauce melded perfectly, creating an extraordinary gastronomic experience in his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, his eyes narrowing into slits, a look of utter satisfaction adorning his face. As he devoured the chicken leg, he picked up the wine bottle and took another generous swig. Gulp. The liquid and meat met in his stomach, igniting a marvelous chemical reaction that sent a warm surge throughout his body. What a thrill. He set down the bottle, wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth, and a carefree smile spread across his face. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, more urgent and louder than before. Ding. Detection of simultaneous consumption of wine and meat. physical and mental state elevated, physique 5. Ding. Congratulations on surpassing the critical threshold. Successfully reached the elite Chunin level, chakra 15. Ding. Congratulations on the synchronized breakthrough of chakra, achieving the elite Chunin level. The series of notifications sharpened his gaze. He could distinctly feel a powerful force surging within him, flowing rapidly through his meridians, bringing waves of delightful tingling sensations wherever it passed. His physique was rapidly enhancing, muscles becoming more toned, and his bones seemingly hardening. The amount of chakra surged exponentially, transforming from a gentle stream within him to a roaring river, tumultuous and unrestrained. He clenched his fist, clearly sensing the newfound strength coursing through his fingertips, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Open the attribute panel, he silently commanded. A virtual panel materialized in his mind, presenting concise and clear information. Master, Huangfu Xiaoyao. Age, 8. Physique, elite Chunin level. Chakra, elite Chunin level. Swordsmanship comprehension, swordsman. Special, Shura sword intent. Overall strength, special Jonin level. Note, while intoxicated, all attributes receive a 10 bonus. And the effect of Shura sword intent is doubled. Xiaoyao's gaze swept over the panel, and his smile grew ever brighter. Although this wine immortal system was rather lethargic and only updated the panel upon his breakthroughs, the enhancements it provided were always substantial and tangible. He did not concern himself with the specific numbers on the panel. To him, true strength was not gauged by data, but tested in real combat. Just like when he competed against Kakashi last time, his overall strength was merely at the Chunin level, yet after drinking, he was able to defeat Kakashi with a single strike thanks to the Shura sword intent and his exceptional swordsmanship. Speaking of the Shura sword intent, it was a special ability awarded by the system after he had injured that troublesome Chunin teacher. It represented a formidable power that perfectly fused swordsmanship with his own aura. Once unleashed, it could create a powerful field that plunged enemies into endless terror, as if they were facing not a mere boy, but a Shura from hell. The initial form he used against Asuma was but a mere glimpse of the Shura sword intent's might. Just a hint of its intent had stripped Asuma of his will to resist, demonstrating its formidable power. Xiaoyao withdrew his thoughts, shifting his focus away from the panel. The delightful wine and food before him were of utmost importance. Any increase in strength was merely a pleasant surprise. He lifted the wine bottle once more, taking a hearty swig, and then picked up a piece of fried pork cutlet, devouring it eagerly. Sunlight bathed him, elongating his shadow, while his smile radiated joy and exuberance, akin to a majestic eagle reveling in its freedom. Lin observed Xiaoyao's blissful consumption, a gentle smile gracing her face, her eyes softening with warmth. As long as Xiaoyao was happy, she was willing to prepare his favorite bento filled with meat dishes every day. Hong watched Lin's tender demeanor and then glanced at Xiaoyao's contented expression, letting out a soft huff, a glimmer of reluctance flashing in her crimson eyes. Her mind raced as she meticulously recalled the possible hiding spots for her father's wine. She had already searched the secret chamber in the study, the top of the wardrobe in the bedroom, the storage cabinet in the living room, and even dug beneath the old tree in the yard, yet still found no other fine wines. Darn it! Where on earth has father hidden the good wine? Hong muttered under her breath, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the railing, her eyes betraying a mix of stubbornness and determination. As for her father's sorrowful expressions due to his frequent disappearances for wine, those thoughts had long been cast aside. As long as she could bring joy to Xiaoyao-kun and surpass Lin, she cared little for anything else. To become an exceptional ninja, mastering the basics of the three-body technique was fundamental. The classroom at the Konoha Ninja Academy was warmed by the midday sun. With green vines of pothos draping from the windowsill, droplets of water glistening on the leaves. Tianzhong Xioi held a hefty textbook, his back straight as his steady voice resonated throughout the classroom. His gaze swept over the neatly arranged students below, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the edge of the book, feeling the coarse texture of the paper. However, this focus could not last long, as an abrupt swallowing sound shattered the classroom's tranquility like a stone dropped into a still lake. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The amber liquid slid down the neck of the bottle into his throat, producing a dull yet resonant swallowing sound, its rich aroma wafting through the air, mingling with the faint scent of ink and paper in the classroom, creating an odd atmosphere. Tianzhong Xiui's lecture came to an abrupt halt. Out of the corner of his eye, he cautiously glanced towards the corner by the window, his heart tightening involuntarily. Xiaoyao lounged in his chair, his legs carelessly draped over the desk in front of him, the chair's backrest leaning precariously, nearly parallel to the ground. He held a ceramic wine bottle, its surface still stained with remnants of wine, and sunlight filtered through the bottle, casting a warm golden hue on the liquid within. The boy's cheeks were flushed with a faint pink, his eyelids half closed, and his gaze hazy, clearly somewhat intoxicated. Yet the lazy smile playing on his lips betrayed no signs of impending drunkenness. Tianzhong Xiui let out a quiet sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. He cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask the earlier pause, though his voice was noticeably softer. Ahem, let us continue with the lesson. No one knew that this seemingly calm Chunin teacher was beset by tumultuous waves within. He had lost count of how many times he had submitted class transfer requests to the school, only to be rebuffed by the principal with reasons of needing to observe further. After all, among the entire ninja school, there was likely no other teacher bold enough to take on the troublesome student Xiaoyao. Tianzhong Xiui approached each class with trepidation, fearful that one day Xiaoyao might drink too much and unleash chaos, the wine bottle or his concealed short blade suddenly aimed at him. He had witnessed firsthand how 2 years ago, a colleague who had attempted to confiscate Xiaoyao's wine bottle was struck in the shoulder, his bone exposed. He still lay in the hospital recovering. Being a teacher at the Ninja Academy had become a high-risk occupation, with the source of danger stemming from a mere 8-year-old student. This realization struck Tianzhong Xiui as absurd, yet he dared not voice a single complaint. Chapter 8. Darn it, how infuriating, the incompetent Obito. Finally enduring until the end of the lesson, Tianzhong Xiui closed the textbook, pulling out a course schedule from his lesson plan, clearing his throat as he spoke. This afternoon's theory class concludes here. Next, we are to engage in a practical test. As the words left his lips, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of surprise. Wait, another test? A boy with a buzz cut abruptly raised his head, his face etched with reluctance, his fingers furtively toying with a kunai model hidden in his pocket. This marked the 4th theoretical test within a month, and they had already assessed shuriken throwing and the body flicker technique several times. Why must they endure yet another practical test? The girls exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety and confusion, their whispers falling like a gentle drizzle. A practical test? Hadn't they always engaged in practical exercises before? This test would involve scoring, wouldn't it? It could affect their graduation. Oh no, I haven't even mastered the shadow clone technique. How am I supposed to handle a practical test? Tianzhong Xiui observed the bustling students below and raised his hand to quiet them down. All right, everyone, please settle down. His voice rose a few notches, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the corner where Xiaoyao sat, still maintaining his drinking posture, utterly unresponsive. Only then did he continue, everyone gather on the playground. Upon reaching this point, he paused, his tone becoming extraordinarily cautious, his eyes fixating on Hong and Lin. Hong, Lin, could you please escort Xiaoyao to the playground? The words were nearly bitten out, and beads of sweat began to form on Tianzhong Xiui's forehead. He genuinely feared provoking Xiaoyao and could only entrust this formidable task to the 2 girls closest to him. Everyone knew that Xiaoyao was a notorious troublemaker within the school. Whether it was written exams, shuriken tests, or body flicker technique assessments, he had never scored above 0. Yet, no one dared to voice their objections. For behind that 0 lay an intimidating prowess. The memory of the last shuriken test sent a shiver down Tianzhong Xiui's spine. On that day, the entire class had huddled behind the teaching building, 100 meters away, terrified that a momentary lapse from Xiaoyao would result in a shuriken flying directly at them. As the teacher, he had to stand beside the target and provide guidance. Yet the shurikens Xiaoyao threw were so swift they left afterimages, their force far exceeding that of an average chunin. The glinting shuriken had not aimed for the target at all. Instead, it grazed his scalp, shearing off a significant portion of his hair, leaving him frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. If judged by lethality, Xiaoyao would undoubtedly receive a perfect score, but that was directed at him. As for the written exam, it was even more disheartening. Xiaoyao wielded the pen as if it were a heavy sword, unable to write a single word, spending the entire period grappling with the pen. Yet everyone had witnessed how he held a sword, steady as a rock, his gaze sharp as an eagle, a stark contrast to his current inebriated state. All right, teacher. Hong promptly stood up, her crimson eyes flashing with excitement as she adjusted her school uniform skirt and quickly made her way toward Xiaoyao. Lin followed closely behind, her white headband swaying gently on her shoulder, a tender smile gracing her face. Yet, their eyes inadvertently met for a brief moment, revealing a subtle competitive spark. They stood on either side of Xiaoyao, cautiously extending their hands to support his arms. Xiaoyao's muscular arms radiated a warmth unique to youth, causing Hong's cheeks to flush slightly, her fingertips growing warm to the touch. Xiaoyao mumbled, slowly lifting his eyelids, his hazy gaze drifting from Hong to Lin, a drunken smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you here to drink with me? He shook the bottle of alcohol in his hand, the liquid sloshing inside, producing a crisp sound. Well, only you two have that privilege. As he spoke, Xiaoyao tilted the bottle toward Hong's lips, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting toward her, causing her eyes to brighten momentarily. She had an innate fascination with the scent of alcohol, but reason quickly compelled her to turn her head away, avoiding the bottle. Xiaoyao-kun, you should drink it yourself. Her voice trembled slightly, her cheeks deepening in hue as she instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, her fingertips pressing firmly. She could not indulge in alcohol. One of the 3 prohibitions for ninjas was abstaining from it, especially as a student. If her parents detected the scent of alcohol upon her return home, a scolding was inevitable. More importantly, her father would undoubtedly deduce that the frequently disappearing fine liquor had been pilfered by her, leading him to hide it even more securely. How would she then be able to bring alcohol to Xiaoyao-kun? This thought solidified Hong's determination. No matter what, she could not sever Xiaoyao-kun's supply of alcohol. Xiaoyao did not press the issue. Though intoxicated, a shred of clarity remained in his mind. Recognizing that Hong and Lin always brought him fine liquor, and he could not make things difficult for them, he then turned the bottle toward Lin's lips, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing. What about you? Would you like to give it a try? Lin gently shook her head, her smile remaining soft. She extended her other hand to steady Xiaoyao's swaying form, her voice soothing as a gentle spring breeze. I want to drink, Xiaoyao. Teacher Tianzhong has asked us to take you to the playground for the practical test. Her voice, though soft, carried a calming strength that eased some of Xiaoyao's agitation. A test? What test? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, clearly not having absorbed Tianzhong Xiaoyi's earlier words. He shook his head, attempting to regain a semblance of sobriety. Yet the effects of the alcohol clouded his vision. It's a test where everyone competes against each other. Come on, let us hurry. Otherwise, the teacher will worry. Lin patiently elucidated while carefully helping Xiaoyao to stand, fearful that he might stumble. Hong quickly supported his other arm, and together they guided him toward the classroom door. Xiaoyao's steps were unsteady, his body occasionally swaying, but Hong and Lin were quick to catch him each time. Along the way, he did not forget to lift the bottle to his lips, taking several hearty swigs, the liquid dripping from the corners of his mouth onto his school uniform, leaving dark stains. Hong, witnessing this, couldn't he help but pull a handkerchief from her pocket, delicately wiping the alcohol stains from his lips. Her movements tender, as if she were handling a rare treasure. Lin, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on the path ahead, occasionally reminding him to be cautious of the steps. Her expression filled with concern. In the corner at the entrance of the classroom, 2 figures were fixated on this scene, their eyes ablaze with fury. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white from the strain, his nails digging painfully into his palm, heightening his sense of rage. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a furious beast, fixated on Xiaoyao's hand resting on Hong and Lin's shoulders, and the intimate posture shared among the 3. Hong and Lin were the goddesses in his and Asuma's hearts. Yet now, they willingly supported this drunken fool, showering him with such tenderness and care. How could Obito possibly endure this? Bastard! He ground out through clenched teeth, his voice raspy with anger, his entire body trembling slightly. He longed to rush forward and pull Xiaoyao away from Hong and Lin. But the mere thought of Xiaoyao's icy gaze and terrifying strength rendered his feet as heavy as lead. Chapter 9. The guardian of the arena beside him. Asuma fared no better. His fists were tightly clenched, the veins on his arms slightly protruding, his face marred by a mix of resentment and humiliation. He harbored feelings for Lin, yet in the presence of Xiaoyao, he lacked even the courage to step forward. The terror of being paralyzed by Xiaoyao's gaze during the last class still lingered deeply imprinted in his heart. Every time he laid eyes on Xiaoyao, that sensation of having death grip his throat would resurface. Asuma clenched his fists tightly, yearning to intervene, yet ultimately, he released them helplessly. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Xiaoyao, and charging forward would only result in humiliation. With hearts ablaze with anger and resentment, the two trailed behind Xiaoyao, Hong, and Lin, making their way towards the playground. The sunlight stretched their shadows long, one engulfed in a fiery rage while the other was shrouded in a cloak of fear. The playground of my ninja academy was particularly expansive, with a crimson running track encircling a central lawn where a dozen wooden targets stood, marred by an array of shuriken and kunai marks. In the distance, a few sandbags hung from a training frame, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a dull thud. Tanaka Shoei's class was already lined up neatly on the playground. Students huddled in small groups, whispering anxiously about the impending practical test, their faces betraying varying degrees of tension. Only Xiaoyao, supported by Hong and Lin, was seated nonchalantly on the stone steps at the edge of the playground, sipping his drink with an air of indifference towards everything around him. Hong occasionally tidied his disheveled hair, while Lin gently wiped the liquor splatters from Xiaoyao's hands with a clean towel retrieved from her lunchbox. Their actions were natural and intimate, eliciting envy and trepidation from the onlookers among the students. "All right, we shall commence the group tests now," Tanaka Shioi declared, standing at the front of the line. Holding a scoring sheet and pen, pairs will be formed freely, and the test will assess your application of basic combat techniques and body flicker technique. I shall score you based on your performance. Upon his words, the students sprang into action, quickly pairing up with familiar companions. Standing on the lawn in anticipation of the test, the examination proceeded methodically, with some students employing body flicker technique to confuse their opponents, others deftly evading attacks with agile movements, while some engaged in direct confrontations, the sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberating across the playground. Tanaka Shioi moved between the groups, meticulously observing the students' performances, occasionally jotting down notes on his scoring sheet, his expression serious and focused. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone when Tanaka Shioi never mentioned Xiaoyao participating in the group tests. "Thank goodness I don't have to face Xiaoyao," a short-haired girl murmured, her heart racing with relief. Who would dare to fight him? A nearby boy nodded in agreement, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xiaoyao, his face marked by palpable fear. Kakashi is formidable, yet he was wounded by him with a single blow. If we step up, we might as well be serving ourselves on a platter. The students' hushed discussions reached the ears of Asuma and Obito. Asuma's expression darkened in an instant as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, a wave of humiliation washing over him. Obito, consumed by anger, fixed a fiery glare upon Xiaoyao, jealousy and resentment brewing within him. Soon, the first round of group tests concluded, and the students gathered around, awaiting Tanaka Shioi's announcement of results. He raised his hand to draw attention. "Well, the first round is finished, and everyone performed satisfactorily." He paused, his expression shifting to one of complexity. "We shall now commence the second round of practical tests." "Wait, there is a second round? Why are there 2 rounds? My brother didn't have this when he graduated." Confusion and unease rippled through the students, an ominous premonition settling in their hearts. Tanaka Shioi ignored their murmurs, continuing. "The second round will consist of a challenge match. One will defend the ring while the others take turns to challenge. As long as you can endure for 10 minutes against the defender or defeat them, you shall pass the test." His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on the list in his hand, his eye twitching slightly. This time, there would be but one defender. Every student's heart raced as they anxiously watched Tanaka Shioi, fearing they might be chosen. Taking a deep breath as if steeling himself for a monumental decision, he declared loudly, "Xiaoyao? The defender for this round is Huangfu Xiaoyao." The announcement struck like thunder, plunging the previously bustling playground into an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle rustling of the grass and the sound of Xiaoyao swallowing his drink. With unwavering composure, Xiaoyao tilted his head back and drained the bottle, casually discarding it with a resounding clatter. He exhaled deeply, the mingled scent of alcohol and warmth escaping his lips, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Only then did he seem to register someone calling his name, lifting his gaze slowly, his bleary eyes scanning the playground in mild confusion. "Who called me?" Hong's delicate nose twitched slightly, captivated by the rich aroma of alcohol emanating from Xiaoyao. She leaned in, whispering into his ear, repeating Tanaka Shioi's words in a voice only they could hear. Lin chimed in beside her. "Xiaoyao, you're the defender. Everyone will take turns challenging you." "Challenge Xiaoyao?" A boy's voice trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his face, soaking into the grass below. Isn't that just asking for death? Has Teacher Tanaka lost his mind, making us challenge this Demon King? I don't wish to be sliced in half. I want to graduate smoothly. The students could no longer conceal their dread. Voices rising again, but this time more chaotic, filled with despair and anxiety. Fear was etched on every face as they averted their gazes from Tanaka Shoei, dreading to be the first to confront Xiaoyao. Observing the scene before him, Tanaka Shoei thought to himself, as expected, no one is willing to court death. Not even these students would dare to face Xiaoyao. 2 years ago, Xiaoyao had grievously injured a Chunin instructor with a single blow, and now, 2 years later, none could fathom the extent of his prowess. Regular tests were typically restrained, as they were all from the same village and wouldn't resort to lethal force. But Xiaoyao was a drunkard. Who could guarantee his restraint? If he were to inadvertently harm someone, it would be a disaster beyond remedy. Just as Tanaka Shoei was about to announce the cancellation of the test or propose an alternative, an indignant voice erupted from the crowd. Wait! Uchiha Obito surged forward, his hair standing on end from fury, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed an unwavering glare on Xiaoyao, his gaze filled with fervor. I will challenge Xiaoyao. His voice was hoarse yet resonant, imbued with a desperate resolve that echoed across the empty playground. What? Obito dares to challenge Xiaoyao? Has he lost his mind? A bottom-tier student has the audacity to challenge Xiaoyao? Who gave him such courage? Is it Liang Jingru? The students were left in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief, quickly followed by unabashed ridicule. They had barely mustered the courage to challenge, yet here was Obito, who struggled to master the body flicker technique. Boldly stepping forward to challenge Xiaoyao, a preposterous farce. The actions of Daito undoubtedly mocked their cowardice, provoking a wave of anger that was unleashed upon him. Daito remained utterly indifferent, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyao, as if he wished to devour him whole. Xiaoyao's demeanor, one of complete disregard, ignited a furious fire within him. Even more intolerable was the sight of Lin extending her hand, allowing Xiaoyao to lean against her shoulder, the gesture intimate and natural. That was the scene he had longed for. Lin's shoulder should have been resting against him. How could Xiaoyao, that scoundrel, monopolize his goddess? Daito's eyes reddened further. As if they might bleed, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers and staining the grass below, leaving dark red blossoms in its wake. Tianzhong Xiu glanced at Daito, who had suddenly stepped forward, his eyes flickering with surprise. He never expected that the first to challenge Xiaoyao would be the class's bottom dweller, Uchiha Daito. Uchiha Daito? Tianzhong Xiu lowered his gaze to the grading sheet in his hand, searching among the densely packed names for Daitos, pausing momentarily before unhesitatingly inscribing the words fail. He had no belief that Daito could withstand even a second against Xiaoyao. This score was merely a prelude to the inevitable outcome. Throughout the encounter, Xiaoyao had not so much as cast a glance at Daito. He rested against Lin's soft shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of the girl, a lazy smile curving his lips as he mumbled to himself. What can alleviate worries? Only do calm. This phrase, steeped in ancient resonance, was lost on the audience, yet none found it strange. After all, it was entirely normal for a drunken individual to utter nonsensical words. Fail. On what grounds do you give me a failing grade? Daito erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing up with a fury. His clenched fists were bulging with veins, knuckles almost cracking under the pressure. His cheeks flushed crimson with rage, veins on his forehead throbbing violently. His eyes fixed on Tianzhong Xiu with disbelief and resentment, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. His body trembled slightly from the intensity of his rage, the grass beneath his feet sinking as he stomped, the brittle sound of crushed blades piercing the silence of the playground. Tianzhong Xiu regarded Daito's frenzied display with an impassive expression, slowly flipping through the grading sheet, his fingertips gliding over the pages, producing a soft rustling sound. You likely haven't absorbed a single word of the ninja principles emphasized in class. His voice was as calm as still water, yet carried an undeniable authority, sweeping over Daito's furious visage before settling on the glaring red letters of the failing grade. This arena test had been specifically tailored for this unique class. Xiaoyao's prowess had long surpassed that of his peers, rivaling even that of adult ninjas. The purpose of such a test was never to assess strength, but to evaluate emotional resilience. A competent ninja must never be swayed by emotions. Yet, Uchiha Daito's current state was clearly one overwhelmed by jealousy and rage, recklessly challenging Xiaoyao over personal grievances without a thought for the consequences. Did he not realize that should Xiaoyao falter, his life could be forfeit? Such behavior, driven by emotion and disregarding the cost, was wholly unworthy of a qualified ninja. As Tianzhongxiu attempted to elucidate the core significance of the test, he was abruptly interrupted by a drunken laugh. "Ha! I understand now," Xiaoyao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, the chair creaking under the strain as if ready to collapse. He swayed slightly, standing with unsteady legs. Crimson liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining his school uniform. Red and Lin quickly supported his arms, fearing he might fall, their fingers turning white from exertion. Xiaoyao squinted his dreamy eyes, surveying the furious Daitu as if appraising an intriguing toy, a playful grin appearing at the corners of his mouth. "It has been quite some time since I exercised my limbs. They are nearly rusted." He flexed his wrists, the joints cracking with a sound laced with intoxication, yet emanating a chilling aura of menace. "What was your name again, little fellow?" "Tianzhongxiu." Witnessing Xiaoyao begin to flex his wrists, turned pale, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Understand? What exactly do you comprehend?" "I have not yet finished my words." "Who permitted you to take a life?" Cold sweat cascaded down Tianzhongxiu's forehead, dampening his hair at the temples. He hastily gestured to Red and Lin beside him, his eyes wide and his lips twitching, desperately trying to convey a message to stop him. Red and Lin quickly sensed the urgency, reaching out to grasp Xiaoyao's arms. Red's voice trembled with a hint of panic. "Xiaoyao-kun, it's merely a test. Just go easy on it." Lin chimed in eagerly. "Yes, Xiaoyao, don't take it too seriously. It's just an ordinary assessment." Yet, Xiaoyao paid them no heed, his focus solely on Daitu. Daitu seethed as he observed Xiaoyao treating him with such blatant disregard, the fire within him threatening to erupt. He had always been the underachiever of the Uchiha clan. As the foremost family of Konoha, the Uchihas were renowned for their exceptional talents, while he lagged far behind in both ninjutsu training and combat ability, privately labeled as the disgrace of the Uchiha. He had hoped that entering the Ninja Academy would alter his fate, but here he remained the bottom of the class, ridiculed by all. The deep-seated insecurity within him grew like rampant vines, and the more he felt inferior, the more he yearned for recognition from others. Yet Xiaoyao, that slacker who perpetually clutched a bottle and slept through classes, dared to belittle him, even neglecting to remember his name. Reason was long since consumed by anger and resentment, and any lingering fear of Xiaoyao's strength was now cast aside. "I will make you remember my name forever." Daitu glared fiercely at Xiaoyao, teeth gritted, the bloodshot veins in his eyes threatening to burst. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Lin, who was on tiptoe, whispering something in Xiaoyao's ear, their proximity intimate, her hair brushing against his cheek. That familiar scene pierced Daito's heart like a venomous thorn. Chapter 11. The One-Sword-Style Scoundrel. "I will kill you," Daitu roared, his voice brimming with frenzied jealousy and rage, charging towards Xiaoyao like a crazed beast. Upon hearing this furious cry, Tianzhongxiu closed his eyes in despair. It was over. This fool truly sought death. Although he was an underachiever, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan, and should an accident occur at the Ninja Academy, he could not bear the consequences as a teacher. Long before the test was set up, he had reported to the third Hokage, fully aware of Xiaoyao's perilous nature. At that moment, 3 elite Jonin had already concealed themselves in the surrounding woods, their presences entirely masked, lurking like phantoms, ready to intervene at a moment's notice to prevent any mishap. What was your name again?" Xiaoyao, reminded by Lin's whisper, struggled to focus his gaze on Daitu, his eyes still hazy, as if gazing at a blurred shadow. He tilted his head in contemplation for a while before a mocking smile crept across his lips. "Is it Uchiha Runtu?" "I am Uchiha Daitu." "You damn drunkard." Daito's roar was deafening, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to catch his breath. The sentence struck like a thunderclap, resonating across the playground. The students, who had been whispering among themselves, instantly recoiled as if confronted by a plague, retreating in fear of the impending conflict. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of pity and derision, daring to speak to Su Yao in such a manner. Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly not survive the day. "Obito, are you insane? Stop this at once." Tanaka Shioi exclaimed, his eyes wide open, shouting at Obito's retreating figure, panic lacing his voice. He quickly turned to Su Yao, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, his tone pleading. "Su Yao, this is merely a test. Please don't take it seriously. Just go easy on him." Let him keep a sliver of life. As he spoke, his back was drenched in cold sweat. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. That fool Obito actually dared to call Su Yao a drunkard. Was he courting death? If Su Yao were truly provoked, even with 3 elite jonin present, they might not be able to intervene in time. Oh, go easy. Su Yao, somewhat dazed, heard Tanaka's words, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as the haze of intoxication seemed to dissipate. He thumped his chest, wearing a knowing expression, his tone imbued with a fervent sense of justice. No problem. If the teacher has spoken, I shall surely oblige. This insolent boy dared to offend the teacher. He was utterly oblivious to the consequences. Su Yao staggered forward, taking a step towards Obito, nearly stumbling, but was steadied by Hong and Lin. He pushed their hands away. Squinting his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Get over here. Let this good student teach you a lesson on behalf of the teacher. What? When did I say to go easy? Tanaka Shoei's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He had clearly said to go easy, yet somehow, it transformed into a command for Su Yao to escalate the situation. The surrounding students murmured amongst themselves. The volume subdued yet clear enough for Tanaka to hear. Did the teacher really say to let Su Yao escalate? I must have misheard. It seemed like he said to go easy. Perhaps Su Yao didn't catch it clearly. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? Even if Obito was in the wrong, did it warrant Su Yao's heavy-handedness? This was tantamount to seeking his demise. Who could blame Obito for provoking Su Yao? Even without the teacher's intervention, Su Yao would not let him off the hook. Tanaka Shoei felt like crying, yet had no tears. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. His voice had indeed been a bit too soft out of nervousness. But who would have thought Su Yao would misinterpret it? Now, he could no longer explain himself. If anything happened to Obito, no amount of words would suffice to clarify his stance. Obito glared at Su Yao's self-righteous demeanor, his body trembling with rage, the fire in his chest threatening to consume him entirely. A good student? This was the same person who clutched a bottle of liquor, slept in class, and had once injured a teacher with a blade, yet he dared to label himself a good student? Meanwhile, Obito, despite being at the bottom of the class, had strictly adhered to the 3 ninja prohibitions and diligently practiced ninjutsu, never giving up despite slow progress. But Su Yao? Why did he look down on Obito so? Why did Lin and Hong revolve around him? All the grievances, anger, and resentment erupted at that moment, drowning Obito's rationality. Bastard! I'll fight you. Obito suddenly pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, its cold metallic sheen glinting ominously in the sunlight. He gripped the kunai tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Muscles tensed as he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The wind generated by his sprint tousled his hair, revealing bloodshot eyes filled with madness. This is it. That fool Obito actually brandished a weapon. Last time, Kakashi was severely injured for swinging a knife at Su Yao, incapacitated for half a month. Obito truly seemed to have a death wish. The surrounding students went pale, instinctively covering their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. They all knew that Su Yao detested having weapons pointed at him more than anything. Obito's action was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Tanaka Shoei felt his heart stop, desperately signaling to the trees surrounding the playground, his lips moving to convey a silent plea for help. He lacked the ability to halt Su Yao and could only hope for the 3 hidden elite jonin. Su Yao watched as Obito charged towards him, his smile gradually fading, replaced by an icy demeanor. He slowly extended his right hand, grasping the long blade, Choshui, which was oddly disproportionate to his frame. The familiar warmth of the hilt jolted him into clarity, a chilling aura radiating from him, akin to the biting cold of winter, causing the temperature around them to plummet. It felt as if the very air had frozen, enveloping everyone in a suffocating sense of pressure. Mid-charge, Obito suddenly experienced a paralysis of sorts, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, making it difficult to breathe. The chilling, killing intent locked onto him, causing his hair to stand on end, cold sweat trickling down his back. He could distinctly feel that one more step forward would result in being cleaved in 2 by that long blade. Rationality surged back, and fear engulfed him like a tidal wave, forcing him to halt involuntarily, his body trembling slightly. Ichi no Tachi. Su Yao's voice was low and frigid, devoid of any emotion, like a summons from the depths of hell. He gradually assumed a stance to draw his sword, his muscular arms fluid and powerful. the friction between the sheath and blade producing a faint rustling sound that sent chills down everyone's spines. Clang. The sharp sound of the blade being drawn resonated, piercing the air like a dragon's roar, causing everyone to wince in pain. The blade sliced through the atmosphere, leaving a dazzling silver arc in its wake. The cold edge seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space itself. Chapter 12. So you're a spy? Leave it to me. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sounds of slicing air erupted simultaneously as 3 figures leapt from the trees surrounding the playground, moving so swiftly they appeared as mere afterimages. One notably smaller figure rushed to Su Yao's side first, its right hand shooting out like lightning, firmly grasping Su Yao's wrist, halting his blade's descent. Though small, that hand contained astonishing strength, effectively stopping Su Yao's motion. The other 2 figures quickly followed suit, one on either side, firmly gripping Su Yao's shoulders, their palms exerting a steady and substantial force, anchoring him in place. Finally caught up, Tanaka Shioi, witnessing this scene, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his skin, bringing an icy sensation. He gasped for breath, his heart racing. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed Obito was doomed. That's enough, Su Yao. The smaller figure looked up, revealing a youthful yet exceptionally indifferent face. Silver hair glistening in the sunlight, it was Hatake Kakashi. His gaze was as calm as a tranquil lake, fixated on Su Yao, his grip on Su Yao's wrist unyielding. The surrounding students gaped at the arrival of Kakashi, their expressions morphing into shock. Is that Hatake Kakashi? What is he doing here? They were astounded that he had intervened to stop Su Yao. Truly, the son of Konoha's White Fang possessed the courage to face Su Yao's blade. The chatter resumed, this time devoid of previous fear, replaced with astonishment and admiration. Xiaoyao was firmly restrained by 3 individuals, yet he displayed no signs of struggle. Gradually, he turned his head to gaze at Kakashi, a sly and arrogant smile suddenly gracing his lips. You cannot stop me from slaying my target. A sharp sound, akin to silk being violently torn by a blade, erupted from behind him. Hatake Kakashi's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads, and his fingers, gripping the tool pouch, tightened instantaneously. In that moment, he had yet to shed the naivety of youth, but he had inherited the essence of the Hatake clan's swordsmanship. The short blade sheath at his waist glistening with a cold metallic sheen. This sound was all too familiar to him. It was not the crisp clang of blades meeting, but rather the subtle, sticky sound of a sharp edge slicing through flesh. Uchiha Obito's anguished scream nearly overlapped with that sharp sound, piercing enough to shatter the clouds above. Xiaoyao, you seek death. Kakashi abruptly turned, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze fixated on the source of the noise. Yet in the next moment, his raised fist froze mid-air, his furious expression petrified on his face, as if ensnared by a jutsu. It hurts. My hand is going to break. Obito, still clutching his left wrist, howled in agony, tears almost spilling from his eyes, completely oblivious to Kakashi's strange gaze. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Obito's comical yet pitiful state. His ninja attire was torn as if ravaged by wild dogs, remnants clinging to him, with only a scrap barely covering his vulnerable parts. A minuscule wound, no larger than a grain of rice, oozed a single drop of blood that had already congealed, requiring no bandaging. Shut up. Quickly find something to cover yourself. Kakashi's veins throbbed more violently, and he kicked a nearby bush, scattering dry twigs and leaves everywhere. This injury hardly constituted an abrasion, yet his cries were more exaggerated than if he had lost an arm, utterly humiliating for a ninja. He cast a glance at Xiaoyao, who held a dark purple long blade still adorned with shreds of fabric, the blade itself pristine without a trace of blood. This fellow was clearly toying with Obito. Had he truly intended to kill, Obito would have been in 2 pieces by now. Kakashi felt a surge of frustration, perceiving himself as a mere spectator in this farce. Wrap up. Obito, still wailing, lowered his hands, instinctively glancing downwards. The next moment, his scream escalated by an octave. Where are my clothes? His hands flailed about his body like a startled rabbit, his cheeks, ears, and neck instantly flushed crimson, his hair even reflecting his embarrassment. He disregarded his pain, grabbing a tattered cloth from the ground to wrap around his waist, turning to dash into the depths of the forest, nearly tripping over tree roots in his haste. What a fool, Tanaka Shioi sighed. pressing his hand to his temple in resignation. Yet his anxious heart finally settled. It was merely a false alarm. He regarded Xiaoyao with softened eyes. He had previously thought this young man was merely a drunken lunatic who swung blades haphazardly, only to discover he wielded his weapon with such precision. Ding! The host, in a state of inebriation, has caused significant embarrassment to a key figure through swordsmanship. Swordsmanship Comprehension 100. Reward: the ability to hear the breath of all things, Zhanggang Realm. The cold mechanical voice exploded in Xiaoyao's mind, akin to ice water cascading over a red-hot iron block. He shook his groggy head, the scent of alcohol rising in his throat, his gaze clouded with confusion. Plus 100? Whom did I just strike? His fingers unconsciously traced the red serrated patterns on the hilt of his blade, his thoughts in disarray. That crying individual seemed to have introduced himself as Uchiha Obito. Furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, the alcohol rendered his memories as indistinct as water-damaged paper. Such a weakling could be deemed a key figure? He smacked his lips, contemplating further, when his eyelids began to droop. His mind had been increasingly muddled lately. Perhaps he needed another drink to refresh himself. Muttering to himself, he reached into his robe, seeking to extract his flask for another sip. Cough, cough. The hand resting on his shoulder stiffened slightly, and the ninja beside him twitched violently at the corner of his eye. Drink to refresh the mind. After living for over a decade, this is the first time I've heard such a fallacy. Was this rascal truly the famed Xiaoyao from the Konoha Ninja Academy? Uchiha Shisui subtly withdrew his hand, his gaze falling upon Xiaoyao's long blade, named Chioshui. This mission had been personally assigned by the third Hokage. It was meant for him and another Umbu to escort Kakashi on a reconnaissance mission, yet Kakashi insisted on detouring to the ninja school to settle old scores. Having just awakened his Sharingan, he was already a highly regarded genius within the Uchiha clan, and even without activating his ocular technique, his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet just moments ago, he had not even registered the trajectory of the blade leaving its sheath. He had merely heard the faint sound, and Obito's clothing had been reduced to tatters. The speed of that draw was unparalleled. Calling him the greatest genius since the establishment of Konoha's academy would be an understatement. Shisui sighed inwardly, his fingers unconsciously brushing against his sleeve. Xiaoyao, however, had no thought to spare for Shisui's musings. Just as his hand grazed the knot of his flask, he felt his arms being seized on both sides, the grip quite firm. He abruptly turned, his drunken gaze fixated on Shisui and another Umbu, dressed in dark attire. They exuded a cold, stern demeanor, unmistakably not of benevolent intent. Xiaoyao's mind swiftly connected the dots. These three individuals, along with Kakashi nearby, must be spies dispatched from another village. Under the guise of a mission, they had infiltrated Konoha, intending to strike at the Ninja Academy. What are you doing holding me? He struggled slightly, the scent of alcohol wafting over Shisui's face. I see now you are spies. Just as Shisui was about to explain, he caught sight of Xiaoyao's fierce glare, the intoxicating aroma surrounding him now laced with an aura of menace. As a ninja of Konoha, I cannot allow you to succeed, Xiaoyao bellowed, his arms unleashing a sudden surge of strength. Shi? Shisui felt an overwhelming force surge toward him. Akin to being struck by a wild bull, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. The other Umbu was thrown off balance, staggering several steps before colliding with a tree trunk with a muffled grunt. Do not worry, teacher. I will handle this. I guarantee all spies will be apprehended, Xiaoyao shouted, disregarding Tanaka Shioi's astonished expression. Clang. The crisp sound of a blade being drawn shattered the silence of the forest, Chioshui gripped firmly in his hand, its dark purple hue shimmering under the sunlight, the red serrations seeming to drip with blood. He swayed unsteadily on his feet, yet with unwavering determination. He pointed his weapon at Shisui and the others, his eyes radiating righteousness. Chapter 13, The Flying Strike. Such power. Is this something a student of the Ninja Academy can possess? Shisui steadied himself, disbelief evident in his gaze as he regarded Xiaoyao. Although he had been caught off guard, he was still an experienced ninja, yet he had been flung aside by a mere adolescent. At his age, he had only mastered a few basic jutsus. Where did this terrifying raw strength come from? Combined with the unparalleled speed of that draw, it would be an understatement to call him the strongest genius since the founding of Konoha. Yet listen to this child's words. Spies? Apprehend? Shisui couldn't help but twitch his lips. This genius must have been rendered foolish by drink. Tanaka Shoei was utterly stupefied, his mouth opening and closing, struggling to find words. What does leave it to you mean? Kakashi was a graduate Chunin, and Shursui was a Uchiha prodigy. How could they be spies? His mind was spinning, and he reached out to pull Xiaoyao back. Xiaoyao, you misunderstand. They are. Do not come any closer. Teacher, be careful not to be silenced. Xiaoyao pushed him away, his gaze sweeping between Kakashi, Shursui, and the Yumbu. Ultimately, his stare settled on Kakashi, the shortest among them, who had stepped forward first. His eyes filled with hostility, clearly the leader of the spies. Capture the ringleader first. He understood this principle well. Your leader must be this little shorty, right? Xiaoyao pointed at Kakashi, his tone resolute, declaring, I'll deal with you first, you little squirt. Kakashi's eyes tightened momentarily, and his cheeks began to twitch. After years apart, that insufferable mouth of his hadn't changed one bit. He clenched his fists, and images from 2 years prior flashed in his mind, on the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. He had been thoroughly bested by Xiaoyao wielding a wooden sword, surrounded by uproarious laughter. It was the first time he had tasted such a complete defeat as the son of Konoha's White Fang, a humiliation that lingered in his heart. In the past 2 years, he had graduated early and faced life-and-death situations on the battlefield. He was no longer that inexperienced kid who merely brandished a sword. If Xiaoyao had defeated him 2 years ago, the outcome might be different now. Kakashi intercepted Tanaka Hideo, who attempted to explain, his voice as cold as ice. Sensei, he hasn't completed his practical test yet, has he? Tanaka Hideo was momentarily taken aback and nodded instinctively. No, he hasn't. Then allow me to be his examiner. Kakashi's hand slowly reached for the short blade at his back, his fingers brushing against the familiar scabbard, the white fang short blade left by his father, Kiki Shiboku. Still bearing scars from battle. Sunlight illuminated his face, reflecting the stubbornness and fire in his eyes. Today, he aimed to settle the score from 2 years ago. His voice was low yet filled with undeniable determination. The surrounding students erupted into a cacophony of discussion. It was Kiki Kakashi. Hadn't he already become a Chunin? Oh my, was he going to fight Xiaoyao? 2 years prior, Xiaoyao had thoroughly thrashed him. But Kakashi had faced countless battles now. Perhaps he could win? No way. Last month someone provoked Xiaoyao and ended up with their forehead protector shattered, not even catching a glimpse of the blade shadow. Among the crowd, Nohara Rin tiptoed forward. Her little hands clenched tightly as she shouted, Xiaoyao, go for it. Beside her, Yuhi Karina frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Xiaokun, be careful. These 2 shouts resonated in Xiaoyao's ears, instantly validating his thoughts. See, even his classmates knew this little squirt was no good and were cheering for him. Did you hear that? Little squirt spy. Xiaoyao raised his chin, twirling the sword Chioshui in his hand. And today he would let you experience the might of a Konoha ninja. Little squirt spy. Kakashi's breath suddenly caught, the veins at his temples throbbing. Spy, he could tolerate. Little squirt, he could endure. But combining those 2 terms was akin to pouring oil on his humiliation. Xiaoyao. In a furious roar, Kakashi drew the white fang short blade, the silver blade glinting ominously as it pointed directly at Xiaoyao's throat. Oh, you even know my name? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. Clearly your intelligence gathering is quite thorough. He tightened his grip on Chioshui. The effects of the alcohol seemingly dissipated by the surge of battle intent. The insights of the swordsmanship surged within him, and he could clearly hear the breath of the surrounding world. The rustling leaves were its sighs, the vibrations of the blade its heartbeat. And even the flow of air bore a unique rhythm. Is this the realm of cutting steel? A smile curled at Xiaoyao's lips, excitement flashing in his eyes. Just right. I shall test my new abilities on you. He positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, raising Chioshui high, the blade forming a sharp angle with the sunlight. Crescent Moon Slash. The name of the technique escaped his lips with youthful exuberance, and before the sound faded, his arm came crashing down. Was he merely slicing through the air? Shishui furrowed his brow, instinctively stepping forward. Kakashi was still 5 meters away. At this distance, the blade couldn't even graze his clothing. This guy was truly intoxicated, losing even the basic sense of distance. Just as Shishui was about to rush in to separate them, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! In the instant Chioshui descended, the air around the blade suddenly erupted, a pitch-black streak roaring forth from the edge, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air. The streak rapidly elongated in midair, transforming into a dark purple slash, its hue identical to that of Qiu Shui, with edges crackling with tiny electric sparks. That slash burst forth like a beast freed from its shackles, carrying a fierce wind straight towards Kakashi. What? Kakashi's pupils dilated, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He had never witnessed such an attack. No hand seals, no chakra fluctuations, merely the raw power of the blade, capable of flying independently. In that critical moment, 2 years of battlefield instincts kicked in. Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, his body nearly grazing the ground as the dark purple slash grazed past his cheek. Swoosh! The sharp airflow cut through his skin, a trickle of blood instantly gushing forth, splattering upon the ground. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, a deafening crash erupted behind him. He turned sharply, his pupils constricting once more. Not far away, a towering tree that required 2 people to embrace had been cleaved in half by the dark purple slash. The break was smooth as a mirror, devoid of any fibers, and the residual dark purple energy flickered at the cut. The next moment, the enormous tree collapsed with a thunderous roar, its heavy trunk crashing to the ground, shaking the earth and sending a thick cloud of dust soaring into the air, obscuring half the sky. A flying slash. Shiz Shui's voice was filled with disbelief as he instinctively touched his left eye, nearly biting his tongue. Even without activating his Sharingan, his vision surpassed that of ordinary people, yet the speed of that slash was utterly ungraspable. The blade had not yet arrived, but the slash had already preceded it, transcending the bounds of conventional swordsmanship. Kakashi pressed his hand against the wound on his cheek, the sharp pain in his fingertips jolting him back to reality. He gazed at the fallen tree, his typically impassive face now etched with incredulity, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of technique is this? Ninjutsu? Secret arts? Or a bloodline limit? Whoosh! Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a searing pain struck his abdomen, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Ugh! Kakashi cried out in pain, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. The white fang short blade slipping from his grasp and skidding several meters away. He curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, feeling as though his organs had shifted, the pain making it difficult to even breathe. Soon after, an icy sensation pressed against his neck. Kakashi laboriously lifted his head and saw Xiaoyao's face, intoxicated yet unwaveringly serious, along with Qiu Shui resting against his throat. The dark purple blade glimmered ominously, its serrated edge seemingly licking his skin, the immense weight nearly causing his shoulder to buckle. Chapter 14. Stand still and don't move, you two. Xiaoyao's voice carried the scent of alcohol, yet resonated with undeniable authority. I've captured your leader. Surrender at once, or I shall cleave him in two. Shiz Shui and another Umbu exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This misunderstanding was deepening. So heavy. Kakashi gritted his teeth, attempting to struggle to his feet, only to find a mountain pressing down on his shoulder. His gaze fell upon Qiu Shui's blade, his pupils constricting once more. This blade was sharper than his father's white fang short blade, its patterns eerie and imposing, the weight in his hand undoubtedly exceeding 20 pounds. Yet Xiaoyao wielded it as if it were weightless. What kind of blade is this? He murmured, his astonishment nearing the brink of overflow. But the next moment, Xiaoyao's words transformed his shock into fury. Xiaoyao, you bastard! I am Kakashi. Kiki Kakashi, he nearly shouted, the veins in his neck bulging. You are the spy. Your whole family is composed of spies. Kakashi? Xiaoyao blinked, the effects of alcohol seemingly dissipated by the shout of anger. He looked down at the person on the ground, disheveled silver hair, pale face, and those eyes filled with rage, somehow familiar. He shook his head, straining to sift through the chaotic memories. Oh, now he remembered. Isn't this the same fellow who was brought to tears 2 years ago? It seems he also has a nickname related to a 50-50 chance. Ah, so it is you, Kakashi. Xiaoyao nodded slightly, a hint of realization in his tone. Upon hearing this, Kakashi inexplicably felt a sense of relief, even a touch of comfort. At least he recognized me, which is certainly better than being mistaken for Yuzuki Boruto. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, you know it's me. So why don't you put away that knife? Being threatened in public with a blade, especially by one's old rival, is truly a disgrace. Clang. The crisp sound of metal scraping filled the air as Xiaoyao not only failed to retract the knife, but pressed it down harder, the blade now pressing even closer against Kakashi's skin. Kakashi could distinctly feel the icy touch and the immense pressure from the blade. What are you doing? He glared at Xiaoyao, wishing he could bite him. You actually betrayed the village to become a spy? Disappointment filled Xiaoyao's eyes. How shameful for the son of Konoha's White Fang. I am not. Kakashi nearly spat blood in fury. Who told you I was a spy? That's all in your imagination. Still trying to argue? Xiaoyao frowned and pressed the knife down further. If that's not the case, why are you mingling with these two strangers and drawing your weapon against me? Kakashi opened his mouth, feeling as though he was about to explode from rage. What nonsensical logic is this? Enough? I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you. Xiaoyao suddenly shifted his tone, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Since you were once a student of the Ninja Academy, send me a few bottles of fine wine, and I shall plead your case to the third Hokage, allowing the village to take you back. He waved the blade in his hand, the cold glint reflecting off Kakashi's furious face. What do you say? A most advantageous deal? Wouldn't you agree? Finally, is this about to come to an end? Obito lay sprawled on the table, his elbows smeared with half-dried ink, staining the pristine white bandages a shade of gray-black. His face buried in the crook of his arm. Only one bloodshot eye was visible, tears streaming down his cheek, splattering onto the tabletop and creating a small dark patch. The textbooks piled in the corner were wrinkled from his grip, his fingers digging into the wooden crevices, knuckles turning white from exertion. Layers of bandages wrapped around him, from his wrists to his forearms, even encircling his ankles, producing a faint rustling sound as he walked. These bandages were his most profound insignia of the past 2 weeks. Beneath each layer lay shallow yet lengthy knife wounds, all crafted by Xiaoyao. Only a few days after that practical test, Xiaoyao appeared like a wolf stalking its prey, always emerging at the most unexpected moments. Obito, with his eyes closed, could vividly recall the first time he was cornered. It was beside the storage room behind the classroom building, where the weeds grew higher than his knees, and the sunlight was blocked by the walls, allowing only a few beams to filter through, dancing with dust. Xiaoyao leaned against the wall, his blade, Chioshui, slanted against the ground, the dark purple blade casting shadows of the weeds. He shook the gourd in his hand, spilling the liquor onto the earth, the pungent aroma wafting through the air. Come here. Xiaoyao's voice, laced with the scent of alcohol, brooked no refusal. At first, Obito thought he was about to settle a score, hesitantly walking over, only for Xiaoyao to suddenly draw his blade with a swift motion. The cold gleam of Chioshui blinded him momentarily, and by the time he regained his senses, the sleeve of his school uniform lay on the ground, a shallow cut oozing blood on his arm. Where's my reward? Xiaoyao frowned, scraping the back of his blade against Obito's arm, wiping away the blood droplets. Did I cut too lightly? From that day forth, Obito's nightmares began. Every 3 days, Xiaoyao would seek him for sparring, sometimes under the shade of the playground trees, sometimes at the restroom entrance, and even once on the way home from school, where he cut through Obito's backpack in front of their classmates, scattering textbooks everywhere. The most outrageous incident occurred last week when Xiaoyao, drinking while slicing, doused him in liquor, yet his blade remained unwavering, leaving only a shallow wound at his side. Obito had considered fleeing, but Xiaoyao's speed was too formidable. Each time he turned to escape, the cold back of Chioshui would press against his spine, freezing him in place, stripping away any courage to run. Eventually, while Xiaoyao was still careful not to inflict bone-deep wounds, the cuts grew longer, from the size of a fingernail to that of a palm, necessitating multiple layers of bandages each time. 3 days had passed without Xiaoyao seeking him out. Obito murmured, burying his face deeper into his arms, his shoulders trembling slightly. Was it really so wrong to say a few words to you? Why must it come to this? He recalled the day of the practical test, where he had been the challenger, yet emerged with nothing but a tattered remnant of dignity, all while being watched by his classmates. Now, he faced daily cuts, even attending class wrapped in bandages, subjected to the stares and whispers of others, being labeled as Xiaoyao's personal target practice. The pain was one thing, but the constant need to change bandages was unbearable. He sniffled, tears rolling down his cheeks. Just don't cut me anymore. What are these wounds compared to my torment? In a secluded corner of Konoha Ninja Academy, Obito leaned against a weathered wall, his back pressed against the rough cement, the coldness momentarily calming him. He watched Xiaoyao sway unsteadily before him, his heart sinking. Just when he thought he had a reprieve for 3 days, the nightmare returned. Xiaoyao, dressed in an unbuttoned school uniform stained with liquor, brandished Xiao with a raucous clatter as the scabbard scraped against the ground. He belched, the scent of alcohol wafting towards Obito, his gaze hazy yet exhilarated. Don't worry. I've made all the necessary preparations today. This blade will surely yield something exceptional, even more thrilling than the last time I cut you. Obito's calves trembled, fingers gripping the hem of his clothes, the bandages irritating his skin. I haven't provoked you, have I? Didn't you just cut me last time? Quit the chatter. Xiaoyao shook his head and raised Xiao, aligning the blade with the sunlight, the dark purple metal shimmering coldly. Stand straight, don't move around, or else I can't guarantee the cut will be precise. Tears flooded Obito's eyes instantaneously. He wanted to retreat, but his back was already pressed against the wall, leaving him no escape. Chapter 15. The Hokages meeting at that moment. The sound of footsteps approached. Obito abruptly looked up to see Rin and Hong coming towards him. Rin held a small packet of gauze, while Hong's fingers were lightly moving, as if warming up. Rin, are you here to save me? Obito's voice cracked, tears streaming down his cheeks, splattering onto the weeds below. Rin halted, her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at Xiaoyao before turning to Obito, her voice barely above a whisper. You misunderstand, Obito. Xiaoyao sent me. He's afraid that if he gets drunk, he might harm you. I've recently learned some medical ninjutsu to help treat wounds in time. As she spoke, she raised the gauze in her hand, her fingertips trembling with nervousness. This medical ninjutsu was something she had specifically learned for Xiaoyao. After witnessing Xiaoyao injuring Obito, she had secretly borrowed textbooks from the infirmary and practiced for several days. Crack. Hope drained from Obito's face in an instant, tears still clinging to his eyes, as if he had been frozen in place. He looked at the gauze in Rin's hand, then at Hong beside her, his heart sinking to the abyss. So you aren't here to save me, but to assist Xiaoyao in his torment. Hong remained silent, her hands swiftly forming seals, fingers moving so quickly that they left behind afterimages. Obito felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the surrounding weeds and walls vanished, leaving only him and Xiaoyao in a blank expanse. Is this an illusion? Obito's voice trembled, tears falling even more fiercely. You really prepared all this? Are you actually going to kill me? Stop whining. Xiaoyao waved his hand impatiently. Rin had already approached, gently grasping his wrist to shift Xiao away from Obito's arm. Xiaoyao, lower the blade a bit more, avoiding the blood vessels. Lin's fingers gently grasped Xiaoyao's wrist, the warmth at her fingertips dissipating some of his inebriation. When it came time to strike, he would control the force, ensuring a depth of no more than 3 centimeters, which posed no problem. She lifted her gaze to Daitu, her eyes conveying a hint of apology. Do not worry, Daitu. I learned medical ninjutsu swiftly. You will be fine. Yes, I believe in you, Lin. Daitu nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet inwardly he lamented, I trust you, but I do not trust Xiaoyao. At that moment, Xiaoyao was swaying his head, his gaze unfocused, the sword in his hand, Xiao mirroring his movements. Rest assured, my swordsmanship is reliable. Striking someone of your caliber will not go awry. Daitu countered. Your reliability lies in your precision of striking, not in my psychological endurance. Do not move. Xiaoyao frowned, focusing on Daito's arm. You are swaying. How can I strike? I am not moving. Daitu was on the verge of tears, his body tense and straight. You are the one swaying. Enough chatter. This is the spot. Upon Xiaoyao's command, Xiao was drawn with a swift hiss. The blade grazed Daito's forearm, eliciting a bead of blood. Daitu gasped sharply in pain, letting out a cry. Huh? Xiaoyao retracted his sword and leaned closer to inspect the wound, his brow furrowing deeper. Did I misstrike? Why is there still no reward? He scratched his head, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Had Daito's value as an important figure been exhausted? Yet, the effects of the alcohol clouded his clarity. Bah, worthless. Xiaoyao spat, sheathing Xiao and turning to leave. Lin and Hong promptly followed, one on either side, supporting his arms to prevent him from stumbling. Lin turned back to Daitu, reminding him, remember to go to the infirmary for a bandage. Daitu, clutching his bleeding forearm, squatted on the ground, watching the trio's retreating figures, exhaling a long sigh. If it's worthless, then so be it. He wiped his tears with his uninjured hand, thinking that as long as he was not struck again, this minor injury was inconsequential. The blood continued to flow from his forearm, yet Daitu felt a significant lightness in his heart. After this, Xiaoyao would likely not seek him out again. In the classroom of the Konoha Ninja School, Tianzhong Xiui stood at the podium, clutching his lesson plan, his knuckles white from the grip. His voice trembled. Occasionally sneaking glances at the last row, where Xiaoyao lay sprawled on his desk, blissfully asleep, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, soaking a small patch of his textbook. Ahem, that concludes today's lesson. Tianzhong Xiui supported himself on the podium, his back slick with cold sweat. Everyone remember to complete your assignments. The sounds of students packing their bags echoed within the room, and Daitu, carrying a tattered backpack, stumbled out of the classroom, his body wrapped in bandages. As he passed the podium, he cast a resentful glance at Tianzhong Xiui. This teacher had not intervened during Xiaoyao's attack, pretending to be oblivious. Watching Daito's retreating figure, Tianzhong Xiui shivered, nearly dropping his lesson plan. How could I have thought Xiaoyao had changed? He muttered, his fingers digging into the wood grain of the podium. I must have been deluded. Since that practical test, he had witnessed Xiaoyao show restraint with Daitu, merely causing a scrape, and assumed Xiaoyao had become gentler. Once, when Xiaoyao had been drinking during class, he had scolded him, relishing the moment of standing tall before this troublesome student. Yet now, seeing Daitu swathed in bandages, he realized it was not that Xiaoyao had changed for the better. It was merely his luck that he had not drawn Xiaoyao's ire. Xiaoyao was a little devil, absolutely not to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath, Tianzhong Xiui's gaze fell once more on Xiaoyao, his expression turning troubled. He had a task today, to escort Xiaoyao to meet Hokage-sama. Once the students had vacated the room, Tianzhong Xiui cautiously approached the last row, donning a conciliatory smile towards Hong and Lin. Hong, Lin, could you wake Xiaoyao for me? Hong and Lin, seated beside Xiaoyao, were gently adjusting his school uniform collar. Upon hearing Tianzhong Xiui's request, they exchanged glances and could not suppress their laughter. This teacher, whenever faced with Xiaoyao, resembled a mouse confronting a cat. Ah, all right, teacher. Hong nodded, extending her hand to gently shake Xiaoyao's shoulder. Xiaoyao. Lin also chimed in softly, Xiaoyao-kun, wake up. In response, Xiaoyao emitted a resounding snore. His chest rose and fell with each breath, his head resting on Lin's shoulder, droplets of drool accumulating further, staining her uniform sleeve. Lin's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not push him away, merely using a tissue to gently wipe the drool from Xiaoyao's mouth. Teacher, Xiaoyao is too tired today. Hong looked up at Tianzhong Xiui, her tone laced with exasperation. What is so urgent that we must wake him now? Tianzhong Xiui's lips twitched. Too tired? Today, aside from drinking, he has been sleeping and even cornered Daitu for a strike. Was it exhausting to strike Daitu? He silently scoffed, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lowering his voice, it is Hokage-sama who wishes to see him. I have no choice. Hokage-sama. Hong and Lin exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Lin quickly straightened up, eager to rouse Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao-kun, wake up. Hokage-sama wishes to see you. Hong nodded in agreement, her face etched with concern. Teacher, Xiaoyao did not intend to strike Daitu. It was merely an accident. We can attest to that. They assumed that the Hokage had learned of Xiaoyao's attack on Daitu and sought to hold him accountable. Chapter 16, Sweet Slumber. No, it is not about that. Tianzhong Xiui waved his hand, relieved it was not a reprimand. It seemed to be a positive matter, as Hokage-sama had always taken an interest in Xiaoyao. He recalled a previous colleague who had been severely injured by Xiaoyao, a situation that had ultimately been swept under the rug, and he knew that only Hokage-sama had the influence to suppress such matters. Daito's superficial wounds were hardly significant. Exchanging glances, Hong and Lin felt reassured. They no longer attempted to wake Xiaoyao, but instead expertly lifted him, with Lin supporting Xiaoyao's left arm and Hong his right, propping him up so his head leaned against Lin's shoulder. Tianzhong Xiui observed their practiced movements, his eyes twitching even more. So, you often carry him like this? Yes. When Xiaoyao-kun gets drunk, he sleeps very soundly. We have escorted him home several times. Lin nodded, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Tianzhong Xiui sighed in resignation. Turning towards the door, let us go. Hokage-sama is in the principal's office. As they proceeded, Tianzhong Xiui glanced back frequently, fearful of Xiaoyao stumbling. Hong and Lin cautiously supported him, moving at a slow pace, Xiaoyao's head resting on Lin's shoulder, still softly snoring, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing her cheeks to redden to the roots of her ears. At the entrance of the principal's office, Tianzhong Xiui took a deep breath, raising his hand to knock. Bang! Bang! Come in. A steady voice resonated from within the office, laced with authority. Hong and Lin's hearts raced as they tightly held on to Xiaoyao and pushed the door open. The office was quiet, save for the sound of a brush gliding across paper. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, donned in the Hokage hat, wielding a brush as he reviewed documents. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. Ah, Xiaoyao has arrived? However, when he beheld Xiaoyao being carried by Hong and Lin, the smile abruptly froze on his face. Xiaoyao lay with closed eyes, his head resting on Lin's shoulder. Drool at the corner of his mouth, his school uniform collar undone, the scent of alcohol permeating the entire office. He was in a deep slumber, entirely unaware of their entrance. Xiaoyao, you little rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's booming voice reverberated through the office, causing the brush in his hand to clatter to the paper, the ink blooming and marring the freshly written characters. Konoha Ninja School, Principal's Office. Who called me? Xiaoyao was abruptly roused from his slumber by a resounding voice. Groggily, he lifted his head, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his gaze clouded with confusion. Shaking his head to dispel the remnants of intoxication, he could discern only a figure clad in a Hokage hat standing before him, their complexion a stormy shade of gray. This troublesome brat, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rubbed his temples, beginning to question his own judgment. This marked their first formal meeting. Previously, Hiruzen had been discreetly managing the incident where Xiaoyao injured his teacher upon enrollment. He even transformed into an old villager to advise Xiaoyao against excessive drinking, only to be rebuffed with a retort to mind his own business. Today, he had summoned Xiaoyao with the intention of fostering a rapport, even preparing a genial smile in advance. However, who would have anticipated that Xiaoyao was brought in while still in a deep sleep, drooling onto another's garments? Old man, who are you? Xiaoyao tilted his head, his finger tapping his chin, bewilderment evident in his eyes. Did you just yell at me? You woke me up from my nap. Old man. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched violently. Though not particularly young, his hair had yet to turn completely white, and his skin remained taut. He certainly did not warrant being called an old man. He had long heard of Xiaoyao's sharp tongue, but today he was experiencing it firsthand. Considering I named you, I shall not take offense, he chanted internally, striving to suppress his rising irritation. Xiaoyao, this is Lord Third Hokage. You cannot speak so disrespectfully. Tanaka Shuichi, terrified, rushed over to offer a quiet admonition, quickly apologized to Lord Hokage. Third Hokage? Xiaoyao finally gained a semblance of clarity. Straightening up from the embrace of Hong and Lin, he staggered towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tilting his head, he scrutinized the Hokage's hat for an extended moment, before suddenly reaching out to gently touch the flame pattern on the hat. Hello there. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face nearly contorted with disbelief. This lad had stared at him for so long merely to greet him, and he dared to touch his hat? Lord Hokage, Xiaoyao means no harm, Tanaka Shuichi stammered. Breaking into a cold sweat, he simply had a little too much to drink today. His mind is not entirely clear. As he spoke, his voice dwindled. For the Ninja Academy strictly prohibited alcohol consumption, and Xiaoyao not only drank, but became thoroughly intoxicated. This negligence fell squarely on him as the teacher. Should Lord Hokage pursue matters further, his position would be in jeopardy. Ahem, it's fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, quelling his anger. Shuichi, Hong, and Lin, you may leave. I have some matters to discuss privately with Xiaoyao. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tanaka Shuichi, as if granted a reprieve, quickly ushered Hong and Lin out. As they departed, Hong and Lin cast worried glances back at Xiaoyao, who merely waved at them while belching. The office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Xiaoyao. Resuming his seat at the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Xiaoyao, his lips twitching. Xiaoyao is it? I am the shadow of this village, the third Hokage. He felt it necessary to introduce himself, considering Xiaoyao appeared unfamiliar with the Hokage and might not even comprehend what a shadow was. Xiaoyao nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he plopped down onto a nearby chair, leaning against the backrest, and began yawning once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and commenced the customary discourse on the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures. The will of fire in Konoha signifies inheritance and protection. He stood, pacing the office with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice steady and powerful, his gaze resolute. Yet, as he continued, he detected a faint sound of snoring. He halted, glancing up. Xiaoyao had slumped in his chair, head tilted to one side, eyes closed, mouth slightly agape, and drooling peacefully. Chapter 17. Exam preparations, Lord Hokage. This is the current status of the recent intensive tutoring. The Hokage building was bathed in the orange glow of the evening sun as Tanaka Shuichi stood at the desk, palms clammy with sweat. The corners of his lesson plan crumpled from a tight grip. He kept his head bowed, avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, his voice laced with palpable guilt. Xiaoyao is still uncooperative. He either drinks or sleeps during class, only barely managing to perform the body replacement technique. And he hasn't retained a single point from the written exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a large wooden chair, fingers pinching a pipe. Ash falling onto the documents at the corner of the desk. Observing Tanaka Shuichi's flushed face, he twitched his lips, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. Forget it. You have your struggles as well. He recalled the last time he personally attempted to teach Xiaoyao, only for Xiaoyao to become thoroughly intoxicated. Slumped over the desk while he expounded on the will of fire, falling asleep in less than 3 minutes, nearly drooling onto his pipe. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tanaka Shuichi, relieved as if pardoned, bowed deeply and retreated from the office. He accidentally bumped into the doorframe while closing the door, startling himself and causing him to steady the door. Tiptoeing away. The office was now empty save for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who picked up a file from the desk. It was Xiaoyao's graduation application. The photograph depicted a boy with a blade of grass in his mouth, his gaze defiant, devoid of any seriousness. Rubbing his temples, he wore an expression of exasperation. What on earth am I to do to ensure he passes the Chunin exam? Hey, old man, are you facing a conundrum? A cheeky voice suddenly piped up from the window as Jiraiya clung to the ledge. His white hair was tousled by the wind, the tear tracks beneath his eyes glaringly apparent, and he clutched a gaudy novel in his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a cold glance at him, tapping his pipe against the ashtray. Jiraiya, do you think the last lesson was insufficient? The last time this rascal had spoken nonsense in front of Xiaoyao, claiming that watching others was more interesting than killing, he had nearly been sliced by Xiaoyao's sword. And it was Hiruzen who had to intervene to prevent that disaster. Jiraiya's expression froze, his hand instinctively brushing against his back. He still felt the lingering pain from the kunai Sarutobi had thrust into him during their last encounter. He leaped into the office, scratching his head, changing the subject. Ahem. Let us not speak of that. You want that kid named Xiaoyao to pass the written exam, right? That is simple enough. You have a plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Though he knew this disciple was unreliable, perhaps he might offer a usable idea. Jiraiya pounded his chest, brimming with pride. Oh, just slip him the answers. He leaned over the desk, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Think about it. The written exam tests the ability to gather intelligence, right? If we provide him with the answers in advance, isn't that also a form of efficient intelligence acquisition? How reasonable. Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, causing the documents to jump. Is there nothing in that head of yours beyond peeping at women in the bathhouse and writing those absurd novels? Konoha is hosting the Chunin exams, and you suggest aiding our people in cheating? If that gets out, it tarnishes the entire village's reputation. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Seizing a kunai from the desk and hurling it at Jiraiya. Hey, old man, you're really going to hit me? Jiraiya yelped, hastily dodging to the side as the kunai grazed his clothing and lodged into the wall. I'm only trying to help. Why are you repaying kindness with malice? He darted towards the door, yanking it open and fleeing, calling out over his shoulder, I still think my idea is solid. Just think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the empty doorway, then at the kunai embedded in the wall, shaking his head in exasperation. He picked up his pipe, reigniting it. And amidst the swirling smoke, he murmured, perhaps it's not entirely unfeasible? After all, Xiaoyao's abilities are evident. If he can pass the written exam, the practical test should pose no challenge. To enable this lad to showcase his strength in the Chunin exam, sacrificing a bit of face might be worth it. In the village of Mist, within the Mizukage building, the dark hall was illuminated solely by a single oil lamp, casting a dim, yellowish glow. Yagura sat upon the throne of Mizukage, his figure shrouded in shadows, as he received the invitation for the Chunin exams from Konoha. His voice betrayed no emotion. Resembling the recitation of an icy script, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Below, a shinobi from Kirigakure knelt on one knee. Trembling with palpable fear, his tone thick with trepidation. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Konoha also invited Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. And it was rumored that many new generation ninjas would participate in this examination. Yagura fell silent for a moment, his scarlet pupils narrowing slightly. Proceed. He paused, adding, "Let Suigetsu and Kisame accompany you to observe what tricks Konoha intends to play." "Yes, Lord Mizukage." The Kirigakure shinobi hastily responded, nearly stumbling as he exited the grand hall in a hurried retreat. The hall once again fell into silence, and Yagura's gaze drifted out the window into the boundless darkness, akin to the fate that controlled him. In Kumogakure, at the Reikage Tower. "What? Konoha has invited us to participate in the Chunin exams?" The third Reikage slammed his hand down on the table, causing a crack to form in the heavy wooden surface, tea splashing from the cup. He was a towering figure, muscles bulging, and beneath the black Reikage hat, his gaze was as sharp as thunder. "Ha! Excellent. Splendid." Beside him, a jonin from Kumogakure quickly inquired, "Reikage-sama, are we truly going? Konoha has just emerged from the Second Shinobi World War. Should we not be cautious?" "Cautious," the third Reikage interrupted, his voice booming painfully in the ears. "Let those weaklings from Konoha see just how powerful our ninjas are. This time, we shall have Darui lead the expedition and select several promising young talents, ensuring we overshadow Konoha." "Yes, Reikage-sama." The jonin bowed deeply. Though internally he felt a sense of resignation, Reikage-sama remained as combative as ever. Responses from a Wagakure and Sunagakure swiftly reached Konoha. The Wagakure declined, citing the need for heavy guarding of their mineral resources, a decision that Sarutobi Hiruzen found unsurprising. With Inoki, the old fox, at the helm, it was clear he would not easily allow a Wagakure's new generation to venture into Konoha. Sunagakure's reasoning was somewhat vague, merely stating that internal strife prevented them from dispatching a team. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers on the table. Sunagakure had always maintained a cordial relationship with Konoha, and their sudden refusal was certainly suspicious. However, there was no time for further investigation now. Ultimately, 3 villages confirmed their participation in the Chunin exams: Konoha, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, along with several smaller villages such as Kusagakure and Amigakure. Preparations in Konoha commenced swiftly, and the graduation application for Shoyo was met with an unobstructed path. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal decree, coupled with the recognition of Shoyo's prowess, no one dared to impede his progress. On graduation day, the sun shone brightly at the entrance of the Hokage building. Rin carefully held the forehead protector of Konoha, gently placing it upon Shoyo's brow. Her fingertips delicately adjusted its position, fearful of causing him discomfort. "Shoyo, look, this forehead protector suits you splendidly." Shoyo shook his head, the protector swaying slightly, and flashed a grin. "It's fine, just a bit tight." Akane stood nearby, clutching a bottle of sake, secretly taken from her home, and as she handed it to Shoyo, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Shoyo-kun, I heard from my father that this Chunin exam will have ninjas from other villages. Please be careful." Shoyo accepted the gourd, twisting off the cap and taking a swig, the liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth as he wiped it away, his eyes sparkling. "Don't worry, I'll take them all down. Then I can ask old Sarutobi for a whole room of fine sake." In his eyes, those foreign ninjas were not adversaries, but merely walking bottles of exquisite liquor. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Shoyo's departing figure and turned to his aide, Tanaka Hideyoshi. "Have you given Shoyo the materials I entrusted to you?" Tanaka Hideyoshi nodded eagerly, referring to the answers for the written portion of the Chunin exams. "Yes, Hokage-sama. I personally handed them to Shoyo and informed him that they were key review materials." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled, having forgotten to draw on his pipe. "That's good." He felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was the first time in Konoha history that a Hokage personally provided answers to a candidate. But to ensure Shoyo's success in the written exam, he had no other choice. Meanwhile, from Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the response letter and furrowed his brow once more, hoping no complications would arise. He shook his head, setting the letter aside. Regardless of whether Sunagakure participated, as long as Shoyo could showcase his strength during the exam, the objective would be achieved, making Kirigakure and Kumogakure aware of the prowess of Konoha's new generation. As days passed, the villagers of Konoha gradually noticed an increasing number of foreign ninjas in the streets. "Look, that's a Kumogakure forehead protector." An elderly vegetable vendor pointed at a group of ninjas, his tone laced with anger. How many people from Konoha did they kill during the Second Shinobi World War? How dare they come to our village? A curious child peeked out, but was pulled back by their mother. Don't look, those people are dangerous. The Kumogakure ninjas on the streets were tall, clad in black uniforms, their arms wrapped in bandages, their heavy footsteps deliberately thudding against the ground. One of the lower-ranked ninjas kicked a stone from the roadside, sending it crashing against a shop door with a loud thud. Humph, is this Konoha? He scoffed. Such narrow streets and low houses. No wonder they only house weaklings. Don't be careless. The leading Kumogakure Jonin cast him a sidelong glance, his voice low. There's a ninja named Hatake Kakashi from Konoha, the son of Konoha's White Fang, and he is quite formidable. Kakashi? The lower-ranked ninja laughed dismissively. I know him. But he is already a Chunin, and Chunin aren't allowed to participate in the Chunin exams, right? Who else in Konoha can fight? The leading Jonin remained silent. Though uneased gnawed at him, he sensed that Konoha decision to host the Chunin exams surely meant they had more than one trump card. Meanwhile, ninjas from Kirigakure were also seen in the streets. Kisame, clad in the gray Kirigakure uniform, had skin that glimmered coldly under the sun. He grinned, revealing a mouth full of shark-like teeth, licking his lips. Konoha is truly dry. It pales in comparison to Kirigakure. Beside him, Suigetsu, bearing the Samahata on his back. The patterns on the sheath resembling scales shot Kisame a glance, grinning maliciously. During the exams, give it your all, and let the kids of Konoha witness just how terrifying a ninja emerging from the blood mist can be. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Kisame's shark-like eyes as he nodded, his voice gravelly. Yes, Lord Tonto. He gazed at the villagers of Konoha, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the kunai at his waist. In Kirigakure, he had long been accustomed to slaughter. This exam was merely another hunt for him. On the eve of the Chunin exams, many Jonin gathered in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the head, holding his pipe, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Everyone. The Chunin exams commence tomorrow. He paused before continuing. The first examination will take place in the Ninja Academy building, overseen by Yuhi Kurenai as the chief examiner. The second stage will be in the Forest of Death, led by Nara Shikaku. The third stage will consist of one-on-one battles in the arena of the Hokage building. With both Kirigakure and Kumogakure participating, everyone must be vigilant, showcasing their strength while avoiding escalations in conflict. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Jonin responded in unison, their expressions serious. Fully aware that this Chunin exam was not only a test for the new generation, but also an opportunity for Konoha to demonstrate its strength to other ninja villages. On the following morning, the Ninja Academy building was transformed into an examination venue. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled patches of light upon the floor. The classroom was arranged with neat wooden desks, each adorned with an examination paper and a brush. The candidates arrived one after another, gathering in units by their respective villages, their eyes warily surveying the ninjas from other villages. Konoha classroom is truly warm. Guisha leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his shark-like teeth glinting coldly in the sunlight. He was unaccustomed to such a bright environment. In Wuin, classrooms were perpetually dim, and one could never be certain when a classmate might draw a weapon. Guisha, be careful over there, prompted his companion, Ution Haido, nudging his arm and gesturing towards the Hinata clan's direction. The Hinata ninjas possessed Byakugan. Capable of perceiving chakra flow, one must not attract their attention. Da Yin Liang also nodded, gripping his ninja blade whose scabbard was wrapped in cloth. It is said that the Hinata's gentle fist is formidable and can target pressure points. During the exam, keep your distance from them. Guisha narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. In his view, regardless of whether it was Byakugan or gentle fist, anyone who came into contact with his blade would meet their demise. A ninja from the Inazuka clan, alongside an oil girl and a Yamanaka, murmured softly, scanning the classroom. Why haven't I seen anyone from the Uchiha clan? Aren't they the strongest family in Konoha? His words piqued the curiosity of those around him, prompting many to glance around. The Uchihas were easily recognizable. Their clan emblem was always prominently displayed, and their proud demeanor often led to their late arrival, making an entrance. Could it be that the Uchihas haven't sent anyone? That seems unlikely for such an important exam. Perhaps they are waiting to give us a show of strength. The chatter in the classroom grew louder, all eyes fixed on the entrance, anticipating the arrival of the Uchiha. Suddenly, the long-closed door creaked open, and a figure staggered in. Here they come. It must be the Uchiha. The excitement in the room intensified. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the Sharingan. I'll find an Uchiha to test my skills. The classroom fell silent, all eyes glued to the doorway. Even Guei-sha and the Yuhi ninja straightened up. Yet, in the next moment, all were left dumbfounded. The boy at the door wore an open Konoha uniform and held a wooden gourd. He walked in, drinking as he went. The sound of gulping echoing in the hushed classroom. Chapter 19. Chunin exam. Xiaoyao belched, the scent of alcohol wafting through the classroom. With a hazy gaze, he scanned the room. Huh? Why is it so quiet? Did I walk into the wrong place? Shaking his head, he noticed the astonished faces surrounding him and immediately grew enraged, raising the gourd and pointing at everyone. You bunch of bastards. Keeping quiet to make me think I entered the wrong room. Huh? Be careful, or I'll slice you down. The classroom erupted into chaos. Who is this? He is not an Uchiha. Drunken and a low-ranking ninja from Konoha? Did he just threaten us? This guy must be insane. If it weren't for the exam rules preventing us from fighting, I would have taken him down right now. The Yunin lower ninjas clenched their fists, knuckles widening. De Yin Liang from Wuyin gripped the hilt of his blade, his gaze icy. Even the grass village ninjas wore mocking expressions. Is this really Xiaoyao? Yunu Xing adjusted his sunglasses, the insects on his arm wriggling. He had heard from teachers about a genius from Konoha who defeated Kakashi, but he never expected him to appear in such a state. What a joke. Chi Maru, beside Inazuka Chi, bared his teeth at Xiaoyao, frowning. Is this what the teacher referred to as the core? In such a drunken state, can he even pass the exam? Hinata Chunshu's Byakugan shifted slightly. Observing the chakra within Xiaoyao, though thin, it was remarkably concentrated, like a blade sheathed, ready to be drawn at any moment. He murmured to himself. Is Huangfu Xiaoyao truly impressive, or merely a facade? In the Hokage building's observation room, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of jonin watched the exam unfold through a crystal ball. Upon seeing Xiaoyao's drunken demeanor, Sarutobi's mouth twitched violently, nearly dropping his pipe. This brat, drinking so much on the day of the exam. Is he really Huangfu Xiaoyao? Orochimaru licked his lips, a glimmer of interest flashing in his golden pupils. To have defeated Kakashi is indeed intriguing. Jiraiya pointed at Xiaoyao in the crystal ball, exclaiming, I know him. This kid often competes with me for drinks at the tavern. And he has a foul mouth. Last time, he said my novels were terrible. Shut up. Sarutobi shot him a cold glare, secretly relieved that he had given Xiaoyao the answers in advance. Otherwise, in this state, he would surely score 0 on the written exam. Jiraiya quickly fell silent, feeling aggrieved. He was merely speaking the truth. Just as the classroom descended into chaos, a cloud of smoke suddenly erupted. As the smoke cleared, several figures clad in Konoha Jonin uniforms appeared at the podium. Leading them was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a dark cloak, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Yuhi Jinhong. His gaze swept across the classroom. A powerful aura enveloping the room, instantly silencing the previously raucous atmosphere. I am Yuhi Jinhong, a jonin from Konoha, and the chief examiner for the first round of the exam. His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. Now, everyone return to your seats. Those arriving late will forfeit their eligibility for the exam. The candidates, not daring to delay, hurried back to their seats. Even the previously arrogant Yunin lower ninjas fell silent under his presence, far stronger than their leading jonin. 2 examiners approached, supporting the swaying Xiaoyao and guiding him to a seat in the last row. Xiaoyao slumped over the desk, clutching the gourd to his chest, muttering, Don't touch my alcohol. Yuhi Jinhong observed Xiaoyao's back, his expression turning unfriendly. He had long heard from his daughter about a boy named Xiaoyao who often made her sneak home alcohol. Having seen him up close, the smell of alcohol surrounding him was identical to the missing liquor from their home. Suppressing his anger, he stepped to the center of the podium and picked up a test paper. Now, I will announce the rules for the examination. He paused before continuing. The first round will be a written exam consisting of 10 questions, with a time limit of 1 hour. There is only one rule. Cheating is permitted. But if caught 4 times by the examiners, you will be disqualified. A murmur of surprise rippled through the classroom. Cheating allowed. What kind of rule is this? It tests the ability to gather intelligence. The candidates' expressions shifted. Some began reaching for their ninja tool packs. Others discreetly glanced at their companions, while some focused on the back of the head of the candidate in front of them, clearly already plotting how to acquire information. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Silence hung in the air for a few seconds, and Yuhi Xing adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting cold light, concealing the turmoil within his eyes. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. Anyone who had to stick a gaudy little red flower on their forehead could hardly maintain absolute composure. The sticker landed in his palm, its rough texture and cheap sheen glaringly apparent. Taking a deep breath, Yuhi Xing swiftly pressed the sticker onto his forehead, his motion quick as if completing a form of cruel punishment. Uft! The first laugh erupted from the Yunin group, followed swiftly by a wave of laughter that engulfed the entrance to the Forest of Death. Ha! What is that? A kindergarten reward sticker? Is there no one left in Konoha? Sending a bunch of little red flower ninjas to take the exam? Should we also give them some candy? They might even cry for their mothers. The Yunin lower ninjas laughed uncontrollably, one even slapping his thigh and pointing at Yuhi Xing's forehead, his tone dripping with mockery. Wuin's Gue Sha grinned, the shark-like teeth visible beneath his blue skin, his shoulders trembling slightly. The grass and rain ninjas exchanged whispers, their eyes filled with derision. Yuhi Xing's ears turned crimson, his face behind the sunglasses flushing as if on fire. He clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. If not for Orochimaru's watchful gaze nearby, he would have drawn his blade and silenced those mocking him. Quit dawdling. This is a mission. Hinata-chun Shu patted Inuzuka-chi's shoulder, attempting to remain calm, though his own cheeks betrayed an unusual flush. As a member of the Hinata branch family, the mark of a caged bird upon his forehead must remain concealed. He was left with no choice but to affix a small red flower to the center of his brow. The pale lavender of his Byakugan paired with the vibrant red sticker, creating a comically absurd spectacle. Inuzuka Kiba clenched his teeth. His cheeks puffed as if he might shatter his own teeth. With his eyes shut tight, he abruptly raised his hand and forcefully slapped the small red flower onto his forehead, the impact so harsh it nearly pained him. "And your Ninken?" came the airy voice of Orochimaru, laced with a barely perceptible mockery. Woof, woof. Akamaru had initially stood proudly at Kiba's feet, his tail wagging like a blossoming flower. However, when Kiba pressed the small red flower onto his forehead, the Ninken wilted instantly, his tail drooping and ears flattening against his head, whimpering pitifully like a child deprived of a bone. The Konoha examinees all adorned themselves with the small red flowers on their foreheads, between their brows, and even alongside their cheeks, resembling a gaggle of elementary school students rewarded by their teacher. As the laughter around them grew increasingly raucous, their faces nearly buried in their chests. This was not a participation in the Chunin exams. It felt like a public execution. What on earth was the village thinking? Kiba muttered under his breath, frustration evident in his tone. Were they intent on making Konoha the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world by forcing them to wear these things? No one answered him. All were silently grumbling, yet none dared to remove the stickers. Orochimaru's gaze, sharp as a serpent's, scrutinized each individual, leaving no one willing to defy him. Chapter 20. A crisis looms inside the Konoha observation room. The crystal ball vividly reflected the scene at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain, observing the Konoha examinees adorned with small red flowers, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. Konoha's new custom? Adorning a little red flower to gain strength? They might as well rename it Red Flower Village. The leading jonin from Kumogakure laughed so hard he pounded the table, causing the tea in their cups to tremble. Ha! They don't seem to be here for an exam. They're here to perform as clowns for us. The faces of Konoha's jonin turned ashen, their fists clenched tightly. Yet no one dared to retort. After all, the scene was undeniably ludicrous. "Do you believe I could shatter your teeth right now?" Jiraiya's voice suddenly rang out, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, his gaze as frigid as ice. As one of the legendary three, his intimidation factor was not to be trifled with. Suigetsu's smile instantly froze, and the jonin from Kumogakure stifled their laughter, awkwardly turning away. They had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Jiraiya over a few jests. I shall see how long your little red flower ninjas can survive in the Forest of Death." Suigetsu scoffed, his gaze returning to the crystal ball. Internally cursing, once Kisame makes his move, he must eliminate all these Konoha brats with their little red flowers, so Jiraiya can taste the humiliation. At the entrance to the Forest of Death, Orochimaru surveyed the scene before him, a strange smile creeping across his pale visage. He turned to the carefree youth. who held a sword named Aki no Shizuku, the scabbard dragging softly on the ground, while his other hand clutched a gourd of sake. Occasionally tilting back to take a swig, the liquid trickling down his collar, yet his eyes sparkled with startling brilliance. Xiaoyao, as per your request, everything has been arranged. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of amusement. Are you satisfied now? Indeed. Utterly satisfied. Xiaoyao grinned widely, the scent of alcohol wafting toward Orochimaru. He gestured toward the Konoha examinees festooned with small red flowers. This makes things so much easier. As long as they bear this thing on their foreheads. I won't cut them down. Those without it, cut them down on sight. This way, I won't mistakenly harm my own, and Sarutobi-sensei won't scold me again. His words reached the ears of the surrounding Konoha examinees, leaving them astonished. Kiba's eyes widened, pointing at his forehead, his voice trembling. We wear this to prevent you from mistakenly injuring us? Hinata Haruki's Byakugan widened in shock, the small red flower on his brow swaying slightly with his movement. The village believes our greatest danger is not from foreign ninjas, but from you? Yuhi Kurenai adjusted her sunglasses, her eyes behind the lenses filled with disbelief. So this was not a public execution, it was a life-saving charm? At that moment, two bright voices approached, Rin and Hong hurriedly walking over, each carrying a large bundle filled with bottles of alcohol, labeled with various types of sake. Obito and Asuma followed behind, their expressions strained, arms laden with several bottles. Nearly fatigued. Xiaoyao, we're here, Rin exclaimed, rushing to Xiaoyao's side, excitedly shaking the bundle in her hands. These are all the drinks you wanted. Hong and I scoured all of Konoha's sake shops, and even borrowed some rare bottles from Asuma's family. Hong nodded in agreement, smiling as she helped stuff the bottles into Xiaoyao's backpack. Xiaoyao-kun, these drinks will last you until the exam ends. Be cautious in the forest. Don't drink too much, or it might hinder you. Why so slow? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance at Obito and Asuma. If you're any later, the exam will start, and I might just die of thirst in the forest. Hearing the phrase die of thirst, Obito and Asuma immediately recalled the days when Xiaoyao had nearly slaughtered them, their faces paling instantly as they bowed hurriedly. Why yes, we're so sorry. We promise to be quicker next time. Observing their trembling forms, the surrounding Konoha examinees finally grasped the significance of Obito and Asuma's special identities. Realizing that if they were so terrified of Xiaoyao, they, mere ordinary examinees, would likely be at risk of being mistakenly slain without those little red flowers. The previous feelings of frustration and resentment vanished in an instant, replaced by a wave of apprehension. Kiba touched the small red flower on his forehead and suddenly found the cheap sticker much more agreeable. This was not a joke, it was a precious talisman for survival. Ha! Look at them. The Konoha folks all have little red flowers like kindergarten children. Obito turned to witness the Konoha examinees, unable to contain his laughter. Asuma joined in, both laughing so hard they could hardly stand upright. The Konoha examinees glared daggers at them. But remembering Obito was from the Uchiha clan and Asuma was the son of the Hokage, they could only swallow their anger. After a moment of laughter, Obito and Asuma noticed the Konoha examinees' expressions had shifted. Asuma leaned closer to Obito, whispering, "What's with them? Why are they so calm despite being laughed at?" Obito found it strange too, until he saw Xiaoyao stuffing the bottles into his backpack and heard Kiba muttering that it was good to have the little red flower, or else they would be cut down. It dawned on him. He patted Asuma on the shoulder, his tone filled with sympathy. Do you think that's just a little red flower? It's a life-saving charm. Without it, encountering Xiaoyao in the forest means certain death. Asuma's smile froze instantly, looking at the little red flowers on the foreheads of the Konoha examinees, suddenly finding it far from amusing. Rin finished packing Xiaoyao's backpack and checked it meticulously to ensure nothing was overlooked before reluctantly releasing her hold. Xiaoyao, you must do well. Hong, and I will wait for you at the exit. Hong nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Xiaoyao-kun, if you encounter danger, don't hesitate to use a signal flare. We will find a way to help you. Xiaoyao smiled and nodded, pulling both girls into an embrace. The scent of alcohol mingling with the freshness of youth, causing Rin and Hong's cheeks to flush crimson. They softly murmured in response, their bodies trembling slightly. Yet they did not push him away. Obito and Asuma stood nearby, their eyes nearly bulging, fists clenched tightly, yet they dared not approach. They had no desire to be cut down by Xiaoyao. Orochimaru observed the scene before him, an intense curiosity flickering in his serpentine gaze. having lived for so long. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. For one young man, Konoha not only advanced him to the second round, but also compelled all examinees to wear life-saving charms, even permitting him to bring alcohol into the forest of death. What was it about this boy named Xiaoyao that was so extraordinary? He did not press further, only slowly spoke, his voice carrying a chill authority. The second exam begins now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The candidates from Mai appeared as if liberated, hastily rushing towards the entrance of the Siwang Senlin, unable to endure the mocking jeers from the villagers of foreign lands. They yearned to enter the forest swiftly, distancing themselves from this place of turmoil. Xiaoyao, however, remained unperturbed, taking another swig of wine before shouldering his bag filled with liquor and nonchalantly gripping his sword, Jiushui. As he meandered into the forest, his steps were somewhat unsteady yet remarkably resolute, each stride seemingly leading him towards his hunting grounds. Chapter 21. The drunken monster Huangfu Xiaoyao was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Dashuang observed Xiaoyao's disappearing silhouette, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips, his serpentine gaze flickering with anticipation. He was eager to witness the commotion this inebriated youth could stir within the Siwang Senlin. In Mai, at the 44th exercise arena, the towering ancient trees obscured the sky, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting scattered patches of light. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves that crunched underfoot, while the air was imbued with the damp scent of earth and a faint metallic tang of blood. This was a battlefield for ninjas, where life and death could unfold at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. Leaning against a massive tree, Xiaoyao tilted his head back, drinking deeply from his gourd, the liquid within diminishing with each sip. His cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, his gaze becoming hazy, the leaves beneath his feet scattered chaotically. Yet he remained oblivious to his surroundings. These rascals, they run quite swiftly. Xiaoyao burped, the scent of alcohol wafting onto the leaves, shaking his head as he surveyed the area. Nearly half a day had passed since entering the forest, but he had yet to glimpse even a shadow of the foreign ninjas or a single candidate from Mai. He had initially intended to swiftly dispatch the foreign ninjas and seek out Suanfei risen for a bounty of exquisite wine, yet now, with no sign of anyone, he could only resort to drinking to pass the time. Fortunately, the liquor from the Asuma family was quite commendable, otherwise, he would surely perish from boredom. Xiaoyao took another gulp, the liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a fiery sensation within. Unbeknownst to him, just beyond the nearby thicket, 3 figures were fixated on him, their eyes glimmering with greed and malice. "Brother, that's the little brat from Mai," one of the Takigakure ninjas whispered excitedly, his hand gripping a kunai, knuckles turning white from the force. "If we take down this my brat and seize his scroll, we'll be the first to pass the second exam." Showcasing Takigakure's prowess in this Chunin exam, the ninja referred to as brother nodded, his eyes filled with derision. "Humph, is there no one left in Mai? They send a drunken fool to the exam. Move in. Ensure he doesn't escape." "But brother," the third Takigakure ninja interjected, frowning with concern. "This little brat was directly promoted to the second round. He might have some hidden cards. Moreover, he's alone. It's rather strange. Could there be a trap?" "A trap?" The leading Takigakure ninja scoffed. "What trap could a tipsy little brat set?" "Enough chatter, attack." Without further hesitation, he drew 3 kunai from his robes, each wrapped with explosive tags, the fuses already ignited, crackling ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 kunai soared through the air like meteors, targeting Xiaoyao's chest, shoulder, and knee with precision. Simultaneously, within Mai's observation room, all eyes were riveted on the crystal ball. The elite ninja from Takigakure displayed excitement, clenching his fists tightly. "Yes, just like that. Cut him down. Show me the might of Takigakure." The Watermelon Mountain-S Hatugi grinned widely, exposing his razor-sharp teeth. "Ha ha, finally. We shall witness this little brat's demise. Jiraiya, take note. This is your so-called genius from Mai." Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the crystal ball, his palms slightly sweating. Although he was aware of Xiaoyao's strength, the sight of the kunai flying towards him made him anxious. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaoyao continued to drink, and upon hearing the sound of whistling air, the kunai were already perilously close. His gaze sharpened, and his body, seemingly devoid of bones, suddenly swayed to the side with remarkable speed, leaving behind an afterimage. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 kunai embedded themselves into the tree behind Xiaoyao, the explosive tags detonating instantaneously, flames shooting skyward, thick smoke billowing, and the tree trunk splintering. Debris scattering as leaves danced in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures leaped from the thicket, landing before Xiaoyao, those same Takigakure ninjas. The leader smirked at Xiaoyao, a mocking grin upon his face. Little brat, luck is on your side. Stumbling around inebriated, yet you managed to evade the explosive tags. He brandished a ninja blade, its cold gleam reflecting the light. But luck will not favor you forever. Today, you're as good as dead. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the bald foreheads of the 3 ninjas, devoid of any red tags. A thrilling smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, and the choshui in his hand trembled slightly, as if anticipating the taste of blood. No red tags mean I can strike. Xiaoyao's voice, laced with the scent of alcohol, rang clear, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glimmer. This was the first time he could openly slay others without restrictions, and the exhilaration coursing through him was intoxicating. Red tags? What nonsense! The leading Takigakure ninja paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. So, you're not just a drunkard, you're a madman too. Die! In a flash. His figure darted forward, the blade aimed at Xiaoyao's neck, the wind from the strike sharp and piercing. Got him! The Takigakure leader's face lit up with joy, certain that this drunken little brat could not evade his strike. In the observation room, the elite from Takigakure leapt to his feet, fists clenched tightly. We won. We won. Hotugi also wore a triumphant smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. Jiraiya, did you see that? This is my genius. Jiraiya's complexion turned pale, his eyes glued to the crystal ball, silently praying, Xiaoyao, don't get hurt. With a piercing sound, the blade sliced through flesh, yet it was not Xiaoyao who fell, but the Takigakure leader. Everyone was rendered speechless. Xiaoyao's choshui had somehow been unsheathed, the dark purple blade gleaming coldly, stained with blood. The Takigakure leader remained frozen in his attacking pose, a neat wound carved from his chest to his abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the fallen leaves beneath him. How is this possible? The Takigakure leader's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock. He had not even seen the motion of Xiaoyao's strike before his body was cleaved open. Thud! His body collapsed heavily to the ground, eyes wide open as if he had yet to accept the reality of his death. In the observation room, a profound silence ensued. The elite from Takigakure stood frozen, their smiles replaced by shock. Hotugi's grin also faltered, his lips twitching in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, a smile tugging at his lips. You think you can slay Xiaoyao? You are not worthy. He gazed at Xiaoyao within the crystal ball, his eyes filled with astonishment. The previous strike had been executed so swiftly that even the crystal ball failed to capture its entirety. This speed surpassed even that of the legendary Chi Musumao. Xiaoyao paid no heed to the reactions within the observation room. His attention was fixed on the remaining 2 Takigakure ninjas, the thrill within him intensifying. These 2 fellows would procure him 2 more bottles of fine wine. How could this be? The remaining Takigakure ninjas turned pale, staring at the lifeless body on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had no idea how their comrade had perished. The little brat before them was far from a mere drunkard. He was a monster. Chapter 22. The innate swordsman, now it's your turn. Xiaoyao licked his lips, the choshui in his hand swaying gently. Droplets of blood cascading onto the fallen leaves with a rhythmic patter. Run. The 3rd Takigakure ninja suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to flee deeper into the forest, scrambling in a desperate attempt to escape. As he ran, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. It was long foretold that this little imp harbored troubles. Yet he insisted on provoking fate. Now, the consequences dire, even threatening his very life. Wishing to flee? Xianyao furrowed his brow, his tone laden with discontent. He had not yet quenched his thirst for blood. How could he allow this one to escape? With a sharp clang, choshui was drawn anew, its dark purple blade slicing through the air with a lethal arc. Just as the fleeing Takinen felt his body stiffen, as if ensnared by an invisible force, he turned to gaze at Xianyao, only to find the youth standing steadfast, choshui already sheathed. No! A chilling scream reverberated through the death forest, as the purple-black strike, animated like a living entity, cleaved through the air with a piercing shriek, instantly penetrating the Takinen's chest. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the fallen leaves, staining the earth crimson. The Takinen's form froze in place, the terror in his eyes yet to dissipate, replaced swiftly by the void of death. He looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, fingers futilely grasping for something, before finally falling limp, his body thudding to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. What on earth was that purple-black entity? The remaining Takanin leader slumped to the ground, legs weak, devoid of the strength to rise. He stared at his fallen comrade. Then at the dark purple blade in Huangfu Xiaoyao's grasp, teeth chattering in despair. He had not even comprehended the trajectory of the strike before his ally perished. This was no battle of ninjas. It was a slaughter by a monster. Ding. Slaying a Takanin in a drunken state. Constitution 10, Chakra 10. Ding. Slaying another Takanin in a drunken state. Swordsmanship Insight 15. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for achieving your first kill while intoxicated. Reward. 3 colors of Haki, beginner level. The cold system notification echoed in Huangfu Xiaoyao's mind, shaking off the haze of inebriation as the scent of blood somewhat cleared his thoughts. He opened his hand, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. His arm felt heavy with the weight of armed Haki. He could distinctly hear the rustling of leaves 100 meters away, a sign of observation Haki, while a domineering presence surged in his chest, promising to render all around him unconscious if unleashed, Conqueror's Haki. This reward far surpassed the meager gains from slaying that Uchiha brat. Huangfu Xiaoyao grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes alight with excitement. The Uchiha was merely a late-game boss. After several attempts, he had granted but a modicum of swordsmanship insight, unlike these 3 Takanin, who had directly bestowed upon him the 3 colors of Haki. He raised a hand to caress Chioshui's blade, the dark purple metal gleaming coldly. He pondered. Encasing the blade with armed Haki would surely enhance its sharpness. Observation Haki would allow him to predict movements, making strikes more accurate. And Conqueror's Haki would be perfect for dispatching weaker foes. He completely forgot his earlier intentions to return and train diligently. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of slaying more and enhancing his Haki. Ah, but what of you? Huangfu Xiaoyao turned toward the Takanin leader, who was slumped on the ground, and staggered over, liquor sloshing from his gourd with each step. Please, spare me, the Takanin leader pleaded, scrambling backward, producing a scroll from his robe, offering it with trembling hands. I will give you this scroll. If you let me go, I shall never oppose Konoha again. A scroll? Huangfu Xiaoyao glanced at it dismissively, kicking it aside, Chioshui's sheath pressing against the Takanin leader's chin, his tone dripping with disdain. I came to the Death Forest to slay for wine, not to collect broken scrolls. With a swift flash, the blade struck, leaving a crimson mark upon the Takanin leader's neck. His eyes widened in shock as his body crumpled to the ground, breath extinguished completely. Ding. Slaying a Takanin in a drunken state. Constitution 10, Armed Haki 10. The system notification chimed once more, causing Huangfu Xiaoyao's eyes to gleam with delight. Slaying foes could bolster his Haki? Why bother with training then? He could simply slay more. He hoisted Chioshui onto his shoulder, the sheath scraping against the ground as he ventured deeper into the thicket, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for how many more unmarked foreign ninjas awaited his blade. In the Konoha observation room, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The elite shinobi from various villages were fixated on the screen, even their breaths hushed. The leading shinobi from Rain Village turned pale, gripping the edge of the table tightly, his knuckles white as he murmured, Konoha's White Fang. It is indeed the White Fang strike. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had witnessed Konoha's White Fang in action, a terrifying swordsmanship capable of slaying enemies from 100 meters away, a nightmare for Rain Village. Now, Huangfu Xiaoyao's strike mirrored that of the legendary White Fang, perhaps even swifter and more brutal. What on earth is this boy's origin? The leading shinobi from Cloud Village swallowed hard, his earlier bravado evaporating, filled with trepidation that his village's candidate had not encountered this monster first. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, a smile creeping across his lips, his gaze filled with astonishment. The old man was indeed correct. This boy is a born swordsman. He had received no formal training, yet had grasped such profound swordsmanship. The face of Suigetsu from the Watermelon Mountain was grim, his eyes glued to the screen, cursing inwardly. Damn Konoha, hiding such a monster. Yet, he soon grinned, thinking, no matter, I still have Kisame. That guy is the true monster, capable of taking down this little brat. Meanwhile, in another part of the Death Forest, Inazuka Chi, Hinata Haruki, and Aburame Shisho were darting swiftly through the woods, the leaves rustling beneath their movements. This cursed little red flower, I have truly had enough. Inuzuka, Chi exclaimed, tugging at the sticker on his forehead as he ran, his tone filled with frustration. Everyone is laughing at us, like a bunch of kindergarten children. Hinata Haruki followed closely behind, the small red flower on his forehead bobbing as he moved, his face burning with embarrassment. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, he could not expose the birdcage mark on his forehead and had to settle for placing the flower there. The pale lavender of his Byakugan contrasting sharply with the vivid red sticker, making him resemble a comical clown. Just earlier, even passing birds had mocked him. Chi, you've been complaining the entire way, Aburame Shisho said, adjusting his sunglasses with a resigned tone. This is a mission. We just have to endure and get through it. Endure? How can I endure? Inuzuka Chi abruptly halted, about to retort, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from a nearby tree. Chapter 23, The Wrath of Wine. Watch out. Aburame Shisho reacted quickly, pulling both Inuzuka Chi and Hinata Haruki down as they all dove toward the ground. Thud, thud, thud. They landed heavily on the thick layer of fallen leaves, Inuzuka Chi grimacing in pain, and Hinata Haruki letting out a muffled groan. He had not had time to use his gentle fist defense, and now his ribs ached painfully, likely fractured. Aburame Shisho's right arm was also scratched by branches, blood seeping from the wounds. Those Konoha brats dodged quite swiftly. 3 figures leaped down from the trees, landing before them. 3 Cloud Village Chunin. The leader, wielding a ninja sword crackling with faint blue lightning, spoke with derision. Oh look, the little red flower boy, weren't you very audacious? How come you look like a stray dog now? Bastards, how dare you ambush us? Inuzuka Chi scrambled to his feet, glaring at the 3 cloud ninjas. Summoning his ninja dog, Ziwang. Ziwang, let's go. Woof. Ziwang bared its teeth, growling at the cloud ninjas, but the flower on its forehead rendered it utterly unthreatening. Wait, Chi. We're injured and can't fight head-on. Aburame Shisho urgently pulled him back. We should retreat and find a place to heal. Hinata Haruki nodded, his Byakugan scanning their surroundings. Their lightning techniques counter our jutsu. Fighting them directly would be unwise. Unwise? When has anyone from the Inuzuka clan ever feared? Inuzuka Chi shrugged off Aburame Shisho's hand, spinning his body with a fierce determination, Ziwang transforming alongside him into 2 spinning drill-like forms. Beast mimicry. Fong passing Fong. Seeking death. The cloud ninja leader sneered, forming hand seals. Lightning release. Body flicker. Zing. The faint blue lightning surged across the ground, swiftly ensnaring Inuzuka, Chi, and Ziwang. Electricity surged along the spiraling trajectory, penetrating their skin. Inuzuka sure let out a pained scream as the spinning slowed, crashing heavily to the ground, his clothes singed by the electric discharge. Sure, the expressions of Yang Jixing and Hinata Haruki shifted dramatically, just as they contemplated rushing to assist. 2 Yunin swung their lightning blades, forcing them to retreat repeatedly as flashes of lightning flickered around them. Huh. Is this the extent of the little red flower ninjas from Konoha? The Yunin laughed uproariously, the leader fixing his gaze on Ji-Maru with a cruel tone. This dog seems quite plump. We could roast it for a snack later. Meanwhile, Huangfu Xiaoyao strolled leisurely along a forest path, clutching the last bottle of sake, an exquisite brew from the Asuma family, now barely half full. It's all Asuma and Obito's fault for bringing such a meager amount of alcohol. He grumbled, twisting the bottle cap and hesitating whether to drink it. Once it's gone, but the temptation is strong. After wrestling with his indecision for a while, he finally resolved to drink, tilting his head back to gulp. Just then, a kunai suddenly whizzed by, grazing his arm and striking the sake bottle. With a splash, the liquid spilled onto the ground, quickly absorbed by fallen leaves, leaving only a wet mark behind. Huangfu Xiaoyao froze, gazing down at the wine stains and then at the empty bottle in his hand, his expression shifting from dazed to icy. Ha! Look at that little brat. The alcohol is gone. He must be on the verge of tears. The mocking laughter of 3 Yunin reached him, the leader still clutching a kunai, his tone laced with derision. I intended to kill you outright, but now it seems ruining your drink brings more anguish. Slowly, Huangfu Xiaoyao lifted his head, a crimson glimmer flashing from his eyes, and an aura of rage enveloped him. The sake was his lifeblood. Anyone who dared to touch it must die. Ding. Detecting the owner's anger level has reached a critical point, triggering the berserk state of Sake. Ding. Detecting the owner's anger level has reached a critical point. Ding. Triggering the special state, Wrath of Sake. Berserk state of Sake, no aftereffects in a state of drunken rage. All attributes receive temporary enhancement. Swordsmanship Comprehension 10, temporary. Constitution 10, temporary. Chakra 10, temporary. Armed Haki. Elevated to Mastery, equivalent to Navy Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Temporary. Observation Haki. Elevated to Mastery, equivalent to Navy Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Temporary. Current Swordsmanship level. Top-tier Swordsman. Temporary. Current Comprehensive Strength Evaluation. Shadow level. Temporary. Feeling the surging power within, Huangfu Xiaoyao's arm muscles tensed like steel. Even his breath felt heavy with pressure. He looked down at Xiaoshui, the dark purple blade seeming to resonate with his fury, emitting a faint hum. The red serrated patterns on the scabbard glimmered coldly, as if craving the warmth of blood. This power surpassed anything he had felt when confronting Obito. Huangfu Xiaoyao grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his gaze chillingly fierce. He grasped the hilt of Xiaoshui, flicking his wrist gently as a wave of black armed haki surged forth, enveloping the blade entirely. The originally dark purple metal was shrouded in thick black, with subtle arcs of electricity crackling along the edges. Resembling a weapon pulled from the depths of hell, the resonance of the blade intensified, the air around him began to warp, and an aura of terrifying sword intent radiated outward from Huangfu Xiaoyao. The fallen leaves on the ground were lifted by an invisible force, swirling into a vortex. Branches in the distance trembled, as though quaking in fear of his presence. More astonishingly, the purple-black energy surrounding him began to coalesce, gradually forming a blurred Azura phantom towering several meters high, wielding a massive blade, crackling with arcs of electricity, each breath emanating a destructive aura. What is that? Inuzuka Sure sat paralyzed on the ground, his muscles twitching uncontrollably, while Jimaru trembled beside him, tail tucked between his legs, emitting a low whimper. The primal instinct of a beast alerted them to the terrifying murderous intent within that phantom. Even a slight proximity could lead to dismemberment. Hinata Haruki's Byakugan widened in horror. The pale purple scara laced with blood vessels. He fixated on the Azura phantom, his voice trembling. Is that a manifestation of sword intent? How could such a level of swordsmanship comprehension belong to a mere genin? Yun Jixing adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with terror. The parasitic insects within him, previously crawling slowly, suddenly froze, with several weaker ones exploding from sheer pressure. The residual waves of sword intent alone were enough to obliterate the carefully nurtured bugs. Meanwhile, the three Yunin had long lost their earlier bravado. They sprawled on the ground, legs trembling, urine trickling down their pant legs, forming a small puddle. The murderous intent emanating from the Azura phantom felt like a tangible blade, slicing at their skin. And visions of their own dismemberment flashed through their minds, drowning them in fear. Please, don't kill me. The leader of the Yunin finally broke down. Tears and snot mingling as he cried out, I was wrong. I shouldn't have destroyed your sake. Please, let me go. Chapter 24. Chaos and slaughter. Huangfu Xiaoyao paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, as his observation haki expanded like radar. He clearly noted the absence of any small red flower marks on the foreheads of the three Yunin. Gradually, he raised Xiaoshui, aiming the blade at them. Purple-black arcs dancing along the edge, filling the air with an ominous aura. No small red flower? Then you shall perish. The chilling words fell, and Huangfu Xiaoyao's arm swung down with ferocity. The purple-black energy coiling around the blade erupted instantaneously, transforming into a massive wave soaring dozens of meters high. Akin to rolling thunder, accompanied by a sound that tore through the air, crashing toward the three Yunin. Where the wave passed, the ground was upheaved. Branches and leaves of trees were shredded into fragments, and even sunlight was obscured by the terrifying strike, leaving only a realm of purple-black light. Is this an S-level forbidden technique? In the observation room, Suigetsu and the pufferfish were jolted to their feet, their chair toppling over. He stared at the screen depicting the strike cleaving through the forest, his mouth agape in disbelief. Such range and power, even his Jinchuriki could not withstand. The leading jonin from Kumogakure turned pale, gripping the table edge tightly, knuckles turning white. Those fools truly provoked this monster. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, his lips twitching slightly. He recalled his own peak in youth. Even employing Rasengan would not yield such destructive force. This was no mere Jinin-esque strength. It was evidently the full might of a shadow-level powerhouse. With a whoosh, the purple-black strike engulfed the three Yunin in an instant, devoid of any cries. Only the sound of fabric and flesh being torn asunder echoed. When the strike passed, only 3 deep, bottomless ravines remained, the 3 Yunin reduced to mere fragments, not even leaving behind bones. Boom. The strike did not cease, continuing forward, cleaving through the towering trees ahead. The remnants of the trees disintegrated mid-air, wood shavings falling like rain. The ground was torn open, creating a chasm several meters wide and dozens of meters deep, stretching for kilometers. The black soil surging forth like a wound in the earth. After a lengthy pause, the purple-black glow gradually dissipated, leaving only the rustle of the wind and the sound of collapsing trees in the deathly forest. Huangfu Xiaoyao, shouldering Qiushui, glanced down at the now empty bottle of sake in his hand, his brow furrowing once more. That was it. He had finished the last drop. And those 3 Yunin had wasted a considerable amount. His gaze turned icy again, a clear logic flashing through his mind. No sake to drink. The Yunin ruined my sake. All foreign village ninjas are accomplices. I shall slay them. Perhaps I can find some sake among them. Ding. Detecting the owner's anger continues. The berserk state of sake persists. The system prompt echoed once more, intensifying the ferocity of Huangfu Xiaoyao. He turned his gaze towards the distant figures of Quan Zhuangqi and his companions, instantly locking onto the small red flowers adorning the foreheads of Hinata Haruki and Aburame Shirko, while Quan Zhuangqi's forehead remained conspicuously bare. You have no red flower. Huangfu Xiaoyao's voice dripped with malice as he staggered towards Quan Zhuangqi, the sheath of his blade, Qiushui, scraping the ground with a piercing sound. I have. Quan Zhuangqi, gripped by panic, frantically searched the ground, but the small red flower he had discarded earlier was nowhere to be found. Just as despair began to overtake him, Hinata Haruki retrieved a spare red flower from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it over. Quick, stick it on. Seizing the lifeline. Quan Zhuangqi trembled as he grasped the flower and slapped it onto his forehead. Yet, seeing Huangfu Xiaoyao still fixated on him, a rush of fear compelled him to produce the entire sheet of flowers, hastily adhering them one by one onto his forehead, cheeks, chin, and even the tip of his nose, resembling a jester painted with red dots. I truly have a red flower. Please don't kill me. His voice quivered with a sob, tears threatening to spill. Huangfu Xiaoyao scrutinized him for several moments, ensuring that all the flowers were affixed securely before turning away. His figure soon vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving behind a chilling warning. Should you lose it again, I shall sever your head. Collapsed on the ground. Quan Zhuangqi gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He touched the red flower on his forehead, then suddenly slapped himself twice, fear coursing through him as he admonished. Remember, this red flower is life itself. It must never be lost again. Hinata Haruki and Aburame Shirko, equally exhausted, exchanged glances, each finding in the other a shared sense of relief from the brink of disaster. They touched the red flowers on their foreheads, suddenly realizing that these inexpensive stickers had become the most precious items in the world. In the Konoha observation room, silence reigned. The elite shinobi from various villages stared intently at the screen, holding their breath. The leading shinobi from the Rain village trembled as he pointed at the enormous chasm displayed. His voice tinged with fear. The power of that strike surpasses even the legendary techniques of Konoha's White Fang. This is beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. The shinobi from the Sand village gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Konoha is doing this on purpose. They intend to slaughter our new generation during this exam. Third Hokage, you must provide us with an explanation. Suigetsu from the Watermelon Mountain slammed his hands on the table, causing the tea in the cups to splash. If our village's ninjas come to harm, the mist will not let this go unpunished. At that moment, a Konoha shinobi rushed in, his face pale. It's bad. Hokage-sama. Huangfu Xiaoyao has declared he will slay all foreign ninjas. He is wreaking havoc in the Death Forest. The observation room erupted in chaos. What? Stop him. If this continues, all our ninjas will perish. Is Konoha trying to provoke war? The foreign shinobi encircled Sarutobi Hiruzen, their voices filled with agitation, some even gripping their kunai at their waists. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he observed the relentless strikes on the screen, his fingers tightly clutching his pipe, mentally cursing. This insufferable brat. Why can't he behave? Just then, the office door swung open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen strode in briskly, only to be surrounded immediately by the foreign shinobi. Third Hokage, look at the genius you've nurtured. A shinobi from the Cloud Village pointed at the screen, his tone furious. He has already slain 3 of our village's elites. If we do not intervene, we will have to take matters into our own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to signal for silence, his gaze fixed on the screen where Huangfu Xiaoyao was sprinting through the death forest, wielding Chioshui. With every suspicious spot he encountered, he unleashed a devastating purple-black slash, tearing the ground to shreds and leaving heaps of shattered trees in his wake. Everyone, please remain calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, striving to keep his tone steady. I will contact Orochimaru immediately to halt the exam and extract Huangfu Xiaoyao. He understood that if this continued, it would indeed spark war. Yet, he never anticipated that this young man's strength had escalated to such a level. Capable of unleashing such terrifying area attacks, he was nothing short of a monster. Halting the exam. It is too late. Suigetsu sneered. I have already contacted Kisame. If anything happens to him, the mist will certainly declare war on Konoha. As the arguments escalated, the screen suddenly shifted. A strike from Huangfu Xiaoyao had landed near a cave, causing it to collapse, and 2 figures emerged in flight, Kisame and Haiden. In the death forest, before the crumbled cave, Kisame clutched his chest, blood seeping through the bandages and dripping onto the ground. His complexion was ashen, the bloodshot eyes of a shark glinting with ferocity, yet he bore a hint of defiance. The previous strike had grazed the cave, the terrifying pressure nearly overwhelming him. Had Haiden not pulled him away, he would have been buried beneath the rubble. What on earth is that monster? Haiden stammered, supporting Kisame, his voice trembling. The memory of that strike still raced through his heart. The purple-black light had pierced through a small mountain, an overwhelming power that transcended his comprehension. Kisame gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke. Before he made his move, he uttered a phrase. No red flower, then die. Haiden froze for a moment. Then realization dawned. The red flower. The red flower on the foreheads of Konoha's ninjas. It is not a silly sticker. It is a talisman for survival. His eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. Kisame, we must find Konoha's ninjas. As long as we can seize the red flowers, that monster will not turn against us. Kisame's mouth twitched. He glanced at his azure skin, touched his shark-like face, and imagined the scene of a red flower affixed to his forehead, his stomach churning at the thought. Yet, he understood this was their only chance for survival. If they continued to hide, they would inevitably be struck by Huangfu Xiaoyao's attacks, leaving no trace behind. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from afar. A purple-black strike soaring into the sky, illuminating half the heavens. The ground began to tremble violently, debris cascading down the hillside, crashing to the earth with a thunderous roar. Let us go, Kisame resolved, gritting his teeth as Haiden supported him, directing their escape towards where Konoha's ninjas might be. His mind fixated on a singular thought, survive. Even if it meant adorning his face with red flowers, he would fight to live. In the observation room, the onlookers observed the fleeing figures of Kisame and Haiden. Their expressions varied. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief and hastily instructed the nearby shinobi. Quickly contact Orochimaru. Have him locate Huangfu Xiaoyao and stop his attacks. Additionally, notify Konoha's examinees to gather together and protect their red flowers. Yes, Hokage-sama. The shinobi promptly turned to leave, the atmosphere in the office slightly easing. Although the foreign shinobi remained disgruntled, they ceased their quarrel. The priority was to safeguard their own ninjas, while settling scores with Konoha could wait until after the exam. Suigetsu watched the fleeing figures of Kisame on the screen, silently praying. You must survive. If you return alive, the mist will surely reward you. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, observing Huangfu Xiaoyao's relentless destruction on the screen, a complex smile playing upon his lips. He recalled his own youthful arrogance, yet had never possessed such terrifying power. This young man might indeed alter the landscape of the ninja world. Meanwhile, in the death forest, Huangfu Xiaoyao continued his frenzied search for foreign ninjas. He hoisted Chioshui, and with each few steps, unleashed a purple-black slash, leaving the ground scarred and the remnants of trees piled high. His eyes blazed with fervor as he repeatedly shouted, Come out, you foreign scum. Hand over your drinks. Otherwise, I shall slay you all. The distant Konoha examinees, upon hearing the voice, hastily concealed themselves in hidden spots, clutching their little red flowers tightly, hardly daring to breathe. They gazed at the ever-brightening purplish-black light in the distance, their minds consumed by a singular thought: when will this monster cease? Meanwhile, Orochimaru swiftly traversed the forest of death, observing the immense chasms carved into the ground. A flicker of excitement danced in his serpentine eyes. Huangfu Xiaoyao is becoming increasingly intriguing, possessing shadow-level combat prowess while grasping such a terrifying sword technique. He is the epitome of a perfect experimental subject. The jonin from various villages crowded before the crystal ball in the observation room, each face grimmer than the last. The leading jonin from the Rain village gripped his teacup, his knuckles turning white, as a crack appeared along the rim. Scalding tea splashed onto his hand. Yet he remained oblivious, transfixed by the screen before him, where Huangfu Xiaoyao's purplish-black slashes soared once more into the sky. The blade's light, towering over 10 meters, resembled a colossal axe tearing through the heavens, cleaving ancient trees in half, while the churned black soil beneath seemed to bleed like the earth itself. Is this monster ever going to stop? The jonin from the Cloud Village slammed his fist onto the table, frustration evident in his voice. Hasn't he been hacking for nearly an hour? Even a shadow-level powerhouse should have depleted his chakra by now. The shark teeth of the pufferfish ghost from Suigetsu's side clacked ominously, crimson eyes fixated on the figure wielding the black blade on the screen. A low growl emanating from his throat. He is not depleting chakra at all. Can't you see? With every life he takes, his strikes grow stronger. That last slash was at least 30% more powerful than half an hour ago. No one dared to refute him. Everyone clearly observed that although Huangfu Xiaoyao's steps still wobbled as if inebriated, his speed with the blade quickened, the range of his strikes widened. And the air was thick with a burgeoning sword intent, as if that purplish-black Azura apparition was gradually becoming more corporeal. At this rate, our village's young ones will be reduced to mere bones. A jonin from the grass village slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. The forest of death was almost leveled by his strikes. Where could they possibly hide? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the back of the crowd, fingers gripping his pipe. The tobacco long extinguished, yet he remained oblivious. Thoughts in his mind replayed his initial intent to have Huangfu Xiaoyao showcase his abilities during the Chunin exam, allowing the ninja world to witness the might of Konoha's new generation while simultaneously suppressing the arrogance of the other villages. But now, the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. This was no exhibition of power, it was a massacre. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising irritation. You can contact the examinees from your respective villages, correct? The jonin all raised their heads in unison, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Inform them that to seek the Konoha examinees, they must display the little red flowers upon their persons. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice bore an undeniable authority. Huangfu Xiaoyao's peculiar ability could sense the little red flowers. If they were affixed, he would refrain from striking. Little red flowers. The Rain Village jonin suddenly leaped to his feet, realization dawning upon him. It was not a mere comical sticker, but a life-saving talisman. Enough chatter. Hurry and make contact. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, interrupting him with a wave of his hand. If we delay any longer, your village's people will truly be lost. Chapter 26. Recognition from Orochimaru. The jonin erupted into a flurry of activity, hastily retrieving their communicators, fingers flying over the buttons as they muttered urgent pleas for survival. Observing their chaotic demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya behind him, shut off the screen. Huh. Jiraiya paused, taken aback. Do not let them witness this farce. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was weary. Notify Orochimaru to proceed to the Forest of Death immediately. He must halt Huangfu Xiaoyao. Oh, and ensure he brings a bottle of fine sake, preferably that cask of clear wine I stashed in my study last time. Jiraiya nodded and swiftly departed. He understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing for both contingencies. It would be best to pacify him with wine, but should that fail, Orochimaru would have to forcibly suppress him. Yet, the mere thought of Orochimaru's temperament brought forth a twinge of concern. Would that man truly engage in combat with Huangfu Xiaoyao? Deep within the Forest of Death, in a concealed cave, the Konoha examinees huddled together. The cave entrance was obscured by dense vines, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through the gaps, illuminating the dust motes in the air. Boom! Another tremendous sound echoed in the distance, causing debris to cascade from the cave's ceiling. However, The Konoha examinees did not panic as before. Instead, they gathered at the cave's entrance, peering through the vines in awe. My heavens! That slash must be at least 15 meters high, taller than the Hokage building. Look at that chasm, deep enough to swallow a cow. Xiaoyao is simply incredible. The outsiders must be utterly terrified this time. Inuzuka crouched in a corner, not joining them in their excitement. He was meticulously applying a sheet of little red flowers to his face, carefully sticking them to his forehead, cheeks, chin, and even behind his ears. His entire face now obscured by the vivid red stickers, leaving only his eyes and nose visible. Beside him, Zimaru fared even worse. With little red flowers plastered across his forehead, back, and even the tip of his tail, resembling a colorfully dyed pom-pom, pitifully lying on the ground. Too lazy to even wag his tail. Is this truly necessary? Hinata Haruki approached, unable to suppress a smirk at his appearance. Inuzuka lifted his head, his voice muffled as it emerged from the gaps in the stickers. Absolutely. I lost one last time, and nearly became a victim of Xiaoyao's blade. I must adhere to more. He will definitely sense them. As he spoke, he extended his tongue to lick a sticker that was about to fall off his cheek, then pressed it down firmly to ensure it stuck well. Hinata Haruki watched his obsessive behavior, shaking his head in resignation before turning toward the cave entrance, preparing to keep a vigilant eye outside, ready to dodge should Huangfu Xiaoyao's slash stray their way. Yamanaka Shirko leaned against the cave wall, the parasitic insects on his arm moving sluggishly, devoid of their usual vigor. He adjusted his sunglasses, observing the excited companions at the cave entrance, silently grateful that they were Konoha's people and that they possessed the little red flowers. Had they been examinees from other villages, they would likely be fleeing for their lives through the forest, scarcely daring to breathe loudly. Wait! Hinata Haruki suddenly exclaimed, his Byakugan widening, blood vessels crisscrossing his pale purple scara. The direction of that slash is veering toward us. Those words doused the Konoha examinees' excitement like a bucket of cold water. They all froze, the smiles on their faces vanishing without a trace. Veering? How could that be? Someone stuttered in confusion. Could it be that Xiaoyao is intoxicated and misjudging his aim? Another quietly speculated. Inuzuka sprang to his feet, still clutching half a sheet of little red flowers. His voice laced with anger. This is all your fault. I told you to apply more, but you refused. And now look, Xiaoyao can't sense us anymore. As he spoke, he charged forward, grabbing a little red flower and slapping it onto the face of a nearby person. Slap, slap, slap. The sound echoed through the cave, causing the recipient to grimace in pain, yet they dared not retaliate. After all, when faced with pain, one's life took precedence. Hinata Haruki paid no heed to their chaos, his Byakugan fixated on the distant thicket. Something felt amiss. Although Huangfu Xiaoyao's observation was influenced by alcohol, he had consistently avoided their direction thus far. Why the sudden deviation? Unless someone is approaching. Hinata Haruki suddenly shouted, at least 10 individuals. Coming this way. The vines at the cave entrance were abruptly pushed aside, and a disheveled figure stumbled in. It was Hatada Kaido, his arm wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, supporting the equally battered Kisame. Their clothing was tattered, caked with mud and blood. Following them were other examinees from outside villages, some with broken arms, others limping, each face etched with the terror of having escaped a near-fatal encounter. Konoha, could you spare us some little red flowers? Hatada Kaido's voice trembled, and before he could finish, he collapsed to his knees, pleading, we only wish to survive. Other candidates from the outer villages also knelt down, some even began to prostrate themselves, their foreheads striking the ground with a dull thud. Guo Jiao gritted his teeth, refusing to kneel, yet his pale complexion and trembling body betrayed his fear. Inuzuka, clutching the small red flower, watched them warily. Do you desire the small red flower? Very well. Surrender your scrolls. The outer village candidates, as if grasping at a lifeline, hurriedly pulled out their scrolls and tossed them to the ground. The sound of the scrolls rolling in the cave echoed, filled with desperation and urgency. Inuzuka nodded in satisfaction and tossed a version of the small red flower over. Just as the outer village candidates scrambled for the flower, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the cave entrance, like the chilling winds of winter, sending shivers down everyone's spine. So, the scoundrels from the outer villages are hiding here. All actions froze instantly, and they turned their heads mechanically. The vines at the cave entrance were slowly pushed aside, revealing Huangfu Xiaoyao standing there. the dark purple blade Xiao resting on his shoulder, droplets of blood still glistening on its edge. His eyes were a fierce crimson, his face flushed with intoxication, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as his observation haki spread like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire cave. "I found you," he said slowly, raising Xiao, arcs of dark purple electricity dancing along the blade. "With your demise, this damned exam will end, allowing me to seek drink from old Sarutobi." With a whoosh, the dark purple slash erupted like thunder, the blade's light towering high, filling the cave entrance with a piercing sound as it rushed towards the crowd. "No!" The outer village candidates screamed in despair, some even closing their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Spirit communication technique. Rashomon. At this critical juncture, a deep voice resonated. The ground suddenly trembled violently, and a gigantic gate, towering 100 meters, burst forth from the earth, its surface grotesquely carved with demonic faces, blocking the terrifying slash. Boom! The strike collided with Rashomon, producing a deafening roar, and the violent air currents from the impact swept through the cave, sending the occupants reeling. A faint purple glow emanated from Rashomon's surface, yet it was still slightly bent under the pressure of the strike, with fine cracks appearing across its surface. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Rashomon split open in the middle, a soft purple light spilling from the gap, illuminating the figure of Orochimaru standing behind the gate. Dressed in a black trench coat, his silver hair framed his cheeks, and his serpent-like eyes glimmered with excitement as he gazed at the figure wielding the black blade. A strange smile forming on his lips. "Huangfu Xiaoyao, you have not disappointed me." Chapter 27. Falling into disadvantage, Huangfu Xiaoyao squinted, his observation haki sweeping over Orochimaru, finding no trace of the small red flower. Frowning, he spoke with a hint of drunken annoyance. "Another scoundrel from the outer village? Just right. Let's cut you down together." "Oh, you wish to slay me?" Orochimaru's voice dripped with mockery as he rapidly formed hand seals. "Let's see if you possess the capability." Shadow snake hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dozens of black venomous snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, their scales glinting coldly in the sunlight, their fangs dripping with dark green venom as they lunged towards Huangfu Xiaoyao with blinding speed. Huangfu Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his wrist twisting sharply, and Xiao unsheathed like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arcs of dark purple blade light flashed, instantly reducing the snakes to fragments, their green venom splattering onto the ground and corroding the fallen leaves into small holes. Playing with snakes is truly disgusting. Huangfu Xiaoyao spat, charging towards Orochimaru with Xiao, the wind from his blade causing the surrounding vines to whip backward. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, taken aback by Huangfu Xiaoyao's speed. He could not afford to be careless. Drawing a shuriken from his bosom, he infused it with wind chakra and hurled it at Huangfu Xiaoyao. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken suddenly split in midair, transforming into thousands, resembling a swarm of locusts that darkened the sky. Accompanied by the sharp sounds of slicing air, they shot towards Huangfu Xiaoyao. Each shuriken contained wind chakra, sharp enough to slice through steel. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Huangfu Xiaoyao's eyes as his observation haki exploded forth, allowing him to see the trajectory of each shuriken clearly and even predict their landing points. His footfalls quickened, moving like a leaf on the wind as he navigated through the dense rain of shuriken. The shuriken grazed his clothing, embedding themselves in the ground and trees, producing muffled thuds, yet not a single one touched his body. What? Orochimaru's expression changed for the first time. His shuriken shadow clone technique, even adeptly dodged by a Uchiha with the 3-tomo Sharingan, would barely allow for survival. Yet Huangfu Xiaoyao weaved through effortlessly as if strolling in a garden, his breathing unperturbed. Before Orochimaru could react, Huangfu Xiaoyao was already in front of him, the light of Qiushui shining like a full moon as it swung towards his neck. Substitution technique. Orochimaru vanished in an instant, leaving behind a withered tree, which was sliced in half by the blade's arc. "You dodged quite swiftly," Huangfu Xiaoyao grinned, firmly locking onto Orochimaru's position with his observation haki. He was behind the large tree. He spun abruptly, his arms slashing down fiercely, one sword style, lion's song. The dark purple slash erupted like a cannonball, instantly severing the tree in two. Wood splinters exploded outward as Orochimaru darted from behind the tree. the hem of his trench coat torn by the blade's wind, revealing his pale skin beneath. "You're quite impressive," Orochimaru panted, excitement flickering more intensely in his serpent-like eyes. Yet he knew this was insufficient. Once more, he formed hand seals, chakra gathering before him to form a pale green halo. Evil serpent twisting. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked open as a colossal serpent, 100 meters long, burst forth from the earth, its scales dark green, eyes blood red. Its massive maw opening to reveal sharp fangs glinting ominously as it charged towards Huangfu Xiaoyao. Huangfu Xiaoyao advanced rather than retreating, gripping the hilt of Chiu Shui tightly, channeling all his strength into the blade, as dark purple haki enveloped it like a tidal wave, even warping the air around him. Flash! He swung the blade fiercely, unleashing a dark purple cut that soared dozens of meters high, cleaving the gigantic serpent from head to tail. Dark green blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Orochimaru gazed at the bisected serpent, his pupils constricting slightly. He had not anticipated that Huangfu Xiaoyao's strike could easily sever his summoning beast, the serpent's scales being as tough as steel. Even shadow-level ninjutsu might struggle to achieve such a clean cut. Playing with snakes, what other tricks do you have? Huangfu Xiaoyao strode toward Orochimaru. Each step, though still tinged with drunken sway, felt as if he were stepping on Orochimaru's heart. "If you do not make a move soon, I shall cleave you down." Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. He realized that he could no longer hold back. Rapidly forming hand seals, chakra surged through his body, dark patterns spreading across his face. "Since you are so eager to slay me, I shall indulge you." He raised his hand abruptly. A jet of black chakra surged from his palm, coalescing into the shape of a serpent. Destruction of the serpent. Countless black snakes erupted from the chakra, lunging towards Huangfu Xiaoyao, each imbued with potent venom capable of paralyzing nerves upon a single bite. Huangfu Xiaoyao's gaze turned frigid, and Chiu Shui was drawn once more as he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive strikes severed the snakes cleanly. Yet before he could sheath his blade, Orochimaru was already upon him, his right hand transforming into a serpent's tail, whipping towards Huangfu Xiaoyao's chest with a howling wind. Bang! Huangfu Xiaoyao blocked the serpent's tail with Chiu Shui, the immense force pushing him back 2 steps, his arms slightly numbed. He looked up at Orochimaru, the crimson in his eyes deepening. "This is getting interesting." Orochimaru's serpentine tail struck once more, while his left hand formed a series of seals, unleashing a slicing wind blade aimed directly at Huangfu Xiaoyao's neck. With a swift sidestep, Huangfu Xiaoyao evaded the wind blade and swung his blade towards the tail. Clang! The blade met the serpentine appendage with a metallic clash, leaving only a faint mark upon it. "Your blade is indeed sharp, but my tail is not so easily severed," Orochimaru remarked, a sly smile creeping across his lips as the tail coiled aggressively around Chiu Shui's weapon, attempting to wrest it from his grasp. Huangfu Xiaoyao gripped the hilt tightly, channeling chakra fervently into the blade, as violet-black arcs of electricity erupted once more, coursing along the tail towards Orochimaru. The latter's expression shifted, hastily retracting his tail, yet still receiving a slight jolt, leaving a charred mark upon his arm. "What energy is contained within that blade of yours?" Orochimaru questioned, his gaze fixed intently upon Chiu Shui, confusion evident in his eyes. He had never encountered such energy, which was neither chakra nor ninjutsu, yet bore tremendous destructive power. Huangfu Xiaoyao chose not to respond. Instead, he surged forward, swinging his blade towards Orochimaru's chest. The latter quickly sidestepped, but was still grazed by the blade's wind, tearing a gash in his cloak and revealing the pale skin beneath. "Damn it!" Orochimaru cursed inwardly, realizing he was being outmatched by Huangfu Xiaoyao in speed, power, and reaction. This was the first time he had felt such strain against a mere chunin. In the observation room, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya watched the battle unfold on the screen, their expressions turning grave. Orochimaru was being suppressed. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He was one of the legendary Sannin. Sarutobi remained silent, his gaze locked onto the violet-black figure on the screen. It suddenly dawned on him that he might have underestimated Huangfu Xiaoyao's potential. This youth could not merely be described as a genius. He was a born reaper, a monster crafted for the blade. On the screen, Huangfu Xiaoyao unleashed another wave of strikes, the violet-black light of his blade cascading down like a torrential storm upon Orochimaru, who found himself increasingly beleaguered. His black cloak now marred with numerous cuts. Sarutobi's heart tightened, a terrifying thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that Orochimaru was truly unable to defeat Huangfu Xiaoyao? Boom, boom, boom. Dense white mist surged like boiling water, enveloping the core of the death forest. Countless dark, serpentine shadows flitted through the fog. The sound of scales scraping against the ground mingling with the disconcerting hisses of fearsome giant snakes. Some were as thick as a bowl, others comparable to barrels, with the most terrifying among them stretching over 100 meters in length, their cold, bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the figure at the center, ready to strike. Swish, swish, swish. 3 interlaced figures danced amidst the throng of serpents, one clad in black armor, standing out prominently. The youth gripped a dark violet blade, each swing producing sharp sounds as it cleaved through the air, its radiant light slicing through the mist, each strike finding its mark at the snake's vital points. The sounds of flesh being rent apart echoed as countless summoned giant serpents were severed in twain by the unyielding blade, their foul blood splattering the ground, quickly forming a dark red stream that flowed downhill. On the periphery of the mist, the surviving ninjas stood frozen in terror, their legs feeling as though weighed down by lead. A cloud ninja trembled violently, his lips quivering, teeth chattering. The largest beast he had ever encountered in his life was merely the village's ninja dog, yet the sight of these 100-meter-long serpents left him breathless. No, truly. Lord Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, he stammered, his voice tinged with despair. This level of summoning technique was nothing short of a calamity. Beside him, Hatada Hato rubbed his eyes vigorously, disbelief painted across his face, fingers gripping his clothing tightly, knuckles turning white. But that fellow seems to be gaining the upper hand? This statement struck like thunder, causing the surrounding ninjas to collectively gasp in shock. Who was Orochimaru? He was a formidable figure who had once faced off against the demigod Hanzo during the Second Shinobi World War. A legendary powerhouse, whose might was comparable to that of a village leader. Yet now, this towering figure was being subdued by a mere youth who had participated in the Chunin exams alongside them. To survive this, truly, is a miracle. An IWA ninja shivered violently, cold sweat trickling down his face, soaking his forehead protector. They all understood that had this youth, Huangfu Xiaoyao, not been intoxicated and unable to pinpoint their exact position, they would have long been caught in those furious strikes, meeting a gruesome end. Even so, only 2 remained of the 5 ninjas from their village who had participated in the exams, with the others having perished entirely. To have made it this far was simply a stroke of luck. The chasm of disparity was so vast. Kisame pressed a hand against his wounded side, dark crimson blood seeping through his fingers, staining his black attire. His trademark shark-like eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the 2 figures locked in combat amidst the mist. A tumult of reluctance and astonishment swirling within them. Just moments ago, he had narrowly avoided being bisected by Xiaoyao's blade wind, fleeing like a hunted animal for the first time in his life. Having suffered such a severe setback, he had resolved to train relentlessly upon returning to Kirigakure, vowing to avenge this humiliation. Yet now, witnessing Xiaoyao and Orochimaru engaged in an evenly matched struggle, with the former even hinting at dominance, even Kisame, who considered himself formidable, felt a flicker of doubt. Could he truly defeat such a monster? Swish! A blade of light sliced through the mist, accurately cleaving through 2 giant serpents that had lunged simultaneously. Splatter! 2 serpent heads, accompanied by a foul spray of blood, flew off, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. Xiaoyao flicked the blood from his blade, a look of impatience and irritation on his face, his breathing slightly labored. He raised his black blade, Chioshui, pointing its tip directly at Orochimaru, his voice raspy from intoxication, yet laced with provocation. Hey, you serpent-obsessed fool. Aside from summoning these slimy creatures, do you possess any real skill? Swoosh. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, springing back like a nimble serpent, creating a distance of several dozen meters. Gasping for breath, he leaned against a charred tree trunk, his chest heaving violently, his serpent-like eyes locked onto the barely winded Xiaoyao, disbelief filling his gaze. Xiaoyao had unleashed over 100 strikes, ravaging the core of the death forest, leaving the ground riddled with varying depths of cuts. Trees toppled in droves, transforming the once lush forest into a scene of devastation. likely requiring extensive repair. Yet even so, despite feeling somewhat fatigued and having consumed a significant amount of chakra, this youth merely appeared slightly winded. What astonished Orochimaru further was the near absence of chakra fluctuations accompanying Xiaoyao's strikes. This was utterly beyond his comprehension. Even the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, would require a substantial amount of chakra to execute such powerful sword techniques. Yet every single strike from this youth seemed to manifest from thin air, consuming almost no chakra whatsoever. This breached the limits of his knowledge. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, the second most powerful figure in Konoha, had encountered countless prodigies, yet he had never witnessed such a being. Now, he even began to question who truly deserved the title of Sannin. This insufferable brat's strength might even surpass his own claim to that title. It seemed he would have to resort to that technique to see if it might prove effective. Orochimaru clenched his teeth, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. The sequence was exceedingly intricate, consuming a significant amount of chakra even for him to execute. Chapter 29, Unperceived. Konoha Hokage's office. With a resounding thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly from his seat. His reading glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, his gaze filled with astonishment and urgency. The crystal ball vividly displayed Orochimaru's sealing movements. It was a technique that represented the pinnacle of his abilities. That this scoundrel, Orochimaru, was compelled to resort to such a move was astonishing. Jiraiya leaned closer to the crystal ball, rubbing his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Not only him, but even the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Huangfu Xiaoyao, merely an 8-year-old boy, had managed to corner Orochimaru to this extent. Ninjutsu, the serpent sea of 10,000 snakes. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice resounded, deep and resonant, echoing through the mist as he declared the name of his technique. The image in the crystal ball depicted him coiling on the ground like a genuine venomous serpent, hands pressed against the earth, his mouth contorted at an unnatural angle, nearly tearing at the corners. Ninjutsu, the serpent sea of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru's hushed incantation reverberated ominously through the fog, exuding a chilling aura. He lay poised on the ground, his back arched slightly like a venomous snake ready to strike, his mouth open to its fullest, revealing a multitude of sharp fangs. Hiss, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a spine-chilling spectacle unfolded. Countless venomous snakes erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, the smaller ones no thicker than a finger, while the larger ones rivaled the size of arms. They spread like a tidal wave, multiplying rapidly, soon engulfing a vast expanse of ground. The serpents emitted bone-chilling hisses, entwining and piling upon one another, forming a wave of serpents nearly 100 meters high. Hundreds of thousands of venomous snakes coiled together, their heads bobbing, crimson eyes and dripping venom rendering this tide reminiscent of the gates of hell. This was one of Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu techniques, the serpent sea of 10,000 snakes. The summoned hundreds of thousands of snakes could devour everything in their path, leaving no trace behind. What in the world is this? The ninjas encircling the mist trembled. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, many collapsed in terror, while a few with weaker mental fortitude fainted outright. Even Kisame, known for his formidable strength, was filled with dread at the sight of the serpent sea. A wave of snakes composed of hundreds of thousands was an utterly terrifying visual assault. He prided himself on his strength, yet in the face of such a serpent sea, he feared he would be consumed in an instant, leaving no remnants. Could he withstand such an onslaught? Kisame's gaze fixated on Xiaoyao, who was drawing nearer to the serpent sea, his shark-like eyes bloodshot, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. Such a terrifying serpent sea would likely pose a challenge even for a Kage-level powerhouse to escape unscathed, wouldn't it? This is utterly repulsive. Xiaoyao glared at the encroaching serpent sea, his brow furrowing in disgust and impatience. His aversion to snakes, those slimy creatures, was already heightened by the prolonged entanglement with this snake manipulator. And now, this fool had escalated matters, conjuring up a nauseating sea of serpents. It was truly insufferable. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyao felt the distaste invigorate him, his gaze sharpening instantly. He resolved to employ the most potent slash he had just comprehended to bury these repulsive creatures once and for all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent sea approached with increasing speed, the hissing breaths of the snakes resonating clearly, while a foul odor permeated the air, inducing nausea. Just then, Xiaoyao's eyes transformed into an inky black, devoid of any light, as if capable of devouring all. Clang! The crisp sound of a blade slicing through the air pierced the silence as Xiaoyao brandished his black blade. Xiaoshui, its body vibrating slightly, emitting an excited hum. The cold glint in his eyes intensifying. Armament! He uttered a low command, and a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, enveloping his right arm like a tidal wave. The energy was as hard as steel, radiating a chilling sheen, rendering his arm reminiscent of black iron. Subsequently, the dark energy did not pause. It transformed into fine streams, spiraling up the hilt and encasing the entire blade of Xiaoshui. Armament hockey enveloping. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibrations of Xiaoshui grew increasingly intense, the dark energy swirling around it, an overwhelming sword intent bursting forth from Xiaoyao, sweeping the surroundings like a tempest. Leaves on the ground were lifted, the mist dispersed considerably, and the temperature around plummeted, becoming bone-chillingly cold. What? Orochimaru, who had been persistently summoning snakes, suddenly froze. His serpent-like eyes widening in alarm, his expression shifting drastically. In his perception, the boy cornered by the serpent sea had suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily dangerous aura, one that was frigid, violent, and carried a cataclysmic force, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Following this, he heard the boy's icy voice cutting through the snake sea's hisses, clear and resonant. You snake-playing scoundrel, with this slash, I shall send you and your repulsive creatures to hell. Enveloped in dark energy, Xiaoyao's eyes blazed with an intense black light, his presence swelling once more, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. Buzz. Who? As his words fell, the dark energy surrounding him surged violently, expanding outward like a wild stallion breaking free. In an instant, the dark energy enveloped the entire forest, continuing to spread into the distance, swallowing all light in its path, plunging everything into utter darkness. What is this monstrosity? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes swam with confusion as darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him completely blind. His once proud sensing abilities had now utterly failed him, leaving him only able to hear the hissing of snakes around him, unable to perceive the location of anything. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent sea, composed of hundreds of thousands of snakes, abruptly halted, the once orderly wave plunging into chaos. The serpents writhed frantically, biting at one another, for they too could see nothing, their senses completely blocked. What is happening? Why has it become so dark? I cannot see. My senses have failed me. The ninjas surrounding the mist were thrown into panic, their voices rising in disarray. Their world had suddenly descended into an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light. Even their nearest companions were mere shadows, invisible to them. The cacophony of hissing snakes and the unknown terror nearly shattered their resolve. Chapter 30, Desperate Straits. Konoha Hokage's office. What is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the suddenly pitch-black crystal ball, his expression shifting abruptly. The crystal ball was ink-black, darker than the deepest night, devoid of any imagery. Hokage-sama, look in that direction. At that moment, Uzumaki Karen trembled as she pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Jonin in the office turned in unison, their pupils contracting in shock. The direction of the forest of death was enveloped in an endless sea of darkness, completely isolating it from the surrounding world. The darkness carried an air of despair that sent chills down one's spine, as if all light had been devoured by this abyss. Is this swordsmanship? Jiraiya approached the window, his brow furrowing, his tone filled with disbelief. Orochimaru possessed no such technique. The only one capable of achieving this was Huangfu Xiaoyao. A young lad possesses the extraordinary ability to wield swordsmanship that can strip away light itself. This notion is beyond his comprehension. In that moment, a chilling voice emanates from the crystal orb, faint yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The onlookers hurriedly gathered around the crystal sphere, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya fixated on the inky black orb, yearning to discern the events unfolding within. A resonating hum reverberated from the crystal, and they sensed the gradual awakening of a pair of colossal eyes within the darkness. In this instance, the eyes of the enigmatic figure, Xiaoyao, were as dark as ink, resembling two unfathomable voids capable of consuming all radiance. You despicable serpent, be utterly buried under this strike. The darkness in Xiaoyao's eyes surged with intensity, and his sword intent reached its zenith. Concurrently, those immense eyes in the abyss slowly opened, their pupils as dark as pitch, yet exuding a palpable presence, as if a primordial deity was gazing upon the earth. A terrifying aura of sword intent erupted from Xiaoyao, radiating an overwhelming destructive power. This sword intent intertwined with the dark energy, coalescing into a tremendous storm of energy that relentlessly expanded, devouring the surrounding light. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in this dark energy, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Subsequently, under Xiaoyao's command, the consumed light began to converge towards the black blade, Qiushui. The blade quivered violently, emitting a sharp hum, its black and purple luminescence intensifying. Were it an ordinary sword, it would have been shattered by such a colossal energy impact. However, Qiushui, being one of the formidable black blades of the Dakuai Dao, possessed unmatched resilience, capable of withstanding this furious energy. An inexplicable phenomenon ensued. The gathered light, upon contact with Qiushui, was assimilated into the blade, turning black and purple, merging seamlessly with its essence. Meanwhile, all present fell into an impenetrable darkness, their surroundings obscured. Xiaoyao's eyes, dark as night and resembling two consuming voids, slowly lifted Qiushui, the terrifying sword intent escalating, compressing the air around him into a hissing sound. What is this? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes stung painfully as he instinctively glanced skyward. Though he saw nothing, he could distinctly sense an immense pair of eyes gradually opening in the darkness. Those eyes emitted an overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of an ancient deity, instilling a profound chill within him, eclipsed by an acute sense of impending doom. What manner of creature is this? In the Hokage's office, silence reigned supreme. Everyone was fixated on the crystal orb, which remained shrouded in darkness. Yet, through their chakra, they could keenly perceive the terrifying energy fluctuations and the enormous eyes slowly unveiling. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched his cheeks, confirming he was not dreaming, his face awash in disbelief and shock. Having witnessed the First and Second Shinobi Wars and countless formidable foes and bizarre techniques, he had never encountered such a surreal spectacle. The ability to eclipse light with swordsmanship and conjure such dreadful phenomena? Surely, Orochimaru cannot be in peril. Jiraiya, gazing towards the abyss, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Previously confident in Orochimaru's capabilities, believing he could withstand Xiaoyao's strength, he now felt a semblance of doubt upon witnessing this terrifying scene. Jiraiya's words jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen, who felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, mentally imploring, "Xiaoyao, you rascal, do not create a catastrophe." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engulfed in regret. He had permitted Xiaoyao to participate in the Chunin exams merely to showcase the prowess of this prodigious youth, to exhibit Konoha's strength to other ninja villages. Little did he anticipate that Xiaoyao would ascend to such heights, forcing Orochimaru into a corner. Sarutobi felt as if his heart could scarcely endure the tension, and he could not restrain himself from cursing inwardly. Simultaneously, within the shadows of the forest of death, the colossal eyes finally fully opened. The darkness seemed to yield to their control, the surrounding energy fluctuations becoming increasingly frenzied. "You vile serpent, along with your repugnant kin, be buried together." The darkness in Xiaoyao's eyes intensified, his sword intent reaching its peak, the Qiushui trembling violently in his grasp, producing a piercing hum. The swallowed light converged before him, forming a dazzling white ribbon that stood out starkly against the infinite darkness. In the realm of existence, this solitary light remained. Xiaoyao swung Qiushui fiercely, the white ribbon transforming into a fearsome black and purple slash, carrying the weight of annihilation, aimed directly at the sea of serpents and Orochimaru. One sword style. Dark heavenly demon. A strike unparalleled in the cosmos unleashed, the black and purple slash emanating a thunderous sound, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free, racing towards its target. A terrifying black and purple slash, nearly 100 meters long, cleaved through the air, tearing the atmosphere with a hissing sound, carving a deep ravine into the ground. With the devastating impact of this onslaught, the towering sea of serpents quaked in alarm. The serpents writhed in a frenzy, desperate to escape, yet their sheer numbers hindered their movement. The black and purple slash cut through the serpentine mass effortlessly, like slicing through tofu. Hundreds of thousands of venomous serpents, faced with this relentless strike, offered no resistance, swiftly reduced to mere fragments. Their remains mingling into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood upon the ground. Damn it! Orochimaru's eyes narrowed into slits as he beheld the cataclysmic slash, every hair on his body standing on end. A profound sense of impending doom sent shivers down his spine, prompting an instinctive reaction. Summoning technique. Threefold summoning gates. Without hesitation, he rapidly formed hand seals, disregarding the tremendous chakra expenditure, and slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 towering gates, each exceeding 100 meters in height, erupted from the earth, piercing the heavens like colossal mountains, standing resolutely before Orochimaru. These threefold summoning gates were worlds apart from the one Xiaoyao had previously severed. Divided into reception, destruction, and expansion, the first gate was designed to absorb attacks, the second to minimize their power, and the third to disperse any residual energy. Together, these gates constituted the most formidable defensive jutsu, a last resort for Orochimaru. Threefold summoning gates. In the Hokage's office, the crystal orb suddenly illuminated, vividly reflecting the 3 majestic gates. Observing this sight, Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually relaxed, a glimmer of relief gracing his features. Thank goodness, Orochimaru activated the threefold summoning gates just in time. The formidable defensive capabilities of the Sanjong Luoshengmen are astounding. Even a full-force strike from a Kage-level warrior would be significantly diminished after passing through the 3 gates. No matter how extraordinary Xiaoyao's slash may be, breaching the defenses of the Sanjong Luoshengmen is an impossibility. The tension was palpable as Jiraiya fixed his gaze on the crystal ball, his fists clenched tightly. Anxiety etched across his face. A nearly 100-meter-long, furious black and purple slash collided violently with the first Luoshengmen. The earth-shattering impact echoed like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. All present were forced to cover their ears, as if their eardrums were on the verge of shattering. Blood trickled from the ears of several, their faces contorted in agony. With no resistance at all, the first Luoshengmen was cleaved in 2 like fragile paper before the cataclysmic strike. The towering gate, exceeding 100 meters in height, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air and creating a massive crater in the ground. Was it futile? Orochimaru's heart raced as he beheld the severed first Luoshengmen. Although he had not expected it to withstand the onslaught, he had not anticipated such utter lack of resistance. This exceeded even his expectations. The power of that violent slash was more terrifying than he had imagined. Yet, there was no time to dwell on it. As the black and purple strike surged forward toward the second Luoshengmen, once again, a thunderous roar resonated across the land, causing nearby trees to sway violently and leaves to scatter. Suddenly, a mysterious pale purple energy surged forth from the second Luoshengmen, swirling like a vortex in an attempt to weaken the strike's power. Had it succeeded? Orochimaru's eyes were fixed intently on the second Luoshengmen, a glimmer of hope flickering within his snake-like gaze. This second gate was the core of the Sanjong Luoshengmen, designed to significantly diminish the effects of incoming attacks. Just as Orochimaru believed victory was within reach, the furious black and purple slash flared with an overwhelming darkness, appearing to be enraged, its power surging exponentially. In an instant, the mysterious pale purple energy barrier was torn asunder, and the second Luoshengmen was likewise cleaved in 2. What? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with shock. The second Luoshengmen had also been so easily severed, and the might of that strike showed no signs of waning. However, the third Luoshengmen remained intact. It was the key to the Sanjong Luoshengmen. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru forced down the shock that threatened to overwhelm him. The third gate could diffuse the attack's energy to the surrounding area, ensuring that even the most powerful strike would struggle to inflict fatal damage after dispersal. Since his rise to fame, no one had ever breached the Sanjong Luoshengmen. This time would certainly be no exception. The third Luoshengmen could not possibly be breached. Orochimaru silently chanted this mantra in his heart, bolstering his resolve. In the Hokage's office, the breaths of all present seemed to hang in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya stared intently at the crystal ball, their eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. They believed that this ultimate defense of Orochimaru's would surely withstand Xiaoyao's strike. The Sanjong Luoshengmen had never been breached. It was absolutely foolproof. Jiraiya's expression was grave, his murmurs a desperate attempt to find solace. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face mirrored his seriousness. His fists clenched, palms slick with cold sweat. He had faith in his disciple, yet Xiaoyao's previous performance had been overwhelmingly extraordinary. At last, the furious black and purple slash collided with the third Luo Xingmen. In that moment, the light of the world seemed to vanish, the thunderous roar of the strike abruptly silenced, plunging the surroundings into an eerie stillness that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, amidst this unsettling silence, Orochimaru's expression shifted suddenly. He understood that this was the calm before the storm. A deafening explosion followed, shaking the ground as if the very forest of death were about to collapse. The third Luo Xingmen activated, a pale golden energy wave radiating outward, attempting to diffuse the energy of the black and purple slash. The terrifying pressure and aura of the sword surged forth, shattering the earth and colossal trees into fragments under its formidable force. Debris from the ground and broken branches flew through the air, as if doomsday had arrived. At the center of this chaotic maelstrom, massive boulders and towering trees were ground to dust by the overwhelming sword aura. The earth was carved layer by layer, as if a giant were cleaving it with a colossal blade, continuously fracturing and collapsing into a vast wasteland. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes widened in alarm as he beheld countless bright flashes appearing upon the surface of the third Luo Xingmen. Cracks spread rapidly along these lights, resembling a spider's web that enveloped the entire gate. Soon, the third Luo Xingmen was covered in a multitude of fissures, appearing on the verge of shattering. Under Orochimaru's incredulous gaze, the so-called strongest defense, the third Luo Xingmen, shattered like a broken mirror. The consequence of the failed diffusion resulted in the gate being obliterated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Damn it! Orochimaru's heart raced with terror as he witnessed the relentless and still potent black and purple slash approaching. A strong sense of crisis enveloped him, the shadow of death looming ominously. Must he resort to that technique? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He recalled a forbidden jutsu, one that he had yet to fully complete, fraught with risk and potential backlash. But now, he had no other choice. Ninjutsu. Orochimaru's hands moved swiftly to form seals, his motions a blur. In the wake of his actions, a ceramic sake bottle hanging at his waist fell to the ground with a resounding crash, producing a clear, ringing sound. What is that? Xiaoyao's attention was suddenly captured by the fallen sake bottle, his focus unwavering as the murderous intent in his eyes dissipated, replaced with an overwhelming desire. Sake. Ding. Detection of the Master's heightened desire for sake. Ding. Heightened desire for sake grants special augmentation. Sword Insight Level 5. Temporary. Current Sword Insight. Great Sword Master. Temporary. The system's prompt echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, and in an instant his aura surged dramatically, far more terrifying than before. As Orochimaru prepared to unleash the forbidden technique through gritted teeth, a shadow appeared before him like a wraith. In disbelief, Orochimaru watched as the black and purple blade unexpectedly intercepted the nearly 100-meter-high strike. Clang! A cataclysmic sound erupted as the strike, which had cleaved through the Sanzhong Luo Xingmen with unmatched ferocity, was halted in its tracks, rendered docile as a lamb by that very blade. Is that the sake? Xiaoyao's eyes blazed red, fixating on the sake bottle on the ground, his breath quickening. Orochimaru stared in disbelief at Xiaoyao, who had suddenly appeared before him. His snake-like eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The nearly 100-meter-high ferocious slash, possessing immeasurable power, could effortlessly shatter even the triple Rashomon. Yet, before this scene stood a youth whose form appeared diminutive as an ant in the face of such a strike, armed solely with a blade. He staunchly repelled this terrifying assault. Strangely, the once mighty slash had transformed into an utterly docile force, unable to advance a single inch. Was that a wine bottle? Xiao's gaze fixated on the ceramic bottle at Orochimaru's feet, his pupils brimming with profound desire, causing his aura to waver slightly. A surge of power, exponentially more terrifying than before, emanated from him, enveloping Orochimaru in an icy grip, akin to a plunge into a frozen abyss. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed to a pinprick, every hair on his body standing on end, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom cloaked him. This sensation was eerily familiar. It reminded him of the despair he felt during the Second Shinobi World War while confronting the demigod Hanzo alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. Yet now, This aura was several times more formidable than it had been back then. Gasping for breath, Orochimaru's chest heaved violently as disbelief washed over his face. How could this be possible? He was no longer the Leaf Jonin who had been powerless against Hanzo. He had ascended to become one of the legendary Sannin, the second most powerful figure in Konoha, with strength magnitudes greater than in those earlier days. Yet, before this young man, he found himself once again engulfed by the terror of mortality. This boy was now vastly stronger than when he had unleashed that formidable slash moments ago. What on earth had transpired? Orochimaru's mind was a whirlwind of confusion as he struggled to comprehend how someone could suddenly grow so powerful amidst battle. And by such a staggering degree. Xiao swallowed hard, his gaze never departing from the wine bottle, then turned to Orochimaru, his tone tinged with urgency. Hey, Snake Charmer, how about we strike a deal? Hand over that bottle of wine, and I won't cut you down. What do you say? The thought of that wine consumed him. He feared that Orochimaru, in a fit of displeasure, might shatter the bottle. Should the wine be lost, even slaying this snake-loving scoundrel would not compensate for his loss. Yield to me? Orochimaru panted, his pallid face shifting between emotions. This bottle of wine had been specially entrusted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had said it could soothe Xiao's temperament if they ever crossed paths. Yet, in this situation, surrendering the wine to Xiao felt indistinguishable from capitulation. When had he, Orochimaru, ever found himself in such a predicament? In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru hesitated. What are you waiting for? Just give the wine to Xiao. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scene unfold within the crystal ball, his anxiety palpable. Witnessing Xiao's slash shatter the triple Rashomon had nearly sent his heart racing out of his chest. While he was elated by Xiao's immense power, the fact remained that Xiao was currently targeting Orochimaru. If anything were to befall Orochimaru, Konoha would become the laughingstock of the shinobi world. Seeing Xiao suddenly intercept his strike had momentarily eased Hiruzen's anxiety, but the tension was still unbearable. Orochimaru's expression was one of complex turmoil as Jiraiya observed the scene unfold in the crystal ball. He understood Orochimaru all too well, proud and arrogant. The notion of surrendering to a mere boy was more unbearable than death itself. Don't do anything foolish, Orochimaru. Jiraiya's face was etched with concern. Knowing that pride was a luxury he could not afford, preserving one's life was paramount. Hey, let us talk this over, Xiao exclaimed, noticing the shifting emotions on Orochimaru's face. Fine, I won't call you a snake charmer anymore. Just give me the wine, and let us bury the hatchet. He was truly afraid that Orochimaru might, in a moment of folly, destroy the bottle. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Orochimaru's mouth twitched, his face darkening. So, if you don't insult me, I should be grateful? Nonetheless, Xiao's interruption dissipated much of Orochimaru's internal conflict. What was the point of squabbling with a wine-obsessed drunkard? Preserving his life was far more important. I will resolve this slash, and then I will give you the wine. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, suppressing his resentment, bending down to retrieve the wine bottle, gripping it tightly. Ah, deal. Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile breaking across his face. Without hesitation, he turned, grasped the hilt of Chioshui, and with a powerful flick, sent forth the slash that had previously shattered the triple Rashomon. With no resistance, it was flung away with great force. The nearly 100-meter-high ferocious slash transformed into a brilliant black and purple beam, soaring into the sky, instantly breaking through the cloud layer and shattering the air above. Boom. The clouds vanished in an instant, and the howling winds fell silent, leaving the world in a state of clarity. This brutal scene made Orochimaru's heart skip a beat. He had not anticipated that the power of the slash, after breaching the triple Rashomon, would still be so terrifying. Yet, even this strike was treated as a mere plaything by the youth, who commanded it at will. A profound sense of defeat surged within Orochimaru. Here, Orochimaru rasped, extending the wine bottle with a blank expression. Clang. Xiao seized the wine bottle with alacrity, sheathing Chioshui, and playfully patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, his face radiant with joy. Haha, snake charmer, you're quite accommodating. Orochimaru's facial muscles twitched, his heart filled with exasperation. This scoundrel had just promised not to insult him, yet upon receiving the wine, his true colors were revealed once more. Xiao, however, was unconcerned with Orochimaru's thoughts. He eagerly uncorked the bottle and tilted it back, drinking deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Ah. The clear liquid slid down his throat, its rich aroma bringing him immense satisfaction. Under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, Xiao quickly finished the wine, exhaling a contented breath. Ding! Noticing the master's mood elevate to delight, the berserk state of the wine dissipated. Ding! The system registered the master's satisfaction, canceling the enhancement of desire. The system's notification resonated in Xiao's mind, and he blinked, not feeling overly elated. The memories of his drunken state surged back like a tide, and he recalled nearly striking down Orochimaru. This could spell trouble. The third Hokage must be watching the situation unfold through the crystal ball. If he were to become angry over this incident and retract his promise of a room full of fine wine, Xiao would incur a great loss. Glancing at Orochimaru, whose face was now as dark as a thundercloud, Xiao scratched his cheek, his mind racing as he sought a way to placate this sensitive character. Oh, is that the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? It's an honor to meet you. Xiaoyao immediately donned a look of surprise, grasping Orochimaru's hand tightly and shaking it vigorously. His smile radiant, though devoid of any sincerity in his eyes. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Orochimaru's lips twitched violently as he beheld the insincere grin on Xiao's face. A surge of impulse to smash his head against a wall rising within him. Had he truly been bested by such a duplicitous little brat? Lord Orochimaru, Xiaoyao interjected. Noticing Orochimaru's silence, leaning in closer and lowering his voice, earnestly advising, what just happened was a misunderstanding. You mustn't report it to the third Hokage, or else if he decides to withhold my drink, I would suffer greatly. His greatest concern at that moment was the potential loss of his precious alcohol. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he observed Xiao's antics through the crystal ball. That little rascal nearly severed Orochimaru, creating such a colossal ruckus. Yet his mind was preoccupied solely with the promise of liquor. Hiruzen pressed his hand against his chest, feeling a slight discomfort in his heart, his blood pressure rising. Phew. Thankfully, it turned out fine. Jiraiya sighed heavily, his face still etched with lingering fear. The preceding strike had come perilously close to Orochimaru. Had it been delayed by even a second, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He felt some relief that the third Hokage had advised Orochimaru to bring a bottle of fine wine. Otherwise, Xiao's antics could have escalated uncontrollably. Enough. Orochimaru finally lost his patience, yanking his hand back and bellowing. Do I appear to be the type to report others? What does this brat take him for? Ha ha. Lord Orochimaru truly possesses great magnanimity. Xiaoyao quickly flattered him, then shifted the conversation, pointing towards the nearby foreign ninjas. Now, let me deal with those fellows over there. We shall reminisce later. He instinctively wanted to call them the snake-playing brats, but seeing Orochimaru's increasingly dark expression, he promptly refrained. Who knew if this fellow would hold a grudge? Although he became somewhat silly in the later parts of the original story, Orochimaru was not known for his forgiving nature. If he truly reported to the third Hokage, his precious drink would be in jeopardy. Reminisce? Orochimaru felt his thoughts spiral into confusion. He genuinely could not grasp what shared history existed between himself and this youth. Were they to discuss the emotional journey of nearly being severed by him? Clang. The blade Xiaoshui was drawn once more, its dark purple blade glinting with a chilling sheen. Xiaoyao shrugged his neck, flexing his wrist, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the distant foreign ninjas, his voice laced with an undeniable murderous intent. You foreign scoundrels. Prepare to meet your demise. What? The monster has awakened. What do we do? The little red flowers are useless. Damn it. I don't want to die. The foreign ninjas, already terrified, had previously adhered small red flowers to their foreheads, hoping to confuse the drunken Xiao into distinguishing friend from foe. Initially relieved when Xiaoyao ceased his attacks, they soon realized he was merely intoxicated, not incapacitated. A drunken state could be reversed. Now, this monster was evidently sober, rendering their protective charms utterly ineffective. Damn it. Hoshigaki Kisame's shark-like eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was comical as a bright red flower adorned his fearsome, child-scaring shark face. He had endured numerous psychological battles before finally affixing this symbol of submission to his forehead for the sake of survival. Now, the monster had sobered up? Did this little flower serve no purpose? Must he perish while donning this humiliating emblem? Kisame's eyes turned a furious crimson, filled with resentment and anger. Wait. Just as Xiaoyao raised his sword, preparing to strike, Orochimaru suddenly grabbed his arm. Lord Orochimaru, is there something amiss? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, feeling displeased. With one swift strike, he could eliminate the foreign ninjas and return to enjoy his wine. Why was this fellow obstructing him? As he contemplated voicing his frustrations, he remembered his drink was still with the third Hokage. If he irritated Orochimaru and prompted him to report, his liquor would surely be lost. Better to endure for now and appease this individual. The examination has concluded. Orochimaru observed Xiaoyao's evident impatience, the corners of his eyes twitching in exasperation. This brat was nothing if not duplicitous. Concluded? Xiaoyao blinked, casting a bewildered glance around. He had been too preoccupied with drinking and fighting to notice the passage of time. Yes, it has ended. The time has run out. Orochimaru gazed at Xiaoyao's oblivious demeanor, frustration boiling within him. Did he not understand why the examination had ended? Just look around. The once formidable death forest had been cleaved in half by him, and the foreign ninjas were so frightened they lacked the will to resist. If it did not conclude now, did he intend to slaughter them all? Clang. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao unhesitatingly sheathed Xiushui, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder with an air of condescension. All right, since Lord Orochimaru has spoken, I shall grant you face and let them go. His tone suggested he had made a tremendous concession, inciting a surge of anger within Orochimaru, who longed to slap this brat into oblivion. However, recalling the terrifying strike from earlier, he swallowed his fury and resolved to endure. Humph. Orochimaru snorted coldly, turning his face away, unwilling to gaze upon this infuriating fellow any longer. Xiaoyao paid him no mind, hoisting Xiushui and humming an off-key tune as he made his way toward the central tower of the Chunin exam. He was eager to return and see if the third Hokage had prepared the promised drink. Phew, phew, phew. As Xiaoyao finally departed, the foreign ninjas collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, their bodies drained of energy. A gentle breeze swept through, and they realized their clothes were drenched in cold sweat, clinging to their skin like ice. Huangfu Xiaoyao glared at the retreating figure of Xiaoyao, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. He ripped the little red flower from his forehead and hurled it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. Why did it feel as if that brat had weakened? Orochimaru watched Xiaoyao's retreating form, his brow slightly furrowing. The suffocating aura of death that had once enveloped Xiaoyao had vanished, even weaker than when he had unleashed that earth-shattering strike. This youth was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Huangfu Xiaoyao is indeed an intriguing individual. A slight smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's lips, revealing a profound expression. He sensed that Xiaoyao harbored no interest in power or status. His sole passions appeared to be wine and the way of the sword. Such a pure-hearted individual, though somewhat foul-mouthed, was not detestable to him. Moreover, he was undoubtedly a remarkable genius. Given time, Xiaoyao's accomplishments would likely surpass even his wildest imagination. Chapter 34, Terrifying. What? I didn't pass this wretched exam. At the entrance of the central tower, the boy's roar echoed like thunder, shaking the very air around him. Huangfu Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. His dark pupils filled with incredulity as he clenched his fists, the hilt of his black blade, Xiushui, creaking under the pressure. He had just emerged from the direction of the death forest, the edges of his black garb still dusted with grass and dried blood. A fierce aura still lingering about him, causing the two Konoha guards stationed at the entrance to blanch. Ah, you truly have not gathered both scrolls. The guard on the left swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking the fabric of his forehead protector. According to the regulations of the second phase of the Chunin exam, any candidate who fails to collect the scrolls is deemed to have failed. Indeed. The guard on the right quickly concurred, his body trembling uncontrollably. We are merely following the rules. We hope for your understanding. Both men had already cursed the ancestor of this troublemaker in their hearts. Were he an ordinary candidate, they would have dismissed him without a second thought. But the individual before them, they had observed through the monitoring screens of the central tower, had decimated nearly half of the death forest, leaving countless giant serpents and foreign ninjas in ruins. The sheer destructive power was still vivid in their minds, a force akin to a natural disaster. How could they dare provoke such a formidable figure? Hey, Serpent Master, come here and help me deal with this mess. Xiaoyao suddenly turned, shouting towards the depths of the central tower, his tone rife with impatience and expectation. He had been so engrossed in his rampage through the death forest that he had completely forgotten about the scrolls. If he were to fail this exam, that old fox, the third Hokage, would undoubtedly renege on his promise, and the abundant fine wines he had promised would go to waste. Not far away, Orochimaru, who was adjusting his sleeves, twitched violently at the sound of the call, his face contorting with irritation. Just moments ago, he had reflected on Xiaoyao's foul mouth, yet acknowledged his prodigious talent, deeming him a monster worthy of attention. But now, it seemed he had been blind. This fool was merely a drunken brute who knew nothing but slaughter. He would have to clean up his own mess. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his voice gravelly and tinged with impatience. You want my help? After you so freely insulted me as a serpent-playing scoundrel, you dare ask for my assistance now? Dream on. Without another word, Orochimaru turned, striding away with long, purposeful steps, his black cloak trailing behind him like a cold shadow. You ungrateful wretch. Not a single good serpent master among you. A backstabber. Xiaoyao's voice was filled with a torrent of curses, sharp and scathing, enough to incite irritation. Orochimaru paused for a moment, an almost imperceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brat, you deserve this. Enjoy your moment of desperation after having had your fun. Xiaoyao watched as Orochimaru vanished into the depths of the corridor, cursing under his breath, though his voice gradually diminished, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He was not foolish. He knew better than to storm the central tower. If he truly provoked that old fox, he would be lucky to even taste the free sake, let alone the promised wine. After all, none of those foreign ninjas had advanced, so he had technically completed the old man's task, hadn't he? His gaze swept over the foreign ninjas frantically fleeing towards the exit of the Death Forest, scratching his head as he muttered to himself. Previously, to save their skins, these foreign ninjas had willingly handed over their scrolls to the Konoha candidates, and with him backing them, they had not dared to resist. Thus, aside from himself, who had forgotten his scroll, all the other Konoha candidates had successfully advanced. Forget it. If that old fox dares to default, I will simply take up residence in his home and resolve all my needs there. Xiaoyao turned back, glaring fiercely at the two guards at the entrance. His gaze was sharp as a blade, causing the guards to nearly buckle under its intensity, their legs trembling as they quickly lowered their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. Under their anxious scrutiny, Xiaoyao swaggered towards the exit of the Death Forest, humming a tune that was far from melodious, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of failing the exam. Phew, that fellow has finally left. It was only when Xiaoyao's figure completely disappeared from sight that the two guards exchanged relieved glances, exhaling long sighs of relief, their bodies sagging as they collapsed onto the ground. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that his back was drenched, his clothes clinging coldly to his skin. My goodness, this guy is terrifying. He even dared to insult Lord Orochimaru and flattened the Death Forest. Indeed, we are fortunate he did not charge in. Otherwise, we would have undoubtedly paid the price today. The two comforted each other, massaging their numb legs, their expressions filled with gratitude for having narrowly escaped disaster. Swish, swish, swish. In the narrow paths of the Death Forest, countless figures dashed frantically, moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave only afterimages. The foreign ninjas wore expressions of sheer terror, their eyes vacant as they rushed forward, completely neglecting their companions behind them. They glanced back intermittently, fear etched in their eyes, dreading that the boy resembling a demonic god would suddenly catch up and slice them into pieces. Even though they were aware that the second phase of the Chunin exam had concluded, the psychological shadow left by Xiaoyao loomed large over them. Konoha, I will never return again. A tall cloud ninja sprinted while sobbing uncontrollably, tears mingling with sweat cascading down his cheeks, muttering incessantly. He had always prided himself on being tough, renowned for his bravery in Kumogakure, but this experience in Konoha had utterly shattered his mental defenses. Being chased like a frightened dog and having to beg for mercy was a humiliation and fear he would never forget. Just ahead is the exit. Push harder. Hayata Kaido shouted hoarsely to the injured Kisame, who was stumbling forward, his body battered. Blood continued to seep from Kisame's waist, staining his tight black outfit a deep crimson. His signature shark-like face was devoid of color, his breath coming in ragged gasps, each step pulling painfully at his wounds. Yet he dared not stop. The mere thought of Xiaoyao's black-purple blade sent chills down his spine, suppressing even the pain of his injuries momentarily. It's the teacher. Teacher, I made it out alive. Upon reaching the exit of the Death Forest and spotting their waiting instructor, many foreign genin could no longer contain their emotions, collapsing into tears as they rushed towards their teacher, clinging to him and wailing. Their faces were streaked with tears. Their eyes filled with the relief of survival mixed with unmasked terror, their appearances utterly disheveled. Chapter 35. The plan succeeds. Swish. 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 Just as this touching reunion scene was about to unfold, countless shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding woods, surrounding them like phantoms. Clad in black outfits and donning silver masks that revealed only their cold eyes, they were none other than Konoha's Anbu. Furthermore, over a dozen Konoha Jonin joined the fray, each exuding a calm demeanor and sharp gazes, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Anbu? Third Hokage. What exactly does Konoha intend to do? Suigetsu of the Watermelon Mountain, holding his weapon tightly, felt his expression darken as he sensed the sudden presence of the Anbu and Jonin, his voice filled with indignation and wariness. The Anbu were the elite forces directly under the Hokage, the sharpest blades of each village. The sudden deployment of so many Anbu and Jonin from Konoha clearly indicated a premeditated scheme. The leader of Yunin village, standing nearby, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed coldly on the third Hokage not far away. In an icy tone, he questioned, "Lord Third, is Konoha's intention to provoke a war among the ninja world?" At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the center of the encirclement, clad in the Hokage cloak, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes gleamed with intensity, radiating an overwhelming aura that firmly locked onto the elite ninjas from various villages. Beside him, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina, among Konoha's core elite, stood in a line, each emanating a heavy atmosphere, fully prepared for any eventuality. Rest assured, Konoha harbors no ill will against any village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. However, what you witnessed in the Death Forest must not leave Konoha, not even a step. Some secrets must remain buried forever. The revelation of a youth like Xiaoyao possessing destructive power rivaling that of a Kage, if leaked, would not only spell disaster for him, but also turn Konoha into a target, igniting a new wave of conflict in the ninja world. Thus, these individuals' memories must be sealed and altered. Damn it, you will not succeed. The leader of Suigetsu, filled with rage, erupted, his chakra surging intensely as his shark-like skin vibrated with excitement. Yet, he understood deep down that they were no match for Konoha's elite forces. Not to mention the legendary figures like the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Even the golden-haired Namikaze Minato posed an immense pressure. Resistance would be futile. Attack! Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded without further ado. The surrounding Konoha elite and Anbu sprang into action, their figures darting towards their targets like phantoms. Damn it, Konoha's scum. You are digging your own graves. Let go of me. I will kill you. The sounds of curses, screams, and clashing weapons erupted but quickly subsided. Suigetsu and the leader of Yunin attempted to fight back, only to be swiftly subdued by Jiraiya, rendered immobile in mere moments. Members of Konoha's sealing team swiftly advanced, forming hand seals as sealing tags were affixed to the foreheads of the foreign ninjas. The members of the Yamashiro clan closed their eyes, hands weaving seals, as their mental energies surged into the minds of the others, beginning to alter their memories. Such levels of memory sealing and alteration were child's play for Konoha's specialized ninjas, a task even the likes of Sasori could accomplish with ease. Before long, all memories of the foreign ninjas had been processed. What happened? My head hurts. Suigetsu shook his groggy head, his eyes clouded with confusion. The intense anger and vigilance from moments ago vanished without a trace. Thank you for your journey, everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a warm smile, his tone sincere, showcasing the utmost diplomacy and eloquence. Although it is regrettable that your disciples did not pass the Chunin exams, we appreciate your presence here in Konoha to witness this grand event. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the reactions of the crowd, ensuring no slip-ups occurred. Suigetsu, how did you sustain such injuries? Who did you lose to? Suigetsu's gaze fell upon the gravely injured Kisame beside him, his expression darkening with a hint of reproach. Kisame shook his head, confusion etched on his face, his brows knitted tightly. I don't know. It seems I forgot something important. All he recalled was encountering a formidable enemy in the Death Forest, then losing consciousness and waking up in this state. Isn't that the old fox? What are you doing here? Just then, a voice, tinged with surprise, broke the tranquility of the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze instantly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Kisame instinctively turned towards the voice, and upon seeing the youth carrying a black-purple blade, his pupils constricted sharply. His shark-like eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This sensation was bizarre. There was no memory of this youth, yet upon seeing him, a primal fear surged from the depths of his soul, engulfing him, rendering him icy cold and making breathing difficult. "Hey, what is wrong with you all?" Xiaoyao approached. Observing the strange expressions of the foreign ninjas, his eyes darting around as understanding dawned upon him. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the third's machinations that altered their memories. However, he was indifferent to whether they remembered him. His sole concern was whether the third would fulfill his promise regarding the alcohol. "Hokage-sama." Xiaoyao dashed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, his face instantly brightening with a radiant smile, his tone brimming with delight, as if meeting an old friend after a long separation. "Hokage-sama, I followed your orders and dealt with those foreign ninjas." As he spoke, he exaggeratedly mimicked a throat-slitting gesture in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression laced with a hint of seeking praise. No, there's a monster. It's that monster. I don't want to die. Please spare me." The moment many foreign lower ninjas witnessed Xiaoyao's gesture, they seemed to be severely triggered, suddenly clutching their heads and writhing in agony on the ground, emitting mournful wails, their eyes filled with incomprehensible terror. Though their memories had been altered, the fear Xiaoyao instilled had penetrated their very bones, becoming an instinct. The mere sight of this iconic gesture triggered deep-seated traumas within them. All right, Xiaoyao. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise." Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly interrupted Xiaoyao's actions, his smile somewhat stiff, though inwardly he was astonished. He never anticipated that these individuals would harbor such profound fear of Xiaoyao. Even with their memories sealed, a single gesture could lead to their collapse. He needed to calm Xiaoyao swiftly. If he continued to provoke them, the memory sealing could very well fail, and that would spell trouble. Observing Xiaoyao's triumphant grin, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only smile wryly. Who claimed this lad was merely a drunken, bloodthirsty madman? He was clearly an astute young fellow, adept at exploiting others' vulnerabilities. "That's splendid. Hokage-sama, I will come to your house for the liquor tomorrow." Xiaoyao, unfazed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's pained expression, beamed even brighter, his tone filled with anticipation. Having achieved his objective, he felt no need to linger any longer. Shouldering his blade, he hummed a tune as he nonchalantly turned to leave, under the fearful gazes of numerous foreign lower ninjas. Chapter 36. Like a tiger adding wings in Konoha, at the residence of Huangfu Xiaoyao. Phew. Xiaoyao emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his damp, raven-black hair. Water droplets cascaded down his chiseled cheeks, falling onto his fair skin, accentuating the smooth contours of his muscles. He strode directly to the refrigerator, flung open the door, and retrieved a chilled beer, popping the tab with a satisfying sound before tilting his head back and gulping it down. Gulp, gulp. The refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, imbued with the rich aroma of malt, instantly dispelling his fatigue, causing him to comfortably squint his eyes. "My shoulders are still a bit sore." Xiaoyao approached the sofa and lay sprawled out, the soft couch sinking beneath him, enveloping him entirely, his gaze reflecting a blend of languor and satisfaction. During his time in the Death Forest, he had truly reveled in the thrill of battle, almost sending all foreign ninjas into a frenzy, leveling half the area with his strikes. Although the excitement of combat was exhilarating, the continuous high-intensity battles had left his muscles somewhat sore. Fortunately, Lin and Hong had shown him kindness, coming over to give him a full-body massage, their gentle techniques almost lulling him to sleep. If it weren't for the late hour and the concern of the two women about being reprimanded by their families upon returning home, they would have been inclined to join him for a few drinks to celebrate this remarkable harvest. Indeed, the results of this endeavor were quite impressive. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Xiaoyao's eyes as he set down his beer and mentally commanded, "Open attribute panel." In the next moment, a blue light screen appeared before him, visible only to him, clearly displaying his various statistics. Master, Huangfu Xiaoyao. Physique, Elite Shinobi level. Chakra, Elite Shinobi level. Swordsmanship Comprehension, Swordmaster Realm. Special abilities, Shura Sword Intent, Armament Haki, Proficient, Conqueror's Haki, Beginner, Observation Haki, Mastered. Ultimate Sword Technique, Dark Heaven Demon God. Overall Strength, Top Elite Shinobi. Note: while intoxicated, all attributes receive an additional critical hit bonus. resulting in a temporary surge in power. Gazing at the data on the panel, a smile crept across Xianyao's lips. Compared to before participating in the Chunin exams, his strength had undergone a profound transformation. In a drunken state, he could earn critical hit rewards for his kills, and even if the majority were low-ranking shinobi, the accumulated attribute points were quite considerable. Particularly in terms of physique and chakra, he had surged from the elite Chunin level to the elite shinobi level, a feat largely attributed to the formidable Kisame. The strike he delivered to Kisame, owing to the latter's monstrous physique and vast chakra, had granted him a substantial boost in attributes, effectively compensating for his foundational shortcomings. Through this battle, Xianyao also discerned the reward patterns of the system. Slaying an opponent while intoxicated would yield attribute rewards tailored to the core characteristics of the defeated. For instance, eliminating a ninja skilled in perception would likely grant him points in observation haki, while vanquishing a physically robust ninja would enhance his own physique. Regardless of whom he defeated, there was always a chance to gain points in swordsmanship comprehension, which was crucial for his rapid advancement to the Swordmaster realm. As for the ultimate sword technique, Dark Heaven Demon God, it was unlocked after he completed the 10 kills achievement, augmented by critical hit rewards. The terrifying aspect of this technique lay in its ability to consume all light within a given space upon release, transforming it into slashes imbued with terrifying sword intent. The stronger his swordsmanship comprehension, the broader the range of light he could absorb, and the more devastating the resultant slashes would be. Theoretically, with sufficiently elevated swordsmanship comprehension, he could potentially consume all the light in the world, and the resulting strike might be capable of annihilating even a tailed beast. The mere thought of this thrilled Xianyao. Although his overall strength was currently at the top elite shinobi level, once he unleashed Dark Heaven Demon God, his power could instantaneously breach the boundaries of the elite shinobi tier and approach the threshold of the Kage level. Moreover, the reward of the 3-colored haki from his first kill would bolster him significantly. Armament haki could harden his body and weapons, greatly enhancing the power and defense of his strikes. Though his Conqueror's haki was merely at the beginner level, it was already sufficient to intimidate ordinary Chunin and low-ranking shinobi. As for his observation haki, it had reached mastery level, equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. This level of observation haki not only allowed for precise predictions of enemy attacks, but also the ability to sense the flow of chakra over a wide area, surpassing even the capabilities of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The impending Third Great Ninja War was approaching, and Xianyao took another sip of beer, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He vividly recalled that in the upcoming battles, Konoha would face a daunting 1-against-4 situation, with the wars among the major ninja villages likely to be exceptionally brutal. However, for Xianyao, this was not necessarily a misfortune. The battlefield was an ideal setting for slaying foes, and countless attribute points awaited his harvest. Additionally, he had heard that the alcohol from Sunagakure was renowned for its potency. The liquor from Kirigakure bore a unique taste of the sea, while the beverages from Awagakure were rich and mellow. These exquisite drinks, which he had never tasted before, were even more enticing to him than attribute points. It seemed that the battlefield of Sunagakure was a must-visit. Xianyao licked his lips, excitement dancing in his eyes. With his mastery-level observation haki, he could sense the positions and attacks of enemies in advance on the battlefield. This would ensure his safety while accurately locating his targets, making it a tailor-made aid for his endeavors in slaying foes. If only the Chunin exams could be held more frequently, allowing him to both slay enemies for attribute boosts and enjoy the exquisite rewards from the old fox's liquor. With a sigh of longing, Xianyao finished the beer in his bottle, contentedly burped, closed his eyes, and began to indulge in this rare moment of leisure. Meanwhile, in a secret conference room within the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head, suddenly sneezed loudly, causing his reading glasses to slide down to the tip of his nose, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Hokage-sama, are you all right?" A concerned Jonin seated below inquired hastily, his eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit chilly," Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, pushing his glasses back into place, yet a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Could it be that some young one was speaking of him behind his back? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and scanned the faces of those present, his tone turning grave. "Everyone, I have gathered you here today primarily to discuss one individual." The room was filled with Konoha's core powerhouses, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kurenai Yuhi, Kotetsu Higain, and others. Each wore a solemn expression, clearly having deduced who Sarutobi intended to speak of. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly articulated the name, and as his words fell, a subtle stir rippled through the conference room. Orochimaru, sitting to Sarutobi's right, involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the name. Vivid memories of the terrifying black-purple strike in the forest of death flashing through his mind, alongside the image of himself being chased and berated by the young one for being a snake bastard. He had certainly suffered considerable humiliation at the hands of this little fellow, though he was unscathed, as Konoha's second-in-command. To have almost been slain by a mere child fresh from the Ninja Academy was an utter disgrace. Had it not been for the bottle of liquor that Sarutobi had instructed him to bring, the situation might have been far more troublesome. Chapter 37. Jiraiya Orochimaru. Please provide everyone with a detailed account of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to his disciple, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He was well aware that Orochimaru had endured considerable humiliation at the hands of Xiaoyao. Steadying himself, Orochimaru suppressed the tumult of emotions within and slowly rose, his raspy voice resonating in the conference room. Everyone, let us first view a few segments of footage. He raised his hand and tapped the crystal ball on the wall, which instantly illuminated, projecting the battle scenes from the Forest of Death. Boom. A terrifying roar emanated from the crystal ball as countless violent slashes rained down like thunder, tearing the earth asunder, colossal trees severed in half, debris flying through the air, a scene of utter devastation. Although many had already witnessed these images through surveillance screens, their eyes were still filled with profound shock upon seeing them again. Orochimaru, observing the footage, suddenly darkened in expression. The scene had shifted to his battle with Xiaoyao, particularly when the camera focused on him being overwhelmed by Xiaoyao's imposing presence, his expression grave. He could distinctly sense Jiraiya's suppressed laughter beside him. Damn you, Jiraiya! Orochimaru glared fiercely at Jiraiya, his serpent-like eyes filled with menace. This scoundrel dared to revel in his misfortune. Jiraiya sensed the gaze of Orochimaru and, instead of recoiling, exaggeratedly made a grimace, stretching his mouth to the limits. It is noteworthy that typically, it is Orochimaru who holds the upper hand. Seeing him at a disadvantage brought an immense joy to Jiraiya's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat twice, feigning ignorance of the interaction between the two. Although a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, it seemed even Orochimaru could be put in his place at times. However, the scene swiftly transitioned to a breathtaking moment as Xiaoyao unleashed the Intian Mo Shun, a nearly 100-meter-long dark purple slash that shattered Orochimaru's Sanchong Luo Sheng Men with sheer force. The thunderous sound resonating from the crystal ball caused the entire conference room to tremble slightly, and disbelief painted the faces of all present. Very well. Let us share our thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed, fixing his gaze upon Namikaze Minato with evident satisfaction. His disciple, despite his youth, had already become a pillar of Konoha, his strength and intellect surpassing that of his peers. Lord Third, his destructive capability might even rival that of the tailed beasts. Namikaze Minato rose, still bearing traces of shock upon his visage. Such extensive devastation exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Even an S-rank forbidden technique would struggle to achieve such results. During the second exam, he had been preoccupied with other tasks and had not witnessed this spectacle firsthand. Now, observing the footage, he could fully comprehend the terror embodied by Xiaoyao. He prided himself on the speed and offensive power of his Hiraishin no Jutsu. Yet when it came to destruction and range, compared to Xiaoyao's technique, his seemed trivial. Indeed, what an extraordinary genius. A blessing for Konoha with such youth among us. The future of our village is secure. Yet, his battle style was rather ferocious. He had even leveled the Forest of Death. Minato's remarks ignited fervent discussions among the crowd. Many jonin unwittingly recalled the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. Sakumo's swordsmanship was renowned for its precision and lethality, primarily targeting high-ranking adversaries, truly a decapitating weapon. Conversely, Xiaoyao's swordsmanship was characterized by its terrifying destructive power and extensive range, resembling a war machine that left desolation in its wake. The stark contrast in styles was equally formidable. What astonished everyone even further was that Xiaoyao had no swordsmanship instructor. All his techniques were self-taught. This left many seasoned jonin, who had trained for decades, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as if their lives had been wasted. Orochimaru, do you have any additional insights? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, gesturing for him to continue. Regarding Huangfu Xiaoyao, his strength possesses a rather peculiar characteristic. Orochimaru stood, a serious glint flashing in his serpentine eyes. It appears his power is linked to his emotions, especially after consuming alcohol. The more agitated he becomes, the stronger he grows. He paused, recalling the sensation of being locked in by Xiaoyao's imposing aura, and added, at that moment, when he beheld the wine and succumbed to an extreme craving, the aura he emitted evoked a sense of despair reminiscent of my encounter with Hanzo. What? Jiraiya's expression shifted instantly. He vividly remembered the absolute despair they had faced against Hanzo. The memory remained fresh in his mind. Orochimaru's current strength was far superior to that of years past, yet he could still experience such feelings? This indicated that Xiaoyao's power while intoxicated and enraged was approaching, if not surpassing, that of Hanzo in his prime. The others in the conference room shared varying expressions, gazing at the figure of the youth within the crystal ball. Their eyes filled with astonishment and trepidation. To think that alcohol could enhance one's strength? Such a notion transcends our understanding. I shall personally verify these circumstances. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to conclude. However, based on Orochimaru's description and my observations at the entrance of the Forest of Death, it is abundantly clear that we must avoid provoking Huangfu Xiaoyao when he is intoxicated, particularly in a state of fury. This is of utmost importance. A powerful individual who cannot control his emotions is akin to a ticking time bomb, requiring careful handling. Jiraiya, you shall be responsible for Xiaoyao. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze suddenly shifted to the still grinning Jiraiya, his expression darkening. How had he ended up with such an unreliable disciple? Me. Jiraiya's smile froze instantly, pointing at himself in disbelief. Teacher, you must be mistaken. I am no swordsman. To suggest he guide Xiaoyao? Ridiculous. He hadn't even fully explained his own Hiraishin no Jutsu to Minato, let alone mentor a prodigy with unparalleled swordsmanship talent. Moreover, he recalled their previous encounter at the tavern, where Xiaoyao had mercilessly mocked his drinking prowess. Forcing him to interact with that insufferable brat was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Orochimaru would suffice. His strength is formidable. He can certainly guide Xiaoyao. Jiraiya quickly pointed at Orochimaru, attempting to cast off this hot potato. Silence. It is you. Stop with the nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. He desired to assign the task to Orochimaru, yet Orochimaru had firmly declined, claiming his laboratory housed many precious research materials that he feared Xiaoyao would ruin while intoxicated. With no other choice, the responsibility fell to Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had successfully trained Minato. He had some merit as an instructor. As for his lack of swordsmanship, what did that matter? Jiraiya had no proficiency in Hiraishin either. Yet Minato had mastered it regardless. Orochimaru, seated to the side, bore a barely perceptible smirk in his serpent-like eyes. Let Jiraiya grapple with this hassle. He had no desire to see his precious experimental materials destroyed by that chaotic youth when intoxicated. The meeting is adjourned. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a scowl at Jiraiya before turning to exit the conference room. Teacher Jiraiya, it seems you will soon have an additional disciple. Minato approached Jiraiya with a comforting smile. Disciple? Jiraiya's face fell, glancing at Minato with an expression of unspoken words. His disciple was still too young, utterly oblivious to the challenges posed by that troublesome Xiaoyao. In the end, it remained uncertain who would be the teacher and who the student. Oh, it's nothing. You will understand in due time. Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder, his expression laden with meaning. Chapter 38. An unexpected visitor in the depths of Konoha. Within a clandestine underground laboratory, Orochimaru returned immediately after the meeting. The laboratory was cluttered with an array of peculiar instruments and glass containers, some filled with unidentifiable biological organs and ninja corpses. The air was thick with a pungent mix of disinfectants and the metallic scent of blood. These experiments had reached a critical stage, yet he lacked sufficient living materials. Orochimaru examined the experimental data in his hands, his brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of agitation crossing his serpentine gaze. Many of his studies required a substantial number of living test subjects, particularly those possessing unique bloodline limits or powerful chakra, which were exceedingly rare. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of steady footsteps echoed from the entrance, shattering the silence. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed instinctively as he turned to see a gloomy figure clad in a black trench coat. Leaning on a cane, a man bearing a grotesque scar across his face, none other than Shimura Danzo, who self-identified as the Shadow of Konoha. Orochimaru, there are certain matters I wish to confirm with you. Tannen's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze fixed intently on Daishiwan concerning the matter of Huangfu Xiaoyao. Daishiwan's heart stirred, yet his face bore a strange smile. Oh? Why would Lord Tuanzo suddenly take an interest in this little fellow? He did not believe that Tuanzo would casually inquire about Xiaoyao. This man was notoriously ambitious and surely had ulterior motives. I have my channels, Tuanzo stated without elaboration, getting straight to the point. I ask you, has that little brat, named Huangfu Xiaoyao, already attained the strength of a jonin? Observing Daishiwan's smile, Tuanzo's brows furrowed slightly, sensing a calculating glint within that smile. Jonin level? Daishiwan's smile widened, his tone laced with amusement. Lord Tuanzo, the living specimens in my laboratory are nearly depleted. Instead of directly answering Tuanzo's question, he began to negotiate. Tuanzo's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, yet he nodded. I will assist you with the matter of the experimental materials. Now, you may reveal the answer. To him, Xiaoyao, this prodigy, was far more valuable than any experimental resources. Indeed, this little fellow performed exceptionally well in the recent Chunin exams, possessing Jonin-level strength. Daishiwan said leisurely, deliberately omitting the terrifying power Xiaoyao displayed in the latter stages of the Forest of Death, only mentioning his performance prior to entering the forest. Upon hearing this, Tuanzo's face broke into a satisfied smile, greed flickering in his eyes. According to his investigations, Xiaoyao was an orphan, gifted beyond measure. His swordsmanship exceeding that of Hokage Kakashi, and at merely 9 years old, he had attained Jonin strength. Such a talent was the epitome of a root ninja. If he could draw him into root and cultivate him, he would undoubtedly become the sharpest weapon in his arsenal, aiding him in seizing the title of Hokage. He had long suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen employed memory sealing to obscure this genius from attention. However, Sarutobi never anticipated that he had old ties with the leading jonin of the Rain Village, from whom he gleaned subtle hints. Tell me more about his situation, Tuanzo urged, his tone softening. He excels in swordsmanship, exhibiting a wildly aggressive style with astonishing destructive power, having once defeated Hokage Kakashi, Daishiwan briefly introduced, omitting any mention of Xiaoyao's dramatic surge in strength after intoxication. Tuanzo nodded repeatedly, his ambitions swelling further. The thought of a Konoha White Fang under his control thrilled him. I will expedite the delivery of the experimental materials, Tuanzo said, hastily setting in motion plans to capture Xiaoyao, leaving without further inquiry. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned, a glimmer of sarcasm and amusement flashed in Daishiwan's serpent-like eyes. Trouble for Xiaoyao? Daishiwan mused, observing Tuanzo's departing figure. Oh, Tuanzo, you truly underestimate your own capabilities. That little fellow nearly cleaved me in half. Should Tuanzo genuinely dare to act against Xiaoyao, he would likely be regarded as a spy and be cut to pieces. What am I so proud of? Daishiwan suddenly realized, his expression darkening. Nearly slain by Xiaoyao. What was there to take pride in? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. With a flick of his hand, several chakra threads shot out, shattering nearby precious experimental containers. The sound of shattering echoed, liquids and biological materials spilling across the floor. Daishiwan's expression grew even darker. Tuanzo, I hope you meet your end at the hands of Xiaoyao. The morning sun, like scattered gold, filtered through the leaves, casting its glow upon the streets of Konoha. The air filled with the refreshing scent of vegetation. Yet, within Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, the atmosphere was somewhat discordant. Hiruzen was blissfully nestled with his wife, Sarutobi Pahako, slumbering soundly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The recent days had been exhausting, dealing with the aftermath left by Xiaoyao. Initially wishing for Xiaoyao to gain recognition in the Chunin exams and elevate Konoha's reputation, the lad instead flattened the Forest of Death and nearly eliminated all the foreign ninjas, leaving Hiruzen with no choice but to use memory sealing to clean up the mess. Fortunately, everything remained under control, and he had successfully passed the hot potato that was Xiaoyao onto Jiraiya, finally allowing him a moment of peace. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks echoed, accompanied by a boisterous shout from a young voice, shattering the morning tranquility. Old fox, open the door. I'm here for my liquor. Xiaoyao's voice thundered through the door, reaching Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Startled from his dreams, Hiruzen's eyes flew open, the remnants of sleep vanishing, replaced by overwhelming frustration and anger. That brat! How dare he knock so early? Who is it? Who's knocking at this hour? Sarutobi Pahako rubbed her sleepy eyes, questioning in confusion. It's nothing, nothing. Go back to sleep. I'll check. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rose, donning his clothes, gritting his teeth as he muttered about the insufferable brat, while heading toward the door. He could not allow Xiaoyao to disturb his wife's rest. Creak. As the bolt was drawn back, just as Hiruzen intended to reprimand, Xiaoyao's words cut him off. Old fox, where's my liquor? Hurry and bring it out. Don't even think about dodging. Standing at the door, Xiaoyao bore a thick blade, Qiushui, on his shoulder. His face alight with anticipation, his eyes scanning Hiruzen's figure as if they were a scanner. We had an agreement. Complete the task, and you deliver the liquor. It's a daily settlement, absolutely no delays. If you dare to default, I'll just camp out at your place. You'll be responsible for everything. Chapter 39. Drinking. Seeing Xiaoyao's determined stance, Hiruzen's mouth twitched violently. This audacious child, having caused such a ruckus, still had the gall to haggle? Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized, his gaze sharpening, pointing at Xiaoyao, and exclaimed angrily, How did you get into my yard? This was his private residence, surrounded by barriers and guards. How could Xiaoyao have possibly approached the door? Of course, Asuma brought me in. Xiaoyao proudly pointed behind him, grinning. Asuma, well done. I'll treat you to a drink later. Following Xiaoyao's gesture, Hiruzen's anger flared. There stood his son, Asuma, in the yard, wearing a sheepish smile, akin to a sycophant, his eyes sparkling with delight from the praise. This kid, he brought an outsider home and even assisted in urging him. Such blatant disregard. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Hiruzen felt his blood pressure rising, his stomach churning. How did he end up raising such a useless son? Old fox, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and get my liquor. I can't wait. Xiaoyao's voice rang out again, interrupting Hiruzen's thoughts. As he spoke, he made to rush inside, his eyes brimming with a yearning for fine wine. Stop. You can't go in there. Hiruzen jumped, quickly blocking him, his face pale. That's my bedroom. The liquor isn't in there. Pahako was still sleeping inside. If Xiaoyao barged in, Hiruzen's dignity would be utterly shattered. Where's the liquor? Take me to it. Xiaoyao halted, sounding somewhat impatient. Follow me. Hiruzen glared at Xiaoyao, his heart heavy with regret. However, he had spent a considerable fortune to gather these exquisite wines from various ninja villages, filling an entire room. And now he was compelled to hand them all over to this insufferable brat. Yet, he found himself with no alternative, for he had initially promised Xiao. Moreover, strictly speaking, Xiao had indeed accomplished the task he had entrusted, albeit with somewhat excessive brutality. As Sarutobi Hiruzen led the way, he consoled himself internally. Thankfully, he had hidden away the most precious few bottles, keeping them out of that room. With this thought, his mood settled a bit. Xiao followed closely behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, his steps light and carefree, completely oblivious to the pained expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. His mind was consumed with thoughts of fine wine, leaving no room for any other considerations. The mere thought of soon indulging in an array of delightful drinks quickened his pace. The sound of the door lock turning echoed clearly in the quiet corridor. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the heavy wooden door, his face contorted in agony. His tone gritted. This is a room full of wine for you, you little brat. Gulch. Xiao swallowed hard, his eyes instantly sparkling like a wolf's as he disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings. He shoved aside the elder blocking the doorway, darting into the room like an arrow. His black blade, Qiushui, casually tossed over his shoulder, producing a crisp clatter. Inside, countless wine bottles adorned the shelves and even the floor and window sills, ranging from coarse ceramic jugs to crystal-like slender bottles, a dazzling array. The air was thick with the rich aroma of wine, mingled with fruity notes, grainy scents, and a hint of woodiness, enticing enough to intoxicate anyone. Xiao, you little rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught off guard and stumbled back, his back colliding with the doorframe with a dull thud. Clutching his aching back, he glared furiously at Xiao's retreating figure, cursing this impudent fellow 1,000 times in his heart. It was one thing to move the wine from his own home, but how dare he rummage through it directly? I shall see how you manage to transport all this liquor. With a slight huff, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude. He clearly observed that Xiao possessed nothing more than a blade and a fitted outfit, not even a storage scroll. This room brimmed with hundreds of bottles of wine. Even for a ninja, moving them all at once would be no simple feat. Let this impudent brat tire himself out. Asuma, hurry in and help with the wine. Xiao's excited call echoed from within the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression of mischief froze instantly, as if drenched in cold water. He turned to see his son, Asuma, scampering over, a massive storage scroll in hand, sporting a sycophantic smile, as if helping Xiao move wine were the greatest honor. Is this your home? Why are you so eager to help? Sarutobi Hiruzen thundered in frustration. This child was the epitome of betrayal. Huh, old fox, why do you look so grim? Xiao poked his head out from amidst the bottles, clutching two in his hands, puzzled. Are you saddened over your wine? Had I known you were so stingy, I would have gathered my own. I am not distressed over the wine. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger, responding curtly. At least I gifted you a room full of wine. Can't you show me a little respect? Calling me old fox, how disrespectful. Old man is respectful. Elder is honorable. Xiao retorted boldly. Though old fox is an old man, it still conveys respect. How have I failed to honor you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched violently, momentarily at a loss for words. Was there a trace of logic in this absurd argument? He was nearly driven to laughter and tears at once. Wasn't this brat always sleeping in class at the Ninja Academy, too lazy to learn even the basic techniques? How was it that he could articulate such nonsense so eloquently, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to refute? Xiao, although there is much wine, none are the finest. Just then, Asuma had already unfurled the storage scroll and began sealing the bottles hastily. Leaning closer to Xiao, he boasted, I know father has hidden a few bottles of top-tier vintage in the study's secret compartment. That wine is at least 10 times better than these. Asuma had realized that with Xiao's prowess, he could not afford to offend him. Rather than risk incurring the other's wrath, he preferred to ingratiate himself, aligning with Xiao not only to avoid harm, but perhaps even enjoy some fine wines himself. Oh, Asuma, well done. Xiao's eyes lit up, a radiant smile gracing his face as he patted Asuma's shoulder, his tone filled with praise. I won't hold last time against you for taking fewer bottles of wine. Keep up the good work next time, and remember to think of me when you find good wine. Rest assured, Xiao, I will surely remember. Asuma nodded eagerly, his smile growing more ingratiating as he quickened his pace in sealing the bottles. With a sudden burst of frustration, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. He delivered a sharp slap to the back of Asuma's head, the force causing him to stagger. You wasteful child. Such a traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen with anger, and he watched as a bump rapidly formed on Asuma's head, his fury subsiding slightly. This ungrateful brat was truly a disappointment. Asuma rubbed his head, shrinking back in grievance. Wary of retorting, his father had truly struck him hard, and his scalp still tingled. Chapter 40. The Greedy Drunkard. Thud. 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 Xiao, unfazed by the father-son drama, casually picked up a bottle covered in runes, pulled the cork, and tilted his head back to drink heartily. The rich liquid flowed down his throat, bringing with it an exquisite sweetness and a hint of spiciness, enveloping his entire being in bliss, opening every pore. Ding. Drinking Immortal System. Tasting top-tier vintage. Sword Path Comprehension 10. Ding. Drinking Immortal System. Tasting top-tier vintage. Constitution 10. Ding. Drinking Immortal System. Tasting top-tier vintage. Armament Color Hockey 10. The system notifications rang in his mind like a rapid-fire barrage, each chime brightening Xiao's gaze. Ordinary wine could only enhance attributes by 1 point at most. Yet this bottle had raised them by 10 at once. Truly a top-tier vintage. Ah, what splendid wine. Truly splendid. Xiao exhaled with satisfaction, a rosy glow painting his cheeks, his eyes brimming with enjoyment and contentment. He seized another bottle, twisted off the cap, and continued to drink deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood aside, watching the rapidly accumulating empty bottles on the table, his mouth twitching with anguish, the pain within him indescribable. This was the finest vintage he had cherished for decades. Acquired during the Second Ninja World War from an elder in Sunagakure, he rarely indulged even himself with it. Only during festivities or to celebrate great deeds would he savor a bottle. Now, nearly all of it was being consumed by this wretched brat as if it were mere water, and he was powerless to stop it. Sarutobi Hiruzen counted carefully. Of the 5 bottles hidden in the secret compartment, only 2 remained. Witnessing this scene, he shot a furious glare at Asuma. It was all this wasteful child's doing. Hadn't he revealed the location of the secret compartment to Xiao? How could this insufferable brat have possibly discovered those treasured bottles? Feeling the weight of his father's lethal gaze, Asuma quickly lowered his head, pretending to focus on sealing the bottles, too fearful to meet his eyes. Xiao, you see the day is waning. Shouldn't you be heading home? Yuanfei observed as Xiaoyao became increasingly intoxicated, his gaze becoming hazy. He hastily urged, I must return to the Hokage office to attend to official matters. I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. If this insufferable brat did not leave soon, his modest stock of liquor would surely be depleted. Currently, there remained 2 bottles, and he needed to expedite Xiaoyao's departure and hide the remaining wine. Are you not going to invite me to dine? Xiaoyao unsteadily rose, his steps wavering, a look of discontent gracing his features. Having consumed so much alcohol, I am famished. Surely you must treat me to something to eat? After a prolonged silence, Enfurzhang was tempted to pinch Xiaoyao's cheek to ascertain its thickness. This rascal had consumed so much of his fine liquor and even pilfered an entire room's worth, yet still had the audacity to linger for a meal? Very well. Considering your stinginess, I shall let it slide. With his tongue slightly slurred, Xiaoyao waved dismissively, adopting an air of grandeur as he wobbled toward the door. By the way, Asuma, you performed admirably. I shall return to visit you next time. Begone, begone. Yuanfei frantically gestured, wishing he could simply toss Xiaoyao out. Witnessing Asuma bowing and scraping in farewell made his liver ache anew. Does this brat truly consider this place a wine cellar? He resolved to replace all the locks in his home with ones that even Asuma could not unlock. With a hefty bundle of liquor slung over his back, Xiaoyao smiled broadly, the weight causing him to bend slightly. The abundance of wine had exceeded the capacity of his storage scrolls, so Asuma had thoughtfully provided a large package to accommodate dozens of his most cherished bottles. Yuanfei gazed at the bulging package, his heart sinking further. This prodigal child not only gifted his own liquor to others, but even assisted in packaging it. Truly incorrigible. Old fox, will you not see me off? As Xiaoyao reached the threshold, he halted abruptly and turned to Furzhang, a frown etched on his face. I am quite inebriated and unsteady on my feet. Are you not concerned I may fall? Leave at once. Yuanfei could no longer contain his irritation, stepping forward to grasp the back of Xiaoyao's collar, lifting him like a chick and striding toward the exit. Hey, old fox, be gentle. Do not damage my wine. You shall regret this treatment. I shall return. The incessant grumbling of Xiaoyao echoed in Huang's ears, leaving him exasperated. To consume his own liquor, take his own stock, and still dare to insult him. Were it not for the fact that he had named this insufferable brat and recognized his prodigious talent, he would have slapped him long ago. With a resounding bang, the wooden door was slammed shut, cutting off Xiaoyao's complaints. Leaning against the door, Enfurzhang felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over him. Ah, this child. Gradually, his anger dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. Despite Xiaoyao's earlier ferocity, he had shown no resistance when Furzhang had lifted him, indicating his esteemed position in Xiaoyao's heart. This child, despite his faults, was rather endearing. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the room, kneeling respectfully. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama has arrived at the Hokage office, requesting your presence for an urgent matter. Danzo. Yuanfei's brow furrowed slightly, the mirth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a grave expression. What business could Danzo have at this hour? Understood. You may leave now. Yuanfei waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to withdraw. As Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, his summons could not be dismissed lightly. First, he needed to tidy up. Observing the disheveled state of his room, he shook his head in resignation, intending to organize his desk before meeting Danzo. However, upon approaching the table, he discovered the space where the last 2 exquisite bottles of wine had rested was now conspicuously empty. His expression froze. Where's my wine? Yuanfei's eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed several times that the 2 bottles were indeed missing. Realization dawned upon him. His face turned ashen as he bellowed, Xiaoyao, you insufferable brat. This scoundrel had feigned compliance not out of fondness, but instead had stealthily pilfered the last 2 bottles of liquor, fearing discovery. Just moments ago, he had thought him endearing? How blind he had been. Endearing, indeed. This wretched child was nothing more than a gluttonous drunkard. Chapter 41. A monstrous encounter. Humph. You think you can challenge me? You are sorely mistaken. Xiaoyao, burdened with a large package, stealthily clutched 2 bottles of top-shelf liquor in his hand, his expression gleeful. Did that old fox believe he had only taken what was within the package? Little did he know. He had slyly pocketed the last 2 bottles while the old man was preoccupied with tidying up. As Xiaoyao approached a secluded riverbank at the village's edge, several shadows perched in a nearby tree silently observed him. Clad in dark attire and wearing animal masks, they were none other than the root ninjas dispatched by Danzo. Engage. A low command resonated from the tree, devoid of any superfluous words. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures sprang from the branches like phantoms, swiftly surrounding Xiaoyao and forming a triangular encirclement, exuding an icy aura of menace. Who are you? What business do you have? Xiaoyao squinted through his inebriated haze at the trio of masked figures, his steps wobbling slightly. The alcohol had blurred his vision, and as he noted the animal motifs on their masks, he murmured, "What is with these 3? Why do they have animal faces on their necks? Is this some new form of cosplay?" Huangfu Xiaoyao, you are to accompany us. One of the root ninjas, wearing a wolf mask, stepped forward, his voice devoid of emotion. Danzo-sama requests your presence. Huh. Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, the alcohol dulling his reflexes. Danzo, are they attempting to seize my wine? Instinctively, he shoved the 2 precious bottles into the package, clutching it tightly as his demeanor shifted to one of danger. These individuals were clearly not benevolent. They had their sights set on his liquor. It is Danzo-sama who invites you to the root for a visit. The wolf-masked ninja furrowed his brows, catching the scent of the potent alcohol wafting from Xiaoyao, his eyes glinting with disdain. He could not fathom why Danzo would place such importance on a drunken child. Moreover, this child dared to show disrespect to Danzo, unable even to remember his name. Had it not been for Danzo's specific instructions to maintain a polite demeanor to avoid attracting Ifudane's attention, they would have acted already. Are you attempting to bind me? The words reached Xiaoyao's ears and morphed into a different meaning. In the films of his past life, kidnappers often spoke of inviting someone for a visit, and these individuals were undoubtedly the same. Observing their dark clothing and peculiar masks, they reeked of treachery. It is not a kidnapping, it is an invitation. Another root ninja, donning an eagle mask, patiently attempted to clarify, refraining from mentioning Danzo's name again. Given this child's inebriated state, it was evident he had not heard of Danzo's reputation. Uttering it would be futile. Stop wasting time and come with us. The third root ninja, masked as a serpent, lost his patience, his tone turning frigid and impatient. Although Danzo had instructed them to be courteous, if this child failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, they would not hesitate to resort to coercive measures. With that, he reached out, aiming for Xiaoyao's shoulder, his movements swift as lightning, carrying a fierce gust of wind. I knew you were after my wine. As the intoxicated and carefree gaze of Xiaoyao fell upon the scene, it became abundantly clear that the individual before him was intent on seizing his precious package, igniting a spark of fury within him. Who had betrayed his secret, allowing these individuals to uncover that he had procured fine wine from the cunning old fox's abode? Who would dare covet his exquisite liquor? The serpent-masked ninja, exuding impatience, flicked his wrist, preparing to snatch Xiaoyao's parcel. Come with us immediately. These wines are of no consequence if destroyed. Following Lord Tozo, you need not worry about your supply. He aimed to impart a lesson to this insolent brat by shattering his treasured wine, demonstrating the might of the Foundation. The 2 accompanying ninjas from the Foundation offered no resistance. Such a naive youth required a lesson in humility, a reminder to show respect. Just as the serpent-masked ninja's hand was about to make contact with the package, he was oblivious to the chilling transformation in Xiaoyao's demeanor. His gaze now imbued with an icy resolve, a fleeting crimson glimmer igniting within the depths of his pupils. You wish to bind me and destroy my wine. A voice, cold and piercing, emerged from Xiaoyao's lips, laden with an unsettling murderous intent. In an instant, a flash of cold light erupted, a black and purple blade slicing through the air like lightning. A shrill scream resonated as the serpent-masked ninja clutched his right arm, staggering backward, blood gushing from the severed limb that fell to the ground, fingers twitching in a macabre dance. Zing! Damn it! The wolf-masked and eagle-masked ninjas were taken aback, retreating cautiously while fixing incredulous gazes upon Xiaoyao. They had utterly failed to perceive how this young brat had drawn his blade. All they witnessed was a fleeting gleam before their comrade's arm ceased to exist. It bore noting that all three were elite jonin from the Foundation, their prowess far surpassing that of ordinary jonin, yet they were so easily outmatched by this youth. Clang! The eagle-masked ninja unsheathed his kunai, his murderous intent surging as he bellowed, "You wretched brat!" Seeking death, he charged at Xiaoyao, his blade whistling through the air, aimed straight for his neck. Each strike lethal and merciless. Be cautious. This brat is not to be trifled with, the wolf-masked ninja warned loudly. Applying pressure to the injured Xing, while keeping a wary watch on Xiaoyao, his expression grave. The speed with which this young boy drew his blade was incomprehensible, necessitating extreme caution. The strength of Defeng surpassed that of Ziying, and he should be capable of subduing this brat. The wolf-masked ninja mused as he observed the eagle-masked ninja's reckless advance. Defeng was nearly on par with elite jonin, and dealing with a mere child should pose no challenge. However, in the next heartbeat, his expression froze. A surge of crimson erupted, accompanied by the sickening sound of a head rolling to the ground. Defeng's severed head tumbled. The mask shattered, revealing a face frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide, as if unable to fathom that he had been dispatched so effortlessly. This. The wolf-masked ninja gaped at the decapitated head, his blood running cold, beads of sweat soaking his back. Defeng had been slain in one stroke? An elite from the Foundation, nearing the strength of a jonin, had fallen victim to this child's single strike? He swallowed hard, staring into Xiaoyao's crimson eyes. A terror that originated from the depths of his soul, enveloping him completely. This child was no ordinary human. He was a monster. This intelligence must be relayed to Lord Tozo. Gritting his teeth, the wolf-masked ninja abandoned the injured Ziying and turned to flee. As a Foundation ninja, he had long disregarded life and death, but the power of this child was too terrifying. He needed to report to Lord Tozo, lest more of his comrades perish. Even if it meant forsaking a companion, the mission must be accomplished. Just as he pivoted, a formidable aura erupted from Xiaoyao, a tangible pressure that caused him to shudder, his feet freezing in place. What is this? The wolf-masked ninja trembled, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld Xiaoyao. Behind him loomed a colossal azure specter, towering several meters high, its visage grotesque, wielding a massive blade that exuded a suffocating murderous aura. Under the gaze of those crimson eyes, his fear escalated, conjuring images of countless brutal deaths, as if he were reliving each one in horrific detail. Even an elite from the Foundation, accustomed to brutal training, found his psychological defenses crumbling in that moment. Chapter 42. How could a brat slay me? Attempting to flee? Xiaoyao's voice was as frigid as ice. The intent of the Azura sword locking onto the two Foundation ninjas, rendering them immobile. He positioned his black blade, Xiaoshui, before him, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, brimming with murderous intent. These individuals not only sought to abduct him, but also aimed to destroy his wine, shattering his enjoyment of the drink. He could not quench his wrath without vanquishing them. Aye. A fierce crimson glow intensified in Xiaoyao's eyes, and the Azura specter behind him solidified further, lifting its massive blade with deliberate slowness. Axiali. With a cataclysmic eruption, a solidified black and purple slash burst forth, akin to a volcanic eruption, carrying the force to obliterate all in its path, sweeping towards the two Foundation ninjas. Blood and dismembered limbs splattered as the two ninjas were instantly reduced to mere fragments, their screams silenced before they could even escape their lips. Clang! Xiaoyao sheathed Xiaoshui, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. It was truly disheartening that he could not enjoy his drink in peace. He turned to leave, intent on returning home for a drink, when suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to halt. Wait. Xiaoyao's intoxicated gaze fell upon the scattered limbs and heads, stroking his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of cunning igniting in his eyes. These fellows, lurking and plotting, wished to bind him. They must be spies dispatched from other villages, he mused. He commended his own cleverness, bending down to collect the three heads, stuffing them into a cloth bag. Having slain 3 spies was indeed a significant achievement. It provided the perfect opportunity to seek out the old fox and boast of his accomplishments, perhaps even procure a few more bottles of fine wine. Surely, that was not too much to ask. These 3 rascals had finally proven to be of some use. With a buoyant heart, Xiaoyao slung the bag over his shoulder, clutching the parcel, and set off towards the Hokage's office. The old fox had mentioned he would be working there, and he was likely still present. Swish, swish, swish. After Xiaoyao's departure, 3 shadows leapt from the adjacent woods, the members of the Umbu, tasked with covertly protecting him. They surveyed the scene of carnage and bloodshed, exchanging glances that reflected profound shock and fear. This was utterly brutal. The Umbu squad leader swallowed hard, his voice trembling, to dispatch 3 elite ninjas with a single stroke. This Huangfu Xiaoyao is nothing short of a monster. One of the Foundation ninjas, whom he recognized, was of equal strength to himself. Yet he had been slain in an instant by Xiaoyao. Observing the direction he had taken, it was clear he was headed to the Hokage's office. They would allow him to explain himself to the Hokage. The Umbu squad leader inhaled deeply, making a decision. They had no desire to confront this ominous fate. Should this monster mistake them for spies and slay them as well, there would be nowhere to lament their misfortune. Wait, is Lord Tozo also at the Hokage's office? Suddenly, one of the Umbu members recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. Huangfu Xiaoyao intends to present the heads of Foundation members to the Hokage? The mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. Forget it, let us retreat for now and closely monitor the situation. The Umbu squad leader shook his head, ushering his team to withdraw swiftly. Such a conflict was beyond their capacity to intervene. It was best left for the Hokage to handle. At that moment, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Tozo sat face to face, the atmosphere tense and heavy, each man locking eyes with the other, neither uttering a word. Tuanzang, what is it that you wish to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the silence first, his brow furrowed tightly, his tone tinged with impatience. He had anticipated that Tuanzang had summoned him for something of great importance, only to find that the latter was meandering through trivial matters, clearly stalling for time. As the Hokage's advisor, it is natural for me to confer with you on the village's affairs, Tuanzang replied, maintaining his usual grim demeanor, his tone flat, while secretly calculating the time. His sole purpose for meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen was to keep him occupied. According to plan, the 3 elite members he dispatched from the roots should have already secured Huangfu Xiaoyao and brought him back to the base. Once the deed was done, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed discontent, he would not dare to confront him over a mere child. As for the possibility of failure, Tuanzang had never entertained such a notion. According to the intelligence provided by Orochimaru, although Huangfu Xiaoyao had reached the level of a jonin, he had barely crossed the threshold. The 3 elite members he dispatched included 2 jonin and 1 nearing elite jonin status. This arrangement ensured that the capture of a mere child would be foolproof. Since you have no objections, I shall take my leave. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen and sensing no anomalies, Tuanzang's heart swelled with covert delight. This time, everything was secure. As long as he captured and nurtured the prodigy Huangfu Xiaoyao, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset in his quest for the Hokage's position. Sarutobi, just wait. The Hokage title will ultimately belong to me. Tuanzang thought to himself, preparing to depart, eager to meet the talented individual he had high hopes for. Old fox, look what I have brought for you. Suddenly, a boisterous shout, laced with drunkenness, echoed from outside, followed by a loud crash as the wooden door of the Hokage's office was forcefully kicked open. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched. He knew without looking that it was that troublesome brat Xiaoyao who had arrived. This rascal had just wreaked havoc at his own home and now had the audacity to disrupt his office. What brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his expression darkening as he regarded the intruding Xiaoyao. Guess what? I just encountered some spies on my way here, Xiaoyao exclaimed, exuberantly approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely disregarding Tuanzang. Brandishing a cloth bag in his hand, they attempted to kidnap me and even tried to steal my alcohol, but I took them out one by one. He animatedly recounted his heroic exploits, speaking so rapidly that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt slightly dizzy. Kidnapping? Stealing alcohol? What on earth is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeper as he processed the chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Tuanzang's expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. He finally realized that the 3 elite members he had dispatched were likely in grave danger. This child had actually killed his men. These are their heads. You need not thank me too profusely, Xiaoyao declared, having finished his tale. He carelessly tossed the cloth bag onto the ground, where it spilled open to reveal 3 bloodied heads, the very heads of the root ninjas. With a proud thump on his chest, he proclaimed, "It is my duty to contribute to Konoha. Just give me 10 or 8 bottles of your fine wine, and that shall suffice." His demeanor was reminiscent of the heroic Guan Yu presenting the severed head of Hua Xiong to claim his accolades. Tuanzang stared at the severed heads, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. These were the elite members he had painstakingly nurtured for years. Among them, Difeng was one he had focused on developing, poised to break through to elite Jonin status. And now, they were lost forever? The thought filled Tuanzang with immense pain, his gaze fixated on Xiaoyao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yet at the same time, he was inundated with shock. Wasn't he this child merely at the threshold of Jonin level? How could his 3 elite members, even against true elite Jonin, fail to escape and be slain by a mere child? Chapter 43. Rampant slaughter. Xiaoyao felt uncomfortable under Tuanzang's predatory gaze. Drawing his blade, Qiu Shui, and pointing it at Tuanzang, he bellowed, "What are you staring at, you old coot?" In his drunken stupor, he failed to recognize Tuanzang, merely finding the bandaged figure before him exceedingly irksome, his sinister gaze repugnant. "Brat, mind your language." Tuanzang's fury was palpable. This scoundrel had murdered his men and dared to insult him. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, he would have long since made the boy pay dearly. "Those ninjas were sent by you, weren't they?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he looked at the severed heads on the ground, casting a cold glance at Tuanzang, his voice laced with accusation. It was no wonder Tuanzang had been so persistent in his conversation. He had been plotting against Xiaoyao all along. Tuanzang's intentions were clear to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had undoubtedly learned of Xiaoyao's talents through some channel and sought to seize him for the roots, intending to mold him into his own pawn. However, judging by the current situation, Tuanzang's intelligence had clearly faltered, as his operatives had not only failed to capture Xiaoyao, but had also been completely annihilated. Tuanzang's face twitched at Sarutobi Hiruzen's icy stare. This was a disaster. "Were you the one who sent them?" Before Tuanzang could respond, Xiaoyao's eyes brightened in realization as he pointed at Tuanzang. "So you are the head of these spies. You old coot. How dare you conspire within Konoha? Fear not. I shall protect you," Xiaoyao declared, swiftly positioning himself in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his Qiu Shui aimed at Tuanzang in a protective stance. "Leave this spy leader to me. I will slay him." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, speechless. As the Hokage, did he truly need this troublesome brat to protect him? Nevertheless, observing Xiaoyao's earnest demeanor, he felt a sense of helplessness. The boy was clearly still fixated on his fine wine, hoping to leverage the situation of slaying the spy leader for his own gain. "Xiaoyao, wait!" Sarutobi Hiruzen called out in alarm as he saw Xiaoyao genuinely ready to attack. If he were to actually slay Tuanzang, Konoha would descend into chaos. Tuanzang, being a high-ranking official, had deep roots and numerous supporters. His demise would lead to unimaginable consequences. "Old coot, prepare to meet your end." Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's warning came too late. Xiaoyao's blade had already been drawn, the dark violet light of the blade cutting through the air, imbued with lethal intent, descending fiercely upon Tuanzang. Secret technique. Insect shield. In a moment of desperation, Tuanzang shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. Buzz. Countless dark parasites surged forth from his sleeves, converging before him like a tidal wave, forming a thick wall of insects that blocked Xiaoyao's strike. Clang. The clash between the blade and the insect wall produced a deafening metallic sound, numerous parasites being sliced into fragments, yet new insects quickly replenished the wall, which remained steadfast. Xiaoyao, his drunken eyes narrowing, felt a shiver run down his spine as he confronted the sight before him. Why did everyone from Konoha seem to enjoy these revolting creatures? One had a penchant for snakes, and now another for insects, truly nauseating. Behind the insect wall, Tuanzang's expression grew even darker. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyao would dare to strike at him in the Hokage's office. This child was utterly unrestrained. Secret technique. Insect sphere. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly surged forth from the shadows, letting out a low growl. A ninja clad in a black cloak emerged beside Tuanzang, his body seemingly transforming into a nest, from which countless pitch-black parasitic insects whirled into the air, forming a terrifying tide of bugs that surged towards Xiaoyao. It was Yunulongma. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the newcomer and thought to himself. Yunulongma was an elite of the Yunu clan and one of Tuanzang's most capable subordinates. Possessing strength approaching that of a Kage, adept at utilizing parasitic insects for both offense and defense. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to intervene, but rather observed coldly. Tuanzang had gone too far this time, daring to employ the power of the root within Konoha to abduct a mere chunin. he must be taught a lesson. As for Yunulongma, even Orochimaru had nearly been slain by Xiaoyao, and a single Yunulongma was hardly a match for him. Moreover, insects were most vulnerable to sharp swordsmanship, and Xiaoyao's blade was perfectly poised to counter him. You and that old bastard are in cahoots, aren't you? You bug-using scoundrel. Xiaoyao glared at the approaching tide of insects, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes, his disdain intensifying. Longma, teach him a severe lesson. Tuanzang commanded darkly. What was Tuanzang's status? He was a high-ranking official in Konoha, an advisor to the Hokage, wielding immense power. Yet here he was, being insulted by a mere child. Called old scum and old bastard, and even threatened with a blade. Did he think he had no temper? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were present. As long as he did not kill the child and merely taught him a lesson, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have no reason to reprimand him. Yes, Lord Tuanzang, Yunulongma, initially hesitant, immediately cast aside all reservations upon hearing Tuanzang's orders. He raised his hands, and the overwhelming swarm of parasitic insects descended upon Xiaoyao like a dark cloud, the air thickening as it emitted a nauseating stench. Insects. The crimson light in Xiaoyao's eyes intensified. Though he was intoxicated, his reason remained intact. This was the Hokage's office. If he unleashed a wide-ranging strike, the entire Hokage building would likely be reduced to rubble. While he was indifferent to the destruction, it would be a loss if it interfered with the old fox's supply of fine liquor. In that case, let's use that. Buzz. Xiaoyao's pupils constricted sharply, and an invisible aura suddenly erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. Activate. Boom. The aura of a king surged forth like rolling thunder, causing the entire Hokage office to tremble slightly. Desks and chairs shaking, and window panes vibrating with a low hum. What is this? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tuanzang's expressions changed simultaneously, staring in shock at Xiaoyao. They sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura, one that was distinct from the typical murderous intent of a ninja. It was an innate aura of a ruler, carrying the weight of dominion over all beings. Especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, he had always looked down upon others from the pinnacle of the ninja world, yet now, facing Xiaoyao's presence, he felt an urge to bow in submission. What kind of power is this? The next scene left both men speechless. Buzz. The Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire tide of insects in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next second, all the parasitic insects fell from the air lifelessly, dropping to the ground and remaining motionless. Thud. Thud, thud. The sound of falling insects was as dense as rain, quickly accumulating into a thick layer on the ground. Chapter 44. If I don't get a reward, I won't leave. What? Yunulongma gazed in shock at the scene before him, his face filled with disbelief. He attempted to command the insects with chakra, but all his orders fell on deaf ears, receiving no response whatsoever. All of his parasitic insects had lost their consciousness, becoming a pile of dead bugs. Even the insects within me. Yunulongma looked inward, his expression growing even more grim. The insect eggs hatching within him also exhibited no signs of life. No matter how he tried to stimulate them with chakra, there was no reaction. This meant that, for the time being, he had completely lost his combat capability. You bug-using scoundrel, daring to use such disgusting creatures against me? Watch me cut you down. Xiaoyao sneered, raising his blade, Qiu and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. The black-purple blade gleamed like lightning, each strike aimed directly at Yunulongma's vital points, moving so swiftly that he could hardly react. Although Yunulongma had lost his insects, he was still a powerhouse nearing the Kage level, with ample chakra. He hurriedly employed his body technique, dodging clumsily, barely avoiding Xiaoyao's lethal strikes. Damn it, this kid's blade is too fast. Yunulongma's pupils contracted sharply, filled with horror. He had never encountered such swift draw and strike speeds. Each cut was executed with perfection. The angles so tricky that he found them nearly impossible to defend against. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth as Yunulongma let out a pained cry, clutching his right arm and retreating hastily. A deep gash, exposing bone, appeared on his right arm, blood gushing forth as he narrowly escaped having his entire arm severed by Xiaoyao. Enough. Stop this at once. I am the Hokage's advisor. Tuanzang, witnessing his most prized subordinate gravely injured, grew anxious and shouted angrily, revealing his identity. He sought to suppress this unruly child with his status. Old scum. You talk too much. Xiaoyao countered, delivering a slicing blow with his blade, the black-purple strike solidifying as it surged towards Tuanzong. Advisor? In my presence, that means nothing. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Tuanzang's expression changed, not daring to be careless. He swiftly formed hand seals, taking a deep breath to concentrate chakra at his throat before forcefully expelling it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless small wind spheres shot forth like bullets, imbued with astonishing speed and power, colliding with Xiaoyao's strike. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, before Xiaoyao's strike, which was condensed to the utmost, these wind spheres shattered like fragile bubbles, dissipating into thin air. What? Tuanzang's pupils contracted sharply, his face a mask of disbelief. His wind release vacuum sphere was immensely powerful, capable of easily shattering rock. Yet it could not withstand a single strike from this child. He had no time to ponder further as he rolled to the side, barely evading the blow. Splatter. Although he avoided a fatal hit, the black-purple strike grazed his cheek, leaving a deep gash on his left face, blood instantly pouring forth, dripping down his cheek. Tuanzang's expression darkened further, his murderous intent almost palpable. Advisor? What a ridiculous title. Xiaoyao raised Jiushui, standing proudly, his tone filled with disdain. Remember, I am Konoha's Chunin. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been watching from the sidelines, twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. In all his years, he had never witnessed someone speak so arrogantly about the title of a Konoha Chunin. Tuanzang's grim expression froze on his face, and he trembled with anger at Xiaoyao's haughty demeanor. Ding. Drunken Sage System. Under the influence of alcohol, you have intimidated key figures, elevating your conqueror's haki to the mastery level. Ding. Drunken Sage System. Under the influence of alcohol, you have injured a key figure, granting you 300 armament haki. The system notifications rang in succession, further uplifting Xiaoyao's spirits. It seemed his earlier proclamation had indeed intimidated that old scum, unexpectedly enhancing his conqueror's haki, a delightful surprise. But who exactly was this old scum? It was merely a minor scratch, yet he was rewarded with 300 points of armed color haki. If he had slain him, would not the reward have been even more substantial? In the recesses of his mind, Xiaoyao felt a twinge of regret, reflecting that he should have struck harder earlier. I am a Konoha Chunin. Xiaoyao once again performed a graceful flourish with his sword, Jiushui, proudly reiterating his title as if it were the most honorable in existence. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the imposing aura radiating from Xiaoyao, reverberating through the air. Enough, Xiaoyao, he is not a spy. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the escalating tension and stepped forward to restrain Xiaoyao's hand, which was poised to strike again. Teaching Danzo a lesson was one thing, but truly killing him would lead to serious complications. Not a spy? Xiaoyao blinked, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He couldn't comprehend how this old scoundrel had dispatched spies to abduct him, yet now he claimed they were not spies. Never mind, since you insist. Let us settle my compensation. After indulging in drink, Xiaoyao adhered to his philosophy of disregarding what he could not understand, as long as there was good wine. He opened his palm and waved it in front of Sarutobi, gesturing for payment. I have eliminated 3 spies and taught this old scoundrel a lesson. Surely, I deserve some reward? Sarutobi gazed at Xiaoyao's hand swaying before him, his expression darkening. This insolent brat had slain Danzo's subordinates, and even harmed Danzo himself. Yet he had the audacity to demand a reward? What compensation do you seek? What have you accomplished? Sarutobi finally erupted, his patience wearing thin under Xiaoyao's incessant prodding. I eliminated 3 spies. Xiaoyao responded with unwavering confidence. They are not spies. They are ninjas from the root. Sarutobi retorted. I also taught that bug-loving scoundrel a lesson. He is not a spy. He belongs to the Yamanaka clan. Then I dealt with this old scoundrel. Xiaoyao pointed at Danzo, a smug expression adorning his face. Sarutobi regarded Xiaoyao, and then glanced at Danzo, whose face was darkened with fury, displaying a conflicted expression as though genuinely contemplating whether to reward Xiaoyao. Danzo, witnessing this scene, felt his blood pressure rise. Were these 2 imbeciles speaking coherent words? One had killed his subordinates and wounded him, yet dared to ask for a reward? The other was actually considering it? Enough. Danzo could no longer contain himself, his eyes reddening as he bellowed, his suppressed fury finally erupting. Cough. Xiaoyao, return for now. We will discuss your reward later. Sarutobi, seeing Danzo on the verge of exploding, quickly cleared his throat and spoke to Xiaoyao with a serious demeanor. What? You intend to withhold my wages? Xiaoyao exclaimed, his eyes widening in displeasure. You old fox cannot renege on our agreement. You little rascal. You swiped 2 bottles of my finest wine this morning. Sarutobi shouted, finally unable to suppress this revelation. Cough, cough. The weather is splendid today, bright and breezy. Xiaoyao's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he coughed slightly and waved his hand dismissively. That matter of the reward, I will return to discuss it tomorrow. I must take my leave. Without awaiting Sarutobi's response, he swiftly exited the Hokage's office, his speed astonishing. How did the old fox discover I took the wine? If he refuses to reward me, I shall linger at his residence, drinking his wine daily. Chapter 45. Retrieving the wine at all costs. Listening to Xiaoyao muttering as he fled, Sarutobi felt utterly exasperated. How had he come to be burdened with such a troublesome brat? Sarutobi, you must provide me with an explanation. After Xiaoyao departed, Danzo, with a sullen countenance, fixed his icy gaze upon Sarutobi, his tone frigid. Explanation? I believe it is you who owes me an explanation. Sarutobi retracted his earlier expression of helplessness, his eyes cold as he confronted Danzo. Why did you dispatch root ninjas to abduct Xiaoyao? What are your intentions? As the leader of the root, I discovered irregularities in this Chunin exam and sought to consult Huangfu Xiaoyao for clarification. What is the issue with that? Danzo lied without flinching, his disdain for the young boy evident as he lamented the loss of his elite root ninjas. Oh, to seek clarification, it necessitates the dispatch of 3 jonin? Sarutobi scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And your visit to me this morning, filled with irrelevant chit-chat, was merely coincidence? Danzo was no match for Sarutobi's barrage of sharp inquiries. He was left speechless, his face shifting from pale to flushed, a most unflattering sight. That insolent brat has insulted the upper echelons of Konoha and drawn his blade on me in the Hokage's office. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Danzo, cornered and seething with rage, slammed his palm on the table, causing the scrolls atop it to tremble. Sarutobi, hand Huangfu Xiaoyao over to me, and I shall consider this incident as if it never transpired. In his final words, a sinister glint flickered in his eyes, revealing his true intent, to seize control of this prodigy for his own purposes or to obliterate him entirely. Xiaoyao is currently under the purview of Jiraiya. Any matters concerning him should be directed to Jiraiya. Sarutobi was resolute in his stance. Xiaoyao was the future pillar he had high hopes for, and he would not entrust him to someone as duplicitous as Danzo. He delivered this statement succinctly, effectively passing the hot potato to Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Danzo's expression froze momentarily, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated Sarutobi's rapid arrangement for Xiaoyao's oversight. Moreover, Jiraiya was known for his carefree demeanor and would not heed Danzo's authority, rendering his efforts futile. I expect a satisfactory explanation at the next elders' meeting, aware that further entanglement would yield no fruitful outcome. Danzo could only leave with a bitter remark, suppressing his seething anger as he departed with the injured Yamanaka Ryoma from the Hokage's office. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you shall await your reckoning. This debt, I will settle with you in due time. Exiting the Hokage building, Danzo's expression was as dark as a thundercloud, his heart seething with indignation. He had never experienced such a profound humiliation in his life. To be publicly insulted by a mere child, to be wounded, and to see his 3 elite root ninjas utterly defeated. This was an affront beyond measure. Explanation? Sarutobi observed Danzo's retreating figure, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Danzo's political machinations had remained clumsy over the years. Such an incident of failed abduction that backfired would only serve to render him a laughingstock, as it would inflict no harm upon Sarutobi himself. This troublesome brat cannot refrain from creating chaos, can he? Sarutobi turned his gaze to the 3 bloody heads resting on the ground, shaking his head in resignation. It was one thing to eliminate root ninjas, but to have them come seeking a reward as spies, such absurdity could only originate from Xiaoyao. The office was permeated with the faint scent of blood, causing him a headache. It seemed imperative to summon Jiraiya swiftly to definitively resolve Xiaoyao's affairs, lest he continue to stir trouble. Sarutobi contemplated quietly as he began to tidy up the aftermath left in the wake of Xiaoyao's actions. He had no desire for others to witness the disarray that had befallen the Hokage's office. Old man, are you serious? Early the next morning, Jiraiya was urgently summoned to the Hokage's office by Sarutobi. Upon hearing that the old man intended to entrust Xiaoyao to him, his expression instantly soured, revealing his reluctance. How leisurely was his life now? Either he was traveling with his easel to gather materials for his intimate series of novels, or indulging in leisurely days at taverns, sipping wine and admiring beautiful women, a life envied by the gods. If I were to take care of this little troublemaker, would I ever experience a peaceful life again? He is a creature who, when intoxicated, dares to disrupt the Chunin exams and nearly beheads Orochimaru. Just yesterday, I heard that Danzo suffered a significant setback at this boy's hands, and he secretly reveled in it for quite a while. Now, the trouble has landed on my shoulders. Do you think I am jesting? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a glare filled with undeniable authority. This disciple spends his days indulging in revelry, utterly oblivious to the need to alleviate his burdens. Hiruzen contemplated praising this child, hoping to persuade Jiraiya to accept the task. However, as the words formed on his lips, he suddenly faltered, his expression stiffening. What virtues does this child possess? Is it his swift execution of foes when inebriated, or perhaps his enthusiasm for alcohol? Upon reflection, as the third Hokage, he had not reaped any benefits from his association with this boy. You cannot articulate it, can you? Jiraiya observed Hiruzen's frustrated demeanor and burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Old man, I'm back. A heavily intoxicated voice echoed from outside, followed by the sound of the office door slamming open. Xiaoyao staggered in, reeking of alcohol, his steps unsteady, the black blade Xiaoshui slung casually over his shoulder, occasionally releasing a belch. Xiaoyao, wasn't there something important you needed to discuss? How did you end up in such a state? Hiruzen's lips twitched at the sight of the boy's drunkenness. This little rascal cannot bear a day without alcohol. Hiccup. Important matters require a few drinks to bolster one's courage, Xiaoyao stated nonchalantly, his gaze wandering around the office. After returning home and sobering up, Xiaoyao quickly realized that the bandaged old man he had dealt with was none other than Konoha's Hokage advisor, Danzo. Yet, he held no regrets. That man dared to send his subordinates to kidnap him, and he considered it merciful not to have ended his life. It was no wonder he received a reward of 300 points in Busashoka Haki for merely grazing the old man's skin. Clearly, Danzo harbored numerous secrets, potentially even the cells of the first Hokage. However, none of that mattered to Xiaoyao now. He was primarily concerned with his remuneration. Although he had not dispatched a true spy, he had indeed intervened and reprimanded that old scoundrel Danzo, so Hiruzen must compensate him. Yet, he worried that Hiruzen might withhold payment under the pretext of collateral damage to Konoha's upper echelons, so he devised a clever plan to intoxicate himself first, ensuring that he would persistently demand his due payment. Chapter 46, a recommendation that will surely satisfy. Old man, where's my payment? I specifically came to settle the bill today. Xiaoyao swayed in front of Hiruzen, waving his hand expectantly in front of his face. You still have the audacity to ask for payment. Hiruzen erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaoyao. You engaged in a brawl in my Hokage office, injuring Danzo and causing considerable damage. I haven't demanded compensation, yet you dare to ask for a reward? What are you saying? I don't understand. Xiaoyao feigned ignorance, moving his hand closer. Hurry up and give me my payment. Otherwise, I won't be responsible next time such a thing occurs. Witnessing Xiaoyao's relentless persistence, Hiruzen rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling utterly fatigued. Xiaoyao was the quintessential case of someone who thrived on flattery. If you treated him well, he would comply with anything, but if you confronted him harshly, he would resist stubbornly. Yet, this boy was a once-in-a-century genius, his combat prowess desperately needed by Konoha. With the current instability in the shinobi world and the potential outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, they might ultimately rely on this boy's strength. I will give it. I will give it to you, all right? Hiruzen, seeing Xiaoyao's hand nearly touching his nose, reluctantly conceded. Haha, you should have said so earlier. Where's my drink? Xiaoyao exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling as he searched for his reward. Just then, his gaze landed on Jiraiya, and confusion washed over his face. Wait, isn't that? Xiaoyao widened his eyes, scrutinizing Jiraiya for a long moment, his brow furrowing deeply. Oomph, little rascal, now you recognize my reputation? Jiraiya straightened his posture, pride radiating from him. This little brat had previously insulted him at the tavern. Now he finally recognized one of the legendary three. Who are you? Xiaoyao blinked in bewilderment, genuinely puzzled. Gah! Jiraiya's previous pride faltered, as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. You insolent little brat. Upon regaining his composure, Jiraiya erupted in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Xiaoyao. This little rascal still didn't recognize him, and was unbearably unlikable. Oh, I remember now. You're that white-haired drunk. Xiaoyao suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. He recalled encountering this man several times at the tavern, where he had boasted about being the sage of the toads, only to be left speechless by Xiaoyao's jibes. Old man, it's him. Xiaoyao pointed at Jiraiya, turning to Hiruzen. It was this white-haired drunk who informed me about your peeping with the crystal ball. You little rascal. So it was you who caused this trouble. Jiraiya's expression shifted from surprise to fury as he glared at Xiaoyao. How about it, white-haired drunk? Do you believe I would slice you down? Xiaoyao drew Chioshui, the blade pointing provocatively at Jiraiya. You insolent brat. Do you dare? Believe it or not, I will have my toad swallow you whole, ensuring you never drink again. Jiraiya defiantly retorted, forming hand signs as if to summon a summoning beast. Come on, who's afraid of whom? I'll just take down your toad and sell it for drinks. Try to touch my toad and see what happens. Enough, you two. Cease at once. Hiruzen's voice thundered, shaking the entire office as he finally lost his patience, witnessing the two of them on the verge of a brawl. As he observed the two, now rolling up their sleeves and preparing for a fight, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Xiaoyao, I called you here to accompany Jiraiya. Hiruzen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, ready to explain his intentions. What nonsense is this? You want me to follow him? He is not worthy. Xiaoyao interrupted, disdainfully sizing up Jiraiya. This white-haired drunk, who couldn't he even afford good liquor, was meant to be his guiding jonin? Wow, you little brat. Jiraiya, incensed, leaped up, shouting, I am one of the legendary three, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. How dare you look down upon me? Oh, white-haired toad drunk. Xiaoyao tilted his head, feigning enlightenment. This nickname rolled off his tongue nicely. Henceforth, that would be his title. You insolent little brat. Jiraiya trembled with rage. How did his grand title sound so distasteful from this little rascal's lips? Enough. Everyone be quiet. Huangfu let out a furious roar, his face darkened, and his eyes blazed with anger. Humph. Jiraiya and Xiaoyao exchanged glances, both recognizing a profound sense of defiance in each other's eyes, yet they obediently fell silent. One feared a beating from Huangfu, while the other dreaded the prospect of not receiving his payment. What to do? Huangfu rubbed his temples, visibly distressed. That rascal Xiaoyao was clearly incompatible with Jiraiya. Forcing them together could undoubtedly lead to greater chaos. Just then, a brilliant idea struck Huangfu. Xiaoyao, you know that upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, according to Konoha's regulations, you must be assigned to a team led by a guiding jonin. Huangfu cleared his throat and donned a congenial expression, patiently explaining to Xiaoyao. Given your prowess, you would typically qualify to form your own squad, but alas, you did not pass the Chunin exam. At this point, Huangfu felt somewhat awkward, his lips twitching. Xiaoyao, preoccupied with his penchant for combat, had neglected to collect the scrolls, leading to his failure in the exam, which was unforeseen. Even if Xiaoyao had passed, Huangfu would have still arranged for a guiding jonin for him. But now this was undoubtedly the best excuse. Old man, wasn't I just trying to complete the task you assigned? Xiaoyao glared, clearly dissatisfied. Besides, with my abilities, I need neither a squad nor a guiding jonin. Ahem, rules are rules. One cannot make exceptions simply because of your strength, Huangfu replied, his demeanor as steadfast as a fortress. You must select a guiding jonin. This is Konoha's regulation and cannot be altered. But it can't be that white-haired, drunken frog. Xiaoyao scoffed, disdain written all over his face as he looked at Jiraiya. This man couldn't even afford a decent bottle of wine. What future lay in following him? Jiraiya. Huangfu shot an incredulous look at the embarrassed Jiraiya beside him. Jiraiya's remuneration for missions was quite substantial. Yet he squandered his earnings on frivolities like wine and writing novels, which explained his financial predicament. Since you are dissatisfied with Jiraiya, allow me to recommend someone to you. And I assure you will be pleased. Huangfu's eyes glimmered with mischief as he spoke earnestly to Xiaoyao. Oh, absolutely pleased. Xiaoyao regarded him suspiciously. Old man, don't you dare deceive me. I assure you, after a few drinks, my mind races so quickly that I won't be fooled. Huangfu was speechless. Indeed, when intoxicated, Xiaoyao's mind raced fast, so fast that he could hardly distinguish between Konoha and other ninja villages' emblems. How could I deceive you? Huangfu cleared his throat and began to lavish praise. The individual I recommend is also my disciple, like Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, possessing immense strength and a formidable reputation. He extolled this person to the heavens, painting a picture of perfection. Yet, Observing Xiaoyao's lack of enthusiasm, Huangfu Xiaoyao felt a pang of embarrassment. It dawned on him that such accolades held no allure for Xiaoyao. Clenching his teeth, Huangfu Xiaoyao decided to unveil his trump card. My disciple also bears the nickname Big Fat Lamb. Xiaoyao nearly choked at this revelation. Was the old man out of his mind? In his attempt to sway Xiaoyao, he had unwittingly divulged Tsunade's secret nickname. Huangfu Xiaoyao shot a glare at Jiraiya, who promptly recoiled, silenced by fear. Big Fat Lamb. Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a new world. Just hearing that name suggested a person of ample prosperity. Associating with such a figure, how could he possibly lack for fine wine? Why does that name sound familiar? Xiaoyao scratched his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face. He felt he had heard it somewhere, but in his drunken haze, he couldn't quite recall. Huangfu Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Xiaoyao's mutterings. Could Tsunade's renown as Big Fat Lamb have reached Xiaoyao's ears? However, seeing that Xiaoyao merely mumbled without further inquiry, Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it's the Big Fat Lamb. Huangfu Xiaoyao continued earnestly. Following her guarantees, endless fine wine and delectable food, Jiraiya's mouth twitched in disbelief. The audacity of the old man. To suggest that Xiaoyao would be indulging in luxury under Tsunade's tutelage was absurd. He would merely be accumulating her gambling debts. While Big Fat Lamb indeed suggested abundant wealth, it was wealth meant for slaughter. Tsunade had never won at gambling, always a source of funds for others. Oh, endless fine wine. Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed even brighter. The temptation far too alluring. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether it was too undignified to sell himself for a few bottles of wine. Huangfu Xiaoyao perceived Xiaoyao's hesitation and felt a surge of urgency. If he could not persuade Xiaoyao, he would face repercussions from Danzo at the Elder-S meeting for not having a formal guiding jonin. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed another bombshell. Xiaoyao, my disciple is also an extraordinary beauty. Huangfu Xiaoyao gazed at Xiaoyao, his tone laced with temptation. Moreover, her drinking prowess is exceptional. Just think, having a stunning beauty accompany you for drinks. What bliss! Jiraiya was left aghast, unable to fathom the lengths to which the old man would go to push Xiaoyao forward. Was he truly willing to sacrifice Tsunade for this? If Tsunade caught wind of this, Huangfu Xiaoyao would surely find himself bedridden for a fortnight. A beauty? Who can drink with me? Xiaoyao's eyes widened in excitement, his previous hesitation vanishing entirely. As his drinking habits matured, he had grown dissatisfied with solitary indulgence. Although Hong and Lin were still too young and forbidden from drinking, he always had them by his side during his drinking sessions. Yet, nothing compared to drinking with peers, especially a stunning beauty. It's settled. Hokage-sama. Xiaoyao slapped the table, excitement radiating from his face. Where is she? Take me to her now. Huangfu Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief wash over him at Xiaoyao finally addressing him as Hokage-sama. The weight on his shoulders lifted. That little rascal had finally shown him some respect. As for her whereabouts, I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure, Xiaoyao admitted, somewhat sheepishly. What? Xiaoyao slammed the table, rising with fury, glaring at Huangfu Xiaoyao. You tricked me. Huangfu Xiaoyao was taken aback by Xiaoyao's sudden change in demeanor. This brat flipped his attitude faster than one could turn a page. Just moments ago, he had addressed him as Hokage-sama, and now he had reverted to calling him an old man. You will accompany Jiraiya. He will take you to find her. Huangfu Xiaoyao pointed at Jiraiya with an exasperated tone. Me? Jiraiya pointed incredulously at himself. He had thought he was finally free from this hassle, yet here he remained ensnared. Old man, I have no idea where Tsunade is. Jiraiya protested with a troubled expression. If you cannot find her, do not return to see me. Huangfu Xiaoyao's gaze hardened, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Jiraiya, confronted by that icy stare, felt a chill run down his spine. He was certainly talking nonsense. Although Tsunade had been wandering through the shinobi world, her reputation as a plump sheep was far too illustrious. A simple inquiry at the various casinos would undoubtedly lead to her whereabouts. Fine. It's settled. Xiaoyao clapped his hands and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, Old man, if she isn't as beautiful as you claim and can't even share a drink with me, I will take up residence in your house indefinitely. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched at the corner of his mouth. This little brat really wouldn't concede an inch. The memory of Xiaoyao raiding his home for fine wine just yesterday morning made him boil with anger. All right, you two, hurry up and get ready to depart. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed towards the office door, his voice booming. He simply wanted Xiaoyao to leave Konoha quickly so he could enjoy a few peaceful days. Old man, I'm still on vacation. Jiraiya foolishly interjected. Boom. A gust of wind released ninjutsu suddenly surged towards him, making Jiraiya leap aside in alarm. Damn, old man. You really mean it, he exclaimed, dodging while lamenting. Xiaoyao watched with great amusement, even pulling out a bottle of wine from his backpack. Sipping while enjoying the spectacle and occasionally cheering for Sarutobi Hiruzen. You need to leave too. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Xiaoyao's demeanor, became even angrier. He stepped forward, grabbing the back of Xiaoyao's collar and lifting him up, striding towards the door. Old man, put me down. My wine. It's going to spill. And I want to let you off the hook. Xiaoyao protested, be gentle. Don't damage my backpack. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his outcries and thrust both of them out of the office, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. What are you staring at? Xiaoyao, rubbing the sore spot on his neck, glared at Jiraiya beside him, his face full of dissatisfaction. Kicked out, huh? You foul-mouthed brat. Jiraiya smirked, straightening his clothes with a gleeful expression. Humph. Better than being thrown out like you, drunken white-haired toad. Xiaoyao shot him a disdainful glance. You foul-mouthed brat. Weren't you dragged out by someone? That was the old man not wanting me to leave, specially escorting me out. You know nothing. Oh dear. The damn foul-mouthed brat. Chapter 48. A little brat of no consequence listening to the sounds of the two bickering as they walked away, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against the door, shaking his head in resignation, utterly exhausted. Finally, some peace. He returned to his desk and sat down, rubbing his throbbing temples. Hopefully, that girl Tsunade can manage that brat Xiaoyao. The mere thought of Xiaoyao's words made the corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitch involuntarily. Heaven forbid that when Tsunade fails to find him, Xiaoyao truly decides to stay in his home indefinitely. At the entrance of Konoha, the gentle morning sun bathed the earth, and the air was filled with the refreshing scent of grass and trees. Xiaoyao-kun, please be careful on the road. Red and Rin stood at the village entrance, their faces filled with concern as they fussed over him. Red carefully organized Xiaoyao's backpack, meticulously placing some commonly used medicines and snacks inside, fearing that something might be overlooked. Rin tightly clung to Xiaoyao's arm, her little face resting against his bicep, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Haha, don't worry. When I return, I'll take you both to drink the finest wine. Xiaoyao gently embraced the two girls, his tone lingering with a hint of inebriation. Yet his gaze was strikingly earnest. That little brat is truly fortunate with women. Jiraiya, watching this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. In his youth, he had also been a striking figure, charming and graceful, yet no one seemed to take a liking to him. And this little brat, who only knew how to drink and wield a sword, had managed to capture the hearts of such lovely girls. Gazing at Xiaoyao's handsome visage, Jiraiya felt a pang of bitterness. Let us hurry up and set off, it's getting late. Jiraiya spoke with indignation, his tone laced with jealousy. Drunken white-haired toad, why are you in such a rush? Can't you see I'm bidding farewell to my dear ones? Xiaoyao shot him a displeased glance. Dear ones? Plural? Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, Red and Rin's cheeks flushed a charming hue, and they shyly lowered their heads, not rebuffing but rather accepting the endearing term. Seeing the two girls' bashful demeanor only fueled Jiraiya's ire. People these days really are infuriating, he grumbled, his mouth twitching in annoyance as he turned away and walked off into the distance. Hey, drunken white-haired toad, wait for me. I'm telling you, if you lose me or can't find that beauty, I swear I'll slice you down. Xiaoyao watched Jiraiya retreating and became anxious. He was counting on Jiraiya to help him find that long-time drinking companion, and he couldn't let him get away. Amidst the gasps of Red and Rin, he planted fervent kisses on both of their lips. Then, laden with a backpack full of fine wine, he grumbled and chased after Jiraiya. Xiaoyao-kun, Xiaoyao? Red and Rin touched their kissed lips, their gazes filled with infatuation and reluctance as they watched Xiaoyao's departing figure, their faces still blushing. In a dense clearing of the forest, Jiraiya and Xiaoyao were preparing a fire to cook. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaoyao sat on a large rock, sipping wine while observing Jiraiya's busy movements, with empty bottles piled up around him. I say, you lad, you are a complete drunkard. How can you drink so much? Jiraiya looked at him, baffled as Xiaoyao downed bottle after bottle, his face etched with disbelief. Since leaving Konoha, it had barely been half a day, yet Xiaoyao had already consumed no less than 20 bottles of wine. Moreover, he was only drinking without eating. Was his stomach made of iron? Even Jiraiya, who prided himself on his ability to hold his liquor, felt a wave of nausea watching Xiaoyao. Huh. You brought me to this godforsaken place, and one tea even let me drink to ease my boredom? Xiaoyao burped, glaring at Jiraiya with displeasure. He was now fully embracing the philosophy of enjoying the moment with wine, and ever since he had received a hefty sum from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was no longer frugal with his drinking. Drunken white-haired toad, where is that beauty who can drink with me? Why haven't tea we found her yet? Xiaoyao set down the wine bottle, his expression one of dissatisfaction. We've only been out for half a day. Just half a day? Jiraiya covered his face, feeling as if he were on the brink of collapse. Throughout the journey, Xiaoyao had asked him this question no less than 10 times, more bothersome than a fly. Only half a day? Xiaoyao scratched his head, looking puzzled. Why do I feel like we've been out for several days? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? I'll have you know, I'm quite clear-headed after drinking, and I absolutely want to be fooled. He glared at Jiraiya, grabbing another bottle of wine and tilting it back for a hefty gulp. Clear-headed? I see you can barely stand, Jiraiya remarked helplessly, observing Xiaoyao swaying slightly as he sat on the rock. What? Do you dare to doubt me? Xiaoyao immediately became displeased, snorting disdainfully. I'll have you know, I am an old drunkard with decades of drinking experience. How could I possibly be drunk? Decades of drinking experience? You're only 8 years old. Jiraiya couldn't help but retort. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoyao stood up, shaking his heavy head. It's just walking. I'll show you I'm not drunk, he declared, striding forward. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xiaoyao had barely taken a step when he slipped and fell flat on his back. What the hell did you push me for? Drunken white-haired toad. Believe it or not, I'll slice you down. Xiaoyao sat on the ground, glaring at Zilai with frustration, his hand already gripping the hilt of Chiushui. Damn it, I'm still 10 meters away from you. Zilai was utterly exasperated, roaring at Xiaoyao. How could he be blamed for this when he was sitting still? That drunken brat was truly infuriating. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Several kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, shot out from the nearby forest, hurtling toward Xiaoyao and Zilai. Watch out. Zilai's expression changed instantaneously as he reacted, throwing himself onto Xiaoyao to shield him. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions erupted in succession, flames leaping into the sky, thick smoke billowing forth, completely engulfing the spot where the two had just been. The shockwaves from the explosions swept through, snapping trees in half and sending shards of rock flying. 3 ninjas, adorned with the forehead protectors of Suna, emerged from the jungle, landing not far from the explosion site. Hey, did you go too far? We came to gather intelligence, not to kill. One Suna ninja frowned, expressing dissatisfaction to his companions. Their mission was to infiltrate the Land of Fire and scout Konoha's military deployments, not to hunt down its ninjas. With 2 idiots like these, what important intelligence could they possibly know? Another Suna ninja scoffed dismissively, suggesting it would be better to eliminate them to avoid exposing their movements, and then continue their infiltration toward Konoha. The dissenting Suna ninja opened his mouth, but after observing the earlier antics of the 2 Konoha ninjas, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. A drunken brat and an unreliable-looking white-haired ninja certainly did not seem like they would possess any valuable information. Hey, you 3 bastards. You nearly spilled my drink. At that moment, a voice filled with indignation erupted from the towering tree above, shattering the silence of the scene. Huh. The 3 Suna ninjas' expressions shifted instantly as they quickly drew their kunai, warily gazing in the direction of the voice. There stood Xiaoyao and Zilai on a massive tree branch, completely unscathed. The earlier explosion had not harmed them in the slightest. Judging by your attire, you must be ninjas from Suna, right? Zilai's expression grew serious as he looked at the 3 Suna ninjas and sternly inquired, the Land of Fire is not a place for you. What is your purpose here? Why you are? One Suna ninja's pupils dilated in shock as he recognized Zilai's appearance, revealing a look of terror on his face. White hair and the tear marks of face paint. How could he not know this? This was one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Zilai. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on the Suna ninja's brow. He had been so focused on the drunken brat that he had unconsciously overlooked Zilai, mistakenly thinking him to be just another fool. Humph. Indeed, I am the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. Zilai relished the fear etched on the Suna ninja's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction after Xiaoyao's earlier frustrations. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoyao rudely interrupted him. Enough chatter. You nearly spilled my drink. Prepare to die? With that, Xiaoyao unsheathed Chioshui and swung it down toward the three Suna ninjas. Clang! The blade moved with breathtaking speed, a dazzling black-purple arc illuminating the air, carrying with it an oppressive sword pressure that swept toward the trio. In the horrified gaze of the three Suna ninjas, the black-purple arc transformed into a ferocious slash, towering over 10 meters high and several meters wide, charging at them like a beast unleashed. Boom! The ground was torn apart in the wake of the violent slash. Trees were crushed, and the terrifying sword pressure made the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. What kind of jutsu is this? The three Suna ninjas' faces turned pale. Their eyes filled with despair. Xiaoyao's blade was too swift. The slash arrived before they could even react, before they could take any defensive action. The terrifying sword pressure sliced through their bodies, leaving countless fine cuts that instantly soaked their clothing in blood. The anguished screams echoed through the forest as the three Suna ninjas could only let out a single wail before they were entirely consumed by the ferocious slash. Their remains scattering like mist in the air. Boom! After the slash carved a terrifying chasm several meters deep and dozens of meters long into the earth, it gradually dissipated. Zilai stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape as he took in the scene before him, disbelief written all over his face. He had barely uttered half of his entrance line, and three living Suna elite ninjas had been so effortlessly obliterated. Ding! Drunken Sage System. Slaying three Suna elite ninjas while inebriated has granted you 300 points in swordsmanship comprehension. The system notification echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, further elevating his spirits. Dare to interrupt my drinking? This is your fate. Xiaoyao elegantly sheathed Chioshui, then turned to the astonished Zilai, a proud expression upon his face. Did you see that? White-haired, toad drunkard. When dealing with such enemies, there's no need for fancy tricks. One must strike swiftly and decisively. Xiaoyao, we need to capture them alive. Zilai finally regained his composure, nearly losing his mind at Xiaoyao's smug demeanor. These Suna ninjas infiltrated the Land of Fire for a reason. They must have ulterior motives. We should capture them and extract information about their mission. What do we need live captives for? Xiaoyao shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, aren't you a ninja? Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. They are ninjas from Suna, infiltrating the Land of Fire. They must have a secret mission. Zilai exclaimed in exasperation. We must capture them alive to obtain intelligence. What did they teach you in ninja school? Theoretical lessons? Xiaoyao replied proudly. I aced the theoretical part of the Chunin exam. The teacher said that when encountering enemies infiltrating the borders, one must eliminate them directly to prevent information leaks. Zilai's face twitched as he looked at Xiaoyao's serious expression. He truly wanted to pinch Xiaoyao's face to see just how thick-skinned he was. A perfect score in the theoretical lessons of the Chunin exam? If it weren't for my suggestion to Sarutobi-sensei to let the examiners go easy, this kid would be lucky to pass, let alone score full marks. Forget it. I'll see if there's anything of value here. Zilai sighed helplessly, his figure flashing as he approached the site of the earlier explosion. However, upon closer inspection, he was rendered speechless. Xiaoyao's attack had been so brutal that the scene was littered with blood and chunks of flesh. Not even a piece of limb larger than a palm could be found. These three Suna ninjas had been reduced to mere mush. So, did you find any intelligence? Xiaoyao ambled over, his face full of anticipation. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zilai replied irritably, his frustration mounting. Are you that weak? Xiaoyao looked at him with disdain. You're such a grown man, and you can't even find a shred of intelligence. What a waste. Zilai's face twitched with anger, barely restraining the urge to draw his blade. You butchered them like this. How could I find any intelligence? Bang. Zilai took a deep breath, ignoring Xiaoyao any further, swiftly forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and a massive toad appeared before him. Oh, what a large toad. Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, staring at the toad with drool pooling in his mouth. If I sold this, it should fetch a decent amount of fine liquor, right? This is my summoning beast. It's not for sale. Jiraiya gazed at the avaricious expression on the boy's face and could no longer restrain his exasperation. This insufferable brat, with his mind consumed by thoughts of wine and wealth. Can he not contemplate anything else? I implore you, return this scroll to Konoha and deliver it to Lord Sandame. Jiraiya extracted a pre-written scroll from his pocket and placed it into the mouth of a toad, uttering in a solemn tone. He needed to report the infiltration of the Sunagakure ninja into the Land of Fire to Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing Konoha to prepare in advance. With a croak, the toad seemed to sense the malice in Xiaoyao's eyes, quickly grasped the scroll, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya, considering our good relationship, why not summon a few more giant toads? Xiaoyao remarked, his gaze eagerly following the toad's disappearing figure. Once we sell them, we can split the profits 50-50. How does that sound? Hurry up. There's a town ahead, and Tsunade is likely there. Jiraiya, fearing that further conversation with Xiaoyao would lead to his own demise from frustration, seized Xiaoyao's arm and dashed forward. Simultaneously, a weight settled in his heart. The infiltration of the Sunigakure ninja into the Land of Fire was undoubtedly not a coincidence. It seemed the ninja world was on the brink of turmoil once again. Chapter 50, A Swift Execution. What's the big deal? Hey, don't be so stingy. Xiaoyao complained, being dragged along by Jiraiya, his face contorted with dissatisfaction. I've called you Jiraiya to show you some respect, so how about we split it 60-40? I get 60, you get 40. No more. How can you be so greedy? 80-20. That's my final offer. Jiraiya was utterly speechless. So, calling my name is supposed to be a grand favor? Moreover, those are my summoning beasts. They belong to me. You actually want to sell my summoning beasts for drink and then divide the profits with me? Is there such a bandit logic in this world? This wretched brat is worse than a thief. No wonder Sarutobi-sensei is nearly driven mad by him. With a whoosh, Jiraiya ignored Xiaoyao's incessant chatter, chakra surging beneath his feet as he quickened his pace towards the town ahead, leaving behind Xiaoyao's curses echoing in the air. In a dense forest within the Land of Fire, Jiraiya shouted in a state of panic and despair as he leaped through the trees. Xiaoyao, you foul-mouthed brat. Where have you gone? Yes, Xiaoyao had gone missing. He had merely bent down to adjust his backpack, and when he looked up, Xiaoyao had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya felt as if he were on the verge of insanity. Tsunade had yet to be found, and now Xiaoyao was lost. Upon returning, Sarutobi-sensei would surely flay him alive. Xiaoyao, come out. I'll catch you 10 toads. We can sell them for drinks. In his desperation, Jiraiya loudly called out, attempting to lure Xiaoyao with the promise of alcohol. Yet, all he received in response were the whispers of the wind and the chirping of birds, with no reply in sight. Meanwhile, in a nearby bustling town, Xiaoyao ambled leisurely down the lively street, clutching a bottle of wine, muttering to himself, that white-haired toad drunkard is such a coward. He doesn't even dare to conduct business. He deserves to be poor for life. He had parted ways with Jiraiya some time ago, yet he felt no concern. After all, his objective was to find that plump sheep and fine wine, with or without Jiraiya's guidance. It was a rare opportunity to leave Konoha. How could he return without earning a profit? Though a hefty prize awaited him. Who knows when he would find it? After years of drinking, his meager inheritance had long been squandered. Had it not been for Hong and Lin secretly bringing him alcohol, he would have run out of supplies long ago. This time, he was determined to earn a substantial sum to buy enough wine to last. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts drew Xiaoyao's attention. He looked up to see a crowd gathered before a building, their faces alight with excitement and fervor as they jostled toward the entrance. What is going on there? So lively? Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A gathering of this size surely promised something good. Perhaps he could strike it rich. With a rush of enthusiasm, he pushed through the throngs, sprinting toward the building. However, as he reached the entrance, 2 imposing guards blocked his path. Kid, this isn't a place for someone like you. Scram. One guard scrutinized Xiaoyao with a dismissive tone. Is there a place I can't go? Xiaoyao retorted, displeased. This was clearly a promising opportunity, and they dared to deny him entry? This is a casino. Do you have any money? The other guard scoffed, a mocking grin on his face. Little boy, a casino isn't meant for you. Run along and find your parents. A casino? Xiaoyao's eyes widened in delight, his heart racing with joy. What a splendid place. In his previous life, he had always been curious about casinos. But as a law-abiding citizen, he had never had the chance to experience it, settling for casual mahjong games with friends. In this life, he was determined to have a grand time. Moreover, he possessed the advanced observation haki, capable of predicting others' actions and thoughts. What was there to fear about losing? To him, this was not a casino, but a movable ATM. Who says I have no money? Xiaoyao exclaimed, brandishing his sword, the blade gleaming in the light. Just look at this blade. How much is it worth? I'll pawn it here for now and redeem it once I win some money. The thought of whether the casino would cheat him and refuse to return his sword never crossed his mind. If they dared to pull a fast one, He would ensure that this casino vanished from existence. That sword. At the moment Xiaoyao presented his weapon, a man with 2 menacing scars on his face at a nearby stall suddenly brightened, his eyes fixated greedily on the blade. Boy, is this sword something special? A subordinate of his inquired, noticing his reaction. Their leader, Jiang Shuichiro, was a notorious rogue ninja with a reputation in the black market for having slain Chunin from the 5 great hidden villages, feared and respected in this region. Indeed, this sword is of exceptional quality. Jiang Shuichiro nodded, gesturing a number with his hand. It's worth at least this much. Upon seeing the figure he indicated, his subordinates gasped in astonishment. Such a sum was enough for them to indulge for quite some time. It was a waste for such a fine sword to be in the hands of a mere child. Jiang Shuichiro's eyes glinted with fervor as he approached Xiaoyao. Go on, go on. This is a casino, not a pawn shop. The guards, growing impatient, waved their hands dismissively, not taking Xiaoyao's sword seriously at all. Wait. Just as Xiaoyao's expression soured and a murderous aura began to emanate from him, Jiang Shuichiro stepped closer, offering a disingenuous smile. How about you sell me that sword? I'll offer you a good price. Jiang-san. The guards' expressions shifted instantly upon recognizing Jiang Shuichiro, their demeanor turning fearful. They dared not breathe, fully aware of his notorious reputation. Is this bastard really that famous? Xiaoyao ignored Jiang Shuichiro, turning to the guards and asking. Jiang Shuichiro is the most formidable ninja in this region. The guards observed the gradually darkening expression of Jiang Shuyilang and hastily urged, Little brat, quickly apologize to Lord Yilang. A renowned ninja? Xiaoyao surveyed Jiang Shuyilang from head to toe and noticed the absence of any symbols of a ninja village on him. A look of disdain crossed his face. So, he was merely a wandering ninja without parents, daring to act arrogantly before me? How insolent! One of the younger subordinates, hearing Xiaoyao insult their elder brother, immediately darkened in expression, stepped forward, and threatened, Our elder brother has a bounty of 300,000 taels on the black market. Little brat, if you know what's good for you, hand over your sword, or else do not blame us for being rude. Oh, 300,000 taels? Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with excitement, fixating on Jiang Shuyilang as if he were gazing upon a mountain of gold. Little brat, I want to bully you. Jiang Shuyilang sported a reckless grin and disdainfully replied, Your sword, I'll give you 1 tael of silver for it. How about that? Ha ha. Swish. Uft. Before Jiang Shuyilang's laughter could fade, a flash of cold light appeared. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, and his smile froze instantly. His eyes wide with disbelief. Sizzle. Under the terrified gaze of all present, Xiaoyao stepped forward, grasped Jiang Shuyilang's hair, and with a gentle tug, wrenched his bloody head off. Chapter 51. Little brother, I am the most benevolent. Bang! Jiang Shuyilang's body slumped to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Now I have money, right? Xiaoyao, holding Jiang Shuyilang's severed head, approached the casino guards, his eyes shimmering with a light akin to fine wine. Convert his bounty into 300,000 taels for me. I want to gamble. Why yes. This way, my lord. The casino guards, terrified by the brutal scene, hurriedly bowed and smiled ingratiatingly. Jiang Shuyilang, a ruthless killer who had slain Chunin, was now cut down by this little brat. He was nothing short of a monster. A casino manager rushed out, took the head from Xiaoyao, and while sending someone to exchange the bounty, respectfully led Xiaoyao into the casino. As for Jiang Shuyilang's subordinates, they had long since fled in terror, their spirits shattered at the sight of their brother's demise. How terrifying! Their elder brother was killed in an instant. If this monster set his sights on them, they would not survive. Haha! Hurry and bring me the money. Xiaoyao took a swig from his drink. His face lit with an excited smile, resembling a seasoned gambler as he followed the manager into the casino. He could hardly wait to win big at this cash machine. Bang! Just as Xiaoyao stepped into the casino hall, he collided with someone unexpectedly. A soft sensation met him, and the sight before him was a blinding white, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hey, little brat, how can you be so careless while walking? A crisp and melodious female voice rang above him, laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and laziness. Who do you call a little brat? Tsunade looked down at the boy who had bumped into her, her brow furrowed tightly, the delicate arches of her brows knitting into a frown. The boy's forehead felt as hard as stone, sending a jolt of discomfort through her chest and momentarily making her breath hitch. Her beige trench coat crinkled slightly from the impact, her golden hair swaying gently. and her signature green eyes were filled with impatience and a flicker of offended anger. Golden-haired woman, speak more politely. Xiaoyao, initially enjoying the softness of the encounter, bristled at the term little brat. He forcefully broke free from Tsunade's embrace, staggering back 2 steps to regain his balance. Don't think just because you're well-endowed and pretty, you can call me little brat. I'm a seasoned drunkard capable of toppling 3 taverns by seniority. You ought to address me as senpai. He shook the bottle in his hand, spilling a few drops of liquor, his face flushed with drunkenness. Yet his gaze radiated an undeniable arrogance. Tsunade narrowed her green eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. In all her years, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone, nor had anyone been so brazen in her presence. This little brat not only drunkenly barged into the casino, but also dared to speak disrespectfully to her. He was utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Little brat, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to enter a casino? Do you have the funds? Tsunade scoffed, scrutinizing Xiaoyao, her tone dripping with disdain. The boy appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, dressed in faded black attire, a black-purple katana slung across his shoulder. And reeking of alcohol, he seemed nothing like someone capable of gambling. Here, my lord, your 300,000 taels in cash. At that moment, the casino manager rushed over, carrying a heavy black leather case, a fawning smile on his face as he presented it to Xiaoyao. As the case opened, the dazzling pile of golden bills was neatly stacked, the brilliance catching the attention of the surrounding gamblers. Humph, golden-haired woman, did you see that? Xiaoyao proudly tapped the case, producing a dull thud, and raised his chin in triumph, his intoxicated eyes gleaming with boastfulness. This is just the appetizer. Once I win big, I'll show you what true extravagance looks like. Tsunade's lips twitched in irritation as she gazed at the overflowing cash, a flicker of surprise flashing in her emerald eyes, soon replaced by a deep-seated displeasure. This arrogant little brat truly had money? And he was willing to wager 300,000 taels right off the bat? Which venue did this woman gamble at? Today, she would gamble to the end with him. Xiaoyao snatched the case, turned, and grabbed the casino manager's arm, pointing at Tsunade with resolute authority. He had long found this golden-haired woman to be unpleasant. Daring to call him little brat, today he would ensure she lost everything and teach her a lesson. My lord, Lady Tsunade's gambling table is already full. The casino manager's smile faltered instantly, and he explained with a wry grin. Ever since the arrival of Lady Tsunade, her VIP table had been packed with eager gamblers, each wanting to make a profit from her. There was no space available. Full. Xiaoyao frowned, dismissively waving his hand. Then have them clear a spot for me. Anyone who dares to object, throw them out. The casino manager's expression turned troubled, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Most of those gamblers were desperate individuals, some even notorious for their ruthlessness. Ordering them to vacate would likely incite chaos. Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand resting on the hilt of Qiushui's blade, the black-purple scabbard glinting ominously, an invisible killing intent suddenly enveloping the area. His tone remained calm, yet an undeniable aura of menace emanated from him, causing the casino manager to shudder. All right. Please wait a moment, my lord. I will arrange it right away. The casino manager, terrified, hastily nodded and bowed, swiftly turning to head toward the VIP table, fearing that any delay would result in his untimely demise at the hands of this terrifying figure. Tsunade-sama, this person is truly frightening. Ino, standing beside Tsunade, clutched her sleeve tightly, her small face filled with anxiety, her voice trembling slightly. She could distinctly sense the murderous aura radiating from Xiaoyao, a presence forged through numerous killings that chilled her to the bone. Yes, indeed, he is not an ordinary brat. Tsunade's expression grew serious, her green eyes fixated on Xiaoyao's retreating figure. Although this boy was still young and intoxicated, the aura he exuded instilled a sense of pressure even in her. This imposing aura is undoubtedly not something an ordinary genin or chunin could possess. This lovely little girl is truly adorable. Once the gambling concludes, dear sister, I shall treat you to the finest wine. At this moment, Xiaoyao finally took notice of Shizun standing beside Tsunade, and a warm smile adorned his face, though his eyes twinkled with a hint of mischievous inebriation. Fear not, for I am the most amiable of souls and would never bully a child, right? He turned to the casino manager, who was still wiping cold sweat, to beckon him for assistance in corroborating his statement. Yes indeed. This esteemed gentleman is exceptionally kind and treats others with great generosity. The casino manager hastily echoed, all the while internally mocking kind. When you beheaded Jiang Shuyi and exchanged the head for a bounty, I hardly saw any kindness. You are clearly a ruthless killer. Observing the manager's insincere demeanor, Shizun grew increasingly anxious, clutching Tsunade's sleeve tighter, her body trembling slightly. Chapter 52. A veritable paradise, little brat. Why not invite me for a drink? Tsunade glared at Xiaoyao, who was teasing her disciple in her presence, a flicker of anger flashing in her emerald eyes as she spoke in an icy tone. How dare this little scamp disregard her? You? Xiaoyao scrutinized Tsunade from head to toe, his gaze lingering momentarily on her impressive figure before he smirked. All right, since you are passably attractive, I shall begrudgingly allow you to accompany me, merely to keep my adorable little sister company. Countless veins popped on Tsunade's forehead, her expression turning a deep shade of fury. In all my years, this is the first time I have been treated as an accessory. This insufferable brat deserves a good thrashing. It is settled then. After the gambling, we shall drink together. Xiaoyao, completely oblivious to the impending storm of Tsunade's wrath, remarked to Shizun with an air of excitement. Such a delightful little sister must be treated well. As for the irritable blonde beside her, consider her an added bonus. Little brat, prepare to lose so badly that you won't even have money left to buy drinks. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she glared at Xiaoyao. Her voice laced with a formidable threat. She refused to believe she could lose to a drunken child. How interesting. Xiaoyao did not back down, meeting Tsunade's glare with one of his own, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Soon, I shall make you lose so thoroughly that you and your little sister will have to mortgage yourselves to me. Then, you shall accompany me for drinks every day. Humph. Both of them snorted simultaneously, rolling up their sleeves as they strode towards the VIP gambling table, a palpable tension in the air. Lady Tsunade. Shizun followed behind. On the verge of tears, her little face contorted in worry. She was utterly frantic, for Tsunade had never won a bet before. If they truly lost, would she really be used to settle a gambling debt? Bang! The doors to the VIP gambling table were kicked open by Tsunade, the resounding noise causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Ha 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 ha, everyone, I have arrived. Tsunade strode in confidently, her exquisite face alight with excitement, her emerald eyes glimmering with the desire to win, completely oblivious to the predatory gazes of the surrounding gamblers. It's the big cash cow, Tsunade. Haha, I have finally waited for her. This time, I must win back my stake. The 100,000 Rio I spent on this position will be worth it. Today, I shall surely strike it rich. The gamblers erupted into a frenzy upon seeing Tsunade, their faces adorned with maniacal grins, as if they could already see countless bills beckoning them. Tsunade's gambling skills were notoriously abysmal. She lost every time she played, making her the casino's recognized cash cow. Anyone who placed bets alongside her was almost guaranteed to win. Hey, make way. Xiaoyao, dragging a suitcase brimming with cash, leisurely followed her in, approaching a burly gambler. He lightly poked his shoulder with the scabbard of his blade. Little brat, this is my spot. Hurry and scram, don't delay my winnings. The gambler, immersed in the joy of imminent victory, turned around impatiently, glaring at Xiaoyao with a menacing tone. He was tall and brutish, adorned with grotesque tattoos. Clearly not someone to be trifled with. Swish! A flash of silver cut through the air so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. The fierce expression on the gambler's face froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. His hair had been flawlessly sheared off, cascading to the ground, exposing his bald scalp. Gulp! The once boisterous gambling room fell into an eerie silence, all gamblers wide-eyed with fear as they stared at Xiaoyao, the only sound being the weighty breaths in the room. This display was utterly terrifying. The speed of the blade was unparalleled, and the precision horrifyingly controlled. It even managed to shear hair without harming the skin. What on earth is this little brat? My sincerest apologies, sir. Our casino will compensate you double. Please allow this esteemed gentleman to take your place. The casino manager rushed over, his face apologetic as he addressed the bald gambler, signaling 2 guards nearby. The guards promptly moved in, escorting the now paralyzed gambler swiftly out of the room. TCH, this little brat knows how to pick his targets. Tsunade observed Xiaoyao occupying the vacated seat, her brows knitting slightly in confusion. The gambler Xiaoyao had targeted carried a faint scent of blood, suggesting he had recently been involved in something nefarious. Not a good person at all. Yet this young brat, inebriated as he was, possessed such keen perceptiveness? Was it merely coincidence? Why is everyone staring at me? Xiaoyao settled at the gambling table, placing his suitcase of cash upon it, addressing the astonished gamblers with a hint of dissatisfaction. A casino should be lively. This silence is utterly devoid of atmosphere. Let the games commence, and bring forth the music and dance. Haha, this esteemed gentleman speaks true. Today, I shall win 10 million Rio. Lady Tsunade, place your bets quickly. We shall all follow your lead. Although the gamblers were momentarily shocked by Xiaoyao's earlier display, the allure of wealth quickly quelled their fears, and manic expressions returned to their faces. Winning was all that mattered. Who cared about the origins of this little brat? Observing the atmosphere regain its fervor, Xiaoyao smiled in satisfaction, retrieving a bottle of wine from his backpack, uncapping it, and taking a hearty swig. Blonde hag, how dare you call me little brat? Soon, I shall have you lose so thoroughly that you will have to mortgage yourself to me. Xiaoyao set the bottle down and glared at Tsunade, his face alight with arrogant glee. Tsunade's expression darkened, the veins on her forehead throbbing once more. For such a trivial title, this little brat held a grudge to this extent? What a petty and spiteful little scamp. Esteemed guests, it is time to place your bets. At that moment, the croupier inhaled deeply, repressing his unease, and announced loudly. He shook the dice with both hands in the cup, the sound attracting everyone's attention. The gamblers erupted into a frenzy, frantically pulling out bills and slapping them onto the betting area, the scene descending into chaotic disorder. Huff, ha, ha. In the VIP room of the casino, heavy breathing resonated, interspersed with the occasional desperate scream, creating an exceptionally bizarre atmosphere. All of this was due to one young man. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Ha ha ha. Keep betting. All in on big. Xiaoyao sat at the head of the table, a small mountain of cash piled before him. The golden bills radiating an alluring glow, nearly obscuring his figure. His face was radiant with an overwhelming smile, his intoxicated eyes gleaming with a gluttonous light. One hand clutched a bottle of wine, while the other casually pushed a stack of banknotes towards the larger betting area, his movements exuding an air of recklessness and extravagance. As if he were throwing money around like dirt. Such a fortune was ample enough for him to purchase an entire house filled with exquisite wines. Drinking until the end of time. The casino was truly a paradise on earth. Chapter 53. The casino turmoil. How could this little rascal possess such extraordinary luck? Standing opposite him, Tsunade gazed at the towering pile of banknotes before him, her emerald eyes tinged with disbelief and resentment. Within a mere hour, Xiaoyao had seemingly won every bet, whether it was dice, pai gao, or high-low. He always accurately predicted the outcomes, collecting the funds of all the gamblers. Meanwhile, Tsunade had contributed a significant portion of her own money. From initial confidence to gritting her teeth in perseverance, she now found herself in a state of desperation. Having lost all her funds, is there truly no issue? The casino manager quietly approached the dealer, lowering his voice in anxious inquiry. Initially, Tsunade's arrival was a feast for all gamblers, with everyone expected to share in the bounty. Yet now, the celebration had turned into a one-man show for Xiaoyao, who had seized all the winnings. Not only had Tsunade lost everything, but other gamblers were also suffering considerable losses. If this continued, it could incite chaos. And no issues. My lord, the dealer, drenched in sweat and pale-faced, spoke with a trembling voice. The dice and cards had been rigorously inspected, and I followed the standard procedures. Yet, inexplicably, this little master always seemed to hit the mark. I cannot find any opportunity for foul play. Having been in this profession for many years, he had encountered all types of gamblers, some who cheated, others with good fortune, but he had never seen anyone as unreasonably lucky as Xiaoyao. It was as if all the outcomes were under his control. Place your bets. I will wager on large again. Xiaoyao remained oblivious to the unease of the casino manager and the dealer, confidently pushing another thick wad of banknotes towards the betting area. I'll follow. I'm betting large too. Tsunade, now completely blinded by her losses, shouted with reddened eyes, resolutely preparing to place her wager. Tsunade, we have no money left. Shizun tugged at Tsunade's clothing, her small face filled with distress, her voice tinged with a whimper. All their funds, including Tsunade's savings from the past few months, had been lost, leaving them with not even a single coin. How could we run out of money so quickly? Tsunade was momentarily stunned, the madness on her face fading, replaced by disbelief. I clearly brought a substantial amount. How could I have lost it all so swiftly? She turned to the mountain of banknotes before Xiaoyao, her resentment intensifying. A significant portion of that money was hers. Ha ha, golden-haired lady, out of money are you? Upon witnessing Tsunade's awkward expression, Xiaoyao burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Would you like me to lend you some? However, I must warn you, if you lose again, you will have to pledge your little sister behind you, along with yourself, to me, and you shall accompany me for drinks every day. Such confidence from this little brat. Tsunade stared at Xiaoyao, suppressing her inner fury, a stubborn smile creeping onto her lips. Fine, I shall borrow. I refuse to believe that I will continue to lose. She resolutely chose to borrow money, having never intended to repay gambling debts. She would win it back first. Excellent. What a refreshing spirit. Xiaoyao laughed heartily, pulling a stack of banknotes from the pile before him and tossing it to Tsunade. Here's 500,000 taels. Use it to bet. If you win, remember to return me 1,000,000 taels. If you lose, you and your little sister will belong to me. You. Tsunade glared at the stack of banknotes. Her teeth gritted in anger. This little brat dares to charge exorbitant interest? Yet, in order to reclaim her money, she accepted it with a fierce glare at Xiaoyao, vowing to make him weep in defeat. Esteemed guests, the betting has concluded. The dice are being rolled. The dealer took a deep breath, ceasing to shake the dice cup, then slammed it down on the table, announcing loudly, I refuse to believe it. This time, it must be small. Damn it. I'm betting small. Lady Tsunade, quickly bet on small. You never won when you bet on large. The surrounding gamblers were now desperate, placing their last chips on the small area, hoping for a reversal of fortune. Buzz. A flash of crimson flickered in Xiaoyao's eyes, as his mastery of Kinbunchaku Haki activated instantaneously. Under the perception of this Haki, the trajectory of the dice within the cup, the sounds of collision, and even the angle at which they landed were vividly presented in his mind. To him, the outcome of the game had long been predetermined. Roll. The dealer's hands trembled as he lifted the cup. 3, 4, 6, a total of 15 points, large. As the dealer's voice echoed, a chorus of despair erupted throughout the casino. How could it be large again? This little rascal has devoured everything again. Damn it. I've lost all my money. The gamblers gazed at the numbers within the cup, utterly devastated. Some slumped to the ground. Others frantically tugged at their hair, while some vented their fury at the gaming table, creating chaos. Tsunade's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. She had lost once more. Furthermore, she now owed Xiaoyao 500,000 taels of high-interest debt. I'm done. There's no point. It's all rigged. A gambler suddenly stood up, pointing at Xiaoyao and shouting furiously. Yes, this little brat must be cheating. How else could he win every time? Tsunade, return my money. You owe me 2,000,000 taels, and it must be repaid now. Pay up. Otherwise, we will call the authorities. Other gamblers echoed in agreement, directing their anger towards Tsunade, surrounding her to demand her gambling debts, the situation spiraling out of control. Hey, the game isn't over yet. You're showing a lack of professionalism. Tsunade's face paled as she stepped back, attempting to argue. How could she have any money left to repay debts? At this point, she couldn't even muster 50 taels. I don't care. Hurry and return my money. Exactly. With your status, this amount is insignificant for you. Don't think you can evade repayment. If you don't pay today, you won't be leaving. The gamblers pressed closer, their eyes gleaming with greed and anger, showing no intention of letting Tsunade off the hook. Tsunade, what do we do? Shizun clung tightly to Tsunade's clothing, her small face pale with fear, her body trembling incessantly. She had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The gazes of those gamblers were as if they intended to devour them alive. Shizun. Tsunade took a deep breath, suddenly regaining her composure and softly calling her name. Lady Tsunade. Shizun looked up, her tear-streaked face revealing a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Lady Tsunade has a way to resolve their predicament? Run. Tsunade shouted, grabbing Shizun's hand and turning to dash towards the window. Shizun, caught off guard, was dragged along, filled with helplessness. Indeed, Lady Tsunade's solution was to flee. Catch her. Don't let the big prize escape. Pay back the money. The gamblers, witnessing this, went wild, all pursuing Tsunade and Shizun, creating chaos within the casino. Chapter 54. A graceful capture. Huff. 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 In the alley behind the casino, Tsunade pulled Shizun along, sprinting wildly, gasping for breath, her golden hair disheveled against her cheeks, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Lady Tsunade, I can't run anymore. Shizun, exhausted and weak, nearly stumbled, her voice tinged with a cry. Since following Tsunade, her life has been nothing but a series of escapes, never once enjoying a peaceful day. Huh. I have finally shaken them off. Tsunade halted, casting a glance back at the desolate alley, sighing in relief. She then patted Shizun's shoulder, her spirit rekindled. Wait until I borrow a few million ryo again. I shall undoubtedly win back both principal and interest. Then, we shall indulge in luxuries without a care for money. Observing Tsunade's dreamlike expression, Shizun's small face grew even more forlorn. Lady Tsunade, could you not be a tad more realistic? You simply cannot win. Oh, blonde wench, thinking of running away? You have yet to repay your debt. Just then, a drunken voice unexpectedly resonated from above the alley, shattering the silence between the two. Tsunade's expression shifted in an instant as she looked up, only to see Xiaoyao perched on the rooftop beside the alley, legs dangling, casually sipping from a bottle of alcohol, a mocking smile adorning his face. Tsunade. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, Shizun trembled in fear, gripping the hem of Tsunade's attire tighter, her face pale and her eyes filled with terror. How could this fiend be here? Has he been following us all along? Blonde wench, you borrowed 500,000 ryo from me, and with the previous usury. Compounded interest brings your total debt to 10 million ryo. Xiaoyao leapt down from the rooftop, landing steadily on the ground, shaking the bottle in his hand. His face contorted with displeasure. You dare to run? My money is not something you can evade. 10 million ryo? Tsunade had initially hoped to negotiate with Xiaoyao, considering the debt was hers. However, upon hearing the staggering figure, her lips twitched, disbelief and rage flooding her emerald eyes. This little brat, though young, has a heart of darkness. It has barely been an hour since leaving the gambling den, and 500,000 ryo has transformed into 10 million ryo. Why not just rob it? No money? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, observing Tsunade's flustered demeanor, his tone laced with a hint of menace. If you lack funds, we shall adhere to our original agreement. I shall take you and your little sister as collateral. From now on, you shall accompany me daily, drinking until your debts are settled. Oh, little brat, I am most curious to see how you plan to use me as collateral. Tsunade was thoroughly incensed by Xiaoyao's words, the fatigue and panic on her face vanishing, replaced by a fierce determination. Who is Tsunade? One of the legendary Sannin, the foremost female ninja in the ninja world. A powerhouse of shadow-level strength. How could she be threatened by a mere child? Today, she would certainly teach this impudent whelp a lesson, making it clear that some words should not be uttered lightly, and some debts should not be casually demanded. Since you refuse to comply, do not blame me for being ungracious. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened instantly, his observation haki firmly locking onto Tsunade, sending a chill through her heart. This blonde wench possesses formidable strength, surpassing any opponent he had previously encountered, yet he would not cower. Whoosh! Xiaoyao's figure blurred into a shadow, rushing towards Tsunade with astonishing speed, leaving behind a series of indistinct trails. He did not draw his sword, for in his view, Tsunade had already become his personal property. Should he accidentally harm her, it would be a significant loss. He intended to utilize taijutsu to impart a proper lesson to this disobedient blonde wench, making her aware of who the true master is. Oh, the little brat wishes to engage me in close combat? Tsunade regarded the approaching Xiaoyao with a flicker of surprise, subsequently curving her lips into an alluring smile. Tsunade excels in taijutsu and her formidable strength. In close combat, few in the ninja world can rival her. This little brat dares to challenge her in taijutsu, truly a path to self-destruction. Whoosh! Just as Xiaoyao was about to reach her, Tsunade's expression sharpened, her fists clenched tightly. A torrent of chakra surged towards her right hand, a faint white halo forming around her fist, imbued with terrifying destructive power, as she unleashed a fierce blow towards Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his observation haki reaching its zenith. From Tsunade's fist, he sensed an overwhelming threat. The density of her chakra far exceeded that of any opponent he had faced before, as if a single punch could shatter the earth. Armament. Xiaoyao, not daring to be careless, focused his thoughts, enveloping his right fist with pitch-black armament haki, rendering it as hard as steel, emanating a chilling sheen. What is this? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of the black sheen on Xiaoyao's fist, her heart racing with an ominous premonition. This energy was unfamiliar to her, yet it exuded an exceedingly dangerous aura. Without hesitation, she summoned more chakra, concentrating it in her right fist. The white halo intensified, and her punch accelerated. Boom. In the next moment, the black fist collided violently with the white chakra-encased fist, producing a thunderous roar that shattered the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Crack! Crack! The terrifying force left a spiderweb of cracks across the stone pavement beneath them, fracturing the ground and sending debris flying. Ah! Shizun gasped in shock. The powerful gust of wind toppling her to the ground, as she clumsily rolled to the corner of the wall, tightly clutching her head, struggling to observe the battle. Her small face filled with terror. Who is he? How can he possibly stand against Lady Tsunade? Shizun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, recognized as the foremost female ninja in the ninja world, a powerhouse of shadow-level strength, admired by countless female ninjas. Yet, this boy, seemingly of similar age, can withstand Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength and appears unfazed? Lady Tsunade, you must prevail. I do not wish to be collateral for debts. Shizun clenched her small fists, silently cheering for Tsunade. Boom. Another resounding explosion erupted, a more terrifying shockwave sweeping through, raising clouds of dust. Tsunade and Xiaoyao were propelled backward, skidding across the shattered ground, barely managing to stabilize themselves. What power is that? Tsunade clenched her slightly numb right hand, furrowing her brow tightly, her emerald eyes fixed on Xiaoyao. Filled with shock and confusion, she felt pain, despite only intending to teach Xiaoyao a lesson and not using her full strength. She had already summoned 50% of her chakra upon sensing the peculiar energy emanating from his fist. A 50% strength punch could reduce even the hardest rock to dust. Yet this little brat had endured it and fought her to a standstill. What astonished her further was that her right hand felt a distinct pain, a sensation she had never encountered before. Chapter 55, Total Suppression. Hiss, you wench. Your strikes are too harsh. On the other side, Xiaoyao shook his slightly sore right hand, the haze of drunkenness clearing a bit as annoyance surfaced on his face. This blonde wench not only refuses to repay her debt, but strikes with such ferocity, though he did not employ his most adept swordsmanship. Relying on the defenses and offensive power of his armament haki, he had gained no advantage, instead suffering from the impact. This was somewhat difficult for the typically arrogant Xiaoyao to accept. Wench, I advise you to surrender quietly and return with me to settle your debts. Otherwise, I shall not be merciful. Xiaoyao shouted loudly, his tone imbued with a palpable threat. Upon hearing the term plague, the astonishment on Tsunade's face gradually faded, giving way to an overwhelming fury. How dare this insolent brat refer to her in such a manner? Did he regard her as some sort of personal possession? You little rascal, I shall teach you that certain words should never be uttered carelessly. Tsunade's aura began to rise, her dense chakra swirling around her like a tangible entity, thickening the air in the vicinity. Although she was unaware of this brat's origins, both his strength and demeanor infuriated her immensely. Today, she must impart a profound lesson to this imp, instilling in him the importance of respecting his elders. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. You owe me, and you shall repay with your own efforts. Xiaoyao was thoroughly provoked, drawing the sword Qiu Shui from his shoulder. The black-purple blade glimmered with a cold light, emanating a sharp intent. He intended to wield his swordsmanship to show this irate woman a taste of her own medicine. From now on, should she choose to follow him, she must obey him without question. He needed to firmly establish his authority. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the alley as Qiu Shui was unsheathed, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged skyward, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. No, this little brat's presence. Sundi's expression shifted dramatically, her previous disdain evaporating, replaced by a grave seriousness. After drawing his sword, the transformation in his demeanor was nothing short of astonishing. The fierce, domineering aura filled with the scent of slaughter compelled her to recall the late elder, Konoha's white fang, Hatake Tsukumo. In her past encounters with Hatake Tsukumo, while his swordsmanship was indeed formidable, it never reached such heights. Swish! Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened as chakra surged violently toward Qiu Shui, the black-purple blade igniting with blinding brilliance. With both hands gripping the sword high above, he brought it crashing down toward Tsunade. Boom! A 10-meter-tall, solid black-purple strike materialized instantly, carrying the weight of destruction, akin to a roaring beast, sweeping towards Tsunade. As the strike passed, the air was torn asunder, emitting a piercing shriek. The ground fractured anew, and debris was swept up, forming a miniature sandstorm. Damn it! Shock filled Tsunade's emerald eyes. The force of this strike was comparable to an S-rank forbidden technique. During her sparring with Hitaki Sakomo, even he could not unleash such a formidable attack. What manner of monster was this little brat? Tian Shoujiao. Tsunade dared not underestimate her opponent. Her chakra surged fiercely, concentrating entirely in her right foot, which she then stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ground shattered, a massive rock fragment, several meters thick and dozens of meters high, was propelled into the air by her kick, hurtling toward the black-purple strike with a howling wind. The force of this kick could reduce a jonin to pulp. Boom! The enormous rock fragment, akin to a small mountain, collided with the black-purple strike with terrifying momentum. Everyone believed that this seemingly impenetrable rock could withstand Xiaoyao's assault. Yet, the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once indomitable rock fragment was torn apart before the black-purple strike, like fragile paper, instantly shredded. Countless tiny stones erupted, cascading like a meteor shower. Utterly unable to impede the strike. Monster Strength Fist. Tsunade, gazing at the ferocious strike approaching her, her green eyes narrowed. She hesitated not for a second. Channeling all her chakra into her right fist, the white aura surrounding her fist intensifying, almost solidifying. With a fierce shout, her right fist, imbued with destructive power, struck out against the black-purple strike. Boom! The explosive clash of chakra and the violent sword energy collided, creating a terrifying energy storm that engulfed the alley. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of electricity crackled incessantly, arcs of energy darting about, striking the walls and leaving countless charred holes. Tsunade gritted her teeth, once more urging her chakra, forcefully shattering the black-purple strike, dissipating it into the air. Yet, as she observed the vanishing strike, she felt no relief. Instead, her expression grew even more solemn. This was merely a casual strike from the little brat. Although she had not exerted her full strength, she had utilized 70% of her chakra and barely managed to shatter the strike. This little rascal's prowess had surpassed her comprehension. Whoosh! Before Tsunade could catch her breath, Xiaoyao's figure vanished once more, appearing before her like a specter. The Chiu Shui in his hand transformed into a shadow, countless dazzling sword lights igniting instantaneously, akin to falling stars, enveloping Tsunade. Swish! 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 The sword lights were blindingly brilliant, yet carried a deadly danger, each one aimed at Tsunade's vital points, angled with unparalleled precision. Damn it! Tsunade's exquisite features contorted in realization as she cursed internally. Though these sword lights lacked the grandiosity of the previous strike, to her, they felt far more perilous. Each blade approached with terrifying speed, sealing off all her avenues for evasion. Tsunade uttered a low cry, channeling her chakra to its utmost limits, the energy surging within her like a tide, forming a faint protective barrier. With clenched fists, she unleashed her monster strength fist and Tian Shoujiao to their maximum potential, continuously throwing punches and kicks to collide with Xiaoyao's sword lights. Boom! 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 Thunderous roars erupted as energy waves radiated outward, the walls of the alley crumbling under the pressure, the fissures in the ground deepening, debris scattering, and dust swirling. The terrifying atmospheric pressure compressed the surrounding air to near solidity. Even the distant Shizen found it hard to breathe. What on earth is this little brat? Tsunade's apprehension deepened with every exchange, her amazement intensifying. Having roamed the battlefield since the Second Shinobi World War, she had faced countless fierce battles, her combat experience vast. Even against shadow-level adversaries, she could remain composed. Yet, before this little brat, she felt utterly constrained, as if she were being led by the nose. Every movement she made, every attack she launched, seemed anticipated by him, effortlessly countered or evaded. Though her strength should have surpassed that of this little brat, she found herself inexplicably at a disadvantage. This overwhelming feeling of being seen through left her exceedingly uncomfortable and filled with trepidation. This dreadful insight reminded her of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Yet, she knew the dynamic vision and predictive abilities of the Sharingan. Even the three-tomo Sharingan could not reach such an exaggerated level. This was no mere insight. It was akin to foreseeing the future. Chapter 56. Stop it. She is a big fat sheep. Swish. Tsunade narrowly dodged a blinding sword light. her mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. Who exactly is this little brat? His taijutsu can contend with her, his strike is comparable to an S-rank forbidden technique, and his insight is terrifyingly acute. Coupled with his youth that defies belief, he could hardly be described as a genius. He is a true monster. Huff, huff, huff. Another violent clash ensued, and both Xiaoyao and Tsunade were sent flying backward, creating distance between them as they both gasped for breath. Xiaoyao shook his slightly sore right hand, a flicker of impatience flashing through his inebriated eyes. You woman, you are even more troublesome than that snake-wielding scoundrel. In his ordinary state, he possessed a strength that lay between an elite Jonin and an Yingji, categorizing him as a quasi-powerhouse. Until now, he had refrained from employing his ultimate sword techniques, relying solely on basic swordsmanship and armed haki to engage in combat with Tsunade. Despite the prolonged skirmish, he had yet to subdue her, which began to irritate the usually proud and carefree Xiaoyao. Playing with snakes? Tsunade's expression twitched at this moniker. In the entire ninja world, there were few who were renowned for their association with snakes. Considering the strength and age of this young boy before her, a name suddenly surfaced in her mind. Orochimaru. Could it be that this boy referred to Orochimaru? Woman, your strength has barely earned my recognition, Xiaoyao declared, unabashedly gazing at Tsunade. Her forehead instantly erupted with countless veins, her expression turning a deep shade of anger. As one of the legendary Sannin and the foremost female ninja in the ninja world, did she truly need the validation of a drunken youth? This insolent brat was utterly brazen. However, before she could react, Xiaoyao's next move rendered her expression gravely serious. Do not cry out in pain. Xiaoyao positioned the sword, Qiushui, before him, his previously hazy gaze now transformed into a pitch-black abyss, radiating a chilling luminescence. The darkness was pure and profound, luring one in as if to engulf them in endless shadows. This boy, Tsunade's countenance shifted dramatically, a potent sense of danger surging within her. If Xiaoyao had merely caused her some trouble moments prior, he now presented a lethal threat. The only individuals who could evoke such a sensation in her were elite Yingji fighters, specifically, the pinnacle among them, Yingji. Tsunade's emerald eyes widened in shock as she immediately retracted any semblance of disdain and fury, her expression becoming gravely serious. Her chakra surged wildly within her, preparing for a full-scale confrontation. A terrifying sword intent emanated from Xiaoyao, spreading like a tidal wave throughout the alley. The ground began to crack and shatter, debris crumbling to dust under the weight of the sword intent. Even the air around them seemingly sliced apart with a hissing sound. His sword intent had reached a level where it could influence reality, inflicting tangible harm. In Tsunade's watchful gaze, a dark flow of energy materialized, resembling a massive vortex, rapidly expanding. In an instant, the entire alley, and even the surrounding area, was completely consumed by this dark energy. Tsunade-sama, I can't see. Ino's voice, tinged with panic, reached her ears, filled with terror. She stood at a distance, suddenly realizing that the light around her had vanished, plunging her into utter darkness. No matter how hard she tried, she could see nothing, as if the very light of the world had been snuffed out. All the light that had been swallowed coalesced around Xiaoyao's Qiushui. In the next moment, the sword blazed with radiant brilliance, its dazzling glow stark against the surrounding darkness. A pair of immense black eyes slowly materialized in midair, reminiscent of ancient demonic deities, exuding a cold, authoritative, and terrifying aura. The enormous eyes gradually opened, locking their gaze onto Tsunade, causing her body to freeze in place, paralyzed with fear. A sense of despair enveloped her, as if she had been marked by a formidable nemesis, with no means of escape. Is this swordsmanship? Tsunade murmured in disbelief, gazing at the colossal eyes that had appeared in the sky. Throughout her life, she had witnessed countless powerful ninjutsu and sword techniques. Yet she had never encountered such a bizarre and terrifying form of swordsmanship. The ability to consume light and manifest such a horrifying phenomenon transcended the realm of swordsmanship, resembling more a forbidden technique. Damn it! Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of mortal peril, nearly suffocating her. Without hesitation, she summoned all her chakra, ready to unleash her most formidable techniques. One sword style. Xiaoyao's voice resonated in the darkness, cold and composed, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Sealing technique. Tsunade shouted simultaneously, the diamond mark on her forehead glowing with a brilliant light, her chakra surging to several times its normal capacity, preparing to confront Xiaoyao's ultimate strike. Xiaoyao, stop! She is the big fat sheep. At that critical moment, a frantic cry unexpectedly shattered the heavy atmosphere of darkness. Tsunade's forehead instantly erupted with rage, dispelling her fear. That bastard. At a time like this, he still dares to mention the big fat sheep? Jiraiya. Tsunade roared in the direction of the voice, her tone brimming with uncontainable fury and murderous intent. Xiaoyao. She is the big fat sheep. Quickly stop. As Jiraiya sprinted, he continued to shout desperately, his face etched with urgency. From a distance, he had sensed the astonishing fluctuations of battle erupting, that familiar black-purple sword intent instantly revealing Xiaoyao's identity to him. Initially, he felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking how delightful it was for this little demon to deal with whoever had provoked him. However, as he drew closer and detected the unmistakable forceful chakra signature, he was taken aback. This chakra signature was unmistakably Tsunade's. Xiaoyao was actually fighting with Tsunade? This was a serious problem. Jiraiya hastened his pace, rushing toward the alley. Before he could reach the scene, he witnessed the surrounding light being completely devoured, plunging everything into an eerie darkness, a sight he would never forget. Last time, Xiaoyao had almost slain Orochimaru with this very technique. If Xiaoyao had not noticed the sake bottle in Orochimaru's hand and pulled back just in time, Orochimaru would have surely met his end. Now, Xiaoyao was employing this technique against Tsunade, leaving Jiraiya in a state of utter panic. In a moment of desperation, he shouted the only thing Xiaoyao could comprehend. The nickname Big Fat Sheep. Jiraiya. Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya's voice, felt a blaze of wrath ignite in her emerald eyes, the veins on her forehead bulging, nearly causing her to explode with fury. That bastard. To utter my humiliating nickname at such a life-and-death moment. I will settle this debt. Once I deal with this little brat, I shall ensure Jiraiya ends up in the hospital for 10 to 15 days. Chapter 57. A comedic blunder, it's over. Although Jiraiya could not see the scene in the darkness, he could tell from Tsunade's tone that he had caused a catastrophe. He recognized that tone all too well. It was the same tone she used whenever she was about to hit him. Big fat sheep? Xiaoyao's movements abruptly halted, a flicker of confusion crossing his pitch-black eyes. In this space consumed by darkness, only he could see everything clearly. He turned to Tsunade, surveying her from head to toe, suddenly enlightened. So this fiery-haired woman was the big fat sheep the third Hokage had mentioned? One had to admit, the old fox had not deceived him. She was indeed a stunning beauty, with an alluring figure and a delicate face, though her temperament was rather volatile. However, that was of no concern, once she joined him. He had ample ways to make her obedient and docile. But what to do about this impending strike? Xiaoyao gazed at the terrifying energy coalescing above Qiushui, his expression flickering slightly. The dark heavenly demon god had already been summoned, and the sword intent and light had fully converged. If he were to simply disperse it, it would be too embarrassing. Furthermore, this ultimate sword technique consumed an immense amount of energy. To waste it would be a tremendous loss. Instead, he decided to unleash a casual strike, allowing this woman to witness his prowess, ensuring that she would obediently listen in the future. Xiaoyao made a swift decision, his gaze sharpening as he adjusted the trajectory of his strike, aiming at the empty ground beside Tsunade, and swung down fiercely. One sword style. Dark heavenly demon god. Boom. A terrifying black-purple slash, exceeding 50 meters in length, sliced through the air like a divine blade, exuding an overwhelming might as it cleaved towards the open space ahead. The dreadful force caused Tsunade, who was already in a furious state, to involuntarily change her expression, her emerald green eyes filled with shock. The power of this slash was even more terrifying than she had imagined. If this strike truly aimed at her, even if she invoked the Yin seal, she would likely suffer grievous injuries, or worse, meet her demise. At that moment, a smirk of mockery suddenly appeared at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. She realized that despite the slash's terrifying momentum, it was slightly misaligned and did not target her, but rather headed towards the entrance of the alley. That direction was precisely where Jiraiya had come from. Suddenly, darkness dissipated and light returned. As Jiraiya opened his eyes, he was met with a massive black-purple slash hurtling towards him. The terrifying sword pressure made his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. Overcome with fear, he almost forgot to breathe, instinctively diving to the side. The slash grazed past him, sending a fierce gust of wind that cut through his sleeve and left a deep gash on his arm, staining it with blood. The horrifying slash struck the ground at the alley's entrance with a deafening roar, instantly tearing the earth apart, creating a massive chasm several dozen meters long and several meters deep. Trees were uprooted, debris and dust soared into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. The clouds above were shattered by the residual force of the slash, revealing a clear sky. Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the terrifying chasm, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment, he felt the breath of death. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been cleaved in two. Wow, Xiaoyao, you foul-mouthed brat. Do you want to kill me? Jiraiya finally regained his composure, clutching his bleeding arm, and shouted furiously at Xiaoyao, his face a mix of anger and lingering fear. Huh, shouldn't I blame you, you white-haired bastard, for having such an unpleasant voice? Xiaoyao replied innocently, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I was aiming for the open space, but your horrible shouting made me fumble, almost slicing you in half. Consider yourself lucky. Jiraiya was nearly driven to madness. You almost killed me and still blame my voice. So it's my fault now? You foul-mouthed brat. I'll settle this with you. Jiraiya erupted in anger, rising from the ground and charging towards Xiaoyao. Come on, you white-haired bastard. Let me slice you for the good of the people. Xiaoyao showed no fear, gripping his weapon, Qiushui, and glaring at Jiraiya with fierce determination. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt for nearly injuring Jiraiya, he would never back down, masking his embarrassment with a more aggressive attitude. You insufferable little brat. Do you know you almost killed me? Huh. Well, I didn't end up killing you, did I? Besides, killing you would be for the greater good. A lecher like you is a menace to society. You speak nonsense. I am the righteous sage of the toad. The righteous sage of the toad spies on women bathing? Writes those vulgar novels? You. How do you know? Tsunade observed the two engaged in a heated exchange of insults, her exquisite face twitching with disbelief. At this point, she realized that this little brat was brought by Jiraiya to find her. No wonder he was familiar with the nickname Big Fat Sheep. It was leaked by that scoundrel Jiraiya. However, the character of this foul-mouthed brat was truly atrocious. Strong, irritable, and extremely vindictive, he was nothing short of a little devil. Tsunade-sama. Shizune, seeing the battle cease, hurried to Tsunade's side and threw herself into her embrace, tears in her eyes, her voice quivering. Tsunade-sama, you scared me. I thought we were doomed today. The earlier terrifying slash had made her believe death was imminent. It's all right, Shizune, Tsunade comforted, gently patting Shizune's little head. The fire of anger in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of helplessness. Let us go. Let these two handle their own affairs. With that, she took Shizune's hand and turned to leave this place of chaos. Hey, foul-mouthed brat, you really dare to strike? Stop fighting. We're leaving. Jiraiya, pushed back by Xiaoyao's blow, noticed Tsunade and Shizune about to depart and grew anxious, shouting urgently. They had finally found Tsunade. If she escaped, Sarutobi-sensei would undoubtedly flay him alive upon their return. Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao immediately halted his actions, turning to see Tsunade and Shizune had reached the alley's entrance, and he became frantic. This blonde woman dared to run away? She was his trophy, and that adorable little sister was already his private property. He could not let them escape. You white-haired bastard, next time I'll deal with you. Xiaoyao glared at Jiraiya, leaving a menacing remark before dashing after Tsunade and Shizune. Damn it, insufferable brat. You wait for me. Jiraiya clutched his bleeding arm, watching Xiaoyao's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in anger, but he could only hurry after them. He could not let Tsunade escape, nor could he allow Xiaoyao, this little devil, to create any more trouble. In the alley, only the remnants of chaos and the terrifying chasm remained, bearing witness to the heart-stopping battle that had just unfolded. Chapter 58. I have never been drunk inside the tavern. Tsunade raised her wrist, pouring amber liquid into a ceramic cup, the froth spilling over the rim and staining the table with dark marks. She lifted her gaze to Jiraiya across from her, annoyance evident in her brow as she asked, Jiraiya, what on earth were you thinking bringing such a young brat here? Xiaoyao turned to glance at Shizune, who was hiding behind Tsunade, a playful smile gracing his lips as he reached out to pat her shoulder. Stop hiding, little girl, join me for a drink. Your master has already pawned you off to me to settle debts. Shizune's face flushed bright red, her hands gripping Tsunade's clothing tightly, knuckles turning white, her body trembling slightly. Tsunade-sama. Her voice was barely a whisper, laden with panic. Before Jiraiya could explain, Tsunade had already noticed her disciple's predicament. She glared at Xiaoyao's flippant demeanor, a vein on her forehead throbbing like a writhing serpent. "You little brat. Show me some respect." Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, making the ceramic cup resonate with a buzzing sound, her voice thick with restrained anger. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, turning to Tsunade, the smile on his face instantly fading, replaced by dissatisfaction. "Huh, you, woman, owe me money and have a bad temper? Don't forget, you're my property now." Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then laughed in anger, her chest heaving. Your property? You're just a little brat who looks barely into his teens, and you have the audacity to speak so arrogantly." Xiaoyao opened his palm, fingers spread as he waved them in front of Tsunade, knuckles white from the force. "If not, then pay back the 20 million ryo you owe me, and we'll be even." Tsunade's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Why don't you go rob someone?" In just a day, the debt had skyrocketed from 5 million ryo to 10 million, and now it had soared to 20 million. Even loan sharks from underground banks wouldn't be this unscrupulous. "No money to repay?" Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning fierce. "Then, as previously stated, you and this little girl will repay the debt together." He leaned forward, the mingling scent of alcohol and youthful assertiveness pressing against Tsunade. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Jiraiya promptly rose to his feet, placing himself between the two individuals to mediate. Enough, let's not get heated. It was the old man who requested I bring Xiaoyao here. He has just graduated from the Ninja Academy and needs to assemble a team. The old man's intention is for you to take him under your wing." Tsunade, incredulous, pointed at herself, her pupils slightly dilating in astonishment. She turned to scrutinize Xiaoyao anew, her gaze laden with disbelief. "What nonsense is this? Although this young lad appears youthful, his demeanor is brimming with audacity and confidence. He hardly resembles a mere novice fresh out of the academy. Has the Ninja Academy in Konoha deteriorated to such an extent? Are they now producing these unruly monsters?" Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within her, she spoke with an air of indifference. "Do not jest. I have long severed ties with Konoha and have neither the time nor inclination to concern myself with this young rascal's affairs." Yet, a fleeting flicker in her eyes betrayed that she was not entirely unconcerned. Jiraiya, wishing to elaborate further, was interrupted by Xiaoyao. "Are you this woman mistaken?" Xiaoyao slammed his palm on the table, causing a minuscule crack to form. "The old man said you're a renowned cash cow, and being under your wing guarantees endless fine wine. He also mentioned you look quite good and could accompany me for drinks. That's the only reason I even came." The color drained from Tsunade's face, her expression darkening as she struggled to control her twitching eyes. "Cash cow? Accompany him for drinks?" With a thunderous crash, she delivered a powerful punch to Jiraiya's abdomen. "That old codger dares to concoct such tales about me." Jiraiya groaned, clutching his belly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in pain and despair. "What does this have to do with me?" Those were his words. He lamented internally, realizing the sheer misfortune of this errand. He had narrowly escaped being sliced by Xiaoyao and now faced Tsunade's wrath. It was the old man's blunders that had ensnared him in this predicament. Tsunade clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking audibly, the veins on her arms bulging fiercely. "That old fool. When I return, I shall ensure he receives a sound thrashing." Her pride, which she held in such high regard, had been reduced to mere fodder for jokes about drinking debts. The humiliation was unbearable. "Less chatter." Xiaoyao waved his hand impatiently. Even without the old man's words, "You would have already lost to me." This impudent woman thought she could evade her debts just because she had lost. Xiaoyao's debts had never been evaded. Even the third Hokage had to acknowledge his obligations. "You insolent brat," Tsunade hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes ablaze with fury. Jiraiya, sensing the escalating tension on Xiaoyao's face, leaned closer to Tsunade, lowering his voice. "Tsunade, please do not provoke him." Tsunade's brow arched. Although engulfed in rage, she retained her reason. She understood that while Jiraiya could be unreliable at times, he would not instigate discord in such a critical moment. If Xiaoyao were to unleash his fury while intoxicated, his strength would multiply several-fold, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Jiraiya's voice dropped even lower, tinged with apprehension. During the last Chunin exam, he leveled the entire forest of death. Orochimaru attempted to intervene and nearly lost his life to the rampaging Xiaoyao. So, It is crucial not to provoke him when he is drunk. If he were to go berserk again, there would truly be no stopping him. Last time, it was merely his desire for alcohol that was at stake. This time, if Tsunade refuses to acknowledge her debts, would it mean she must offer herself to appease his wrath? Tsunade's pupils constricted in disbelief as she looked at Xiaoyao. Upon hearing him mention playing with snakes, she had surmised it referred to Orochimaru. Yet, she never imagined that Orochimaru would almost be overpowered by this young lad before her. The three of them were known as the legendary Sannin, and in terms of strength, Orochimaru was currently the strongest. How could this youngster, when inebriated, be capable of suppressing Orochimaru? Seeing Tsunade's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Xiaoyao assumed she had finally come to her senses, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. What do you think? Have you decided to follow me? Rest assured, with me, you will enjoy unparalleled feasts and endless fine wine. Tsunade stifled her shock and ire, a seductive smile curling at the corners of her mouth as her eyes sparkled with challenge. Youngster, you seem quite the drinker? Naturally. Xiaoyao patted his chest confidently. I possess the constitution of 1,000 cups without intoxication. You can ask that white-haired scoundrel. I have never been inebriated in my life. Jiraiya, standing aside, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Never been drunk? This lad has committed enough foolish acts while intoxicated to fill a substantial tome. He once mistook Kakashi for an enemy spy and chased him for 3 blocks. During the Chunin exam, he leveled the forest of death. He nearly cleaved Orochimaru in half. Mistaking him for an intruder, he even had the audacity to claim a bounty for eliminating root members and ended up clashing with Danzo. Jiraiya could scarcely fathom how this lad could brazenly utter such words. Chapter 59. Acceptance. Very well, let us engage in a drinking contest. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with determination, her tone filled with confidence. If you lose, your debts to me will be wiped clean. She was resolute. She could not fathom how a mere brat could outlast her. A seasoned drinker of many decades. I cannot possibly lose. Xiaoyao laughed heartily, his voice brimming with arrogance. I simply cannot become intoxicated. He then pointed at Tsunade and Shizune, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If you lose, both you and that little girl behind you will belong to me. Tsunade's competitive spirit ignited instantly as she slammed her hand on the table. Deal. It is settled. Lady Tsunade. Shizune's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering. Had she truly been wagered by her own master? If Tsunade lost, would she genuinely be indebted to this brash young man? I do not wish to be collateral. Shizune's voice was tinged with desperation as she gazed at Tsunade, her eyes pleading. Thud, thud, thud. The raucous sounds of drinking reverberated throughout the tavern, causing eardrums to tremble. Come on, you old hag, drink up. Don't be timid. Xiaoyao held a jug of wine in one hand, his other hand clasping Tsunade's shoulder. His cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, yet his gaze remained sharp. You little brat, don't think I will lose. Tsunade's tongue was beginning to trip. Her speech slurred, her cheeks reddening like ripe apples, yet she defiantly lifted the jug to her lips, pouring its contents down her throat. Jiraiya stood by, watching the scene unfold with an involuntary twitch at the corners of his mouth. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the two began their drinking contest. Initially, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, both determined to outlast the other in a fierce competition resembling a life-or-death struggle. However, now, they leaned against each other, their tongues tangled, still urging one another to drink. This lad is truly a monster, Jiraiya mused, observing Xiaoyao. He had witnessed Tsunade discreetly utilizing medical ninjutsu to mend the damage inflicted by the alcohol, effectively cheating. Yet even so, Tsunade's complexion continued to deteriorate, her eyes growing increasingly clouded. As for Xiaoyao, despite appearing inebriated, his complexion grew rosier, radiating health, completely unlike someone who had consumed potent spirits for 2 hours. This defied all logic. Everyone knew that excessive drinking harmed the body. Even if Tsunade was the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world and used healing techniques to cheat, she could not fully negate the effects of alcohol. Yet Xiaoyao seemed to absorb the wine as if it were a nourishing elixir rather than alcohol itself. As one drinks more, one becomes increasingly intoxicated, yet their complexion seems to glow with vitality. The rosy hue of their face is not merely the result of alcohol consumption, but rather a radiant health emanating from within. Xiaoyao drapes his arm over Tsunade's shoulder and turns to the trembling Jingyi nearby, squinting slightly with a tipsy smile. Hey, beautiful, don't just stand there. Come over and join us for a drink. Before his words fade, he pulls Jingyin into his embrace. Startled, Jingyin stiffens, clutching Tsunade's clothing with a pitiful gaze. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade, her eyes hazy from drink, pats Jingyin's hand and slurs. Jingyin, you've grown up too. Come, let us drink together. Jingyin, observing Tsunade's heavy intoxication, is suddenly engulfed by despair. Has she been sold out by her own master? Ha! Come, cheers. Xiaoyao, with one arm around Tsunade and the other around Jingyin, raises a wine jug exuberantly and takes a hearty swig. The liquor trickles down his chin, soaking his garment, yet he remains oblivious, laughing heartily. Eventually, Xiaoyao is half-dragged, half-supported back to the inn by Jiraiya, while Tsunade leans on Jingyin, staggering away with her disciple's assistance. The next morning, sunlight streams through the window, piercing and causing both to frown simultaneously. Upon awakening, Jiraiya finds Xiaoyao and Tsunade at odds again, his face a portrait of exasperation. Though Xiaoyao has sobered up and recalls the true meaning of the term big fat sheep, it does not deter him from fulfilling the wager. After all, having such a stunning beauty as Tsunade by his side would be quite a sight. Thus, he feigns ignorance and seeks to settle scores with Tsunade first thing in the morning. Yesterday's drinking contest was clearly a victory for me, right? Xiaoyao crosses his arms, wearing an expression of entitlement. Tsunade, rubbing her throbbing temples, feels the ache from her hangover. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, her brows furrow in defiance, her eyes brimming with indignation. You, little brat, claim you won? What a grand joke. The situation yesterday could at most be deemed a draw. What? Are you unsatisfied? Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow, deliberately provoking her. Unsatisfied? I absolutely did not lose. Tsunade slams her hand on the table, her tone resolute. She refuses to believe that, despite using medical ninjutsu to cheat, she could possibly lose to this young upstart. If you are unsatisfied, then let us have another round. Xiaoyao turns and strides toward the door, proclaiming boldly, at the tavern, the one who backs down is the coward. Thus, the drinking contest transforms into a prolonged battle. Thud, thud, thud. The tavern is once again filled with the sounds of drinking. Jiraiya stands by, utterly defeated. Why are they drinking again? Come on, ladies, don't stop. Keep drinking. With excitement, Xiaoyao leans heavily against Tsunade, nearly collapsing into her embrace. That little brat. Tsunade, though increasingly intoxicated, instinctively pushes him away, albeit weakly. Jiraiya watches, eyes wide with disbelief. This little rascal, is he taking advantage of the alcohol? He knows Xiaoyao is young yet quite lecherous, with a history of mischief. Now, he dares to be forward with Tsunade and even Jingyin. Such audacity. Tsunade, stop drinking. Jiraiya, unable to bear it any longer, steps forward to advise, you little brat. Let her go? Bang. Tsunade retaliates with a punch to Jiraiya's abdomen. Ugh. Jiraiya doubles over in pain, feeling utterly defeated. He merely intended to mediate, yet ended up being struck instead. Tsunade's flushed face reveals her intoxication. Her cheeks rosy and her beautiful eyes misty as she looks at Jiraiya with impatience. What are you blabbering about? I want to keep drinking. Xiaoyao, equally irked, waves his hand threateningly. Step aside, you white-haired scoundrel. If you delay my drinking with these two lovely ladies, beware of my blade. This statement undoubtedly strikes another blow to Jiraiya's already shattered spirit. That wretched little brat. Jiraiya observes Xiaoyao nestled between the two women, feeling a pang of jealousy. Once they are both intoxicated, he will have to carry Xiaoyao back to the inn and tend to this drunken little rascal. His life feels utterly absurd. This little brat takes advantage of his dream girl, and he is left to serve him? Had he known it would come to this, he would have rather faced the wrath of the old man than take on this task. Being struck by Xiaoyao, beaten by Tsunade, and forced to watch Xiaoyao revel in his glory, it is a torment, both physical and mental. This torment continues for an entire week. Chapter 60. The alcohol has been consumed finally. In the early hours of dawn, before the sun rises, Tsunade quietly wakes Jingyin. Jingyin, wake up quickly. Her voice is hushed, tinged with urgency. Jingyin rubs her sleepy eyes, looking bewildered. What is it, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade's face is weary, her gaze filled with despair, the remnants of alcohol still lingering on her lips. We must escape. She can no longer endure it. For an entire week, she has been dragged by that little brat to drink, each time until she vomits. Even with her medical ninjutsu constantly repairing her body, she cannot withstand such torment. At this moment, she feels utterly drained. Jingyin's eyes widen in shock, on the verge of exclaiming, but Tsunade swiftly covers her mouth. Shoo, quiet. Tsunade's expression is tense, devoid of the grace of Konoha's first female ninja. They must not let that little brat overhear. Quick, gather your things, we are leaving. With utmost caution, Tsunade turns the doorknob and opens the door just a crack. She peers through the gap, alertly scanning for any signs of life in the corridor. Once she confirms the coast is clear, she exhales a sigh of relief. Phew, that little rascal should not have noticed. The two tiptoe out of the room, their steps as light as a cat's. Oh, where are you two off to? A mocking voice suddenly rings out from behind them. Tsunade freezes, her body stiffening as if caught in a genjutsu. She mechanically turns her head, the joints of her neck creaking. Upon seeing Xiaoyao standing not far away, arms crossed, and watching them intently, Tsunade forces a smile that is more painful than tears. We're just going out for some fresh air. Her voice trembles, filled with despair. Despite her carefulness, how could she still be discovered by this brat? Oh, going out for fresh air? Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow, suspicion etched across his face as he scrutinizes the luggage in their hands. Do you need to bring luggage just to get some fresh air? Aye aye. Tsunade's mind goes blank, stammering without a coherent excuse. A week of hangovers has dulled her wits, leaving her utterly speechless. In this moment, she resembles a thief caught red-handed. Panicking and flustered, Xiaoyao's eyes narrow, sharp and discerning. You are not trying to escape, are you? Escape? How could that be? Upon hearing the word, Tsunade's fur bristles like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Who is she? She is Tsunadeheim of Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. Apart from her gambling debts, the concept of escape has never graced her life. Is that so? Xiaoyao feigns enlightenment, stepping forward. Under the rigid gaze of Tsunade, he naturally took the luggage from her hand, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. So, do you concede? Concede? Concede what? I haven't lost, Tsunade retorted defiantly, though her eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. Is that so? Well, splendid. A surprised smile spread across Xiaoyao's face. Since you haven't lost, let us head to the tavern and continue drinking. He turned to Shizune and tossed the luggage her way. Shizune, put the luggage back. Uh-huh. Shizune accepted the luggage. Her face flushed as she lowered her head in response. Over the past few days, she had nearly succumbed to Xiaoyao's charm, obediently listening to his every word. Witnessing Shizune's docile demeanor, Tsunade felt a pang of toothache. How could her meticulously trained disciple betray her so easily? Let's go, continue drinking. Xiaoyao grabbed Tsunade's wrist, playfully provoking her, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Tsunade-chan, you wouldn't want to concede, would you? Of course not. How could I possibly lose? Tsunade stubbornly replied, her face a mask of despair as she allowed Xiaoyao to pull her forward. Shizune, after you put the luggage away, find us at our usual place. Xiaoyao called back as they walked. Yes. Shizune responded obediently, swiftly returning the luggage to the room before hurrying towards the tavern. Upon seeing Xiaoyao and Tsunade enter, the tavern owner's eyes lit up, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Welcome back, esteemed guests. For over a week, Xiaoyao and Tsunade had frequented this establishment for drinking contests, significantly boosting the tavern's revenue. To the owner, these two were akin to deities of fortune, the most esteemed guests. He eagerly wiped the table, his tone respectful. Shall you have the usual? Yes, the usual, and quickly. Xiaoyao casually seated himself, his voice flat. Certainly. The owner replied with cheer, hurrying off to prepare the drinks. Hearing the words the usual, Tsunade's eyes involuntarily twitched. She truly wished to avoid the usual drinks. Bottles of potent liquor were brought to the table, neatly arranged. The once alluring aroma now churned her stomach, making her feel nauseous. Your drinks are ready. And do let me know if you need more. The owner smiled, tactfully retreating, not daring to disturb the two esteemed guests in their drinking contest. Xiaoyao filled the cups for both himself and Tsunade, raising his glass. Come, let us toast, to warm our spirits. Tsunade gazed at the liquid in her cup, her lips twitching. Drink it straight down? No appetizers, just on an empty stomach? How cruel. She hadn't eaten breakfast, and after last night's excess, her stomach was emptier than ever, unable to withstand the liquor's assault. Xiaoyao, however, paid no mind, gulping down his drink in one go, the liquid sliding down his throat as he belched contentedly. To him, alcohol was not a harmful indulgence, but rather the finest tonic. Tsunade watched his bravado with a sense of despair. Her stomach roiled violently, and she opened her mouth to concede, but her damned pride rendered her speechless. Drink. Gritting her teeth, she resolved. It's just drinking, right? If it comes to it, I'll risk my life today. I can't let this brat look down on me. She raised her cup and downed it in one gulp. The once rich liquid now felt like scalding needles, piercing her throat and sending waves of pain through her stomach, causing her body to tremble slightly. Finally finishing all the drinks on the table, Tsunade hastily summoned her chakra to perform a rudimentary healing technique, gasping for air. At that moment, Shizune arrived at the tavern. Seeing Tsunade's pale complexion, she rushed over with concern. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? I'm fine. Tsunade insisted stubbornly, her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyao, infused with a hint of defiance. I am Tsunade-chan. Just then, Xiaoyao's voice rang out again, shattering her mental defenses. Owner, bring us 10 more bottles. He looked at Tsunade's unwillingness to concede, his eyes glinting with interest. Apologies, esteemed guest. The owner hurried over, a look of regret on his face. We've run out of stock. Tsunade's eyes brightened instantly, a look of surprise crossing her face. The immense joy of returning from the depths of despair nearly made her want to cheer aloud. She suppressed her excitement and feigned disappointment to Xiaoyao. What a shame, haha. It seems today we won't be drinking to our fill. But inside, she was overjoyed. Finally, a reprieve from drinking. Fear not, esteemed guests. The owner added with a smile. I've sent someone to replenish the stock. They should return shortly. Tsunade's smile froze, the joy in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by profound despair. Chapter 61, The Grudge of Danzo. Owner, I'm back. The liquor has arrived. As the words fell, a servant entered, cheerfully carrying boxes of liquor, neatly stacking them in the corner. Tsunade stared blankly at the boxes, darkness clouding her vision. Just as she had returned from paradise to reality, she now plummeted straight into hell. Can't I concede? This time, Tsunade's composure shattered completely. She clung to Shizune, her voice tinged with a sob, her pride crumbling away. Xiaoyao found her breakdown amusing and playfully ruffled her hair. Just admit defeat, and from now on, you and Shizune will both be mine. Surprisingly, Tsunade did not retort, merely resting in Shizune's embrace, motionless, as if acquiescing to this reality. As long as she no longer had to drink, Xiaoyao could say whatever he wished. Just as Xiaoyao was about to tease Tsunade further, the tavern door swung open abruptly. Jiraiya rushed in, a look of urgency on his face, shouting, Xiaoyao, Tsunade. Something's happened. In the Hokage building's conference room. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. The long conference table was filled with Konoha's core leaders. At the head of the table, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe, the smoke swirling around him, revealing a face marked by fatigue and concern. To his right sat his aide, Danzo Shimura, his expression as dark as the depths of despair. Two senior advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito Kazumi, sat solemnly beside him. Additionally, the heads of various clans were present, each bearing a grave expression. Let us discuss what we should do in light of the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen said hoarsely, exhaling a puff of smoke. Since Xiaoyao and the others left Konoha, the situation in the shinobi world had undergone a dramatic upheaval. Previously, Jiraiya had relayed information indicating that ninjas from Sunagakure had entered the Land of Fire, which had given him cause for concern. However, the subsequent news took him completely by surprise. The third Kazekage had gone missing. Upon receiving this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. Realizing why Sunagakure had not sent a team to Konoha during the Chunin exams, the Kazekage had vanished. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest of his kind, had his disappearance plunged the entire shinobi world into turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially believed the Kazekage's disappearance was an internal matter for Sunagakure, not closely tied to Konoha. But who could have predicted that Kumogakure would seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure? As if that were not enough, those madmen from Kumogakure declared war on both Konoha and Iwagakure simultaneously. The village of Konoha has been forcefully dragged into the quagmire of war. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, but did not overly worry. The declaration of war by Kumogakure against the three major hidden villages was undoubtedly a self-destructive decision. He had even resolved to ally with Sunagakure and Iwagakure to jointly combat Kumogakure. However, who could have anticipated the foolishness of the Sunagakure faction? They adamantly insisted that Konoha had abducted their Kazekage. The newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, made a stern declaration that once Kumogakure was repelled, Konoha would pay a hefty price for their despicable actions. This completely shattered Hiruzen's composure. Their Kazekage was lost. Kumogakure had invaded their territory. And instead of directing their grievances towards Kumogakure, they turned their ire towards Konoha? What troubled him further was that Owagakure had begun to bolster their military presence along the borders of the land of fire and the land of earth. Evidently wary of Konoha, coupled with the restless movements of Kirigakure, which seemed poised to strike at any moment. Hiruzen was engulfed by a foreboding sense of doom. Would this war instigated by Kumogakure ultimately transform into a united assault by all the hidden villages against Konoha? As it stood, although the flames of war had yet to engulf Konoha, it was merely a matter of time. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan and recognized as Konoha's strategist, analyzed the situation with grave concern, acknowledging that Kumogakure's ambitions were already well known. Their intentions were clear, to expand their territory and influence through military might. I suspect that Kumogakure's initial target was Konoha. But due to the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the Kazekage, they altered their strategy to simultaneously consume both Sunagakure and Konoha. With Kirigakure's restlessness and Owagakure's vigilance, Konoha could very well be irrevocably dragged into the abyss of war. The resources of Konoha are exceedingly abundant, nearly equivalent to the combined wealth of the other 4 major hidden villages. Possessing such a vast treasure, it is only natural that it becomes the object of everyone's covetous desires. Damn Kumogakure, they are exceedingly arrogant. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his tone vicious. And those scoundrels from Sunagakure actually shifted the blame for the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage onto Konoha. At that moment, Danzo suddenly sensed several unusual gazes directed at him. He looked up to find Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minyin all contemplating him thoughtfully. Why are you looking at me like that? Danzo was momentarily stunned. But then it dawned on him. His face flushed crimson with anger as he exclaimed, "You don't think I did it, do you?" Wasn't he at you?" Hiruzen said uncertainly, skepticism evident in his eyes. Tsunade and Mito Minyin nodded, their doubts even more pronounced. "It wasn't me," Danzo shouted in fury. "Why would I go and capture the Kazekage? Besides, my power is insufficient to stealthily abduct the 3rd Kazekage." Such baseless suspicion ignited his rage. Ahem. Discussing this is pointless now. Hiruzen coughed lightly to dissipate the awkward atmosphere. The urgent matter is to devise a strategy to confront the impending war. When Danzo mentioned shifting the blame, Hiruzen instinctively thought of him. There was no helping it. Danzo's reputation was notoriously vile. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had committed numerous nefarious deeds, nearly becoming a public enemy in the shinobi world. Moreover, during that war, Konoha and Sunagakure were adversaries, and Danzo had orchestrated many underhanded actions against Sunagakure. Hiruzen pondered carefully and concluded that Sunagakure's suspicion of Konoha largely stemmed from Danzo's bad name. However, at this point, blaming Danzo would be futile. The immediate priority was to unite all possible forces to collectively face the forthcoming war. Speaking of which, Hiruzen, Danzo suppressed his anger and shifted the topic. "Why did you send Huangfu Xiaoyao to find Tsunade? Did you not say earlier that Jiraiya was tasked with that responsibility?" He had been harboring resentment. That little rascal Xiaoyao had not only insulted him, but had also wounded him in their last encounter. He had been nursing this grudge, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. Chapter 62. The old hag is also mine. What's this? Hiruzen replied coolly, a glint of depth flashing in his eyes. I recognized the instability of the situation and changed my mind at the last moment. Perhaps giving Tsunade a reason to care will encourage her to return to Konoha. Do you have any objections to Tsunade's return, Danzo? Danzo's political maneuvers, in Hiruzen's view, were still rather immature. Enough, Danzo, Tsunade interjected, furrowing her brow. Tsunade's return to Konoha is something we all desire. Danzo's complexion darkened instantly. He realized that at this critical juncture, Tsunade's return was vital for Konoha. Her medical ninjutsu could play a significant role in the war, and even just training medical ninjas could save countless lives of Konoha's shinobi. If Xiaoyao could indeed bring Tsunade back, everyone would support it. Raising objections at this moment would only lead to trouble without any benefit. Yet his inner fury was hard to suppress. That little rascal Xiaoyao would certainly have to face his wrath someday. However, he also understood that as long as Tsunade returned to Konoha and took charge of Xiaoyao, he absolutely could not provoke Xiaoyao until after the war, lest he become a pariah among all of Konoha. Just as the senior members of Konoha were furrowing their brows over the impending war, in a tavern of a small town, Tsunade was defiantly declaring, I will not return. I will not return. She abruptly lifted her head, her tone resolute, imbued with a strong sense of defiance. The affairs of the village have long ceased to concern me. After hearing the news brought by Jiraiya, her stance was unwavering. Tsunade, this is not the time for stubbornness, Jiraiya urged earnestly. Konoha desperately needs your strength. Kumobikure has officially declared war on Konoha. He was aware of Tsunade's hemophobia, which prevented her from stepping onto the battlefield. However, with her exceptional medical ninjutsu, even if she merely guided medical ninjas, she could save countless lives of Konoha's shinobi. Moreover, the old man had issued a direct order to ensure Tsunade's return to Konoha. Besides, he deeply missed the days when the three ninjas fought side by side. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, her expression becoming complicated. As a ninja who had participated in the Second Shinobi World War, all that war had brought her was endless pain and loss. The most important people in her life were lost to the ravages of war. Consequently, she developed hemophobia and could no longer step onto the battlefield. It could be said that she harbored a profound hatred for war. Forget it, Tsunade tilted her head back, gazing at the ceiling, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. I have already succumbed to hemophobia. Even if I returned to Konoha, I would be of no help. Besides, I do not wish to go back. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's despondent demeanor, opening his mouth but finding himself at a loss for words. The important people in Tsunade's life had perished during the Second Shinobi World War, and the once glorious Senju clan had faded into obscurity within the shinobi world. Indeed, it was the village that had wronged Tsunade. His expression turned somewhat melancholic. Bang! With a loud crash, Xiaoyao slammed his hand on the table, interrupting the somber atmosphere between the two. What nonsense are you saying? He frowned, a look of discontent on his face as he gazed at Tsunade. You are already mine. I intend to return to Konoha, and you dare not follow? Shouldn't the authority of returning to Konoha rest in his hands? Tsunade's confusion and Jiraiya's melancholy instantly froze. The two individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xiaoyao, their expressions filled with astonishment. What? Are you still unconvinced? Xiaoyao proclaimed, lifting an unopened bottle of wine and slamming it heavily upon the table, causing the liquid within to sway. Then we shall continue drinking, until you concede. Tsunade regarded the bottle with a rising unease in her stomach, hurriedly waving her hand and trembling as she spoke. All right, I concede. After a night of heavy drinking, she had consumed nothing and had been inundated with ample wine by Xiaoyao. Her head still felt hazy, unable to withstand another round of drinking. Having conceded, you are now mine. Xiaoyao fixed his piercing gaze upon Tsunade, enunciating each word with intensity. Now, return with me to Konoha. The tidings brought by Jiraiya were precisely what he had been anticipating. The outbreak of war signified what? It signified countless attribute points awaiting his acquisition, and a legitimate opportunity to seize fine wines from other ninja villages. Such a fortuitous event was one he could not afford to miss. Tsunade's lips twitched uncontrollably, regretting her impulsive decision to make such a reckless wager. Now, she found herself ensnared in her own gamble. Are you contemplating reneging on our agreement? Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed dangerously. Who would dare to back out? Upon mention of the wager, Tsunade instantly regained her composure, slamming her hand upon the table and exclaiming loudly. Despite her notorious gambling addiction, which often led her into debt and forced her into hiding, she had never once failed to honor her debts at the gambling table. Her reputation for integrity was well established. Otherwise, given her strength and status, she could easily disregard her debts, and she would not have earned the moniker of a prize target. Tsunade held her gambling reputation in high regard, a trait learned from her late grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Thus, throughout her life, she had never once defaulted on a wager. That is well, Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. You and Shizun are now my subordinates, and you must obey my commands. When I instruct you to go east, you shall not venture west. When I command you. As Xiaoyao continued to speak, Tsunade felt increasingly exasperated, her lip twitching more violently. The audacity of this impudent boy to treat her as mere property at his whim. To make matters worse, her disciple, Shizun, was nodding in agreement by his side. Witnessing her once loyal disciple so readily submit to Xiaoyao, Tsunade felt a pang of anguish. Lord Tsunade, Shizun, who had been diligently listening to Xiaoyao's demands and even considering taking notes, suddenly felt the weight of Tsunade's piercing gaze, causing her to stiffen in fear and glance nervously at Tsunade, her heart racing. What are you doing? Xiaoyao swiftly positioned himself in front of Shizun. glaring at Tsunade in discontent. Do not intimidate my dear Shizune. He could not fathom how Tsunade could be so fierce towards such an obedient pupil. This ignited Tsunade's fury. When did her beloved disciple become this boy's possession? Shizune is my student. Tsunade gritted her teeth in indignation. Now she is mine. Xiaoyao retorted defiantly. You insolent brat. Tsunade glared at Xiaoyao, her eyes ablaze with fury. You are also mine, you wretched woman. Xiaoyao shot back without yielding. Witnessing their instant quarrel, Jiraiya could only shake his head in resignation, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now Tsunade comprehended why he had previously been so distraught. Xiaoyao's words were truly infuriating. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of envy for the audacity of Xiaoyao's speech, words he had never even dared to imagine. Chapter 63. How grown up are you to still long for home in terms of verbal prowess? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not measure up to Xiaoyao. Tsunade had hardly exchanged a few words before she was rendered trembling with rage, gasping for breath, unable to articulate her thoughts, merely glaring at Xiaoyao. Shizune, pack your belongings. We are returning to Konoha, Xiaoyao boasted, lifting his chin in triumph. Yes, yes. Shizune glanced at Tsunade's expression and, seeing no sign of objection, obediently replied and turned to gather her belongings. Deep down, you still cannot let go of Konoha, can you? Jiraiya took the opportunity to lean closer to Tsunade, whispering, Do not speak nonsense. Tsunade immediately countered, though her eyes betrayed her as they darted away. I am merely honoring the wager. She observed Xiaoyao's unwavering stare, fearful he might suspect her intentions to escape, causing her lips to twitch again. With her disciple already swayed by him, where could she possibly flee? Is that so? Jiraiya chuckled, refraining from further comment. He understood his teammate all too well. Though her words were defiant, her heart held a deep concern for Konoha. Though she could not bear to admit it, her adherence to the wager was a mere facade. Before long, Shizune returned, trotting back with 2 packed bags in hand. Lord Tsunade, Lord Xiaoyao, the luggage is ready, she said respectfully, a shy smile gracing her face. Excellent, let us depart, Xiaoyao nodded in approval, reaching out to pat Shizune's head in encouragement. Hee. Shizune beamed at the gesture, visibly thrilled. Tsunade, observing this scene, felt a surge of frustration. Her disciple was truly disappointing. You white-haired brat, carry the luggage. Xiaoyao turned to Jiraiya, issuing commands. What? Why must I carry it? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to comply. Should I have my dear companions do it instead? Xiaoyao replied with unwavering confidence. Do not call me that. And can't you carry it yourself? Jiraiya retorted. If you refuse, I will return and report to the old man that you are bullying me, Xiaoyao threatened without hesitation. As the two began to bicker once more, Jiraiya begrudgingly accepted all the luggage, his face contorted in frustration. Tsunade stood by, her expression darkening. This insufferable boy was truly unbearable, bullying everyone in sight. Moreover, when had she become his dear? Heavy breaths echoed through the forest as Jiraiya's figure appeared at the end of the path. Laden with a mountain of assorted luggage on his back, shoulders, and arms, nearly overwhelming him. His clothes were caked with dust and grass, his collar askew, hair disheveled and plastered to his sweaty forehead, and his face bore several dark stains, evidence of his arduous journey. At last, we have arrived. Jiraiya lifted his head, gazing at the familiar Konoha gates bathed in sunlight, tears unexpectedly welling in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks, and mingling with sweat and dirt, leaving 2 trails of misery. Walking beside him, Tsunade ambled leisurely, her golden hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Observing Jiraiya, who appeared as though fleeing from disaster, a glimmer of sympathy flickered in her emerald eyes. Throughout this journey, she had witnessed how one of the legendary Sannin had been reduced from a celebrated ninja to a mere laborer at the whims of others. Xiaoyao's sharp tongue had not ceased its relentless mockery since their departure, with Jiraiya enduring all the menial tasks, carrying luggage, setting up tents, starting fires, cooking meals, and even being dispatched by Xiaoyao to procure game for their drinks. If the meals were proportioned for 3 daily servings, Jiraiya would grit his teeth and endure. The character Xiaoyao indulges in alcohol to such an extent that he loses all sense of time, frequently forgetting whether he has eaten. When hunger strikes, he calls out for wild delicacies. On the most unfortunate day, Jiraiya went out in search of these delicacies a staggering 18 times just to satisfy Xiaoyao's cravings. Throughout his journey, he climbed steep cliffs to catch mountain goats, waded through frigid waters to catch fish, and was even compelled by Xiaoyao to seek the legendary bear paws. The reasoning? Xiaoyao claimed he wished to experience the exquisite taste of both fish and bear paws. Reflecting on these events now, Jiraiya feels a pang of regret, nearly driven to madness by this impudent brat. Though he considered resisting, every time he exhibited even a hint of reluctance, Xiaoyao would simply cease all movement, sitting down to drink in the sunlight. For Jiraiya, eager to return to Mai and assess the war situation, compliance was his only option. "Old man, how I've missed you." "Orochimaru, I have returned," Jiraiya exclaimed, spotting the crowd waiting at the village entrance. Overcome with emotion, he wept openly, disregarding the luggage that slipped from his grasp as he sprinted towards Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru. Tsunade observed his disheveled state and thought to herself, "Jiraiya, you truly are in a miserable predicament." Compared to Jiraiya, though she endured Xiaoyao calling her old hag incessantly and labeling her as his, perhaps her situation was not so dire? This thought flickered in her mind but was quickly suppressed. How could it be acceptable? The memories of Xiaoyao commanding her to drink alongside him, using her late grandfather Senju Hashirama to coerce her when she refused, filled her with exasperation. To this day, she cannot fathom how Xiaoyao discovered that her gambling addiction was inherited from her grandfather. Did she inadvertently reveal it during those drunken nights? The mere thought of this made her feel deeply frustrated. Moreover, with Xiaoyao's promise of future winnings at the gambling table, the image of him winning effortlessly like a god of fortune stirred something within her. Ultimately, unable to resist the allure of gambling, she acquiesced. Now, she finds herself drinking daily with Xiaoyao, to the point where her liver nearly aches, yet he appears increasingly vibrant, his complexion rosy, showing no signs of fatigue from intoxication. One day, unable to suppress her curiosity, Tsunade conducted a thorough examination of him while he was inebriated. The results left her questioning her entire existence, for this habitual drinker possessed a physique that surpassed even the most rigorously trained ninja. She began to doubt the legitimacy of her years of medical ninjutsu training. How could alcohol possibly enhance one's health? It defied all principles of medicine. "Hey, you foolish white-haired idiot, is this really necessary?" Xiaoyao remarked, casually trailing behind with a bottle in hand, sipping nonchalantly. His tone dripped with disdain. How could someone his age still be so attached to home, akin to a weaned child? Jiraiya, long exhausted by Xiaoyao's sharp tongue, lacked the strength to retort. He understood that any attempt at resistance would lead to even harsher insults and demands. Rather than subject himself to further humiliation, he chose silence. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, wiping away tears as he quickened his pace. Tsunade, witnessing Jiraiya's extreme frustration, felt a surge of sympathy for him. Thankfully, while Xiaoyao was similarly undiplomatic with her, at least she wasn't treated as a mere laborer like Jiraiya. Chapter 64. Unceremoniously beaten Mai. "I have returned," Jiraiya shouted, his movements causing several items from his luggage to tumble to the ground. He paid them no mind as he dashed toward the entrance of Mai village. Sunlight bathed the red gates of Mai, casting a golden glow. In the open space at the entrance stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and several core elders and clan leaders of Mai, eagerly awaiting. Tsunade's return was undoubtedly a boon for Mai, which was on the brink of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically come to welcome her in hopes of providing a warm sense of home, encouraging her to let go of her burdens and remain in Mai. After all, Tsunade's nature was inherently free-spirited, and any dissatisfaction could lead her to leave once more. It was truly unexpected that Xiaoyao managed to bring Tsunade back. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed, fixating on the approaching figures, a knowing smile gracing his lips. His voice held a hint of uncharacteristic sentiment. Even he, with his demeanor, couldn't help but feel stirred by the return of an old companion. "Indeed, today is a day worth celebrating," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, puffing on his pipe, a content smile illuminating his face. He had entrusted Tsunade with overseeing Xiaoyao, both because they were fundamentally incompatible and because he genuinely hoped this would be the catalyst for her return to Mai. Following the Second Shinobi World War, Mai had already suffered significant losses with the passing of Hitaki Tsukumo. Losing Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, would inflict even greater suffering in the impending conflict. He still vividly recalled that during the Second Shinobi World War, had it not been for Tsunade neutralizing Chiyo's lethal poison, Mai would have paid an even steeper price to overcome Sunagakure. Though he had yearned for Tsunade's return, He had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. That cheeky brat. Xiaoyao truly did not disappoint. Here they come. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, locking onto the three figures approaching in the distance, his tone steady. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others immediately ceased their idle chatter, their attention drawn to the end of the road. Haha, Tsunade, welcome back. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, ready to extend his welcoming words. Old man, Orochimaru, I'm finally back. Jiraiya's voice rang out suddenly, resembling a wild stallion breaking free as he lunged forward, enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru in a tight embrace. Tears and snot streamed down his face, heedlessly smearing them onto their garments. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze, the damp sensation on his shoulder causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. How disgusting. You idiot, don't get your snot on me. Orochimaru's expression soured, instinctively attempting to break free, yet Jiraiya held on too tightly, unable to push him away. In front of everyone, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, displayed such a disgraceful act, smearing his tears and snot on the Hokage and another Sannin, utterly embarrassing my. Bang. Idiot. What on earth are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his frustration, channeling chakra into his fist and striking Jiraiya's head with a resounding thud. Ah, old man, your punches are the most comforting. To Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonishment, Jiraiya didn't react with anger. Instead, he savored the moment, rubbing his arm while tears flowed even more freely. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him, a shiver running down his spine. Could it be that his disciple had gone mad from Xiaoyao's antics? Old man, I finally found you. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, Xiaoyao's voice interrupted. He approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hand outstretched, shaking it before him, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. You still owe me for the last time. Now that I've brought Tsunade back, you owe me double. If not, I'll take her and leave, leaving you with nothing. Yuhi had yet to recover from Z's unusual demeanor when he was abruptly pulled back to reality by Xiaoyao's words. Observing the hand extended by Xiaoyao, a twitch of irritation flickered at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Jiraiya had succumbed to such a state. Just moments ago, he had foolishly thought that Xiaoyao had not squandered his nurturing. How blind he had been. The color of Huangfu's face shifted from pale to flushed, as he prepared to retort. Upon further reflection, you have been in arrears for so long, including interest, that totals fourfold. Xiaoyao interjected, as if suddenly recalling something, his tone devoid of any room for negotiation. Why don't you go rob someone? Yuhi's forehead throbbed with veins, his voice elevated by several octaves. In the mere hour since entering the village, this rascal had escalated the debt from double to quadruple. This insufferable brat was more avaricious than a bandit. Indeed, both Gongso and Julian nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting agreement. This fellow Xiaoyao was nothing short of a thief, especially Gongso, who believed Xiaoyao had shown restraint. After all, her debt to Xiaoyao had quadrupled in less than a day at the casino. Yuhi's debt had lingered for several more days, and a fourfold increase was already a concession. Old man, hurry and bring me the wine. Do not think to defer my wages. Xiaoyao surveyed Yuhi, noting the absence of any alcohol, and his dissatisfaction grew. Although he had made a considerable profit at the casino, he had an insatiable appetite for drink, never once turning it down. Furthermore, he had never allowed anyone to defer his debts. What wages? I know nothing of that. Yuhi brazenly feigned ignorance. If he were to truly pay Xiaoyao fourfold, his private stash would be utterly depleted. Moreover, it was evident that Xiaoyao was outright extorting him. What? You old scoundrel. Dare you to play tricks? Xiaoyao's eyes widened in feigned fury, his voice rising considerably. You explicitly told me that Gongsu was a great cash cow, that following her would provide endless wine, and yet, you deceitful swindler. As he spoke, he stealthily observed Gongsu's reaction from the corner of his eye. It seems she has forgotten this matter. I must remind her. Creak, creak. Gongsu's expression shifted dramatically, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, producing faint cracking sounds. She abruptly turned her head, fixing a fiery glare upon Yuhi. Old man. Her voice was low, laced with a palpable threat, causing the surrounding air to thicken with tension. As anticipated, the mention of great cash cow instantly reminded Gongsu of how Yuhi had betrayed her trust. Cold sweat broke out on Yuhi's brow, his back drenched in perspiration. He was acutely aware of Gangshu's formidable strength in his youth. He had endured her wrath more than once. Chapter 65. In his eyes, there is only Xiaoyao. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yunfei hastily waved his hands, forcing a stiff smile. I merely spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart. This was intentional. That wretched brat was absolutely deliberate. Yunfei glared at Xiaoyao, whose expression radiated schadenfreude, his teeth grinding in frustration. This mischievous rascal could not tolerate any loss. Clearly here to collect a debt, he still dragged him into this mess. Xiaoyao, quickly testify that I never said such a thing. Yunfei, alarmed by Gangshu's increasingly ominous expression, turned to Xiaoyao for assistance. Surely Gangshu would not actually strike him here? Eightfold. Xiaoyao raised a finger, shaking it with clarity. Are you a bandit? Yunfei's composure crumbled. He had never anticipated that merely attempting to evade a debt would lead to such dire consequences. Gangshu, teach him a lesson. Seeing that Yunfei was still hesitating, Xiaoyao immediately urged, this deceitful old man deserves a proper reprimand. Eightfold it is. As Yunfei witnessed Gangshu's fist raised, he quickly capitulated. Fine. Not only would he lose his secret stash, but he would also incur debt. Alas. Yunfei gazed at Xiaoyao and Gangshu, who began discussing how to divide the spoils. Shaking his head in resignation, a bitter smile etched across his face. He could see clearly that Gangshu and Xiaoyao had conspired together to ensnare him. Yet, the village truly owed much to Gangshu. If it could bring her some joy and ensure her stay in Vied, perhaps a little sacrifice was not too great. Holding his chest, Yunfei felt his heart ache, distinctly hearing the sound of his wealth departing. In the grandest barbecue establishment in Vied, the ambience was lively and bustling, filled with the sizzling sounds of grilling meat mingling with laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Welcome, welcome, please take a seat. Xiaoyao strode in, 2 bottles of wine in hand, exuding the demeanor of a host, warmly greeting everyone. He made his way to the large central table, unabashedly taking a seat, and gestured to those around him. Feel free to sit. Do not hold back. Today we feast and drink to our heart's content. Ah, this wretched boy has finally matured. Yunfei, seated in the main position, observed Xiaoyao bustling about, his heart swelling with pride. He never expected this boy would allow him, an elder, to sit in the esteemed seat, such a rarity. The pain of being extorted eightfold began to dissipate. Today, Xiaoyao had gathered everyone for a banquet in celebration of Gangshu's return to Vied. Yunfei, Ziliat, Gangshu, Dashuan were all present. Such a lineup was undoubtedly impressive. Additionally, Alm and Lin were invited, along with Thing Yin, Alma, Daitu, Kakashi, and everyone else Xiaoyao could think of was also included in the invitation. Gangshu, Darren, may I have your autograph? Hong Yanlin, seated beside Gangshu, gazed at her with admiration, their eyes sparkling like twin stars. Gangshu's reputation in Vied was monumental, especially among female ninjas, where she was revered as an idol. Particularly for Lin, who was dedicated to learning medical ninjutsu. The title of the foremost medical expert in the ninja world, Gangshuji, was well known to her. Much of the medical knowledge and techniques she learned were derived from Gangshu's medical manuals. Truly, Gangshu was her idol and role model. Just as Gangshu was about to acquiesce, Xiaoyao interrupted. Gangshu, quickly sign for my dear ones. Xiaoyao leaned in, wrapping an arm around Hong Yanlin's shoulders, his tone commanding and unyielding. Xiaoyao, Kuan, please do not speak to Gangshu, Darren in such a manner. Hong Yanlin gasped, hastily whispering. Although they shared a close relationship with Xiaoyao, Gangshu's authority in Vied was unparalleled. The memories of the Second Shinobi World War were still deeply etched in the minds of all in Vied. In that brutal conflict, Gangshu had saved countless ninja lives and mended many shattered families. Aung Enlin worried that Xiaoyao's commanding tone might provoke Gangshu's ire, leading to unfavorable outcomes for him. Rest assured, she belongs to me now. Do not mention mere autographs. Even if you wish for her to teach you medical ninjutsu, she would comply. Xiaoyao patted Gangshu's shoulder, exuding arrogance. He cast Gangshu a knowing glance, signaling her to be sensible. I will endure. Gangshu glared at Xiaoyao, her fists clenched tightly, battling the urge to deliver a punch, yet ultimately remained silent. The reason for her indulgence towards Shio is undoubtedly rooted in a specific cause. Yesterday, Shio escorted her to a casino in Mai. It was the first time Tsunade experienced the exhilarating sensation of winning. an electrifying feeling of invincibility at the gambling table that utterly captivated her. Throughout her life, she had never tasted victory in gambling. Despite this, her addiction had never waned. The immense thrill of winning was an intoxicating experience she could hardly forget. However, Tsunade harbored some doubts about whether her winnings were due to mere luck or Shio's guidance. Thus, this morning, she ventured to the casino alone, intending to experiment with a few small bets. Yet, upon sitting at the table, she became completely absorbed, losing not only all her winnings from yesterday, but also the money she had extorted from Sarutobi Hiruzen, resulting in a complete financial ruin. Losing was something she had grown accustomed to, but after savoring the taste of victory, she found the contrast of losing unbearable. To continue experiencing the thrill of winning with Shio, her tolerance for him had reached unprecedented heights. Hong and Lin gasped in astonishment, gazing at Tsunade, who offered no rebuttal. Could it be that they were truly destined to follow Tsunade-sama alongside Shio? The mere thought sent a flush to the cheeks of the two girls, filling them with both anxiety and a hint of anticipation. What were these two girls thinking? Tsunade sensed their peculiar glances and shivered slightly, silently pondering. There was an inkling that they were contemplating something rather mischievous. By the way, Lin, haven't you been studying medical ninjutsu? Shio suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin with a smile. Let Tsunade teach you. Her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled in the ninja world. Lin's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Tsunade. Is it really possible, Tsunade-sama? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes brightened. An opportunity to extort Shio presented itself. She raised 3 fingers toward Shio, a mischievous tone in her voice. I will teach her, but you must take me gambling 3 times. At most twice. Shio frowned, expressing his discontent. This woman was insatiably greedy. Although using Kin Bunchika Haki to help Tsunade win was not a challenge for him, rarity adds value. If he were to take her to win every day, it would diminish the worth of the endeavor. It was essential to control the frequency to keep her appetite whetted. Deal. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. It was already quite a feat to gain an advantage from someone as stingy as Shio. 2 times would suffice. Sitting at the end of the table, Obito watched Lin and Shio's intimate interactions with a heavy heart, sighing deeply, his face filled with disappointment. He had harbored feelings for Lin for so long, yet it seemed that she only had eyes for Shio. Still not giving up, Obito? Asuma, seated beside Obito, observed his despondent demeanor with a hint of empathy. They were indeed kindred spirits, both having seen their beloveds claimed by Shio and molded by him into obedient followers. However, whereas Asuma had long accepted this reality, Obito appeared to be lost in denial. Are you not afraid of being cut down by Shio? Asuma whispered, cautioning him. He had witnessed Shio's ruthlessness firsthand, showing no mercy regardless of the setting or target. Upon hearing this, Obito shuddered, his earlier sorrow replaced by fear. How could one not fear? Shio's strikes were a torment to both the mind and body, with the unpredictability of his actions being the most terrifying aspect. I'll go pour some drinks, you take your time eating. Asuma quickly rose, grabbing a beautifully packaged bottle of wine, hurrying towards Shio. The first drink must be poured for Shio, otherwise, if he held a grudge, Asuma would surely regret it. That pathetic wretch. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Asuma, whose obsequiousness irked him. Here he was, seated at the head of the table, yet this brat went to please Shio first. It felt like a complete waste of effort raising him. Old man, Asuma is quite a good lad, showing respect for his elders, Jiraiya chuckled, noticing Hiruzen's displeasure. Jiraiya, are you itching for another bout? Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, his tone seemingly mild but laced with a threat. Is that all you have? Jiraiya scoffed. After enduring Shio's sharp tongue, he found Hiruzen's threats to be remarkably feeble. You little. Hiruzen was about to reprimand Jiraiya when Asuma approached with a glass of wine. Father, please partake. Asuma eagerly filled Hiruzen's glass, wearing a smile brimming with flattery. You've changed, haven't you? Hiruzen observed Asuma with surprise. This rebellious brat had never addressed him so obediently before. Hiruzen's expression softened considerably. This bottle looks strangely familiar. Hiruzen picked up the glass, his brow furrowing as he recalled where he had seen this wine. Everyone, let us toast. Just as Hiruzen was deep in thought, Shio abruptly stood, raising his glass and exclaiming, thanks to Hokage-sama for his generous sponsorship. Me? Sponsorship? Hiruzen paused, then quickly turned his gaze to the bottle. Isn't this my prized collection? Hiruzen's realization hit him like a thunderbolt, anger distorting his features. No wonder Asuma had been so amiable today. He had engaged in such underhanded dealings. This bottle had been a treasured vintage he had hoarded for years, never daring to drink it, only to discover it had been secretly procured by Asuma. Hokage-sama, today is a celebratory feast for Tsunade's return to Mai. Shouldn't you say a few words? Hiruzen was about to argue with Shio when he was interrupted. Tsunade's long-awaited return to Mai necessitated a grand show of respect from Hiruzen. He had no choice but to swallow his words and restrain his displeasure. Ahem, first of all, welcome back, Tsunade. Hiruzen adjusted his demeanor, clearing his throat and beginning to employ the eloquence befitting a politician. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, passionately recounting tales from the Second Great Ninja War to the current situation, highlighting Tsunade's contributions and the future of Mai, his words flowing endlessly. All right, old man. 2 sentences are enough? Why are you still going on? Shio, growing impatient, cut him off. In his past life, he had always found such lengthy speeches tiresome. And this life was no exception. Hiruzen's impassioned expression froze, his face turning awkward. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged amused glances, having long since grown weary of the old man's monologues. Yet no one had dared to interrupt him so bluntly. Forget it. Considering that Shio is treating us and allowing me to sit at the main table, I won't hold it against him. Hiruzen consoled himself internally. Although Shio often criticized him and showed no regard for his status, one could not deny that this young man was indeed quite capable. The strength of the situation is undeniable, especially with the return of Gangsho, which is nothing short of a monumental blessing for Mai. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to overlook minor grievances. After all, how could he possibly hold a grudge against a mere child? Comforting himself with this thought, he lifted his cup and took a sip. The rich, aromatic liquid enveloped his senses, instantly warming the atmosphere of the gathering. With Xiaoyao attending to everyone's culinary needs, the ambience grew increasingly lively. Has Xiaoyao ordered an excessive amount of dishes? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, astonished by the seemingly endless plates of grilled meat and delicacies being served. This table is nearing its capacity. What has gotten into that rascal today? Is it too much? Not at all, Xiaoyao replied casually, relishing the grilled meat prepared for him by Hong, Lin, and Shizun. I merely instructed them to bring several portions of each item on the menu. Sitting amidst the 3 young ladies, Hong to his left, Lin to his right, and Shizun standing by, ever ready, Xiaoyao felt like a true victor in life. Sipping the exquisite wine borrowed from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wore a satisfied expression. Several portions of each. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips quivered in disbelief. In all his years, he had never witnessed anyone order so extravagantly. Oh well, it is your treat after all, he thought to himself, forcing a smile. Having been extorted by Xiaoyao numerous times, he felt compelled to indulge today and make up for it. Ah, this grilled meat is truly delightful. When did I say I was treating? Xiaoyao feigned surprise at Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous. Wait, isn't it your treat? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, holding chopsticks, froze, his smile vanishing instantly. Of course not. Xiaoyao shook his head dismissively. Today, you are treating us. With Gangsho back, as her teacher, you must show some hospitality. Don't you know how to conduct yourself? He scoffed, clearly displeased. How can you be so lacking in social intelligence when you are already Hokage? Besides, if you were treating, how could you invite so many guests? I. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. You invite so many people and expect me to foot the bill? So, I am spending my money just to elevate your standing in front of everyone? Is this what you call decency? The image of Xiaoyao acting like the host left him feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. No, he absolutely could not allow himself to pay for this meal. Chapter 67. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitation, Xiaoyao quickly exchanged glances with Gangsho, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, signaling them to take action. The implication was clear. If the old man was treating, they must take full advantage of it. Gangsho immediately understood, seizing a piece of grilled meat and devouring it heartily while encouraging everyone else. Don't be shy. Eat your fill. Today Hokage-sama is treating. Haha. Let us feast today and recuperate from our arduous journey, Jiraiya chimed in, pouring himself a generous drink and downing it in one go. Indeed, the flavor is quite commendable. Orochimaru nodded, his few words reflecting his approval. Their cooperation with Xiaoyao stemmed from their individual concerns. Gangsho thought, be wary, or I won't take you to the casino again. While Jiraiya and Orochimaru contemplated, be careful, or I might come to bother you while intoxicated. Faced with Xiaoyao's subtle threat, they had no choice but to support him. These three. Sarutobi Hiruzen fumed as he observed their seamless collaboration. Are you still my disciples? Is there anyone who would betray their own teacher like this? He knew all too well that he would be footing the bill for this meal. Suddenly, the grilled meat lost its appeal, and the fine wine lacked flavor. Thus, the meal concluded with Xiaoyao in high spirits, while Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly frustrated. Hokage-sama, are you all right? The owner of the barbecue restaurant inquired, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's despondent expression. Is the barbecue not to your liking? And no, it's fine, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, gazing at his empty wallet, feeling as if he could weep. Once again, he had been taken advantage of by Xiaoyao. What with that woeful expression? Xiaoyao, slightly inebriated, ambled over with Hong and Lin on either side, and Shizun trailing behind. Looking bemused. Are you not happy that Gangsho is back? Having enjoyed the day immensely, a satisfied grin adorned his face. You rascal. If it's not your treat, why did you order so many dishes? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Xiaoyao, who was basking in the adulation of the three young ladies. Infuriated by the thought of his hard-earned savings being squandered, while Xiaoyao reveled in his apparent entitlement. Is it really such a big deal? Xiaoyao waved dismissively. Next time I help you with a mission, I'll give you a discount. How does that sound? Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turning red with anger, he feared that if he truly enraged him, he might no longer have anyone to extort in the future. Thus, he attempted to offer a modicum of consolation. With that, he waved goodbye and strolled away leisurely with the three young ladies. That rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Xiaoyao depart, a resigned smile escaping his lips. At least I managed to get a discount. Though he regretted the expenditure, he found solace in this small consolation. The specter of war loomed ever closer, threatening to engulf Mai at any moment. Although Xiaoyao's swordsmanship may not yet rival the late Hatake Tsukumo in terms of individual combat capability when it comes to damage radius, Xiaoyao has already far surpassed him. The terrifying slashes spanning dozens of meters would undoubtedly play a significant role in warfare, especially in countering the puppet army of Sunagakure, which was particularly vulnerable to his attacks. Furthermore, should Sunagakure resort to utilizing tailed beasts, a rampaging Xiaoyao would be a force to be reckoned with, possibly even matching the power of a tailed beast. The memory of Xiaoyao's terrifying slashes during his rampage against Orochimaru, extending over 100 meters, is still vividly etched in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Their might was certainly comparable to that of a tailed beast's Jinchuriki. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some concerns. He could not guarantee that Xiaoyao would agree to take the battlefield. During the last Chunin exam, it was only when he promised Xiaoyao a continuous supply of fine wine that he consented to participate. Yet now, Xiaoyao had won a considerable sum at the casino and no longer lacked the funds to buy alcohol. If Xiaoyao decided against joining the fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen would find himself in quite the predicament. While this meal had cost him dearly, if it could persuade Xiaoyao to join the battlefield, perhaps it would be worth it. Remembering the current precarious situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. War was imminent. Months passed in the blink of an eye. In the Hokage office of Mai, the atmosphere was stifling and tense. Sunlight streamed through the window but failed to alleviate the oppressive mood within the room. Sarutobi, I have long warned you. Danzo slammed the table with a furious expression, sending documents scattering across the floor. We should have allied with Kumogakure to launch a joint assault on Sunagakure. But you hesitated, and look where we are now. Kumogakure's offensive has faltered, and Sunagakure has declared war on us. Danzo's face was ashen, his eyes filled with reproach and discontent. Current intelligence indicated that Sunagakure was even considering deploying tailed beasts. In the past few months, the dynamics of the ninja world had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Initially, the assault launched by Yunin village was successfully repelled under the leadership of the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Luo Sha of Sunagakure. This outcome was hardly surprising. Sunagakure has long possessed significant economic strength due to its unique resource of gold sand. Although Luo Sha's personal prowess may not be sufficient to hold the title of Kazekage, his ability to manipulate gold sand has brought immense wealth to Sunagakure, thereby securing his position. Furthermore, Sunagakure's exclusive puppet master troops render its military might second only to Konoha. Thus, the repulsion of Yunin village's initial attack was not unexpected. What did raise eyebrows, however, was Sunagakure's decision, after repelling Yunin, to redirect its aggression towards Konoha. declaring an all-out war. They justified this by claiming a need to locate the third Kazekage, who had been taken by Konoha. Consequently, Konoha found itself irrevocably entangled in the quagmire of war. Recently, numerous small-scale skirmishes have erupted along the border between Konoha and Sunagakure, resulting in significant losses for both sides. The latest intelligence reveals that due to consecutive conflicts, Sunagakure's losses have exceeded expectations, and they are contemplating deploying tailed beasts to reverse the tide of battle. Danzo, are you questioning my decisions? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at Danzo, his tone imbued with an imperious authority that brooked no dissent. He felt no inclination to explain himself to Danzo, whose lack of strategic vision rendered him a political fool. The notion of allying with Yunin to attack Sunagakure was nothing short of preposterous. Such an action would undoubtedly leave Konoha's stronghold vulnerable. Who could guarantee that Yunin would not suddenly redirect its efforts and collaborate with other hidden villages to assault Konoha? With Awagakure and Kirigakure also poised for action, any rash move by Konoha could lead to a precarious situation of being besieged by multiple fronts. In contrast, after their fierce battle, both Sunagakure and Yunin have sustained varying degrees of damage, diverting their focus away from Konoha. Although Konoha has also engaged in several small-scale confrontations along its borders, the losses have remained within acceptable limits, without causing any significant harm. Danzo, to question Hiruzen's strategy at this juncture is utterly excessive, Nara Shikamaru remarked. Casting a glance at Danzo, Hiruzen's strategy had been meticulously crafted after thorough deliberation by their think tank, not a mere impulse. Though she and Mitarashi Anko occasionally sided with Danzo to counterbalance Hiruzen's authority, they could not concur with his reckless and unreasoned approach in matters of such critical importance to Konoha's survival. Regardless of their combined strength, we have nothing to fear from them. Danzo's face darkened as he noticed the lack of support from the others, his tone tinged with resentment and fury. Yet, Hiruzen, Nara Shikamaru interjected, shifting her tone to a more serious note. If Sunagakure is indeed considering the deployment of tailed beasts, we must immediately bolster our forces at the border. Even if the tailed beasts do not materialize, our current troops are insufficient to handle the forthcoming conflicts. Yes, I have made my decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed with unwavering resolve. I will dispatch Jiraiya to lead reinforcement troops to the border immediately. Jiraiya, you say? Nara Shikamaru nodded, a look of approval gracing her features. Jiraiya's strength was indisputable, and his command of the reinforcements would indeed be a reliable choice. Are we not considering sending Tsunade to the battlefield in Sunagakure? Mitarashi Anko inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. In truth, Tsunade would have been the most suitable candidate for the Sunagakure front, as the most troublesome aspect of Sunagakure lay in the toxic capabilities of their puppet masters, and Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and detoxification skills are renowned throughout the ninja world. Tsunade requires time to prepare special materials to counter Sunagakure's toxins, Hiruzen explained. Once she is ready, she will depart for the border. 2 Sannin deployed simultaneously. Nara Shikamaru and Mitarashi Anko exchanged glances, each reflecting a tinge of concern. Was it not an overreaction to mobilize 2 Sannin for just Sunagakure? In truth, Hiruzen found himself somewhat helpless. In reality, sending only Tsunade would have sufficed against Sunagakure, but her hemophobia had yet to be overcome, preventing her from exerting her full potential on the battlefield. Were it not for the troublesome toxins of Sunagakure, he would have hesitated to send her into combat at this time. Then it is settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared resolutely. Immediately assemble the reinforcement troops and prepare for departure to support the front lines. Bang! At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly pushed open with a loud crash. Old man, I'm here. The carefree figure of Konoha appeared at the doorway, shaking a bottle of alcohol in his hand, entering with an exuberant demeanor. Konoha, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. He truly found it challenging to deal with Konoha. Ever since Konoha had won a few rounds at the gambling den alongside Tsunade, she had become utterly compliant to his whims. The reason was simple. Konoha never let her win to satisfaction, but instead tantalized her with small victories, leaving her craving more. Once Tsunade could no longer resist and lost everything at the casino, Konoha would then take her back to win again. This cycle continued, leaving Konoha firmly in control. Hiruzen found himself speechless at the thought. Anyone who dared to label this rascal a mere drunken ne'er-do-well would incite his ire. I hear you are forming a reinforcement team? Konoha approached Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, his eyes wide with dissatisfaction as he asked, "Why am I not on the list?" Currently, Konoha lacked for nothing financially, yet due to the war, the transportation of alcohol had been severely disrupted. Some rare fine wines had become unattainable, even with wealth. Particularly, he had long heard that the wines of Sunagakure possessed a unique flavor, and he yearned to sample them firsthand. He was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to scour Sunagakure for exquisite wines amidst the chaos of war, and now he discovered his name was absent from the reinforcement list. How could he not be incensed? You want to voluntarily head to the battlefield?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, his expression one of surprise and bewilderment. When had this brat become so proactive? The audacity to request deployment to the battlefield? Of course. Konoha thumped his chest, exuding an air of righteous indignation. "As a shinobi of Konoha, I must naturally assist in our village's trials. Speak the truth, or you shan't go." Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted sharply. Were he not privy to Konoha's true nature, he might have been deceived by this charade. There was undoubtedly an ulterior motive at play. Otherwise, he would never voluntarily engage in such a thankless endeavor. "All right, you caught me." Konoha scratched his head, a nonchalant expression adorning his face. "I've heard that the wines of Sunagakure are quite delectable, and I plan to experience them firsthand." Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched, his face darkening with exasperation. To Sunagakure for wine tasting? This is war, not a leisurely excursion. Every Konoha ninja is stepping onto the battlefield with the resolve to face death. Yet here you are treating this as a chance to indulge in a wine-tasting tour? Although he conceded that Konoha's strength was indeed formidable. Upon contemplating the formidable shadow-level prowess exhibited by the impudent youth before him during his full eruption, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. How could such a prodigy possess a temperament that was so exasperating? Yet, upon further reflection, in the face of Sunagakure, the might of Xiaoyao would be magnified exponentially. His mastery of swordsmanship inherently counters the puppet techniques of Sunagakure. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hokage Sakumo wielded his terrifying blade with such ferocity that he left Sunagakure's puppets in tatters, even infiltrating the heart of the village and slaughtering numerous key figures. Following that incident, Sunagakure was left gravely weakened, unable to contend with Konohagakure, ultimately forced to seek peace. While Xiaoyao's individual combat capability under normal circumstances may not rival that of Hokage Sakumo, when it comes to area attacks, Xiaoyao has far surpassed him. His terrifying slashes could encompass several kilometers, making him an undeniable nemesis to Sunagakure's puppet army. Moreover, should Sunagakure dare to unleash the tailed beasts, the enraged Xiaoyao might indeed prove capable of defeating them. The memory of Xiaoyao's terrifying 100-meter slashes against Orochimaru after his rage is still vivid in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. That power was certainly not inferior to that of the tailed beast's tailed beast bomb. However, the crux of the problem lies in the possibility that this impudent youth might become inebriated on the battlefield, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. In Chapter 69, even the Hokage does not possess such grandeur. "Xiaoyao, I can add you to the reinforcement list," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, massaging his throbbing temples, his tone laden with resignation. "But you must agree to one condition." The issue of Xiaoyao's drinking habits left him at a loss for words. After nearly half a year of observation post-Chunin exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen had confirmed that Xiaoyao's strength would surge to terrifying heights when intoxicated, reaching a level that could rival even the Hokage himself. Yet the pivotal issue was that Xiaoyao's consciousness would be utterly clouded when drunk. "Oh, please feel free to speak, Lord Hokage," Xiaoyao responded, his eyes sparkling with interest. A look of eager negotiation spreading across his face as he subconsciously shook the bottle in his hand. "During the battlefield, could you refrain from drinking?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at him, internally sighing as he spoke with a hint of pleading. Hearing Xiaoyao address him as Lord Hokage brought a measure of relief to his burdened spirit. With a resounding crash, Xiaoyao slammed his hand on the desk, causing the surface to crack with a fine line. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, veins throbbing at his temples. "You impudent rascal! Can you not consider the heart of an old man?" "Old man, I'm going to the front lines to deal with those Sunagakure nuisances. And you still dare to restrict my drinking?" Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice brimming with anger. "Are you trying to starve me before I step onto the battlefield? This is no Chunin exam." Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally incensed, slamming the table as he stood. "If you get drunk and mistake the ninjas of Konoha for those of Sunagakure, It will lead to catastrophe. How could I possibly do something so foolish? Xiaoyao retorted, wearing a look of indignation. Who in Konoha doesn't know that I, Xiaoyao, cannot get drunk? Observing his stubborn demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of frustration. Haven't you had enough drunken escapades? Haven't you caused enough chaos while inebriated? Chasing after Kakashi, flattening the forest of death, nearly slaying Orochimaru. Each of these incidents was a monumental headache. Then you must ensure that you absolutely cannot get drunk, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, suppressing his anger as he made his final concession. Xiaoyao's strength would prove invaluable on the battlefield against Tsunagakure, and he was reluctant to relinquish such a powerful asset. Rest assured, I shall only drink a little, just enough to suffice. Xiaoyao confidently gestured with his fingers, indicating a minuscule measure. I am the most disciplined ninja. Why are you staring at me? After a prolonged silence, Xiaoyao noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's unwavering gaze and tilted his head in confusion. Xiaoyao, this impudent child must prioritize his safety on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, his tone softening. Humans are not wood or grass. Who can remain devoid of sentiment? Even as a battle-hardened politician, he harbors emotions. Xiaoyao had grown up under his watchful eye. Xiaoyao's father, once an elite jonin of Konoha, had perished due to a misjudgment in intelligence during a mission, while his mother succumbed to grief, dying in childbirth. The elite child who should have basked in familial warmth ultimately became an orphan. The name Xiaoyao was bestowed by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, symbolizing the hope that the child could live freely and peacefully. Over the years, he had silently observed Xiaoyao's growth. It is undeniable that his tolerance for Xiaoyao largely stemmed from the boy's formidable strength, yet more so. It was born from a deep-seated affection and guilt towards this younger generation. Witnessing the child he had named transform from a lonely orphan into a dazzling talent filled him with pride. Moreover, Xiaoyao's pure passion for swordsmanship and fine wine left Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had navigated the murky waters of politics, feeling an immense admiration. In Xiaoyao, he saw the reflection of his younger self, a boy who had once held an untainted love for the path of the ninja. Although Xiaoyao was immensely powerful, he was, after all, still merely a youth. Now, as he prepared to tread upon the brutal battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Old man, why are you being so sentimental? Xiaoyao grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. With me around, those Tsunagakure nuisances won't stand a chance. He extended his hand and, like an elder brother, patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder with such force that it caused the Hokage to stagger slightly. Once I have dealt with those Tsunagakure scoundrels, you must treat me to a celebratory drink. Make it the finest. With that, seizing the moment before Sarutobi Hiruzen could retort, Xiaoyao swiftly departed, his footsteps as swift as the wind. With a soft thud, the office door closed gently behind him. This impudent child. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused as he gazed at the now closed door, a look of contentment gracing his features. He picked up a pen and swiftly scribbled a few lines on paper. Murmuring to himself, I must ensure that Jiraiya keeps a close watch on this troublesome youth. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of departure for the Konoha reinforcement squad arrived. Everyone, please exercise caution. Father, return safely soon. The village entrance of Konoha was filled with scenes of parting. The ninjas of the reinforcement team were bidding farewell to their families, the air thick with sorrow and reluctance. Kakashi stood at the edge of the crowd, slender in form, his face obscured by a black mask, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding bustle. Hey, isn't that Kakashi? A familiar yet irritating voice rang out. Kakashi turned toward the sound, and upon seeing Xiaoyao, the veins at his temples twitched in irritation. Was this fellow going to war or on a vacation? Behind Xiaoyao trailed a woeful Obito and Asuma, both burdened with an array of bags, resembling two moving luggage racks. Particularly, the enormous pack strapped to Xiaoyao's back, bulging and undoubtedly filled with alcohol. As for Xiaoyao himself, he had one arm around Hong and the other around Rin, both wearing worried expressions as he tenderly adjusted her collar. Shizen followed closely behind, carrying a food container filled with snacks prepared for Xiaoyao to enjoy with his drinks. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, stood by to see him off, her expression one of impatience, yet her eyes betrayed a trace of concern. The spectacle presented by Xiaoyao left not only Kakashi in awe but also captivated all present. The son of the Hokage and the prodigy of the Uchiha clan assisted him with his luggage, while he embraced two enchanting young ladies, with none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, personally seeing him off. This was nothing short of the pinnacle of privilege for the offspring of Konoha's elite. No, even the Hokage himself could not boast such grandeur. Chapter 70. I shall eliminate your foes, that wretched boy. As Jiraiya, the commander of the reinforcement troops, observed this scene, his nostrils flared with indignation. Yet, deep within his eyes lay an unmistakable envy. The sight of Xiaoyao, flanked by beauty and adored like a star, provoked an overwhelming stir within him. Kakashi, are you also heading to the battlefield? Xiaoyao released his hold on Hong and Rin, stepping before Kakashi with a look of astonishment as he scrutinized him from head to toe. Is your strength sufficient? I hope you won't be cut down the moment you step onto the battlefield. That would be quite the embarrassment. I am a Chunin. Veins bulged on Kakashi's forehead, his tone thick with frustration. Xiaoyao's tongue was undeniably sharp. Could he not speak with a modicum of decorum? Although he conceded that Xiaoyao's prowess surpassed his own, it was simply unacceptable to underestimate him. After all, Hatake Kakashi was an acknowledged genius of Konoha. However, recalling Xiaoyao's terrifying strength made him feel utterly diminished. How could the heavens be so blind as to allow a monster of such talent to exist? Chunin? Xiaoyao scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. Are you not aware? The most formidable in the ninja world are always the genin. Chunin are merely fodder on the battlefield. Kakashi was left speechless. The strongest being a genin? Such a notion was absurd. Yet, the dangerous glint in Xiaoyao's eyes compelled him to wisely remain silent. Never mind, your strength is formidable. So whatever you say must be correct. Since you are here, Jiraiya need not carry the luggage any longer. Xiaoyao clapped his hands, addressing Obito and Asuma with an air of casual authority. Obito, Asuma, see to it that Kakashi is properly loaded. Obito, Asuma, what are you doing? Kakashi barely had time to react before he found himself laden with a multitude of bags, instantly transforming into a mobile luggage rack. Kakashi, we are merely compelled by circumstance, Asuma said sympathetically, patting his shoulder, though a glimmer of schadenfreude danced in his eyes. Haha, Kakashi, you look rather fitting for the role of a pack mule, Obito added, unabashedly laughing until he doubled over. Kakashi trembled with rage at the sight of their glee. Xiaoyao, I am going to battle, not to carry your bags. He glared at his ridiculous appearance, his face flushed with embarrassment, his voice rife with protest. Huh, how many foes do you think you can take down on the battlefield? Xiaoyao waved dismissively. Just focus on carrying my luggage. I will take care of your enemies for you. Yet, before Kakashi could respond, he was interrupted by Xiaoyao. Hey Kakashi, if memory serves, you still owe me several bottles of fine wine, don't you? Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint, his tone laced with a hint of threat. You wouldn't be attempting to evade your debt, would you? When did I ever owe you wine? Kakashi retorted, bewildered, racking his brain in vain to recall any such debt to Xiaoyao. Forgotten already? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Last time at the Ninja Academy, you spilled my drink. And I mentioned you owed me 3 bottles. That was an accident on your part. Kakashi exclaimed, incensed. I never agreed to compensate you. Xiaoyao's audacity was infuriating. He nearly became a target for Xiaoyao's blade, and now he was somehow expected to be indebted for wine. Hatake Kakashi, even if his strength was inferior, would not stand for such indignities. Kakashi, the luggage is secured, Xiaoyao said, uninterested in further argument, as he pressed down on Kakashi's shoulder with a force that left him immobile. If you dare to damage my wine, I shall see to it that you become dog food. Kakashi felt utterly humiliated. He wished to retaliate, but Xiaoyao's strength was overwhelming. A single hand could easily subdue him. He intended to seek counsel from Jiraiya, but all Jiraiya offered was a pat on his shoulder, advising him to endure as he turned to organize the departure of the troops. Kakashi was left in utter despair. Xiaoyao-kun, please be cautious on the battlefield. Hong stepped forward, gently fixing Xiaoyao's collar, her lovely face etched with concern. Take this talisman. I made it by hand to ensure your safety. Xiaoyao, you must give it your all. Rin's expression was devoid of worry, brimming instead with admiration. This is my talisman. I wish to give it to you. Haha, rest assured. Xiaoyao accepted the 2 talismans with care, tucking them into his attire, then kissed the cheeks of both Hong and Rin, his smile radiant. When I return, you 2 must join me for a drink. No excuses. Both Hong and Rin's cheeks flushed with warmth as they lowered their heads, whispering their agreement. Xiaoyao, this is for you. Shizun bit her lip, summoning her courage to approach, presenting a small talisman with a voice scarcely above a whisper. "Oh, my Shizune is the most adorable." Xiaoyao took the talisman, ruffling her hair before turning to Tsunade, his gaze clearly inquiring. "And what about yours? You insufferable brat. I shall also be heading to the front lines in a few days." Tsunade glared at him, her teeth clenched. "Should I catch you causing trouble? You'll see how I deal with you." This wretched boy was utterly shameless. How many times had he taken advantage of her? Now, he had the audacity to openly request gifts. "Gather round. Prepare to depart." Jiraiya's voice rang out, infused with an undeniable authority. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Xiaoyao waved at the women before turning to follow the main force. "Kakashi, hurry up and keep pace. Do not dawdle," he called back, leaving Kakashi with no choice but to trudge along, burdened by the heavy baggage. A mask of frustration etched across his face. He, Hatake Kakashi, once hailed as one of Konoha's greatest geniuses, had now been reduced to a mere porter? This was the utmost humiliation of his life. "Fear not. No one from Sunagakure can harm that insufferable brat," Tsunade said, observing the downcast expressions of Hong, Rin, and Shizune, offering them words of comfort. After spending so long in his company, even she found the rapidity of Xiaoyao's growth to be frightening. Despite never having witnessed him train seriously, spending his days instead consuming alcohol and gambling, his strength had soared as if propelled by a rocket. Even without unsealing the Yin seal, she possessed no absolute confidence in defeating Xiaoyao in his normal state. The three women nodded, their eyes fixated on the direction of the departing reinforcement troops. Filled with reluctance, Tsunade shook her head in resignation at the scene. This insufferable boy truly wielded a remarkable talent for winning hearts. Yet, was she not also caught firmly in his grasp? Gulp. Following the main force, Xiaoyao advanced toward the borders, taking a swig of alcohol, his expression marked by dissatisfaction. The march of the main force was entirely different from the swift movements of a small team. The ninja within the ranks possessed varying degrees of strength, with most being ordinary chunin and many inexperienced genin. To ensure the safety of all, they could not advance with the speed of an elite team. They had to consider the overall pace. Should they encounter an ambush from Sunagakure along the way, the losses could be catastrophic. Consequently, the pace of the march lagged far behind Xiaoyao's expectations, leaving him feeling exceedingly bored. Chapter 71. Shadows no longer visible. Are you still feeling bored? Kakashi trailed beside him, watching Xiaoyao indulge in meat and drink, living a life of abundance, his eyes brimming with unspoken resentment. "You, my dear fellow, indulge in luxuries while I bear the burden of a heavy load, and yet you still find the time to complain of boredom? Kakashi, how much longer until we reach the frontline camp?" Unperturbed by his grievances, Xiaoyao took another sip of his drink and impatiently inquired. "For I can hardly contain my excitement to sample the exquisite wines of Sha-in. Throughout our journey, I have lost count of how many times I have asked this question. In my eyes, Sha-in village is utterly defenseless, akin to a lump of dough easily molded by hands, and the primary purpose of my expedition to the front line is solely to savor the distinctive wines of Sha-in. We are nearly there." Kakashi, exasperated by the incessant questioning, lifted his gaze to assess the surroundings, gauging our coordinates, and remarked, "We have crossed the borders of the Land of Fire, and in half a day's time, we shall arrive at the frontline camp." As a subordinate ninja village to the 5 great nations, warfare can hardly transpire on home soil. This time, the main battleground between Konoha and Sha-in has been designated in certain regions of the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers. These two small nations are nestled between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, endowing them with a uniquely strategic position, particularly the Land of Rain, which is encircled by the 3 great nations of Wind, Earth, and Fire, often becomes the battleground during the Great Ninja Wars, perpetually embroiled in conflict. "Kakashi, go procure some game for me." Glancing at the sky and estimating mealtime was approaching, Xiaoyao commanded, "I desire fresh game to accompany my drink. Is there not dried meat readily available?" Kakashi's forehead twitched with frustration, his tone rife with resistance. "Xiaoyao, do not push your luck. I am not your servant. Dried meat pales in comparison to freshly hunted game." Xiaoyao's displeasure was palpable as he furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. "Hurry up. Do not make me repeat myself." Jiraiya never hesitated like this. Why is Kakashi so obstinate? Ultimately, Kakashi succumbed to Xiaoyao's unwavering authority. He set down his burdens and trudged into the nearby woods, mentally cursing Xiaoyao 1,000 times over. His Konoha sword techniques were not meant for hunting game. This Kakashi is infuriatingly slow. Xiaoyao, seated in place, found himself growing impatient after waiting for over 10 minutes without sight of Kakashi's return. I must resolve to eliminate him next time. It saves me from this vexation. It is merely a matter of procuring game. How can it take so long? The main force has already advanced a considerable distance, yet Kakashi remains absent. Jiraiya was far more efficient. He would never dawdle when sent to hunt game. Xiaoyao mused. Perhaps I ought to treat Jiraiya better. After all, he does prove quite useful. It seems an eternity since I last indulged in a hearty drink. Growing weary of waiting, Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the large bundle filled with liquor at his feet. In adherence to his promise to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had only sipped a few bottles since departing from Konoha, barely satisfying his thirst. Although to others, those few bottles would suffice to intoxicate them, for Xiaoyao, such an amount was merely a tease, insufficient even to whet his appetite. Perhaps just a little more? Xiaoyao swallowed hard, his resolve wavering. Just a tad more. Surely, I shan't become inebriated. My capacity is immense. How could I possibly succumb so easily? Besides, the frontline camp is just ahead, even if I indulge a bit more. What harm could come? Bang! Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiaoyao seized an unopened bottle, twisted off the cap with vigor, and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The liquor coursed down his throat, rich with flavor, instantly banishing all traces of tedium. Ding. Swordsmanship Comprehension Level 5 Ding. Constitution Level 3 Ding. Armament Hockey Level 3. The system's notifications echoed within his mind. This is the true delight of drinking. Xiaoyao let out a contented belch, feeling as though every cell in his body had come alive, akin to parched earth receiving the nourishing touch of rain. Yes, just a little more, just a tad more. He licked his lips, feeling an insatiable craving, his gaze once again drifting toward the liquor-laden bundle. After all, Kakashi would be back shortly, so I shall indulge just a little more. Just a smidgen, a mere drop. Xiaoyao, I have returned. After more than half an hour, Kakashi finally reappeared, clutching a plump wild chicken in his left hand and a wild rabbit in his right, his face a portrait of fatigue and resignation. He could never have imagined that he would one day stoop to using Konoha sword techniques to hunt game. Xiaoyao, rise and dine. Kakashi approached the spot where he had last separated from Xiaoyao, only to find himself frozen in shock. The ground was littered with empty bottles, densely scattered, numbering at least in the dozens, and Xiaoyao was nowhere to be found. Clatter! The wild chicken and rabbit slipped from Kakashi's grasp, falling to the ground with a dull thud. His complexion turned ashen. This fellow, has he consumed so much alcohol and vanished? At the Konoha frontline camp, are all personnel accounted for? Jiraiya stood atop the central platform of the camp, his gaze sweeping over the neatly lined-up ninjas below as he asked in a grave tone. As one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage, his rank during wartime placed him third in Konoha. Upon reaching the front line, he naturally assumed command. Report, Lord Jiraiya, most have arrived. A jonin stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice somewhat hesitant, but what? Jiraiya's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Hatake Kakashi has returned, but Huangfu Xiaoyao has yet to arrive. The jonin lowered his head, unable to meet Jiraiya's gaze. Xiaoyao. Jiraiya's countenance shifted dramatically, his heart racing. This troublesome lad, could he have gotten lost? While this is indeed Konoha's frontline camp, it remains a battlefield. Small skirmishes frequently erupt nearby, and further toward the land of wind lies the camp of Sha'in. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi has returned. Just as Jiraiya was growing increasingly anxious, a ninja hurried over, delivering the news loudly. I told you, that troublesome Xiaoyao would encounter no issues. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, a smile brightening his face as he strode toward the camp entrance. He still needed to assign Xiaoyao a task. This young man's strength could prove invaluable on the battlefield. The reporting ninja watched as Jiraiya rushed away, swallowing the words that had almost escaped his lips. Kakashi has returned, but what of Huangfu Xiaoyao? Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi approached Jiraiya, his expression one of desperation. Kakashi, where is Xiaoyao? Jiraiya's smile vanished instantly upon realizing Kakashi was alone. Hurry, we have a mission to assign him. Xiaoyao has gone missing. Kakashi braced himself and recounted the events. He instructed me to fetch game for him, and upon my return, the ground was strewn with empty bottles. He has vanished. Chapter 72. Spare no effort to find Huangfu Xiaoyao. That troublesome lad. Upon hearing about the game and the empty bottles, Jiraiya's expression darkened. This fellow, even at the front line, cannot resist indulging in drink. A ground covered with empty bottles leaves no doubt that he has once again overindulged. What now? Jiraiya felt tears welling up, internally cursing Xiaoyao 1,000 times. Before departing, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically summoned him to emphasize the need to keep a close watch on Xiaoyao. Tsunade had also repeatedly insisted that his safety must be guaranteed before her arrival at the front line. Yet, barely having arrived, he had already lost track of Xiaoyao. How would he explain this to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade? In a few days, Tsunade shall arrive at the frontline camp. If she discovers that Xiaoyao is missing, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly flay him alive. This cannot be allowed. I must find Xiaoyao swiftly, Jiraiya resolved firmly. This urgency stemmed not only from the requests of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, but also from the fact that Xiaoyao is likely inebriated at present. Should he descend into a state of fury, the consequences would be dire. If he merely rampaged through the ordinary encampments of Sunagakure, it would not be a grave issue. I could immediately dispatch a team to retrieve him. However, if he inadvertently trespasses into other camps of Konoha or directly storms the frontline camp of Sunagakure, the situation would escalate dramatically. The newly appointed Kazekage, Raza, commands the frontline camp, flanked by numerous elite warriors of Sunagakure. Even if Xiaoyao possesses formidable strength, entering the enemy's camp alone would inevitably lead to his demise. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that a drunken Xiaoyao would comprehend the concept of retreat. Should anything unfortunate befall him, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade would undoubtedly join forces to end my life. Immediately, I shall dispatch multiple search teams to conduct a thorough search of the surrounding areas. Jiraiya decisively issued the order, emphasizing the necessity of locating Huangfu Xiaoyao and advised caution to avoid conflicts with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Although Kakashi stated that he had already scoured the vicinity, Jiraiya still harbored a flicker of hope. After all, a single person's abilities are limited. Kakashi could not cover every possible location. Soon, several elite teams set forth, dispersing in various directions. However, the results proved disheartening. All teams returned empty-handed. Alas, I must inform the old man. Jiraiya gazed at the encroaching dusk, letting out a resigned sigh. As the frontline commander, he could not personally embark on the search. So he utilized the summoning technique of the toads to send a message to Konoha, Hokage's office. Considering the time, Jiraiya and his team should have reached the frontline camp by now, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his bloodshot eyes, fatigue etched across his face. For days, he had been inundated with mountains of paperwork, practically residing in the Hokage's office, and had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep in quite some time. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the desk, and a green toad leaped forth, landing steadily atop the scrolls. Oh, Jiraiya's intelligence has arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits lifted as he hastily set down his pen. It appears that the reinforcements have successfully reached the front line. Let me see how the situation unfolds. He grasped the scroll held in the toad's mouth, his mood relatively light. Surely that rascal Xiaoyao has not overindulged? With a swift motion, Sarutobi Hiruzen unfurled the scroll. But his expression froze as his gaze scanned the brief message. Huangfu Xiaoyao, missing. Crack. The pen in Sarutobi Hiruzen's grasp snapped abruptly, ink splattering across the surface. Old man, have there been any updates from the front line? At that moment, Tsunade pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, urgency evident on her face. She had prepared the antidote for the poison used by Sunagakure and awaited news from the front line, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Not yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively concealed the scroll behind him, forcing a stiff smile, inwardly lamenting. Why must Tsunade arrive at this moment? Although Tsunade and Xiaoyao often bickered, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate over the past few months. In fact, one could say that Tsunade had become quite submissive to Xiaoyao's whims. Sarutobi Hiruzen had lamented more than once that if Xiaoyao abstained from alcohol, he might very well become an even more exceptional politician than himself, possessing remarkable cunning. Now, with Tsunade inquiring about Xiaoyao's whereabouts, should she learn of his disappearance, the ramifications would be unfathomable. No news. Tsunade furrowed her brows, her gaze falling upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat unnatural expression. Old man, you don't seem well. Her eyes darted to the scroll hidden behind him, sharpening in focus. What are you concealing? It's nothing at all, merely a routine report. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he hurriedly waved his hand in dismissal. Let me see it. Tsunade's intuition warned her that the matter was far from trivial. If it were an ordinary report, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never react in such a manner. Perhaps it's best left alone? Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly suggested. Tsunade, how are your preparations coming along? There is no need to rush. Jiraiya will certainly manage the situation in Sunagakure. Something is amiss. Tsunade maintained a facade of calm, yet her inner turmoil intensified. The old man has been eager for her swift departure. Now, suddenly, he claims there is no need for haste. There must be something wrong. Does he wish to prevent me from entering the battlefield? With the assumption that Xiaoyao had indeed joined the main force at the front line, her unease burgeoned. Yet, she refrained from displaying her anger immediately, opting instead to slowly report on the status of the antidote, deliberately stalling for time. Phew. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Tsunade's lack of suspicion, breathing a sigh of relief. However, in an instant of complacency, Tsunade made her move. Swift as a shadow, she darted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, seizing the scroll concealed behind him. This is disastrous. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank, left utterly dumbfounded. When did my disciple become so cunning? She was never like this before. It must be that scoundrel Xiaoyao's influence. Xiaoyao missing? Tsunade unfurled the scroll, and upon reading the words inscribed, her face drained of color. Her eyes alight with incredulous fury. Old man, I warned you repeatedly not to let Xiaoyao go to the battlefield. Tsunade's gaze locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen, her voice laced with rage. You refused to listen, and now look where we are. He's gone missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only manage a bitter smile, feeling a swell of grievance. It was Xiaoyao who volunteered for the mission. It was not as if he forced him. Yet, witnessing the fire in Tsunade's expression, he wisely chose silence. During wartime, this lady is not to be trifled with. Old man, we must find Xiaoyao immediately. Tsunade's tone was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. If he is not found, I shall cease the production of the antidote and disregard all matters concerning the front line. When it comes to those we cherish, emotion will always triumph over reason. Very well. I shall instruct Jiraiya to intensify the search efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded hastily, fearing that Tsunade might genuinely follow through on her threats. No need for that. I shall depart for the front line today. Tsunade took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. Should I discover that you and Jiraiya have conspired to deceive me? Humph. She huffed, the threat in her gaze unmistakable. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, Tsunade pivoted and strode briskly out of the Hokage's office, her steps urgent. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled helplessly, rubbing his throbbing temples. Xiaoyao, you troublesome rascal, truly have a knack for creating chaos. He grasped his pen, hastily drafting an urgent mission. Mission title: Locate Huangfu Xiaoyao at all costs. Chapter 73. Finding someone to blame. Frontline camp of Sunagakure. What on earth are the Konoha forces up to lately? Raza sat in the main seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his expression rife with confusion. Dressed in the garb of the Kazekage and adorned with a straw hat, his gaze was sharp, emanating an aura of subtle sand and gold. As the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure, while his strength may not rank among the pinnacle, his ability to manipulate sand and gold had brought immense wealth to the village. Securing his position as Kazekage. Returning to Kazekage-sama, we too find the situation quite perplexing. The elder stood beside him, his brow furrowed tightly, speaking with a grave tone. He donned the traditional attire of Sunagakure, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his gaze remained piercingly sharp. As the chief strategist of Sunagakure, following the declaration of war against Konoha, he naturally assumed the role of commander on the front lines. Upon the arrival of Jiraiya leading the reinforcements, we observed that they had dispatched numerous small squads. Initially, we surmised that their intent was to assault our supply lines, prompting us to allocate additional personnel for defense. However, we subsequently realized that these Konoha squads exhibited no inclination to engage in battle. In fact, they actively avoided conflict. Their actions did not resemble those of combatants, but rather seemed akin to seekers in pursuit of something. Seekers? The furrow in Raza's brow deepened, his eyes filled with confusion. Since the outbreak of war, both sides had been locked in a standoff at the border for an extended period. Warfare is never a simple transaction. A direct confrontation would yield losses too great to bear for either party. Thus, prior to a grand battle, skirmishes involving smaller units were more common. targeting the enemy's supply lines and elite shinobi. If one could secure an advantage through such means, no one would hastily initiate a decisive battle. Throughout the ongoing standoff, conflicts of various magnitudes had ensued, with both sides suffering losses. Konoha had always been exceedingly cautious, advancing with careful deliberation, yet now, they had deviated from their usual conduct, deploying numerous small squads with enigmatic movements. If they were indeed searching for something, what could it possibly be? A wave of unease surged within Raza. He acknowledged that, in terms of strength, he might not match Jiraiya. After all, his position as Kazekage was not solely derived from prowess, but from his unique ability to manipulate the sands. Compared to the renowned Sandaime Kazekage, his abilities fell significantly short. This was precisely why he had instigated a full-scale war against Konoha. The dissemination of the news regarding the abduction of the Sandaime Kazekage by Konoha was his design, aimed at exhausting the influence of the old factions within his village during the war, thereby solidifying his own position. He could even accept failure in this war. But absolute defeat was unthinkable. Such an outcome would inflict catastrophic damage upon his reputation, leaving his position as Kazekage precarious. Now, with Jiraiya at the helm of the front lines, Raza was filled with trepidation regarding this formidable opponent, who had already made a name for himself during the Second Shinobi World War. What were they truly searching for? Raza lowered his head in contemplation, his fingers drumming increasingly rapidly against the table. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and his gaze sharpened. Could it be that within the lands of the Rain Country and the River Country lay hidden the secret weapon that Konoha had left behind from the Second Shinobi World War? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. The Second Shinobi World War had erupted within the borders of the Rain Country, which had also been affected by the conflict. Perhaps, after the war concluded, Konoha had left behind a powerful weapon or jutsu capable of influencing the tide of battle, which they had not had the opportunity to retrieve for various reasons. Now, they were returning to seek this weapon. It had to be so. The more Raza pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and a determined expression crossed his face. No matter what they were after, they absolutely could not succeed. We must locate this item before Konoha does. This war was instigated by him, and he must firmly grasp the direction of the conflict, allowing for no unforeseen circumstances. Jiraiya's arrival with reinforcements had not led to any strategic deployment. Instead, they were engaging in an unusual search operation. This was sufficient evidence that whatever they sought held paramount importance for the war. It could very well be the ultimate weapon that Konoha had prepared against Sunagakure. Relay my orders. Raza abruptly rose, his tone authoritative, and immediately commanded the formation of search teams to capture Konoha shinobi and gather intelligence. Simultaneously, a comprehensive search would be conducted across the Rain Country and the River Country, and any anomalies discovered must be reported to me at once. Understood. Although Izo felt that Raza's conjecture was somewhat hasty, he respectfully replied. In truth, he harbored reservations about Raza's impulsive initiation of war against Konoha. However, the news of the Sandaime Kazekage's abduction by Konoha had already spread throughout the village. Konoha had long been the arch-nemesis of Sunagakure. During the Second Shinobi World War, countless Sunagakure shinobi had perished at the hands of Konoha. The White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, had even penetrated deep into Sunagakure, slaying numerous elite shinobi, including Raza's own sister Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, who had both fallen to Sakomo's blade. Now, Konoha had escalated their aggression by abducting the Sandaime Kazekage. For one of the 5 great hidden villages, which considered itself the second strongest, this was a profound humiliation. The village was in an uproar, clamoring for war. To deflect internal discord within the village, Izo and the other elders reluctantly acquiesced to Raza's proposal to wage a full-scale war against Konoha. Since war had already erupted, he must do all he could to help Sunagakure achieve victory. Soon, a series of orders were disseminated through Izo. The shinobi of Sunagakure assembled numerous search teams and commenced their search across the Rain Country and the River Country. However, they were taken aback to discover that whenever a Konoha squad encountered a Sunagakure shinobi, they would swiftly retreat, refusing to engage in combat, singularly focused on their search. This only reinforced Raza's conviction that Konoha was indeed in pursuit of some game-changing secret weapon. It must be found. Konoha could not be allowed to succeed. Raza issued further commands, deploying additional personnel to expand the scope of their comprehensive search. This series of maneuvers left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. What on earth were they doing? At the Konoha front camp, Jiraiya stared at the incessant flow of intelligence reports in his hands, his expression one of confusion. Sunagakure had also initiated a thorough search. He had initially worried that Sunagakure might seize the opportunity of Konohagakure's full-scale search for the elusive person, launching a surprise attack. Just as he was grappling with how to respond, the situation took a bizarre turn. Sunagakure was not only refraining from causing trouble for Konohagakure, but was also more vigorously searching than Konohagakure itself. What were they truly after? Jiraiya was completely at a loss. He had hoped to locate the missing individual before Tsunade's arrival, thus sparing himself from a severe reprimand. After all, the time since the individual had gone missing was not excessively long, and it was unlikely they had strayed too far. With a thorough search, the chances of finding them were considerable. Yet now, Sunagakure's search teams outnumbered those of Konohagakure, and they had established blockade lines in critical areas. They were not engaging in battle with Konohagakure, but were wholly devoted to searching. Konohagakure's search teams could not silently breach the blockade lines unless they resorted to forceful means. However, such an action would inevitably provoke a large-scale conflict, a situation beyond his control. This drastically limited Konohagakure's search area, making it nearly impossible to uncover the whereabouts of the missing individual. What madness had overtaken this group from Sunagakure? Jiraiya rubbed his throbbing temples, anxiety gnawing at him. Considering the timeline, Tsunade should already be en route and would soon arrive at the front lines. If she learned that the individual remained unfound, given her temperament, he might very well be carried back to Konohagakure on a stretcher. No, he needed someone to take the fall. Jiraiya's gaze settled on Kakashi nearby, and an idea formed in his mind. After all, it was Kakashi who had lost the individual, so it was only fitting that he bear the blame. Tsukumo, in his lifetime, had maintained a good relationship with the three of them, and Tsunade would likely exercise restraint in her response to Kakashi, considering Tsukumo's legacy. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Shinobi. Sure enough, early the next morning, Tsunade arrived at the front camp of Konohagakure. Tsunade, please let me explain. In the main tent of the camp, Tsunade sat in the central position, her countenance dark and exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Jiraiya stood beside her. A forced smile plastered on his face, his voice stammering as he recounted the events, placing the blame squarely on Kakashi for failing to keep track of Xiaoyao. Kakashi quickly apologized to Lady Tsunade. The surrounding ninjas fell into a hushed silence, bowing their heads in trepidation. The arrival of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, should have been a morale booster. With two Sannin present and the finest medical ninja in the ninja world, confidence in winning the war should have soared. Yet, witnessing Tsunade's fearsome expression, it became abundantly clear that she had come to demand accountability. Did you not see how intimidated Lord Jiraiya is? Tsunade's gaze was icy, her eyes almost freezing the very air around her. Have you forgotten the promise you made before we set off? You assured me you would keep a close watch on Xiaoyao, and what has transpired? I have already dispatched personnel to search with utmost urgency. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, his expression one of helplessness. However, Sunagakure seemed to have gone mad, searching everywhere and establishing multiple layers of blockade. Unless we engage them in a full-scale war, there is no way to breach their defenses and expand the search area. Before coming to the front lines, he had sworn an oath to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Tsunade, vowing to safeguard Xiaoyao. Yet, on the very first day, he lost her, and to this day, there had been no trace to follow. He had his own grievances. Who could have predicted that Sunagakure would suddenly erupt into frenzied searching? It completely derailed his plans. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, her mind swirling with uncertainty. What could have prompted such a large-scale search from Sunagakure? Did they lose something of great importance? Had they perhaps discovered information regarding the third Kazekage? Tsunade murmured to herself, a thought flashing through her mind. Aside from seeking the missing third Kazekage, she could think of no other reason that would drive Sunagakure to such madness. Of course, how did I not realize it sooner? Jiraiya suddenly clapped his hands, enlightenment dawning upon him. It must be this. Only the search for the third Kazekage could explain Sunagakure's unusual behavior. Huh. Tsunade shot him a piercing glance, and Jiraiya's voice abruptly ceased. Internally, he lamented. Why was it that Sunagakure would only discover clues about the third Kazekage at the very moment Xiaoyao went missing? Was this not blatantly working against him? Since the main forces cannot break through the blockade, We shall form an elite squad. Tsunade's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Where is your disciple Minato? Is he not proficient in the Hiraishin no Jutsu? Bring him here immediately and have him lead the elite squad to breach the blockade. We must retrieve Xiaoyao. She paused, her gaze turning even more menacing. If we cannot find him. The unspoken threat in her words sent a chill down Jiraiya's spine. Understood. I will contact Minato at once. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, not daring to delay. Minato, my dear student, I truly hope Tsunade does not send you to the hospital. I fear for your well-being. He silently chanted as he promptly utilized the summoning technique to relay information to Namake's Minato, urgently dispatching him to the battlefield in Sunagakure. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. Ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure frantically searched the same area, yet upon encountering one another, both sides tacitly evaded confrontation, avoiding any conflicts entirely. Meanwhile, news of Tsunade and Namake's Minato's swift approach to the front lines reached Raza's ears. Sitting upon the Kazakage's throne, Raza wore a smug smile. The dispatch of top-tier warriors like Tsunade and Minato indicated Konoha's growing desperation. They must be in pursuit of a game-changing weapon, but alas, that very object was destined to be intercepted by Sunagakure. In his pride, Raza commanded that more personnel be deployed to reinforce the blockade, ensuring that Konoha's forces would not breach their defenses. Simultaneously, within the depths of a dense forest on the battlefield, Xiaoyao rubbed his throbbing head, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. Had he truly lost his way? The last fragment of memory he recalled was waiting for Kakashi's return, contemplating another drink, only to accidentally consume far too much. The next thing he knew, he had wandered further and further away until he found a comfortable spot to sleep. Upon waking, he found himself in his current predicament. Xiaoyao glanced around, attempting to utilize his Kinbunshika haki to sense his surroundings, but all he detected were unfamiliar chakra fluctuations and terrain. Having always been directionally challenged in his previous life, he now found himself utterly disoriented in this strange place. Forget it. No use pondering. Xiaoyao decided to abandon his thoughts, trusting that everything would work itself out eventually. Quickly, that area hasn't been searched yet. Be meticulous. We cannot overlook any anomalies. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached, and a group of ninjas clad in Sunagakure uniforms emerged on a nearby forest path. Those forehead protectors belonged to Sunagakure, right? Xiaoyao's eyes brightened, a plan formulating in his mind. He could seize them and interrogate them about this place, and perhaps even inquire about the whereabouts of Sunagakure's fine wines. Huh? Who goes there? The captain of the Sunagakure team quickly spotted Xiaoyao, raising his kunai and fixing a wary gaze upon him. Just a little brat, he mused. You seem like some rookie from a neighboring village who has lost his way. As the other Sunagakure ninjas recognized Xiaoyao's youth, they relaxed their guard and began to tease him. Having spent years on the battlefield, they had encountered all sorts of adversaries. The child before them appeared young, lacking any formidable chakra presence, rendering him no threat at all. Silence. The Sunagakure captain remained vigilant, his sharp gaze fixed on the forehead protector casually wrapped around Xiaoyao's arm, which bore the symbol of Konoha. What? A Konoha ninja. How did you end up here? This is close to the Wind Country's border. Little brat, speak plainly. Why are you here? Where is the main force of Konoha? The Sunagakure ninjas instantly shifted their demeanor, their earlier jesting replaced with intense wariness and hostility. They simply could not fathom how a mere child from Konoha could appear so stealthily in this location, especially when it had been fortified with layers of defenses by the Kazakage himself. Chapter 75. How can this kid drink so much? Sunagakure's esteemed ninjas. May I ask you a question? Xiaoyao flashed a radiant smile at the encircling Sunagakure ninjas. What exactly is this place? Huh? Is this Konoha brat crazy? Lost and still so brazen? What a pitiable sight. The Sunagakure ninjas began to mock him, viewing him as nothing more than a freshly graduated pawn from the Ninja Academy, devoid of any capacity to resist them. Something is amiss. Only the Sunagakure captain's expression grew increasingly grave, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His intuition has always been remarkably accurate. It is uncertain how many times he has narrowly escaped peril through instinct alone. This time, however, his instincts are fervently alerting him to the seemingly ordinary Konoha ninja before him, who is undoubtedly extraordinary. The distance to the Wind Country's border is quite near, and the ninjas of Konoha could not possibly breach the blockade to arrive here with ease. The mere presence of this young boy in this location speaks volumes. Quite intriguing. I did not anticipate that there would be such a perceptive individual among you. Xianyao gazed at the serious-faced sand ninja captain, a flicker of interest dancing in his eyes. How audacious for a mere Konoha brat to act so brazenly here. One impatient sand ninja remarked as he brandished a kunai and charged towards Xianyao. Stop! The sand ninja captain hastily reprimanded, but it was too late. Buzz! Just as the kunai was about to make contact with Xianyao, a terrifying sword intent erupted from him like a thunderclap. In an instant, the sounds of the wind ceased, and the clouds above swirled violently, as if torn apart by an invisible force. A chilling, palpable killing intent permeated the air, and a fearsome Asura phantom, formed of sword intent, gradually emerged behind Xianyao. The Asura phantom wielded a colossal blade, its eyes a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of annihilation. What is this? The faces of all the sand ninjas turned ashen, cold sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Under the gaze of this Asura phantom, they seemed to witness countless gruesome deaths, their minds blank, and their spirits nearly fracturing. Huh. Several sand ninjas with weaker mental fortitude began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes glazing over, unable to maintain their grip on their weapons, which fell helplessly to the ground. Whoosh! A dazzling blade of light suddenly illuminated the space, akin to a meteor slicing through the darkness, carrying a lethal sharpness. Splurt! Blood splattered, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying through the air. In the horrified gaze of the sand ninja captain, all of his team members, save for him, were decimated by that single stroke of light. The warm blood splattered onto his face, jolting him back to reality from his terror. Now, can you enlighten me about this place? Xianyao wiped the blood from his Chioshui knife and flashed a grin at the now paralyzed sand ninja captain. His smile laced with amusement. I will tell you. The sand ninja captain quivered, no longer daring to withhold any information, recounting everything in detail. This area is close to the border of the Wind Country, far from the frontline camp of Konoha, yet near a vital logistics transfer camp of Sunigakure. In other words, Xianyao has now delved deep into the logistical heart of Sunigakure. So, I have traveled this far. Upon hearing the sand ninja captain's words, Xianyao thoughtfully stroked his chin. The proximity to the Konoha camp is irrelevant. What truly matters is that the logistics transfer camp holds a treasure trove of Sunigakure's distinctive fine wines. He had long heard tales of the village's renowned potent spirits, known for their unique flavors, and had always yearned to taste them. Now that he is so close, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? As for returning to the Konoha camp, since he has already ventured out, what is the rush? First, indulge in the wine. However, if he were to charge in recklessly, what if they became cornered and detonated the warehouse containing the precious liquor? Xianyao furrowed his brow, swiftly formulating a plan. It would be safer to infiltrate discreetly, allowing him to savor the fine wine while avoiding unnecessary complications. Thus, let us embark. Xianyao snatched the forehead protector from the sand ninja captain's head, donning it himself, then vanished like a specter towards the direction indicated by the captain. Behind him lay the cold corpse of the sand ninja captain and a pool of blood. Inside the logistics transfer camp of Sunigakure, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Lord Wazoo, you have returned. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Wazoo. Upon Wazoo Yuya's entrance, the sand ninjas along the way greeted him respectfully. He was the commander of this camp, a formidable jonin responsible for overseeing all logistical operations. His greatest passion in life was hosting banquets, maintaining a tradition of small feasts every 3 days and grand gatherings every 5, even amidst the chaos of war. Are the banquets prepared? Wazoo Yuya inquired, responding to the greetings of his subordinates with a hint of anticipation. Yes, Lord Wazoo, everything for the banquet is ready. We await your presence. A trusted sand ninja replied respectfully. Wazoo Yuya nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. He had been exhausted in recent days, as the Wind Shadow had suddenly ordered a thorough search around the camp, mandating that any anomalies be reported immediately, and he was required to lead the team personally. He had been rising early and returning late, even lacking time to indulge in a drink. Fortunately, today's search mission was finally concluded, allowing him to unwind and drink to his heart's content. Lord Wazoo has arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Wazoo. As Wazoo Yuya stepped into the grand tent hosting the banquet, the sand ninjas inside immediately stood, bowing with eager smiles. Haha, everyone, no need for formality. Today, drink freely, and we shall not return until we are inebriated. Wazoo Yuya laughed heartily, striding to the main seat, pouring himself a glass from the table's wine bottle. Oh! The atmosphere within the tent reached a fever pitch as the sand ninjas raised their cups, drinking heartily and feasting on meat, laughter and cheers echoing throughout. Glug! The wine from our Sunagakure is indeed potent. Yuya took a sip, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. At that moment, a loud sound of drinking abruptly drowned out the revelry within the tent, capturing his attention. Yuya turned toward the source of the noise, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. A young sand ninja was seen clutching a wine bottle larger than his own head, tilting it back and drinking voraciously. In mere seconds, he drained the entire bottle of potent liquor. Glug! Yuya swallowed hard, feeling a slight sourness in his stomach. The wines of Sunagakure are known for their strength. An ordinary person would be completely intoxicated after a single bottle, and even he, with a strong constitution, would not dare to consume so recklessly. Who exactly is this boy? His drinking capacity is truly astounding. Chapter 76. Kill him for me. Hey, you there. Come here. Yuya beckoned to Xianyao, his eyes filled with curiosity. Xianyao let out a belch, feeling utterly refreshed. After infiltrating the camp, he had evaded all patrolling sand ninjas using his observation haki, and fortuitously stumbled upon this banquet, seamlessly blending in. Indeed, the reputation of Sunagakure's wine is well-deserved. It is spicy and rich, delivering an exhilarating experience. Did you call for me? Xianyao sauntered over to Yuya, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He noticed Yuya holding a beautifully packaged bottle of wine, appearing far superior to what he had just consumed. Indeed, come sit with me. Yuya indicated an empty seat next to him, raising the wine bottle. I have a finer wine here than what you just drank. Would you care to try? Absolutely. Xianyao's eyes lit up as he unabashedly snatched the bottle, twisting off the cap and pouring it into his mouth. You brat. How dare you be so rude to Lord Wazu? A sand ninja, witnessing Xianyao's audacity, immediately reprimanded him. This boy appeared to be a mere low-ranking ninja, daring to show such disrespect to Lord Wazu. No worries, no worries. Yuya waved his hand dismissively, thoroughly enjoying his drink, unconcerned with such trivialities. He gazed at Xianyao's unfamiliar face, inquiring with intrigue. I have never seen you before. Which squad do you belong to? I just arrived a few days ago, tasked with transporting supplies. Xianyao casually fabricated a story, continuing to drink. Oh, now it makes sense, Yuya replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. A few days ago, a fresh batch of supplies and personnel arrived at the camp. During that time, he was preoccupied with a search mission, leaving early and returning late. So it was entirely normal that he had not encountered this young lad. Bang! Xiaoyao swiftly emptied the bottle in his hand, carelessly tossing it to the ground, where it emitted a crisp sound. Ding! Armed color dominance 5 ding. Swordsmanship comprehension 3 ding. Constitution 5. The system's notification echoed in his mind incessantly. The fiery liquor did not induce discomfort. Instead, it gradually enhanced his attributes. This liquor is indeed delightful, though the potency could be improved. Xiaoyao smacked his lips, his expression lingering with unfulfilled desire. The liquor from Cheyenne village differs vastly from that of Konoha, being spicier and richer, yet for him, it still lacked in strength. Ahem. Indeed, the alcohol content is somewhat lacking. Duji Yu also coughed awkwardly, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Such a potent drink. And this lad dares to complain about its low alcohol content? If he were to drink as much as this boy, he would likely be floored by a single bottle. That said, how is it that someone so young is dispatched to the battlefield? Duji Yu grew increasingly intrigued by Xiaoyao and could not help but inquire. Generally, ninja villages do not send freshly graduated children from the Ninja Academy to the battlefield at the onset of war. It would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As one of the 5 great hidden villages, Cheyenne would not be foolish enough to commit such an error. Given Xiaoyao's age, it was evident he had only recently graduated. How could he be assigned to such a significant supply transfer camp? It was simply unavoidable. Xiaoyao sighed, a helpless expression crossing his face. Duji Yu's eyes lit up, immediately becoming intrigued. There must be a story here, whether it be a touching tale of familial bonds or a fervent narrative of patriotism. Both would pair splendidly with a drink. Oh, pray elaborate. Duji Yu leaned in slightly, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at Xiaoyao. Oh, it was merely to sample the liquor of your Cheyenne village, Xiaoyao said as he poured another bottle, adding that he had gone to great lengths to reach here from Konoha just to taste Cheyenne's brew. Had he known it would be so easily accessible, he would not have gone through such trouble. Huh. Duji Yu's expression of anticipation suddenly froze, a look of confusion washing over his face. After waiting so long, this was the reason? No touching familial tales, no passionate patriotic fervor, merely a thirst for drink? Was this lad here for battle or a leisurely excursion? Nevertheless, truth be told, your Shan liquor is indeed commendable, possessing more character than our Konoha brew. Xiaoyao, oblivious to Duji Yu's strange demeanor, praised the drink while sipping. Konoha? Duji Yu's intoxication dissipated almost instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did this lad just say? Konoha? He is a ninja from Konoha. The clamor within the tent ceased abruptly, all Shan ninja halting their actions, staring incredulously at Xiaoyao. A ninja from Konoha, wearing their Shan forehead protector, had infiltrated their main camp and even participated in their banquet? This was an egregious disgrace. Clang, clang, clang. The Shan ninjas unsheathed their kunai and weapons, their eyes glaring menacingly at Xiaoyao. The Konoha brat has quite the audacity to infiltrate our camp. Do you think we are easy prey? Today, let you perish here, paying the price for your transgressions. The Shan ninjas glared furiously, eager to dismantle Xiaoyao limb by limb. Infiltrating the enemy camp to steal intelligence was one thing, but this boy brazenly indulged in feasting and openly revealed his identity, a clear affront to their honor. Burp, no need to be so agitated. Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression on his face as he stated he was enjoying his drink and would spare them from execution today. He turned to Duji Yu, casually instructing, "You, pack up your finest liquor in several large bundles. I intend to take it with me." Duji Yu stared at Xiaoyao, his face gradually turning ashen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This Konoha brat dares to command him? He wishes to take their liquor? Is he treating this place like his own home? You little rascal, are you toying with me? Duji Yu bellowed furiously, violently overturning the table before him. Crash, crash. The bottles and dishes upon the table shattered on the ground, liquor spilling everywhere, the rich aroma wafting through the air. You dare to smash my liquor? Xiaoyao's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning icy. He had come to regard this liquor as his own, and this fellow dared to destroy it? Your liquor? Duji Yu laughed in fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Today, unless I see you dismembered, my rage shall not dissipate. Buzz. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted from Xiaoyao. Duji Yu's expression shifted dramatically, a strong sense of impending doom flooding his senses. Boom. The terrifying sword intent swept through the entire tent like a thunderclap, the ground around Xiaoyao cracking open with numerous spiderweb-like fissures, as if slashed by an invisible blade. Enemy attack. A piercing alarm rang throughout the camp, plunging the entire Shan encampment into chaos. Boom. The dreadful sword intent surged like a tsunami, and Duji Yu felt as though he were being targeted by an ancient beast, his body freezing in terror. Am I trembling? Duji Yu stared at his own shaking hands, disbelief and fear flooding his eyes. He was a jonin of Shan village, having faced countless life and death battles, yet this was the first time he felt such an overwhelming aura. Before the presence of this Konoha brat, he found himself devoid of the courage to resist. What a joke. Duji Yu's expression twisted into one of ferocity. He could not accept the reality of being intimidated by a mere child. All units, attack. Kill this brat. Duji Yu roared, his eyes aflame with rage, ready to cleanse this humiliation and make the boy pay dearly. Chapter 77, God of Death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless kunai, embedded with explosive tags, rained down upon Xiaoyao like a torrential downpour. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A Shan jonin rapidly formed hand seals, his abdomen swelling as he unleashed a tremendous whirlwind. Wind release. Gale. Other Shan ninjas also employed wind release, creating small whirlwinds that merged into the larger whirlwind generated by the great breakthrough. Boom. The whirlwind's size instantly surged, accompanied by a deafening roar, ensnaring the kunai aimed at Xiaoyao, accelerating their speed and amplifying their destructive power. This was a combined technique practiced numerous times by the Shanin, utilizing wind release to enhance the kunai, ensuring the enemy could not evade. Destined to be reduced to mere fragments by the explosive tags. Die, Konoha brat. Duji Yu's face twisted with malice as he gazed at Xiaoyao, shrouded in fire and wind, filled with sadistic pleasure. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, flames soaring high, thick smoke billowing, the entire tent obliterated. Huh, you're dead. You deserve it. Duji Yu laughed heartily, his pent-up frustrations finally released. But just then, a Sha ninja suddenly cried out in terror, Lord Duji, watch your back. Huh. Duji Yu's smile froze, instinctively turning to look. What met his gaze was a pair of blood-red eyes and a blade shimmering with dark purple light. Thud. Blood splattered, and Duji Yu barely registered the movement of his opponent before feeling his body lighten. Looking down, he realized his torso had been severed, intestines and blood gushing forth. Huh. Intense pain jolted his nerves, and with his last ounce of strength, he lifted his head to gaze at Xiaoyao, terror and resentment filling his eyes. The swift blade struck with a finality that marked his last conscious thought before he succumbed to darkness. Kill him. Avenge Lord Wuji. Witnessing the death of Wuji Yuya ignited an unquenchable fury among the Sunagakure shinobi, who charged recklessly towards Xiaoyao. Countless shurikens, ninja blades, and various wind techniques flew chaotically in his direction. This crucial supply transfer camp of Sunagakure, if destroyed by the enemy, would spell certain doom for their retreat. It was better to fight here. Perhaps a glimmer of hope still remained. Yet, they soon realized that their adversary was no mere human, but a monstrous entity. The one-sword style Azura. Xiaoyao positioned Xiao Shui before him, and a torrent of black and purple electric arcs erupted around him, crackling with energy. In an instant, the arcs coalesced into a colossal black and purple slash, radiating an aura of apocalyptic destruction. The crimson glow in Xiaoyao's eyes intensified as he swung Xiao Shui down fiercely. Boom! A black and purple slash, nearly 20 meters high, roared forth like a tempest, bearing down upon the Sunagakure shinobi with overwhelming pressure. Sizzle! The shinobi's attacks crumbled before this terrifying strike, disintegrating as if made of paper. The black and purple slash continued unabated, akin to a rampaging beast, trampling towards them. Run! A Sunagakure shinobi, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee. However, he barely took 2 steps before the horrifying wind pressure generated by the slash pulled him back. Uft! With a sound like a whisper, his body disintegrated into a mist of blood upon contact with the slash. Rumble! The black and purple strike wreaked havoc within the camp, obliterating tents, buildings, and trees in its path. The earth was cleaved open, creating a chasm dozens of meters deep and wide, resembling an abyss that sent chills down the spine. What is this? The reinforcements from Sunagakure beheld this scene of terror, their weapons dropping to the ground, their faces etched with despair. Is this something a human can achieve? One strike, and the entire camp is thrown into chaos? What a joke! A Sunagakure shinobi, gazing at the approaching black and purple strike, wore a bitter smile, his eyes filled with dread. In the next moment, his body was consumed by the slash, vanishing into nothingness. Rumble! The black and purple strike continued its rampage, ultimately colliding with the explosive tag warehouse deep within the camp. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as a fireball soared hundreds of meters into the sky, countless explosive tags detonating simultaneously to create a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave combined with the residual force of the slash, radiating outward in all directions. Crack! Crack! The ground trembled violently, collapsing as massive fissures spread like a spider's web. Numerous Sunagakure shinobi were buried under the fallen structures, or hurled into the air by the shockwave, their fates uncertain. Time passed, and at last, the echoes of the explosion faded, leaving the camp in a haunting silence. Only the flames and the smoke rising from the ruins remained, alongside the vast chasm that spoke of the horrific battle that had occurred. It's over. One surviving Sunagakure jonin stood amidst the wreckage, murmuring to himself, his eyes filled with despair. This vital supply transfer camp was utterly annihilated. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the stillness of the camp. The jonin turned rigidly, and upon seeing Xiaoyao's figure, he trembled uncontrollably. It was this boy who, with a single blade, had transformed a thriving camp into ruins. He recalled the nightmare of Sunagakure during the Second Shinobi World War, the legendary Konoha White Fang. That man, a harbinger of death, had instilled fear in Sunagakure with a mere short blade. Yet this boy before him was even more terrifying. So young, yet possessing such formidable power, the future was unfathomable. This intelligence must be reported to Lord Kazekage. The jonin bit his tongue, forcing himself from the grip of terror, and retrieved a scroll to record the information. What are you doing? A chilling voice pierced the air behind him. The Sunagakure Jonin froze, cold sweat soaking through his garments. He tried to turn, but his body betrayed him, the dread of death engulfing him entirely. A black and purple flash ignited, and the Jonin's head was severed, rolling to the ground. Xiaoyao activated his Kinbunchika haki, sensing 35 surviving Sunagakure shinobi still within the camp. Since they had come, they would all remain. Xiaoyao's gaze turned frigid as he became a shadow, weaving through the ruins. No, don't kill me. Monster, you are a monster. Please spare me. The cries and pleas for mercy echoed, soon to be silenced once more. All surviving Sunagakure shinobi fell beneath Xiaoyao's blade. Ding! Master, having destroyed the supply transfer camp of Sunagakure while intoxicated, has eliminated all Sunagakure shinobi. Reward obtained, 800 Busashoka haki. Ding! Current Busashoka haki has surpassed the threshold, reaching mastery level, equivalent to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. The system prompt resonated in his mind. Xiaoyao felt the surge of power within him. The black and purple Busashoka haki now easily enveloping his entire being, significantly enhancing both defense and attack. At last, he had achieved mastery level. Xiaoyao clenched his fist, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Mastery level Busashoka haki would undoubtedly wield immense power on the battlefield. Chapter 78. Indeed, it is Xiaoyao. However, it seems I acted a bit rashly. Xiaoyao surveyed the desolation before him, his lips twitching slightly. In a fit of rage, he had obliterated the entire camp. And now he had no idea where the fine wine he sought lay buried. The explosion of the explosive tag warehouse had turned most of the supplies to ash. Oh well, I've had my fill anyway. Shaking his still dizzy head, Xiaoyao decided to return to the Konoha camp. If he did not return soon, Tsunade would undoubtedly find out that he had destroyed the Sunagakure supply camp for the sake of their wine, and he would be in for it. Whoosh! Xiaoyao took off in what he believed was the direction of the Konoha camp. Unbeknownst to him, due to his previous inebriation and the ensuing chaos, he had taken a wrong turn. At that moment, he was rapidly approaching the frontline camp of Sunagakure. Deep within the battlefield of Sunagakure, several figures darted swiftly through the forest. At the forefront was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in the uniform of a Konoha Jonin, moving with a speed akin to a specter. He was Namikaze Minato, followed closely by Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choji, forming an elite team. Rumble. Just then, an ear-splitting explosion echoed from afar, a massive black and purple light shooting up into the sky. Even from a distance, it was vividly visible. Minato. What is that? Akimichi Choji halted, pointing at the distant phenomenon, his face a mask of shock. Let us go check it out. Minato's expression sharpened as he sprang to the top of a towering tree. Shikaku and the others swiftly followed, standing on the branches to gaze into the distance. Upon witnessing the earth-shattering black and purple slash and the soaring flames, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Minato, you mentioned before that Huangfu Xiaoyao excels in these exaggerated black and purple slashes, correct? Nara Shikaku inquired, his brow furrowed and tone grave. Indeed. Only he can unleash such a terrifying strike. Minato nodded, certainty gleaming in his eyes. During the confidential meeting in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had shown footage of Xiaoyao in battle. That black and purple ferocious slash had left an indelible impression on him. It seems our mission objective lies ahead. Shanzhong Hai exhaled in relief, stretching his limbs, for he could finally locate him and report back. This Huangfu Xiaoyao truly knows how to stir trouble, causing such a commotion in the heart of Shiin village. Hai-e, do not let your guard down, Nara Shikaku cautioned. We have already penetrated deep into the territory of Shiin village, and we may encounter their elite forces at any moment. We must remain vigilant until we find Huangfu Xiaoyao and safely withdraw. The danger of this mission is exceedingly high. They not only need to locate Xiaoyao, but also must lead him through the blockade of Shiin village and return to the Konoha camp. Rest assured, Shikaku, Bofeng Minato replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the Flying Thunder God technique at our disposal, even if we encounter peril, we shall escape unscathed. What could Shiin village possibly be searching for to cause such madness? Xiao Dao Dingzhou mumbled as he chewed on a soldier's food pill, looking quite helpless. His cheeks bulged from chewing, and his brows knitted together, clearly dissatisfied with both the taste and effect of the pill. Ninja from the Xiao Dao clan require substantial fat reserves to store chakra and sustain their secret techniques. Although the soldier's food pill alleviates hunger and replenishes basic energy, It utterly fails to meet their need for fat accumulation. Yet now, deep within Xiaoyin village, surrounded by blockades established by them, not only is it difficult to cook, but even finding a safe place to rest is a challenge. They could only barely sustain themselves on the soldiers' food pills. Once we find Xiaoyao, I will treat you to the finest barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Feng Minato turned to Ding Zhuo, offering a comforting smile. Oh, really? Ding Zhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. His previously lethargic spirit instantly rejuvenated, his hands clenched tightly, brimming with energy. Let us set off, Minato commanded, his figure transforming into a golden blur as he raced towards the distant flames lighting up the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Narashikaku, Shanzhonghai, and Xiao Dao Ding Zhuo followed closely, their figures weaving through the forest, moving so swiftly that they nearly left afterimages. I hope we can find you safely, Xiaoyao. Minato silently prayed as he gazed at the fading dark purple glow in the distance. He once thought he would have an additional junior brother. After all, Xiaoyao's prowess is remarkable, and under Tsunade's guidance, he could indeed be considered his peer. In the months since Tsunade returned to Konoha, Minato had interacted with Xiaoyao several times. Although each encounter often resulted in him being teased or having his drink stolen, Minato held a fondness for this spirited and exceptionally strong comrade. Thus, when he received Jiraiya's urgent mission, he did not hesitate to gather the Inoshikacho team and rush over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four moved with remarkable speed, reaching the area engulfed in flames in less than an hour. This, Shanzhonghai halted, staring at the scene before him, eyes wide with shock. Scorched tint remnants littered the ground, the air thick with the acrid stench of smoke and blood, mingled with the gritty scent of dust, creating an unbearable aroma. This was the supply transit camp of Xiaoyin village. Narashikaku's expression grew grave as his gaze fell upon the massive fissure that ran through the entire camp, his pupils narrowing slightly. The crack extended dozens of meters deep and several meters wide, as if cleaved by a divine being wielding a colossal axe. Its edges smooth and still carrying a faint aura of blade energy. Could such destruction truly be wrought by a mere chunin? Forget about that for now. We need to quickly search for Xiaoyao's whereabouts. Feng Minato's eyes reflected his own astonishment. The level of destruction surpassed that of ordinary S-rank ninjutsu. Although his flying thunder god technique is swift and lethal, as a ninja from a civilian background, his chakra reserves are not particularly abundant, rendering him incapable of unleashing an attack of such terrifying coverage. Understood. The trio responded in unison, immediately dispersing to search rapidly through the ruins of the camp. The deeper they searched, the more their hearts were filled with dread. The scale of this camp was considerable, ranking among the foremost in Xiaoyin village's supply transit camps. Logically, such a camp would house hundreds of ninjas, with at least 3 jonin stationed. Yet now, the entire camp had transformed into a desolate sight. Strewn with dried blood and shattered weapons, devoid of any intact corpses, let alone severed limbs. It was evident that the Shanin had been reduced to mere fragments by that terrifying strike. What do you have? Half an hour later, the four regrouped at the entrance of the camp. Minato asked solemnly. Nothing. Aside from signs of battle, we found no clues regarding Huangfu Xiaoyao. Narashikaku shook his head, his tone heavy. It seems he has already departed. Alas, we have arrived too late. Minato sighed softly, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. They had moved swiftly, yet still could not match Xiaoyao's efficiency. From witnessing the dark purple strike to arriving here, nearly an hour had passed, and the camp was utterly annihilated, with Xiaoyao having long since vanished. The speed of such slaughter and devastation was truly terrifying. Chapter 79. The terrifying blade technique. Damn it. What on earth transpired here? Quickly, ascertain the situation and report to Lord Kazekage. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed from a distance, clearly the reinforcements from Sha-in arriving. It's the Shanin. We must leave. Minato's expression shifted, making a swift decision. The four figures flickered and vanished into the nearby thicket like phantoms, completely disappearing before the Shanin reached the camp. The Shanin stood before the ruins, each one frozen in disbelief, their faces etched with fear. Quick! Report to Lord Kazekage. The leading Shanin Jonin gazed at the terrifying fissure running through the camp, his lips trembling as he issued orders. His voice tinged with a sob. A terrifying enemy has infiltrated and destroyed the entire camp. At the front lines of Xiaoyin village, within the main tent. Bang! Luo Sha slammed the intelligence scroll onto the table, which instantly cracked with a fine line. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with uncontainable fury, and the sand-gold aura surrounding him grew wild with agitation, crackling in the air. What has happened? Caillou Zong, seated beside him, inquired with trepidation as he observed Luo Sha's rage, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Look for yourself. Luo Sha seized the intelligence scroll and hurled it at Caillou Zong. His tone suffused with suppressed anger. Clatter! Caillou Zong caught the scroll and quickly unfurled it. Upon reading its contents, his pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "The entire supply transit camp of Wuji has been annihilated. How is this possible?" Caillou Zhang's face was painted with disbelief. That camp was located deep within their battlefield, surrounded by several auxiliary camps. In the event of an emergency, reinforcements could arrive within an hour. Wuji was also a veteran jonin of Shiyin Village, with 3 other jonins stationed in the camp, who could possibly execute such a massacre in under an hour. Luo Sha took a deep breath, striving to calm his fury, and spoke in a low voice. The intelligence clearly states that the enemy obliterated the entire camp with a single strike. One strike? Caillou Zhang's brows knitted tighter, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. How could that be possible? Even a Kage-level powerhouse would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. I must personally inspect the scene, Luo Sha declared firmly, rising to his feet. This war was instigated by him, and he must maintain a firm grip on its direction, ensuring that no unforeseen events arise beyond his control. Haile Zhang, after my departure, the command on the front line is temporarily entrusted to you. Luo Sha fell silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. He was, in truth, reluctant to hand over command to Haile Zhang, as the latter's seniority and prestige surpassed his own, posing a constant obstacle to his consolidation of the Kazekage position. Yet, without personally verifying the situation on site, he could not find peace of mind. Kazekage-sama, it is far too perilous for you to venture alone, Haile Zhang hastily urged. For according to the intelligence, the enemy attacking the main camp was of formidable strength, and your safety. His words were abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. I shall accompany him. A figure emerged from beyond the large tent, and it was Chiyo. Dressed in the traditional Sunagakure attire, her face bore no expression. Her gaze as frigid as ancient ice, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Sister, when did you arrive? Haile Zhang looked at Chiyo with astonishment. Since the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage and her grandson, Sasori, Chiyo had been tirelessly searching, rarely appearing at the front line. Just arrived, Chiyo replied indifferently, her eyes betraying no emotion, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. Following her grandson's disappearance, she had scoured every corner of the land of wind to no avail, her grief and anger having reached a boiling point. With you accompanying us, we are assured of safety. Haile Zhang sighed in relief, a look of reassurance on his face. He was well aware of Chiyo's strength. Coupled with her mastery of puppetry and poison techniques, she could hold her own even against shadow-level adversaries. With her guarding Luo Sha, he felt confident that no mishap would occur. However, Luo Sha's expression darkened slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Haile Zhang's words implied that his strength was insufficient and that he required Chiyo's protection. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time to dwell on such matters and could only huff dismissively, saying, if that is the case, then let us set forth. Indeed. Chiyo nodded coolly, leading the way out of the large tent, entirely disregarding Luo Sha's feelings. Kazekage-sama, ahead lies the destroyed main camp. A Sunagakure jonin guided Luo Sha, Chiyo, and several Kazekage guards through the desert with haste. The obvious fear on his face made his voice tremble. You seem to have something to say? Luo Sha noticed the jonin's unusual demeanor and furrowed his brow in inquiry. And no, nothing. When Kazekage-sama arrives at the scene, you will understand. The jonin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from describing the horrific state of the camp, for he could not find words to convey its terror. Luo Sha's frown deepened. He could distinctly sense the barely concealed fear in the jonin's tone. What could possibly instill such dread in a seasoned jonin? After traversing a distance, the devastated camp finally came into view. This is... Luo Sha gazed at the ruins before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. His expression of anger swiftly replaced by shock. The charred tents, scattered weapons, dried bloodstains, and the massive fissure that ran through the entire camp spoke volumes about the horrific battle that had transpired here. In a flash, Chiyo's figure darted like a specter to the edge of the enormous crack. Advisor Chiyo. Luo frowned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. As the Kazekage, he remained rooted in place. Yet Chiyo acted unilaterally, showing no regard for his authority. This is a blade mark. Ignoring Luo's discontent, Chiyo's eyes suddenly blazed with overwhelming hatred as she hoarsely shouted. A blade mark? Luo hastened to the edge of the fissure, looking down at the terrifying chasm that measured dozens of meters deep and several meters wide. His pupils contracting sharply, disbelief etched across his face. Advisor Chiyo, could you be mistaken? Luo shook his head, struggling to accept the notion that such a massive crack could be caused by a blade. Even the sharpest of ninja blades could not inflict such destruction. I would never be mistaken. Chiyo's body trembled with agitation, her eyes alight with vengeful fire. My son and daughter-in-law perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. Ever since, I have devoted myself to studying blade techniques, all for the day I could avenge them. Konoha's White Fang? Isn't he already dead? Luo's complexion paled instantly, his voice wavering. Konoha's White Fang was an everlasting nightmare for Sunagakure. That man had once invaded Sunagakure alone, cutting down countless elite ninja with ease, before departing without a trace. Following that battle, Sunagakure was gravely weakened and could no longer contend with Konoha, forced to seek peace. It was not him, but Konoha has birthed another blade-wielding monstrosity. Chiyo's gaze remained fixated on the chasm, her shock intensifying. Even Konoha's White Fang could not have carved such an extensive blade mark. This transcended the realm of ordinary blade techniques, reaching the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu. With a single strike, it cleaved through the entire camp. Such power, Chiyo's voice trembled slightly, for not having slain Konoha's White Fang herself was her greatest regret. Now, with another terrifying master of blade techniques emerging from Konoha, she was nearly certain that this individual was either a relative of White Fang or his disciple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Konoha to cultivate such a formidable blade-wielding ninja in such a short span of time. Kazekage-sama, we must locate this person and eliminate him. Chiyo abruptly turned to Luo, her eyes brimming with palpable hatred. You need not say it. I intend to do so as well. Luo inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and fear within him, his tone icy as he spoke. A terrifying figure from Konoha has infiltrated Sunagakure's heartland, undoubtedly to execute a clandestine mission. Perhaps it was to seek the very trump card he had previously speculated about. Clearly, it was imperative to tighten security and spare no effort in locating this individual to eliminate him. Konoha, do you believe that dispatching such a formidable adversary will alter the course of battle? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Luo's eyes. Soon, you shall pay dearly for this decision. This individual serves as the perfect opportunity to redeem my name. Luo gazed at the vast chasm, secretly contemplating. Should he succeed in eliminating such a top-tier blade master from Konoha, his prestige would soar, and the voices of dissent would surely vanish. Soon, a series of urgent orders were dispatched from Luo's hands. The entirety of Sunagakure trembled as all search units received new commands to find the Konoha ninja responsible for the destruction of the transport camp at all costs. Meanwhile, the report from the team, led by Minato Namikaze, was transmitted to the Konoha front line through the summoning technique of the toads from Maiboka Mountain. Tsunade. After obliterating a Sunagakure camp, Shizune has vanished once again. Jiraiya, holding the intelligence scroll, regarded the icy Tsunade before him with a wry smile. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he faced Tsunade's low-pressure aura, even his breaths becoming cautious. Did you not say that Minato is the fastest? As long as he detects Shizune's whereabouts, he can catch up to him? Tsunade shot a glare at Jiraiya, her tone flat, yet laced with deep anger. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, each sound resonating like a hammer striking Jiraiya's heart. Who could have predicted that Shizune had grown even stronger? Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Minato and the others rushed over at top speed, yet they still cannot match Shizune's speed in dispatching foes. This is troublesome. The news of Shizune's destruction of the Sunagakure camp had surely spread throughout Sunagakure. With the nature of Luo, it is inevitable that a substantial force will be dispatched to pursue and intercept. That area lies deep within the territory of Sha'in, where the main forces of Mu Yi can hardly penetrate, leaving them helplessly watching as Xiaoyao falls into danger. This troublesome brat. Tsunade furrowed her brows tightly, feeling a pang of headache. She is not skilled in perception or speed. Even if she personally ventured into the heart of Sha'in in search of Xiaoyao, she might not succeed. On the contrary, it could provoke the enemy, causing Xiaoyin to become even more frantic. After all, Xiaoyin suffered defeat in the Second Ninja World War. Apart from the prowess of Mu Ye's White Fang, the major factor was her ability to neutralize all of Chiyo's toxins, stripping the puppet army of its greatest advantage. If she were to appear in the heart of Xiaoyin, the village would undoubtedly deploy all their top forces to hunt her down, further complicating the situation and doubling Xiaoyao's peril. The only option is to initiate an attack on the front lines of Xiaoyin, diverting their attention. After much contemplation, Tsunade finally made a decision, ensuring they could not concentrate all their forces in search of Xiaoyao. I will immediately send intelligence to the village, urging the old man to issue an attack order without delay. Jiraiya nodded vigorously. This was indeed the only feasible course of action at present. Not only Xiaoyao, but also Bofeng Shui Men and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams are in the depths of Xiaoyin, facing imminent danger. Only by launching a frontal assault can they disperse Xiaoyin's military strength and create an opportunity for retreat. As long as they can safely bring Xiaoyao back, all problems will be resolved. In the Hokage's office of Mu Yi, Xiaoyao, that troublesome brat, truly is a source of chaos. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the intelligence relayed by Jiraiya, pressing his forehead with fatigue and helplessness etched across his face. This troublesome brat had sworn before departure that he would not drink excessively, and yet, he got lost before even reaching the frontline camp and has now ventured into the heart of Xiaoyin, wreaking havoc upon their transportation hub and driving the village into a frenzy. Sigh, how could I have believed his nonsense? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a bitter smile. But the events had transpired, and complaints were futile. He needed to think of a resolution swiftly. Like Tsunade and Jiraiya, he believed that launching a frontal assault on the front lines of Xiaoyin was the best option at present. However, such a large-scale military action required the consent of the Elder Council. Otherwise, it could easily incite internal discord. His immediate task was to persuade the Elder Council to approve this resolution as swiftly as possible. As for Xiaoyao's actions, they would need to be presented in a favorable light. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out sternly. With a whoosh, an Umbu ninja appeared in the office, kneeling respectfully and stating, Hokage-sama, notify all elders that an emergency meeting will convene in the conference room in half an hour. All must be present. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with resolute tone. Yes. The Umbu ninja responded respectfully, vanishing in an instant. Troublemaker, for you, I must again speak against my conscience. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently contemplating. Soon, the elders of Mu Yi gathered in the conference room. Sarutobi, why the urgent summons? Nara Shikako looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of confusion in his tone. She had already inquired on her way here, and no particularly urgent situation had arisen at the front lines, leaving her perplexed as to why Sarutobi Hiruzen would hastily convene an emergency meeting. Everyone, I bring good news. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a radiant smile as he spoke passionately. One of our elite ninjas has successfully infiltrated the heart of Xiaoyin and destroyed their largest supply transportation hub, delivering a heavy blow to the village. Oh, is that so? Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up, a look of delight spreading across his face. War, at its core, is fought over resources. Kunai, explosive tags, food, medicine, these are all crucial for sustaining warfare. Cutting off the enemy's supply line is undoubtedly the most advantageous strike against the situation. Well done. Who is this person? Such courage and strength deserve recognition. Danzo rarely displayed an appreciative expression, though he had always been at odds with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could discern the significance of this matter for the village. To dare infiltrate the enemy lines and destroy Xiaoyin's supply camp, this audacity resonated with him. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly revealed the name. Chapter 81. Mu Yi launches an attack. Puffed. Danzo nearly spat blood, his momentary admiration replaced with intense anger and disbelief. The brat who nearly took him out with a single strike? The one who constantly clutches a bottle, shirking responsibilities? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually called him a composed and courageous elite ninja? This is preposterous. Are you referring to that genius genin under Tsunade who once defeated Kakashi? Nara Shikaku's lips twitched slightly, doubt etched on her face. While Huangfu Xiaoyao's talent is undeniable, to say he is composed and calm is a far cry from the rumored image. She had heard plenty about Huangfu Xiaoyao's mishaps with alcohol, extorting the Hokage, and his sharp tongue. Nothing about him seemed calm and composed. Indeed, it is he. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, facing the skeptical gazes of the assembly, resolutely stating, people can grow. Although Xiaoyao has been a bit mischievous in the past, he has performed exceptionally in this crucial mission behind enemy lines. Sarutobi, you entrusted such an important task to a genin. Danzo finally reacted, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Do you think you've lost your mind? If he fails, not only will it alarm the enemy, but it will also cost Mu Yi a talented individual. He now understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely gilding the lily for that brat. What infiltration of enemy lines? Perhaps that brat merely stumbled into the depths of Sha'in while intoxicated, accidentally destroying their camp. There is no point in discussing this further. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. His tone calm. Xiaoyao is still in the heart of Sha'in. Jiraiya and Tsunade have requested that we immediately launch an attack on the front lines of Sha'in to divert their attention, providing Xiaoyao with more space to maneuver and continue contributing to the village. I oppose this. Danzo immediately countered, his face flushed. This is a golden opportunity. It would be best if that brat perished in the depths of Sha'in, never to return. The thought of what Xiaoyao had done to him filled Danzo with bitterness. Danzo, let us not forget, Bofeng Shuemin and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams are also in the heart of Sha'in, cooperating with Xiaoyao's actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted coldly, do you wish for them to sacrifice themselves in vain? Danzo's expression instantly darkened, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How could he have overlooked this? The Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka clans are long-standing prominent families within Mu Yi, with deep roots and substantial influence. The Nara clan controls the medical supply of the village. The Akimichi clan is responsible for creating strategic provisions, and the Inuzuka clan holds an unshakable position in intelligence and interrogation. If these three clans were to unite, even he would not dare to provoke them lightly. Moreover, Bofeng Shuemin is Jiraiya's disciple and has earned Sarutobi Hiruzen's favor. He is likely to become Hokage in the future. If he continued to oppose, it would equate to offending multiple factions, severely hindering his future plans. Why are Shuemin and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams heading to the Sha'in battlefield? Nara Shikaku keenly sensed something amiss, furrowing her brows and inquiring. Shuemin was originally meant to be at the IWA battlefield to guard against an assault from IWA and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi teams had not received any directives from the Elder Council. How could they suddenly be at Sha'in? It was Jiraiya's last-minute decision. The Elder Council had previously granted him authority to command at the front lines, had they not? Yunfei Rujan coughed lightly and promptly offered an explanation. He could hardly admit that it was because Xiaoyao had gone missing, prompting the urgent deployment of Bofeng and the Juyi team to search for him. Very well. Zhangqin Xiaochun exchanged a glance with Fu Minyan and eventually nodded in agreement. We shall launch a tentative offensive against Zhang's front lines, but it must remain merely exploratory. Now is not the time for a full-scale confrontation with Sanchun. Tansong, what is your stance? Yumanfu Zhang inquired, turning to the grim-faced Tansong. I concur, Tansong gritted his teeth, reluctantly conceding. Even if he harbored a desire to see Xiaoyao perish, he could not wager the lives of Bofeng and the Juyi team, nor could he afford to offend the Mailang, Chu Dao, and Sanzhong clans. Excellent. Yunfei Zhang sighed with relief and continued, as per tradition, we shall issue a commendation for Huangfu Xiaoyao, calling upon all ninjas in the village to learn from him, to strive for further accomplishments. Cough, cough. As soon as Yunfei Zhang finished speaking, he was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, his complexion becoming somewhat unnatural. Yunfei, what troubles you? Zhangqin Xiaochun observed his unusual demeanor, her brows knitting in concern. It's nothing. Perhaps I am just fatigued from recent exertions. Yunfei Zhang chuckled awkwardly, while inwardly beseeching Xiao, please do not take this to heart. Do not truly believe yourself to be a war hero and cause a stir in Tianxin. My aging heart can scarcely endure it. A mere Xiaorong achieving such feats is indeed commendable. Zhangqin Xiaochun pondered little further and nodded, asserting that during wartime, it is essential to establish heroic exemplars to bolster morale. Huangfu Xiaoyao's achievements shine brightly and indeed serve as an excellent model. Thus, the decision is passed. Yunfei Zhang gazed at the commendation drafted by the Elder Council, his lips twitching slightly, his heart a tumult of emotions. At the Muir front camp, Gangsho, we have received word from the village. Zhu Liyid exclaimed, hastening towards Gangsho while holding a scroll. his expression a mix of complexity. Oh, the old man is quite swift in his actions. Gogshu's eyes lit up, the frost on her visage thawing somewhat. The village's directives are typically mired in bureaucratic delays, requiring endless deliberations from the Elder Council. Thus, this prompt decision was unexpected. Haha, allow me to read it to you. Too late. Noticing Gonghu's demeanor soften, sighed in relief as he unfurled the scroll, preparing to relay its contents. However, after reading only a few lines, his expression froze abruptly. What is amiss? Has the village declined the offensive? Gongshu's brow furrowed instantly at his peculiar reaction, her countenance chilling once more. No, it's not that. The village has indeed consented to the offensive. Dulai hastily waved his hands, his tone somewhat strained. Yet they have also issued a commendation, recognizing Xiaoyao's contributions and urging him to continue his efforts. Oh, a commendation? Gongshu snatched the scroll and quickly perused it, her expression transforming dramatically. The old man truly knows how to ride the wave. He has bestowed Xiaoyao with the title of war hero. Haha. Encouraging Xiaoyao to persist is akin to inciting him to completely upheave Sansa. Zulaya chuckled awkwardly, secretly lamenting. Should Xiaoyao see this commendation and genuinely believe himself to be a significant hero, causing an even greater uproar in Titan, it would indeed spell trouble. Cough. Let us set aside these concerns. Prepare for the offensive at once. Gongshu recognized the gravity of the situation, clearing her throat as a glint of resolve crossed her eyes. We must launch the attack swiftly to divert San's attention and create an opportunity for Slan and the others to retreat. Understood. Zulaya nodded, his expression turning serious in an instant. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Xiaoyao and Hinlan remain deep within him, and every moment of delay increases their peril. At the Saiying village front camp, Wind, Lord Fing, a grave situation has arisen. Ashin, Songring rushed into the main tent, panic etched across his face. What is the matter? Loasa, seated at the helm, was deep in thought about enhancing the blockade and locating the vied ninja who had devastated their camp. His concentration was shattered, and he barked in anger. Vied has launched an offensive. The Saiying, Songren gasped for breath, his voice trembling as he relayed the news from the front lines. Vied's ninjas have breached our first line of defense. Chapter 82. A great undertaking awaits. What? Loasha sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could Vied have suddenly initiated an attack? Could it be that they truly intend to coordinate with the infiltrating swordsman ninja for a pincer movement? It seems that swordsman's mission is of greater significance than he had anticipated. Immediately issue orders for all troops to hold their positions. We must not allow Vied to breach our defenses. Loasha's expression darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Simultaneously, intensify the search efforts. We must locate that Vied swordsman and eliminate him. Meanwhile, within the borders of Fengzhiguo, in a remote town. Why is this person dressed so oddly, given his Saiying headband? He must be one of our Saiying ninjas, perhaps on a special mission. In these times of war, it is best not to pry too deeply. Villagers in the town whispered amongst themselves, observing Xiaoyao. Their attire bore the distinctive characteristics of Fengzhiguo, with headscarves covering their heads and loose garments designed to shield against the wind and sand. In stark contrast, Xiaoyao was clad in vied ninja garb, albeit adorned with a headband pilfered from a Saiying ninja, rendering him conspicuously out of place. It is indeed different here from Vied. As Xiaoyao traversed the street, he listened to the villagers' murmurs, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. There was no doubt that he had taken a wrong turn. Not only had he failed to return to the Muir camp, but he had also ventured deep into the territory of the enemy. Fortunately, he wore the Saiying headband, and being in a town populated by ordinary villagers, he should remain undiscovered for the time being. Curse that white-haired scoundrel Vlaya. Xiaoyao mentally berated him. Had that fellow provided him with a map before departing, he would not have become so hopelessly lost. Upon returning, he would demand that Dulaya compensate him with 10 bottles of fine sake. Shoo! Suddenly, Xiao's nose twitched as a rich aroma of alcohol wafted into his nostrils. He looked up to see, not far ahead, a tavern with a large sign featuring the character for wine, swaying gently in the wind and sand. Gulp! Xiaoyao's stomach protested audibly, his eyes instantly lighting up. At the dying Fencheng, he had been interrupted before he could drink his fill, and now was the perfect opportunity to remedy that. Even if he needed to find his way back, he must first satiate his hunger and quench his thirst. Owner, bring me 10 bottles of your finest wine. and some appetizers as well. Xiaoyao boomed as he entered the tavern, his voice resonating and instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. Most of the patrons were local villagers and some Shujia son, who, upon seeing Xiaoyao's attire and demeanor, wore curious expressions. 10 bottles? Are you certain, sir? The tavern owner hastily approached, eyeing Xiaoyao's build with a hint of uncertainty. Their alcohol was renowned for its potency. Typically, a single bottle would intoxicate an average person, and this youth appeared rather young. How could he possibly consume 10 bottles? Spare me the questions. Are you afraid I cannot pay? Xiaoyao furrowed his brows, his tone icy as he pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it onto the table. No, please wait a moment. I will bring it right away. The owner, taken aback by Zhao's imposing presence and the sight of cash on the table, quickly nodded and scurried off to prepare. In a short while, 10 bottles of wine and several platters of appetizers were brought forth. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaoyao lifted a bottle of liquor, twisted off the cap, and poured its contents down his throat. The liquid slid down his throat, its fiery taste causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes. Ding. Swordsmanship comprehension level 2. Ding. Armed color hockey level 2. The system notifications echoed in his mind, invigorating his spirit even further. TSK. This wine is far inferior to what one could find in the Sand-Hidden Village's encampment. After finishing the bottle, Xiaoyao smacked his lips, his face betraying his dissatisfaction. The thought that the wine from that encampment had been destroyed by explosive tags filled him with anger. That bastard from Sand-Hidden owes him an entire camp's worth of wine. He would remember this grievance. How can one drink so much? The onlookers at the tavern watched Xiaoyao down a bottle in one go, their faces filled with astonishment, murmuring among themselves. Just moments ago, they had thought the youth was boasting, yet he had proven his drinking prowess. Have you heard? It seems there's been fighting at the front lines. At that moment, the conversation from the neighboring table caught Xiaoyao's attention. Fighting? Haven't they always been at it? One individual questioned, puzzled. It's different this time. This is the decisive battle. The speaker lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. I have a relative who is a ninja in the Sand-Hidden Village. He received an urgent notice yesterday and rushed to the front lines overnight, saying that Konoha has launched a full-scale attack against us. Decisive battle? How many lives will be lost? Another person gulped nervously, fear evident on his face. The shadow of the Second Great Ninja War still looms over the hearts of the villagers in the Wind Country. The scenes of Sand-Hidden Village's devastating defeat etched in their memories. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Sand-Hidden Village will surely defeat Konoha. The speaker from earlier immediately retorted, his tone betraying a veneer of confidence. Indeed. Cheers for Sand-Hidden Village. May we achieve victory soon. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly grew lively, patrons raising their glasses and shouting in unison. Decisive battle? Xiaoyao paused mid-drink, his lips twitching slightly. Before his departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically discussed strategic deployments with him, clearly stating that this conflict would focus on attrition and a decisive battle would not be initiated lightly. A full-scale offensive would not even be contemplated for at least another 6 months. How could it have turned into a full-blown decisive battle so soon? Could it be because I destroyed that Sand-Hidden encampment? A sense of foreboding crept into Xiaoyao's heart. If this truly was due to his actions upon returning, he would undoubtedly face a joint lecture from Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, that fool, would certainly seize the opportunity to mock him, and Orochimaru, the snake enthusiast, would wear an expression of amusement. The mere thought of this made Xiaoyao feel ashamed. No, he could not return in such a manner. Clenching his fists tightly, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. He must accomplish something grand, returning in glory, earning the admiration of all. But what to do? Xiaoyao's mind spun, the alcohol weighing heavily on his thoughts. He downed 2 more bottles, the alcohol's stimulation sharpening his clarity of thought. Eureka! A gleam lit up Xiaoyao's eyes, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Since Konoha and Sand-Hidden are embroiled in a decisive battle at the front lines, surely the rear of Sand-Hidden Village must be vulnerable. If he seizes this opportunity to directly attack the heart of Sand-Hidden Village, wouldn't he achieve fame in one fell swoop, returning in resplendent glory? Moreover, the heart of Sand-Hidden Village must harbor the finest wines. He could exact revenge, enjoy exquisite wine, and bask in unparalleled glory, all in one go. That bastard from Sand-Hidden owes me my wine. I will personally retrieve it. Xiaoyao grinned broadly, revealing his white teeth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boss, the bill," he called out loudly, and after settling the payment, he strode out of the tavern with his head held high, making his way towards Sand-Hidden Village. His silhouette gradually vanished into the swirling sands, leaving behind a steadfast figure. Chapter 83. Konoha's Chunin Huangfu Xiaoyao within the borders of the Wind Country, on a desert highway leading to the Sand-Hidden Frontlines. A team of Sand-Hidden ninjas was advancing rapidly, burdened with heavy supply scrolls, yet maintaining a steady pace. "Hurry! We must reach the frontline camp by tomorrow evening." A ninja clad in the garb of a Sand-Hidden Jonin shouted back with an authoritative tone. His name was Yaoding Aiki, the captain of this unit and a seasoned veteran Jonin. Ever since the significant transit camp was destroyed, Sand-Hidden Village had faced a critical shortage of supplies. Coupled with Konoha's sudden full-scale assault, essential strategic materials like kunai and explosive tags were depleting rapidly and needed urgent resupply. Thus, Sand-Hidden Village had urgently dispatched a batch of supplies from their homeland, with each transport team led by a Jonin to ensure absolute reliability. The unit led by Yaoding Aiki was the last of these transport teams. "Captain, judging by the situation, the front line is looking grim," a Sand-Hidden Chunin remarked quietly to a companion as they marched, concern evident in his voice. Though they were a transport unit, once they delivered the supplies to the front lines, they would be incorporated into the combat teams, directly engaging in battle against Konoha. Who knows? There are too many rumors circulating in the village. It's impossible to discern fact from fiction. His companion shook his head helplessly, some claiming the front lines were victorious, having already penetrated the Fire Country's borders. Others said they were retreating steadily, with Konoha soon to assault Sand-Hidden Village. Ever since the third Kazekage went missing, morale in Sand-Hidden Village has been low. Although they repelled the attack from Kumogakure, the losses were significant, and facing Konoha, the strongest in the ninja world, many felt uncertain. Silence. No discussing. Yaoding Aiki frowned at the two as he overheard their conversation, reprimanding them in a low voice. "Yes, understood, Lord Aiki." The two flinched and immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Yaoding Aiki observed the downcast spirits of the ninjas in the squad and sighed softly. In truth, he shared their uncertainty. The disparity between Sand-Hidden Village and Konoha was glaringly evident. Not to mention the fear instilled by the legendary trio of Konoha and the third Hokage. The haunting memories of the Second Great Ninja War's catastrophic defeat cast a long shadow over Sand-Hidden Village. He could only hope that Kumogakure and Iwagakure would launch their attacks promptly, diverting Konoha's forces and granting Sand-Hidden Village a chance to breathe. The winds in the desert grew fiercer, whipping against their faces like a knife. The sand ninjas, wrapped in headscarves, shielded their faces tightly, leaving only their eyes visible as they trudged through the sandstorm. "What is that?" Suddenly, a special Jonin from Sand-Hidden halted, his pupils dilating as he pointed toward the swirling sands, his voice trembling slightly. "Captain, look ahead. There seems to be a person." Yaoding Aiki followed the direction of his finger, spotting a vague figure appearing and disappearing amidst the sands, approaching them. "Who goes there?" The sudden appearance of a suspicious individual on this crucial route to the front lines put Yaoding Aiki on high alert, demanding loudly. Clang, clang, clang. All the sand ninjas immediately halted, drawing their ninja blades and readying their kunai, eyes fixed warily on the approaching figure, prepared for battle. Cough, cough. This wretched weather is truly unbearable. A grumbling voice emerged from the storm, followed by a figure stepping out of the sand, standing before the sand ninjas. Yaoding Aiki's brows furrowed tightly as he regarded the newcomer. The person was a youth, appearing quite young, dressed in peculiar attire. Neither the traditional garb of Sand-Hidden nor resembling the uniforms of other ninja villages. However, what perplexed him was that the boy wore the forehead protector of Sunagakure. "So, he is one of us." That startled me. "Kid, how did you come from that direction? The front lines are quite perilous right now. Why aren't you wearing a headscarf? Aren't you afraid of being harmed by the sandstorms?" Upon recognizing the boy's forehead protector, the Sunagakure ninja relaxed their guard and began to inquire in unison. A youth adorned with the Sunagakure protector, no matter how oddly dressed, could not possibly be an enemy. "What headscarf?" Xiaoyao rubbed his eyes, slightly reddened from the wind and sand, looking bewildered at the Sunagakure ninjas before him. "I just happened to run into you all and wanted to ask for directions." The brows of Hachido Aiki furrowed tighter. The boy reeked of alcohol, evidently intoxicated. Moreover, he seemed unaware of the necessity of wearing a headscarf in the desert, which was hardly characteristic of a competent Sunagakure ninja. You aren't a deserter, are you? Hachito Aiki's expression darkened instantly, his tone becoming unfriendly. Coming from the battlefield, inebriated, and lacking basic protective knowledge, he appeared to be a coward fleeing from the fight. Deserter? I am not a deserter. Xiaoyao immediately waved his hands, speaking with firm conviction and sincerity. For reasons unknown, Hachito Aiki found himself instinctively believing the boy's earnest gaze, and his expression softened somewhat. Then where are you headed? Even if on a mission, you shouldn't be drinking. Hachito Aiki advised, observing his drunken demeanor. I want to know how to get to that cursed place, Sunagakure. Xiaoyao earnestly inquired of the Sunagakure ninjas before him. Hachito Aiki and all the Sunagakure ninjas froze, their expressions instantly stiffening. The wind and sand continued to blow, yet they could no longer conceal their shock and confusion. This intoxicated boy wearing the Sunagakure forehead protector actually asked how to get to Sunagakure? Who on earth is he? What did you say? Hachito Aiki doubted his hearing and repeated the question, his voice trembling slightly. I said, seeing that he could not hear well. Xiaoyao mustered all his strength and shouted at Hachito Aiki. How do you get to that damned place, Sunagakure? You're clearly not one of us from Sunagakure. Bastard. Who exactly are you? Hachito Aiki's eyes widened in astonishment, his fury clouding his judgment. This fellow not only insulted Sunagakure, but dared to repeat it in their presence. He was courting death. Oh, you noticed that? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. I thought my disguise was flawless. Are you mocking us Sunagakure ninjas? Hachito Aiki's mouth twitched violently, his expression darkening at an alarming rate, the chakra around him growing increasingly volatile. Wearing the Sunagakure forehead protector, yet publicly insulting Sunagakure. How could that be considered good disguise? Since I can no longer hide it, I shall drop the pretense. Xiaoyao slowly drew the blade from his back. The black-purple blade glinted coldly under the desert sun, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. All units, be on guard. Hachito Aiki shouted, not daring to be careless. To traverse the sandstorm-laden desert alone and boldly reveal his true identity, this boy was undoubtedly formidable, unless, of course, he was truly seeking death. Listen well, I am Konoha's Chunin, Huangfu Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao straightened his back, lifting his chin slightly, his tone brimming with pride, as if the title of Konoha's Chunin were an unparalleled honor. Chapter 84. A secret that must not be revealed. The scene fell into a profound silence. Moments later, the Sunagakure ninjas erupted in outrage. Is this little brat toying with us? A Konoha Chunin dares to be so arrogant? Do they think we are easy prey? Kill him. Let him pay for insulting Sunagakure. The Sunagakure ninjas glared with fiery rage, their eyes ablaze with the desire to tear Xiaoyao apart. Among them, the weakest were Chunin. How dare a mere Konoha Chunin flaunt his prowess before them? It was an utter disgrace. Turns out he's just a drunken fool. Hachito Aiki's face darkened, the earlier vigilance transforming into a ridiculous farce. How could he have been so wary of a drunken Konoha brat? Kid, remember to be smarter in your next life. Don't recklessly trespass on Sunagakure's territory. Two Sunagakure Chunin stepped forward, grinning wickedly, their blades gleaming with lethal intent as they advanced toward Xiaoyao. Die! They both lunged, their blades slicing toward Xiaoyao's vital points, channeling their hatred and fear of Konoha into their strikes. The sound of blades cutting through flesh resonated clearly. Hachito Aiki's mouth curled into a cruel smile, thinking to himself, the price for mocking me is death. But in the next instant, his smile froze on his face. The grins of the two Sunagakure Chunin solidified, their eyes flashing with disbelief and terror, before losing all light. A thin line of blood slowly emerged at their waists, followed by a deafening tearing sound. Blood spurted forth like a fountain. The two Chunin were instantly bisected, their upper bodies crashing heavily onto the sand, their eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and horror. How is this possible? Hachito Aiki gasped in shock, his heart contracting violently. He had not even seen Xiaoyao draw his blade. How could these two Chunin have been suddenly killed? Damn it! Hachito Aiki forcibly suppressed his shock, finally realizing that this boy's strength far exceeded his expectations. The speed at which he drew his blade in that instant surpassed that of a Jonin. Everyone, attack with full force. Hachito Aiki dared not hesitate, issuing orders while rapidly forming hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. Countless kunai laden with explosive tags rained down upon Xiaoyao, accompanied by piercing sounds of slicing air, enveloping all his escape routes. Futon, Shinku Renpa. Hachito Aiki opened his mouth wide, unleashing a sharp, scythe-like gust of wind from his mouth, transforming into countless intertwined blades of wind that slashed toward Xiaoyao, sealing off all his avenues of retreat. Buzz! Hachito Aiki's pupils suddenly constricted. Before his eyes, a dazzling black-purple aura abruptly illuminated before Xiaoyao, like the sole light in the world, radiating an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The moment he locked eyes with that aura, Hachito Aiki's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. This tremor was a primal survival instinct he had only felt in moments of near death. What a disappointment. Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if expecting some semblance of skill, only to find such paltry ability instead. The instant his words fell, he brought his blade down with force. Boom! A terrifying black-purple sword energy roared forth like thunder from the clouds, the violent shockwave instantly engulfing the entire desert. The kunai and wind blades that had been hurtling toward him abruptly halted, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Clang! 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 Under the astonished gazes of Hachito Aiki and the Sunagakure ninjas, those kunai crafted from fine iron were directly severed by the overflowing sword energy, their cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. Rumbling. The dissipating sword energy not only did not disperse, but instead coalesced in an instant, forming a terrifying black-purple strike nearly 10 meters tall, akin to a rampaging giant, crashing toward the Sunagakure squad. What kind of monster is this? Are you joking? The Sunagakure ninjas trembled at the sight of the calamity before them, completely losing the will to resist. They stared in stunned silence at the approaching, terrifying slash, their weapons having fallen from their grasp without them even realizing it, their minds devoid of any thought of escape. In the next instant, searing pain engulfed their entire beings, and consciousness plunged into darkness. The black and purple blade ravaged the desert, shattering the supply rolls of the transport team. The sandine responsible for the transport obliterated into dust along with the grains of sand. A terrifying chasm spanning several kilometers manifested in the desert. Molten sand cascading into the abyss like a waterfall, emitting a hissing sound as if mourning the lives lost. Panting heavily, Ba Tian Yingshu slumped onto the sand, his chest heaving violently, eyes filled with a profound dread as he beheld the devastation before him. In a single strike, the entire transport team had been annihilated. Everyone had been reduced to mere fragments under that terrifying slash, not a single complete body left behind. Such power had long transcended the realm of Jonin. This was undoubtedly the strength of Anying. Anying-ji. Ba Tian Yingshu swallowed hard, his body turning to ice as if plunged into an icy abyss. A notification echoed in his mind. Destruction of the Sandine transport team. Swordsmanship comprehension 100. Xiaoyao, bearing the blade Xiushui, approached the prostrate Ba Tian Yingshu, the black and purple blade dripping with blood, leaving a trail of glaring crimson on the sand. It seems you possess quite the fortune, Xiaoyao remarked, pausing to look down upon him, his tone laced with impatience. Now, do enlighten me. Where exactly is that cursed place, Xiayin village? Ba Tian Yingshu, feeling the deathly aura emanating from the blade so close to him, was terrified to the core. I will tell you. I'll tell you right now. He was determined not to meet the same fate as the others, reduced to fragments and buried in this vast desert. At the frontline camp of Xiayin village, within the main tent, do we have any new leads on the one who obliterated the transit camp? Luo Sha rubbed his weary brow, scanning the mountain of intelligence reports on the table, addressing the two elite Jonin standing at the lower end. Recently, Konoha had unexpectedly launched an offensive against the Sha-in frontline. Initially, Luo Sha believed Konoha was gearing up for an all-out battle, prepared for a decisive confrontation. However, after several days of conflict, he realized that Konoha's attacks were mere feints, as they had not deployed top-tier forces like Jiraiya or Tsunade, nor even elite Jonin like Wave Wind Watergate had made an appearance. This left Luo Sha with an unsettling feeling. Konoha's actions must harbor ulterior motives. According to Hai Laotsong's speculation, this could very likely be related to the mysterious ninja who had destroyed the transit camp. Chapter 85. A trap of their own making reporting to Lord Wind Shadow. We have yet to detect any trace of that mysterious ninja. One of the Jonin frowned, his tone tinged with hesitation. However, there is something rather peculiar. Oh, what is it? Luo Sha's brow furrowed, his unease intensifying. The team responsible for transporting the last batch of strategic supplies was supposed to arrive last night, yet it has been significantly delayed. with no word for over 10 hours. The Jonin reported truthfully, though encountering sandstorms in the desert was common, and perhaps their journey had been hindered by such weather. In the wind-swept sands of the Land of Wind, delays due to sandstorms were not uncommon. Hence, Sha'in Village's regulations concerning transport times were not overly strict. As long as a reason was provided afterward, accountability would not be pursued. Otherwise, no one would willingly undertake such perilous tasks. Is that so? Luo Sha's brow eased slightly. Indeed, there had been instances where transport teams had been delayed due to sandstorms. Perhaps this was merely coincidental. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Perhaps the recent warfare has made me overly tense, Luo Sha murmured, rubbing his brow. You may all leave. Report immediately if there's any news. Yes, Lord Windshadow. The two Jonin responded respectfully, turning to exit the main tent. However, by the following evening, no news had emerged from that transport team. Luo Sha and Hai Laotsong finally recognized that something was amiss and promptly dispatched elite ninjas to search along the route taken by the transport team. Yet, the results yielded nothing. The winds and sands of the desert had buried all traces, leaving no clues behind. Who do you think is responsible? Inside the main tent, Luo Sha's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Hai Laotsong. Although no direct evidence had been found, both he and Hai Laotsong understood that the transport team had likely met with misfortune, despite the traces being concealed by sand. In conjunction with the devastation of the transit camp, it was highly probable that the same individual was behind both events. Hai Laotsong's brow knitted tightly, his tone grave. To obliterate a transport team led by Jonin in such a short time without leaving any traces, this individual's strength must have reached the pinnacle of Yi. Bang! Luo Sha slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it instantly, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. This is utterly intolerable. As if destroying the transit camp in the heart of the battlefield wasn't enough, they dare to venture deep into the Land of Wind to attack our transport team. If this fiend is not eradicated, what face will Sha'in Village have left? Luo Sha's roar echoed through the main tent, filled with unbridled anger and humiliation. Hai Laotsong and Chio stood beside him in silence, but a glint of severity flashed in their eyes as well. The actions of this mysterious ninja had thoroughly provoked the limits of Sha'in Village. How shall we respond to such a formidable opponent? Hai Laotsong furrowed his brow, posing a critical question. A Peking-ji warrior is beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas to confront. Dispatch elite ninjas from the main branch of Sha'in Village, supplemented by a substantial force of Chunin, to form a search party and conduct a thorough sweep within the boundaries of the Land of Wind. Luo Sha gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. I refuse to believe that even a lone individual, no matter how strong, can withstand the might of 1,000 troops. This is a fact. Since the era of the Sage of Six Paths concluded, no truly invincible ninja has emerged. Even Ningji strongholds have limited chakra. As long as a sufficient number of ninjas are deployed and a strategy of overwhelming numbers is employed, it is always possible to exhaust them. Although such actions may incur significant losses, eliminating this grave threat is worth the sacrifice. Hai Laotsong pondered carefully for a moment, nodding in agreement. However, such a course of action would leave the defensive capabilities of Sha'in Village's main branch considerably weakened. What if other villages seize this opportunity to invade? The consequences could be dire. Does that individual dare to assault the main branch of Sha'in Village? Luo Sha scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Hai Laotsong, have you grown timid in your old age? As one of the 5 great hidden villages, Sha'in Village boasts a formidable defense system. Even a Ningji warrior would find it difficult to breach. The legendary Konoha White Fang only dared to infiltrate the heart of Sha'in Village when the main forces were preoccupied and weakened. Although Sha'in Village has drawn some of its forces away, the defenses of the main branch remain solid. There is no need to fear a direct assault. Very well. Let us proceed according to your plan. Hai Laotsong replied, somewhat embarrassed by Luo Sha's public rebuke. In truth, he merely voiced caution, not truly believing anyone would dare to attack the main branch of Sha'in Village alone. Konoha's feigned assault was merely a ploy to constrain their forces, allowing this mysterious ninja to wreak havoc on their supply lines within the Land of Wind. A cold glint flickered in Luo Sha's eyes. Once we eliminate this foe, I shall see what other tricks Konoha has up its sleeve. At the border of the Land of Wind, amidst a desolate expanse of Gobi Desert, swift shadows flitted between the rocks. Kaze no Kuni no Kaze, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza moved with stealth and agility. Ahead, a patrol of Sunagakure shinobi was present. Quickly, conceal yourselves. Watergate suddenly whispered, his form vanishing behind a massive stone. The others reacted immediately, seeking refuge in nearby hideouts. A squad of Sunagakure shinobi ambled past, vigilantly scanning their surroundings until they were well out of sight, allowing the four to emerge from their hiding spots. Vied scoured the border thoroughly. Yet still no sign of Huangfu Xiaoyao. Where could he be? Yamanaka and Noichi lamented, fatigue etched across his face. For days, they had been searching the border area. Yet not a trace of Xiaoyao had surfaced. Moreover, the vigilance of Sunagakure's patrols had intensified. The recent squad was notably twice the size of previous ones. Akimichi Choza's expression was equally grave. Upon entering the land of wind, the vegetation had dwindled, leaving exposed rock and desert. Concealing their presence was becoming increasingly arduous. They had nearly been discovered by Sunagakure shinobi on several occasions, placing them in an ever more perilous situation. Vied combed through the surroundings and border regions without a hint of his whereabouts, Nara Shikaku remarked. His brow furrowed as he gazed towards the interior of the land of wind, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Unless he has ventured deep into the land of wind. Surely not. Watergate mused, his gaze fixed in the same direction, a wry smile gracing his lips. Xiaoyao would he truly be reckless enough to infiltrate the land of wind? Would he? Quick! Seal off all border passages. An enemy has invaded the land of wind. Lord Kazekage has ordered that at all costs. They must not be allowed to escape. At that moment, another squad of Sunagakure shinobi rushed past, the leader's voice laced with urgency. The four exchanged glances. The atmosphere thick with silence. Given the circumstances, it seemed Xiaoyao had indeed breached the borders of the land of wind. This news must be reported to our teacher immediately. Watergate's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The situation had escalated beyond their expectations, necessitating that Jiraiya and Tsunade make critical decisions. Alone, we cannot conduct a search within the land of wind. It could lead us into danger. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, his face grave. The interior of the land of wind was rife with desert, characterized by a harsh environment, and the patrols of Sunagakure would undoubtedly increase. Continuing deeper would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Chapter 86. Huangfu Xiaoyao's unwavering composure. Do you think Huangfu Xiaoyao truly acted on a whim and ventured into Sunagakure's headquarters? Yamanaka and Noichi attempted to lighten the mood, jokingly observing the serious expressions on his companions' faces. Don't be ridiculous. Sunagakure is one of the 5 great hidden villages, heavily fortified. How could he possibly breach it alone? Watergate and Nara Shikaku chuckled at his jest, yet their laughter was abruptly halted. Watergate recalled Xiaoyao's impulsive nature, his penchant for drinking, and his tendency to act contrary to reason. What if, in a drunken stupor, Xiaoyao had truly engaged in such madness? Surely not. Watergate reassured himself instinctively, though his unease only deepened. At the frontline camp in Konoha, within the main tent, Tsunade and Jiraiya scrutinized the intelligence Watergate relayed via the summoning technique, their expressions darkening. This reckless brat has truly dared to provoke the heavens. Jiraiya's lips twitched as he exuded exasperation and a headache. While 2 villages clashed fiercely at the front line, he had gone astray and directly infiltrated the land of wind, a display of audacious folly. Should he be cornered by Sunagakure shinobi, the consequences would be dire. It's all your fault for being so unreliable. Tsunade's face was as cold as ice, her eyes ablaze with fury. You promised to keep an eye on him. And yet, upon arrival at the front line, you lost him. I never anticipated he would act so recklessly. Jiraiya defended himself with a wry smile, lamenting that no one could foresee Xiaoyao's drunken escapades, which not only destroyed Sunagakure's supply camp, but also led him to infiltrate the land of wind and attack their transport convoy. He regretted agreeing to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request to have Xiaoyao join the reinforcement troops. We cannot allow Sunagakure to concentrate their forces in searching for Xiaoyao. We must escalate our offensive at the front line to divert their attention. Tsunade's eyes glinted with determination as she spoke decisively. This is already the limit. Jiraiya interjected, his face lined with concern. Reports from Orochimaru indicated that both the Wagakure and Kumogakure's border forces had shown signs of movement, clearly observing the situation, waiting for the two to weaken each other before seizing the opportunity. If they intensified their attacks, it could lead to an all-out conflict. with a Wagakure and Kumogakure poised to exploit any openings, placing Konoha in a precarious position. Tsunade's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin. She recognized Jiraiya's words as the truth, yet with Xiaoyao still within the land of wind, he was at risk of encountering danger. How could she remain idle? As for whether to allow Watergate and the others to continue their search within the land of wind, that decision was beyond their purview. Jiraiya's tone took on a grave note. Watergate alone might manage with the Hiraition no Jutsu, allowing for a retreat even in peril. However, the Ino Shikicho trio were heirs of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Any misfortune befalling them would be unacceptable to the clans and the village. This matter surpassed his authority and required escalation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the final decision to the Hokage and the Elder Council. Then let us report promptly. Tsunade gritted her teeth, understanding that despite her urgency, this was the only viable course of action. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen reviewed the intelligence relayed by Jiraiya, his lips beginning to twitch uncontrollably until his entire face was shaking. That scoundrel Xiaoyao truly knows how to stir up chaos. He could hardly believe his eyes. This reckless lad had single-handedly penetrated the land of wind, even demolishing a transport convoy of Sunagakure. Although Sunagakure had not yet confirmed the identity of the perpetrator, Sarutobi Hiruzen could surmise with certainty that it was Xiaoyao's doing. Currently, the situation was akin to Xiaoyao infiltrating the very heart of Sunagakure, encircled by enemies, vulnerable to unforeseen dangers. Such audacity had surpassed even that of the legendary Hatake Sakumo in his prime. Yet this youth displayed remarkable strategic insight, rubbing his throbbing temples. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of relief replace the headache. He had just received another report from Konoha's intelligence personnel indicating the mysterious disappearance of a transport convoy within Sunagakure, most likely resulting in complete annihilation. Connecting the dots with Jiraiya's earlier report, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly pieced together the unfolding events. This was undoubtedly the work of Xiaoyao. Though impulsive, his timing and target were impeccably chosen. In the realm of warfare, ultimately, it is the logistics and supply lines that determine the outcome. Without adequate resources, even the most skilled shinobi are merely a disorganized mob, incapable of sustaining a prolonged conflict. Though Xiaoyao had stumbled into the land of wind due to his inebriation, his actions had precisely targeted the lifeline of Sunagakure. First, he had devastated the supply camp, followed by an assault on the transport convoy. This was a deliberate strike against Sunagakure's supply chain. This young man, with such a keen sense of the bigger picture at his age, was truly a natural-born leader. Huangfu found himself increasingly gratified as the earlier frustrations and headaches faded into oblivion. Although Konoha's front lines were compelled to launch a feigned attack to restrain Suna, this maneuver had inadvertently conferred significant advantages. The logistical support for Suna had been severely disrupted, leading to a noticeable decline in their offensive capabilities. All of this was largely attributed to the efforts of Xiaoyao. With this in mind, he resolved to have Minato and his team collaborate with Xiaoyao in their operations. A flicker of determination crossed Hirudan's eyes as he made a decisive choice. He picked up his pen and swiftly penned a command, instructing Boafengsun, Naingluju, Sanzhongfi, and Chu Daodingjua to immediately enter the land of wind and fully cooperate with Huangfu Xiaoyao, relentlessly striking at Suna's logistical supply lines to thoroughly disrupt their operational plans. After completing the order, Huangfu set down his pen, a hint of anticipation curving his lips into a smile. He was eager to see what further surprises this audacious young man, Xiaoyao, could bring. On the arid expanse of the land of wind's border, the wind stirred up fine grains of sand that whispered against the rocks. It became evident that Huangfu Xiaoyao's actions concealed a profound strategic layout. Nainalujo adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the distant glimmer of the desert, his voice filled with awe. In his grasp lay the command scroll personally issued by the third Hokage, his fingertips tracing the instructions to assist Xiaoyao in targeting Suna's logistical support, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Indeed, this was beyond my expectations. He has exhibited remarkable composure this time. Wolfenson stood atop a protruding rock, his golden hair fluttering in the breeze, a gentle yet astonished smile gracing his face. He recalled moments spent with Xiaoyao, the boy who always clutched a bottle and playfully teased Jiraiya. His demeanor previously carefree and spontaneous, never showcasing such meticulous planning. However, The intelligence possessed by the third Hokage far surpassed their own. Such a judgment must surely be backed by substantial evidence. Chapter 87. The Divine Transformation Technique. Perhaps this is the essence of a prodigy's growth. Experiencing such a metamorphosis in a brief span of time. With a light chuckle, Someone's fondness for Xiaoyao deepened. I am rather eager to meet the mind capable of devising such a piercing strategy. Nilanluju's lips curled into a rare expression of interest, his tone resonating with mutual respect. As the heir of the Nohara clan, he had long been known for his intellect, entrusted with great expectations by John, and having participated in village decisions from a young age. To him, Xiaoyao's seemingly reckless actions represented the most precise strategic strike, directly severing Suna's logistical supply line, akin to grasping the enemy's throat. The rumors of Xiaoyao's fondness for alcohol and his capricious nature now appeared to him as mere eccentricities of a highly intelligent individual. Much like his own penchant for laziness and aversion to trouble. He will not disappoint you. Someone recalled the decisiveness and nonchalance with which Xiaoyao wielded his blade. A glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Thus, the action commenced. Someone's voice dropped suddenly, his figure transforming into a golden blur. Nilang Lujo, Sanzhongyi, and Shou Dao Dingjua followed closely. Resembling four specters as they evaded Suna's patrol routes and stealthily infiltrated the land of wind. Their objective was clear, to find Xiaoyao and assist him in thoroughly disrupting Suna's logistical support. Meanwhile, deep within the desert, a figure was struggling forward, dragging a captured Suna ninja. Achoo! Xiaoyao suddenly sneezed loudly, his nostrils tingling. With a swift motion, he struck the back of Baiensu's head with a resounding slap. The force imbued with armed color hockey causing his companion to stumble. You rascal, are you secretly cursing me? Xiaoyao squinted, his tone laced with undisguised ire. I haven't. Baiensu clutched his head, wincing in pain, yet his gaze toward Xiaoyao was filled with profound terror. This journey had been nothing short of torturous. He had attempted to escape countless times, even deliberately taking detours to lure Xiaoyao into ambushes by nearby Suna patrols. Yet, every Suna squad they encountered was instantaneously crushed by Xiaoyao's terrifying black-purple strikes, leaving no time for distress signals to be sent. The winds and sands of the desert would swiftly obliterate all traces, and even if Suna village sensed something amiss, they would find no clues. As for him, he feared he would not see the day of rescue from his village. For just ahead loomed the massive barrier, the entrance to Suna village. Is this the absolute defense that Suna prides itself on? It truly does possess remarkable fortitude. Xiaoyao paused, gazing in awe at the spectacle before him. Having witnessed countless depictions of this wonder in anime from his previous life, none compared to the shock of witnessing it firsthand. The entire Suna village was encircled by towering yellow-brown cliffs, which formed a natural mountain range that carved out a safe zone in the desert. The violent winds and sands crashed against the cliffs, producing a deep rumble, yet failing to budge them in the slightest. The cliffs left a narrow gap at the center. And apart from this, there were no other entrances into Suna village. This was Suna village's most cherished barrier, crafted with great effort by generations of elite ninjas skilled in earth techniques. This is nature, our Suna's one-line sky. No one has ever breached it from the front. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's admiration, Baiensu instinctively puffed out his chest, pride evident in his tone. The one-line sky was the pride of all Suna inhabitants. Their confidence in repelling foreign threats. With a resounding clap, Xiaoyao unhesitatingly struck him again on the head, the force of the blow capable of shattering stone. No one has ever broken through? Wasn't Konoha's white fang able to fly in? Xiaoyao scoffed, his tone rife with mockery. Clutching his painfully throbbing head, Baiensu's vision blurred, his heart swelling with frustration and dread. He could not comprehend why this youth's fists bore such weight, as if they could shatter his very bones. Well, we have arrived. It is time to consider how to get inside. Xiaoyao squinted, his gaze fixating on the narrow entrance of the one-line sky. A direct assault from the front was indeed possible, but his aim was not mere destruction. He sought the fine wines hidden within Suna village, desiring to return to Konoha adorned with spoils. Should he invade directly, the wine cellar would be caught in the conflagration, resulting in a loss that outweighed any gains. A thought struck him. Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy, slowly landing on Baiensu. What are you planning to do? I have already brought you to Suna village. Baiensu trembled. Akin to a snake ensnared by a predator, retreating repeatedly, his eyes filled with despair. When did I ever say that bringing you here would spare you? Xiaoyao's voice was devoid of warmth. With a swift motion, a black-purple blade of light erupted forth, slicing through the darkness like a flash of lightning. The terror etched on Banghu's face froze in an instant as his body gradually crumpled, blood staining the yellow sands beneath him. Unexpectedly, this technique proved timely. Xiaoyao observed the system notification that materialized in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips. This was a special reward he had acquired upon slaying Asuma Ninja Captain, the divine transformation technique. Unlike ordinary transformation techniques, this one could flawlessly mimic the appearance of the target, even replicating their chakra fluctuations and presence, rendering it imperceptible to sensing ninjas. When he initially received this reward, he had deemed it somewhat superfluous. Little did he know it would serve a crucial purpose now. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped Xiaoyao. As the smoke dissipated, the figure that stood in its place was no longer that of a youth clad in Konoha attire, but rather the visage of Suna Jonenbetsu. Xiaoyao stretched his limbs, feeling the imitated Suna chakra coursing through him, nodding in satisfaction. Suna village, here I come, he whispered softly, taking steps toward the entrance of the Yixianshan. Sunagakure, the Yixianshan guard station. Attention, personnel approaching. A sand ninja gripped his binoculars, focusing intently on the figure emerging from the swirling sands in the distance, his tone grave as he cautioned. Is that Lord Hachido Aiki? Another sand ninja squinted, observing closely for a moment before speaking uncertainly. As a seasoned jonin of Sunagakure, Hachido Aiki was somewhat renowned in the village, and many guards recognized him. It truly is Lord Hachido. Didn't he leave to escort supplies to the front line? Why has he returned? The captain of the guarding team furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. He distinctly remembered Hachido Aiki departing with a transport team 3 days prior. According to the plan, they should have already reached the front lines by now. Chapter 88. How could they all be killed? Is there any unusual situation? The captain turned to the sensing ninja beside him and asked solemnly. No. The chakra fluctuations and aura are entirely consistent with Lord Hachido. There are no issues. The sensing ninja closed his eyes to perceive for a moment, then shook his head. In that case, let us go and inquire about the situation. The captain sighed in relief, waving his hand as he led 2 sand ninjas forward. Lord Hachido, weren't you escorting supplies to the front line? Why have you suddenly returned? The captain approached with respect, bowing slightly, his tone laced with confusion. Lord Kazekage has an urgent secret mission concerning the village's safety that needs to be communicated to all guards at Yixianshan. He imitated Hachido Aiki's tone, deliberately lowering his voice to sound mysterious. I see. The captain and the 2 sand ninjas suddenly understood, their faces growing solemn. No wonder the village dispatched a large number of ninjas to search outside a few days ago. It turns out there are enemies infiltrating the land of wind. Lord Hachido, please wait. I will summon all the guards immediately. The captain, not daring to delay, turned and shouted to the guards stationed behind. Everyone, gather at the entrance immediately. Lord Hachido has an urgent secret order from Lord Kazekage to convey. Yes. The troops responded in unison, quickly converging toward the entrance. Hachido's Kinbunchika Haki had already enveloped the entire Yixianshan guard station, allowing him to clearly perceive a total of 35 guards, including 3 sensing ninjas. Excellent. Everyone is present. Hachido observed the neatly lined up sand ninjas before him, a barely noticeable cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lord Hachido, all guards have assembled. Please convey the secret order. The captain said respectfully, his eyes filled with anticipation. How long until your next shift change? Hachido suddenly asked, his tone casual, devoid of the gravity expected for conveying a secret order. All the sand ninjas were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure why Lord Hachido would pose such a question. Reporting to Lord Hachido, there are still 15 hours until the next shift change. Though puzzled, the captain answered truthfully. 15 hours, that is sufficient. Hachido nodded, then shifted his gaze, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Now tell me, where is the finest wine stored in Sunagakure? The scene fell into a sudden silence. All the sand ninjas stared at Hachido, their faces filled with disbelief. Wasn't there an urgent secret order from Lord Kazekage? Why was he suddenly inquiring about wine? Lord Hachido, what do you mean? The captain finally sensed something amiss, his brows knitting tightly, his tone laced with vigilance. He had met Hachido Aiki a few times. The latter was composed and would never ask such trivial questions. Enough nonsense. Quickly tell me the location of the wine cellar. Or, Hachito's tone turned impatient, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Are you truly Lord Hachito Aiki? The captain's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he turned to the sensing ninjas beside him. However, the sensing ninjas shook their heads, indicating that there were no abnormalities in his chakra or aura. Oh, you've actually discovered my true identity? Hachito raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had thought this transformation technique would perfectly deceive them, yet it had been seen through. Damn, it's an enemy. The captain's face changed drastically as he drew his kunai, intending to command an attack. Whoosh! A blinding flash of white light erupted like moonlight piercing the darkness. Splash! Blood sprayed, heads rolling. The 35 sand ninjas did not even have time to react before their heads were simultaneously severed by that terrifying flash of light. Warm blood splattered against the cold rock wall, creating a bizarre and glaring line of crimson. Ding! Annihilation of the Sunigakure Yixianshin Guard Unit. Swordsmanship Comprehension 200. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Hachito sheathed his sword, glancing at the corpses and blood strewn across the ground, his expression unchanged. Although he did not ascertain the location of the wine cellar, 15 hours would be sufficient for me to find it. He stepped through the narrow entrance of Yixianshin, making his way into the heart of Sunigakure. Before him lay a village nestled within a desert oasis. The earthy yellow buildings were scattered about, with few pedestrians on the streets, the air thick with dry sand and dust, in stark contrast to the lively bustle of Konoha. What a wretched place. Can't even find a tavern? Hachito frowned, wandering aimlessly through the streets. The architectural style of Sunigakure was almost identical, with a sea of earth-toned houses making it even harder for him to find his way. Thud, thud, thud. Hachito pulled out a bottle of leftover liquor from his backpack. Uncapping it and taking several swigs, the fiery liquid calming his agitated mood somewhat. With the alcohol surging through him, Hachito's gaze was suddenly drawn to a towering building in the distance. It soared several times higher than the surrounding structures, topped with a massive character for wind, standing out prominently in the sunlight. The third Hokage's liquor is hidden in the Hokage building. Surely, the folks of Sunigakure have hidden their good stuff in a similar place. Hachito grinned, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. That building is undoubtedly the power center of Sunigakure, the Kazekage building. Whoosh! Hachito's form flickered, leaping like a specter onto the roof of a nearby building, swiftly moving toward the Kazekage building. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yixianshin, a team of sand ninjas, ordered to carry out a mission, had just arrived at the entrance, their souls nearly leaving their bodies at the sight before them. Heads and corpses littered the ground, blood staining the yellow sands. The thick stench of blood mingling with the dust, assaulting their senses. What on earth happened? A young sand ninja's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as he shrieked in terror. The guards at Yixianshin have all been slaughtered. This has never happened before. Quick! Immediately report to the Kazekage building. Enemies have invaded Sunigakure. The squad leader shouted, forcibly suppressing his fear, his complexion pale. To annihilate 35 guards so silently, this enemy's strength is undoubtedly terrifyingly formidable. If they wreak havoc within Sunigakure, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't move. The young sand ninja, scolded by the squad leader, trembled, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, unable to stand. He was merely a freshly graduated genin and had never witnessed such a gruesome and terrifying scene. Useless. The squad leader cursed vehemently, not bothering with his terrified teammate, turning to sprint toward the interior of Sunigakure. He stumbled several times along the way. His knees and palms scraped raw by the coarse yellow sand, yet he dared not halt his pace. A terrifying enemy has infiltrated the village. The elders must be notified immediately. Chapter 89. The home invasion on the rooftop in front of the Fengying building. Xiaoyao crouched atop the tiles, surveying the core structure of the Suna village from a lofty vantage point. His observation haki had enveloped the entire building, meticulously sensing every nook and cranny within. There, he noted several areas where the chakra fluctuations were faint, accompanied by a scent reminiscent of fine liquor. These must be the hidden storages of alcohol. A smile curled at the corners of Xiaoyao's mouth as he contemplated his plan. These locations were to remain unscathed, otherwise, his venture would be in vain. Since he intended to return with grandeur, he ought to greet the denizens of Suna village. Xiaoyao rose, dusting off his attire, a flicker of arrogance igniting in his eyes. Stealth was not his style. If he were to act, it must be with grandiosity. With a swift motion, He unsheathed his black blade, Xiaoshui. The crisp sound of the blade resonating through the air, piercing even the dry wind with its sharpness. What is that individual doing? Is he one of our village's jonin? Why is he brandishing a sword towards the Fengying building? The villagers of Suna, hearing the sound of the blade, peered curiously from their windows at the figure atop the roof. Clad in the garb of a Suna jonin, his presence near the Fengying building raised eyebrows. Yet the villagers harbored no deep suspicion. After all, they had never fathomed anyone would dare to cause a disturbance in the heart of Suna village. Inside the Fengying building, several members of the Umbu were concealed in the shadows, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. The moment Xiaoyao drew Xiaoshui, they sensed something amiss. Though he wore the garb of a Suna jonin, his actions were peculiar. One Umbu member whispered, fingers poised over the hilt of his kunai. Drawing a blade before the Fengying building was a grave act of disrespect. Another Umbu, about to admonish him, was restrained by a companion. Wait. The Umbu known as Eagle's gaze sharpened, fixated on Xiaoyao atop the roof, his voice laced with intense shock. That face belongs to Hachi Fujian. Hachi Fujian? Shouldn't he be at the front lines? The transport team has gone dark. How could he possibly appear here? Could he have escaped? The other Umbu members were stricken with disbelief. Their faces pale as they processed the news of the transport team's disappearance, which had already reached the village, leading everyone to believe Hachi Fujian had perished in the desert. Yet here he was, before the Fengying building, behaving in such an unusual manner. Something isn't right. Eagle suddenly growled, fear flashing in his eyes. Although the chakra fluctuations resembled those of Hachi Fujian, the murderous intent emanating from this individual was undeniably foreign. Hachi Fujian, despite being a jonin, was known for his gentle disposition and had never exuded such a pervasive aura of lethal intent. The figure before them radiated a suffocating malice. Clearly a ruthless individual seasoned in countless slaughters. He is an enemy. He has taken on the appearance of Hachi Fujian. The Umbu finally grasped the situation, their expressions turning ashen. The ability to perfectly mimic Hachi Fujian's chakra and presence, coupled with the audacity to infiltrate the vicinity of the Fengying building, indicated this adversary's strength was unfathomable. What on earth are the guards doing? Buzz. Before the Umbu could react, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Xiaoyao. Like a thunderstorm, it swept across the entire Fengying building area. The Umbu members froze, their bodies immobilized, fear filling their masked eyes, unable to even twitch a finger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Black-purple electricity danced around Xiaoyao, crackling ominously. The air around him seemed to solidify under the immense pressure, causing the ground to fracture, tiles to shatter, and debris to hover in the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind and sand swirled violently around Xiaoyao, forming a small-scale sandstorm. His momentum surged, reaching its zenith. The black-purple electricity suddenly surged, as if drawn by an invisible force, converging ferociously towards the blade of Xiaoshui. Buzz! A dazzling black-purple arc materialized before the blade, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens. Suna village, it has been a while. Xiaoyao grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, his eyes gleaming with madness. With a powerful swing, he brought down Xiaoshui. Boom! A towering black-purple slash, akin to thunder rumbling from the clouds, barreled down upon the Fengying building, bearing down with terrifying sword pressure. You fiend! How dare you attack the Fengying building? The Umbu surrounding the Fengying building were struck with horror. Witnessing the ferocity of the strike filled them with dread. The force of this blow rivaled that of an S-rank ninjutsu. If it were to strike the Fengying building, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swish, swish, swish. For Umbu skilled in earth techniques surged forth, positioning themselves in the path of the impending strike. Feeling the encroaching, terrifying sword pressure, they broke into a cold sweat, hastily forming hand seals. Earth release, multiple earth-style walls. Together they shouted, slamming their hands against the ground. Rumble. The earth trembled violently as enormous earthen walls erupted from the ground, stacking upon one another to form a sturdy barrier several meters high and thick. The surface of the walls was adorned with rocky patterns, radiating an aura of indestructibility. Boom! The black-purple slash collided violently with the earth-style wall, producing a deafening roar. Blinding sparks erupted upon impact, the sheer force causing the earth to quake. This is bad. The four Umbu's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the earth-style wall rapidly crumbling. Crack, crack, boom. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the seemingly indestructible wall disintegrated before the black-purple slash, reduced to countless fragments in an instant. The flying debris whistled through the air, smashing into surrounding structures, demolishing them. Get out of the way. The Umbu's faces turned pale, attempting to flee, yet the oppressive sword pressure held them fast. Cries of agony erupted as the 4 Umbu were engulfed by the slash, instantaneously obliterated into a mist of blood. Ninjutsu, 4 Red Sun Formation. Just then, 4 powerful voices rang out simultaneously. The 4 Umbu, positioned at the corners of the Fengying building, swiftly formed hand seals before striking the ground. 4 beams of reddish-yellow light shot skyward, converging midair to form a colossal protective barrier before the Fengying building. This is one of Suna Village's most formidable defensive barriers, designed to safeguard the Fengying building's security. No matter who you are, you shall not breach the 4 Red Sun Formation. An Umbu squad leader stood behind the barrier, a sinister smile gracing his face. Once the barrier halts your attack, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. To think someone would dare infiltrate Suna Village and assault the Fengying building. This is a monumental disgrace. Even the famed Konoha White Fang only dared to harass around the outskirts of Suna Village, never bold enough to attack the Fengying building so brazenly. Boom! The black-purple slash collided with the 4 Red Sun Formation without question. The thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Suna Village, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, dislodging countless rooftops. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Look at the Fengying building. The villagers of Suna rushed from their homes, and upon witnessing the colossal black-purple light clashing with the reddish-yellow barrier before the Fengying building, they were left in stunned silence. Someone is attacking the Fengying building. An elderly villager shouted in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror. Suna Village is one of the 5 great hidden villages. How dare anyone strike at their doorstep? Attacking the very symbol of the village's power, the Fengying building. Chapter 90. In chaos, we cannot allow him to tarnish the glory of our Suna. Countless Suna ninjas rushed out of their homes, sprinting towards the Kazekage Tower, their eyes ablaze with fury. This was the utmost humiliation for Suna Village. Only by tearing the invader to pieces could they cleanse this disgrace. What more could I report? The squad leader who had scurried to the Kazekage Tower to deliver the message gasped for breath, staring blankly at the distant scene, despair etched across his face. The enemy had already launched a direct assault on the Kazekage Tower. What significance did his report hold now? A wave of profound shame surged within him as he gripped his ninja blade tightly, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Even if his strength was lacking, he would confront the invader. But in the next moment, his expression froze. A clear crack had appeared on the crimson-yellow barrier, rapidly spreading. Crack, crack, boom. With a deafening roar, the Shikaku no Shida shattered. The residual force of the dark purple slash struck the Kazekage Tower mercilessly. Boom. The symbol of Suna Village. The Kazekage Tower was cleaved down the center, debris and dust swirling, obscuring the sky. What? The squad leader's mouth fell agape, the resolve in his eyes replaced by fear. How could the heavily fortified Kazekage Tower, home to numerous Umbu and the most formidable defensive barrier, be breached so easily? Just how terrifying was this invader's strength? The Umbu squad leader behind the barrier turned pale, his body swaying. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would find it difficult to breach the Shikaku no Shida, yet the enemy had effortlessly obliterated it with a mere strike. A vivid crimson crack extended from his forehead to his abdomen, blood gushing forth. His body was cleaved in half by the residual sword energy, crashing heavily to the ground. Lifeless. What the hell is happening? Several elderly men clad in luxurious garb were assisted by Umbu as they emerged from the ruins of the Kazekage Tower. Their faces a mask of rage and terror. They were the elders of Suna Village, esteemed figures who had been in a meeting within the Kazekage Tower. The sudden attack had caught them off guard, with one elder struck dead by falling debris, and 2 others severely injured, while the remaining few bore wounds of varying severity. Elders, an invader has infiltrated the village and attacked the Kazekage Tower, and Umbu reported, head bowed, his tone tinged with guilt and reluctance. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. One elder seized the Umbu squad leader by the collar, roaring, if the Kazekage Tower can be attacked, are you Umbu merely idle bystanders? We shall apprehend the invader at once. A flicker of humiliation crossed the Umbu squad leader's eyes as he clenched his fists. eager to lead a search for the elusive intruder. Now, with dust enveloping the area, it was the perfect opportunity to capture the invader. Wait. First, take us to receive treatment. One severely injured elder shouted, his face as pale as paper. What is our safety compared to chasing the invader? If you mistakenly harm us during the pursuit, who shall bear the responsibility? But, esteemed elders, if we do not act swiftly, the enemy may escape. The Umbu squad leader urged, his eyes filled with frustration. Enough. Another elder rebuked sharply. We are the elders of Suna village, wielding the highest authority. Your duty is to ensure our safety, not to hunt down intruders. Immediately escort us to a secure location for treatment, and during this time, you are forbidden from acting without permission. The Umbu exchanged glances, their faces filled with distress. The enemy had already breached the Kazekage Tower. Yet they were required to prioritize escorting the injured elders for treatment. It was a profound irony. However, the elders held the power in the village, and they could not defy the orders. Understood, the Umbu squad leader lowered his head, his voice heavy with helplessness and resentment. He could only wave his hand, allowing his subordinates to assist the elders toward a safe zone. An ironic scene unfolded in Suna village. The Kazekage Tower lay cleaved, the invader vanished, while the Umbu escorted the wounded elders for treatment. Meanwhile, within a concealed storage room inside the Kazekage Tower, finally found it. Xiaoyao exclaimed as he pushed open a heavy stone door, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The storage room was neatly arranged with rows of wine jars and bottles, each labeled with various names, the rich aroma of alcohol enveloping him, intoxicating him instantly. Thankfully, he had been careful earlier and did not destroy this place. Xiaoyao picked up a beautifully packaged bottle of wine, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back to take a hearty swig. The spicy, rich liquid burst in his mouth, its unique fragrance causing him to squint in pleasure. Ding. Swordsmanship comprehension 8 ding. Armed hockey 8 ding. Physique 8. The system notification echoed in his mind, each one sending a delightful shiver through him. Huh. Now this is good wine. Such a waste for these Suna scoundrels to drink it. Xiaoyao wiped the wine stains from his mouth, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The quality of this wine far surpassed any he had consumed before, the increase in attribute points serving as the best testament. If only he had brought a storage scroll. He would have packed all of it to take with him. Xiaoyao sighed with regret. He had accidentally wandered into the land of wind and had not prepared a storage scroll, so he could only indulge on the spot. Since he couldn't take it with him, he might as well drink his fill. With a grin, Xiaoyao grabbed another bottle, twisted off the cap, and began to drink heartily. The rich aroma of wine filled the storage room, accompanied by the system notifications and Xiaoyao's satisfied sighs, creating an oddly pleasant scene. Outside Suna village, countless Suna ninjas continued frantically searching for the invader, unaware that the person they sought was indulging in their most precious wine within the storage room of the Kazekage Tower. Whoosh! A shadowy figure swept like a specter to the front of the Kazekage Tower, stirring up clouds of yellow sand as they landed. The newcomer was clad in tight-fitting attire embroidered with dark gold sand patterns, shoulder armor carved with fierce scorpion designs, distinctly different from the standard attire of ordinary Umbu. A beastly mask concealed their face, revealing only a pair of eyes burning with fierce rage, exuding a murderous intent that felt like icy blades against the skin. What on earth has transpired here? The cold voice pierced through the swirling dust, resonating in the ears of every Umbu, making them shudder involuntarily, instinctively tightening their bodies. Captain, all the Umbu knelt on one knee, their heads nearly buried in their chests, voices trembling with barely contained fear, fingers gripping their clothing tightly, wrinkling the fabric. The figure before them was none other than the supreme commander of Suna village's Umbu, known as the sharpest blade of Suna, whose swordsmanship and wind release mastery were unfathomable, holding a status second only to the Kazekage and the Elder Council. The Kazekage Tower has been severely damaged, and the frontline guards have been annihilated. A subordinate Umbu spoke. Head bowed, voice hoarse with shame, we are organizing the evacuation of the civilians. I am not blind to the devastation of the Kazekage Tower. The Umbu captain's roar reverberated, causing the surrounding yellow sand to rain down. His chakra surged uncontrollably, sending the sands flying. Where's the trace of the invader? Why do you linger here without taking action? The terrifying pressure loomed like dark clouds overhead, forcing all the Umbu to bury their heads lower. As if wishing to sink into the sand, their bodies chilled as if plunged into an ice cavern. It is the order of the Elder Council, the squad leader stammered. Lips quivering as he spoke, the elders prioritized their own safety and instructed us to first escort them to safety, forbidding us from pursuing the invader. A group of old fools who only know how to cling to life. The captain of the Umbu wore a face ashen beneath his mask. His fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. The fluctuations of his chakra were so intense that the very air around him trembled. The symbol of Sunagakure was on the verge of destruction, yet they were still preoccupied with preserving their own lives. All Umbu, heed my command, he bellowed, his voice rising sharply, the murderous intent almost palpable. Commence a thorough search immediately. Even if it means turning Sunagakure upside down, we shall unearth the intruder. If we do not dismember this individual today, how can Sunagakure maintain its dignity among the 5 great hidden villages? What face do we Umbu have left to show? Yes, Captain. The Umbu responded in unison, their voices brimming with indignation and resolve. The previously listless atmosphere surged with a ferocity akin to ravenous wolves darting in all directions. This was not merely a humiliation for Sunagakure. It was the most disgraceful moment since the inception of the Umbu. Under the captain's orchestration, Sunagakure was divided into 10 fan-shaped zones, with the Kazekage Tower at the center. Each zone was staffed with 3 Umbu and 5 elite sand shinobi, initiating a comprehensive sweep. The Umbu pressed their fingertips to the ground to sense residual chakra, cut through rubble to inspect for traces, and even pried open the floors of homes to search meticulously, leaving no crevice, no matter how small, unchecked. The reports came in rapid succession. Zone 1 completed, no abnormal chakra detected. Zone 2 found no suspicious individuals, the buildings intact. In the direction of the Ichiraku Ramen, only the blood of the guards remained, with no signs of the intruder. Zone 3 normal, civilians evacuated to safety. Yet, with each report, the captain's expression darkened further beneath his mask, a chilling aura emanating that could freeze the very air. All 10 zones had been searched. Yet not even a single strand of hair belonging to the intruder was found. Continue the search. The captain growled, his voice laced with suppressed fury. The rogue was adept in transformation techniques. Anyone with dubious identity or abnormal chakra fluctuations was to be detained for interrogation. Yes, the Umbu and Sand Shinobi, not daring to slacken their efforts, dived back into the search. Even strays were scrutinized meticulously. However, 3 hours passed, and Sunagakure had been turned inside out. Yet no discoveries were made. This is impossible. The captain's fist struck a nearby crumbling wall, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. From the moment the Kazekage Tower was attacked until now, only 5 hours had elapsed. There was no way he could escape under their blockade. His mind raced, eliminating all improbable scenarios until only one infuriating hypothesis remained. Could it be that? The captain suddenly pivoted, his gaze locking onto the ruined Kazekage Tower. The fury surging within him, nearly breaking through his mask, chakra spiraling out of control, sending the yellow sand at his feet swirling into a tempest. That arrogant fool. How dare they toy with the Umbu of Sunagakure? He abruptly closed his eyes, concentrating to sense his surroundings, and indeed, deep within the Kazekage Tower, he detected a faint yet remarkably potent chakra fluctuation. That scoundrel had been hiding within the Kazekage Tower all along. While they were all deployed, frantically searching, the intruder was leisurely enjoying himself in the very heart of Sunagakure. This was the ultimate humiliation. Everyone, follow me to attack the Kazekage Tower. The intruder is inside. The captain's voice was icy, his murderous intent enveloping the scene like a tangible shroud. This time, he was determined to eradicate the intruder and cleanse their disgrace. Kill. The Umbu, their eyes bloodshot beneath their masks, gripped their kunai with veins bulging, charging towards the Kazekage Tower like arrows loosed from bows. Bang! The heavy stone door was kicked open by the Umbu, splintering into shards. However, the sight that met their eyes froze them in their tracks, causing them to forget to breathe. Inside the chamber sat a youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, slumped against a wine rack. His legs were stretched out, one hand propping him up while the other brought a bottle to his lips, liquor spilling down his chin, soaking his clothing. Empty bottles littered the ground, forming a small mountain, the rich scent of alcohol mingling with the dry air of the desert, pervading the room. Huh, it's so noisy, who is it? The youth slowly lifted his head, bleary-eyed, casting a disinterested glance at the Umbu at the door, his tone laden with impatience. Who are you? Why are you in the storage room of the Kazekage Tower? The captain's mouth opened in disbelief, his anger dissipating somewhat at this bizarre sight, instinctively asking. He could hardly reconcile this drunken child with the intruder who had cleaved the Kazekage Tower and annihilated the guards of Ichiraku Ramen. The intruder had gone to great lengths to infiltrate Sunagakure, and was it merely for the purpose of stealing a drink from the Kazekage Tower? This was more absurd than a plot from a novel. Who am I? And what makes you think you have the right to ask my name? The youth, known as Xiaoyao, scoffed, taking another swig from a bottle, the contents splashing on his face, which he carelessly wiped with his hand. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the empty bottle hitting the bottom echoed starkly in the silent room. The captain's forehead pulsed with veins, his expression darkening beneath his mask. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such an audacious brat. Something was amiss. The captain's gaze sharpened, his instincts on high alert. This was the core storage room of the Kazekage Tower. Heavily guarded. How could an ordinary child penetrate this place? Moreover, while the boy's chakra seemed weak, it was deceptively profound. Akin to a monstrous beast lurking in the depths of the ocean, merely releasing a hint of its presence, causing unease in the captain's heart. Do you know who attacked the Kazekage Tower? The captain quietly concentrated his chakra, asking in a low voice, attempting to extract information from the youth. Attack the Kazekage Tower? Xiaoyao lazily stood, still clutching half a bottle of liquor, a smug grin appearing on his face as he staggered forward a couple of steps. You mean just now? Huh. You know, the captain's pupils constricted sharply, his suspicions confirmed. This boy was undoubtedly connected to the intruder. Perhaps he was an accomplice or a spy left behind. Yet, he still could not believe that this inebriated youth was the formidable intruder. After all, to cleave through the Shichike's formation and destroy the Kazekage Tower, one would require at least the strength of a Kage. This boy appeared to have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. No, that was my special gift prepared for Sunagakure. What do you think? Quite impressive, right? Xiaoyao beamed, revealing a bright smile, his tone unabashedly boastful. The words "quite impressive, right?" thundered like a bolt of lightning in the captain's mind, igniting his fury completely. Damn you, little brat. You seek death. The captain could no longer maintain his composure. Chakra swirling violently in his mouth, erupting forth. Wind release, pressure damage. A terrifying hurricane formed instantly, engulfing rubble and sand, like an enraged beast. Barreling towards the youth in the center of the room. Boom! The whirlwind wreaked havoc, toppling the wine racks, shattering bottles, as the liquor mingled with debris, amplifying the destruction. A few Umbu standing at the door were caught off guard, struck by the hurricane's edge, crashing violently against the wall, bleeding and losing consciousness. The captain was utterly enraged. One of the Umbu squad leaders, hiding behind the door frame, watched in horror as the hurricane rampaged within the room. Bang, bang, bang. More bottles shattered within the tempest. Even Xiaoyao's prized last few bottles of fine wine were not spared. You seek death. The intoxication vanished from Xiaoyao's face, replaced by an icy coldness, his eyes turning crimson. The wine he cherished most had been destroyed by these fools. Ding. Host's rage value skyrocketed after drinking, triggering a temporary attribute boost. Ding. Swordsmanship comprehension 5, temporary. Ding. Physique 5, temporary. Armed color hockey 5, temporary. Current swordsmanship insight, Supreme Sword Master, temporary. Current armed color hockey intensity, mastery at the pinnacle, admiral level in the Navy. Temporary. The system's notification resonated in his mind, causing the aura surrounding Xiaoyao to surge dramatically, as black and purple chakra ignited like flames. With a swift motion, the black and purple blade of light flashed suddenly, akin to a thunderclap splitting the night. The sharpness of the blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In the astonished gaze of all the Umbu, that rampant hurricane was unexpectedly cleaved in twain by this brilliant blade of light. The invisible and colorless wind was severed by the tangible blade. The hurricane faltered, as if pressed by a pause button. A slender black and purple line slowly emerged from the center of the hurricane, accompanied by a sharp blade's whistle. As the hurricane split apart, like torn silk, the two halves of the hurricane howled past Xiaoyao, crashing into the wall of the Kazekage building, carving two massive holes several meters wide, with debris and dust cascading forth. The wind has been sliced apart. The Umbu captain stood frozen in place, disbelief filling his eyes beneath the mask, his body trembling uncontrollably. The wind release technique he employed was powerful enough to severely injure a Jonin. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would only dare to face it head-on. Never before had anyone been able to so decisively sever the intangible element of wind. How dare you destroy my wine? Xiaoyao's voice was as frigid as ice, the crimson in his eyes deepening as he tightened his grip on Qiushui. Black and purple-armed color haki surging forth like ink, spiraling up the hilt and enveloping the blade. The already glinting blade now bore a layer of dark metallic luster, emanating an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Your wine? The Umbu captain laughed in anger, his fury surging within him. You invaded my Sunagakure, destroyed my Kazekage building, and now dare to claim the wine here belongs to you. If I do not dismantle you into pieces today, I am unworthy to be the captain of the Sunagakure Umbu. The Umbu captain aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers, a massive surge of chakra converging like a rushing river toward his fingertips. Wind release, blade of wind. The chakra fluctuation of this A-rank ninjutsu erupted instantaneously, the piercing sound of wind causing the eardrums of the surrounding Umbu to buzz, and some of the weaker members even ruptured their eardrums, blood trickling from their ears. The wind attribute chakra, concentrated to perfection at his fingertips, formed a half-meter-long bright white blade of wind, the spiraling airflow slicing through the surrounding air with a sizzling sound, distorting even the light. This blade of wind contained the utmost transformation of wind attribute chakra, its penetrating power regarded as the pinnacle in the ninjutsu realm, capable of easily piercing through even the hardest of rocks. I shall see whether your blade is sharper, or if my blade of wind is stronger, the Umbu captain shouted, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, transforming into a fleeting shadow, as the blade of wind pierced toward Xiaoyao's heart at an exceedingly tricky angle. The blade of wind spun faster and faster, the shrill sound of it slicing nearly tearing at one's nerves, as it forced the air apart in its wake. The penetrating power of wind attribute chakra is, without a doubt, the strongest of all chakra transformations, and combined with the Umbu captain's ultimate control, this strike even a shadow-level powerhouse would not dare to face head-on. But armed, Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a low growl. In an instant, the armed color haki enveloping the blade of Qiushui surged dramatically, the black and purple radiance intensifying, the chilling aura radiating from the blade nearly freezing the surrounding air. Qiushui transformed in his hand into numerous afterimages, countless black and purple blades of light intertwining to form a net, instantly sealing off all of the Umbu captain's avenues of attack. What? The Umbu captain's pupils contracted sharply beneath his mask, waves of astonishment crashing within him. He had once been a renowned swordsman in Sunagakure, later abandoning the sword to master wind release, precisely because his blade of wind was sharper than any shinobi sword. Yet the nonchalant slashes of this youth made him feel as though all his movements were being anticipated, every attack route blocked, leaving him no option but to confront it head-on. This mastery of swordsmanship is simply terrifying. How old can this young boy be? How could he possibly possess such formidable sword skills? Konoha's White Fang. The name that struck fear into the hearts of Sunagakure flashed through the Umbu captain's mind, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted in his eyes. Such power at such a young age, if allowed to grow, he might become the second Konoha's White Fang. Or even more fearsome, he must be slain here, at any cost. The killing intent surged in the Umbu captain's eyes, the blade of wind glowing ever brighter as chakra was injected once more, attempting to enhance its penetrating power. In the next moment, the blade of wind collided violently with the black blade Qiushui at the center of the room. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, jarring everyone's eardrums, causing blood to trickle from their lips. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted from the point of collision, shattering the room's floor like a broken mirror, debris flying everywhere. Retreat. We will be buried alive. This is a battle we cannot interfere in. Run. The surrounding Umbu, swept away by the energy shockwave, were like leaves in a tempest, unable to maintain their footing, all screaming as they fled toward the exit. The bright white blade of wind and the black and purple Qiushui continued to clash, each collision unleashing terrifying waves of energy, causing the walls of the room to collapse repeatedly, debris increasing in quantity. After yet another violent clash, a shockwave more terrifying than before erupted, the front wall of the Kazekage building splitting open a massive gap, rubble and dust cascading down, the entire building shaking violently. All the Umbu seized the opportunity to scramble out of the Kazekage building, with only a few slower members being buried under the fallen debris. Never to be heard from again. Chapter 93, a remarkably powerful drawn blade strike. He can actually match the captain in battle? An Umbu who barely escaped sat on the ground, gazing at the Kazekage building, which was swaying and on the verge of collapse, his face filled with terror. The strength of the Sunagakure Umbu captain was second only to the Kazekage. Even the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, might not be his match. Yet that boy, appearing to be merely 15 or 16, could contend evenly with the captain? Quickly, surround the Kazekage building. We must not let the intruder escape. Just then, a steady voice rang out as the deputy captain of the Sunagakure Umbu arrived with reinforcements, his expression grave. Understood. The Umbu and Sand Shinobi snapped back to attention, quickly dispersing to encircle the Kazekage building, drawing their shinobi blades and kunai, ready for combat. That youth seems to have the upper hand? The deputy captain squinted, intently watching the two figures intertwined within the Kazekage building, disbelief evident in his eyes beneath the mask. He clearly saw their Umbu captain. Under the pressure of the youth's blade light, beginning to fall back step by step, his combat attire already torn by the blade's aura, faint traces of blood seeping through. The black and purple blade light and the bright white blade of wind continuously interwove, the destruction within the room escalating, walls collapsing, and the floor sinking. The entire Kazekage building teetering on the brink of collapse. Gradually, the black and purple blade light became increasingly fierce, suppressing the bright white blade of wind like a tempest, threatening to entirely engulf it. What the hell is happening? The Umbu captain grew more alarmed with each exchange, the frustration within him nearly driving him to madness. Since the Second Shinobi World War, he had fought countless battles, encountered numerous strong foes, even clashing with Konoha's White Fang. Yet he had never felt as constrained as he did now. The swordsmanship of this young man is exceedingly enigmatic, each strike landing precisely upon his vulnerabilities. Every attempt he makes to attack is effortlessly neutralized by his opponent before it can be fully executed. This sensation is more disheartening than facing a Uchiha ninja with the Mangekyo Sharingan. At least the Uchiha rely on anticipation. This boy seems capable of penetrating the very essence of his thoughts. Engaging in close combat offers no chance of victory, especially within the confines of the Kazekage building. The sharp glimmer of the blade grazes his cheek, causing the captain of the Umbu to shudder, his mind sharpening in an instant. He regrets having initiated a confrontation here. The limited space of the Kazekage building prevents him from employing large-scale wind release techniques, forcing him into a melee struggle. Yet this boy's prowess in close combat is terrifyingly formidable. Moreover, the boy's demeanor is infuriating. The Umbu captain's heart seethes with rage as he perceives the boy's gaze and movements, imbued with an utter disdain, as if he were toying with him, akin to striking someone and then inquiring if it hurt. This sense of humiliation renders the typically proud captain incapable of maintaining his composure. Clash. Another brutal engagement leaves the Umbu captain staggering backward, his arm numb, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He must lure him outside. A thought flickers in the Umbu captain's mind as he alters his stance, deliberately exposing a flaw in hopes of enticing the boy into pursuit. Engaging with me while daring to be distracted? The boy's Kinbunchika haki has already captured every nuance of the Umbu captain's movements, rendering the opponent's subtle actions as if they were unfolding in slow motion. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? The blade, Chioshui, transforms into a black-purple shadow, accompanied by a shrill whistle that rends the air, striking fiercely at the Umbu captain's waist. This is bad. The Umbu captain's complexion shifts dramatically as he internally laments his predicament. He wishes to defend himself, but the boy's speed is overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to instinctively evade. Slicing through the air, the black-purple blade grazes his waist, blood gushing forth, staining his attire crimson. Captain. The Umbu and Sand ninjas surrounding the Kazekage building witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in horror, unleashing anguished cries. The sharpest sword of Sunagakure, their Umbu captain, has been wounded by a mere boy. Damn it. Team leaders of the 1st and 2nd divisions, follow me. The Umbu vice captain's expression shifts in alarm as he sees the boy preparing to press the advantage, the Umbu captain barely managing to evade. He bellows in fury, rallying the 2 strongest division leaders to charge into the Kazekage building. Another trio of fools seeking their demise. The boys' Kinbunchika haki has already locked onto their presence. a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he subtly rotates Xiao, the blade humming ominously. Vice Captain, quickly assist me. The Umbu captain, filled with hope, calls for help, all the while desperately dodging the boy's relentless attacks in a bid to buy time. Is surrounding him a cowardly tactic? The Umbu captain cares not. The duty of the Umbu is to fulfill their missions, assassinations, covert strikes, poisoning, seduction, by any means necessary to achieve their objectives. If they can eliminate this boy, what does it matter if they must gang up on him? In this world, the victor is king. Wind release, wind cutter. As the Umbu vice captain and the 2 division leaders enter the room, they immediately unleash their ninjutsu. 3 B-rank wind release techniques erupt simultaneously, manifesting as 3 hurricanes under their command, resembling the sharpest blades of wind, converging from 3 distinct directions to envelop the boy, sealing all avenues of escape. These 3 are the pinnacle of Tsunagekyu's Umbu. The vice captain's strength is nearly at the level of a Kage, while the 2 division leaders are elite jonin of remarkable caliber. The combined might of their ninjutsu rivals that of A-rank techniques. One sword style. The boy's gaze sharpens, and to the astonishment of the 3, he slowly sheathes Xiao. Lion's Lament. Clash. The resplendent blade's radiance bursts forth like the sun breaking through darkness, the dazzling black-purple light flooding the room. The shriek of the unsheathed blade threatening to rend the very soul. The 3 hurricanes surging towards the boy are effortlessly fragmented before this blinding light, as if they were made of mere paper. Such swiftness in drawing the blade. Seizing the moment, the Umbu captain creates distance from the boy, clutching his bleeding waist, his heart racing with shock. Those 3 wind cutters would have required considerable effort for him to dispel. How could this boy have resolved them with a single draw? His strength surpasses mine. An incredulous thought invades the Umbu captain's mind, leaving him chilled to the bone. To possess such terrifying power at such a young age, if he escapes Tsunagekure alive, who in the future shinobi world could possibly contend with him? We must unite to slay him. He cannot be allowed to leave alive. The Umbu captain declares solemnly, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes, no matter the cost. This boy must remain here. Yes. The vice captain and the 2 division leaders respond in unison, their forms dispersing into a triangular formation, encircling the boy at the center. Chakra surging once more as they prepare to unleash their next wave of assault. Surrounding me, a cold smirk forms at the corners of the boy's lips, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying, the black-purple chakra enveloping him igniting like a raging flame. Do you think sheer numbers will ensure your victory? Allow me to demonstrate the price of surrounding me, a cost you may not be able to bear. Buzz. With a mere raise of his hand, the boy unleashes a terrifying aura of sword intent, manifesting countless black arcs of lightning that dance around him, crackling ominously as the surrounding air is electrified, sizzling with energy. The price of surrounding me is death. His voice, frigid and piercing, resonates as the Umbu captain and the other 2 watch in fury. The black blade Xiao is drawn once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift strikes connect in rapid succession, nearly leaving behind an afterimage. 3 dazzling black-purple arcs burst forth from the blade, akin to silken banners whipped into the air, carrying an overwhelming force that transforms into 3 terrifying slashes, each towering 10 meters high. Chapter 94. I refuse to believe he can survive. Boom. The 3 slashes, akin to enraged behemoths, carved deep, unfathomable gashes into the earth, advancing inexorably towards the sand ninjas gathered outside the Kazekage building. Damn it! Take cover! The Umbu captain's face pales as he witnesses the 3 terrifying slashes barreling toward the sand ninjas, his voice rising in panic. He is utterly alarmed. This boy, disregarding the encirclement, is launching an attack on the ordinary sand ninjas beyond. The power of these slashes rivals that of large-scale S-rank ninjutsu. Even elite jonin would struggle to withstand them, let alone the average sand ninjas. What kind of monster is this? A sand ninja watches in horror as the ominous strike bears down upon him, his pupils dilating in terror. The kunai in his hand clattering to the ground as his body trembles uncontrollably. He stares blankly at the impending doom before him. The 10-meter-high black-purple slash descends like a natural disaster, accompanied by debris and dust, demolishing homes, splitting the earth. The overwhelming pressure of the blade robbing him of the strength to flee. Damn, get out of the way. He hears the Umbu captain's desperate shout, but cannot move his feet, left helpless to watch the terrifying strike draw ever closer. In the next instant, excruciating pain engulfs him, and he cannot even muster a scream before being consumed by the slash, transforming into a mist of blood. Run. No, I don't want to die. Cries of despair and wails echo through the streets of Sunagakure as the 3 horrifying slashes wreak havoc among the sand ninjas, countless falling in an instant. Blood staining the yellow sands. Bastard! How dare you? The captain of the Umbu gazed at the scene before him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, his heart brimming with fury and dread. The destructive capability of this youth was comparable to that of a tailed beast. A single attack could envelop a radius of several kilometers, and 3 consecutive strikes had already inflicted grievous casualties. The remnants of Sunagakure. This was the fate that awaited those who besieged me. Standing at the breach of the Kazekage Tower, Xiaoyao pointed his blade, Chioshui, downwards at the Sunanin below, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue as he bellowed in rage. The captain of the Umbu, taken aback by Xiaoyao's fury, found himself momentarily dazed. You intruded into our Sunagakure, destroyed our Kazekage Tower, and slaughtered so many of our ninjas, and now you dare to express anger? Whose fault is this? Yet before he could process his thoughts, a scene even more despairing unfolded before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoyao did not grant them a moment's respite, raising his hand to unleash 3 more slashes. 3 terrifying strikes of black and violet surged forth like 3 enraged serpents, rending the earth and creating deeper chasms as they barreled towards the surrounding Sunanin. Damn it! Quickly, defend yourselves. The captain of the Umbu's face turned pale as he shouted. This scoundrel had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle. He aimed to utterly annihilate Sunagakure and massacre all the Sunanin. Doton, Doriyahiki. Futon, Kazakiri no Tate. Futon, de Tapa. The adept ninjas among the Sunanin swiftly took action, erecting walls of earth and forming barriers of wind blades in a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught of this horrifying assault. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout Sunagakure as the dreadful strikes collided with the defenses of the Sunanin, unleashing shockwaves of catastrophic energy. The earthen walls were easily torn asunder, while the wind blade barriers crumbled instantaneously, and the terrifying remnants of energy spread outward, reducing the surrounding structures to ruins. The power is too overwhelming. One elite jonin from Sunagakure looked on in horror as his comrade was hurled away by the shockwave, filled with a sense of helplessness. They had exerted every ounce of strength to barely stave off the 3 strikes, yet the residual energy waves still wrought devastating havoc upon Sunagakure, causing countless buildings to collapse and many Sunanin to be buried beneath the rubble or thrown into the chasms created by the attacks, their fates uncertain. He must be stopped. No more destruction can be allowed. A dozen Umbu, led by several jonin and an elite jonin, exchanged determined glances, charging towards Xiaoyao atop the Kazekage Tower with reckless abandon. They understood they might not be his match, but for the sake of protecting their remaining comrades and villagers, they could only fight with their lives. You wish to stop me? Xiaoyao sneered as he observed the multitude charging towards him, the crimson in his eyes intensifying, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then perish. Buzz. The black and violet blade glimmered once more, akin to the scythe of death, slicing towards the advancing Sunanin. Whoosh. Splat. In a flash, 2 Umbu and a jonin were cleaved in 2, blood spraying forth and staining the walls of the Kazekage Tower. Yet the remaining Sunanin showed no sign of retreat, charging forward fearlessly, attempting to entangle Xiaoyao with their numbers to buy time for others. Captain, this cannot continue. The deputy captain of the Umbu, watching as Xiaoyao was temporarily occupied by dozens of elite Sunanin, spoke urgently to the captain, realizing he was in a frenzy of slaughter. And the civilians of Sunagakure had not yet been fully evacuated. Evacuating the civilians would take time. We must find a way to delay him. The captain of the Umbu, clutching his bleeding waist, wore a grim expression that could darken the day. His chakra had already been significantly depleted from injuries and prior battles. Call for reinforcements, Captain. The deputy captain observed the battlefield, noting more Umbu and a jonin falling to Xiaoyao's blade, his face etched with fear. This monster's strength was far too great. We cannot stop him. With power so close to that of a Kage, they found themselves lacking even the courage to engage Xiaoyao, whose swordsmanship and aura were simply terrifying, making the slaughter of jonin appear as simple as dispatching chickens. Furthermore, with the captain already injured, they had no chance of subduing Xiaoyao in a short time. Call for reinforcements. The captain's fist clenched tightly, the knuckles turning white beneath his mask, his eyes filled with profound resentment and humiliation. The enemy had invaded Sunagakure alone, wreaking havoc within their territory, destroying the Kazekage Tower, and slaughtering countless comrades, while the entire Umbu found themselves powerless against him, reduced to seeking external aid. This was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace since the inception of the Umbu. However, after the initial fury, the captain had to concede that the deputy captain was correct. Due to the orders of Kazekage Raza, most of the elite forces from Sunagakure had been dispatched, forming search teams within the Land of Wind to track the intruders' whereabouts. They had never anticipated that the intruder's target was not merely a supply line, but rather a direct assault on the heart of Sunagakure. Coupled with the fact that this youth's strength was exceedingly formidable, he had sustained injuries due to his carelessness, rendering him currently devoid of any chance of victory. Send a plea for reinforcements to Lord Kazekage. The captain gritted his teeth, almost forcing the words through clenched jaws, his voice filled with resentment. Instructing all search teams within the Land of Wind to return immediately to assist Sunagakure. Inform them that the invader is assaulting Sunagakure. If they do not return promptly, the village will be lost. Yes, the deputy captain did not dare to delay, swiftly retrieving a scroll and inscribing the plea for assistance with utmost speed. Utilizing a summoning technique to send the scroll forth. Everyone, heed my command. The captain of the Umbu took a deep breath, suppressing his humiliation and resentment, and declared in a low voice, at all costs, encircle and eliminate this individual. Even if it requires a strategy of overwhelming numbers, we must delay until reinforcements arrive. I refuse to believe he can continue to wield such a multitude of large-scale S-rank ninjutsu without exhausting his chakra. Kill. The Sunanin and Umbu encircling the Kazekage Tower shouted in unison, their eyes glinting with determination as they surged toward Xiaoyao like a tidal wave. Even if it meant death, they would drag this monster down with them. Chapter 95. A sweep of the army. Meanwhile, at the frontline camp of Sunagakure, Raza sat in the main seat, his expression grim. Below him, several jonin knelt on one knee, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to lift their heads. Have you not yet discovered the whereabouts of the intruder? Raza's voice was icy, tinged with an uncontainable fury. Did the decoy supply convoy fail to draw him out? Our reporting to Lord Kazekage, we have no findings. One jonin, head bowed, spoke with a trembling voice. We have set a comprehensive trap within the Land of Wind, laying ambushes along every supply route, yet the intruder seems to have vanished without a trace. It should not be. Kaiza, seated nearby, furrowed his brow tightly, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone filled with confusion. Based on his previous actions, his target was clearly our supply line. It is impossible for him to have simply attacked one convoy and then disappeared. Furthermore, we have fortified our border defenses. Even if he intended to flee, he could not have left no traces behind. I believe he is simply a coward. Raza scoffed derisively, his tone laced with disdain. The previous assault on the supply convoy was merely a case of taking advantage of an opportunity. He has now been frightened away by our elite forces and is hiding, afraid to show himself. Nevertheless, it matters not. We have already dispatched most of Sunagakure's elite to form search teams, conducting a thorough search across the Land of Wind. Even if he hides underground, we will unearth him. Kaiza remained silent, his brow furrowing even deeper. He felt that something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what the issue was, hoping instead that Raza's judgment would prove correct. Bang! At that moment, a ninja from the Suna intelligence unit stumbled into the main tent, his face etched with panic, clothes disheveled, and covered in dust. Fengying Darren, this is bad. The intelligence ninja's voice trembled with a hint of a sob, his body shaking like a leaf. What is the meaning of this? What chaos is this? Luo Sha furrowed his brow and barked, speak quickly. Out with it. Sitting at the lower end, Hai Laozong and Chio exchanged a glance, a foreboding sense rising in their hearts. It's urgent intelligence from Suna village. The intelligence ninja raised the scroll in his trembling hands, nearly unable to hold it. Invaders have breached Suna village. What? Luo Sha sprang to his feet, the disdain on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by shock and disbelief. What did you say? Someone has invaded Suna village? Yes. The intelligence ninja swallowed hard, stammering, the frontline guard unit has been annihilated, and the Fengying building has been cleaved open, nearly destroyed. Elder Sugimoto was killed on the spot, and the other elders are severely injured. The Umbu captain has also been wounded, and the Umbu suffered heavy losses. He sent me to seek your aid, requesting that the search units within the Land of Wind return immediately to provide support. Boom. Luo Sha's mind was struck like thunder, leaving him blank. Someone has invaded Suna village. The frontline guards have been wiped out. The Fengying building has been destroyed. Elders killed. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had mocked the invader as a coward, hiding away, and now he was informed that this enemy had laid waste to his stronghold. Crash! Luo Sha's fist slammed onto the table before him, shattering the solid wood into splinters, with shavings flying everywhere. His eyes turned crimson, akin to a furious beast. As he roared, "Are the Umbu useless? A bunch of good-for-nothings. They couldn't even stop a single invader. Fengying Darren, please remain calm." Hai Laozong quickly stood, his expression grave. This is not the time to assign blame. The urgent matter at hand is to support Suna village. The Umbu captain was an exceedingly proud individual. For him to seek aid voluntarily indicated that the situation in Suna village had reached a critical point. With even the slightest misstep, the entire village could be annihilated. Calm. How can you expect me to remain calm? Luo Sha bellowed, his chest heaving violently. I just assumed the mantle of the fourth Fengying. And now someone has dared to invade Suna village, destroy the Fengying building, and kill the elders. If this gets out, how can I, Luo Sha, show my face? Can Suna village still be considered one of the 5 great hidden villages? How many enemies are there? What is their strength? Chiyo's voice was icy, a terrifying killing intent flickering in her eyes. Her body trembled not from fear, but from rage. The invasion of Suna village reminded her of the Second Shinobi World War when Konoha's White Fang had stormed into Suna. That time, her son and daughter-in-law had perished in battle to protect the village, leaving her and her grandson, Scorpion, to rely on one another. Now, history was about to repeat itself, and this time, the enemy was even more audacious than Konoha's White Fang, having destroyed the Fengying building and slain the elders. This was the utmost humiliation for Suna village. Only one person, the intelligence ninja, intimidated by the overwhelming presence of Luo Sha and Chiyo, nearly collapsed, trembling as he spoke. One person, Luo Sha, Hai Laozong, and Chiyo were all taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. One person, with just a single individual, they had invaded Suna village, annihilated the frontline guards, destroyed the Fengying building, killed the elders, and even injured the Umbu captain? How could this be possible? Even the legendary Sannin of Konoha could scarcely achieve such a feat. A madman, an utterly lawless lunatic. Chiyo's lips quivered, her killing intent almost tangible, her chakra surging, causing the air around her to turn frigid. Konoha's White Fang had only dared to invade when Suna's strength was depleted, yet now, when Suna village was not lacking in power, they had been so utterly humiliated. If this grudge is not avenged, I, Chiyo, will not be worthy of being called human. Fengying Darren, issue an immediate order for all search units within the Land of Wind to return to assist Suna village. Hai Laozong urged. If we delay any longer, Suna village may truly be lost. Luo Sha took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the shock and fury within, and nodded. He yearned to rush back to Suna village at once and dismember the invader, but the front lines were still engaged in battle with Konoha. As Fengying, he could not leave so easily. Should he depart, Konoha might seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, and Suna village would face the dire consequence of a two-front assault. Relay the order. All search units within the Land of Wind are to abandon their searches and return to Suna village at full speed. We must ensure that the invader is eliminated. Luo Sha commanded, his voice laced with resolve. I will personally return to Suna village. Chiyo's voice was cold, and before Luo Sha and Hai Laozong could react, she turned and strode toward the exit of the tent, her form vanishing in an instant. Sister, Hai Laozong called out worriedly, wanting to stop her. That invader had caused such destruction single-handedly, and his strength was certainly no less than that of Konoha's White Fang. He feared for Chiyo's safety. Do not worry. I will make him pay in blood. Chiyo's voice echoed from afar, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Even if I must bury him under a mountain of bodies, I will see him pay for the insult to Suna village. Luo Sha watched Chiyo's departing figure, a complex expression briefly crossing his face, before it transformed into a chilling killing intent. It would be best if Chiyo and that invader ended up mutually assured destruction. This way, he could eliminate a significant threat. Fengying Darren, what should we do now? Hai Laozong regarded Luo Sha, asking in a low voice. We must continue to confront Konoha. We cannot allow them to perceive our weaknesses. Luo Sha replied coldly. As long as we hold the front line, once the reinforcements have eliminated that invader, everything will come to an end. Meanwhile, in the deserts of the Land of Wind, by order of the Lord, cancel all search missions and return to assist Suna Village immediately. An invader has breached Suna Village. The foaming building has been destroyed, and an elder has been killed. Hurry back. Commands echoed through summoning techniques to various search units, leaving all Suna ninjas in shock. They had turned the Land of Wind upside down in their relentless search, only to find that the invader had directly infiltrated the stronghold of Suna Village. The humiliation of being played for a fool ignited fury in the hearts of all Suna ninjas, their eyes red with rage. Curse that invader. How dare he toy with us? Return to Suna Village. Kill that bastard. Let him pay for insulting Suna Village. The Suna ninjas roared, their chakra erupting beneath their feet as they surged towards Suna Village like arrows loosed from bows, a storm of yellow sand swirling up around them, forming a golden dragon that charged towards Suna Village. Chapter 96. Even Minato holds such admiration. The sound of the door was deep and composed, as his fingertips unconsciously brushed against the kunai of Hiration secured at his waist, the chill of the metal keeping him alert. In recent days, he had been leading a small team composed of Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, stealthily navigating the heart of the Land of Wind. Their mission, under the secret orders of the third Hokage, was to rendezvous with Huangfu Xiaoyao and jointly sabotage the supply lines of Sunagakure, thereby constraining the combat capabilities of the Sand Shinobi at the front lines. However, the reality was that they had been searching the vast desert like headless flies for several days, and not only had they failed to meet Xiaoyao, but they had not even caught a glimpse of any trace he might have left behind. Instead, the search parties from Sunagakure were like an impenetrable net, sweeping through the Land of Wind repeatedly. Were it not for the risk-evading prowess of his Hiration technique, combined with the strategic layout of the Nara clan, the sensory ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan, and the defensive capabilities of the Akimichi clan, they would have likely been exposed to the vigilant eyes of Sunagakure long ago. Now, this vast net suddenly tightened, converging in one direction, filling Minato with confusion and unease. Nara Shikaku leaned against a rock, arms crossed over his chest. His signature eyebrows knitted into a frown. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, intensely focused on the retreating figures of the Sand Shinobi, not missing even the slightest twitch of their facial muscles. Something was amiss, far too amiss. Shikaku's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but because the scene before him defied all tactical logic. Their expressions were contorted to an extreme, as if they had lost their closest kin, each step bringing them closer to the brink of collapse. He extended a finger, pointing towards the direction the Sand Shinobi were fleeing, his fingertip whitening from the pressure. What had transpired in that direction? In the desert, the dunes rolled endlessly, with few reference points available, and even with Shikaku's cunning, he could not ascertain their precise location based solely on direction. Yamanaka Inoichi retrieved a weathered map from his ninja tool pouch, its edges worn by the relentless winds and sands. The map was meticulously marked with the topography of the Land of Wind, sources of water, and strongholds of Sunagakure. He crouched down, laying the map flat against the rock, moistening his fingertip and carefully smoothing out the curled edges. Then, utilizing the faint light filtering through the crevices above, he scrutinized the orientation. Calibration required the conjunction of stellar positions and previously marked strongholds. The margin of error in the desert was considerable. Inoichi's voice was focused, his fingertip moving slowly across the map, each pause deliberate and considered. Time ticked away, the scorching wind still howling in his ears, while the figures of the Sand Shinobi gradually vanished behind the distant dunes, leaving only a cloud of swirling dust in their wake. Suddenly, Inoichi's finger abruptly halted, his pupils contracting to the utmost, as if witnessing something unfathomable. His body trembled slightly, breath quickening, and his previously tranquil cheeks flushed red, only to pale to the color of parchment moments later. "This is impossible," Inoichi's voice quivered, as if bearing an immense shock. Shikaku and Minato immediately drew closer, and upon seeing Inoichi's expression, their unease surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming their rationality. "Inoichi, what is it?" Shikaku's voice was barely above a whisper, fearful of hearing the worst answer. Minato's gaze was fixed intently on the map, his blue eyes brimming with urgency and concern. Taking a deep breath, Inoichi seemed to summon all his strength, enunciating each word with gravity. That direction is the core area where the Kazekage Tower of Sunagakure is located. What? Shikaku's pupils dilated sharply, his brows fully unfurling, replaced by a visage of sheer astonishment. He instinctively took a step back, colliding heavily against the rock, producing a dull thud. How could the core of Sunagakure be in jeopardy? Their defense system was as formidable as that of Konoha, especially during wartime when vigilance would be at its peak. Minato's lips trembled as well, unable to accept this conclusion. The Land of Wind was akin to a fortified bastion, with Sunagakure as its heart, crucial to its defense. Not to mention the presence of shadow-level powerhouses, even the Umbu and elite Jonin should suffice to counter any assault. Yet the reaction of the Sand Shinobi compelled him to believe that a fundamental upheaval had indeed occurred within Sunagakure. I will apprehend a Sand Shinobi for clarification. You two remain hidden here and do not act rashly. Minato swiftly suppressed his shock, making a decisive choice. His expression regained its resolve, as he slightly vibrated the kunai of Hiration in his hand, producing a crisp metallic sound. Before Shikaku and Inoichi could respond, Minato's form transformed into a golden blur, vanishing from sight in an instant. The speed was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving behind only a faint trace of electrical light and subtle ripples in the air, as if he had never been there. Yamanaka and Inoichi gazed in awe at the direction Minato had vanished, admiration filling his eyes. Each time he witnessed Minato employ the Hiration technique, he was left astounded. This space-time ninjutsu surpassed the bounds of reason. Akimichi Choza patted his round belly, nodding in agreement. With such speed, capturing a Sand Shinobi would be child's play. We shall simply wait. Nara Shikaku, however, withdrew his gaze, a complex expression crossing his face. If even Minato holds Huangfu Xiaoyao in such high regard, my curiosity is only growing. In the days spent alongside Minato, he had learned a great deal about Xiaoyao from him. That individual had become a source of frustration for Jiraiya. Even the third Hokage found himself at a loss. And he had the audacity to challenge these two prominent figures of Konoha. Even the notoriously headstrong Tsunade had come to heed his words. Minato described him as a clever strategist, yet perhaps our assumptions have been misguided. Shikaku murmured to himself, the image of Xiaoyao in his mind becoming increasingly nebulous. A person capable of inciting such a response from Sunagakure. Was he a sagacious mastermind or an audacious lunatic? Before long, a streak of golden lightning split the air, as Minato's figure reappeared before the trio like a wraith. In his grasp was a Sand Shinobi, clad in the uniform of a Jonin. A kunai of Hiration embedded in his left abdomen, blood cascading down the blade, and blooming dark red flowers upon the sandy ground. The Sand Shinobi's complexion was ashen, lips devoid of color, his eyes filled with sheer terror, his body trembling violently from pain and fear, lacking even the strength to struggle. Chapter 97. Unimaginable. What remarkable efficiency. Minato. Choza grinned, his tone infused with praise. Minato unceremoniously dropped the Sand Shinobi to the ground, who emitted a muffled groan and curled up in pain. Inoichi, the next steps are yours. Minato addressed Yamanaka Inoichi, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Inoichi nodded, a confident smile gracing his features. Leave it to me. I will ensure that no crucial information slips through. He slowly approached the incapacitated Sand Shinobi, who, upon seeing Inoichi's outstretched hand, was gripped by an intensifying fear, producing raspy sounds in his throat as he attempted to retreat, only to be restrained by Minato's chakra, rendering him immobile. Inoichi's palm gently pressed against the Sand Shinobi's forehead. Eyes closed as a low, resonant voice echoed in the vast hollow. Mind-reading technique. A peculiar, pale green wave emanated from Inoichi's palm, expanding outward like ripples on water, silently infiltrating the Sand Shinobi's mind. The mind-reading technique was not a mere extraction of information, but a quest to sift through the chaotic shards of memory to uncover the desired truths. Human memory resembled an endless desert, with useful information akin to gold hidden amidst the gravel, requiring patience to sift through and discern. Irrelevant daily patrol routes were not included. Hai's brow furrowed slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His consciousness swiftly traversed the memories of the Suna ninja, skimming past inconsequential fragments like a fast-forwarded film. At last, a chaotic and intense piece of memory flashed into his mind. Found it, this is it. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he began to meticulously interpret this recollection. Initially, a relaxed expression adorned his face, but as the analysis deepened, his countenance gradually solidified, the ease in his eyes replaced by shock, which soon morphed into an incredulous horror. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string, dropping onto the sandy ground below, instantly evaporated by the sweltering air. In reality, Nang noticed his abnormality, and his unease peaked. He stepped forward, his voice deep and urgent. "Hey, what has happened? What did you see?" Lu Ju's tone carried a hint of urgency. He could sense that what Yi had witnessed exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi slowly opened his eyes, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his voice dry and hoarse. Filled with disbelief, Suna village has been attacked. What? Soman and Zhou exclaimed in unison, their pupils constricting in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. Although they had speculated that something might have transpired in Suna village, they never imagined it was an attack. The heart of the Wind Country, Suna village. That heavily fortified great ninja village had been assaulted? Who could possess such audacity to single-handedly attack Suna village? Soman's voice trembled slightly, a name involuntarily surfacing in his mind. A name he both admired and felt helpless towards. Yi took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the tumult within. Yet he could not conceal the shock in his voice. "It is the person we have been searching for these past few days, Huangfu Xiaoyao." "Xiaoyao," Stamon exclaimed, his blue eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Xiaoyao actually infiltrated Suna village alone? His prior plan was not to disrupt the supply lines after all. No wonder they had searched for so long without finding his trace. He had long since changed targets, heading straight for the heart of Suna village. Once this thought arose, all doubts were swiftly resolved, yet what followed was even greater shock and absurdity. A single individual, relying solely on his own strength, breaches one of the 5 great hidden villages, Suna village. This is simply the stuff of legends. What did he do in Suna village? Stamon steadied himself, looking toward Yi, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Hi's face revealed a hint of awkwardness, as if finding it hard to speak, and after a considerable pause, he finally said, "According to this Suna ninja's memory, he leveled the Kazekage building to the ground." This statement detonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the three. The hollow space instantly fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the scorching wind whistling past. Soimon clutched his head, feeling dizzy as darkness enveloped his vision. He had encountered bold ninjas before, but never had he seen someone so utterly insane. The Kazekage building was the symbol of Suna village, the core of the village's defenses, and it had been destroyed by Xiaoyao alone. Nainlujo also stood frozen in place, his face still etched with shock. He had previously thought that Xiaoyao and he were kindred spirits, both clever individuals adept at strategy, yet now it seemed he was nothing short of a reckless madman. No, he was 100 times more deranged than a mere fool. "I feel a bit dizzy." Soimon shook his head, his tone rife with helplessness and bemusement. He was beginning to question whether the third Hokage's decision to have them cooperate with Xiaoyao was indeed a mistake. Nailanglujo took a deep breath, striving to calm the turmoil within, yet his lips involuntarily twitched. He had thought him a wise strategist, only to discover he was a madman who would demolish others' homes at the slightest provocation. Chu Daodingzhuo's eyes widened in disbelief, his round face etched with incredulity. One person destroyed the Kazekage building? Just how powerful is this fellow? The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a complex array of emotions: shock, helplessness, and an indescribable respect. After all, the only one bold enough to do such a thing in the entire ninja world was likely Huangfu Xiaoyao. Bo Fengsun, Nailangluju, Yi, and Chou Daodingzuo regarded each other, their faces bearing a hint of dazed bewilderment. The original plan was to coordinate with Xiaoyao to attack Suna's supply lines, disrupting their logistical arrangements. But who could have anticipated that this fellow would disregard all norms, bypass the supply lines, and charge directly into the heart of Suna village, even demolishing the Kazekage building? This maneuver completely overturned everyone's understanding of ninja missions. What should we do now? Sunan scratched his short golden hair, his tone tinged with impatience. He was usually calm and collected, but at this moment, he found himself somewhat at a loss. The Suna ninja forces were continuously returning to defend the village. Even though there were still considerable forces engaged in fierce combat, with Konoha on the front lines, The number of ninjas remaining in Suna village was not to be underestimated. It was conservatively estimated that Xiaoyao was currently facing at least several thousand Suna ninjas, possibly even exceeding 10,000. Such a massive force. Even if someone himself were to engage, he might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone Xiaoyao facing them alone. Moreover, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, Suna village was not to be underestimated. Although the disappearance of the 3rd Hokage had weakened the village's strength, the saying a dying camel is larger than a horse held true. The village's elite jounin, umbu, and various secret techniques all possessed formidable combat capabilities. Should all of these forces concentrate on Xiaoyao, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 98, Xiaoyao single-handedly surrounded Suna village. A decisive decision must be made immediately. Any delay could prove fatal. Nao's gaze flickered with sharpness, and as the team's strategist, he regained his composure in the shortest time possible. The speed of the Suna ninjas' counterattack was swift. Before long, Xiaoyao would be completely surrounded, and at that point, even attempting a rescue would be difficult. Stillman nodded, his mind already made up. You will immediately return to the front camp in Konoha, report the situation to the 3rd Hokage and Lord Jiraiya, and request reinforcements. Soman's voice grew exceptionally resolute, a fierce determination glinting in his blue eyes. I will head to Suna village with the Hirashin Kunai, attempting to contact Xiaoyao and find an opportunity to bring him out. Only my Hirashin technique can navigate freely amidst the thousands of Suna ninjas, and only I have the capability to execute a rescue in such dire circumstances. Someone, that's too dangerous. Hai Yi immediately voiced his opposition, his face filled with concern. Suna village is undoubtedly on high alert now, teeming with ninjas and traps. If you go in alone and get entangled, the consequences would be unthinkable. Shudao Dingjua also nodded in agreement. Yes, Soman, we should act together for mutual support. Soman shook his head, his tone leaving no room for debate. No. Too many people would only expose our target, and your speed cannot match mine. You would only slow down the rescue effort. He looked at Nilang Lujo, his eyes conveying trust. Eju, you are the team strategist. Take he and Dingjua back to the camp. Coordinate with the frontline forces to exert pressure on Suna village, preventing them from concentrating all their forces on Xiaoyao. That is the greatest assistance you can provide. Nilang Lujo fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. He understood that someone was right. At this juncture, their presence would indeed be a burden. Soman's Hirashin technique was their only hope, and their task was to create conditions for his rescue. I understand. We will immediately return to the camp and coordinate with the frontline forces to initiate an attack. Striving to restrain Suna's forces, Lugio's demeanor was composed as he began to contemplate the strategies for their return. You must exercise caution. Despite the formidable nature of the Hirashin no Jutsu, one should never let their guard down. In the mountains, Hai Yi and Shudao Dingzu, upon witnessing Lugio's acquiescence, ceased their opposition, though their expressions remained etched with concern. Rest assured, I shall prioritize safety. Minato displayed a signature gentle smile. A smile imbued with a soothing power that alleviated some of the trepidation within the trio. Very well, I shall take my leave. Minato's figure flickered slightly, the Hirashin kunai in his grasp radiating a golden electrical glow. Be careful. Nara Lugio spoke solemnly, his eyes brimming with gravity. Whoosh. The golden afterimage once more sliced through the air as Minato's form shot forth like a meteor, vanishing behind the distant dunes, leaving only a faint trace of electrical light. We should hasten our departure. Time is of the essence. Nara Lugio repressed his worries, regaining his calm demeanor. The commotion caused by Xiaoyao could potentially alter the entire course of the battle. It was imperative to relay this information promptly. Hai Yi and Shudao Dingzu nodded, and the trio no longer lingered, swiftly gathering their ninja tools and racing towards the front lines of Konoha's camp. Their figures moved swiftly across the desert, leaving behind a series of shallow footprints, soon obscured by the howling winds and sands. Meanwhile, at the Konoha frontline camp, inside a makeshift military tent, Jiraiya reclined with one leg crossed over the other, a bottle of sake in hand, occasionally sipping while wearing a contented smile. The past few days had seen Konoha's assault on Sunagakure proceed remarkably smoothly, with significant victories across various fronts, and cracks were beginning to show in Sunagakure's defenses. It appears the old man's tactics have borne fruit. Although that rascal Xiaoyao is unreliable, his ability to disrupt supply lines is indeed commendable. Jiraiya mused, a hint of satisfaction lacing his tone. He had initially worried that Xiaoyao might cause some trouble, but it now seemed that the latter had effectively fulfilled his mission. Tsunade, standing nearby with her arms crossed, bore a subtle smile that was difficult to detect. Who would have thought that the man who spent his days drinking, fighting, and causing chaos could truly focus on executing a mission and achieve such commendable results? It seems he possesses a shred of conscience, not having disappointed the third Hokage's trust. Tsunade's tone retained a trace of arrogance, yet her gaze lacked the disdain it once held. Kakashi stood to the side, his silver hair obscuring half of his face. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, a hint of resignation crossed his features. When he had been tasked with escorting Xiaoyao into the land of wind, he had been ambushed by Sunagekyu's hidden forces, allowing Xiaoyao to proceed alone, a decision that had left him with lingering guilt. Now, hearing of Xiaoyao's successful mission, his remorse eased somewhat. Kakashi, you lad, have had a stroke of luck. Jiraiya turned to Kakashi, chuckling. When you lost Xiaoyao, I thought Tsunade would flay you alive. Unexpectedly, you ended up achieving merit. Kakashi scratched the back of his head, remaining silent, but inwardly grateful. Had anything happened to Xiaoyao, given Tsunade's temperament, he would likely have faced dire consequences. Enough idle chatter. Let us examine the intelligence from Minato and the others to ascertain the extent of Xiaoyao's disruption. Jiraiya set down the sake bottle, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He was curious about Xiaoyao's actions, eager to discover how much havoc this unconventional individual had wreaked upon Sunagekyu's supply lines. Bang! A light sound echoed as a summoning creature, a toad, appeared in the tent, clutching a scroll in its mouth. The information from Minato has arrived. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he hastily stood to retrieve the scroll. Eagerly, he unfurled it. Yet the smile of anticipation on his face froze instantly upon reading its contents. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Jiraiya's eyes widened, his pupils contracting to the extreme, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. His expression was a tapestry of disbelief, and the scroll nearly slipped from his grasp. What in the world is happening? Jiraiya's voice trembled, laden with shock and absurdity. Tsunade, noticing Jiraiya's abnormality, felt a jolt of unease, a foreboding sensation washing over her. She stepped forward, urgency in her voice. What's wrong, Jiraiya? What does the intel say? Did something happen to Xiaoyao? Kakashi also approached, concern etched in his eyes. The content of the report must be significant if it could elicit such a reaction from Jiraiya. Jiraiya took a deep breath, striving to quell the turbulence within. Yet his voice quivered uncontrollably. Xiaoyao, that rascal, did not even attempt to disrupt any supply lines. Then what did he go there to do? Tsunade's heart raced, her smile evaporating, replaced by profound worry. Jiraiya met Tsunade's gaze, his expression complex, and enunciated each word with care. He single-handedly stormed into Sunagakure. Chapter 99, Mountains of Corpses. What? Tsunade and Kakashi exclaimed in unison, their expressions freezing instantly. He stormed into Sunagakure? That fool. He dared to infiltrate the heart of Sunagakure alone? How is that possible? Tsunade's mind went blank. She could not fathom this reality. What kind of place was Sunagakure? It was one of the 5 great hidden villages, heavily fortified and teeming with elite shinobi. Even she herself would hesitate to claim she could breach it alone and return unscathed. Although Xiaoyao was powerful, he was still but one man. How could he dare undertake such a reckless endeavor? Is he on an assassination mission? Tsunade, regaining her composure, inquired urgently. If it were an assassination mission, perhaps with Xiaoyao's strength, he might still find a chance to escape amidst the chaos. Jiraiya shook his head, his expression morphing into one of distress, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. His voice barely above a whisper. It is not an assassination. The intel states he demolished the Kazekage building and is currently wreaking havoc in Sunagakure. Tsunade's body jolted as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to process the information. Demolished the Kazekage building and is now slaughtering in Sunagakure? This madman. Tsunade's heart surged with anger and urgency, furious at Xiaoyao's audacity, anxious about his perilous situation. The shinobi of Sunagakure would not let him escape, surrounded by thousands. No matter how strong Xiaoyao was, he would eventually be overwhelmed. Jiraiya. Tsunade spun around, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixing Jiraiya with a fierce stare. Gritting her teeth. If anything happens to Xiaoyao, I will ensure you pay with your life. Without waiting for Jiraiya's response, Tsunade turned and strode purposefully out of the tent, her steps resolute. Tsunade, where are you going? Jiraiya called out, his face a mask of confusion. To the battlefield. Tsunade's voice rang out from outside the tent, imbued with determination. What she could do now was lead the troops to mount the fiercest assault on the Sunagakure front line, exerting maximum pressure upon them to compel their forces to divert and provide Xiaoyao with a glimmer of hope. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He recalled that Tsunade had a severe fear of blood ever since her brother Shosuke and her lover had perished in battle. She had not set foot on the battlefield again, even trembling at the sight of blood. Yet now, she was voluntarily seeking to engage in combat. You fear blood, do you not? Jiraiya instinctively questioned. Tsunade paused momentarily, not looking back, her voice hoarse. At this moment, nothing is more important than ensuring that man returns alive. With that, her figure vanished beyond the tent's entrance. The sunlight cascaded upon Tosaka, her steps resolute, and her gaze imbued with an unprecedented determination. The worries and fury swirling within her heart overshadowed even the profound terror of her hemophobia. You better return alive. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, bringing a sharp sting that heightened her awareness. I am still waiting for you to take me to the casino to win all the money. If you dare to die in Sunagakure, I will not let you off easily. An astonishing, murderous intent erupted from her eyes, a manifestation of the formidable presence of Tosaka, one of the legendary Sannin. A power that had long been dormant in the shinobi world, now awakened once more. The frontline shinobi of Sunagakure had likely forgotten that this pinnacle master of medical ninjutsu was also a ninja of terrifying combat prowess. As Tosaka stepped onto the battlefield, the frontline forces of Konoha prepared for a new wave of fierce assaults, while Minato sped toward Sunagakure. Within Sunagakure, chaos had transformed the environment into a hellish landscape. A piercing scream shattered the sky, followed by the violent sounds of explosions and the thunderous crash of collapsing structures. Thunderous booms resonated as violet-black blades of light illuminated the skies above Sunagakure, dazzling and otherworldly, exuding a cataclysmic aura that nearly dyed the entire heavens a deep shade of purple-black. Each blade that fell unleashed ferocious slashes towering over 10 meters, rampaging through the streets of Sunagakure like a colossal beast freed from its chains. With each strike, the hardened rocky ground crumbled like paper, fissures tearing through it. Remnants of violet-black chakra lingering within, emanating an oppressive sensation that sent shivers down spines. The Kazekage Tower had long been reduced to ruins in the initial assault. Once a symbol of Sunagakure's glory and power, now merely a heap of broken walls, twisted steel and concrete, rubble piled high, with dust clouding the core area, obscuring the sun. Within a radius of several kilometers centered around the Kazekage Tower, all structures had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. A Sunagakure Jonin huddled behind the broken wall, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with a profound and chilling fear. His forehead protector lay shattered, his uniform stained with blood and riddled with holes, his left arm hanging limply, clearly fractured. As a Jonin of Sunagakure, he was known throughout the shinobi world as a formidable warrior, having faced countless battles and vanquished numerous foes, renowned for his valor. Yet, in this moment, he lacked even the courage to peek above the rubble. Before that man, a figure akin to a demonic god, the strength he had once prided himself on felt pathetically fragile. He had witnessed his comrades, fellow Jonin, and even several elite Jonin stronger than himself, fall to the enemy's blades as effortlessly as cutting grass. Those who could independently influence the tide of battle on the field were mercilessly slaughtered in that man's hands, devoid of any chance to resist. This was not combat. It was a one-sided massacre, a slaughter so lopsided it was despairing. Who is this monster? Does he not tire? The captain of the Sunagakure Umbu concealed himself behind a large boulder, his face beneath the mask darkened with dread. His chest heaved violently, breaths rapid, a smear of blood staining the corner of his mouth. He had attempted a sneak attack, but was injured by a casual wave of the man's blade. Had he not reacted in time, he would have surely succumbed. He watched the violet-black figure weaving through the ruins, astonished and furious. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags. Wind-style ninjutsu, Sunagakure's shinobi employed every conceivable tactic to halt the man's rampage. Yet, these attacks that usually prevailed on the battlefield crumbled before the onslaught of his violet-black blades. As futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, pitifully fragile. Only Jonin-level attacks could barely diminish the might of the blades. But even that fell short of inflicting any substantial harm. In a desperate bid to subdue this monstrosity, the Jonin, and Umbu launched close-range assaults, hoping to leverage their numbers to exhaust him. The result, however, was catastrophic. To date, over 20 Jonin and dozens of Umbu had perished beneath his blades. And even the captain of the Umbu's first division, a strong elite Jonin, had not escaped, cleaved in two by a single strike. The Jonin and Umbu represented the backbone of Sunagakure, elite forces cultivated through immense resources, and the loss of each was a profound sorrow. Yet now, these elites were being slaughtered like cabbages. Even after enduring a prolonged conflict with Konoha, Sunagakure had never suffered such grievous losses. The casualties among the Chunin and Genin were staggering, their bodies piled amid the ruins, blood staining the earth, a heavy scent of carnage permeating the air. Chapter 100. Finally, something worthy arrives. The first wave of reinforcements had all arrived, nearly 4,000 Sunagakure shinobi encircling their foe in an impenetrable ring. Yet this encirclement did not confine him. Rather, it incited his fury further. The violet-black blades became increasingly frenzied and dense, each swing accompanied by devastating casualties. As the shinobi of Sunagakure could not approach within 10 meters of him, this siege had endured for nearly a day and night. Since the man's incursion into Sunagakure, he had fought relentlessly, slaughtering without displaying even a hint of fatigue. His aura remained robust, his blade strikes as sharp as ever, perhaps even more potent than at the outset. Damn it! If this continues, Sunagakure will be utterly annihilated. The Umbu captain's heart was filled with anxiety and despair. He sensed the village's defenses crumbling rapidly, the morale of the shinobi plummeting to an all-time low, fear spreading through the ranks like a plague. If this persisted, there would be no need for Konoha to launch an attack. Sunagakure would fall to this monster. Is this all the capability you possess, Sunagakure's fools? Just then, a haughty and frigid voice resonated, echoing like thunder across the ruins. Following this, 3 even more brilliant and ferocious violet-black blades sliced through the smoke, sweeping toward the surrounding Sunagakure shinobi. Look out! Quickly evade! The Umbu captain's expression shifted drastically, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as he rolled aside without hesitation. Boom! 3 towering 12-meter violet-black slashes descended like thunder, instantly engulfing a large number of Sunagakure shinobi. Cries of anguish filled the air, as those unable to evade were consumed by the strikes, leaving no remains. Upon impact, the ground collapsed once more, forming 3 enormous chasms. Violet-black chakra flowing through them like molten lava, emanating a suffocating aura. The Umbu captain lay on the ground, gazing at those 3 even more terrifying slashes, his eyes brimming with disbelief and shock. After a day and night of battle, facing thousands of shinobi, having slain so many Jonin and Umbu, how could this monster grow even stronger? Was he human or beast? Monster. Beside him, the vice-captain of the Umbu trembled, his voice tinged with a sob. His face was drenched in sweat and grime, his eyes filled with despair. He had lived for many years, encountered countless battles, seen various powerful beings, even the terrifying might of tailed beasts. Yet, he had never witnessed such a horrifying existence. Though the tailed beasts possess immense power, they also require the accumulation of chakra, and prolonged combat inevitably leads to fatigue. However, this man grows stronger with each clash, seemingly immune to exhaustion, his strength appearing boundless. Can such an entity truly be vanquished? Despite the presence of thousands of Sunagakure shinobi within the encirclement, the heart of the Umbu vice-captain is already steeped in despair. He cannot perceive any hope of victory. Silence. The captain of the Sunagakure Umbu suddenly turned, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Now is not the time for despair. We are the Umbu of Sunagakure, the sharpest blade of the village. If we abandon hope, the village is doomed. He understood that morale was paramount. Should he, as the captain, lose faith, the entire unit would crumble in an instant. I refuse to believe he cannot tire. His chakra must eventually be depleted. A flicker of resolve flashed in the captain's eyes as he gazed at the distant, rampaging figure cloaked in purple-black, making a harrowing decision within his heart. You will assist me. He turned to his vice-captain, his tone grave. Captain, what are you planning? The vice-captain was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned. Shock etched across his features. You intend to use that technique. But your body. The vice-captain was acutely aware that the captain had sustained severe injuries in a prior ambush. With chakra reserves nearly depleted, that technique demands an immense quantity of chakra, often draining the body's and mind's potential. inflicting grievous harm, and carrying severe aftereffects that may shorten one's lifespan. There is no time for such concerns. The captain interrupted, his tone resolute. If we do not halt him now, Sunagakure will be lost forever. For the village, sacrificing my life is worth it. A glimmer of determination crossed his eyes as he prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. The vice-captain, witnessing the unwavering resolve in his leader's gaze, gritted his teeth and nodded, very well. Captain, I will aid you. He stepped behind the Umbu captain, gently placing his hands on the captain's shoulders. A surge of pure chakra flowed from the vice-captain into the captain's body. The Umbu captain inhaled deeply, his expression becoming exceedingly grave. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals. The speed of his hand seals quickened, morphing into a series of afterimages, intricate hand signs shifting with precision, each gesture flawless. As the sealing progressed, a terrifying chakra aura erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to convulse violently, swirling sand and dust into a miniature vortex. The captain's body trembled slightly, his complexion paling further, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The strain of this technique was immense, and his injured body could scarcely endure such a colossal flow of chakra. Yet he persisted, his gaze unwavering. At last, the final seal was completed. The captain's pupils constricted sharply, and all his chakra erupted to its zenith. Futon, Rinkasen, he roared, his voice imbued with resoluteness and killing intent. The entire space seemed to pause, and in the next heartbeat, a terrifying whirlwind manifested, rapidly spiraling around the Umbu captain. The tempest intensified, its radius expanding, devouring surrounding debris, shattered wood, and even the bodies of sand shinobi caught unawares. The piercing screeches echoed as the objects ensnared in the whirlwind were mercilessly reduced to dust by the overwhelming wind chakra. This was the Umbu captain's signature technique, an S-rank futon ninjutsu, showcasing the destructive potential of wind chakra to its fullest. The winds at the center of the vortex possessed the ferocity to rend asunder all in their path. Anything drawn into it would be utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Perish, monster! The Umbu captain expended his final reserves of strength to scream, his gaze fixed intensely on the purple-black figure. He believed that even this beast, no matter how formidable, could not withstand the might of his S-rank wind technique. As he slaughtered a member of the Umbu, the figure known as Xiaoyao detected the ominous wind roaring behind him, raising an eyebrow. He turned to face the swiftly approaching whirlwind, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his purple-black pupils. Oh, finally unveiling something worthy? A grin spread across his face, revealing pearly white teeth, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. Chapter 101. A true killing move awaits him. The shrill cries echoed like countless steel blades scraping against one another, resonating throughout the core of Sunagakure. The terrifying whirlwind twisted upon the ground like an enraged serpent, voraciously consuming all in its path. Fragments of earth, the remnants of buildings, and the bodies of fallen shinobi were mercilessly reduced to powder by the ferocious wind chakra, transforming into a cloud of dust. This S-rank futon ninjutsu unleashed the destructive force of wind to its utmost potential, the air currents at the vortex's heart slicing through everything, even tearing apart the air itself with a sound that sent chills down the spine. It's the Umbu captain's S-rank futon. Splendid. It's Rinkasen. The sand shinobi within the encirclement beheld the imposing whirlwind, their previously despairing faces now alight with exhilaration, akin to discovering an oasis in the desert. Their voices trembled, filled with excitement and anticipation. The name of the Umbu captain resonated throughout Sunagakure and the entire shinobi world. Since the Second Shinobi World War, he had carved his name on the battlefield with this S-rank futon Rinkasen, establishing himself as the sharpest blade of Sunagakure. He had faced off against top-tier warriors like Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, and though he did not emerge victorious, he had retreated unscathed, a feat he took great pride in. In Sunagakure, his prestige even surpassed that of the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, in certain respects. Although he had been wounded by Xiaoyao's earlier ambush due to carelessness, it did nothing to diminish his standing among the sand shinobi. At this moment, witnessing his signature technique unleashed, the shinobi felt a glimmer of hope for victory. This was an S-rank jutsu, a trump card wielded only by those of Kage-level strength. No matter how formidable that monster was, it would undoubtedly be shredded to pieces before such a terrifying futon. Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades. A young sand shinobi shouted in excitement, brandishing his kunai, his eyes bloodshot. Most of his companions had perished at the hands of Xiaoyao, and a torrent of anger and hatred surged within him. It must be possible. The Huangfu captain will surely slay this monster. Another sand shinobi stammered, attempting to bolster his own courage. Though his body still trembled with fear, his eyes shone with hope. Countless pairs of eyes fixated on the menacing whirlwind, on the purple-black figure at its forefront. Everyone awaited the moment when the monster would be consumed by the tempest and ground to dust. Xiaoyao stood his ground, observing the rapidly approaching whirlwind with no trace of fear, instead wearing a playful smile. "Humph, a flashy trick," he remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. These sand shinobi relished in such grandiose, yet ultimately ineffective techniques. His Kinbunshiku haki spread like a tide, enveloping the entire battlefield. The rekindled hope within the sand shinobi, their excitement and anticipation, was keenly perceived by him. Oh, after despair, did he glimpse hope once more? Xiaoyao smiled broadly, a trace of arrogance flickering in his violet-black pupils. Unfortunately, this glimmer of hope would be extinguished by my own hands. He intended to return to Mai in grand fashion. How could he allow any flaw in this performance? Armament, Xiaoyao uttered in a low voice. A deep hum reverberated as the violet-black haki surged forth from his body like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping his right arm. The intensely rich violet-black haki shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling the hardest of armors, saturating every inch of his arm with explosive power. This was the full-powered eruption of armament haki, elevating both defense and offensive capabilities to their zenith. Bind. Another low command followed, as the violet-black haki surged again, transforming into thick streams that coiled upward like venomous serpents, extending along his arm to the black blade, Chioshui. The black blade, sensing its master's battle intent, emitted a resounding cry. This renowned sword, tempered by armament haki, could only unleash its true power under the full force of this haki. Violet-black energy continuously streamed into the blade, its edge gleaming with an eerie luster, distorting the air around it. With a mighty swing, Xiaoyao unleashed Chioshui, producing a thunderous cry that momentarily drowned out the roar of the hurricane. Full armament haki unleashed, Chioshui operating at maximum capacity. A terrifying aura erupted from Xiaoyao, the violet-black malevolence enveloping him like a dark fog, chilling the surrounding air to the bone. With a whoosh, a surge of chakra erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a rocket. His figure shot forth like a drawn sword, charging directly into the heart of the fearsome hurricane. Ha! This fool. He actually charged straight in. The vice-captain of the sand shinobi's Huangfu cackled madly at Xiaoyao's audacity. His laughter was filled with elation and relief, releasing the pent-up fear and frustration within him. To him, Xiaoyao's action was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. After all, this was an S-class wind release, the tornado decapitation. Even the mightiest of shadows would avoid its edge, yet this monster dared to face it head-on, the epitome of folly. Indeed, brute force without intellect is no different from a beast. The captain of the sand Huangfu felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile of gratification creeping onto his face. He had been concerned that this monster might employ some bizarre technique to counter his wind release. But now it seemed that his opponent was merely a reckless brute. The true terror of the tornado decapitation lay not only in the extreme transformation of wind chakra, but also in the hurricane's powerful pulling force. Once within its grasp, one would be ensnared, unable to escape, gradually being torn apart. No matter how resilient this monster's body, it could not withstand the ripping force at the hurricane's center. Enter my wind release range, and it is certain death. The Huangfu captain growled, his eyes alight with excitement and a thirst for revenge. He envisioned Xiaoyao being consumed by the hurricane, shredded into pieces. Years of notoriety, the village's disgrace, could finally be washed away in this moment. He would be the ultimate victor. As Xiaoyao swiftly approached the hurricane, he could feel the ever-increasing pulling force attempting to draw him into its center and rip him apart. Yet, a smirk of derision played at the corners of his mouth. Did they think such a degree of pulling force could ensnare me? With a pulse of his right arm's armament haki, an invisible force radiated outward, instantly shattering the powerful pulling force. The air around him rippled like water, the suction dissipating without a trace. The scene did not go unnoticed by the distant Huangfu captain. His smile faltered, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. But he quickly shook his head, reassuring himself. It matters not. This is merely a trick. The true killing blow lies at the hurricane's center, and he cannot withstand it. Chapter 102. The wind was cleaved asunder. Xiaoyao continued his charge toward the eye of the hurricane, drawing ever closer. He could sense the terrifying power within the hurricane. Capable of tearing everything asunder, the wind chakra slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Yet, he displayed no signs of fear. Rather, he grew more exhilarated. A hurricane, you say? Quite intriguing. As he stood mere inches from the tempest, Xiaoyao slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, all external sounds faded away. The shouts of the sand shinobi, the howling of the hurricane, the clashing of weapons, all were severed from his perception. Xiaoyao's world became profoundly serene, filled solely with the sound of his steady breaths. His Kinbunchika haki reached its pinnacle, allowing him not only to sense the enemy's presence and movements, but to enter a wondrous state of being. He could feel the flows of the hurricane, the workings of the wind chakra, even the very breath of the tempest itself. A distinct rhythm of breathing resonated within Xiaoyao's heart, the cadence of the hurricane's motion, the melody of the wind chakra's flow. I hear your breath. A confident smile graced Xiaoyao's lips. Suddenly, a dazzling violet-black blade light erupted forth, like the first rays of dawn piercing through darkness, illuminating the entire ruin. This blade light was pure and refined, devoid of any superfluous movement. Yet it harbored the power to obliterate worlds. One sword style, heart-severing. A detached voice emanated from Xiaoyao, reminiscent of celestial music or the whisper of death itself. At that moment, the roaring, rampaging hurricane eerily stilled. Time seemed to halt. All sand shinobi widened their eyes in disbelief, witnessing the scene unfolding before them. A soft sound, akin to paper tearing, echoed through the air. The S-class wind release, renowned for its ability to shred everything, was cleaved in twain at its very center. Like an ordinary sheet of paper sliced by a razor's edge, the hurricane instantly split apart, its might dissipating as it expanded to the sides. The debris caught within the whirlwind fell to the ground, devoid of power, producing a dull thud. The violet-black blade light, having cleaved the hurricane, did not cease its advance but continued onward, ultimately landing upon a distant sand dune. The dune was violently cleaved in two, a massive chasm extending into the horizon. Unfathomably deep. Ding. Master has reached the ultimate resonance of all things breathing. Ding. Swordsmanship comprehension increased by 500. The system's prompt echoed in Xiaoyao's mind. Yet he paid it no heed. A gentle breeze stirred the remnants of the wind, tousling his black hair, which danced along his chiseled cheek. He slowly opened his eyes, his violet-black pupils betraying no emotion, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. No, it cannot be. The captain of the sand umbu gaped, his face beneath the mask as pale as paper, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. His S-class wind release, his prideful tornado decapitation, had been cleaved apart by a single stroke. This was the ultimate transformation of wind chakra. It was intangible wind. How could it be severed by a tangible blade? Such a phenomenon defied the very principles of ninjutsu. When facing Konoha's white fang, even he had to evade its sharp edge, too fearful to confront it directly. Yet this monster had, with a mere blade, rendered his signature technique obsolete? What manner of power is this? The deputy captain of the sand-hidden umbu stood frozen in place, his smile frozen, his eyes filled with a vacant despair. His mind was a blank slate, incapable of thought. Not just him, but all the sand shinobi around him were engulfed in a profound silence. They widened their eyes, mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief. The S-rank wind release technique that had just ignited a flicker of hope was effortlessly unraveled. Hope was extinguished in an instant, replaced by a deeper sense of despair and dread. What manner of monster is this man? Is he truly human? The wind continued to blow, brushing against Xiaoyao's cheek, lifting the dark hair from his forehead to reveal his deep, cold, purplish-black eyes. He gazed at the sand-hidden crowd, who had completely lost their composure, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had merely sliced through a flimsy piece of paper rather than an S-rank wind release technique. How could this be possible? The voice of the sand-hidden umbu captain trembled, filled with incredulous terror. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. The wound on his chest splitting open again due to his agitated emotions, with blood seeping through his clothes. His S-rank wind release, the tornado kill, was renowned as the mightiest blade of the sand-hidden village, the very technique that had brought him fame. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had slain countless enemies with it, even forcing back shadow-level powerhouses. Even against top-tier experts like Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, they dared not confront it head-on, opting instead for evasive maneuvers. Yet now, this pride of his had been effortlessly severed by this monster with a mere blade. Moreover, the opponent had charged directly at him, employing no ninjutsu, relying solely on swordsmanship and that eerie purplish-black power. This shattered his understanding of ninjutsu and power. That was intangible wind-type chakra, energy undergoing extreme transformation. How could it be cleaved by a tangible blade? Whoosh! Just as the sand-hidden crowd remained ensnared in shock and despair, Xiaoyao moved. He would afford no opportunity for the enemy to react or catch their breath. His chakra erupted once more beneath his feet, transforming his form into a purplish-black afterimage. Akin to an arrow shot forth, piercing the air towards the sand-hidden Umbu captain with a resounding whoosh. His speed reached its zenith, leaving only a faint trace in the air. This is bad. The sand-hidden Umbu captain's complexion changed dramatically, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He could distinctly feel the chilling intent to kill barreling toward him, like a cold blade pressed against his throat. After expending his chakra on the S-rank wind-release tornado kill, he was utterly drained, his body weakened from previous injuries and chakra exhaustion. At this moment, he possessed no capacity for resistance. Quickly, stop him. Stop this monster. In that instant, the pride and authority of the sand-hidden Umbu captain crumbled, leaving only sheer terror. He screamed, his voice rife with desperation. He could not die. He was the Umbu captain of the sand-hidden village, one of the pillars of the village. If he were to perish, the morale of the sand-hidden would shatter, allowing this monster to slaughter with impunity, potentially even escaping the village. At that point, the sand-hidden would be utterly disgraced, a laughingstock throughout the shinobi world. He must survive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures dashed forth, positioning themselves between Xiaoyao and the Umbu captain. They were elite shinobi of the sand-hidden village, the village's finest. Though they too were gripped by fear of Xiaoyao, they understood that the Umbu captain could not die. For the sake of the village, they had to stand firm, even at the cost of their lives. Chapter 103. Terrifying Killing Intent Wind Release. Blade of Wind. An elite shinobi led the charge, with 4 others simultaneously forming hand seals, conjuring pale green blades of wind in their hands. The blades shimmered with a cold light, embodying a cutting edge as they swung towards Xiaoyao. Their gazes were resolute, steeled for death, seeking death. Xiaoyao regarded the 5 charging at him, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying. His Kinbunshika haki had long since discerned their movements. To him, their attacks were riddled with flaws, as sluggish as snails. Though they projected bravery, their underlying fear was unmistakable. Swish, swish, swish. The purplish-black blade glimmered once more, akin to a blossoming flower of death. Under the enhancement of his supreme Busashoka haki, the blade of his black sword, Shoshui, became even sharper, each swing imbued with the power to annihilate. Thud, thud, thud. 3 crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 3 purplish-black glimmers sliced through, and the 3 sand-hidden elite shinobi, unable to perceive the opponent's actions, felt a chill at their necks. The next instant, their heads separated from their bodies, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The headless corpses collapsed, their eyes retaining the terror and disbelief of their final moments. The remaining elite shinobi and irregular shinobi turned pale, instinctively stepping back. Their eyes brimmed with profound disbelief and deep-seated fear. This monster had fought for an entire day and night. He had slain more than 20 elite shinobi, countless Umbu, and an uncountable number of Chunin and Genin. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly countered the Umbu captain S-rank wind release. Now, he continued to exhibit such overwhelming strength, dispatching elite shinobi as easily as one would slaughter livestock. Such prowess transcended their comprehension. They had initially approached with a resolve to die, intending to delay Xiaoyao for a moment to grant other sand shinobi time to regroup. Yet now, it seemed their sacrifice bore no significance, merely a futile offering to death. This sense of helplessness and despair began to erode their once steadfast resolve. Just then, the sand-hidden Umbu deputy captain let out a frenzied scream. His mind, caught between elation and despair, shattered under the weight of fear. Witnessing his captain in peril and seeing his comrades effortlessly slain, his sanity fractured. He gathered the last vestiges of chakra within him, manifesting a pale green blade of wind in his hand, charging at Xiaoyao like a rabid dog. He no longer cared for life or death, intent only on perishing alongside this monster. Buzz! Xiaoyao halted, slowly sheathing his black sword, Qiushui. He regarded the charging Huangfu deputy captain, the crimson in his eyes surging, his murderous aura swirling like a dark mist. The scabbard of Qiushui radiated an immensely concentrated purplish-black Busashoka haki, shimmering with a metallic cold light. Armed, Drawl Xiaoyao's voice was cold and indifferent. Whoosh! Thud! A purplish-black blade flashed like lightning, so swift it seemed to transcend time and space. This strike encapsulated all of Xiaoyao's strength and Busashoka haki, devoid of any superfluous movement. It contained unparalleled might. The Huangfu deputy captain's advancing form abruptly froze. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. Crack! Bang! A distinct purplish-black blade mark suddenly appeared on the Huangfu mask he wore. In the next heartbeat, the mask shattered down the center, clattering to the ground. Beneath the mask was a face twisted in the utmost terror and disbelief. Save me! His lips trembled, struggling to utter a few words. Yet before he could finish, a grotesque purplish-black blade mark extended from the crown of his head down to his abdomen. Sizzle! Blood erupted forth instantly, blooming like fireworks. Thud! In the next moment, the Huangfu deputy captain's body exploded, scattering flesh and remnants across the ground. Without any suspense, the second-in-command of the Huangfu from Sunagakure, the vice-captain, has perished. Not even a complete corpse remains. Ding! The master has slain the vice-captain of the Huangfu after indulging in liquor. Reward: 100 points of Kinbunshiko haki. The system's notification chimed once more. The vice-captain, the surrounding Sunanin gasped in shock, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Their eyes brimmed with fear and despair, their bodies trembling violently from sheer terror. The vice-captain was among the top 10 strongest in Sunagakure. How could this monster have dispatched him so effortlessly, and in such a brutal manner, leaving no trace of his remains? At that moment, the fear within all Sunanin reached its zenith. As the battle raged on, nearly 30 jonin from Sunagakure had fallen. What does this signify? Even during prolonged conflicts with Konoha, Sunagakure had never suffered such heavy losses among its jonin. It is important to note that jonin are the backbone of the village, requiring immense time and resources to cultivate. Yet now, these invaluable warriors have been annihilated by this monster in just one day. As the sharpest sword of Sunagakure, tasked with assassination and the protection of the village, the Huangfu has already lost more than half of its strength. Both the team leader and vice-captain have fallen. This represents an unprecedented loss since the establishment of Sunagakure. And the instigator of this calamity, that man resembling a demon, still stands amidst the ruins. His body stained with blood, he exudes a formidable presence, radiating an aura of malevolence, showing no signs of fatigue or weakness. It is as if he had not slain a near-shadow-level powerhouse, but rather an inconsequential insect. The Huangfu captain, witnessing the nonchalant approach of the figure known as Xiaoyao, felt his body tremble uncontrollably. His back was drenched in cold sweat, his legs turned to jelly, nearly unable to support him. In that moment, the fear of death engulfed him like a frigid tide, rendering his pride, dignity, and the honor of his village utterly worthless in the face of such a threat. All he wished for was to survive, to escape the clutches of this monstrous being. At this moment, he was closer to death than he had ever been in his life. He could keenly sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from that purple-black figure, pressing down on his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Xiaoyao's footsteps were slow, each step echoing against the debris of the ruins. Chapter 104. Summon the Fuin. Eliminating you will mark the completion of this tribute to Sunagakure. Xiaoyao bore the black blade Qiushui, its tip angled toward the ground, tracing a shallow line in the sand. His chest rose and fell slightly, beads of sweat forming at his brow, trickling down his jawline and evaporating upon contact with the dry yellow sand. After nearly 2 days of continuous battle, even with the physical enhancement gained from slaying jonin, his muscles ached, his right hand that gripped the blade feeling slightly numb, fingers turning white. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, his purple-black pupils swirling with unquenched battle intent, a proud smirk gracing his lips. The massacre that began at the Fuin building had exceeded his initial expectations. Having cut down dozens of jonin and reduced half of the Huangfu's strength to rubble, transforming the core of Sunagakure into a wasteland. Such accomplishments would surely send shockwaves through the world of shinobi. Upon returning to Konoha, he would undoubtedly revel in boasting to Jiraiya, letting him know that his so-called adventures throughout the shinobi world paled in comparison to his own solitary conquest of Sunagakure. Enough with the pleasantries. Now prepare to meet your end. Xiaoyao's foot slammed down, sending sand flying as he charged toward the Huangfu captain like an arrow loosed from a bow, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. Just as Xiao was about to sever the Huangfu captain's neck, a voice, aged yet brimming with terrifying chakra, rang out. Amidst the swirling sand, a hunched but upright figure approached, the gust of air created upon landing sending surrounding debris tumbling. 3 ancient-looking puppets followed closely behind, forming a triangular formation, their wooden joints emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds as the mechanisms in their chest burst open. Elder Chiyo. The Sunagakure Huangfu captain's pupils constricted, a euphoric expression exploding across his face, his tense body suddenly relaxing, almost collapsing to the ground. Reinforcements have finally arrived. This voice was like a lifeline, pulling him from the shadows of death. Chiyo paid no heed to the Huangfu captain's exclamations, her bony fingers swiftly forming seals. Chakra threads wrapping around the 3 puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 torrents of wind erupted from the puppets' mechanisms, intertwining at bizarre angles to form a tornado that spanned the heavens and the earth. The wind speed of the tornado was unparalleled, forcibly drawing in surrounding debris, broken wood, and even unvanished blood, the swirling air emitting a mournful wail, harboring the terrifying power to tear everything apart, and fiercely drawing toward Xiaoyao. The air compressed, producing a cracking sound. Xiaoyao's robes billowed wildly, his hair whipped against his face by the fierce wind. Quite interesting. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, chakra surging within him. The purple-black Kinbunchika haki enveloping his body like a tidal wave, especially in his right hand gripping Xiao, where the haki condensed to its utmost. The blade vibrating with a fervent hum, eager for blood. With a swift motion, he spun around, his arm muscles tensing, Xiao carving a magnificent arc of light. The blade's radiance shone like a crescent moon, yet carried the might to obliterate the heavens, slicing directly toward the center of the tornado. Crack! The deafening sound of tearing resonated across the battlefield, akin to fabric being forcibly ripped apart. That seemingly indomitable tornado split apart under this strike, as if severed water. Dividing down the middle, the fierce winds lost their guiding force, scattering into chaotic currents, the debris crashing against the ruins, creating muffled thuds. Xiaoyao landed steadily. The blade tilted toward the ground, a drop of blood sliding down the blade, landing on the yellow sand. He raised his eyes to regard the figure that had just arrived. Chiyo's silhouette became fully visible, clad in Sunagakure's traditional dark robes. A wide belt cinched at her waist from which hung several puppet control talismans. Her hair had turned gray, styled in a meticulous bun, her face lined with intricate wrinkles. Yet her gaze sparkled with the sharpness of a hawk, exuding the ferocity of one seasoned in battle. At this moment, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Xiaoyao. Her furrowed face contorted with incredulous rage. Her eyes scanned the surrounding ruins, the Fuin building now a mere memory, replaced by heaps of crumbled walls and twisted steel and concrete. The ground was riddled with varying depths of gouges, blood soaking into the yellow sand, forming dark red imprints. Dismembered limbs strewn about, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. In the distance, the surviving Sunanin huddled behind the ruins, their eyes filled with bone-deep terror. Their former pride and battle spirit utterly shattered, like birds startled by a bowstring. And the architect of this devastation appeared to be nothing more than a boy who looked scarcely 15 or 16. So young. Chiyo's heart constricted fiercely, waves of shock surging within her. In the haste of her earlier actions, she had failed to discern the invader's features, but now, upon closer inspection, she realized this intruder was indeed as youthful as he appeared, resembling a recent graduate from a ninja academy. Yet this very boy possessed such terrifying strength, single-handedly appending Sunagakure. The vice-captain of the Huangfu has perished, resulting in a catastrophic loss of more than half of the Huangfu's overall combat capability. Numerous Jonin have fallen, while the casualties among Chunin and Genin are countless, leaving the core area in ruins. Such devastation, even the legendary Konoha White Fang of Yore could scarcely achieve. If he continues to grow unchecked, who in the future shinobi world could possibly stand against him? He is no longer merely the next Konoha White Fang. He could evolve into a second Senju Hashirama, or even a second Uchiha Madara. In an instant, boundless killing intent surged in Chiyo's eyes, her chakra fluctuations becoming exceedingly violent, causing the surrounding yellow sand to tremble slightly. He must be eliminated here. For the sake of Sunagakure, no matter the cost, this monster cannot be allowed to leave alive. What are you staring at, old hag? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, his tone dripping with impatience. You've ruined my plans. Can you afford to compensate for that? He was about to dispose of the Sunagakure Umbu captain, ready to bring the curtains down on this performance, when this old crone suddenly appeared and disrupted his scheme. What did you say? Chiyo's forehead bulged with veins, her chakra fluctuations growing even more tumultuous, the chakra threads controlling her puppets vibrating with subtle tremors. Having lived for so long and holding a revered position in Sunagakure, even the Kazekage would defer to her. When had she ever endured such humiliation? This insolent brat dared to call her an old hag. You old crone, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Xiaoyao, disinterested in further conversation, waved his sword, the blade slicing through the air and leaving a faint purplish-black trail. Let me take down that waste and return with his head to claim credit in Konoha. Prepare a room full of fine wine for me, and I won't hold this against you. By the way, since you are an elder of Sunagakure, you might as well serve as a witness. He pointed to the trembling Sunagakure Umbu captain nearby, demanding proof of his identity to prevent Jiraiya, that fool, from accusing him of boasting upon his return. And where is your Kazekage? Xiaoyao suddenly seemed to recall something, stroking his chin. If he could bring back the Kazekage's head as well, it would lend even more credibility to his claims, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Chiyo was left dumbfounded, her face flushed with fury as if it could ignite into flames. This audacious brat treated Sunagakure as though it were his personal garden, using the assassination of the Umbu captain and the Kazekage as bargaining chips for credit, and even demanding her as an elder to bear witness and prepare wine for his transgressions. This was an utter humiliation. Chapter 105. Playing enough, you insolent brat. This is intolerable. Chiyo's roar reverberated through the air, shaking the very atmosphere around them. Unable to contain her wrath any longer, she swiftly formed hand seals, her chakra threads spreading like a web. The white secret technique, Hunin of Kurenai. Bang, bang, bang. 10 clouds of smoke erupted simultaneously, resembling 10 black mushroom clouds. As the smoke cleared, 10 uniquely designed puppets emerged on the battlefield. Each puppet varied in height, some wielding long swords, others hefting giant axes, while some had arms transformed into chains, and others bore strange cannons embedded in their chests. Each puppet's joints moved fluidly, producing a cacophony of mechanical sounds, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the pinnacle work of the puppet master, Bunzaman, one of Sunagakure's trump cards, and the very foundation that allowed Chiyo to stand among the elite. With these 10 puppets, she had once single-handedly obliterated a small city. Their terrifying power was beyond imagination. TCH, you refuse to drink the good wine and only seek punishment. Xiaoyao observed the 10 puppets before him, curling his lip, the crimson hue in his eyes intensifying. After this prolonged skirmish, he had grown weary. Slaying these minions was becoming tiresome. Were it not for this old crone's interference, he would have been celebrating his victory by now. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Xiaoyao stomped his feet, vanishing from his original position, leaving behind a blurred purplish-black afterimage. Embrace your demise, Chiyo shouted angrily, her hands deftly manipulating the chakra threads as the 10 puppets surged forward like 10 bolts of black lightning, charging at Xiaoyao. The first puppet opened its mouth, releasing dozens of shimmering, purple-hued poison needles that shot forth like a torrential downpour. The needles were coated with Sunagakure's specially crafted potent poison. Even a mere touch could instantly paralyze the nerves, rendering even a Jonin incapable of combat, ultimately succumbing to the toxins. The second puppet's arm elongated, transforming into several resilient chains with sharp barbs, aiming to ensnare Xiaoyao's limbs. The third puppet conjured a pale green chakra blade, its gleaming edge aimed at Xiaoyao's vital points, sharp enough to cleave through steel with ease. The remaining 7 puppets each fulfilled their roles, some for restraint, others for ranged attacks, and some for defense, working in perfect harmony to form an impenetrable web of assault, effectively sealing off all of Xiaoyao's escape routes. This was the terrifying aspect of the Hunin of Kurenai. Close combat, ranged assaults, restraint, control, and defense, all aspects covered, capable of countering any type of enemy. Even an elite shinobi would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from such a predicament. A mere parlor trick. Xiaoyao's voice resonated from the afterimage. And in the next moment, his figure materialized above the first puppet, his sword, Qiu Shui, imbued with purplish-black hockey, descending with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. The shrill sounds of metal clashing rang out intensely as dozens of poison needles were instantly severed by the sweeping blade, the shattered remnants falling limply to the ground with a crisp sound. Simultaneously, his form flickered like a specter, evading the encroaching chains and chakra blade, as Qiu Shui danced in his hand, forming an impenetrable curtain of steel that deflected all incoming attacks. Such speed, such precision and swordsmanship. Qiu's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of shock surging within her. Despite having commanded the Hunin of Kurenai for so many years, she had never encountered such a formidable adversary. This young man's swordplay was utterly terrifying. Every strike landed precisely on the critical points of the attacks, effortlessly dismantling the poisoned needles and chains. Even more alarming was the opponent's speed, which was so extreme that predicting his next move was impossible. Although the puppets were powerful, their greatest weakness lay in their vulnerability to precise close-quarters attacks. Ninjutsu is often destructive over a wide area. Even if a puppet is struck, it can be swiftly repaired through reassembly. However, sword techniques differ, especially those exhibiting such extreme precision, which could easily damage the core mechanisms of a puppet. Once the core is compromised, the puppet is rendered completely inoperative. I cannot allow him to approach the puppet's core. Qiu gritted her teeth, rapidly adjusting her strategy, commanding the puppets responsible for restraint to intensify their assaults in an attempt to force Xiaoyao back, while simultaneously directing the ranged attack puppets to continuously release toxic mist and hidden weapons, disrupting his sight and movements. In an instant, the battlefield was shrouded in toxic fog, with hidden weapons flying about, as the 10 puppets moved like 10 venomous serpents, coiling, biting, and intensifying their onslaught. Xiaoyao navigated through the toxic mist, his brow furrowing even tighter. While these puppets could not harm him, they buzzed around him like flies, utterly vexing. His haki could negate the toxins. Even if the mist touched him, it would have no effect, and the hidden weapons could not approach him. Yet, the entanglement of the puppets was indeed delaying him. Is this all you've got, old crone? Xiaoyao's voice pierced through the mist, reaching Qiu's ears with a heavy dose of mockery. Hiding behind puppets to launch sneak attacks was truly disgraceful. Qiu's expression darkened further. She realized that continuing in this manner would yield no results. She needed to uncover his weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. As she deftly manipulated the puppets to continue their assault, she observed every movement of Xiaoyao with a discerning eye, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities. At last, during a fierce clash, one of the puppets designated for stealthy attacks seized the fleeting moment when Xiaoyao attempted to evade. Suddenly, the cannon mounted on its arm unleashed a barrage, sending a chakra projectile laced with deadly poison hurtling towards Xiaoyao's back. It struck true. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Qiandai's eyes, accompanied by a hint of ruthlessness. This chakra projectile not only possessed immense explosive power, but was also smeared with a toxin potent enough to be lethal. Even the sturdiest body would be grievously harmed if hit, if not outright killed. However, the ensuing spectacle left her utterly dumbfounded. The chakra projectile accurately impacted Xiaoyao's back, yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, it produced a sharp clang, akin to striking solid steel. In the next instant, the projectile shattered into countless minuscule streams of chakra, dissipating into the air. Xiaoyao's back bore not a single mark, not even a wrinkle on his robe. How could this be? Qiandai's mouth fell agape, her eyes brimming with incredulous terror, and her hand controlling the puppet trembled slightly. Her chakra projectile was crafted from a special alloy, capable of easily shattering rock and even inflicting damage on the defenses of Biju. Yet this boy's body was evidently harder than the alloy itself. How could a human body possess such resilience? What good was her puppet technique if it couldn't even breach his skin, rendering her incapable of inflicting any harm? It was time to conclude this farce. Xiaoyao's voice resonated once more, tinged with impatience. He pivoted sharply, his blade, Qiu Shui, pointed directly at Qiandai, as dark purple chakra surged violently along the blade. producing an increasingly resounding hum. The surrounding air was rent asunder by the blade's aura, manifesting into tiny whirlpools of turbulent energy. Chapter 106. Fear. This is bad. Qian Dai's complexion paled, an intense sense of crisis swelling within her. She could sense the sheer power of Xiaoyao's impending strike, which was undeniably formidable. She attempted to maneuver a puppet to shield herself, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Xiaoyao unleashed a slash. Boom! A torrent of dark purple energy erupted instantaneously, akin to a rampaging dragon, bearing an earth-shattering might as it surged towards Qian Dai. The energy wave soared to 12 meters in height, its breadth encompassing the entire battlefield, gouging deep trenches into the ground as poisonous mist and debris were instantly swept away. Quickly evade. Qian Dai's face turned ashen, and without hesitation, she commanded a puppet to shield her while she rolled desperately to the side. Bang! The puppet was instantly struck by the energy wave, emitting a thunderous sound as it was obliterated into fragments, splinters of wood and shards of metal scattering in all directions. Though Qian Dai narrowly escaped the direct assault, the residual force of the energy wave hurled her backward, crashing her violently against a broken wall. Blood spurted from the corner of her mouth, staining the front of her long robe. Struggling to rise, she gazed at the battlefield, her eyes wide with horror. The dark purple energy wave did not dissipate after striking the puppet. Instead, it continued to plow through the ranks of the Sunigakure shinobi. Cries of despair echoed, as the Sunigakure ninjas found themselves utterly unable to evade the terrifying wave. Those struck were instantly torn to shreds. Blood and dismembered limbs splattering across the scene in a grotesque display. Damn it! Qian Dai watched this carnage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust, her eyes reflecting a tempest of fury and helplessness. This boy's power was utterly terrifying, akin to a war machine, defying all conventional measures. Ding! Master has slain over 1,000 Sunigakure ninjas in a single bout, triggering a special reward. Ding! Reward obtained, ultimate level swordsmanship. The system's notification rang in Xiaoyao's mind, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Ultimate level swordsmanship. Since acquiring the Dark Demon Sword during the Chunin exams, he had not received such a high-tier swordsmanship technique. He never anticipated that the mass extermination of so many Sunigakure ninjas would trigger a special reward. Perfect. I shall use you to test the power of this new sword technique. A grin spread across Xiaoyao's face, his eyes glinting with an eerie black light, as a terrifying aura emanated from him. This aura was distinct from the previous arrogance and murderous intent. It was imbued with a chilling, deathly essence, reminiscent of a summons from the underworld, instilling dread in those who beheld it. This little brat. Qian Dai felt the unsettling aura and involuntarily shivered, a wave of inexplicable fear rising within her. She realized that Xiaoyao's presence had transformed. It was no longer merely powerful, but imbued with a sense of death, as if he were the very embodiment of mortality. Sunigakure's rabble, are you prepared to meet your doom? Xiaoyao surveyed the battlefield, observing the Sunigakure ninjas reassembling their formations, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under Qian Dai's command, these ninjas, grouped in teams of 200, had formed a tightly knit battle array, their weapons glimmering with lethal intent as chakra surged within them, poised for a collective offensive. Yet, in Xiaoyao's eyes, they were merely targets for the testing of his new sword technique. Gather the essence of death, Xiaoyao commanded, raising Qiushui high. As his words fell, a bizarre scene unfolded. Across the battlefield, from the corpses of the slain Sunigakure ninjas, dark streams of energy began to rise, curling like black smoke. These streams, infused with a potent aura of death, seemed to possess a life of their own, converging towards Xiaoyao. An ever-increasing number of dark streams emerged from the corpses, akin to countless black serpents, entwining and gathering, ultimately forming a colossal black vortex behind Xiaoyao. The vortex spun incessantly, growing larger and more solid, emanating a terrifying wave of energy that made the surrounding space feel as though it had frozen. What is this? Qian Dai's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld this uncanny spectacle, her heart racing uncontrollably. In all her years, she had witnessed countless bizarre ninjutsu and bloodline limits. Yet she had never encountered such a phenomenon. What on earth were these dark streams? They could siphon power from the dead? This is the essence of death. Xiaoyao seemed to read her thoughts, coolly stating, his voice as frigid as ice. The essence of death. Qian Dai's body trembled violently, as if struck by a thunderbolt, her face etched with incredulous terror. Drawing the essence of death from the deceased to transform it into one's own power? What manner of sword technique is this? It was utterly unheard of. Everyone awaken. Do not let this eerie aura affect you. Xiandai suppressed her fear, unleashing her chakra with a fervent roar. She noticed the Sunagakure ninjas around her had grown vacant in their expressions, fear evident on their faces, clearly affected by the essence of death, ensnared in an illusion. I see hell. So many dead, they beckon to me. Do not come closer. The Sunagakure ninjas descended into chaos, some even turning on one another, causing their formation to shatter instantaneously. Xiandai's anxiety deepened as she sensed that this essence of death had a profound impact on those with weak wills. While the seasoned warriors, who had faced death countless times, were even more deeply affected, their fears amplified by their experiences. Wake them. Stimulate them with pain. Xiandai shouted to several elite jonin nearby, simultaneously drawing a kunai and stabbing it into her own arm. The sharp pain jolted her back to clarity, dispelling some of the illusions clouding her vision. The elite jonin followed suit, wounding themselves with kunai in a bid to rouse their comrades ensnared in the illusion. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with anguished screams and the sounds of slaps. The shinobi of Suna gradually awakened from their illusions. Yet the terror in their eyes remained unabated. Did you notice? As he observed this scene, Xiaoyao's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The aura of death only deepens the impact on those who have faced mortality. He did not deliberately target anyone. But this very aura of death contained the purest form of fear. The more formidable the individual, the deeper their obsessions and fears, and consequently, the greater the impact they endure. You dare to humiliate Suna? Chiyo glared at Xiaoyao's haughty demeanor, her rage igniting once more. This youth regarded Suna with utter disdain, even valuing the lives of these shinobi as naught. Everything he did was merely to test his new swordsmanship, a profound insult to Suna. Kill them. Launch a combined ninjutsu attack. Chiyo roared, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra surged anew, and 10 puppets initiated their assault simultaneously. Futon, Daitapa. Futon, Kazakiri. Combined ninjutsu. Futon, Keisuke's no Goketsu. The Suna shinobi, shaking off their fear, rallied under the leadership of elite jonin and launched a collective offensive. Countless gusts of wind-based ninjutsu erupted from their hands, converging into a massive hurricane, bearing the might to devastate, advancing towards Xiaoyao. Amidst the tempest, myriad shuriken and explosive tags swirled, their power rivaling that of S-rank ninjutsu. The aura of death was sufficient. As Xiaoyao beheld the oncoming hurricane, the black glimmer in his eyes intensified, the blade of Chioshui radiating an inky sheen. Ikadoryu, Shinigami no Kama. He intoned, channeling chakra and the deathly aura into Chioshui. With a resonant hum, the black cyclone behind him erupted, transforming into a colossal phantom towering hundreds of meters high, clad in a dark robe with an indistinct visage. It wielded a gigantic scythe, its blade glinting with a chilling light, exuding a suffocating aura of death. The phantom's immense form nearly obscured the sky, rendering the Suna shinobi insignificant, akin to ants before a giant. What is that? Chiyo's pupils constricted in horror as her body trembled uncontrollably. She sensed the apocalyptic power within that phantom. Even its mere presence disordered her chakra. Run! She screamed with all her might, knowing full well that the impending strike surpassed her imagination, one that Suna could not withstand. But it was too late. Xiaoyao swung Chioshui down. Boom! The towering phantom simultaneously swung its massive scythe, generating a black, scythe-like strike that stretched hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide, descending with a force capable of rending the earth. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, as if space itself were being torn apart by this strike. The hurricane was rendered as fragile as paper, swiftly shredded and dissipated, shuriken and explosive tags disintegrating before they could approach. Ah, save me! The Suna shinobi cried out in despair, desperately trying to flee, but the speed of the scythe-like strike left them with no chance of escape. The strike landed fiercely in the heart of Suna, producing a deafening roar. Boom! The earth shattered beneath the weight of the terrifying blow. A chasm hundreds of meters deep and nearly 100 meters wide formed instantly, spreading outward. The edges of the abyss crumbled, sand cascading down as the entirety of Suna trembled violently, as if it were to sink into the ground. Those directly struck by the scythe-like blow were torn to shreds. their screams silenced before they could even utter a sound, reduced to ashes. Strangely, from the corpses of the fallen shinobi, black streams of energy arose, merging into the scythe-like strike, amplifying its terror. It absorbs the death aura. Chio watched in despair. This strike drew power from the death aura. The more it killed, the stronger it became, an insatiable abyss. The scythe-like strike continued to expand, demolishing structures, fracturing the earth, consuming the Suna shinobi like ants. The chasm widened relentlessly, cleaving Suna in two, countless shinobi buried beneath the rubble, their desperate wails echoing. The scythe-like strike rampaged until it collided with Suna's mightiest barrier, the Kiseki no Ito. This natural fortification, formed by two towering peaks, was crucial for repelling invaders. Yet before the terrifying scythe-like strike, it faltered like fragile paper. Crack! Crack! The peaks began to crumble, rocks splintering and dust billowing. A gap nearly 100 meters wide was forcibly torn open. The scythe-like strike pierced through the barrier, continuing its rampage into the depths of the desert until its energy was depleted, gradually dissipating into the sky. At that moment, Suna had been utterly reduced to ruins. The once thriving streets were no more, replaced by bottomless chasms and mountains of debris. With the barrier breached, furious winds and sands surged through the gap, wreaking havoc within Suna, lifting clouds of dust and debris. The entire village fell into eerie silence, save for the howling winds and the sporadic cries of despair. Xiaoyao, bearing Qiushui, stood at the edge of the abyss, panting lightly, the black light in his eyes gradually fading, returning to its usual purple-black hue. He surveyed the hellish scene before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A perfect finale. At that moment, a brilliant golden lightning streaked across the horizon, landing upon a nearby ruin. As the golden light of the flying thunder god dissipated, the figure of bluffing Minato emerged. Suspended in midair, he gazed at the scene before him. His eyes glazed over in disbelief, his expression filled with shock. Suna, once one of the 5 great hidden villages that stood shoulder to shoulder with Konoha, had been cleaved in two, reduced to mere rubble. The unfathomable abyss, the collapsed barrier, the pervasive death aura and swirling sands, along with the scattered remnants of limbs, painted a hellish tableau. Could it be that all this devastation was wrought by Xiaoyao alone? Minato's heart raced. Though he had long been aware of Xiaoyao's formidable strength, he had never imagined it had escalated to such heights. Minato, your timing is impeccable, Xiaoyao exclaimed upon seeing Minato, his face breaking into a radiant smile as he waved. Come witness my handiwork. I have leveled Suna. He gestured toward the ruins and abyss behind him, his tone brimming with pride and boastfulness. Minato slowly descended beside Xiaoyao, his gaze still fixed on the immense chasm. His voice trembling slightly. Xiaoyao, did you do all this? The frenzied winds and sands sliced through the ruins of Suna like countless tiny blades, swirling dust and debris into the air. Wolfing Minato stood at the edge of the abyss, his golden hair tousled by the wind, stray strands sticking to his forehead. His usually gentle blue eyes now filled with bewilderment and shock. He looked down into the unfathomable black chasm, where rocks continued to crumble, the sound of falling debris echoing through the desolate ruins like the whispers of death. Suna, that strong village, once ranked second in military might within the ninja world before the third Kazekage's disappearance, standing alongside Konoha as one of the 5 great hidden villages. In response to the impending war, Mai assembled a formidable army of tens of thousands of shinobi, engaging in a relentless battle with Suna for several months. Even his master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside the typically reclusive Tsunade, took command at the front lines. The village had long prepared for a protracted conflict, with estimates suggesting that this war might endure for years. Yet what was the outcome? That audacious fellow, Xiaoyao, single-handedly razed the stronghold of Suna. The scene before him bore no resemblance to the esteemed 5 great shinobi villages. The earth had been cleaved in two, a chasm hundreds of meters deep resembling a gruesome scar, slicing through the very heart of Suna. The once towering Kazekage building, orderly streets, and sturdy defensive structures had all been reduced to ruins, half buried beneath shifting sands. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, gunpowder, and dust, mingling into a nauseating aroma. Faint cries of despair occasionally echoed from the depths of the debris, but were swiftly drowned out by the howling winds. Such devastating power could only be attributed to the relentless release of tailed beast bombs. Yet, Xiaoyao achieved this with merely a blade. Minato began to doubt the purpose of his journey. He had hastened his way to Suna, risking detection by their patrols. But was he there to rescue Xiaoyao, or to collect the remains of Suna? Chapter 108. Truly Ruthless Minato. Did you bring the sake? Xiaoyao's voice interrupted Minato's thoughts. Roused from his reverie, Minato gazed at the blood-soaked youth before him, still vibrant despite his grim surroundings, and shook his head with a wry smile. Regardless of the chaos he created, Xiaoyao's foremost concern remained the sake. I brought it, here you go. Minato retrieved an exquisite porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch. A token Jiraiya had insisted he carry, urging him to present it to Xiaoyao at the earliest opportunity, claiming it was the key to dealing with him. It appeared Jiraiya's wisdom was indeed well-founded. Really? Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with delight, akin to discovering a rare treasure. He snatched the bottle, uncorked it, and poured the clear liquid down his throat, the sound of his gulping echoing in the still air. Standing amidst the ruins of Suna, he faced the swirling sands, indulging in the drink, his face radiating satisfaction and contentment. Huh. Xiaoyao let out a hearty belch, the scent of alcohol mingling with the metallic tang of blood wafting around him. Wiping the remnants from the corner of his mouth, he grinned widely, drinking after the slaying. This taste is simply exquisite. Observing Xiaoyao's nonchalance amidst the destruction, Minato felt a deepening sense of shock. He had just obliterated one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yet here he was, so unfazed. Xiaoyao, you must tell me in detail what transpired. Minato approached, a weary smile on his face. I'm still trying to comprehend the enormity of it all. This isn't merely about killing. You have plowed through the entirety of Suna. Look at this vast village. Now reduced to mere ruins, the landscape irrevocably altered. Your power has transcended the realm of S-rank jutsu, surpassing human limits. Has Xiaoyao truly evolved to such heights? Oh, I must elaborate on this. Xiaoyao's interest was piqued. After slaying foes and savoring sake, it was only fitting to boast about his remarkable achievements. The only regret of this performance was the absence of an audience. However, Minato had witnessed the grand outcome, which was commendable enough. At the very least, upon returning, Minato could recount his extraordinary deeds to Jiraiya, that unworldly white-haired sage, to broaden his horizons. Otherwise, with Jiraiya's limited imagination, he would never grasp the magnitude of Xiaoyao's astounding feats. Thus, standing amidst the ruins of Suna, Xiaoyao recounted his recent experiences while sipping sake. Initially, I dispatched those oblivious sand shinobi, planning to return directly to my camp. He narrated vividly, detailing how he encountered Suna's patrol at the border, seized their sake, and, provoked by their taunts, annihilated their encampment, recounting every detail. Minato listened intently, his expressions growing increasingly animated. When Xiaoyao explained that his entry into the Land of Wind was purely due to a misdirection, Minato felt his worldview shatter. So, the conclusions drawn by the third Hokage and Jiraiya regarding Xiaoyao's intent to disrupt Suna's supply lines were merely misguided assumptions? Xiaoyao had never intended to sabotage any supply routes. He had merely taken a wrong turn, seized some sake, and retaliated after being provoked by the Sand Shinobi. Inadvertently stumbling into the heart of the Land of Wind and encountering Suna's transport team, Minato recalled the arduous days spent with Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza combing through the Land of Wind in search of Xiaoyao's whereabouts, attempting to support him in completing his mission, and felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall. It turned out that Xiaoyao had no interest in Suna's supply lines at all. He was simply lost. Upon entering the Land of Wind, Xiaoyao thought to himself, if he returned in such a disgraceful manner, he would surely give that white-haired fool and the old man something to hold over him. I must accomplish something earth-shattering, compelling that white-haired rascal and the old man to submit completely, then return to Mai with great fanfare. That's why I stormed into Suna. After declaring this, he raised an eyebrow proudly, as if inviting praise for his cunning. Minato regarded him with exasperation, nearly bursting into a string of curses in his mind. Cunning? You must be daft from the winds and sands. What sane person would, out of a desire to avoid a lecture from their teacher and Hokage, charge into the enemy's stronghold? Such ruthlessness was unfathomable. Even more absurd was the fact that he had actually succeeded. Suna, once a formidable bastion among the 5 great shinobi villages, had indeed been single-handedly destroyed by him. You should have seen how powerful my swordsmanship is. Xiaoyao, misinterpreting Minato's complex expression as awe at his genius, grew even more boastful, launching into an elaborate display of his sword skills. With a single stroke, not only could I cleave through those sand shinobi, but I could also split mountains in two. What nonsense puppet techniques! What absurd wind techniques! They are but paper in my presence. He animatedly extolled his swordsmanship to the heavens, as though a single strike could sever the sun and moon, divide the earth. Minato, listening to his boastful claims, felt the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Yet, gazing upon the desolation, the unfathomable abyss, he was compelled to believe. How old was Xiaoyao? In his teens, he had already attained such terrifying prowess, capable of flattening a 5 great shinobi village single-handedly. Given a few more years to mature, who could say he wouldn't one day truly cleave the moon as he boasted? Xiaoyao, let us return to my camp. Minato could no longer bear the weight of Xiaoyao's exuberance and swiftly grasped his arm, smiling ruefully. His mind could scarcely process such intense stimuli. It was best to return Xiaoyao to my camp and leave him in the hands of Jiraiya and Tsunade. If they delayed any longer, Tsunade might very well seize him by the collar and execute him. All right, I'll share more with you on the way. Xiaoyao shrugged nonchalantly, took another sip of sake, smacked his lips in distaste, and remarked, "This Suna is such a dreadful place. Aside from the sake, which is barely drinkable, it's just sand everywhere. And it's uncomfortable." Shuemin gazed at his companion's disdainful expression, feeling a wave of frustration surge within him. You have laid waste to their village. And now you find fault with its condition. This is truly a violation of the heart. Without further ado, Shuemin tightened his grip on Xiaoyao's arm, his chakra surging within him, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique in an instant. A flash of golden lightning illuminated the air, and the two figures vanished amidst the ruins of Sunagakure, racing towards the frontline camp of Konoha. Shuemin resolutely vowed to keep a firm hold on Xiaoyao. He could not allow him to slip away again. The last time he had lost him, it had resulted in the destruction of Sunagakure. Should he lose him again? Who knows what calamity might befall a Wagakure or Kumogakure? He could hardly bear such a harrowing experience. Chapter 109. On the brink of death bang. Long after Shuemin and Xiaoyao had departed, a dull thud reverberated through the ruins of Sunagakure. Subsequently, a massive stone slab was slowly pushed aside, revealing a dark, gaping hole. One by one, dirt-laden, wounded sand shinobi crawled out from the crevices of the ruins and the debris of collapsed buildings, struggling to emerge. Their faces were smeared with blood and dust, their eyes reflecting a profound terror and bewilderment, resembling startled birds in search of safety. Those sand shinobi who had been directly within the lethal range of the scythe-like attack had been utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to be beyond the core blast radius had also suffered grievous injuries amidst the violent tremors and collapsing structures. Some had limbs crushed by falling debris, while others were trapped beneath the ruins, relying on their last vestiges of strength to claw their way out. A young sand shinobi emerged from the wreckage, his left arm hanging limply, clearly broken, with blood streaming from a wound on his forehead, trickling down his cheek onto the yellow sand. He stared blankly at the desolate ruins before him, his gaze fixated on the vast chasm that had cleaved through the village, his confusion deepening, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Their village, their sanctuary, had been reduced to rubble by an invader in a single stroke? This felt like a nightmare. My family. A middle-aged sand shinobi looked toward where his home had once stood, now nothing but a pile of rubble, with no familiar structure in sight. Unable to contain himself, he sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. His wife and children were still inside, they were surely. The sound of his anguish proved infectious. And more sand shinobi began to crumble under the weight of despair, some crouching and weeping, others screaming at the sky, venting their fear and hopelessness. Help! Medical shinobi. Lady Chiyo is gravely injured. Just then, a series of urgent cries shattered the atmosphere of despair among the ruins. A group of sand shinobi rushed in, carrying a makeshift stretcher upon which lay Lady Chiyo. At that moment, she had lost all semblance of her former authority and strength. Her right arm was missing, and the wound was a gruesome sight, blood saturating the fabric of the stretcher beneath her. A grotesque injury extended from her shoulder to her lower abdomen. With her damaged internal organs barely visible, her breath faint, eyes closed, and complexion as pale as parchment, evidently at death's door. Lady Chiyo, upon witnessing her dire condition, the surrounding sand shinobi felt an even deeper sense of despair. Lady Chiyo was one of the pillars of Sunagakure, the most formidable puppeteer. If she were reduced to such a state, what hope remained for the village? Where are the medical shinobi? Are there any medical shinobi? The sand shinobi carrying the stretcher shouted anxiously, their voices hoarse with fear and despair. Yet, amidst the chaos, the medical shinobi themselves had suffered severe injuries, making the search for those capable of saving Chiyo a formidable challenge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the crowd was enveloped in desperation, several figures rushed towards the center of the ruins. Leading them was a female ninja with short orange hair, clad in the elite Jonin uniform of Sunigakure. Her beauty was striking, yet her gaze bore an edge of urgency and determination. She was Yakura, the top-tier powerhouse of Sunigakure, possessing the unique bloodline limit of Shikuten. Following her was a battalion of nearly 1,000 sand shinobi, returning from a search mission upon receiving news to lend their support. What on earth has transpired? Yakura surveyed the hellish scene before her, gazing into the bottomless abyss, taking in the scattered limbs and the weeping sand shinobi, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had been away from Sunigakure for merely a few days, and upon her return, she was confronted with such a horrific sight. Even the village's most formidable natural barrier, the one line of heaven, had been breached, leaving a gaping hole nearly 100 meters wide, with a violent sandstorm pouring in, wreaking havoc upon the village. Yakura-sama, you have returned. Upon spotting Yakura, the sand shinobi who had been carrying Chiyo erupted with a glimmer of hope, exclaiming with excitement. Quickly summon the medical shinobi. Lady Chiyo is gravely injured. Only then did Yakura notice Chiyo on the stretcher, her expression shifting dramatically as she hurried forward to assess Chiyo's wounds. Upon seeing the extent of Chiyo's injuries, Yakura's heart sank, her expression turning grave. The injuries are too severe, they are nearly fatal. Medical shinobi. Bring the medical shinobi here at once. Yakura abruptly stood, her voice commanding and unwavering. The team she had brought included several experienced medical shinobi, the only hope remaining. Yes. Yakura-sama. Several sand shinobi responded promptly, turning on their heels and racing towards the rear of the unit to locate the medical shinobi. Before long, 3 medical ninjas donned in white medical garb were brought forth, carrying medical kits and wearing anxious expressions. Quickly, do everything possible to save Lady Chiyo, Yakura commanded, her voice tinged with urgency. Lady Chiyo must not perish. She was a pillar of Sunigakure's spirit. If anything were to happen to her, the village would truly be doomed. Understood. The 3 medical shinobi nodded, swiftly setting down their medical kits and commencing emergency treatment for Chiyo. Green healing chakra emanated from their hands, enveloping Chiyo's wounds, initiating the restoration of her damaged body tissues and staunching the flow of blood. As time ticked by, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the 3 medical ninjas, their faces growing weary. They had poured every ounce of their energy into the effort, depleting vast reserves of chakra. Finally, the lead medical ninja ceased their actions, the healing light gradually fading. How is it? What is Lady Chiyo's condition? Yakura stepped forward anxiously, her heart racing. The lead medical ninja wiped the sweat from their brow, their expression somber. Yakura-sama, Lady Chiyo's bleeding has been controlled, but her injuries are far too severe. Her internal organs are damaged in multiple places, particularly her liver, which has been nearly destroyed. She remains in critical condition. The environment here is inadequate, lacking essential medical equipment. We must swiftly transfer her to a facility with comprehensive medical resources for surgical treatment, or else. The medical ninja's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Damn it! Yakura cursed quietly, her eyes flashing with determination and urgency. Sunigakure had been reduced to ruins. The original hospital lay buried beneath the debris, leaving no access to proper medical facilities. Chapter 110. The utmost humiliation you lot. Immediately clear a safe area amidst the ruins and establish a temporary surgical room. Yitsong turned to the nearby elite shinobi and shouted, at all costs, we must preserve the life of Lord Chiyo. Yes, Lord Yitsong. The elite shinobi, not daring to delay, immediately led a portion of the Sunigakure shinobi towards a relatively intact section of the ruins to begin clearing the area and setting up a temporary operating room. The others swiftly commenced their search and rescue efforts. Yitsong took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety within, and commanded the remaining Sunigakure shinobi. Meticulously search every inch of the ruins. Do not overlook any sign of life. Additionally, where is the Umbu captain? Where are the Umbu members? The Umbu serves as the sharpest sword of Sunigakure. responsible for the village's security and covert missions. In such a dire situation, the Umbu should have been the first to respond. Yet, as she surveyed the scene, she could hardly see any trace of them. A surviving Sunagakure shinobi, upon hearing Yitsong's inquiry, revealed a sorrowful and fearful expression, choking on his words. Lord Yitsong, the Umbu captain has perished. Most of the Umbu brothers have also sacrificed themselves. He had witnessed the Umbu captain being engulfed in an instant by a terrifying scythe-like strike, with no chance to resist. Reduced to ashes. What? Yitsong's body trembled violently, disbelief etched across her face. The Umbu captain was a formidable force with strength rivaling that of the Kage, one of the top 5 combatants in Sunagakure, renowned throughout the shinobi world. Such a figure had fallen. The Umbu, the elite force of Sunagakure, had suffered near total annihilation. Yitsong felt dizzy, her heart overwhelmed with shock akin to turbulent waves. What manner of enemy could be so terrifying, capable of single-handedly slaying the Umbu captain, gravely injuring Lord Chiyo, and reducing the entire Sunagakure to ruins? But there was no time for such thoughts. Search and rescue must be prioritized. Yitsong forced herself to regain composure, understanding that this was not the time to assign blame. Saving lives was paramount. Only by preserving more of the living forces could Sunagakure hope for reconstruction. Understood. The shinobi responded in unison, though filled with fear and sorrow. They gathered their courage under Yitsong's leadership and began a thorough search for survivors among the ruins. One after another, gravely injured shinobi were extracted from the debris, placed on makeshift stretchers, and transported to the hastily assembled medical station. The search and rescue efforts continued into the deep night, the cold moonlight casting a desolate glow over the silent land. Outside Sunagakure, in a flat expanse of desert, a temporary camp had been established. Yitsong sat within a modest tent, holding a freshly compiled casualty report, her complexion pale and her gaze vacant. The numbers on the report struck her heart like heavy iron hammers. Fallen shinobi, nearly 3,000. Severely injured, over 1,000. Lightly injured, countless. Umbu losses, exceeding 4/5. With the captain, vice-captain, and all squad leaders perished, leaving only a handful of lower-ranking Umbu members alive. Elder Chiyo, gravely injured and still in peril. The core area of Sunagakure, utterly reduced to ruins, infrastructure completely destroyed, the protective barrier breached. This cannot be. Yitsong's lips trembled, nearly unable to believe her own eyes. She longed for this casualty report to be a mistake, wished fervently that it was all merely a nightmare. Yet, the wails of the injured and the cries of survivors outside the tent served as a stark reminder that this reality was undeniable. Sunagakure had suffered losses graver than those of the Second Shinobi World War because of one individual. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure had fought for years, with casualties totaling just over 2,000. Yet this time, in a single battle, they had lost nearly 3,000, including top-tier forces like the Umbu captain and Chiyo. Such losses were nearly catastrophic for Sunagakure. Immediately send a message to Lord Kazekage, requesting reinforcements. Yitsong took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm as she commanded the communications shinobi beside her, her voice betraying a slight tremor. She knew that with the remaining forces of Sunagakure, they could not sustain themselves. They must urgently call for frontline troops and ample medical supplies and personnel. Otherwise, Sunagakure might face annihilation. The communications shinobi, not daring to delay, promptly produced a communication scroll and began drafting the battle report to send to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Yitsong gazed at the moonlight outside the tent, her heart heavy with confusion and despair. Where lay the future of Sunagakure? Who was the invader that had wrought such destruction upon their village? Meanwhile, within the temporary command post at the front line of Sunagakure, Raza sat at the operations table, his brow furrowed as he perused the frontline battle reports. Although Sunagakure had achieved minor victories on the front lines, overall, the war with Konoha had reached a stalemate. The strength of Konoha had surpassed his expectations, particularly the Flying Thunder God technique of Namake's Minato, which posed significant challenges for Sunagakure's frontline forces. The stalemate must be broken swiftly, or prolonged attrition would be detrimental to Sunagakure. Raza murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He contemplated whether to deploy Sunagakure's secret weapon for a decisive blow against Konoha. Lord Kazekage, urgent reports have arrived from the rear. At that moment, a communications shinobi hastened into the tent, his expression fraught with urgency and gravity, presenting a scroll with both hands to Raza. Raza furrowed his brow, accepting the scroll with a sense of bewilderment. What urgent news could possibly come from the rear? Sunagakure's main camp was heavily fortified, and with the main forces of Konoha engaged at the front, an attack on the rear seemed implausible. He slowly unfurled the scroll, and upon reading its contents, his pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, then to fury. A mysterious powerhouse from Konoha had brazenly infiltrated Sunagakure, engaging over 5,000 shinobi, including the Umbu captain, Elder Chio, and other top-tier warriors. Casualty report: Umbu captain and vice captain perished, squad leaders nearly all annihilated, with the Umbu suffering losses exceeding 4/5. Nearly 3,000 shinobi fallen, with the remaining personnel all injured. Elder Chio gravely injured and still in danger. The core area of Sunagakure reduced to ruins. The protective barrier breached. The invader had swaggeringly departed from Sunagakure. The words exploded in Raza's mind like thunderclaps. Raza sprang to his feet, fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. He roared like an enraged beast, slamming his hand down on the operations table before him. Bam! The sturdy wooden table shattered instantaneously, splinters flying in all directions. Damn it! Raza's eyes burned crimson, his face twisted with fury, and chakra surged violently around him, the very air growing tense. In the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure had fought for years without suffering such catastrophic losses. The Umbu captain had perished, Chio gravely injured. The Umbu nearly wiped out. Nearly 3,000 shinobi fallen, their village reduced to ruins. This was, without a doubt, the greatest disgrace since the founding of Sunagakure. Chapter 111, Return Sister. Outside the tent, a figure rushed in, none other than Kyozo. He had just received the news, his face etched with anxiety and anguish, tears welling in his eyes. Lord Kazekage, I must return to Sunagakure immediately. I need to bring the best medical shinobi back. Hailaozong looked at Luo Sha, his tone imbued with a hint of pleading and an undeniable firmness. Chio was his only kin, and he could not allow any harm to befall her. Luo Sha remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the battle report, his chest heaving violently as the flames of fury within him threatened to consume him. He could hardly fathom that Sunagakure could suffer such grievous losses. Just one individual, merely one person, had the village of Konoha birthed such a fearsome powerhouse? Lord Kazekage, let us return to Sunagakure. A sand shinobi entered the tent, blood streaking his face, his eyes filled with exhaustion and urgency. Their stronghold had been breached. What was left to fight for? All they wanted was to return to Sunagakure at once, to ascertain the safety of their families and the state of their village. Luo Sha surveyed the tent, noting that all the sand shinobi bore the same expression, their fighting spirit extinguished, replaced by deep concern for their homeland. He understood that this war could no longer continue. Even if he forcibly commanded the troops to fight on, none would heed him. Defeat had become an inevitable conclusion. Damn it! Luo Sha muttered under his breath, his heart brimming with resentment and rage. This war, initiated by him, was intended to elevate Sunagakure, to establish it as a dominant force in the shinobi world, yet it had culminated in such dismal failure. Order the troops to withdraw to Sunagakure in an orderly manner. Luo Sha took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and discontent, and issued his command in a low voice. During the retreat, heighten vigilance to prevent Konoha from launching a surprise attack. Furthermore, immediately inform Kumogakure and Iwagakure about the emergence of such a terrifying power in Konoha. I refuse to believe that Tsuchikage and Reikage can tolerate Konoha's unchecked dominance. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Luo Sha's eyes. Having suffered such severe losses, he would ensure that Konoha would not emerge unscathed. The appearance of such a strong adversary in Konoha would undoubtedly incite the apprehension of the other four hidden villages. In due time, Kumogakure and Iwagakure would take action against Konoha, allowing Sunagakure to catch its breath and regain its strength. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The sand shinobi responded in unison, relief washing over their faces. At last, they could return to Sunagakure. Hailaozong nodded slightly at Luo Sha, refraining from uttering another word, and swiftly exited the tent to summon medical ninjas, preparing to rush back to Sunagakure. Inside the tent, Luo Sha stood alone, gazing at the shattered battle table and the report, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. Huangfu Xiaoyao, Luo Sha ground out through clenched teeth. The name of the invader mentioned in the report. He would remember this name. He would settle this score. Meanwhile, at the front lines of Konoha, Jiraiya sat dazedly in the main tent, holding a freshly received piece of intelligence, his expression vacant as if all strength had been drained from him. Tsunade sat opposite him, her arms crossed, her face reflecting a mix of confusion and disbelief. The atmosphere in the tent was strange, steeped in silence, broken only by the heavy sounds of their breathing. Suddenly, Jiraiya laughed nervously, the dry and eerie sound echoing through the empty tent, sending chills down one's spine. "Hey, Jiraiya, can you stop laughing?" Tsunade snapped back to reality, looking at Jiraiya's odd smile, unable to suppress a shiver. Jiraiya ignored her, continuing to chuckle to himself, shaking his head as he said, "Xiaoyao single-handedly breached Sunagakure? This must be a dream." He slapped his cheeks vigorously, desperate to awaken from this nightmare. Tsunade watched him, opening her mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. She, too, felt as if this were a dream. Upon learning of Xiaoyao's incursion into Sunagakure, her greatest concern was for his safety. She had even braced herself for the worst, believing that even if Xiaoyao were gravely injured, as long as he survived, she could rescue him. But what was the outcome? The intelligence from Minato struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly stunned. Not only was Xiaoyao unharmed, but he had also single-handedly flattened Sunagakure. By the time Minato arrived at Sunagakure, the battle had already concluded. Xiaoyao was unscathed, and he was celebrating with a drink amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, Sunagakure had been reduced to rubble, with devastating casualties. This was far beyond her comprehension. Just then, a Leaf Jonin burst into the tent, his face alight with excitement and shock, holding a new report, and exclaimed loudly, "Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, we have confirmed intelligence regarding Sunagakure." Oh! Jiraiya instantly ceased his laughter, raising his head sharply, his eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Could it be that Minato's report was erroneous? That the little brat was simply exaggerating? He would rather believe Xiaoyao was boasting than accept that one person could achieve such feats. If Xiaoyao truly possessed such power, what would that mean for him? One of the legendary Sannin? No, Lord Jiraiya. The Jonin shook his head, the astonishment on his face deepening, his lips trembling as he spoke. The intelligence from Lord Minato was, in fact, rather conservative. Sunagakure disclosed part of their battle losses to Kumogakure and Iwagakure, which was intercepted by our intelligence operatives. Combining this with our previous information, we have reached an accurate conclusion. In this battle, Lord Xiaoyao invaded Sunagakure, resulting in over 3,000 Sand Shinobi casualties. The Umbu were nearly annihilated. The leader, deputy leader, and squad leaders of the Sand Umbu were all killed. Elder Chiyo is gravely injured and clinging to life, still in critical condition. The core area of Sunagakure has been completely reduced to ruins, the frontline barriers breached. The frontline forces of Sunagakure have begun a full retreat to the Land of Wind. As the Jonin concluded, his reference to Xiaoyao had transformed into Lord Xiaoyao. Although Xiaoyao was merely a Chunin and he was a Jonin, such remarkable achievements warranted his heartfelt admiration. It was as if one individual had vanquished half of Sunagakure. Gasp! Jiraiya's expression froze, as if he had been struck by a paralysis technique, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He had originally believed Minato's report was a mere fabrication of Xiaoyao's, yet it turned out that Minato had not only spoken the truth, but had understated the reality. The leaders of the Sand Umbu had perished at Xiaoyao's hands. Sunagakure had retreated due to Xiaoyao. How could this be possible? Tsunade, too, was utterly stunned. Chiyo, her rival for the better part of her life, the formidable puppeteer, had been gravely injured by Xiaoyao. Was it true that Xiaoyao had single-handedly breached Sunagakure? Report. Lord Minato has returned to camp. Lord Xiaoyao is also back. At that moment, another Leaf Jonin rushed into the tent, shouting excitedly. White-haired brat, where are you? Following closely was a familiar voice, brash and confident, echoing throughout the entire Konoha camp. It was Xiaoyao's voice. The shock on Jiraiya's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of exasperation. This little brat. He returned, and yet he had to announce his nickname with such fanfare. It was infuriating. Chapter 112. A name earned through battle. The front lines of Konoha were now ablaze with excitement. The war with Sunagakure had concluded due to the actions of a single individual. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the camp. All the Leaf Shinobi wore expressions of disbelief, followed swiftly by uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. They battled fiercely with Xian village for several months, enduring significant casualties and accumulating a profound sense of fatigue and oppression. Yet now, a single individual, Xiaoyao, has delivered them an unprecedented victory. With his prowess, he has slain over 3,000 Sharon, obliterated the stronghold of Xian village, and compelled their forces to retreat entirely. Such a feat is nothing short of legendary. Though still in a daze, the enormity of this triumph necessitated a celebration. Soon, a makeshift venue was established within the camp, and an abundance of fine wine and delicacies flowed in as the ninjas of Konoha gathered to commemorate this hard-won victory. Haha. Those Xian scoundrels were utterly defeated by me, weren't they? If it weren't for Minato holding me back, I would have stormed their frontline camp and dispatched that so-called Kazekage myself. Xiaoyao boasted, standing in the midst of the crowd with a bowl of wine, radiating an air of arrogance as he recounted his exploits with fervent enthusiasm. The surrounding Konoha ninjas echoed his sentiments, showering him with flattery that surged like a tidal wave. Lord Xiaoyao is truly extraordinary. He single-handedly toppled Xian village. Indeed, Lord Xiaoyao is the guardian deity of Konoha. With Lord Xiaoyao around, we need not fear any other hidden villages. As he absorbed their praise, Xiaoyao grew more self-satisfied, drinking with increasing speed and speaking with less restraint. Of course, you need only look at who I am. He pounded his chest with pride, exclaiming, back in the Chunin exams, I drove that old monster Orochimaru away with a single blow. Dealing with those Sharon is merely child's play. Jiraiya stood at a distance, observing the throng surrounding Xiaoyao, his mouth twitching in irritation. This arrogant brat has become increasingly boastful. If he continues, he might claim he single-handedly defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Yet, the Konoha ninjas around him appeared completely captivated, their eyes filled with admiration. Jiraiya even felt as though his position as frontline commander might soon be usurped by Xiaoyao. What made him even more envious was seeing Tsunade, that renowned figure, attending to Xiaoyao with utmost care, serving him food and pouring him drinks. Jiraiya watched this scene, his eyes turning red with jealousy. That is Tsunade Haim, one of the legendary Sannin, the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, a goddess sought after by many, and now she is serving that arrogant brat as if she were his devoted wife? Such treatment is something I could only dream of. Minato, is Xiaoyao truly executing a planned assault on Xian village as he claims? Nara Shikaku squeezed beside Minato, his face alight with excitement and curiosity. He had just heard Xiaoyao mention how he strategically targeted Xian's supply lines, causing them to lower their guard and mobilize their defenses before launching a decisive attack. Such a clever stratagem, such profound foresight. Could it really have been conceived by this seemingly unreliable youth? The more Shikaku contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, feeling he had found a kindred spirit, someone equally astute. Minato observed the gleam of excitement in Shikaku's eyes and glanced at the exuberant Xiaoyao not far away, his expression becoming quite complex. He opened his mouth, intending to reveal the truth, that Xiaoyao had merely acted on impulse, but the words caught in his throat. Xiaoyao spoke with such conviction and clarity, as if he really had devised an elaborate plan. Minato began to wonder if Xiaoyao had perhaps been teasing him all along. Perhaps he truly possesses such a strategy, only wishing to keep it from Minato? After a moment's hesitation, Minato nodded, choosing to align with Xiaoyao's narrative. He couldn't bear to shatter Shikaku's illusions, nor did he wish to embarrass Xiaoyao in front of everyone. Excellent! Shikaku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What sheer genius! Such tactics are of textbook caliber. I must study this thoroughly and document it as a teaching case for the Konoha Ninja Academy. Minato looked at Shikaku's fervent demeanor, feeling speechless. Shikaku, you are far too gullible. That brat has no real plan. Lord Xiaoyao, please tell us how you infiltrated Xian village. Yes. Lord Xiaoyao, how did you master your swordsmanship? Might you impart some wisdom upon us? Lord Xiaoyao, what are your future plans? Will you be attacking Awagakure or Kimogakure next? The surrounding ninjas gathered around, clamoring with admiration and eagerness for knowledge. Several members of the advisory department even produced notebooks and pens, ready to diligently record Xiaoyao's insights. Oh, you wish to hear about this? Xiaoyao suddenly felt invigorated, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, no problem. Today, I shall enlighten you on what constitutes true strategy and authentic swordsmanship. After taking a sip of wine and clearing his throat, he began to expound passionately. He embellished the military theories and tactical layouts he had encountered in a past life, discussing concepts like feigned attacks, encirclement, and concentrated force engagements, even mentioning landing operations and maritime blockades. Thus, we must first deploy an elite unit to feign an attack on Cheyenne supply lines, drawing their attention, while our main forces take the opportunity to circumvent and strike at the heart of Cheyenne village, Xiaoyao proclaimed, his face alight with pride. So that is the strategy. How ingenious. Lord Xiaoyao truly possesses remarkable foresight. No wonder he is revered. The advisors nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration as they quickly jotted down notes. Shikaku was also thoroughly engrossed, occasionally nodding in understanding, his expression shifting to one of dawning realization. Lord Xiaoyao, just which village was your landing operation aimed at? Shikaku couldn't help but inquire. Cheyenne village is situated in the desert, surrounded by no sea. How would one conduct a landing operation? Moreover, what is this Normandy you speak of? I have never heard of such a place. The ninjas around them exhibited similar expressions of confusion, awaiting Xiaoyao's explanation. Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then realized he had inadvertently let slip details from his previous life. Thinking quickly, he replied, "Oh, you must be mistaken. The landing operation I mentioned is not aimed at Cheyenne village, but rather at Kirigakure. Kirigakure is surrounded by the sea, and to defeat them, one must conduct a landing operation. I am merely preparing in advance and strategizing. As for Normandy, that is a code name, a great operational code name." With an unfazed demeanor and a look that suggested their youth and inexperience, Xiaoyao fabricated his tale. "Ah, now I see," Shikaku exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him, his previous doubts vanishing, replaced by even greater admiration. Lord Xiaoyao truly possesses far-reaching vision, having already begun preparations for dealing with Kirigakure. What greatness! Such strategic insight is unparalleled. He quickly lowered his head, feverishly recording every detail in his notebook, fearful of missing anything. The surrounding ninjas also displayed expressions of realization, their admiration for Xiaoyao intensifying. Shuamin stood aside, gazing at the scene before him, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He now harbored serious doubts about his own intelligence, questioning whether he truly lacked the capacity to comprehend the grand strategy proposed by Xiaoyao. Why would Naliang Lugio, universally recognized as the most astute mind in Konoha, so readily endorse Xiaoyao's nonsensical rhetoric? No, he could not afford to fall behind. Shuamin hastily adopted an expression of sudden enlightenment, nodding at Xiaoyao as if he genuinely understood. Jiraiya, observing the crowd ensnared by Xiaoyao's words, felt an overwhelming headache, almost succumbing to the impulse to bash his head against a wall. This insufferable brat. He knows nothing of strategic warfare. He even plagiarized answers during the theoretical exam of the Chunin selection. Yet, the trusted advisors, Lugio, along with numerous Konoha ninjas, were all caught in his web of deception. Am I truly growing old, unable to keep pace with the times? Jiraiya mused, stroking his white hair, beginning to doubt his life choices. Meanwhile, within the walls of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, holding the detailed intelligence relayed by Jiraiya, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Xiaoyao single-handedly subdued Sunagakure? The captain and vice-captain of the Umbu had perished, and Chio lay gravely wounded? Sunagakure was unable to continue fighting, retreating entirely? One astonishing revelation after another struck Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a hammer. When he first learned that Xiaoyao had infiltrated Sunagakure alone and was besieged by their forces, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. He understood Xiaoyao's character all too well. Despite his penchant for drink and mischief, he never undertook ventures without assurance. Yet this time, he had recklessly charged into the stronghold of one of the 5 great hidden villages. This was an accomplishment that even the legendary Hatake Sakumo had not achieved. Sakumo's successful assault on Sunagakure had been facilitated by the fact that most of their forces were diverted to the front lines, leaving their defenses weak, coupled with numerous insiders aiding the attack. But Xiaoyao? He had no insiders, no support, and was entirely unaware of Sunagakure's specific circumstances, yet he charged in headlong. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart felt heavy, preparing for the worst. He merely hoped that Xiaoyao could hold out long enough for Shuamin to arrive and ensure his safe return. Yet, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Not only did Xiaoyao return safely, but he also brought with him an immense victory. By the time Shuamin arrived at Sunagakure, the battle had already concluded, leaving the village in ruins, cleaved in two by Xiaoyao's hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the intelligence report, filled with confusion. How could a village be cleaved in half? This was beyond his imagination. Even a tailed beast could not accomplish such a feat, could it? He slapped his cheek, attempting to awaken himself and confirm that this was not a mere illusion. Yet, the words on the page remained clear, a reminder of the reality of the situation. How had this insufferable brat suddenly grown so powerful? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting profound shock. He recalled the incident during the Chunin exams when Xiaoyao had gone on a rampage after drinking. Could it be that the people of Sunagakure inadvertently provoked Xiaoyao, igniting his fury once more? The more he considered it, the more plausible this possibility seemed. From now on, one must never provoke Xiaoyao's wrath lightly, he thought. When this kid goes berserk, he is more fearsome than a tailed beast. While tailed beasts can be contained with sealing techniques, he was at a loss as to how to subdue a rampaging Xiaoyao. It seemed that Konoha's budget for future expenditures would need to include a provision for fine liquor. As long as Xiaoyao was kept happy with drink, everything would be manageable. At that moment, an umbu suddenly appeared in the office, kneeling respectfully on one knee, and said, "Hokage-sama, the elders are already waiting in the conference room, ready for you to convene the meeting." "I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, collecting his thoughts and rising to his feet. The news from the front lines must have reached the elders as well. The mere thought of the upcoming meeting uplifted his spirits. He had endured considerable pressure these past days. That scoundrel Danzo had allied with several dissatisfied elders, constantly applying pressure, accusing him of allowing Konoha to become embroiled in conflict with Sunagakure, which had incited unrest from Awagakure and Kumogakure, posing a significant risk to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly explain himself. He could not divulge that the catalyst for this war was Xiaoyao's disappearance. Such a revelation would only provide Danzo with ammunition to strike. Thus, he had to endure the pressure and maintain his support for the conflict at the front. Now, however, Xiaoyao had provided him with a tremendous surprise, an opportunity to stand tall. The thought of Danzo's and others' expressions upon hearing the news filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with joy. In the elders' conference room of the Hokage building, the air felt almost palpable. Along the lengthy conference table, the core elders of Konoha took their seats, each displaying a myriad of expressions, some barely concealing their elation, others lost in deep contemplation, and some maintaining a facade of indifference. Among them, sitting at the far left, Shimura Danzo's already grim countenance appeared darker than if he had just emerged from a coal mine. His brows were furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed against the table, producing faint sounds that betrayed his inner agitation and fury. The heavy wooden door of the conference room creaked open, accompanied by the distinct sound of metal hinges. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure appeared in the doorway, clad in his Hokage cloak, walking with assured steps, and wearing an uncontainable, radiant smile. His gaze immediately fell upon Danzo, his tone deliberately warm as he greeted, "Ah, it appears all the elders have gathered." Danzo whirled around, fixing a fierce glare upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's beaming face, internally cursing vehemently. This old fox, he is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Riding on the coattails of Xiaoyao's remarkable achievements, he now struts about as if he owns the place. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no heed to Danzo's glare, proceeding directly to take his seat at the head of the table, his cloak sweeping behind him, stirring a gentle breeze. He surveyed the room, cleared his throat, and spoke with a voice loud enough for all to hear. "I trust everyone has received the news from the front lines?" Tokuran Komaru adjusted her glasses, the remnants of disbelief lingering in her eyes as she leaned slightly forward, her tone tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Sarutobi, is it true that Sunagakure has completely retreated, and that Xiaoyao single-handedly subdued the core of Sunagakure?" "Absolutely true," Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed with a vigorous nod, pride evident in his voice as he deliberately emphasized his words, casting a glance toward Danzo. The frontline forces of Sunagakure had entirely retreated deep into the Wind Country, cowering in their damaged village, too fearful to show themselves. That kid, Xiaoyao, armed with naught but a sword, had not only obliterated the Sunagakure umbu, but had also gravely injured their esteemed elder, Chiyo, whose survival remained uncertain. His voice resonated loudly, causing Danzo, seated not far away, to wince at the sound, his expression growing increasingly grim. Chapter 114. Tailed Beasts. Danzo inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Sarutobi, lower your voice, we can all hear you. This is an elders' meeting. What do you mean by boasting in front of so many elders?" This is intolerable. Huangfu Xiaoyao observed the ink-like pallor on Danzo's face and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. He had not forgotten the pressure exerted upon him by Danzo and the other elders in recent days. Now, finally able to revel in this moment. He thought it a pity not to provoke his old rival a little. Feigning a sudden realization, he cleared his throat and said, "Oh, my apologies. The news is simply so exhilarating that I momentarily lost control." He then pivoted the conversation, fixing his gaze on Danzo. "By the way, Danzo, regarding this great victory of Konoha, do you have anything to say?" Danzo's lips twitched, his expression darkening even further. What could he possibly say? Upon learning that Huangfu Xiaoyao had recklessly intruded into the Land of Wind, dragging both Minato Namikaze and the Inuzuka clan into battle, Danzo had been elated. Unable to sleep through the night, he believed he had finally grasped the fatal weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Waiting for Huangfu Xiaoyao to create further chaos so he could seize the opportunity to oust Sarutobi from his position as Hokage. In fact, he had even secretly praised Xiaoyao, considering him a divine intervention on his behalf. Yet, who could have anticipated such a stunning reversal? The child who should have become a scapegoat had transformed into a legendary hero, single-handedly annihilating the enemy's stronghold. This sudden turn of events made Danzo feel as if he had swallowed a fly, a mix of disgust and frustration nearly causing him to spit blood. That scoundrel Huangfu Xiaoyao. He cursed internally, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. There is nothing to say. This is indeed a great victory for Konoha, and I am naturally quite pleased. Oh, is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with skepticism. Yet, why does your countenance appear so grim? Could it be that you harbor dissatisfaction with this victory? Or perhaps you are secretly colluding with Suna? At these words, the atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense. Nara Shikaku and Mito Kazumi exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility of the situation. Sarutobi's words were too blunt, clearly an attempt to frame Danzo while simultaneously showcasing his own faction's achievements. They had never realized how eloquent Sarutobi had become. Perhaps he had learned from that rascal Huangfu Xiaoyao? Nara Shikaku quickly intervened to ease the tension, clearing her throat. Sarutobi, I believe Danzo is merely experiencing a moment of discontent. After all, this victory was rather unexpected, and we all need time to digest it. She continued, however. It must be said that the elders are indeed quite pleased with Huangfu Xiaoyao's accomplishments. For such a young individual to possess such strength is truly a blessing for Konoha. Mito Kazumi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Huangfu Xiaoyao's performance has exceeded everyone's expectations, but we must not let our guard down. He shifted the tone to a more serious one. Intelligence reports indicate that IWA and Kumo have been unusually active since this incident, with high-ranking officials from both villages having multiple clandestine meetings. We cannot rule out the possibility of a united front against Konoha. Nara Shikaku took over, her expression grave. This is precisely what we need to be concerned about. While Huangfu Xiaoyao has dealt a heavy blow to Suna, their frontline forces remain largely intact. More importantly, they still possess the tailed beast Shikaku. We all understand the devastation a tailed beast can unleash. Should Suna be cornered, they might resort to using it for retaliation, with catastrophic consequences. Furthermore, IWA and Kumo have long harbored intentions against Konoha, and now, with the emergence of a formidable warrior, they may very well join forces with Suna, or even recruit Kiri, to confront us collectively. At the mention of tailed beasts, the countenance of every elder in the conference room darkened. The terror of tailed beasts is etched in the very bones of every ninja. They are true instruments of war. Once unleashed, they can obliterate an entire nation. The reason Suna had not deployed Shikaku this time was likely due to the unexpected fall of their stronghold, leaving them unprepared. However, that does not mean they will not use it. Given sufficient time to recuperate, Shikaku could become a significant threat at any moment. Danzo immediately concurred. Indeed, our foremost priority is to address the potential threat posed by the alliance of the various hidden villages. As for the rewards for Huangfu Xiaoyao, they can certainly be postponed. As long as he no longer had to hear that rascal's name or see Sarutobi's smug face, he would gladly discuss anything. That wretched boy had not only humiliated him, but had also inadvertently bolstered Sarutobi's political standing. Simply infuriating. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked inwardly. He was well aware of Danzo's thoughts. However, he was not concerned. The accolades and rewards that rightfully belonged to Xiaoyao could not be stolen by anyone. Once this matter settled, he would naturally fight for Xiaoyao's deserved treatment and might even seize the opportunity to garner additional resources from the council. He nodded, his expression now serious. You all make valid points. We must indeed remain vigilant. Let us formally commence our discussion on countermeasures, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared for the potential multifaceted assaults that may arise. Thus began a pre-war discussion centered on the safety of Konoha. Meanwhile, at the frontline camp, Huangfu Xiaoyao was luxuriating in a vast wooden tub, relishing a long-awaited hot bath. The warm water enveloped his body, washing away the fatigue and dust accumulated over several days, eliciting a contented sigh from him. During his time in the land of wind, life had been a relentless cycle of sandstorms and battles. Not only was a hot bath a luxury, even drinking water had to be approached with caution to avoid swallowing sand. Ah, how delightful a hot bath is! Leaning against the edge of the tub, Xiaoyao closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. However, those staff members truly were quite enthusiastic. He recalled the previous celebration banquet, where the staff had surrounded him, eagerly asking questions. A chuckle escaped him. They had taken his casual remarks about strategy as profound wisdom. Listening intently and diligently jotting down notes, it was truly amusing. You certainly have a knack for boasting. Even Nara Shikaku was completely taken in by you. A teasing voice interjected. Tsunade pushed aside the tent flap and entered, sitting down in a nearby chair, arms crossed, and casting an exasperated look in his direction. Xiaoyao opened his eyes, glancing at her, and retorted defiantly, "What do you mean boasting? Everything I said was grounded in reality. It is merely that you mere mortals cannot comprehend it." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, but fixed him with a gaze that was both amused and scrutinizing. The directness of her stare made Xiaoyao feel somewhat uneasy. He cleared his throat and averted his gaze. "Please don't look at me like that. It's rather unsettling." He had heard that Tsunade had overcome her long-standing fear of blood for his sake and returned to the battlefield, though she often opposed him. He held this sentiment in high regard. Chapter 115. Xiaoyao, have I become Tang Seng's meat? Oh, our esteemed Xiaoyao is also capable of feeling shy? A radiant smile blossomed on Tsunade's face, reminiscent of a blooming flower, causing Xiaoyao's heart to skip a beat. She rose and slowly approached the edge of the tub, looking down at him from her elevated position. "Let me make it clear, you belong to me now. From this point forward, you must show me some respect in your words and actions, understood?" Just as Xiaoyao was about to protest, Tsunade suddenly leaned down and bit into his shoulder. "Ow, you really bit me," Xiaoyao gasped, feeling a sharp sting in his shoulder as warmth began to trickle down his skin. It hurt terribly. He was bleeding. "Tsunade, have you gone mad?" Tsunade did not release her grip. Instead, she applied a slight pressure until she tasted the rich, intoxicating flavor of his blood, before finally letting go. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "Let me tell you, if you dare to act recklessly again, just wait and see how I deal with you." In recent days, she had endured significant torment at the hands of Xiaoyao. Today, however, she finally seized the opportunity to exact revenge, which provided her with a sense of relief. "Hiss, you wicked woman, you are far too ferocious," Xiaoyao exclaimed, clutching his bleeding shoulder and glaring angrily at Tsunade. "Are you a dog? Always biting." At that moment, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wait, aren't you supposed to have hemophobia? Why do you show no reaction to blood?" Tsunade paused, instinctively touching the corner of her mouth and staring blankly at the bloodstains on her fingertips. Indeed, why was she no longer afraid? In the past, merely witnessing another's blood would send her heart racing, and even a minor injury would leave her trembling uncontrollably, unable to contain her fear. This time, for the sake of Xiaoyao, she had returned to the battlefield. Although her hemophobia had improved considerably, allowing her to suppress her inner terror to some extent, she still felt its residual effects. Yet, after biting Xiaoyao and tasting his blood, she experienced no fear whatsoever. Instead, she felt an inexplicable allure and even craved to bite him again. What could this possibly mean? Filled with confusion, Tsunade instinctively retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, unhesitatingly slicing a small cut on her pinky finger. Bright red blood gushed forth, dripping from her fingertip. As she gazed at her own blood, a slight frown formed on her brow. She still felt a twinge of fear. The deep-seated dread she once experienced had diminished significantly, yet it lingered. However, upon seeing Xiaoyao's blood moments ago, she had felt no such fear. "Your blood seems rather extraordinary." Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with discovery akin to finding a rare treasure. Xiaoyao's blood lacked the acrid metallic scent characteristic of ordinary blood. Instead, it possessed a rich, aromatic fragrance reminiscent of fine wine, uplifting her spirits. Moreover, she had a strong intuition that her improvement in hemophobia was likely connected to Xiaoyao's blood. If she could consume more, perhaps her phobia could be completely cured. As the most renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, her hemophobia had always been a thorn in her side. This affliction had effectively sealed her medical ninjutsu abilities, preventing her from performing complex surgeries, which was undoubtedly her greatest regret. Now, with the hope of curing her hemophobia lying before her, how could she not feel exhilarated? Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Xiaoyao felt a chill run down his spine under Tsunade's intense gaze, instinctively retreating toward the wooden basin. You're not thinking of using me as a blood bag, are you? Her gaze was so predatory that it felt as though she intended to devour him whole, which was quite frightening. Xiaoyao, can we discuss something? Tsunade licked her lips, her voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement and anticipation. Huh, discuss something? Xiaoyao regarded her warily. You're already mine. What is there left to discuss? Just say it. Since their encounter at the casino, he had deemed Tsunade as his own, and there was no need for further negotiation. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, realizing that he had become quite audacious. However, she was currently in need of his cooperation and chose not to dwell on it. Stop wasting time. Let me drink another sip of your blood. Without hesitation, she reached out toward Xiaoyao. She sensed that Xiaoyao, having just returned from the battle at Sunagakure and still not fully recovered, was in a vulnerable state, making this the perfect opportunity. If she waited until he regained his strength, it would be much more challenging to take advantage of him. Hey, are you out of your mind? Xiaoyao was taken aback by Tsunade's directness. Before he could react, she had firmly grasped his shoulder. Tsunade's strength was formidable, and even without exerting her full force, Xiaoyao found himself unable to move. Hiss. Again? That's enough. If you drink any more, you'll drain me dry. His protests echoed through the tent. After a moment, Tsunade finally relented, releasing him with a satisfied smirk, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyao, clutching his neck, glared at her angrily. You've gone too far. You're practically a vampire. Tsunade felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks under his intense gaze. I couldn't help myself. She instinctively glanced at the wound on her pinky finger, a spark of surprise lighting up her eyes. After drinking Xiaoyao's blood, the fear she had felt towards her own blood had completely vanished. She felt invigorated, with no sense of discomfort whatsoever. Her hemophobia had genuinely been cured. This revelation filled Tsunade with overwhelming joy, and her gaze toward Xiaoyao grew increasingly complex. After tasting his blood, she sensed that her feelings toward him had subtly shifted. It was a bond that transcended mere friendship or camaraderie, resembling a profound connection. You need to get out of here right now. Xiaoyao, noticing her lingering gaze, grew impatient. I need to get dressed, so stop being a nuisance. If he were in peak condition, he would have taught this audacious woman a lesson, making it clear who was in charge. But he had stored that dead in his mind, planning to collect it with interest when the time was right. Then take care of yourself. I'll step out for now. Tsunade recognized the importance of discretion. As she still hoped for Xiaoyao to take her to the casino in the future, she couldn't afford to irritate him. With her hemophobia now cured and her spirits lifted, she had no desire to bicker further. She waved goodbye to Xiaoyao and quickly exited the tent. What on earth does this woman want? Xiaoyao pondered as he watched her hurried departure, feeling somewhat bewildered. He released his grip on his neck and was astonished to discover that the bite mark Tsunade had left had already healed, leaving behind only a faint red mark that would soon vanish completely. System, what is happening? Why has my recovery ability become so astonishing? Xiaoyao queried in his mind. He recalled that although his recovery rate had always been superior to that of ordinary individuals, it had never been this exaggerated or rapid. Ding. The master's long-term consumption of alcohol has led the drinking immortal system to continuously refine the essence of the wine, resulting in an overall enhancement of the master's physique and a significant increase in recovery capabilities over time. The system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. I see, Xiaoyao nodded, though he couldn't help but internally scoff at the explanation. Was it really plausible that drinking could bolster recovery? It seemed as if all the system's skill points had been allocated to such peculiarities. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Tsunade's hemophobia had been alleviated by his blood. Wasn't hemophobia a psychological issue? How could it be cured by merely drinking his blood? He was curious to see how the system would rationalize this. Ding. Has the master not heard of the saying that wine can connect the divine and blood can nourish the soul? The master's blood contains a wealth of refined wine essence that not only strengthens the body, but also soothes the mind and heals psychological wounds, thus achieving a cure. The system replied with a serious tone. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Xiaoyao's expression darkened. So all this time, his extensive drinking not only strengthened him, but had transformed his blood into a miraculous remedy? Was he being treated like some kind of holy relic? Chapter 116. Impatience, forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiaoyao waved his hand, deciding to let the matter rest. Regardless of the circumstances, Tsunade's recovery from hemophobia was undoubtedly a positive development for him. At the very least, she would provide him with an additional strong ally in future dangers. This recent expedition to Sunagakure had indeed yielded substantial gains. Leaning against the edge of the wooden basin, a glimmer of delight flickered in Xiaoyao's eyes. The physical condition, chakra, swordsmanship, and domineering aura have all seen tremendous enhancements, and he has acquired a new ultimate sword technique, the Death God's Scythe. This journey has truly been worthwhile. System. Display my attribute panel. Xiaoyao spoke solemnly in his mind. Ding. The attribute panel has been generated and is now being displayed for you. A faint blue light curtain unfurled in Xiaoyao's mind, clearly showcasing his current attributes. Master. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Physical condition, semi-shadow level, refined through essence of liquor. Physical strength comparable to that of a tailed beast container. Chakra. Elite Jonin level, energy transformation from liquor, exceptionally strong endurance. Swordsmanship insight. Pinnacle of Sword Master. Only a step away from the legendary Grand Sword Master, capable of freely manipulating sword intent. Special abilities. Azura Sword Intent can invoke the aura of slaughter, amplifying the power of sword techniques. Armament Haki, mastery level. Can harden the entire body to withstand high-level ninjutsu and physical attacks. Observation Haki, excellence level. Can predict opponents' movements. Perception range covers several kilometers. Conqueror's Haki, proficient level. Can intimidate low-level ninjas, diminishing the enemy's momentum. Ultimate sword technique. Dark Demon God, deprives light, shatters space. Death God's Scythe, manipulates death energy, devours all things. Comprehensive strength, shadow level. In a state of intoxication, all attributes are enhanced by 50. Strength reaches the threshold of super shadow level. Upon gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel, a faint smile crept upon Xiaoyao's lips. In just a few months, his strength had undergone a radical transformation. Achieving a semi-shadow level in physical condition means his physical strength has far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Even without employing armament Haki, he can withstand most ninjutsu and physical attacks. Although his chakra is only at the elite Jonin level, most of his sword techniques do not require excessive chakra. And his endurance is remarkable, more than sufficient for his needs. What pleased him most was the advancement in his swordsmanship insight and Haki. Standing at the pinnacle of sword masters, he is merely a step away from the legendary Grand Sword Master. With further combat experience or sufficient enlightenment, a successful breakthrough is within reach. His armament Haki has reached the mastery level, equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, capable of countering the attacks of most shadow-level powerhouses. Moreover, his observation Haki has attained an excellence level, rivaling the strength of a Navy admiral, allowing him to predict every movement of his opponent during battle, thereby seizing absolute initiative. In his previous encounter with the leader of the Sunagakure Zanbu, it was his observation Haki that enabled him to exploit the opponent's flaw and secure a decisive victory. Should his observation Haki achieve another breakthrough to the ultimate level, he could foresee the future for brief moments, much like Katakuri from the world of One Piece. At that point, in this ninja world, few would be able to harm him. As for the newly acquired ultimate sword technique, the Death God's Scythe, it is a true weapon of war. As long as there is a breath of death present, the power of this sword technique will continuously amplify, and it can replenish its energy by devouring death energy, theoretically without limits. During the battle in Sunagakure, it was by relying on the death energy from thousands of sand ninjas that he unleashed a strike surpassing shadow level, cleaving Sunagakure in two. Now, his comprehensive strength has reached the shadow level, making him one of the top powerhouses in the entire ninja world. However, Xiaoyao is also acutely aware that this is still far from sufficient. The Third Ninja World War has only just begun, and the hidden villages of Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure have yet to truly unleash their power. Although Sunagakure has suffered heavy losses, the friliest camel is still larger than a horse. They still possess the one-tail Shikaku and can mobilize an army of thousands of ninjas, remaining a significant threat. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, possesses the bloodline limit of dust release. His strength unfathomable. The third Reikage of Kumogakure is known as the strongest spear and shield, with melee capabilities deemed unparalleled in the ninja world. Also possessing the 8 tails and 2 tails, the ninjas of Kirigakure excel in assassination and water release techniques. Their power cannot be underestimated. To establish himself in this tumultuous era, or even to become the strongest, he must continue to grow stronger. His physical condition remains somewhat lacking. Xiaoyao frowned slightly as he observed his physical attribute on the panel. Walking the path of a sword master requires a solid foundation. Only with a sufficiently powerful body can he support the execution of even more formidable sword techniques and sustain himself in high-intensity battles. The physical condition of ninjas in the world of Hokage is generally inferior to that of people from the world of One Piece, and the enhancement gained from slaying them is limited. To rapidly improve his physical condition, he must seek out stronger opponents. Ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure are reputed for their strength and physical condition, are they not? A thought flashed through Xiaoyao's mind. Ninjas from Iwagakure excel in earth release techniques, generally possessing considerable physical strength. Ninjas from Kumogakure place a strong emphasis on physical training, each boasting astonishing power and speed. If he could slay enough ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, his physical condition would surely improve swiftly, breaking through to shadow level or even super shadow level. Furthermore, he had heard that the liquor from Iwagakure and Kumogakure is quite delightful. Xiaoyao licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. The liquor from Sunagakure had already surprised him, being vastly different from that of Konoha. He wondered what flavor the liquor from Iwagakure and Kumogakure would possess. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Xiaoyao let out a long yawn, the fatigue from recent days washing over him once more. Delving deep into the wind country, he had faced relentless sandstorms and the pursuit of sand ninjas daily, never having the chance to rest properly. Coupled with the high-intensity battle in Sunagakure, his stamina had been depleted to its limits. Now, he could finally sleep soundly. Rising from the wooden tub, Xiaoyao dried himself, donned clean clothing, and lay down on the soft bed, pulling up the covers. Before long, even breaths emanated from the tent. He had fallen into a deep slumber. At this moment, due to Xiaoyao's astonishing achievements, a colossal storm sweeping across the entire ninja world had just begun to unfold. In Iwagakure, at the Tsuchikage's office, bang! With a loud crash, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, slammed his palm onto the stone desk before him, causing numerous cracks to appear on the hard surface, resembling a spider's web. Are these intelligence reports confirmed to be true? Inoki's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from sheer astonishment. Despite his diminutive stature, he exuded an exceptionally heavy aura at this moment, his piercing eyes fixed intently on the elite jonin standing before him, Dashijin. Dashijin's expression was equally grave as he slightly bowed and replied with certainty. Tsuchikage-sama, the intelligence has been verified through multiple sources. It is indeed accurate. That ninja from Konoha single-handedly infiltrated Sunagakure, not only destroying the core area, but also slaying the leader of the Sanzumbu, heavily wounding Elder Chiyo. The casualties in Sunagakure have exceeded 3,000, and they have now retreated entirely, cowering within the borders of the Wind Country. Chapter 117, Declaration of War. Inoki stared blankly at the intelligence scroll in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Konoha has produced such a terrifying powerhouse again. Moreover, a master of swordsmanship. For Iwagakure, which endured the Second Ninja World War, the name of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, is an everlasting pain. Back then, on the battlefield of the Rain Country, Sakumo's swordsmanship was akin to the scythe of death, reaping countless lives of Iwagakure ninjas, causing immense losses to the village. After much difficulty, Sakumo took his own life due to public pressure, allowing Iwagakure to finally emerge from that nightmare. But who could have anticipated that in just a few years, Konoha would give rise to an even more formidable swordsmanship genius, to single-handedly level the core of Sunagakure and return unscathed. Such strength likely surpasses that of Hatake Sakumo in his prime. There is another piece of intelligence, but I am uncertain whether to disclose it. Dashijin hesitated, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. Speak your mind boldly. and release your burdens freely. Inoki furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with impatience. What time is it? Yet you still hesitate? Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Dosai inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. According to the intelligence relayed by our operatives embedded in Konoha, the formidable ninja who assaulted Tsunegakure is named Huangfu Xiaoyao. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Inoki murmured the name softly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How is it that I have not heard of this name before? This is precisely what my subordinates found astonishing. Dosai shook his head, disbelief etched on his face. Our intelligence team conducted a thorough investigation and ultimately identified the target as a mere genin who graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy last year and failed the Chunin exams this year. What did you say? Inoki's eyes widened in shock, his stature elevating slightly as astonishment washed over him. Repeat that. A genin who graduated merely a year ago possesses such strength? This is utterly preposterous. In the world of ninjas, genin rank is the lowest. Often relegated to executing simple D rank or C rank missions, essentially cannon fodder. A freshly graduated genin, no matter how gifted, could at most reach the Chunin level. How could he possibly single-handedly level the core region of one of the 5 great hidden villages? This is utterly illogical. My subordinates share your skepticism. Yet all evidence points to him. Dosai offered a wry smile. The intelligence from Konoha indicates that this Huangfu Xiaoyao displayed remarkable prowess during the Chunin exams, having once repelled Orochimaru. However, no one anticipated that his strength would grow so rapidly, attaining such terrifying heights in merely a few months. Inoki fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table as he sank into contemplation. If the intelligence proves accurate, then Huangfu Xiaoyao's talent is truly unprecedented. To possess power surpassing that of a Hokage just a year after graduating from the Ninja Academy is a growth rate that even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could scarcely match. If given a few more years, could this young man become the next Uchiha Madara? The mere thought of Uchiha Madara's name sent a shiver through Inoki's body. That was the nightmare of his childhood. Years ago, accompanied by the second Tsuchikage, he had sought an alliance with Konoha, only to encounter Uchiha Madara en route. Upon learning of their intentions, Uchiha Madara simply stated that they, as a Wagakure, were not worthy of an alliance with Konoha before launching an attack. In that battle, he and the second Tsuchikage were utterly powerless to retaliate. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's mercy, they would have likely perished on the spot. Uchiha Madara's strength was indelibly etched in his memory, a lasting psychological scar. He must not be allowed to continue his ascent. Inoki suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Dosai, immediately dispatch additional personnel. Spare no effort to uncover every detail about Huangfu Xiaoyao, including his background, abilities, weaknesses, and combat style. I demand to know everything about him. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Dosai bowed and promptly exited the office. Inoki gazed out at the landscape of a Wagakure, his heart heavy with gravity. If Huangfu Xiaoyao is truly as formidable as the intelligence suggests, then a Wagakure must act swiftly, either to ally with him or to eliminate him entirely. Otherwise, before long, this young man may become the greatest threat to a Wagakure. Meanwhile, within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the third Raikage, A, sat upon his throne, holding a similar intelligence scroll. Contrary to Inoki's gravity, A's face was marked by disdain and arrogance. Humph, merely a child from Konoha, even if he truly defeated the weaklings of Tsunegakure. It is hardly impressive. The Raikage's voice thundered like a tempest, exuding an air of dominance. Tsunegakure is already the weakest of the 5 great hidden villages. It was only expected that a child could best them. His imposing figure was tall and muscular, his physique radiating a formidable presence. A true embodiment of the strongest physical prowess in the ninja world. Kumogakure indeed possessed grounds for arrogance. Not only did they have the formidable 8 tails and 2 tails at their disposal, but they also mastered the cultivation of perfect Jinchuriki, maximizing the potential of the tailed beasts. Coupled with the Raikage's own terrifying abilities and the generally robust taijutsu capabilities of Kumogakure's ninjas, their overall strength ranked among the elite of the 5 great hidden villages. In A's view, Kumogakure was the true strongest village in the current ninja world, and he himself was the apex of power. However, Konoha's rapid development was indeed somewhat concerning. Furrowed his brow, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Since the weaklings of Tsunegakure have already fallen, it is time for Kumogakure to take action. The resources of Konoha, along with their unique bloodline limits, ought to belong to us. He had long coveted Konoha's Sharingan, the Byakugan, and other bloodline limits, as well as their fertile lands and abundant resources. Now that Sunagakure had exited the battlefield, and while Konoha had achieved victory, they would undoubtedly have suffered significant losses. This was the perfect opportunity for Kumogakure to strike. "Convey my orders." Sprung to his feet, declaring loudly, "Prepare the army for battle. In 3 days, we shall declare war on Konoha. I shall personally lead the forces to level Konoha and seize everything they possess." "Yes, Lord Raikage." The elders and commanders of Kumogakure responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had long desired a confrontation with Konoha, and now that the opportunity had finally arisen, they would not let it slip by. Meanwhile, the Wagakure, after further investigation and validation, confirmed Huangfu Xiaoyao's identity as the very genin who had leveled Sunagakure. This revelation left Inoki utterly astonished and solidified his resolve to unite with other hidden villages against Konoha. He immediately dispatched envoys to Sunagakure, proposing an alliance. Sunagakure, already harboring a deep grudge against Xiaoyao and weakened in strength, eagerly accepted the proposal. Soon, Iwagakure and Sunagakure formally allied, declaring war on Konoha. Chapter 118. Danzo's design in an instant. The tides of the ninja world shifted, with 3 of the 5 great hidden villages now positioned against Konoha. The third great ninja war was on the verge of placing Konoha in a precarious situation, facing off against 3 enemies. Meanwhile, Kirigakure, though yet to declare its stance, was silently observing, poised to join the fray at any moment to launch an assault on Konoha. Konoha was on the brink of facing a threat greater than the second great ninja war, potentially confronting a coalition of 4 hidden villages. However, within Konoha, celebrations erupted. Tales of Huangfu Xiaoyao's exploits resonated through the streets and alleys, becoming the talk of the town. "Have you heard? Konoha has produced a super genius." "Are you referring to Hatake Kakashi? He is indeed impressive, son of the White Fang of Konoha." "No, it is not Kakashi. It is a genin named Huangfu Xiaoyao. He is far more formidable." "A genin? How could that be? How powerful can a genin truly be?" "Your news is terribly outdated. This Huangfu Xiaoyao is a disciple personally trained by Lady Tsunade, and he single-handedly infiltrated the Land of Wind, taking down the stronghold of Sunagakure. He slayed the leader of Sunagakure's Umbu, and Elder Chiyo is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Sunagakure has retreated entirely." "My heavens, is this true? A genin accomplished such a feat?" "It is indeed true. This has been confirmed by the Hokage himself. The news has spread throughout the entire Konoha. Huangfu Xiaoyao is now hailed as the greatest genius since the founding of the village." "How remarkable! With such a prodigy among us, Konoha is bound to triumph in this war." "Indeed. Even if Iwagakure and Kumogakure join forces, what does it matter? With Lord Huangfu Xiaoyao present, they are certainly no match for us." The citizens of Konoha, initially gripped by fear due to the declaration of war from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, have had their spirits uplifted upon learning of Xiaoyao's heroic deeds, their faces now adorned with confident smiles. Konoha has always been the foremost shinobi village in the ninja world, and with the 3 legendary Sannin gathered and a super genius like Huangfu Xiaoyao emerging, they have ample reason to believe that Konoha can overcome all adversaries and achieve greatness once more. Yet, in a clandestine underground base within Konoha, the atmosphere is chillingly sinister. This is the headquarters of the Root, the most enigmatic and shadowy organization within Konoha. Danzo sits in the main seat, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his face, enhancing his ominous demeanor. He mutters the name Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice dripping with profound hatred. This old fox knows how to seize opportunities. He is acutely aware that the swift and widespread dissemination of Huangfu Xiaoyao's exploits within the village is undoubtedly being orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen aims to mold Xiaoyao into a genius nurtured by the Hokage lineage, thereby expanding his influence and solidifying his position as Hokage. Indeed, following this incident, Hiruzen's prestige in the village has reached its zenith, and his authority within the Elder Council has grown significantly, even usurping considerable power from him and associates like Nara Shikaku. This has caused Danzo's jealousy and animosity to flourish wildly, akin to rampant weeds. A glint of malice flickers in Danzo's eyes as he clenches his fists, knuckles turning white with the pressure. This damned brat. He has never endured such humiliation. As the heir of the Shimura clan, a disciple of the second Hokage, one of Konoha's elders, and an assistant to the Hokage, he has always held a position of reverence. Yet this Huangfu Xiaoyao not only dares to publicly insult him, calling him old mophead and old bastard, but also had the audacity to draw a blade against him, leaving an indelible scar upon his face. Infuriatingly, this scar, despite having healed, continues to ache, as if perpetually reminding him of the humiliation he has suffered. All of this has incited a deep-seated hatred for Xiaoyao within Danzo. Once the war concludes, I shall ensure that you pay the price. A cold smile creeps upon Danzo's lips, his eyes glinting with ruthlessness. He knows that Konoha is currently in a state of war, and Huangfu Xiaoyao's strength is crucial to the village. Thus, he cannot act against this brat, at least not for the time being. However, the war will eventually reach its conclusion. When that day comes, he will possess ample means to deal with this impudent youth. In the past, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, achieved greater feats than Huangfu Xiaoyao. Yet he was still driven to suicide by public opinion, orchestrated by Danzo himself. Dealing with a mere brat is, for him, a trivial matter. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen wears a wry smile as he gazes upon three young girls before him. Hong, Lin, and Shizune, their large, watery eyes full of expectation, gaze up at him with a sense of urgency. Grandpa Sandame, when will Brother Xiaoyao return? Lin asks first, her tone laced with a subtle hint of pleading. This marks the 8th time they have come to inquire about this matter today. Hiruzen massages his throbbing temples, inwardly lamenting. His fervent promotion of Xiaoyao's exploits was intended to boost morale, expand the influence of the Hokage lineage, and secure greater rewards and resources for Xiaoyao. However, he never anticipated that it would lead to such trouble. Since learning of Xiaoyao's achievements on the front lines, these three girls have been incessantly visiting the Hokage building to inquire about his return, and he has been unable to deter them. Their boldness, of course, stems from Xiaoyao's encouragement. Before leaving, he had told them that they could always seek help from Grandpa Sandame, who would surely assist them. At the time, Hiruzen thought little of it, considering it mere childish antics, and felt no harm in indulging them. Yet now, he finds himself regretting that decision. These three girls are far more troublesome than the inquiries from the Elder Council. Xiaoyao will return soon. Do not worry. Hiruzen musters a cheerful smile, striving to reassure the three girls. Really? Grandpa Sandame, you won't deceive us, will you? Lin asks, her skepticism evident as her gaze flits away, momentarily hesitant. Hiruzen, observing her demeanor, instantly understands her unvoiced thoughts, his irritation rising. It is painfully clear that Xiaoyao must have spoken ill of him in front of these girls, tarnishing his image. That brat. When he returns, I shall teach him a proper lesson. Hiruzen vows silently, yet maintains a benevolent smile on his face, patiently soothing the three girls. Rest assured, when have I ever deceived you? Xiaoyao will return to meet you as soon as he completes his mission. Chapter 119. A Nuisance Konoha, Hokage Building. After managing to calm the chattering trio of Hong, Lin, and Shizune, Hiruzen leans back in his Hokage chair, wearily rubbing his temples. On his desk lies a recall order stamped with the Hokage seal, clearly listing those required to return to Konoha immediately. Huangfu Xiaoyao, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, and several elite shinobi who participated in the battlefront at Sunagakure. This decision was not influenced by the girls' incessant questioning, but rather the final resolution reached after several rounds of deliberation in the Elder Council. Although Sunagakure publicly clamors for continued warfare against Konoha, their stronghold has been reduced to ruins by Xiaoyao. Merely clearing the debris and rebuilding the village will occupy the higher-ups of Sunagakure for months. It is unthinkable to allow a group of ninjas, who have no place to call home, to engage in a desperate struggle against Konoha while starving. In the short term, Sunagakure poses little threat. The real challenge for Konoha lies in Iwagakure and Kumogakure, both of which loom ominously. Currently, the battlefield in Iwagakure is under the command of elite Jonin, Mabuki Haruno, while the Kumogakure front is overseen by Orochimaru. However, the forces at their disposal are relatively thin compared to the overwhelming armies of Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Thus, recalling Xiaoyao, Tsunade, and others to reorganize their fighting strength in preparation for the imminent dual-front warfare is the most pressing task at hand. Additionally, there is Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen picks up another intelligence report, his brow furrowing deeper. In recent days, the information coming from Kirigakure has been sporadic, seemingly devoid of any significant movement. Yet it carries an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Should Kirigakure also enter the fray, it would likely necessitate the involvement of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Hiruzen lightly taps his fingers on the desk, already formulating a plan in his mind. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can penetrate dense fog, unveiling any hidden assassination attempts, making them the perfect counter against the Mist Nin who excel in surprise water-based attacks. As for the Uchiha clan, since the outbreak of this war, the Uchiha clan has been exceptionally eager, frequently petitioning the Elder Council for permission to fight, hoping to gain merit on the battlefield and thereby enhance their family's influence within Konoha. Hiruzen is well aware of their motivations, but remains cautious. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he understands the ambition and obsession of the Uchiha clan all too well and has never truly trusted them. According to reason, the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan should counter the wind techniques of Tsunagakure and thus ought to be dispatched to the battlefield there. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately suppressed this proposal. He had long since resolved that once Kirigakure entered the fray, he would redirect the Uchiha clan to the front lines of the mist. The water techniques of Kirigakure adeptly counter fire techniques, allowing the Uchiha to fight there, thus harnessing their combat prowess, while simultaneously curtailing their ability to achieve monumental feats. It was, in essence, a dual victory. Even if Kirigakure remained passive, the current forces of Konohagakure were more than sufficient to contend with the allied forces of Awagakure, Kimogakure, and Tsunagakure, rendering the Uchiha unnecessary. Once the war concluded, a token reward could be bestowed upon the Uchiha to appease their sentiments. A flawless scheme. A self-satisfied smile crept upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips as he internally commended himself. Yet, as he chuckled, his expression abruptly stiffened. When did he become so calculating? Even to the point of self-praise? As the third Hokage, he had always prided himself on his composure and seriousness. How could he have acquired such a loathsome habit? You rascal, Yakumo. After a moment of reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen pinpointed the culprit. It must have been that mischievous boy with his endless nonsense who led him astray. Upon his return, he must administer a sound reprimand, making it clear that the authority of the Hokage is not to be trifled with. Days later, the recall order from Konohagakure was successfully delivered to the front line of Tsunagakure. Jiraiya led a group of elite ninjas, the first to embark on their journey back to the Leaf. This sign is far too heavy. Can someone else carry it? Kakashi muttered. His head bowed as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He bore a wooden plaque taller than a person on his back, emblazoned with golden letters chronicling Yakumo's heroic exploits on the battlefield, including the annihilation of the Tsunagakure Anbu, the slaying of the Anbu captain, and the slaughter of 3,000 sand shinobi, culminating in the leveling of Tsunagakure itself. Each word was strikingly vivid. Kakashi's typically expressionless face was now etched with frustration, the corners of his masked mouth twitching uncontrollably. Beside him, Jiraiya observed with a smirk, unable to contain his amusement. That brat truly loved to show off wherever he went. However, upon reflection, in comparison to Yakumo's earth-shattering accomplishments, he himself, as the frontline commander, appeared almost ornamental. After months on the front lines, the number of sand shinobi he had slain paled in comparison to Yakumo's meager tally. His own achievements were hardly worth mentioning. With this thought, Jiraiya couldn't help but lower his head, feeling a pang of envy. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Yakumo shot Kakashi a sideways glance, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. We are almost back in the Leaf. Shouldn't I let the villagers see our accomplishments? This is the honor I earned through blood and sweat. What's wrong with you carrying it for a while? His insistence on having Kakashi bear the plaque stemmed from a desire to return in glory, basking in the treatment befitting a hero. Furthermore, it was to exert pressure on the third Hokage to ensure he delivered on rewards. He could not allow that old man to evade responsibility. Last time, he had overheard Asuma mention that the third Hokage was secretly hoarding a stash of fine wine aged over many years. And this was the perfect opportunity to extract a favor. I'm hungry. Kakashi, go hunt some game in the nearby woods. After a short while, Yakumo, feeling the emptiness in his stomach, pointed toward the dense forest and casually instructed. Yakumo, don't be too hard on Kakashi, Minato interjected, observing Kakashi's pitiful expression. He felt that while Yakumo had achieved great merit, he should not so easily command others, especially since Kakashi was the son of the White Fang of Konoha, gifted and with a bright future ahead. You make a valid point. Upon hearing Yakumo acknowledge his words, Minato felt a wave of relief. Thinking to himself, it seems Yakumo is receptive to counsel. Yet, In the next moment, Yakumo's words froze the smile on his face. Minato, you can use the Flying Thunder God technique. You're fast and can surely find rarer game. Today's lunch is entrusted to you. Yakumo patted Minato on the shoulder, his demeanor exuding an air of inevitability, as if his earlier agreement with Minato was merely a prelude to assigning him this task. Minato's expression instantly froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. How could he have forgotten that Yakumo was always one to push for more? Ultimately, under Yakumo's relentless persuasion, Minato could only smile wryly and nod in agreement, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and vanishing into the forest like a streak of golden lightning. Jiraiya stood by, watching the scene unfold with mixed emotions. Years ago, he had been similarly directed by Yakumo. As for stepping in to intervene, he decided against it. He had no desire to bring trouble upon himself. Should Yakumo label him as jealous of the achievements of Konoha's heroes, it would spell disaster. This rascal. His tongue is sharper than the third Hokage's. He always finds a way to leave you speechless. Chapter 120. Exchange of rewards. Jiraiya quietly retreated to the side, pretending to admire the scenery in an effort to diminish his presence. Jiraiya, use your toad oil to start a fire. Yakumo's voice suddenly rang out, precisely targeting Jiraiya, who wished to slip away unnoticed. Jiraiya's expression stiffened instantly, cursing internally. How could he still spot me from this distance? Just as he was about to retort, Yakumo's words came at him like a barrage. As the frontline commander, having fought for so long without securing any significant accomplishments, killing fewer sand shinobi than I have, and now you're reluctant to start a fire? Let me tell you, this is no ordinary fire. It's the fire for roasting meat for Konoha's heroes. You should feel honored to have this opportunity. After this tirade, Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. To avoid further verbal assaults, Jiraiya could only begrudgingly comply. Quickly forming hand seals, and a gentle fire technique erupted from his mouth, igniting the dry twigs on the ground. You really know how to make them work, Tsunade remarked, approaching Yakumo and observing the flustered Jiraiya and Minato with amusement. Why are you turning your elbow outward? Yakumo glared at Tsunade with dissatisfaction. Have you forgotten to whom you belong? Instead of helping me, you're siding with outsiders? Now, pour me a drink. He extended his empty cup toward Tsunade, his tone carrying an undeniable command. Tsunade gazed at him with his air of entitlement, her forehead twitching slightly, her expression darkening. This rascal had truly become addicted to bullying others. Yet she had previously promised Yakumo that if he accompanied her for a full day of gambling, she would dutifully serve him. Ever since he had cured her hemophobia on the front line of Sunagakure with his blood, she felt as though she had opened the door to a new world, not only rediscovering her medical ninjutsu, but also yearning to recoup her previous losses. For a whole day of gambling, pouring a mere drink was hardly a burden. Moreover, for some reason, she felt no resistance to pouring drinks for Yakumo. Instead, it felt oddly harmonious. With a resigned shake of her head, Tsunade took the wine jug and filled Yakumo's cup with fragrant wine. Minato, you are far more useful than your master. Yakumo lifted his cup, took a sip, and then sampled a piece of the rare meat that Minato had hunted, generously praising him. Minato wore a bittersweet smile. He dared not revel in such accolades alone. Stealing a glance at Jiraiya, who was tending the fire, he noticed his teacher's face had turned an alarming shade of green. If he were to accept such praise, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a thorough reprimand from Jiraiya. Minato, is Yakumo always like this? Nara Shikaku leaned closer to Minato, lowering his voice to inquire, disbelief evident in his eyes. The scene before him was truly beyond his comprehension. One of the three ninjas, Jiraiya, ignited a fire, while the prodigious ninja Kakashi prepared the ingredients. The future Hokage candidate, Minato, went hunting, and Princess Tsunade poured wine. All of this was remarkably orchestrated for the service of a young genin. Such treatment is unlikely even for the Hokage, is it not? Nara Shikaku had previously only heard of the illustrious achievements of the carefree Yo, but had never encountered him up close, leaving him filled with confusion. It was evident that such privileges could not be simply attributed to strength. It required a certain finesse in handling the complexities of human nature. Yo possessed a remarkable eloquence. Observing the thirst for knowledge in Shikaku's eyes, Minato could not bear to unveil the truth, and instead spoke with a tinge of deceit. He could not reveal to Shikaku that Yo's silver tongue was often sharp, leaving even the third Hokage speechless, while Jiraiya was frequently bullied by him. Furthermore, Yo exhibited a unique talent for alliances and was astutely aware of everyone's dispositions and vulnerabilities. For instance, he adeptly manipulated the classic hierarchy of Jiraiya, third Hokage Tsunade. Yo possessed an entire set of similar strategies in his mind. Previously, when Jiraiya suggested that Yo was suited to be Hokage, Minato had struggled to comprehend. However, after spending more time together, he finally understood. If the third Hokage could not outmaneuver Yo's schemes, how could anyone else? Fortunately, Yo had no intention of becoming Hokage. Minato, observing Yo's content expression, felt a quiet sense of relief. His lifelong dream had been to become Hokage, a goal he had tirelessly pursued. Although he acknowledged that if Yo were to assume the role, and if he abstained from alcohol, he would undoubtedly govern Konoha effectively. Such a scenario would completely shatter Minato's aspirations. Thankfully, Yo showed no interest in the position of Hokage, prioritizing instead fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and the way of the sword. Stealing a glance at Yo, Minato felt a twinge of guilt for the selfish thought that had crossed his mind. Minato, why do you keep staring at me? Yo suddenly shivered, his Kinbunshiku no Haki having reached an exceptional level, allowing him to perceive any unusual gaze. Minato's eyes bore an expression that suggested he harbored a guilty secret. Minato, have you done something behind my back that would betray me? Yo narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with scrutiny. Cough, no, absolutely not. Minato hastily waved his hands, his gaze evasive. Yo's perceptiveness was astonishing, and Minato could only silently pray that Yo would not pursue the matter further. There is definitely something, Yo asserted with certainty, but quickly waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. His eyes twinkled with mischief as he added, however, you must assist me with a task. As a form of compensation. Fine. Minato nodded helplessly, reasoning that since he had indeed entertained a disrespectful thought, helping Yo with the task would even the scales. Moreover, he dared not refuse. Should Yo choose to resurrect the incident where he had foolishly led Shikaku and others in search of Yo along the supply line to Sunagakure, he would become a laughingstock in Konoha. Excellent, carry this. Yo nodded in satisfaction and retrieved a plaque from his ninja tool pouch, similar in size to the one on Kakashi's back, presenting it to Minato. Upon inspecting the contents of the plaque, Minato's expression instantly hardened. The plaque boldly proclaimed, Huangfu Xiaoyao's merit rewards, 100 barrels of the finest wine, 50 pounds of rare ingredients, and a tranquil courtyard for uninterrupted rest. Personally fulfilled by the third Hokage. Chapter 121. Public humiliation at the entrance of Konoha. The sun shone brightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the council of elders, accompanied by hundreds of villagers who had gathered spontaneously, eagerly awaiting the return of the heroes from the front lines. Very well, the time is nearly upon us. They should be arriving shortly. Hiruzen glanced down the distant road, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. The enthusiastic discussions among the villagers about Yo reached his ears, while Danzo stood beside him with an expression of displeasure, clearly not finding it to his liking. Hiruzen's spirits soared further. Yo was a prodigy nurtured by their Hokage lineage, and this grand welcome for the villagers was not only a tribute to the heroes, but also a means to bolster Yo's reputation while simultaneously irritating Danzo. Truly a threefold gain. He knew Yo enjoyed the spotlight. Upon witnessing this grand reception, realizing that he had become a celebrated hero in Konoha, he might even be moved to call Hiruzen Grandpa Hokage. The mere thought of this scenario filled Hiruzen with anticipation. Oh, they are here. Hiruzen's eyes brightened as he beheld the figures emerging at the end of the road, and his smile blossomed. Yet, in the next moment, his expression faltered, his pupils narrowing, and his demeanor shifted to one of discomfort. Yo, you little rascal. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. What did he see? Yo was leading the way, flanked by Kakashi on his left and Minato on his right. The two outstanding representatives of Konoha's new generation each held a towering plaque, clearly visible even from a distance. Kakashi's plaque detailed Yo's accomplishments, seemingly eager for all to know of his conquest over Sunagakure. This was expected, given Yo's flamboyant nature, which Hiruzen had long since grown accustomed to. However, the plaque held by Minato was something else entirely. It clearly outlined Yo's merit reward list, itemized and even marked with the phrase no extensions. This was no triumphant return. It resembled a debt collection. Hiruzen looked at the astonished villagers behind him, feeling as though he had a headache. He had originally intended to seize this opportunity to deliver an impassioned speech. inspiring the people of Konoha while asserting the authority of the Hokage. Instead, this little rascal had turned the welcome ceremony into a farce. Sarutobi. Huangfu Xiaoyao is indeed a unique child, Danzo remarked, observing Hiruzen's darkened expression, his tone dripping with schadenfreude. Just as Hiruzen prepared to retort, a fervent murmur erupted among the crowd. Is this truly Lord Huangfu Xiaoyao? He is indeed impressive. They marveled at how such a formidable hero could be so down-to-earth. Even returning with a merit list, what a delightful surprise. Compared to the aloof Uchiha, Lord Xiaoyao was incredibly relatable. He is truly exceptional, a genius of humble origins. The villagers' chatter grew louder, infused with admiration and excitement. Initially, they had worried that this young prodigy, having achieved monumental feats, might resemble the arrogant Uchiha clan members. However, it appeared that not only was Xiaoyao unpretentious, but he also exhibited a playful nature, endearing him to them. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that the cloud over his face had lifted, replaced by a radiant smile. He had not anticipated that Xiaoyau's seemingly outrageous behavior would yield such a positive outcome. After all, despite being the Hokage for many years, he had yet to fully grasp the sentiments of the common folk. The people desired not a lofty hero, but a guardian they could relate to and trust. Xiaoyau's actions had perfectly struck this chord. Xiaoyao is a charming and genuine child, always disinterested in superficialities. Younger John cast a glance at the suddenly darkened expression of Tuanzong and, with a smile that radiated triumph, remarked with evident satisfaction. Tuanzong watched the public's growing admiration for Xiaoyao, and, seeing the smug grin on Sarutobi's face, felt a surge of fury nearly causing him to spit blood. That scoundrel Xiaoyao, who blatantly disregarded hierarchy and exhibited arrogance. How could he be portrayed by the masses as innocent, charming, and down-to-earth? These foolish citizens. Tuanzong silently cursed, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, Xiaoyao and his companions had arrived at the village entrance. Welcome back, heroes of Konoha. Sarutobi stepped forward first, arms wide open. His face aglow with a warm smile as he attempted to steer the situation back on course. Welcome home, heroes. The crowd echoed in unison. Applause and cheers rising in waves, their eager eyes fixed upon Xiaoyao and his comrades. Ahem, in this battle against Suna, Konoha has achieved a decisive victory. Thanks to your valiant efforts. Sarutobi cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his long-rehearsed speech. Old man, spare me the meaningless chatter and tell me when my reward will be fulfilled. Xiaoyao interrupted him directly, pointing at the plaque in Minato's hand. His eyes filled with vigilance. Don't even think about shirking your responsibility. These are rightfully mine. Gasp. The smile on Sarutobi's face froze instantly, and the enthusiasm for his speech was doused by Xiaoyao's cold water. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others stood to the side, barely suppressing their laughter. Secretly relieved that Xiaoyao was present, otherwise, they would have to endure another 2-hour monologue from the third Hokage. They recalled how, during the return from the Second Shinobi World War, Sarutobi had delivered a lengthy speech at the village entrance for a full 2 hours, overflowing with passion, nearly lulling them to sleep. Who's trying to evade your debt? Hurry back to the village with me. Sarutobi, hearing the good-natured laughter from the crowd behind him, felt his cheeks flush slightly and spoke with irritation. This well-intentioned welcome ceremony has been completely disrupted by this insufferable brat. If I don't receive my reward, I want to leave. After all, the villagers are welcoming me. Xiaoyao retorted defiantly, showing no regard for Sarutobi's dignity. With that, he ignored Sarutobi and strode directly into the village. Not far away, at the street corner, 3 lively figures were tiptoeing, eagerly watching him. It was Hong, Lin, and Jingyin. Xiaoyao had no time to argue further with Sarutobi. He longed for the fine wine and beautiful women waiting for him. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Tuanzong gazed at Xiaoyao's arrogant back, his eyes filled with resentment, as if he wished to devour him whole. If looks could kill, Xiaoyao would have perished 1,000 times over. Xiaoyao paused, slowly turned around, and scrutinized Tuanzong from head to toe, frowning, and harshly reprimanded. Who is this old fool? Why do you keep staring at me with that look, looking for trouble? Tuanzong was instantly taken aback. What kind of occasion was this? The grand celebration of Konoha's citizens welcoming their heroes home. The last time Xiaoyao had berated him in the Hokage's office. At least only Sarutobi had been present. But now, in front of so many villagers and elders, this brat dared to publicly insult him? Who is this person? He looks fierce. Is he an elder of the village? Why is he glaring at Lord Xiaoyao? Surely he is trying to cause trouble for Lord Xiaoyao. He deserves to be scolded. Indeed, Lord Xiaoyao is a great hero of Konoha. How could he dare to provoke him? The murmurs of the crowd pricked like needles in Tuanzong's heart, causing him to tremble with rage, his chest heaving violently, nearly spilling blood. Ever since his failed bid for Hokage, he had kept a low profile, shrouded in the shadows of Konoha, and due to his obsession with forbidden jutsu research. His appearance had changed significantly, making him unrecognizable to many ordinary villagers. However, even if he was unrecognized, it did not mean he deserved to be insulted. So is it this brat's fault for publicly berating an elder of Konoha? You scoundrel! Mind your words. Tuanzong's bodyguard, Yuhi Longma, stepped forward, blocking Tuanzong. His expression grim as he addressed Xiaoyao, though his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Last time, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Xiaoyao's hands. His prideful insect jutsu rendered utterly powerless before him. Now, knowing that Xiaoyao single-handedly annihilated the Suna village, slaying 3,000 sand shinobi. Even the leader of the Suna Umbu had fallen to him. Yuhi Longma felt an overwhelming trepidation. Facing such a ruthless killer, even as Tuanzong's right-hand man, he felt a chill. Who is this blind fool? Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, his killing intent erupting like a tangible force, enveloping Yuhi Longma. Are you looking for trouble with me? Be careful, or I might just slice you down. Yuhi Longma's body stiffened, an icy chill racing through him. Though he was an elite jonin and had experienced countless battles, he had likely not slain as many shinobi as Xiaoyao had. The overwhelming aura of blood and menace surrounding Xiaoyao made him feel as if he were trapped in an ice cavern, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Sarutobi, Huangfu Xiaoyao has publicly insulted an elder and threatened a colleague. Such blatant disrespect deserves severe punishment. Tuanzong, seeing Yuhi Longma's cowardice, felt his fury intensify, turning to Sarutobi with a voice filled with indignation. Tuanzong, why bother to argue with a child just returned from the front lines? Sarutobi replied with a slight smile, his tone calm. Xiaoyao is still young and has made great contributions. He simply acted in the heat of the moment, and it is not a significant issue. Tuanzong was rendered speechless by this response. While Sarutobi's words seemed to mediate the situation, they were, in essence, siding with Xiaoyao. Although Xiaoyao was young, his behavior hardly resembled that of a child. Moreover, even if he had achieved great merit, he should not publicly berate an elder of Konoha. Should he? Yet, with Sarutobi saying so, what could he do? The elders, including Nara Shikaku and Mito Kanzuya, clearly did not wish to involve themselves in this matter. And most of the other elders remained silent. In this context, if he insisted on pursuing the issue, it would only make him appear petty and narrow-minded. Thus, he was destined to endure this insult in vain. You old fool, stop looking at me with those eyes. If I catch you again, I'll gouge them out. Xiaoyao left behind a threatening remark, ignoring the trembling and furious Tuanzong as he turned to walk toward Hong, Lin, and Jingyin. Seeing Tuanzong's embarrassment, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, both finding delight in each other's eyes. Especially Tsunade, who had long harbored a dislike for Tuanzong, as many of the schemes against her in the past bore his fingerprints. However, due to her identity as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had refrained from acting directly. Now, witnessing Xiaoyao publicly humiliate Tuanzong, leaving him with no recourse, Tsunade felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Minato, if you wish to become Hokage, you should learn more from Xiaoyao, Jiraiya remarked, patting Minato on the shoulder. Look at how he has Tuanzong cornered, leaving him without a way to save face, while he remains completely unscathed. That is true strategy. Although Xiaoyao often bullied him, Jiraiya had to admit that when it came to manipulating people and seizing opportunities, Xiaoyao possessed an extraordinary talent that surpassed his peers, even rivaling the third Hokage. Tuanzong, wielding real power and considered Konoha's second-in-command, was nonetheless made to look foolish by Xiaoyao. Minato, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Xiaoyao's retreating figure with newfound respect. Xiaoyao, Hong, Lin, and Jingyin exclaimed excitedly, waving at him as they approached, their faces radiating bright smiles. The corners of Hong's eyes glistened with crystalline tears. Her longing emotions could no longer be contained, and she leapt directly into Xiaoyao's embrace. Xiaoyao Jun, welcome back. She lifted her charming face, her eyes brimming with affection, her smile more radiant than the blossoms of spring. Hong, You actually jumped ahead. Lin pouted, unwilling to be outdone, and dashed into Xiaoyao's arms from the other side, clinging tightly to his arm. Jingyin stood by, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing dreamily at Xiaoyao, though she did not approach. She could not conceal the joy and longing in her heart. Damn that little brat. Jiraiya observed Xiaoyao surrounded by women, a pang of envy turning his eyes red. As a hero of Konoha, why did he not enjoy such romantic fortune? Meanwhile, Tsunade frowned, watching Xiaoyao happily embrace both Hong and Lin. A surge of inexplicable irritation rising within her, to the point that she felt an impulse to strike him. What is wrong with me? Tsunade gently bit her red lip. Her heart filled with confusion. Ever since she had used Xiaoyao's blood to cure her hemophobia, she sensed a change within herself, especially when facing Xiaoyao. Her emotions frequently swayed. Minato, let me tell you, during my travels in the shinobi world, I was quite popular with the ladies, Jiraiya continued to boast to Minato, trying to reclaim some dignity. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jiraiya clutched his stomach, bending over and spitting bile, his face contorted in pain. Jiraiya, you are too loud. Tsunade retracted her fist, casting a cold glance at him, snorting softly before turning toward Xiaoyao. This little brat promised to accompany me for a full day of gambling. He cannot be distracted by other women. What have I done to deserve this? Jiraiya, nursing his aching stomach, looked at Tsunade's retreating figure with a grievance, his mouth twitching. He was merely boasting. Was it necessary to resort to violence? Chapter 123. So you want to default? Konoha Village, several days later. Xiaoyao had been feeling somewhat despondent. He initially thought that upon returning from the front lines, he could enjoy a leisurely life of drinking, sleeping, and savoring delicious food, taking a proper vacation. However, reality was starkly different from his expectations. On the very first day back, Tsunade forcibly enlisted him to go to the gambling den. Having made a promise, Xiaoyao, a man of his word, had no choice but to accompany Tsunade as they wreaked havoc across Konoha's various casinos. With his exceptional mastery of Kenbunshika hockey, controlling the outcomes of the gambling games was effortlessly within his grasp, allowing Tsunade to experience the thrill of winning against all odds. Yet, what irked Xiaoyao was that this woman had audaciously kissed him twice when he was not paying attention, taking advantage of him. Xiaoyao was instantly displeased, forcefully pulling Tsunade in for a kiss that returned the favor. Family dynamics must be maintained firmly. He had thought that once he finished gambling with Tsunade for the day, he would regain his freedom, but from the very next day, Hong, Lin, and Jingyin seemed to have made an agreement, arriving promptly at his door each day. Today he was to accompany Hong for a stroll in the back mountains. Tomorrow it would be fishing by the river with Lin, the day after, an outing in the countryside with Jingyin, and the day following that, a shopping trip with Tsunade. These women scheduled his time so thoroughly that he scarcely had a moment to drink. Watching Xiaoyao surrounded by women, Jiraiya's eyes turned red with envy. Yet here was Xiaoyao, lamenting about the vexations of such sweet troubles, nearly driving Jiraiya to headbutt the wall in frustration. That morning, just as dawn broke, Xiaoyao rose from his bed, his eyes bearing dark circles, his complexion not quite favorable. After several days of being tormented, he was severely sleep-deprived and felt utterly uncomfortable. If he was not at ease, neither should others be. Xiaoyao squinted his eyes, formulating a plan, and headed straight for the Hokage building. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage chair, surrounded by piles of documents and intelligence scrolls, dark circles evident around his eyes, his expression weary yet still spirited. Since IWA and Kumo had officially declared war on Konoha, he had been tirelessly occupied, spending several consecutive days in the office without returning home. Despite his physical exhaustion, Sarutobi's spirits remained high. According to the current deployment of forces, Konoha was fully capable of countering the joint assault from IWA and Kumo, and the initiative of the war was firmly in his grasp. What brought him further solace was that Xiaoyao, that troublesome lad, had not sought him out for trouble these past few days. Ever since Xiaoyao returned to the village and had Kakashi and Minato hold signs to collect debts, Sarutobi had been prepared for a battle of wits. Yet, these days, Xiaoyao had been preoccupied with Tsunade and the others, gallivanting around the village, leaving Sarutobi in peace. He found himself silently praying, "Tsunade, please keep a close eye on Xiaoyao, take him out often, and whatever you do, do not let him come here to cause chaos." Recalling Xiaoyao's past exploits made him feel a headache coming on. During the Chunin exams, he merely intended for Xiaoyao to showcase his talents to intimidate other hidden villages. Yet Xiaoyao nearly eliminated every foreign candidate, and it was only through employing a memory sealing technique that Sarutobi managed to quell the ensuing chaos. Later, during the war with Suna, he tasked Xiaoyao to assist Jiraiya and Tsunade in combating Suna's elite forces, only for Xiaoyao to get lost on the first day, wandering into the Wind Country and directly annihilating Suna village, obliterating their stronghold and decimating their umbu, leaving Suna utterly powerless to retaliate. Although the outcome was favorable, with Xiaoyao exceeding his mission, the process was perilously thrilling, leaving Sarutobi on edge every time. Xiaoyao's nature, while charmingly innocent, could also be described as reckless and unruly. His greatest passion was fine wine, followed closely by the pursuit of swordsmanship, which, to put it plainly, involved slaying. Fortunately, despite Xiaoyao's mischievous disposition, his heart remained aligned with Konoha, and his actions had consistently benefited the village, earning him considerable accolades. Thus, Sarutobi could only turn a blind eye to Xiaoyao's minor flaws. As long as he did not bring trouble to his doorstep, everything would be manageable. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door to the Hokage office was violently thrust open, splintering wood flying. Sarutobi's body stiffened, nearly dropping the brush from his hand. Without needing to look up, he knew who had arrived. In all of Konoha village, only Huangfu Xiaoyao possessed the audacity and strength to barge into the Hokage's office so brazenly. Xiaoyao, why have you come so unexpectedly? Sarutobi inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rising anger, forcing a strained smile as he looked towards the entrance. He dared not provoke Xiaoyao's displeasure, for this lad was not one to respond well to sternness. Should he be angered, he might simply refuse to cooperate, complicating the situation with Iwa and Kumo. Old man, you seem rather unwelcoming. Xiaoyao crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. No, absolutely not. Sarutobi hastily waved his hands, pointing to his dark circles, his face contorted in a grimace. I have been handling affairs for consecutive days, and I am simply worn out. Do not misconstrue my demeanor. Internally, he grumbled, how can I be pleased to see you? Yet outwardly, he maintained a pitiful facade, hoping to elicit sympathy from Xiaoyao and soften his response. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyao nodded, his gaze fixating on Sarutobi's dark circles, speaking earnestly, looking at those dark circles. You must be suffering from kidney deficiency. I shall bring you some fine wine. Drink a bit more, and perhaps it will help. Sarutobi's face instantly turned a shade of green. He is only in his 50s this year, remarkably robust. How could he be suffering from kidney deficiency? This condition is evidently a consequence of his late-night work, and the notion that drinking alcohol can replenish the kidneys? What a fallacy. It seems that someone wishes to hasten his decline even more. Only this peculiar character, Xiaoyao, treats alcohol as if it were mere water and somehow continues to thrive. Had it been anyone else, they would have long succumbed to the effects. What on earth are you here for? Yanfei Razan's hand, his expression darkened, spoke with a hint of impatience. This insufferable brat always manages to irritate him upon their first meeting. If the conversation continued, he feared it might provoke a heart attack. Were it not for the fact that Xiaoyao was named by him and had achieved extraordinary feats, he would have dearly wished to throw the insolent youth out on the spot. Haven't I made myself clear? I am here to reclaim what belongs to me. Xiaoyao placed his hands on his hips and circled around Yanfei Razan's desk, his gaze sweeping across the older man's face, dripping with skepticism. Old man, could it be that you truly have kidney deficiency? How is it that your hearing and memory are so poor? Yanfei Razan's hand clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, as he mentally cursed every expletive he could think of. The sharpness of this brat's tongue was more fearsome than the fangs of a tailed beast, infuriatingly unique. Taking a deep breath to calm his surging emotions, he feigned ignorance, asking, what are you trying to claim? I don't remember owing you anything. With a resounding thud, Xiaoyao slammed his palm on the desk, producing a deep, thunderous sound that made the documents and scrolls atop it leap. Startled by the sudden noise, Yanfei Razan's hand instinctively recoiled. You wouldn't dare to deny it, would you? Xiaoyao's eyes widened, his tone rising in indignation. Insolent brat. This is the Hokage's office. Mind your manners. Yanfei Razan's hand steadied himself, reprimanding him with an edge of exasperation, yet there was a hint of helplessness etched on his face. In all of Konoha, Only this audacious youth would dare to act so recklessly in the Hokage's office. Chapter 124. Is that not enough? Mind your manners? Xiaoyao burst into laughter at what he deemed an absurd joke, pointing at himself as he began to enumerate. I have risked my life for Konoha, single-handedly flattening Sunagakure, slaying 3,000 sand shinobi, dismantling the Sunagakure Zumbu, and severely injuring that old hag Chiyo. And you dare to discuss manners with me? Are you attempting to suppress Konoha's greatest contributor? I have shed sweat and risked my life for Konoha, yet in the end, even the rewards I deserve are to be withheld. This is what you call the will of fire? Do you wish to see the heroes of Konoha in tears before you are satisfied? Each question struck like a barrage, causing Yanfei Razan's face to twitch uncontrollably, veins pulsating at his temples. This insufferable brat's talent for slinging accusations was truly extraordinary. He had merely mentioned manners, and somehow it had evolved into a suppression of contributors and a betrayal of the will of fire. Moreover, Minato had already reported that this child had emerged unscathed from the battle at Sunagakure, without so much as a scratch. Where was the sweat and blood? It was others who had shed tears for him. Enough. I'm terrified of you now. As Xiaoyao grew increasingly animated, even invoking the will of fire and weaving in his own exploits with eloquence, Yanfei Razan's felt a throbbing pain at his temples. The very will of fire he had always revered had become a tool for this brat to reprimand him. An utter humiliation. Speak, what do you truly desire? Yanfei Razan's waved his hand, conceding defeat. Now this felt more like how one should treat a contributor. Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction, his anger dissipating instantly, replaced with an expression of entitlement. Ahem, you must have seen the sign that Minato held up that day, right? Xiaoyao, catching a glimpse of the flicker of anger in Yanfei Razan's eyes, quickly cleared his throat to shift the topic. He could not allow this old man an opportunity to retaliate. He needed to maintain the upper hand. Yanfei Razan's lips twitched, inwardly cursing. This brat's ability to read the room is truly honed to perfection. Just as he was about to erupt, Xiaoyao effortlessly redirected the conversation. With his eloquent tongue, masterful at casting aspersions and deftly avoiding the crux of the matter, this child should be serving as a diplomat in the land of fire rather than wasting his talents. I saw it. But those were your own demands. I never agreed to them. Yanfei Razan's took a moment to collect himself, speaking with irritation. What a joke. The demands on that sign were nothing short of extortionate. To slay an ordinary sand shinobi, one would demand a bottle of fine wine worth 100,000 ryo. For Jonin, it multiplied tenfold. The prices for the captain and vice-captain of the Sunagakure Umbu, along with Chiyo, were astronomical, and there were additional rewards for destroying Sunagakure. If he were to fulfill those demands, even selling off the entire estate of the Sarutobi clan would not suffice to fill that gaping hole. Such unreasonable requests were simply out of the question. You are truly miserly, lacking the ambition to undertake great endeavors. Xiaoyao scoffed, regarding Yanfei Razan's with disdain, his tone imbued with a sense of reprimand. With your attitude, how can you possibly be a good Hokage? I am eager to see what your so-called ambition truly entails. Yanfei Razan's was so exasperated that he almost laughed. Ambition? This was nothing short of extortion. I single-handedly toppled Sunagakure, and that is not enough ambition? Xiaoyao raised his chin, his gaze filled with pride. Have you slain more sand shinobi in your lifetime than I have in this single encounter? Yanfei Razan's expression darkened, opening his mouth only to find himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that the number of sand shinobi he had slain throughout his life indeed paled in comparison to Xiaoyao's single achievement. Fine. I shall be magnanimous and offer you a friendly price. Xiaoyao donned a generous demeanor, then abruptly shifted his gaze to Yanfei Razan's. I heard that not long ago you quietly procured a few boxes of fine wine. Yanfei Razan's stiffened, his expression instantly turning to one of shock. The precious nectar he had painstakingly acquired from the land of fire's daimyo, meant exclusively for the daimyo's enjoyment, was virtually unavailable in the market. Even the daimyo himself was reluctant to indulge. He had executed this acquisition with utmost secrecy. How could this insufferable brat possibly know? Asuma. Yanfei Razan's face darkened as he quickly pinpointed the culprit. Truly, a thief within the household is the hardest to guard against. Watching Xiaoyao's self-satisfied demeanor, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. This troublesome brat had even managed to uncover family secrets. In Konoha, within the residence of the third Hokage, Yanfei Razan's, a conspicuous operation to relocate wine was underway. Asuma, are you certain this is all? Have you hidden any? Xiaoyao squatted in the wine cellar, eyeing the 3 exquisitely packaged boxes of fine wine before him, his eyes gleaming with desire, tinged with dissatisfaction. I swear, this is all my father has hidden. Asuma raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, his expression one of helplessness. He was also a victim of circumstance, having inadvertently leaked information that led Xiaoyao to catch him red-handed, leaving him no choice but to obediently guide the way. Well done. I shall reward you with a bottle later. Xiaoyao patted Asuma's shoulder, grinning like a cat that had stolen cream. Ha. Yinfei Rizan's hand sat on the sofa in the living room, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had departed. These wines were no ordinary fine brews, but the exclusive offerings from the Land of Fire's daimyo, produced in lamentably scarce quantities each year, with some vintages entirely discontinued. The wine produced was primarily reserved for the daimyo, with only a select few being gifted to high-ranking officials. Despite being Hokage, he was nominally on equal footing with the daimyo, yet it was exceedingly difficult for him to obtain such exquisite wines. After finally managing to procure 3 boxes, he had yet to even uncork them to savor their flavor, only to have them whisked away by Xiaoyao. Had he known this would happen, he should have disregarded everything and indulged himself first. Now, all of it had fallen into the hands of this insufferable brat. Old man, why does your face look as if you've consumed something foul? As Xiaoyao emerged from the wine cellar, cradling a crate of exquisite liquor, he could not resist teasing the despondent Sanfei Risen, who appeared utterly disillusioned. What brings you here? Sanfei Risen glared at the unexpectedly arrived Tsunade, his tone tinged with irritation. Xiaoyao summoned me to assist in moving the wine. My strength is considerable, Tsunade declared, stepping beside Xiaoyao and proudly flexing her bicep. The expression on Sanfei Risen's face darkened, resembling that of a burnt pot. What a calamity! How did I end up with such a disciple? The teacher's house has been robbed, and instead of helping to thwart it, you come here as an accomplice. He sighed, dismissing the thought, convincing himself that quarreling with these youngsters would merely paint him as petty. Yet, as he gazed upon the 3 hard-won crates of special wine beside Xiaoyao, his heart bled. He hadn't even had a taste. 3 crates, is that not a tad insufficient? Xiaoyao remarked, slightly furrowing his brow, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Moments ago, he had uncorked a bottle and merely inhaled the aroma, prompting the system to alert him of an increase in vitality. This was undoubtedly the finest wine he had encountered since arriving in this world. The quality of the wine was indisputable, yet the quantity was woefully meager. Given his capacity for alcohol, he could easily finish it all within 2 days. Insufficient? Sanfei Risen felt his teeth grind in frustration. The annual yield of this wine was tragically scarce, with some years yielding not a single bottle. All produced wine was allocated to the daimyo, and after much effort, he had managed to procure these 3 crates, only for them to be claimed by Xiaoyao, who then dared to express dissatisfaction. Chapter 125. Truly a straight man, old man. With your miserly demeanor, you exhibit no vision for greatness. Xiaoyao observed Sanfei Risen's somewhat grim expression, feeling a twinge of insecurity within. He fully understood how rare such a tribute-enhancing wine was, yet he refused to concede. If he allowed this elder to perceive any sign of reluctance, future opportunities to obtain rare treasures would surely slip away. Instead, he straightened his posture and admonished. I have brought down the sand-hidden village and accomplished unparalleled feats for Konoha. What harm is there in drinking a few bottles of wine? Brat, go ahead and drink. Sanfei Risen waved his hand dismissively, realizing that compared to Xiaoyao's monumental contributions, these 3 crates of wine were indeed trivial. As Hokage, he must display magnanimity. Moreover, Xiaoyao sought neither power nor wealth. His sole passion lay in indulging in fine wine. What was a few bottles? He could simply offer them. However, upon reflection, this meager reward seemed inadequate. Xiaoyao scanned the living room, his gaze alighting on an inconspicuous corner, and earnestly stated, You should also give me the wine you've hidden over there. Xiaoyao was not short on money, but certain fine wines could not be purchased merely with wealth. The rare wines he had previously extorted from Sanfei Risen were treasures only obtainable through the Hokage's channels. Even with money, those wines were beyond reach. Sanfei Risen regarded Xiaoyao, wishing to pinch his cheek to ascertain just how thick-skinned he truly was. This lad not only absconded with the special wine, but also sought to seize his treasured collection of fine wines. Why do you gaze at me so? Xiaoyao, feeling uncomfortable under Sanfei Risen's scrutiny, quickly added, At worst, I will help you eliminate those ruffians from IWA and Kumo. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Sanfei Rizen's lips twitched involuntarily. Just listen to him. Such bravado. The IWA and Kumo villages, among the 5 great hidden villages, were casually dismissed by this lad as if they were mere trivialities. Were any other Konoha ninja to utter such words, Sanfei Rizen would have delivered a resounding slap to instill a sense of reality. Yet, he truly needed Xiaoyao's strength to confront IWA and Kumo. The combined forces of those 2 villages contained 4-tailed beasts, not to mention the formidable 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki and the 3rd Reikage. Should all those tailed beasts be unleashed on the battlefield, Konoha's current forces would be utterly insufficient to cope. Whereas Xiaoyao stood as Konoha's sole hope of countering the beasts head-on. His terrifying slashes, spanning dozens of meters, would compel even the tailed beasts to retreat. Very well. Take them all. All of them. Sanfei Rizen gritted his teeth, suppressing his heartache, and gestured toward a cabinet in the corner of the living room. Haha. Now that is the spirit befitting the Hokage. I knew you were a man of great enterprise. Xiaoyao beamed with delight and promptly instructed Asuma and Tsunade to retrieve the liquor from the cabinet. Upon seeing the neatly arranged exquisite wines within, he lavished them with praise. Sanfei Rizen felt a tinge of comfort from this belated admiration. Tsunade, let us go with the wine. Xiaoyao called out, turning toward the door. Just as Sanfei Rizen opened his mouth to say something, he was left dumbfounded as Xiaoyao and Tsunade, arms laden with crates, departed without a backward glance. With a face full of black lines, Sanfei Rizen lamented, "This brat is truly a master of burning bridges after crossing them." That is Xiaoyao, isn't it? Sanfei Pipahu, holding a cup of tea, approached Sanfei Rizen with a smile. She had never witnessed her husband being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. It's that brat. He has nothing but trouble. Sanfei Rizen huffed, his tone laced with a barely perceptible fondness. Asuma, you wasteful child. Unable to contain his frustration, Sanfei Rizen turned and vented his anger on Asuma nearby. Thud. He slapped Asuma on the back of the head, scolding, "Look at your pitiful state." Thud. Another slap. "Why can't you learn from Xiaoyao? Show some spine." Thud. So often boastful, yet he withers before true talent? Sanfei Pipahu observed Sanfei Rizen's vigorous chastisement of Asuma with a helpless shake of her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This old man was truly tough on the outside, but soft at heart. Though he cherished Xiaoyao dearly, he feigned disdain. After leaving Sanfei Rizen's home, Xiaoyao felt elated, humming a cheerful tune as he walked. Sunagakure is truly a wonderful place. He marveled at the fine wines cradled in his arms. Not only had his strength received a remarkable boost, but he had also acquired the ultimate swordsmanship technique, the Scythe of Death. More importantly, he had used this as an excuse to extort Sanfei Rizen and procure such an abundance of fine wine. Without a doubt, the next time he encountered someone from Sunagakure, he would ensure they received a thorough lesson. Xiaoyao, what wicked scheme are you concocting now? Tsunade inquired. Observing the mischievous smile adorning Xiaoyao's face, a shiver running down her spine. She understood him all too well. Whenever he wore such a grin, someone was bound to face misfortune. Be it Kakashi, Jiraiya, or the 3rd Hokage, all had suffered at Xiaoyao's hands, a testament to the blood-stained lessons learned. What nonsense are you babbling? I am a person of integrity and kindness, Xiaoyao retorted, casting a displeased glance at Tsunade, his tone resolute. Who in Konoha does not know that I, Huangfu Xiaoyao, am a paragon of virtue? Tsunade regarded Xiaoyao's serious demeanor, somewhat speechless. Could you not glance at the crates of wine you are carrying while making such claims? These are all spoils you seized from the 3rd Hokage. Where is the integrity in that? Before long, the two arrived at Xiaoyao's residence. He retrieved his keys, opened the door, and stepped inside first. Quite heavy indeed. Gangsho placed the wine box she held on the ground, stretching her body as her fitted attire accentuated her voluptuous figure, with alluring curves that captivated the eye. It was evident that the quantity of wine obtained by Xiaoyao from Sarutobi Hiruzen was considerable, even causing someone as strong as Tsunade to feel fatigued. Why are you still here? Xiaoyao turned to gaze at Tsunade, who showed no inclination to leave, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Do not even think about mooching off my wine. These treasures are mine. Tsunade's expression darkened immediately, a vein twitching at her temple. This insolent brat was truly skilled at burning bridges and was, moreover, an unabashedly straightforward man. Chapter 126. What have you done to me? Tsunade glanced down at her figure, secretly lamenting. It was not mere self-praise. At her prime, she could undoubtedly be regarded as the most beautiful woman in Konoha, with such a stunning beauty standing before him. How could he only have eyes for the wine? I say, if it weren't for my cover, do you think you could have extorted this wine so easily? Tsunade wrinkled her delicate nose, initially not intending to partake in any wine. However, Xiaoyao's words piqued her interest. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her discernment was naturally exceptional. She immediately recognized the extraordinary origins of the wine, especially the 3 boxes of special brew. Since the passing of her great-grandfather, Senju Tobarama, she had not tasted it again. Reflecting on it now, she felt a pang of nostalgia for that unique flavor. What is extortion? This is my rightful spoils. Xiaoyao muttered in dissatisfaction, though he felt conflicted within. It must be said that his audacious conduct in Konoha was significantly tied to his relationship with Tsunade. Due to her presence, the likes of Danzo, Tofu, and Mido Gate Kosuka dared not trouble him at this moment. The identity of the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world held immense weight during wartime. Additionally, with Tsunade's hemophobia now cured, her standing in Konoha had risen remarkably. Perhaps in the future, he would rely on Tsunade to extort even more treasures from Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. All right, considering your assistance this time, I shall allow you a drink. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, feigning a look of significant loss as he spoke. Then, under the expectant gaze of Tsunade, he picked up a thumb-sized cup from the dining table. Xiaoyao. Tsunade's eyes flared with anger upon seeing that small cup. Are you sending me off with a beggar's portion? Is this enough even to fill the gaps between my teeth? This brat was truly miserly when it came to wine. Fine, I concede. Xiaoyao tossed the small cup aside and retrieved a slightly larger one from the table. This cup was approximately twice the size of the previous one, yet still not substantial. With a pained expression, he said, "Only for you would I part with my treasures. Allow me to fill it to the brim." Xiaoyao revealed a generous smile, cautiously uncorking a bottle of the special brew and inhaling the aroma deeply. Ding! The system prompt echoed in his mind, and a look of ecstasy crossed Xiaoyao's face. What materials had this wine been brewed with to be so exquisite and even enhance one's physique? With a heavy heart, he poured a small half-cup of wine for Tsunade. Do you take me for a fool? Initially, Tsunade had not thought much of it, but upon inspecting the cup's design, her displeasure surfaced. This cup appeared sizable, yet its base was unusually thick, rendering its actual capacity comparable to that of the previous small cup. In essence, it was mere window dressing. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Seeing his ruse exposed, Xiaoyao cleared his throat and feigned a look of confusion. I mean, are you really that stingy? Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, displeased. I suppressed my hemophobia and entered the battlefield to help you contend with the formidable Suna Ninja. And you offer me such a meager amount of wine. Is this how you repay me? Xiaoyao gazed at Tsunade with helplessness. Was it truly necessary? It was just a cup of wine. One might think he had committed some heinous deed against her. You are not like that old man. The third Hokage, are you? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with mischief, her tone laced with coaxing. Everyone in Konoha spoke highly of Huangfu Xiaoyao as an extraordinary talent, especially noting his charisma compared to the miserly third Hokage. Naturally, upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's spirit soared. With a grand gesture, he declared, "My greatest virtue is my generosity. It is but wine. Take as much as you desire." Wonderful. Tsunade immediately beamed, turning to grab the largest ceramic bowl from the table, causing Xiaoyao's lips to twitch in response. He had been careless. This woman had played him. If the villagers truly spoke of the third Hokage in such a manner, he might as well change his surname to Senju. Thump, thump, thump. Tsunade raised the large bowl and tilted her head back, gulping down the wine. The liquid cascading down her lips and soaking her attire, adding an untamed allure to her beauty. You should drink less. Too much is detrimental to your health. Watching Tsunade downing bowl after bowl, Xiaoyao felt pained and quickly grasped her wrist, his expression earnest. If she continued like this, the precious wine he had painstakingly acquired would be depleted by this woman. Are you concerned about me? Tsunade, clearly tipsy, blushed and gazed at the serious Xiaoyao with a hint of a charming smile. Yes, I am concerned. I am pained to the core. Stop drinking. Xiaoyao nodded without hesitation, his tone incredibly sincere. If you keep this up, my heart will bleed. At least you have a conscience. Tsunade felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, touched by Xiaoyao's genuine expression. What is happening to me? Tsunade reached out, gently caressing Xiaoyao's cheek, her eyes reflecting a trace of confusion. She had already sensed that her feelings for Xiaoyao had transcended those of mere friends and comrades, evolving into something distinctly different. How vexing. How is your skin so flawless? Tsunade suddenly pinched Xiaoyao's face, her tone mixed with dissatisfaction and playful reproach. Xiaoyao's lips twitched. This woman transformed completely when intoxicated. How dare she pinch his face? However, she did possess a charming appearance. Come, smile for me. Tsunade lifted Xiaoyao's chin, pouting her red lips slightly, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Tsunade, today, I will show you what it means to hold a position in the household. Xiaoyao was instantly provoked. How could this woman dare to tease him? He could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, seeking to take the initiative. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tsunade's enchanting face. Tsunade furrowed her brows, slowly opening her beautiful eyes. The glaring light made her squint, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes. What time is it? Tsunade rubbed her eyes and yawned, recalling an important medical research project scheduled for today. She was now the captain of Konoha's medical team, bearing significant responsibilities, especially during this wartime. The medical team's tasks were demanding and left no room for negligence. Tsunade's gaze gradually drifted down, and upon noticing her disheveled clothing and the sleeping Xiaoyao beside her, her drowsiness vanished instantly, her face freezing in shock. Xiaoyao. She abruptly shoved Xiaoyao, a hint of panic and embarrassment in her voice. What have you done to me? Katsu's face flushed crimson, her finger pointed accusingly at Xiaoyao, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 127. Why has everyone become so bold? What do you mean I did something to you? Look here. Xiaoyao, even more agitated than Katsu, abruptly threw back the covers, gesturing towards the bite marks on his shoulder and neck, anger radiating from him. Just look, this was all you're doing last night when you were drunk. This woman has become exceedingly wild after a few drinks. Katsu stared blankly at the bite marks on Xiaoyao's body, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Shaking her heavy head, fragmented memories of the previous night began to coalesce. She recalled consuming copious amounts of alcohol, uttering a plethora of nonsensical words, and engaging in some exceedingly bold actions with Xiaoyao. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for this insufferable brat? The mere thought startled Katsu, and she gazed at Xiaoyao with a complicated expression. What are you staring at? Xiaoyao felt a twinge of discomfort under her gaze, recalling last night's events. And in a fit of embarrassed anger, he declared, Yesterday, I will concede you victory, but mark my words, next time I shall reclaim my honor. How utterly humiliating. He had intended to properly teach this woman a lesson, to demonstrate who was truly in charge, only to find himself at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, his strength lay in swordsmanship, which was of no use in such a situation. This was a true clash of raw power. His exceptional physique was rendered insignificant before Katsu, a formidable master of taijutsu, ranking among the top 3 in the ninja world. Xiaoyao silently vowed to hasten his return to the battlefield, to vanquish the scoundrels from Awagakure and Kumogakure, and significantly enhance his strength. Once this war concludes, he would ensure Katsu witnessed his true power. No, don't say anything. Although Katsu was slightly older than Xiaoyao, this was her first experience with such matters. Her delicate face blushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple, as she found it difficult to meet Xiaoyao's gaze. Enough chatter. I refuse to accept this. Let us engage in battle once more. Xiaoyao, observing Katsu's bashful demeanor, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, and suddenly lunged at her. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the bright voices of Kan, Lin, and Jinin. Xiaoyao-kun, we have arrived. Quickly open the door. Katsu's body froze, her shyness instantly replaced by panic. Kan was one thing, but Jinin was her direct disciple. Although Lin hadn't formally apprenticed, she had been learning medical ninjutsu alongside her, making her akin to a disciple. If these 3 girls were to see her in such a state, even with her character, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. So they are here, they might as well come. Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly, watching Katsu frantically adjust her clothing. He even leisurely stood up and approached the door, much to Katsu's anxious dismay. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Lin's beaming face. Xiaoyao, we're here. Lin beamed at Xiaoyao, her smile radiant and her eyes brimming with joy. Xiaoyao-kun, I prepared breakfast for you this morning. Please give it a try. Kan held a beautifully crafted lunchbox, her face soft with affection and anticipation glimmering in her eyes. And I made some snacks as well. Jinin chimed in, holding a dainty lunchbox. her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke shyly. Xiaoyao, what happened to your neck and shoulder? Lin, with keen eyes, suddenly noticed the peculiar marks on Xiaoyao's body, pointing at the distinct bite marks with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I was scratched by a drunken little wildcat last night. Xiaoyao replied without missing a beat, although his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Katsu within the room. You're the wildcat. Katsu seethed at his words, wishing fervently to rush out and cover the mouth of this insufferable brat. How dare he describe her in such a manner? A wildcat? Lin blinked in disbelief, her expression skeptical as she remarked, that mark looks distinctly human. Xiaoyao, have you been hiding someone? Ahem, you all have arrived. Katsu realized she could no longer evade the situation, taking a deep breath as she resolved to confront the matter head-on. It was far better than being caught off guard by these three girls in the room. Adjusting her attire, she stepped out from behind Xiaoyao, forcing a semblance of calm onto her face. Katsadano, Lin, Kan, and Jeanine stared at her, their faces instantly morphing into expressions of shock. Katsadano, how could you emerge from Xiaoyao's residence? The trio's gazes exchanged glances filled with innuendo, darting back and forth between Xiaoyao and Katsu. I am here to inform Xiaoyao that an important meeting will be held in a few days regarding the military deployment against Awagakure and Kimogakure. Right, Xiaoyao? Katsu, feeling utterly exposed under their scrutinizing gazes, quickly sought an excuse, her eyes pleading as they turned towards Xiaoyao. Indeed, a meeting is scheduled, and it pertains to the military strategies against Awagakure and Kimogakure. It is of utmost importance. However, the information had been relayed to Xiaoyao days prior and did not require her to come and announce it personally. Xiaoyao observed Katsu's beseeching expression, a playful smile flickering in his eyes. This matter of domestic hierarchy must be firmly established. Yes, indeed, Katsadano came specifically to inform me. He nodded in agreement, feigning seriousness as he spoke. Ahem, I shall take my leave now. You all carry on. Katsu breathed a sigh of relief, clearing her throat as she hastily made her exit, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would betray her. Xiaoyao, this was clearly orchestrated by Katsadano, wasn't he it? Lin, witnessing Katsu's flustered retreat, instantly pieced together the situation, her face lighting up with excitement. Xiaoyao, you're playing favorites. I want in. Katsadano is my mentor. If she can do it, why can't I? Once this thought took root, it was impossible to suppress. Lin dashed into Xiaoyao's embrace, brimming with exhilaration. Hey Lin, what are you doing? Xiaoyao found himself caught off guard, torn between amusement and exasperation. Ow! Lin provided no answer, instead mimicking Katsu's actions, lightly biting Xiaoyao on the shoulder. Ouch! Jeanine, you're here too? Before Xiaoyao could react, he felt a slight sting on his other shoulder. Turning to see Jeanine had also emulated Lin's actions, biting him gently. And me, Kan, observing the two, felt a pang of envy and joined in, playfully rubbing her small canine teeth against Xiaoyao's neck. Ouch! Kan, you too? Xiaoyao gasped, astonished at how bold these three young ladies had become. Chapter 128. The eve of war. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. Konoha, Hokage building. Today, a highly prestigious Jonin meeting would convene here. Only those elite ninjas who had truly earned the title of Konoha Jonin were eligible to attend this assembly. True Jonin are not merely the token special Jonin. Each of them represents Konoha's most invaluable strategic asset, the very foundation upon which Konoha stands in the ninja world. All Jonin gathered in unison, prepared to partake in the pre-war deployment meeting concerning Awagakure and Kimogakure. While Konoha need not panic excessively regarding these two formidable hidden villages, they certainly could not afford to be complacent. Unlike Sunagakure, the leaders of these two villages still remained, both recognized as top-tier powerhouses in the ninja realm. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, possesses the bloodline limit of dust release, his strength unfathomable. The third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield, boasts unmatched close combat prowess in the ninja world. Moreover, these two villages each possess a tailed beast. Particularly, the Jinchuriki from Kimogakure poses a substantial dilemma, capable of perfectly manipulating the tailed beast's power while maintaining their intellect, truly a war machine in every sense. The concept of those prone to rage and losing their sanity is entirely different from that of Julie. Thus, it can be said that Konoha has spared no effort this time. Apart from the Hinata clan and the Uchiha clan, the other major ninja clans have dispatched their elite forces, ready to rush to the battlefield. As for the Hinata and Uchiha clans, they have already been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, meticulously guarding against the movements of Kirigakure. Such a high-level meeting had never even been convened during the previous war against Sunigakure. At this moment, in the Hokage's office, all the elite jonin of Konoha had gathered, and the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. "Could you please move over a bit? You're crowding me," said Xiaoyao, furrowing his brow and unceremoniously pushing Jiraiya aside. Jiraiya, observing Xiaoyao's impatient demeanor, felt a vain throb on his forehead, his face dark with irritation. As one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage, he stood at the forefront of the jonin, symbolizing not only his strength but also his status. Yet, this little brat, who was merely a genin, had made such an extraordinary exception to attend the jonin meeting, and he dared to usurp his position? Wasn't that a bit too much? Is that Huangfu Xiaoyao? Truly lives up to the name. He even dares to offend Lord Jiraiya. Such audacity is commendable. No wonder he is the super powerhouse who single-handedly crushed Sunigakure. His courage is indeed admirable. Among the gathered jonin, some had seen Xiaoyao before, but most were encountering this legendary genius for the first time. They were filled with curiosity and reverence for this young man who had achieved extraordinary feats at such a tender age. Witnessing Xiaoyao boldly confront one of the legendary Sannin, the jonin were utterly astonished, realizing that Xiaoyao was indeed exceptional. He was truly Konoha's prodigy, even commanding respect from Lord Jiraiya. As Jiraiya listened to the discussions among the jonin, his expression grew increasingly grim, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Was he afraid of Xiaoyao? Certainly not. The playful banter between comrades could hardly be called fear. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, who was obviously supporting Xiaoyao from the sidelines, and felt his lips twitch involuntarily as he silently stepped back. This was not fear, it was resignation. Watching Xiaoyao stand confidently in his original position, he felt immensely frustrated, almost to the point of tears. "Don't be too disheartened, sensei. I often find myself bullied by Xiaoyao as well," Minato said, stepping beside Jiraiya to offer some consolation. "Bullied?" Jiraiya immediately retorted, his tone filled with indignation. "I am merely yielding to this little brat. It's about respecting elders and cherishing the young. Do you understand?" As one of the legendary Sannin and the sage of Mount Myaboku, how could he possibly be bullied by a mere child? Absolutely not. Minato couldn't help but chuckle at his stubborn teacher. Sometimes, his sensei truly behaved like a child who refused to grow up. "The Hokage has arrived." At that moment, an Umbu member called out loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered from outside, his expression serious as he took his seat on the Hokage's throne. He surveyed the assembly of elite jonin before him, pride swelling within him. This was the essence of Konoha. With such a wealth of elite jonin, which hidden village could boast such formidable strength? Since the beginning of the first Great Ninja War, Konoha had frequently faced multiple adversaries, yet time and again, they emerged victorious. This time would be no different. However, when his gaze fell upon Xiaoyao at the forefront, his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Xiaoyao, why are you standing in this position?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a frown. "I instructed you to sit at the back and observe. This is a jonin meeting of the highest standards. Although your strength is formidable and you will play a crucial role in the impending war against Iwagakure and Kumogakure, we must also consider the feelings of the other jonin. After all, you are still a genin, not even a chunin." Hence, he had made an exception to allow Xiaoyao to attend the meeting, but he had previously advised him to observe from the rear. Yet, this impudent brat had taken it upon himself to stand at the forefront, exuding an air of leadership. Looking at Jiraiya beside Minato, who appeared utterly vexed, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood all too well. This position had been forcibly seized by Xiaoyao. "Huh, did you say that?" Xiaoyao replied innocently, his expression filled with feigned ignorance. "I don't recall that at all." Observing Xiaoyao's disingenuous demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his irritation grow. This little rascal was even too lazy to pretend. "All right, let's commence the jonin meeting." Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said solemnly. After all, this was Konoha's most important meeting, and as Hokage, he could not afford to become too entangled with Xiaoyao. If the brat wished to stand there, so be it. Sarutobi Hiruzen resignedly thought to himself, feeling utterly helpless against Xiaoyao's antics. "That's more like it," Xiaoyao muttered under his breath, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Letting him stand in the corner to observe? Absolutely out of the question. He was Konoha's greatest contributor and deserved the most prominent position. Now, we shall begin the pre-war deployment. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice, speaking with gravity. The expressions of the elite Jonin instantly became serious, their eyes filled with solemnity. The true battle was about to unfold. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood elevated, preparing for the pre-war mobilization. In this war, we Konoha faced two formidable adversaries, Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated throughout the office, but we Konoha have never shied away from a challenge. Since our village's inception, we have endured countless wars, each time triumphing over formidable foes with unwavering resolve. This time will be no different. We shall make the people of Iwagakure and Kumogakure understand that Konoha's majesty is not to be trifled with. As Hiruzen spoke passionately, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Here we go again," Jiraiya muttered, covering his forehead, exuding exasperation. The old man is great in many respects, but this penchant for grand speeches is a habit he simply cannot shake. Having followed Sarutobi Hiruzen since his youth, Jiraiya had lost count of how many times he had been subjected to such ideological indoctrination. Before every war, the old man insisted on delivering a lengthy motivational speech, ostensibly to inspire the Konoha ninjas and boost morale. However, Jiraiya seriously suspected that it was merely the old man's way of indulging his own need to speak. Yet, he dared not voice his dissent publicly, knowing that it would only lead to a beating. But just because he refrained from speaking up didn't mean that others wouldn't. This kind of thing had happened before. Why is it taking so long to start? Jiraiya thought, casting a glance at Xiaoyao, who stood at the forefront, secretly anticipating the proceedings. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, a loud yawn echoed, shattering the solemn atmosphere in the office. All eyes turned toward Xiaoyao, who had just yawned. Here it comes. Jiraiya perked up, thinking to himself. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking with fervor, his words faltered, and his expression suddenly darkened as he glared at Xiaoyao in annoyance. This impudent brat has utterly disrespected himself. He has only spoken for half an hour, and yet he dares to show signs of fatigue? Engaging in combat with the Iwagakure and Kumogakure is of paramount importance, and thus it is essential to convey every detail meticulously, ensuring that no aspect is overlooked. Moreover, this insufferable child managed to divert the entire audience's attention with a mere yawn, utterly detestable. You need to pull yourself together. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having finally seized an opportunity to reprimand this carefree individual, would not let it slip away easily. With a stern expression, he began his admonishment. For we are to face the formidable foes of Iwagakure and Kumogakure. How can you, in such a lethargic state, hope to perform to your full potential on the battlefield? Upon finishing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he had delivered a proper scolding to this impudent boy, which had proven to be quite the challenge. Reflecting on his past encounters with this carefree individual, where victories were scarce and defeats plentiful, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but feel a tinge of sorrow. As the esteemed third Hokage of Konoha, he had been thoroughly outmatched by a mere youth. Hey, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. The boy had completely ignored him and was turning towards the exit, clearly in a foul mood, intending to go home for drinks and sleep. With a dismissive wave, the boy yawned again, his tone laced with impatience. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, his earlier smugness evaporating in an instant. Was this brat truly prepared to abandon his responsibilities? If it were anyone else, he would have dismissed it as mere jest. But this boy meant what he said and would indeed walk away. If he allowed this boy to leave, the strength at the front line of Konoha would be severely compromised, diminishing their chances against the combined forces of Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly signaled Tsunade to intercept the boy. He could not let this impudent child truly escape. Understanding his intent, Tsunade promptly approached and seized the boy's arm, attempting to draw him back. Yet, no matter how she tugged, he remained unmoved, standing resolutely at the office door, poised to depart at any moment. Observing the scene of Tsunade pulling and the boy resisting, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a twitch of his lips. He realized that this impudent child was merely waiting for his response. This boy truly could not tolerate any loss. Cursing inwardly, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly adopted a gentler tone. Xiaoyao, I may have been a bit harsh earlier. Please do not take it to heart. This war requires your considerable strength. You cannot leave. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's concession, the boy finally turned around and followed Tsunade back to the front of the team. The surrounding Jonin observed this exchange without displaying any surprise or dissatisfaction. After all, he was a genius. It was only natural for someone of such remarkable talent in Konohagakure's history to possess a somewhat unique disposition. The members of the Uchiha clan, despite their own talents, were far less impressive than this boy, yet they carried themselves with an air of arrogance and disdain, earning them a poor reputation. Compared to the Uchiha, this boy's minor temper tantrums were inconsequential. Besides, given his ability to single-handedly vanquish Tsunade, his prowess was more than sufficient to warrant tolerance of his quirks. If one were dissatisfied, they could strive to achieve similar feats themselves. Moreover, many were growing weary of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lengthy discourse and were secretly grateful to the boy for interrupting. It seemed that the position of the elder was precarious. Positioned among the Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai gazed at the boy's retreating figure with a soft sigh, her fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of her ninja blade. No one understood her daughter Yuhi Hinata's feelings for this boy better than she did. It was undeniable that he was a once-in-a-century genius. Yet, as a celebrated elite Jonin of Konohagakure, with profound mastery in fire release and illusion techniques, she had anticipated providing her daughter with a solid foundation. Little did she expect that this boy's talent would be so terrifyingly formidable. Probably 10 of her own prowess combined would not suffice to match his capabilities. With such a remarkably powerful prospective son-in-law, Yuhi Kurenai's emotions were complex. Maintaining her authority as an elder would undoubtedly be challenging. Old man, stop rambling and assign the tasks. The boy interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's continued monologue, eager to get to the point. What were the Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces? Once on the battlefield, he would swiftly eliminate them all, sparing the need for further discussion. Having finally interrupted the elder's lengthy speech, he knew that if he allowed it to continue, he would surely succumb to sleep. All right, let us commence with the specific deployment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he internally grumbled. This impudent brat refused to indulge even his modest requests. The other Jonin displayed a mixture of expressions upon hearing the boy's words. Listen to that. Such bravado. To him, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, 2 of the 5 great hidden villages, seemed as fragile as dough ready to be crushed. Some hot-headed Jonin, confident in their own strength, contemplated standing up to refute him, but upon remembering that this youth had single-handedly leveled Tsunade, they swallowed their words. Moreover, they had witnessed how even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was thoroughly outmatched by this boy, and even the Hokage had to placate him. Should they rashly speak out, they would merely be inviting trouble upon themselves. Jiraiya, you and Minato will team up and head to the Kumogakure battlefield to rendezvous with Orochimaru, closely monitoring Kumogakure's movements and ready to engage at a moment's notice. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused his mind, his expression stern as he issued orders. No problem. Leave it to Minato and me, Jiraiya exclaimed, thrilled to be paired with his disciple rather than being tethered to this boy, nearly jumping with excitement. He would never again dare to bring this boy to the battlefield. Although the boy's strength was indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own, his propensity for chaos was simply too great. The last war with Tsunade had nearly turned into a full-scale conflict on the very first day due to him. Facing Kumogakure would be manageable, after all. It was merely the 3rd Raikage and 2 perfect Jinchuriki. Compared to this boy, it hardly seemed daunting. Yet, as he pondered further, Jiraiya's lips twitched again. Wasn't Kumogakure's strength also quite formidable? Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with Orochimaru present, those troublesome foes could be dealt with effectively. Tsunade, you will take this boy to the Iwagakure battlefield. You will have complete command over the operations on this front. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his gaze infused with trust. He was already aware of Tsunade's recovery from her blood phobia, which was undoubtedly excellent news for Konohagakure, soon to face 2 fronts in battle. This meant that Tsunade could finally unleash her full potential and operate independently. Given the boy's capricious nature, only she could effectively manage him, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to breathe a little easier. He certainly did not wish for the boy to reach Iwagakure's stronghold while he was still deliberating on how to secure victory with minimal cost. Such a scenario would spell disaster. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously assigned tasks to each Jonin, summarizing, this is the battlefield deployment. Does anyone have any objections? The assembled Jonin, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, shook their heads in unison. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired politely, It was ultimately a combat plan jointly formulated by the Elders Council and the Advisory Council, which left no room for rebuttal. They simply needed to execute it rigorously. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to announce the conclusion of the meeting, Xiaoyao suddenly raised his hand, interrupting him. "Xiaoyao, what is it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Xiaoyao, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had merely asked out of formality, not expecting that this impudent youth would actually have a question. However, as a key combat force for Konoha against a Wagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen relied on Xiaoyao to restrain the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. That was a formidable opponent, and even he himself held no absolute confidence in defeating him. Currently, within the confines of Konoha, the only ones capable of matching Inoki head-on in a one-on-one confrontation were he and Xiaoyao. Since Xiaoyao had a question, he might as well let him ask. As long as he could appease this troublesome youngster, the formidable Inoki would be of little concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat buoyant, muttering to himself, why had he also become so inflated alongside Xiaoyao? He cleared his throat and turned to Xiaoyao. What is your question? Which village's ninjas, Iwagakure or Kumogakure, possess sturdier physiques? Xiaoyao asked earnestly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. What on earth was this brat thinking? I mean, which village's ninjas have better physical attributes and greater resilience? Xiaoyao patiently reiterated, casting a doubtful glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if to say, surely you aren't suffering from any hearing impairment, are you? What does their physical sturdiness have to do with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally confirmed that he had not misheard, feeling somewhat exasperated. At such a critical juncture, with war imminent, this impudent youth was not focused on devising strategies, but was instead concerned with such trivial matters. A sturdy physique would indeed be advantageous in combat, Xiaoyao solemnly explained, his eyes flashing with determination. He had made up his mind to seize this opportunity of war to acquire more physical attribute points. Last time, he had been outmaneuvered by Tsunade, an utter humiliation. Once his physical attributes improved, he would make Tsunade witness what true strength entailed. The entire office fell into an eerie silence. All the Jounin stared agog at Xiaoyao, their faces etched with shock. Listen, is this the thought process of a genius? Truly unparalleled. Choosing to strike only those with sturdy physiques? Tsunade observed Xiaoyao as he made exaggerated gestures towards her, her red lips twitching involuntarily. Was he deliberately seeking out those with robust physiques because of her? Tsunade's mind raced with uncertainty. Could it be that her actions that night had displeased him, fostering resentment towards those with strong physical attributes? Naturally, she could not fathom that Xiaoyao sought to gain attribute points from his confrontations. Her thoughts were confined to this direction. As she pondered, the images from that night uncontrollably flooded her mind, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I suppose the ninjas from a Wagakure might be sturdier. Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered, observing that Xiaoyao did not appear to be joking. How else could he respond? Should he inform Xiaoyao that the ninjas of Kumogakure were a bunch of muscle-bound brutes? If this impudent youth were to disrupt Konoha's entire strategic deployment for such a ludicrous reason, it would spell trouble. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Xiaoyao pressed, skepticism evident in his voice. According to his memories from his past life, Iwagakure's ninjas indeed appeared more robust, but Kumogakure's ninjas seemed more muscular, each one a veritable muscle giant. He was uncertain which village's ninjas would yield more physical attribute points. Of course it's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen fabricated a serious response. Although the ninjas from Kumogakure may seem incredibly strong, their musculature is actually enhanced through lightning-based chakra techniques. Superficially impressive, but they lack true resilience. Iwagakure's ninjas, on the other hand, have long trained in earth-release techniques, and their bodies, nourished by earth-release chakra, are genuinely robust and capable of enduring significant punishment. Jiraiya, standing nearby, wore a face of incredulity. Had he not previously fought against ninjas from Kumogakure, he might have been easily swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Though Kumogakure's ninjas could indeed utilize lightning chakra to stimulate their muscles and enhance their explosive power, this did not contradict the fact that their muscularity was substantial. In truth, those from Kumogakure were not only muscular in physique, but also in mentality. Their thoughts centered around brawling. Is what he said true, Jiraiya? Xiaoyao inquired, beginning to believe Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. He had indeed read novels in his previous life where protagonists favored utilizing lightning chakra to enhance their physical attributes. Perhaps the ninjas of Kumogakure were similarly inclined. However, he still sought Jiraiya's confirmation, as Jiraiya was experienced and had traveled extensively. Of course it's true. Jiraiya, feeling the weight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's threatening gaze, could not help but twitch his lips, ultimately compromising his integrity. In reality, the so-called sturdiness of Iwagakure's ninjas was merely superficial. While they were large, much of their mass consisted of fat. After all, without sufficient fat to cushion their bodies, they could not withstand the powerful recoil when using earth release techniques in battle. Moreover, fat recovers much faster than muscle. If you dare deceive me, you will regret it. Xiaoyao stared at Jiraiya, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Jiraiya's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting. This was troublesome. Should this brat discover he had been deceived, he would surely seek retribution. Then I have no further issues. I shall head to the Iwagakure battlefield. A glimmer of excitement shone in Xiaoyao's eyes as he began to strategize. Once he had felled the hulking ninjas of Iwagakure, his physical attributes would surely see significant enhancement. And then he could easily overpower Tsunade. He was determined to demonstrate his prowess to this woman. Xiaoyao provocatively glanced at Tsunade, who felt her lips twitching. She had an unsettling premonition that something undesirable was about to transpire. Nevertheless, she had no intention of revealing the truth to Xiaoyao. What if he genuinely ventured to the Kumogakure battlefield? Xiaoyao, remaining by her side, offered her a sense of security. Tsunade thought to herself, shooting a glare at Jiraiya. It was entirely his fault for losing track of Xiaoyao last time, causing her undue anxiety for an extended period. Had it not been for Xiaoyao's formidable strength, the consequences could have been dire. Jiraiya, bewildered by Tsunade's glare, could only offer a wry smile. How had he, one of the legendary Sannin and the sage of Mount Mayaboku, become the one with the least standing? Why was he subjected to such ridicule? With a sigh of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Xiaoyao no longer pressing the matter. As for the inconvenienced Jiraiya, let him endure a bit of discomfort. Sacrificing one Jiraiya for the sake of Xiaoyao's compliance was a worthwhile trade. However, if this impudent youth were to discover the deception, would he seek revenge on him? After all the Jounin had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon the Hokage's seat, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. What did it matter? By then, he would feign ignorance. After all, the ninjas of Iwagakure, having reinforced their skin through earth release techniques, were indeed somewhat sturdier than those of Kumogakure, thus not entirely dishonest. Sarutobi Hiruzen self-soothed, feeling a twinge of guilt. At the entrance of Konoha village, hurry up. Exercise caution while moving. Handle these boxes with care. A procession of Konoha ninjas was meticulously transferring heavy crates onto transport vehicles, their movements delicate as if they were handling rare treasures. Stay alert. These are special instructions from Darin Xiaoyao, crucial strategic resources that must not be mishandled. A commanding Jounin stood nearby, loudly reminding them, his tone tinged with reverence. Darin Xiaoyao? Could he be the prodigious genius who single-handedly repelled the Tsunade? Is Darin Xiaoyao also heading to the front lines? With him present, victory against Iwagakure is assured. The previously indifferent ninjas, upon hearing the name Xiaoyao, immediately perked up, their careful handling of the boxes becoming even more meticulous. Thanks to Sarutobi Hizashi's intentional promotion over the past few days, Xiaoyao had become a household name in Konoha. On the battlefield, strength is paramount. Distinctions such as Genin or Jounin hold no weight. The presence of such a legendary figure alongside them instantly uplifted the morale of the ninjas. Be careful. Do not let them collide. These are Darin Xiaoyao's strategic resources. They could very well save our lives at a critical moment. The ninjas whispered amongst themselves, their gazes filled with admiration as they cautiously maneuvered the boxes. Sarutobi Hizashi stood at the village entrance, observing the ninjas treating the crates as if they were treasures, and glanced at Xiaoyao, his expression somewhat strained. While others may be unaware of the contents of those boxes, he certainly was not. They were all various fine wines, the supplies for Xiaoyao's expedition being removed from the Konoha warehouse. Strategic resources, indeed. This impudent youth truly knows how to embellish himself. What is with that expression? When I consume alcohol, my power increases. Of course, these wines are strategic resources. Is there an issue with that? Xiaoyao boldly declared upon noticing Sarutobi Hizashi's unusual gaze. Drinking not only enhances strength, but also grants additional attribute points after combat. These wines are far from ordinary beverages and certainly qualify as strategic resources. No problem at all. Sarutobi Hizashi's lips twitched slightly, struggling to find a counterargument. He regarded Xiaoyao with a peculiar expression, filled with confusion. How could this young man grow stronger after drinking? Even the sage of 6 paths couldn't possess such an ability. Could he? Could it be some form of unique bloodline limit? Yet, Huangfu Xiaoyao is his direct descendant. And he was certain that Huangfu Xiaoyao was merely an ordinary civilian ninja, with no bloodline limits appearing in several generations. Could it be a genetic mutation? Old man, why are you staring at me? Xiaoyao felt uncomfortable under Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze, instinctively tightening his grip on the Chiu Shui sword. The patterns on the hilt glinting coldly in the sunlight. Impudent child, do not flaunt your bravado before me. Sarutobi Hizashi shot him a glare. This audacious youth dared to threaten him. Tsunade, during this expedition, you must keep a close watch on Xiaoyao. Do not let him run amok again. Sarutobi Hizashi turned to his disciple, speaking earnestly, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. He was genuinely afraid. If Xiaoyao were to act impulsively again, as he did last time, venturing into the enemy's stronghold, it could spell disaster. This time is different from the last. Previously, although Kurenai declared war on Konoha, they adopted a more observational stance and did not commit substantial forces. The Wagakure, needing to guard against Kurenai, with Oanoki relishing in opportunistic gains, meant that the only village truly engaging in large-scale conflict with Konoha was Sunagakure. However, this time, both Awagakure and Kurenai have fully joined the fray, deploying considerable forces. If Xiaoyao were to act on a whim and storm into either Iwagakure or Kurenai, it could potentially ignite a larger war, placing Konoha in an even more precarious position. Particularly with those brutes from Kurenai, they might genuinely gamble everything on a reckless decision, clashing with Konoha. What Konoha needs most is to conclude this war with minimal losses, rather than engage in a protracted struggle with other hidden villages. Such a course would result in insurmountable losses for Konoha. Chapter 132. Why is your swordsmanship so powerful? Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on him. Tsunade nodded solemnly, assuring him. Yes, and I have also assigned Nara Shikaku's team to you. Sarutobi Hizashi, satisfied by her assurance, nodded. Nara Shikaku's intellect is unparalleled in Konoha, and his assistance will provide me with greater peace of mind. Although Tsunade has a penchant for gambling, she is quite reliable in critical moments, far more so than that unreliable Jiraiya. You worry too much. Once we reach the battlefield, just wait and see how I make those Awagakure scoundrels fall like petals in the wind. Xiaoyao pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling that Sarutobi Hizashi lacked confidence in his abilities. I believe in you, of course I do. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Xiaoyao, smiling wryly. My heart cannot withstand another shock. Once you reach the battlefield, you must adhere to Tsunade's arrangements and refrain from acting independently. That is more like it. Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction, turning to glance at Kakashi standing nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. Why have you been assigned to me as well? His tone unmistakably conveyed disdain. Kakashi, feeling the weight of Xiaoyao's contemptuous gaze, couldn't help but twitch his lips. How intolerable. He, Kakashi, is one of the new generation's super geniuses of Konoha. How could he be looked down upon like this? Kakashi's lightning release ninjutsu would prove effective on the Iwagakure battlefield, and he is also skilled with the sword, making him an ideal companion to learn from. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly explained. Kakashi, being the sole son of Hatake Tsukumo, is considered a direct descendant of the Hokage lineage and deserves thorough training. Allowing him to accompany Xiaoyao could provide valuable learning experiences, greatly aiding in his growth. Learn swordsmanship from me? Xiaoyao scrutinized Kakashi, his gaze appraising, making Kakashi feel quite uncomfortable. No problem, Kakashi. From today onward, the task of hunting game will be entrusted to you. Xiaoyao clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, emphasizing that this would be an excellent test of his sword techniques, and whether he could master swordsmanship would depend on his proficiency in hunting game. Although Kakashi's hunting skills were far inferior to Minato's, he was still somewhat competent, which was better than nothing. Kakashi was at a loss for words. He practiced the Hatake swordsmanship, which was entirely different from Xiaoyao's. Moreover, how could hunting game hone his sword skills? This was clearly an excuse. You simply want me to serve as your free cook and hunter. I hope everything goes smoothly this time. Sarutobi Hizashi silently prayed as he watched the Konoha troops gradually depart. However, after this impudent youth left, it seemed rather lonely. He clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of emptiness. He had grown accustomed to bickering with Xiaoyao. Now that Xiaoyao was not by his side, it felt as though something was missing. With this emptiness in his heart, Sarutobi Hizashi returned home, only to find his idol son Asuma lounging about. Anger welled up within him. You useless child. All you do is wander around. Can't you bring some honor to your father? Sarutobi Hizashi seized Asuma by the ear, reprimanding him. Look at Xiaoyao. He is younger than you, yet far more capable. Why are you so disappointing? Thud, thud. The sound of muffled strikes echoed, accompanied by Asuma's cries of distress. Sarutobi Bawako stood nearby, watching her husband discipline their son, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Huangfu Xiaoyao and Asuma. Who is truly your biological son? It seems that you favor that little rascal Huangfu Xiaoyao more. After several days of arduous travel, Tsunade and the Konoha reinforcement forces led by Xiaoyao finally arrived near the front camp of Konoha, facing Iwagakure. At last, we have arrived. Kakashi gazed at the faint outline of the Konoha front camp emerging in the distance, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The journey over the past few days felt like an eternity, filled with unbearable hardships. At mealtimes, Xiaoyao would insist that Kakashi go hunt for game. Under the pretext of honing his swordsmanship, not only did he have to hunt, but he also had to use fire release techniques to cook for Xiaoyao. And if the meal was not to Xiaoyao's liking, he would be subjected to a few scoldings. One night, after a few drinks, Xiaoyao whimsically expressed a desire for a bath. Consequently, Kakashi found himself summoned to heat water using fire release, a task that lasted for 2 hours, nearly exhausting his already limited chakra. The following day, he had to force himself to keep up with the main forces despite feeling drained. At long last, this arduous routine has come to an end. Kakashi, what expression is that? Xiaoyao approached Kakashi, giving his shoulder a hearty slap, his face contorted in frustration. Pull yourself together. With such a droopy demeanor, how will you face the scoundrels from Iwagakure on the battlefield? You have learned a bit of swordsmanship from me, so make sure to take down some IWA shinobi and bring me glory. Kakashi, already feeling demoralized, stumbled slightly from the force of Xiaoyao's slap, a dark cloud hanging over his face. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Learned a bit of swordsmanship? The past few days had merely been about hunting for him and boiling water. Where was the opportunity to learn swordsmanship? The notion of honing his skills through hunting was nothing more than blatant exploitation. Forget it, since you've been performing decently these days. I'll impart some of my swordsmanship essence to you. Observing the forlorn look in Kakashi's eyes, Xiaoyao inexplicably felt a shiver and spoke. Really, truly? Kakashi's spirits lifted instantly, his earlier fatigue dissipating, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Though he possessed the legacy of the Hatake swordsmanship, Xiaoyao's skill had reached an unparalleled level, capable of single-handedly defeating Tsunade. Such an achievement was something even his father, Konoha's White Fang, had never attained. While the Hatake swordsmanship and Xiaoyao style were not the same, there were undoubtedly shared techniques and insights regarding the use of blades. Since Xiaoyao's famed sword, numerous swordsmanship clans in Konoha had sought his guidance for their descendants. However, Xiaoyao had been dismissive even to the third Hokage, making it improbable for him to easily instruct those clans. If Kakashi could glean some of Xiaoyao's swordsmanship essence, his heart brimmed with anticipation, his breathing quickening. In truth, the reason my swordsmanship is so formidable is quite simple, Xiaoyao said leisurely, deliberately building suspense. Kakashi held his breath, his eyes fixed on Xiaoyao, afraid to miss a single word. Even Tsunade couldn't help but lean in, her face adorned with curiosity. The history of Xiaoyao's growth had always been shrouded in mystery. No one knew how he cultivated his strength at such a young age. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had never witnessed Xiaoyao engage in traditional training. Every day seemed to consist of drinking, sleeping, or seeking out opponents to duel, which was, in reality, just fighting. Thus, his power inexplicably surged. During these days spent with Xiaoyao, Tsunade had also never seen him train. He either dragged her to drink or drank alone. Hence, she too was filled with curiosity about Xiaoyao's cultivation secrets. The surrounding jonin halted their steps, their ears perked up, eager to catch every word. After all, this was Huangfu Xiaoyao, the most renowned genius since the founding of Konoha. Who wouldn't he want to know his cultivation secrets? Even if they weren't sword-wielding shinobi, they could still pass on these insights to their clan successors. Even if they only managed to grasp a fraction, it would be sufficient to elevate future generations to greatness. Chapter 133. There's no helping it. I am a genius. All you need to do is drink more, and then kill more, and naturally, you will cultivate formidable swordsmanship. Xiaoyao earnestly stated, a hint of sincerity gracing his features. He was not deceiving Kakashi, with the support of the drunken sage system. His path to strength was indeed that simple and direct. What? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his mouth twitching violently as the excitement and anticipation evaporated from his face. Drinking? Killing? This is the secret to your terrifying swordsmanship? This is downright absurd. Which strong individual hasn't honed their skills through relentless training, pouring sweat and effort into achieving their might? He had foolishly harbored expectations just moments ago. Kakashi felt tears welling up, his heart heavy with despair. Before Xiaoyao gained recognition, he had always been hailed as Konoha's strongest genius of the new generation, but compared to Xiaoyao, he felt unworthy to claim such a title. Now, hearing Xiaoyao's training secret, he began to question whether his years of hard work had indeed been misguided. Could it be that his methods of training were fundamentally flawed? Kakashi became somewhat withdrawn. Xiaoyao observed the withdrawn Kakashi, grinning as he pulled Tsunade along, heading towards the front camp. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Suddenly, a Konoha Jonin shouted as if struck by inspiration, his face radiant with excitement. What is the matter? The others were startled by the Jonin's exclamation, turning to him with expressions of confusion and annoyance. You people have failed to grasp the profound meaning behind Lord Xiaoyao's words, the Jonin proclaimed proudly, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Oh, what have you realized? The crowd inquired curiously, wondering if they had indeed overlooked something. As the greatest genius, Lord Xiaoyao's words cannot be taken at face value. One must delve deeper. The Jonin cleared his throat, speaking with an air of superiority. Lord Xiaoyao's true message is that the essence of swordsmanship can only be understood in battle. The finest sword techniques are never born from mindless toil, but are forged through repeated encounters with foes. This seems somewhat plausible. However, without a solid foundation, jumping straight into combat is tantamount to seeking death. Isn't it? Fool. That is why you cannot become a genius like Lord Xiaoyao. The Jonin retorted disdainfully, asserting that to develop the most suitable swordsmanship, one must continuously explore and summarize through real combat. If you are confined by foundational movements from the outset, your thinking will be restricted, making future improvement exceedingly difficult. He spoke with conviction, simultaneously resolving to bring out his 2-year-old son for sparring, believing that practical training should begin in childhood. Could it be that Lord Xiaoyao truly intended to guide me? Kakashi, overhearing the Jonin's interpretation, wore a puzzled expression. He pondered Xiaoyao's path to strength, realizing that indeed, Xiaoyao's abilities had been honed through combat. Shortly after entering the Ninja Academy, he had taken down his teacher, thus commencing his ascent to power. Now, who in the entire shinobi world could claim to have defeated more opponents than Xiaoyao? Furthermore, recalling Xiaoyao's earlier words about taking down some IWA shinobi for his sake, could it be that Lord Xiaoyao was indeed advising him to refine his swordsmanship through real combat? In Kakashi's eyes, hope rekindled, and he was filled with emotion. It turned out that Lord Xiaoyao had been quietly guiding him all along. It was he who had been too foolish to comprehend the depth of his intentions. At the front lines of the battle between Konoha and Iwagakure, within Xiaoyao's private tent, despite his status as a genin, he enjoyed treatment far superior to that of an ordinary jonin, being the most crucial asset in Konoha's fight against Iwagakure. This was a special arrangement made by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, specifically instructed to the frontline commander, Mitarashi Anko. The tent was not only spacious and bright, but also luxuriously comfortable and impressively decorated. From above, one might mistakenly believe that this tent belonged to the frontline commander. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Xiaoyao's character well. This fellow relished grandeur and indulgence. In comparison to the remarkable military achievements Xiaoyao had accomplished, the expenses incurred were negligible. He had directly allocated a special fund from Konoha's war budget to construct this tent for Xiaoyao. After all, as the soon-to-be frontline commander, Tsunade would not be concerned about such trifles. At that moment, Xiaoyao sat on the soft cushions of the tent, sipping wine and muttering to himself. It was utterly baffling. Was Kakashi out of his mind? Ever since earlier, Kakashi had been looking at him with a peculiar gaze, expressing gratitude for the guidance, saying he would not let him down and would take down several IWA ninjas on the battlefield to bring him honor. It sent shivers down Xiaoyao's spine. Perhaps Kakashi had gleaned some profound truths about swordsmanship from what he had just said. Tsunade, seated opposite Xiaoyao with a glass of wine in hand, chuckled as she observed him. What? Xiaoyao responded, bewildered. Kakashi lacked any system enhancement. How could he possibly grasp the true secrets of becoming stronger? Whatever. When I have the time, I can teach him a few real skills, he thought. If it didn't make sense, he wouldn't dwell on it. This was a life philosophy Xiaoyao firmly believed in. With such leisure time, he might as well indulge in another couple of glasses of fine wine. It's of no consequence. Xiaoyao remarked nonchalantly. His intention to teach Kakashi was primarily because the latter was simply too weak, incapable of acquiring rare delicacies. Once Kakashi's strength improved, he would be able to enjoy more exquisite delicacies himself. Xiaoyao couldn't help but reminisce about the rare delicacies that Minato had once sent him. Their flavors were simply exquisite. Lord Xiaoyao, Lord Tsunade, Lord Mitarashi Anko has gathered all the jonin in the operations room and is awaiting your presence to convene the strategy meeting. At that moment, a Konoha ninja's respectful voice echoed from outside the tent. Understood. We will be there shortly, Tsunade replied calmly, placing her wine glass down. From the moment she arrived at the Iwagakure front line, the command authority against Iwagakure had officially transferred to her. Now, as the highest commander on the front line, she naturally needed to understand the battlefield specifics immediately. What a hassle. Why not just lead everyone straight into battle instead of holding this pointless meeting? Xiaoyao complained, his disdain for tedious meetings evident. Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary strength to take on 1,000 foes? Tsunade shook her head helplessly, tugging at Xiaoyao's arm. Come on. The sooner we finish the meeting, the sooner we can comprehend the situation and formulate a battle plan. Indeed, after all, I am a genius. Distinct from you ordinary folks, Xiaoyao replied, feeling pleased at Tsunade's flattery. He raised his chin in pride, following Tsunade towards the operations room. Chapter 134. A blade that shatters all techniques. It is that simple. In the operations room at the front line of Konoha against Iwagakure, the atmosphere was grave and solemn. With a creak, the door of the operations room swung open, and Tsunade and Xiaoyao entered side by side. Upon their entrance, the Konoha ninjas immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Lord Tsunade, Lord Xiaoyao, they exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating in harmony. Leading the crowd was Mitarashi Anko, an elite jonin of Konoha, who had been responsible for the command at the Iwagakure frontline prior to Tsunade's arrival. At this moment, he curiously observed Xiaoyao behind Tsunade. Given his current position, even if Xiaoyao possessed immense strength, there was no need for him to address him with such reverence. However, this was a military order issued by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, requiring him to treat Xiaoyao with utmost respect to ensure the genius's satisfaction and to avoid inciting his ire. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, this genius relished grandeur and respect. So Anko had instructed everyone to refer to Xiaoyao as Lord Xiaoyao. Even the frontline commander adhered to this title, leaving no room for dissent among the other ninjas. Moreover, even in the Iwagakure frontline, the name Huangfu Xiaoyao was already well known. Such a genius deserved their utmost respect. Thank you all for your hard work. Before Tsunade could speak, Xiaoyao interjected, adopting a posture akin to a supervising leader, waving his hand at the crowd with a serious expression. Anko and the Konoha jonin were momentarily taken aback, astonished by his demeanor. The tone and stance were even more imposing than when the third Hokage inspected the troops. This genius truly was exceptional, just as the legend suggested. After a while, Anko finally regained his composure, gazing at Xiaoyao's earnest expression with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Tsunade, observing Xiaoyao's exterior seriousness concealing his inner delight, felt a vain throb on her forehead, her expression darkening. This troublesome brat really considered himself a leader, didn't he? One might think he was the frontline commander himself. We shall now commence the strategy meeting, Tsunade declared, not bothering to engage with Xiaoyao, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, the jonin responded in unison, straightening their postures, their expressions shifting to one of heightened seriousness. Tsunade assertively took her seat at the head of the table, while Xiaoyao nonchalantly settled into the position beside her, the second most esteemed seat in the operations room. Mitarashi Anko, please provide us with a detailed overview of the current battlefield situation. Tsunade had now shed all casualness, her blonde hair tied up in a high ponytail, her beautiful face adorned with seriousness, her gaze sharp and exuding a commanding presence. Yes, Lord Tsunade, Anko nodded, stepping forward with a grave expression, pointing to the sand table at the center of the operations room as he began his detailed briefing. Currently, Iwagakure's forces have gathered at the border, totaling approximately 50,000. With over 300 jonin and more than 20 elite jonin among them. More importantly, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, has personally arrived at the Iwagakure frontline to oversee the command. What? That old Kudanoki has come in person? Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's brow furrowed, her expression turning serious. Anoki was a formidable figure, renowned alongside her teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the powerful dust release, his strength unfathomable. Due to her blood phobia, she had wasted considerable time, although she had now recovered. She did not possess absolute confidence in defeating a top-tier powerhouse like Anoki. Only Xiaoyao might be able to contend with Anoki directly. Tsunade instinctively glanced at Xiaoyao beside her. What's wrong? At that moment, Xiaoyao was lost in thought, finding it quite commendable that he could even sit through such a tedious meeting. He had not been paying attention to Enko's briefing at all. Sensing Tsunade's gaze, he raised his head in confusion, a hint of bewilderment on his face. Tsunade, observing Xiaoyao's oblivious expression, couldn't help but twitch her delicate features. This individual appears to have absorbed not a single word. Lord Xiaoyao, after your long journey, you must be weary. Here is a fine wine from a Wagakure that we have captured at the front. You may wish to sample it. At this moment, Mei Yun Yiwan recalled the admonition of Sarutobi Hizashi and stepped forward, presenting a well-sealed jar of exquisite wine with a solicitous smile upon her face. Oh, wine from a Wagakure? Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with interest, and he became instantly invigorated. He seized the jar without hesitation, uncorked it, and a rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Indeed, this is a delightful opportunity to taste something new. Xiaoyao filled a bowl to the brim and, tilting his head back, consumed its contents in one swift motion, a look of satisfaction spreading across his countenance. Ding. Chakra 3. Ding. Swordsmanship Comprehension 3. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, further elevating his spirits. As expected, each hidden village's wine possesses a unique flavor and can enhance attributes. Truly marvelous. That Anoki fellow? Rest assured, I shall handle it. Xiaoyao set down the bowl and waved his hand with an air of confidence, declaring, when he dares to show himself, I shall cleave him in two, sparing us any further inconvenience. The ninjas of Konoha observed Xiaoyao's blunt and straightforward approach to dealing with foes, their cheeks twitching involuntarily. Such a method is indeed refreshingly direct. Concurrently, within the front lines of Iwagakure's main camp, a strategic meeting concerning Xiaoyao was underway. Oh, that woman, Tsunade, has personally arrived? The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, spoke from his position of authority, his tone matter-of-fact, yet his gaze bore a hint of gravity. Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage, in addition to Tsunade, one who single-handedly penetrated Sunagakure, the renowned Huangfu Xiaoyao, has also come along, replied a bowing elite jonin from Iwagakure, his tone tinged with apprehension. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you say? Anoki's eyes sharpened, emanating an aura of formidable pressure. His determination to engage in full-scale war with Konoha stemmed significantly from this Huangfu Xiaoyao. A youth of such terrifying prowess must not be allowed to live. He must be eradicated swiftly to prevent future calamity. Do not be overly concerned, Lord Tsuchikage. That little rascal, Huangfu Xiaoyao, is merely a product of Sunagakure's exaggeration to mask their failures, interjected a tall Iwagakure jonin bearing a ninja blade. His tone laced with disdainful confidence. Named Mog, he was a top-tier jonin skilled in swordsmanship and had long held skepticism towards Huangfu Xiaoyao's reputation. In the ninja world, opinions regarding Huangfu Xiaoyao's strength diverged. Some claimed he possessed abilities rivaling or even surpassing those of the 5 great shinobi villages Kage, wreaking havoc upon Sunagakure. Others believed his accomplishments were exaggerated by Sunagakure to save face, as it was indeed embarrassing for a mere boy to bring one of the 5 great shinobi villages to its knees. While the latter argument was rife with flaws, such as why Sunagakure would retreat entirely after his invasion, many still subscribed to this belief. The rationale was simple. If Huangfu Xiaoyao were truly such a prodigy, those ninjas who had endured years of diligent training would seem utterly irrelevant. People often cling to beliefs that suit their desires. And Mog was no exception. He had longed for the chance to face Huangfu Xiaoyao on the battlefield, to personally slay him and prove his own prowess. Chapter 135. Huangfu Xiaoyao is terrifying. Your courage is commendable, but one must never underestimate the enemy. Although Anoki preferred to believe the first viewpoint, he could not afford to bolster his enemy's morale while diminishing his own. He gazed at Mog, his tone serious as he warned, Huangfu Xiaoyao's strength must not be underestimated. If you encounter him, exercise utmost caution and do not take him lightly. Yes, Lord Suchikich. Emoji responded respectfully, though the disdain on his face remained unabated. In his view, Huangfu Xiaoyao was merely an overhyped youth, not a worthy opponent. Now let us discuss strategies for dealing with this prodigy, Huangfu Xiaoyao, Onoki urged, surveying the room. The battle plan against Konoha had been crafted by him personally. Although he held confidence in Awagakure's strength, he was acutely aware that since Tsunade's return to Konoha, their power had become formidable. With the legendary Sannin gathered, alongside the genius Namikaze Minato rumored to possess space-time ninjutsu, and the emergence of the super prodigy Huangfu Xiaoyao, Konoha's overall combat capabilities had significantly surpassed those of Awagakure. Thus, Onoki's strategic priority was to eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao. The appearance of such a talent in Konoha was a catastrophic threat to Awagakure. Having lived through the era of Uchiha Madara, Onoki understood the destruction a being of unparalleled strength could wreak upon the ninja world. The ninja world could not endure the rise of another Uchiha Madara. As Onoki concluded his remarks, the elite jonin of Awagakure began to discuss among themselves. I believe we should launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, forcing Huangfu Xiaoyao to confront us, and then we can join forces to slay him. I suggest we send a challenge to Konoha, inviting Huangfu Xiaoyao to a one-on-one duel, and then we can lay a trap to ambush him. Hearing the various proposals, Onoki's expression darkened, and veins throbbed on his forehead. These fools! What nonsensical plans are they proposing? Onoki felt exasperated. Compared to the cunning and deceitful ninjas of Konoha, Awagakure's ninjas were far too straightforward and honest, making it exceedingly difficult for them to devise a clever strategy. Lord Suchikich, I have some intelligence that may prove useful. At that moment, a stout, honest-looking Awagakure jonin hesitantly spoke up. Named Dashur, he was not among the elite, but was meticulous and enjoyed gathering intelligence. Oh, pray tell. Onoki's eyes lit up with anticipation. Could this seemingly simple Dashur devise a clever plan? I have heard that Huangfu Xiaoyao has a great fondness for wine. Why not send a small team to escort a shipment of our finest Awagakure wine, deliberately operating within the reconnaissance range of Konoha, to lure him into attempting to seize it? Dashur suggested, buoyed by Onoki's interest. Then we can set an ambush and capture him in one fell swoop. What a ridiculous scheme. Onoki had initially harbored hope, but after hearing the proposal, he could hardly contain his laughter. To entice a super prodigy with wine. How could someone who achieved such heights at such a young age be tempted by mere intoxicants? Even if Huangfu Xiaoyao were a wine enthusiast, as a top-tier powerhouse, his self-discipline would undoubtedly far exceed that of ordinary individuals. If such a trivial lure could ensnare him, Onoki would sooner remove his own nose. However, Lord Suchikich, Dashur's words have sparked an idea. Just as Dashur's spirits waned, an elite jonin named Huaguang rose, patting Dashur's shoulder in encouragement. The ninjas of Awagakure, while straightforward, were remarkably united. Even if a companion proposed an unwise notion, they would not mock him but rather offer support and encouragement. Oh, Huaguang, do you have a clever idea? Onoki inquired, his gaze shifting to Huaguang, glimmering with expectation. I once heard that Huangfu Xiaoyao initially ventured into the heart of Fengziguo not with the intent to assault the stronghold of Xiayin village, but rather to sever its supply lines. Huaguang calmly remarked that in warfare, supply lines are of utmost importance. If one can disrupt the enemy's supply, it can lead to an overwhelming advantage. The cunning Sarutobi Hizashi would undoubtedly deploy Huangfu Xiaoyao, the sharpest of blades, to execute the task of cutting off our supplies. Indeed, this is precisely the case. Dame Yu slammed the table with fervor, his expression illuminating with realization. The crux of warfare lies in supplies. Should our supply lines be severed, the frontline forces will find themselves in dire straits. That old fox, Sarutobi Hizashi, will certainly send Huangfu Xiaoyao to ambush our supply lines. The more Daimyu pondered, the more convinced he became, his face betraying an excited demeanor. Dashi, although you did not propose the correct strategy, your insights have greatly enlightened us. Well done. Daimyu turned to Dashi, his tone gentle in consolation. Is that so? Dashi shyly scratched his cheek, a simple smile gracing his face. Gentlemen, the battle plan is hereby established. Daimyu rose, his countenance returning to seriousness as he declared in a deep voice, immediately dispatch multiple supply transport teams to deliberately operate near the border, enticing Huangfu Xiaoyao to launch an ambush. Dong Shiren, Emoji, Dashi, Huoguang, the four of you shall lead an elite team, stealthily trailing the supply convoy to set an ambush. Remember, do not engage unless you see Huangfu Xiaoyao himself. Once his identity is confirmed, launch your attack and ensure his demise. Yes, Lord Suchikage, Dong Shiren, Emoji, and the others responded in unison, determination evident on their faces. Under Dame U.S. direct command, the Wagakure began frequently deploying supply transport teams along a designated route towards the frontline encampment. This route was meticulously selected by Daimyo, laden with jagged rocks and towering cliffs that served as natural barriers, with hollows and crevices providing ample opportunities for ambush. As soon as Huangfu Xiaoyao stepped into this territory, the trap he laid would be sufficient to annihilate this Leaf Village prodigy. In Dame U.S. estimation, the success rate of this plan surpassed 90%. He understood the operational style of that old fox, Sarutobi Hizashi, all too well. He would undoubtedly dispatch Huangfu Xiaoyao, the sharpest sword, to sever the enemy's lifeblood of supplies. In fact, Daimyo had already envisioned the words of celebration for the victory feast in his mind. Once Huangfu Xiaoyao fell into the trap, the Wagakure would secure a decisive advantage in this conflict. Chapter 136. What is the situation? Damn it. How many days have we waited? Why hasn't that Huangfu Xiaoyao taken the bait yet? Behind a massive rock, Emoji caressed the blade of his ninja sword, his crimson eyes brimming with impatience. He had been waiting to the brink of madness, yearning to dash out and personally slay Huangfu Xiaoyao, making his name resound throughout the ninja world. Patience, Emoji. The commander of this ambush operation, Dong Shiren, frowned, admonishing him with a serious tone. In times like this, patience is key. Emoji's swordsmanship is among the finest in a Wagakure, yet his temperament is far too hasty, lacking the calm demeanor expected of an Wagakure ninja. Understood. Dong Shiren, being a high-ranking shinobi, far surpassed Emoji in strength. Thus, Emoji dared not retort, merely responding lethargically while his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the transport team, filled with urgency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang from the shadows on either side of the road, pouncing towards the transport team like leopards. They have arrived. Finally, Emoji's eyes ignited with ecstasy, gripping his ninja sword tightly, his body slightly leaning forward, poised to charge. Enemy attack. Form a defensive formation. The Wagakure shinobi of the transport team reacted swiftly, immediately raising their shields and forming a tight defensive line, vigilantly watching the approaching Leaf Village ninjas. Clang. The crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed as the white fang's short blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. Kill. Destroy all these supplies. Kakashi bellowed, his figure darting like a specter, the blade of white fang precisely slicing through the throat of an Wagakure ninja. Splurt. Blood gushed forth, and the Wagakure ninja fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to utter a sound. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Emoji exclaimed impatiently as the conflict erupted on the battlefield, his feet already beginning to push off, ready to charge. That person is not Huangfu Xiaoyao. Dong Shiren's sharp gaze fixated on the silver-haired youth in the fray, coolly stating, "It is silver-haired, and that sword, that is White Fang." Beside him, Huoguang's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief tinging his voice. "It is the blade of Kiki Sakumo, the White Fang of the Leaf. This youth must be his son, Kakashi Hitaki." The White Fang blade had inflicted massive casualties on a Wagakure during the Second Shinobi World War. The distinctive appearance of the blade and Kiki Sakumo's unique swordsmanship were deeply etched in Huoguang's memory. Upon seeing Kakashi wielding the White Fang and executing the Kiki style, Huoguang instantly recognized his identity. Regardless of who he is, kill him first. Emoji was unconcerned with Kakashi Hitaki's identity. His mind was consumed with the battle, eager to charge forth and slay the enemy. Our target is Huangfu Xiaoyao, not Kakashi Hitaki. Dong Shiren shot a cold glance at Emoji, his tone imbued with undeniable authority, instantly calming Emoji. Report the situation here to Lord Suchikage immediately. Dong Shiren turned to Dashi beside him. Although Huangfu Xiaoyao had not appeared, Kakashi Hitaki is also a genius ninja of the Leaf. If we can eliminate him, it would be an unexpected delight. However, as the commander of this operation, he must consult with Daimyo before taking any actions. Understood, Dashi replied solemnly, promptly retrieving a communicator from his pocket to contact the Iwagakure frontline encampment. In the main tent of the Iwagakure frontline encampment, Daimyo sat at the head, his brow furrowed in contemplation of strategies. Lord Tsuchikage, we have received news from Dong Shuren that leaf ninjas have attacked our transport team. A member of the intelligence team rushed into the tent, bowing as he reported. Oh, is it Huangfu Xiaoyao? Daimyo's eyes widened suddenly, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. Leaning forward in anticipation. Reporting to Lord Tsuchikage, it is not Huangfu Xiaoyao, but Kakashi Hitaki, son of Kiki Sakumo, the white fang of the leaf. The intelligence officer answered truthfully. Kakashi Hitaki? Daimyo's brow furrowed, the excitement on his face fading instantly. Although Kakashi Hitaki is renowned, he pales in comparison to Huangfu Xiaoyao. What he desires is Huangfu Xiaoyao's head, not that of a mere youth. Instruct Dong Shuren and his team to remain still and continue their ambush. Moments later, Daimyo relaxed his furrowed brow, issuing a solemn command. If we strike at Kakashi Hitaki now, it will undoubtedly alert the enemy, making Leaf aware that this route is a trap. At that point, luring out Huangfu Xiaoyao will become exceedingly difficult. However, this action by the Leaf has further convinced Daimyo that Sarutobi Hizashi's strategy is to utilize elite teams to strike at the enemy's supply lines, akin to the tactics employed to defeat Sha-in previously, perhaps allowing Kakashi Hitaki to achieve a significant victory this time, and then using more substantial resources as bait next time, will surely draw Huangfu Xiaoyao to come in person. A calculating glimmer sparkled in Daimyo's eyes, as if he could already envision Huangfu Xiaoyao ensnared in the trap, falling victim to his own blade. What does Lord Tsuchikage say? On the battlefield, the fighting has escalated to a fever pitch. Emoji, unable to contain his impatience, inquired once more, his tone laced with urgency. Lord Tsuchikage has commanded us to maintain our ambush. We must wait for Huangfu Xiaoyao to appear before we can strike. Dong Shuren conveyed the order with a hint of resignation. Damn it. Emoji watched as the members of the transportation team from Iwagakure fell one by one, his eyes turning crimson with fury as he landed a powerful punch on the nearby rock, causing it to crack with a fine fissure. Their sacrifices are worth it. Dong Shuren felt the weight of the situation as well, but as the commander, he must remain composed. As long as we can slay Huangfu Xiaoyao, our Iwagakure will gain an absolute advantage in this war. These sacrifices are insignificant. Understood. Emoji grunted, forcing himself to suppress the rage boiling within, helplessly watching the Konoha ninjas slaughter his compatriots. Soon, the battle came to an end. All members of the Iwagakure transport team perished, and the supplies on the vehicles were ignited by the Konoha ninjas, sending towering flames into the night sky, casting a crimson glow across the darkness. The Konoha ninjas emerged victorious, reeking of blood, and swiftly retreated from the scene. Within the operational chamber of the Konoha frontline camp, the atmosphere was jubilant. Lady Tsunade, Lord Xiaoyao, and Kakashi have returned. Mei Village Yejin beamed with joy as she entered the chamber, her voice tinged with excitement. Oh, what is the situation? Tsunade immediately stood, eagerly inquiring. As Lord Xiaoyao predicted, there was no ambush from Iwagakure. Mei Village Yejin replied with a smile. All supplies were successfully destroyed, and Kakashi and the others suffered no casualties. It was a resounding victory. Wonderful. Tsunade's face lit up with a satisfied smile, her gaze unconsciously drifting to the leisurely drinking Xiaoyao beside her. Truly, Lord Xiaoyao possesses remarkable judgment. Chapter 137, Lord Tsuchikage. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but express his admiration. His eyes filled with respect as he looked at Xiaoyao. Such accurate judgment is indeed impressive. Xiaoyao, how did you know Iwagakure wouldn't set an ambush? Tsunade approached Xiaoyao, curiosity evident on her face. In truth, ever since Kakashi and the others departed, she had harbored some concerns, fearing it might be a trap set by Iwagakure. After all, the timing seemed too coincidental. She had just arrived with the reinforcements when Iwagakure ceased its actions, immediately followed by Konoha discovering the supply routes. Yet, it turned out her worries were unfounded, as Xiaoyao's judgment proved entirely correct. Gulp. Xiaoyao did not respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head back and took a large swig of his drink, the liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth, dampening his attire. He actually knew nothing, and his previous comment was merely a casual deflection. According to his logic, whether or not there was an ambush, charging in and cutting through would suffice. There was no need for overthinking. Furthermore, he had never stated that a Wagakure had no ambush, merely suggested to charge ahead. However, his feigned profundity and non-committal demeanor transformed, in Tsunade and Nara Shikaka's eyes, into an enigmatic display. Observing Xiaoyao's calm demeanor, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with admiration. He is indeed the man she has chosen. Not only powerful, but also with strategies deeply concealed. In the days that followed, Konoha continued to dispatch Kakashi, accompanied by several jonin, to repeatedly attack the supply lines of Wagakure. The string of successes inflicted severe losses on Wagakure, and the name of Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang, resonated throughout the ninja world. All factions within the ninja realm were astonished. Konoha is indeed a cradle of genius, and following Huangfu Xiaoyao, another prodigy has risen. However, when news spread across the ninja world, and people learned that Hatake Kakashi had trained under Huangfu Xiaoyao for just a few days, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Hatake Kakashi's strength surged in such a short time. He had benefited from Huangfu Xiaoyao's guidance. After all, Huangfu Xiaoyao is renowned as the greatest genius since the founding of Konoha. Merely a few days of instruction enabled Hatake Kakashi to undergo a transformation. Highlighting Huangfu Xiaoyao's swordsmanship has reached unfathomable depths. In no time, Huangfu Xiaoyao's reputation resounded once again throughout the ninja realm, even louder than before. Yet within the main tent of Wagakure's frontline camp, the atmosphere was stifling. Bang! With a resounding crash, Inoki slammed his palm onto the table before him, causing the solid wood surface to splinter with numerous jagged cracks. Damn it! This is outrageous. Inoki's face flushed, his breath quickening, his eyes ablaze with fury. In recent days, to lure Huangfu Xiaoyao out, Wagakure has paid a tremendous price. Several transportation teams have been destroyed, and vast amounts of strategic supplies have turned to ashes. In the end, he even painfully sacrificed a cart of precious explosive tags as bait, intentionally allowing Konoha's intelligence personnel to obtain the information. And the result? It was still that brash kid. Hatake Kakashi. The Wagakure has suffered such significant losses, let alone Huangfu Xiaoyao's figure. Not even a strand of his hair was seen. Instead, Huangfu Xiaoyao's name grew ever more resounding, while Wagakure became the laughingstock of the ninja world, utterly humiliated. Such a rich bait. Yet that Huangfu Xiaoyao did not take the hook? What could possibly be the reason? Inoki paced restlessly within the tent, confusion etched across his face. Based on the battle examples from the Sunagakure front, Huangfu Xiaoyao had initially targeted the supply line of Sunagakure. Why, upon reaching Wagakure, does this fellow refuse to take the bait, regardless of what temptations are presented? What went awry? That old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen. What schemes is he concocting? Inoki cursed his old rival in his heart, always scoffing at Konoha's penchant for cunning strategies. Unlike Wagakure, which operates with honesty and straightforwardness. Lord Tsuchikage, we cannot continue like this. An Wagakure jonin frowned, speaking with a wry smile. If Huangfu Xiaoyao continues to evade our bait, shall we keep laying out traps? At this rate of loss, even without Konoha's intervention, we ourselves will not last. After these recent losses, a significant shortage of supplies had emerged at the Wagakure frontline. If this continues, the ninjas at the front will be unable to secure even basic combat supplies. There would be no need for war. Wagakure would have already lost. In warfare, the importance of strategic supplies is self-evident. Jonin are ultimately few in number, and even for Jonin, chakra is limited. The true determinants of the war's trajectory and casualty numbers are the fundamental supplies, such as kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags. If the war were to be lost due to laying bait for Konoha, Wagakure would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world, self-sabotaging, a farce of unparalleled proportions. I know. Inoki pressed his forehead, his tone filled with frustration and helplessness. He was well aware that they could not continue down this path. Yet he was unwilling to concede. This was a prime opportunity to slay Huangfu Xiaoyao. Should they eliminate this pressing threat, Wagakure's war objectives would be largely fulfilled. Afterward, they could merely sit back and watch the two sides, Konoha and Kumogakure, exhaust each other, then reap the benefits. Lord Tsuchikage, why not we first eliminate Hatake Kakashi? At this moment, the Wagakure jonin hesitated for a moment before proposing. Now that Hatake Kakashi's reputation is soaring, if we can slay him, it would not only demoralize Konoha but also uplift our own Wagakure's morale. That makes sense. Inoki nodded, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The repeated failures had already dampened the morale at the Iwagakure frontline. If they could slay the repeatedly successful Hatake Kakashi, it would undoubtedly invigorate Iwagakure's spirit and demonstrate their strength to the ninja world. Although he failed to eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao, the demise of Chimu Kakashi, this rising star, could be considered a modest victory. Daimu consoled himself in his heart. Transmit my orders. This time, we shall bring along a greater quantity of fine wine for the transport of supplies. Daimu commanded in a deep voice. Once we have slain Chimu Kakashi, I intend to host a grand celebration in the camp to bolster our morale. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The Iwagakure Jonin immediately bowed in response. Additionally, summon Dashirin and Hogwang back. Daimu pondered for a moment before adding, to deal with Chimu Kakashi, the presence of Maji and Dashi is sufficient. The front line of Konoha has been quite active lately, and in order to ambush Huangfu Xiaoyao, our forces at Iwagakure have become somewhat depleted. Bringing back Dashirin and Hogwang, both top jonin of Iwagakure, would enhance the defensive strength of the camp, allowing for a more significant impact. As for why he was so certain that it was indeed Kakashi who had come this time, Daimu felt there was no need for contemplation. If even the explosive tags failed to lure Huangfu Xiaoyao, how could he possibly come in person for such ordinary supplies, which even included the triviality of wine? Surely, one would not expect a super genius to be swayed by a few jars of wine. Daimu recalled the suggestion made by Dashi to entice Huangfu Xiaoyao with wine, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. It was due to Dashi's advice that he had been inspired to formulate this baiting strategy. Yet, it was evident now that this strategy had utterly failed. Who knows when he would have another opportunity to ambush Huangfu Xiaoyao again. Chimu Kakashi, let your head serve as a tribute to our fallen warriors of Iwagakure. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in Daimu's eyes as he spoke coldly. In the Iwagakure battlefield, on that familiar supply route, Chapter 138, Iwagakure Flow, Sword Technique. Finally, I can make my move. Chimu Kakashi, is it? Maji gripped the kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. While not Huangfu Xiaoyao, destroying the legacy of White Fang would still be a gratifying endeavor. For days, he had endured, watching as Konoha ninjas slaughtered his compatriots, his rage reaching a boiling point. Had it not been for Dashirin's persistent restraint, he would have already rushed out to shred Chimu Kakashi into pieces. Now that Dashirin and Hogwang had returned to the camp, and with the command from Lord Tsuchikage to eliminate Chimu Kakashi, he could finally unleash his pin-up wrath. Maji, leave Chimu Kakashi to me, Dashi said with a grave expression and a somber tone. For some time, he had been suffering internally. It was he who had proposed the idea of luring Huangfu Xiaoyao with wine, leading Lord Tsuchikage to devise the baiting plan. The plan had failed, resulting in heavy losses for Iwagakure. Although Lord Tsuchikage and his comrades did not blame him, he felt like a sinner in Iwagakure. Day after day, he prayed for the chance to personally slay Chimu Kakashi, to atone for his sins and avenge his fallen comrades. We shall compete fairly. Maji frowned, his tone tinged with competitiveness. Whoever claimed Chimu Kakashi's head first would possess the glory. The renown of the blade of White Fang was well known throughout the ninja world. And should he be able to sever this legendary short blade and slay the son of White Fang, Maji's name would undoubtedly echo across the realms. However, he understood Dashi's sentiments, hence his proposal for a fair competition. Iwagakure valued unity above all. Even with his rebellious nature, he would not disregard the feelings of his comrades. Agreed. Dashi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood Maji's character, and such a concession was already a considerable feat. Meanwhile, at the far end of the road, a supply convoy from Iwagakure slowly emerged, making its way towards them. In the shadows along the roadside, Kakashi and several Konoha ninjas lay in wait, their gazes fixed intently on the convoy. Kakashi, shall we make our move? One Konoha jonin whispered, his eyes shimmering with excitement and urgency. In recent days, they had executed numerous successful assaults on the Iwagakure supply lines, earning substantial rewards and honor with each triumph. The string of victories had inflated his ego, and he was eager to establish further merit. Wait, what is that? Just as Kakashi was about to respond, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the rear of the supply convoy, uncertainty creeping into his tone. What is the matter? Is there a problem? The impatient Konoha jonin asked, eager to proceed. Look at the last few carts of the convoy. They appear to be barrels of wine. Kakashi pointed towards the rear of the supply convoy, his voice laced with confusion. Wine, you say? What of it? The Konoha Jonin followed Kakashi's finger, scrutinizing for a moment before confidently asserting, It doesn't matter. Let us act quickly. Or we'll miss our chance. That is not an option. Kakashi shook his head firmly, his tone resolute. Lord Xiaoyao specifically instructed that if wine is found in the Iwagakure supply convoy, we must report it to him immediately, and he will take action himself. He had etched Xiaoyao's command into his memory, unwilling to defy it in the slightest. Lord Xiaoyao? The urgency in the Konoha Jonin's eyes diminished considerably, a sheepish expression crossing his face. They were well aware of Lord Xiaoyao's temperament. To contravene his orders would result in dire consequences. Since it's Lord Xiaoyao's directive, we should report to the camp first. Another Konoha Jonin pondered before speaking, his tone marked by a hint of reverence. All right, Kakashi nodded, immediately signaling the information ninja beside him to relay the message. Thus, the Konoha ninjas remained concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting a response from the camp. Their gaze fixed on the movements of the Iwagakure supply convoy. Time passed second by second, and the supply convoy drew ever closer to their ambush circle. Is there still no news from the camp? The previously eager Konoha Jonin asked anxiously, his tone tinged with impatience. If we wait much longer, the Iwagakure convoy will exit our ambush zone and reach the Iwagakure camp. At that point, it would be nearly impossible to act. Not yet. The information ninja responsible for relaying messages shook his head, his face revealing a hint of anxiety. We can't wait any longer. The eager Konoha Jonin gritted his teeth, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. Lord Xiaoyao may not even come. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. First squad, follow me. Without waiting for a response, he dashed out ahead, followed by several Chunin, charging towards the Iwagakure supply convoy. Damn it! Kakashi and the remaining ninjas muttered curses under their breath, their expressions darkening instantly. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to follow suit and join the fray. Finally, it's time to strike. Maji, hidden behind the rocks, felt a surge of elation upon seeing the Konoha ninjas charge forward, and when he recognized Kakashi among them, the murderous intent radiating from him and Dashi reached its zenith. Kill! Avenge our comrades! Maji roared, launching forward like a released arrow, the kunai in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. Kill! The Iwagakure ninjas, concealed in various locations, could no longer hold back. The accumulated hatred erupted at that moment, and they charged towards Kakashi and his comrades like a tidal wave. Not good. It's an ambush. Kakashi's face changed dramatically as he observed the Iwagakure ninjas surging from all directions, a powerful sense of crisis flooding his heart. The Konoha Jonin who had rushed out first turned pale, his legs trembling. He recognized Maji as one of Iwagakure's top Jonin, famed for his swordsmanship, far superior in strength to him. With these individuals, they are hardly worthy opponents. Duan, Lietu Zhuanzhang. Da Shi's expression was devoid of emotion, yet brimming with a palpable intent to kill. He swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with a resounding palm. Crack! Crack! The earth trembled violently, and a series of grotesque fissures rapidly spread forth, extending toward the Konoha ninjas. Ah! Several Konoha Chunin screamed in terror as the suddenly gaping earth engulfed them, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind an eerie silence. Yenin Liu Jinshu. Yinxia. Maji uttered a low shout, his figure darting like a specter before a Konoha special Jonin, his kunai transforming into a fleeting shadow, moving with such swiftness that it was imperceptible. Pucci. The Konoha special Jonin barely comprehended Maji's actions before being cleaved in two, blood spraying forth and staining the ground crimson. Damn it, there are too many enemies. Kakashi gripped his white fang short blade, strenuously fending off the IWA ninja's onslaught, watching in despair as his comrades fell one after another, his heart racing with anxiety. Chapter 139. Have you not been searching for me all along? He suddenly realized that these IWA ninjas seemed to deliberately avoid him, targeting the other Konoha ninjas instead, as though they wished to reserve him for last, to torment him slowly. Chimu Dalfa. Bayashan. A flicker of resolve crossed Kakashi's eyes. He understood that he could no longer remain passive and must take the initiative. He shouted, his white fang blade transforming into a silver flash as he slashed toward a particularly ruthless IWA ninja. Clang. A crisp metallic clash resonated as Maji's kunai timely intercepted Kakashi's strike. So this is the famed white fang. Hardly impressive. Maji observed Kakashi with a hint of cruel mockery, So you are the son of Konoha's White Fang? With such meager swordsmanship, how dare you emerge to disgrace yourself? Before his words could settle, Maji accelerated his kunai, creating a flurry of blade shadows that enveloped all vital points around Kakashi. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing fell like rain, leaving Kakashi no opportunity to counter, only able to awkwardly wield his White Fang short blade. Desperately defending against Maji's relentless assault, scarcely able to catch his breath. Maji's swordsmanship exceeded Kakashi's imagination. He was indeed one of the foremost masters of IWA. Before him, Kakashi was utterly inadequate. This bastard, he is toying with me. Kakashi bit down hard, nearly drawing blood from his gums, his eyes flashing with humiliation and indignation. Maji's attacks appeared ferocious, yet always retained a measure of restraint, clearly relishing the thrill of a cat playing with a mouse. Are you feeling humiliated? Maji noted the expression in Kakashi's eyes, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Just ponder this, my kin whom you slaughtered. Were they not more humiliated in their final moments than you? He suddenly exerted more force with his kunai, bringing it down fiercely. Puchi! Kakashi was caught off guard. A deep gash opening on his right shoulder, blood gushing forth and soaking his garments. Who? Kakashi gasped violently, his hand gripping the White Fang blade, trembling slightly. His gaze fixed on Maji, filled with hatred. Do you know? From the moment you first attacked our transport convoy, we have been lying in wait here. Maji observed the beleaguered Kakashi as if he were a dying prey, his tone laced with mockery. Our original target was not you, but that brat Huangfu Xiaoyao. Regrettably, that fellow has inexplicably refused to show himself, leaving you, this worthless one, to meet your demise. Maji's words pierced Kakashi's heart like a blade. Nonsense. Kakashi strained to steady himself, snorting coldly, utterly disbelieving Maji's claims. He considered it merely a psychological tactic intended to shatter his resolve. Whether it is nonsense or not, you will soon find out. Maji was about to continue, but Dashur suddenly approached, blood splattered across his visage. His tone grave as he spoke. Leave this one to me. What brings you here? There are still Konoha ninjas left unresolved, are there not? Maji frowned in dissatisfaction, regretting his earlier amusement at Kakashi's expense, having failed to slay him at once. Eliminate him first, the others will not escape. The murderous intent in Dashur's eyes seemed ready to overflow, his tone unwavering. Kakashi. The remaining Konoha Jonin gasped in shock upon witnessing Kakashi's predicament, eager to rush forth to his rescue. However, they were firmly entangled by the IWA ninjas, unable to break free. Forced to watch helplessly as Kakashi was surrounded by Maji and Dashur, their hearts heavy with despair. This brat, we all wish to kill him. Why not strike together? Maji gazed at the defenseless Kakashi, a glint of greed in his eyes as he spoke to Dashur. Whoever strikes true first shall claim the victory. Dashur possessed considerable strength, yet as a Duin user, his speed was relatively sluggish. Maji was utterly confident in his ability to slay Kakashi first and seize the glory. Very well. Dashur nodded after a brief silence, saying nothing further. His sole desire was to swiftly eliminate Kakashi. Thoughts of atonement consumed him entirely. Bastard. Kakashi trembled with rage at their casual discourse, akin to discussing merchandise. After the fierce battle, his chakra was nearly depleted, and the wound on his right shoulder hindered his movements. Now, facing the assaults of two elite Jonin simultaneously, he had no chance of victory. Am I truly to perish here today? A surge of unwillingness welled within Kakashi. He had yet to vindicate his father, had yet to become a true strongman. How could he die like this? I will count to 3, we strike together. Maji observed the despairing expression on Kakashi's face, elation flooding his heart as he spoke to Dashur. All right. Dashur nodded, slowly forming hand seals as rock began to rapidly coalesce upon his right arm, crafting a heavy stone armor that exuded an oppressive aura. 1. Maji gripped his kunai tightly, the blade glimmering with lethal intent. 2. Dashur's stone armor fully formed, seemingly imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering all. Little brat, remember, you die in place of Huangfu Xiaoyao. Maji bore a cruel smile, laughing heartily as he declared, but do not worry, it will not be long before Huangfu Xiaoyao joins you. 3. At the instant his words fell, Maji and Dashur lunged forth simultaneously. Maji's figure darted like lightning, his kunai slicing through the air toward Kakashi's neck. Dashur's movements, though slightly slower, were imbued with tremendous force, his heavy stone fist crashing toward Kakashi's chest. Bastard. A flicker of resolution flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he summoned the last remnants of his chakra, raising the white fanged short blade to make one final stand. Virum. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, akin to the sound of a thunderclap. A massive black-purple slash, towering 10 meters high, materialized from thin air, carrying a cataclysmic force like the scythe of a deity, slicing mercilessly through the space before Kakashi. Not good. Dodge. Ma Ji and Da Shi's expressions shifted dramatically, a profound sense of danger surging within them as they instinctively leapt to the sides to evade. Boom! The black-purple slash struck the ground, erupting in an instant. A terrifying chasm several dozen meters deep and several meters wide appearing before the onlookers, the surrounding rocks reduced to powder, smoke, and dust swirling. Ma Ji and Da Shi stood in shock, gazing at the abyss resembling a heavenly rift, their astonishment unable to be concealed. What level of attack is this? It far exceeded their comprehension. Who? Ma Ji abruptly raised his head, barking in a voice tinged with tremors. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, he could distinctly perceive the terrifying power embedded within that slash. Even the residual force rendered his entire body numb. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped him, compelling an involuntary tremor throughout his being. Haven't you been seeking me all along? A languid figure slowly emerged from the shadows, wielding a slender Chiu Shui Dao, the blade still glistening with faint traces of dark purple chakra. Chapter 140. Heart/Xiaoyao to run. Xiaoyao. Kakashi and the remaining Konoha ninjas erupted with euphoric delight upon seeing the newcomer, their faces reflecting the exhilaration of surviving a calamity. Huangfu Xiaoyao? Mo and Da Shi gazed at the figure, then at the terrifying abyss before them, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with incredulous fear. Could this youth truly be the one who single-handedly crushed Tsunagakure? His strength was indeed horrifying to such an extent. Buzz. Boom. Ignoring their astonishment, Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and a terrifying aura erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. The conqueror's haki was unleashed in full force. Boom. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy swept across the battlefield, dispersing the clouds in the sky as if even the heavens dared not overshadow this king. Thud. Thud. The conqueror's haki, like an unseen blade, engulfed all the IWA ninjas present. Except for a few elite shinobi like Mo and Da Shi, the remaining IWA ninjas, including the special Jonin, were utterly incapable of withstanding the impact of this regal aura. The weak had no qualification to even gaze upon the king. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous battlefield fell into a chilling silence, leaving only a handful of IWA Jonin trembling in fear as they stared at Xiaoyao, their bodies quaking as if they had seen a ghost. What manner of monster is this? Cold sweat trickled down Mo's brow, soaking his shirt, while his back was drenched in perspiration, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. The earlier overwhelming pressure felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, restricting his breath. Before him stood Huangfu Xiaoyao, resembling a sovereign towering above all beings. The innate aura of royalty magnified his underlying fear to an almost suffocating degree, nearly consuming his sanity. Damn it, don't tremble. Emoji fixated on the ninja blade in his hand, which trembled uncontrollably, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. He found himself devoid of the courage to even grip the blade tightly. In disbelief, he regarded Xiaoyao, his eyes filled with horror and humiliation. He was one of the top swordsmanship jonin of Hokage. When had he ever been so utterly humiliated? Who exactly are you? Emoji's voice quivered, a sharp shriek attempting to mask his inner terror. So thin, like a withered wild monkey. A gust of wind could topple you, and you dare inquire my name? Xiaoyao cast a disdainful glance at Emoji, his tone as flat, as if he were commenting on worthless refuse, ordering him to get lost. Slaying scum like you would merely soil my blade. The wretch's frail physique starkly contrasted with the robust figures of the other IWA ninjas, appearing nothing more than a decorative pillow. It was clear that defeating him would yield little in terms of physical prowess. Such trash was not worthy of his effort. Wild monkey. Thin as a wild monkey. Bastard. Upon hearing this, Emoji's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, his seething anger erupting like a volcano. The ninjas of Hokage were predominantly robust, and his lean physique had always been a point of pride, as it granted him greater speed and agility in swordplay. Yet now, he had been insulted in such a manner, reduced to a wild monkey. Under normal circumstances, with his rebellious nature, he would have charged forth to rend his opponent into pieces. However, confronted with Xiaoyao's seemingly nonchalant yet overwhelmingly oppressive gaze, he could barely steady his hand, gritting his teeth in a desperate attempt to control his almost uncontrollable body. "You have a decent physique." Xiaoyao's gaze shifted from Emoji to Deshur, his eyes suddenly sparkling as if he had discovered a treasure, fixating intently on Deshur's muscular frame. "Look at those muscle lines." This burly figure truly aligns with what Sarutobi Hizen mentioned. Ninjas from a Wagakure possess commendable physical attributes. Xiaoyao mused inwardly, concluding that his visit to the Wagakure battlefield had not been in vain. "What should we do, Emoji? Shall we retreat?" Though Deshur was of a simple demeanor, he was not foolish. That earlier aura had instilled within him a profound fear, and upon surveying the terrifying chasm on the ground, he recognized that combined, he and Emoji were no match for this youth. Furthermore, the way Xiaoyao regarded him evoked a chilling sensation, akin to a wolf eyeing its prey. "Retreat? What nonsense." Emoji forced himself to steady his stance. Although his grip on the ninja blade still trembled, he managed to hold the hilt firmly. His eyes burned red as he glared at Xiaoyao, filled with humiliation and defiance. Previously, he had boasted in the camp about personally slaying Huangfu Xiaoyao to bring glory to a Wagakure. Now, to turn tail and flee would strip him of any dignity to remain in a Wagakure. But how infuriating. Emoji faced Xiaoyao's unflinching gaze, and his previously steady hand began to tremble uncontrollably once more, the fear within him spreading like a vine. "At the very least, I must exchange a few blows with him. Even in defeat, it would be better than a disgraceful retreat." Emoji clenched his teeth, the grinding sound echoing as blood seeped from the corners of his mouth due to the fierce pressure. The searing pain momentarily suppressed his underlying dread. His right hand gripping the ninja blade tightly, the veins on his arm bulging as if threatening to burst through the skin. He refused to believe that he, a notable swordsman in a Wagakure, was unworthy of even a mere exchange of blows with his opponent. Clang! The Chioshui Dao was drawn, emitting a crisp sound akin to a dragon's chant. Xiaoyao took 2 large swigs of alcohol, the liquid trickling down his chin and soaking his attire. Yet his gaze grew even more fervent, fixated on Deshur. "Stop babbling, you wild monkey. Hurry and get out of my way. You, come here and let me slay you. Only you possess a semblance of worthiness to be struck down by me." He could hardly contain his eagerness to see how many physical prowess points he could gain from defeating this hulking figure. "Bastard, you seek death." Emoji, utterly incensed by Xiaoyao's words, felt his reason consumed by rage in an instant. Chakra surged beneath his feet, propelling him forth like an arrow, gripping the ninja blade as he charged at Xiaoyao with a howling wind. "Emoji, don't act recklessly," Deshur exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. But it was already too late. "A fool, devoid of sanity, dares to swing a blade at me?" Xiaoyao regarded the rushing Emoji with a profound disdain. Even stifling a yawn, his expression devoid of fear, embodying pure indifference. Huangfu Xiaoyao perish. The complete disregard Xiaoyao displayed ignited Emoji's fury entirely. He roared, channeling all his chakra into the ninja blade, the edge gleaming with a blinding cold light, and struck fiercely towards the top of Xiaoyao's head. Uft! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang clear, unhindered in its passage. One cut style. Heart slash. Xiaoyao merely flipped his wrist gently, sheathing the Chioshui Dao with a fluid motion, as though merely performing an inconsequential task, calmly articulating a few words. Chapter 141, Monster Sizzle. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground and staining the earth red. The body of Mo-ji lay severed in two, under the horrified gaze of the remaining shinobi from Yanin village. The upper half crashed heavily to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief and rage, forever unable to comprehend that he could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Thud! The lifeless form of Mo-ji hit the earth with a dull thud. Ding! One Yanin shinobi has been slain post-drinking. Ding! Swordsmanship comprehension 50, physique 30. The system's notification echoed clearly in Xiaoyao's mind. It was somewhat surprising that this gaunt creature could yield such a wealth of physique points. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of excitement. The increase in swordsmanship comprehension was to be expected, as Mo-ji was indeed a master of the blade. However, the 30 points of physique were beyond his expectations. If this scrawny wild monkey could provide so many physique points, then the burly figure beside him must offer even more. Xiaoyao's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Fixated on Dashur, growing more convinced that Sarutobi Rizhan had not deceived him. Yan'an village was indeed a splendid place to enhance one's physique. Dashur swallowed hard. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld Mo Ji's dismembered remains. In terms of strength, Mo Ji had slightly surpassed him, being one of the notable swordsmanship experts in Yan'an village. Yet, such a formidable warrior had been effortlessly slain by this youth, without even a chance to fight back. Mo Ji Darren. The remaining Yan'an were filled with shock and terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had witnessed Mo Ji's prowess firsthand. Yet he had proven utterly powerless before Huangfu Xiaoyao. The title of the greatest genius in the history of Konoha now held a new, terrifying definition in their minds. This dread-inducing presence now loomed before them, akin to a reaper surveying its prey. Remarkable, truly formidable. Kakashi observed Xiaoyao's silhouette, his heart racing with astonishment. He had long known that Xiaoyao's strength was unfathomable, far exceeding his own. However, Kakashi's impression of Xiaoyao remained rooted in the rebellious youth from their Ninja Academy days. Since Xiaoyao's rise to fame, Kakashi had never witnessed him in action until today. The experience of seeing Xiaoyao's overwhelming power firsthand, where even Mo Ji, who had once cornered him, was effortlessly dispatched, was far more impactful than any rumor. Truly, he was the greatest genius in Konoha's history. His strength was simply beyond comprehension. A Konoha shinobi murmured in awe, filled with pride and reverence, gazing at Xiaoyao's back with admiration. Clang! With a flick of his wrist, Xiaoyao sent the blood from the Chiu Shui Dao flying, the blade emitting a crisp ringing sound as if beckoning the next quarry. The piercing sound sent shivers through the remaining Yan'an, their fear intensifying. Given that even Mo Ji had perished at his hands, how were they any different from offering themselves up for slaughter? You all must flee. I will hold them off. Suddenly, Dashur gritted his teeth and bellowed, his honest face etched with determination. The trap set by Yan'an village stemmed from his own suggestion. Due to his blunder, the village had suffered tremendous losses, and now, with Mo Ji slain, he felt he could no longer return in shame. He resolved to sacrifice his life to secure a glimmer of hope for his comrades, seeking redemption for his grave error. Leave. None shall escape before me. Xiaoyao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his gaze radiating an unwavering killing intent. You all appear quite robust, perfect for enhancing my strength. The burly Yan'an before him seemed promising. If even the slender Mo Ji could yield 30 physique points, eliminating them all would undoubtedly lead to a significant leap in his own physique. When the time came, he would show Tsunade who the true powerhouse was. Whoosh! Xiaoyao's chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him forward like an arrow, transforming him into a blur as he charged toward the Yan'an with lethal intent. Earth style? Rock fist. Sensing the overwhelming sense of danger, Dashur's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. Earth chakra surged, rapidly coalescing around his right hand, transforming his arm into a colossal rock fist, exuding a weighty pressure. Accompanied by a howling wind, Dashur's rock fist swung with tremendous force, aimed to obstruct Xiaoyao's path. Armament. Buzz. Clang. The pitch-black armament colors surged like ink, enveloping the entire blade, amplifying the already chilling aura of the Chiu Shui Dao. As black energy swirled ominously around the blade, reminiscent of a harbinger of death. Whoosh! The Chiu Shui Dao morphed into a black-purple blur, descending upon Dashur's rock fist with earth-shattering momentum. Dashur, witnessing the swift black-purple phantom, unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling all his chakra into the rock fist, putting forth every ounce of his strength to strike back. Splatter! Blood erupted as the earth-shattering rock fist, fortified by earth-style jutsu, was effortlessly cleaved by the armament-enhanced Chiu Shui Dao, like fragile paper torn apart. A horrifying gash tore through Dashur's shoulder and abdomen, blood gushing forth, staining his form crimson. The light in Dashur's eyes dimmed rapidly, disbelief etched on his face, struggling to accept that his proud earth style had been so easily dispatched. Monster! He muttered weakly, collapsing heavily to the ground, silenced forever. Ding! One Yan'an shinobi has been slain post-drinking. Ding! Swordsmanship comprehension 20, chakra 40, physique 15. Xiaoyao's expression froze, his smile vanishing, his eyes narrowing in confusion and displeasure. What is happening? He glanced down at Dashur's corpse, his brow furrowed tightly. This large fellow had provided even fewer physique points than the wild monkey. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Dashur appeared far more robust than Emoji. So why were the physique points halved? It seemed he would need to make further attempts. Xiaoyao's gaze grew increasingly frigid, akin to ice. Sweeping over the terrified Yin Nin, his killing intent palpable. Run. Flee. The Yin Nin, feeling the chill from Xiaoyao's icy stare, felt as though they had plunged into an eternal frost, their bodies turning cold. They could no longer concern themselves with anything else, shrieking as they fled desperately, regretting not having 2 additional legs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 142. Survive, survive. However, awaiting them were violent slashes soaring over 10 meters high. Xiaoyao's wrist moved repeatedly, the Qiu Shui Dao slicing through the air, unleashing waves of black-purple slashes like thunder from the heavens, rampaging forth with cataclysmic force. The brutal slashes ravaged the land mercilessly, the earth emitting pained cries as deep trenches were carved, rocks shattered, and dust billowed into the air. Faster, faster. The Yin Nin instinctively glanced back upon hearing the terrifying explosions behind them. What they saw caused their legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. The black-purple slashes surged like a tide, nearly engulfing the entire battlefield, completely sealing off their escape routes. This former ambush site had transformed into a deathly purgatory, rife with the oppressive pressure of swords. Though they ran with all their might, how could human speed ever outpace such swift onslaughts? Splatter. The anguished cries echoed incessantly, and soon, all the remaining Idongnin met a gruesome end under the savage strikes of Xiaoyao, leaving not a single intact corpse. Most reduced to mere fragments, with blood staining the entire ground. Despite the successful annihilation of all Idongnin, Xiaoyao's expression was dark and brooding, as if it could drip water. He meticulously reviewed the system notifications, discovering that these seemingly robust Idongnin provided a disappointingly low number of vitality attribute points, even inferior to the first ones he had dispatched. The emoji. This indicated that the bulkiness of the Idongnin was nothing but a facade, mere showpieces. That old con artist Sarutobi Hiruzen and the foolish Jiraiya. Just wait until I get my hands on you too. Xiaoyao ground his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury, fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. These 2 scoundrels had conspired to deceive him. They spoke of the ninjas from a Wagakure possessing resilient physiques, yet they turned out to be nothing but blubber. The Wagakure. What a wretched place. A complete waste of my time. I shall remember this debt. Not only will I seek retribution from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, but a Wagakure will not escape unscathed either. Lord Xiaoyao, are you all right? A Konoha Jonin, witnessing the sea of corpses and Xiaoyao's grim demeanor, felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from their resounding victory, having completely obliterated Iwagakure's ambush forces. The anxiety arose from the terror emanating from Xiaoyao, which deterred him from approaching. Mustering his courage, he asked cautiously, I'm fine, it's just that these Idongnin were utterly useless, lacking any challenge in the fight. Xiaoyao executed a stunning flourish with his blade, sheathing the Qiushui sword with a dismissive huff, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The Konoha shinobi fell into a stunned silence, expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. Lacking challenge. Such a statement was excessively brutal. It should be noted that these were elite ninjas from a Wagakure. For them, defeating them would require considerable effort, and yet, in Lord Xiaoyao's words, they were merely a lack of challenge. Kakashi, bring all that sake back. Not a drop should be left behind. Xiaoyao commanded, his face stern as he turned to Kakashi. Although the Idongnin had disappointed him, the sake was commendable and represented a small gain from this endeavor. Understood, Lord Xiaoyao. Kakashi nodded, quickly rallying the other Konoha ninjas to transport the sake jars. We'll help too. The remaining Konoha shinobi, realizing the situation, eagerly stepped forward to assist, faces alight with the joy of survival and victory. Whoever is hiding over there, come out. Just as the Konoha ninjas busied themselves with the sake, Xiaoyao abruptly turned, directing his cold voice towards a massive rock in the distance. Who? The Konoha shinobi gasped, instantly tensing, weapons drawn, alertly eyeing the direction Xiaoyao indicated. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. A figure wriggled from the rock, revealing an Idongnin. His face etched with sheer terror, body trembling uncontrollably, hands raised high in a gesture of peace. It's an intelligence operative from a Wagakure. A Konoha Jonin recognized the individual, relief washing over his face, while simultaneously deepening his respect for Xiaoyao. The earth-style ninjutsu of a Wagakure was renowned for its stealth, allowing operatives to conceal themselves within rocks or soil, making detection exceedingly challenging. Little did they know that Lord Xiaoyao possessed not only formidable strength, but also terrifying perceptive abilities, capable of uncovering such deeply hidden intelligence ninjas. Kill him? It would dirty my blade. Xiaoyao cast a disdainful glance at the Iwnin, his eyes filled with contempt. Utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, he ascertained the individual's capabilities, finding him to be merely an elite chunin. Slaying such a weakling would yield no attribute points. A sheer waste of time. You, deliver a message to Oyoki. Xiaoyao pointed his blade at the Iwnin, his tone icy, commanding, and unequivocal. Why yes, my lord. I shall convey your message. The Iwnin, terrified and disoriented, nodded vigorously, fearing that any hint of hesitation might lead to his demise at the hands of this demon before him. Inform Oyoki that he is nothing but a waste. His inability to govern his own village has resulted in a cadre of flabby, useless ninjas. Tell him to await my arrival. I shall personally visit a Wagakure to instruct him on how to cultivate ninjas and manage a village. As Xiaoyao spoke, his anger intensified, recalling the deception he had suffered. Wishing to charge into the Wagakure camp and slay Oyoki on the spot, the Iwnin, bewildered, could not comprehend why this demon had slaughtered everyone yet appeared so enraged. Even offering to teach the Tsuchikage about managing a village? I have memorized your scent, should you dare to play tricks or fail to deliver my message. Our next encounter on the battlefield shall result in your gruesome demise. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, a wave of terrifying killing intent locking onto the Iwnin. Moreover, let your Wagakure comrades train their bodies, transforming their flab into muscle, and learn from the shinobi of Kumogakure, lest they continue to be a group of cowards hiding behind rocks. Why yes, I shall convey your words verbatim. I would never dare to omit a single detail. The Iwnin, his face pale with fear, nodded repeatedly, trembling even more violently. Begone. Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. I'm alive, I survived. Once Xiaoyao and the others turned to leave, the Iwnin's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat cascading from his forehead like a waterfall. His eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. I must report this news to Oyoki immediately. After a moment's respite, he barely steadied himself, his entire being trembling at the thought of Xiaoyao's terrifying power and icy gaze. He dared not linger, forcing himself to suppress his fear as he hastily fled toward the Wagakure camp. In the main tent of the Wagakure frontline camp, Oyoki sat in the main seat, a relaxed smile gracing his face as he spoke to those nearby, including the likes of the East Dead Man considering the time. Moj and the others should have succeeded by now, yes? Once they return with Kakashi's head, we shall host a celebratory feast to uplift our morale. In recent days, the Wagakure had suffered multiple setbacks on the battlefield in their attempts to lure and eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao, leading to a decline in morale. Although they had failed to slay Huangfu Xiaoyao, the defeat of the up-and-coming Kakashi would still constitute a significant victory, sufficient to invigorate the spirits of a Wagakure's forces. Yes, with Moji and Dashur working together, Kakashi is undoubtedly doomed. The East Dead Man and Firelight wore smiles, their voices brimming with confidence. The swordsmanship of Moj and the earth-style techniques of Dashur were among the pinnacle levels of a Wagakure, more than sufficient to deal with a single Kakashi. Whoosh. Lord Tsuchikage, the intelligence unit responsible for the supply line, has returned. At that moment, an Iwa Jonin hurried into the tent, reporting respectfully. Oh, is it from the intelligence unit? Oyoki furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why it was not Moj and the others returning in person. Could it be that they were too eager to bring good news? Perhaps Lord Moj wishes for the camp to prepare for the celebratory arrangements in advance. He has always enjoyed a lively atmosphere, the East Dead Man remarked, a hint of teasing in his tone. Haha, that rascal is as predictable as ever. Oyoki chuckled heartily. His mood further brightened. Excellent. We shall personally go out to greet them shortly, allowing all our soldiers to witness how the valiant warriors of a Wagakure slay the genius of Konoha. Wait. Tsuchikage-sama. Something terrible has happened. At that moment, the intelligence unit Iwnin rushed into the tent, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of unbridled fear, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What happened? Oyoki's smile faded, his expression becoming stern. Even after a victory, one should not behave so recklessly. He assumed the individual was overly emotional from their triumph, not attaching much importance to it. 2. Tying Darren, the rock ninja from the intelligence unit, gasped violently, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Huangfu Xiaoyao suddenly appeared, and the ambush led by Maji Darren and Dashi Darren has been completely annihilated. The roar of this revelation struck like thunder within the tent, instantly freezing the smile on Daimu's face, rendering him motionless, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Dongsuren and Hogwang were similarly stunned, their expressions shifting from joy to profound shock and incredulity. Wasn't a great victory promised? How could there be total annihilation? What did you say? Daimu sprang to his feet, his eyes reddening in an instant, a surge of unbridled fury flooding his heart as he fixed a piercing gaze on the rock ninja from the intelligence unit, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. 2. Tying Darren, you will know if you come with me, the rock ninja stammered, visibly trembling under Daimu's imposing aura. Without further inquiry, Daimu dashed out of the tent, with Dongsuren and Hogwang hastily following, their hearts heavy with anxiety and unease. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield where Maji and others lay in ambush. Maji, Dashi. Dongsuren's eyes instantly reddened upon seeing the lifeless bodies of Maji and Dashi on the ground, hastening towards them, his voice laden with sorrow. Maji Darren and Dashi Darren were both slain by Huangfu Xiaoyao with a single strike. The rock ninja from the intelligence unit followed closely, his voice trembling as he reported. Dashi Darren tried to buy time for his comrades to escape, but Huangfu Xiaoyao's power was simply too overwhelming to withstand. As he spoke, he gestured towards the surrounding signs of devastation and the scattered remnants of bodies, explaining how the other brothers had been reduced to mere fragments by Huangfu Xiaoyao's terrifying onslaught, leaving no complete corpses behind. Daimu's expression darkened to an almost palpable gloom, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, a tumultuous blend of rage and grief threatening to consume him. While the corpses of Maji and Dashi remained relatively intact, the other rock ninjas were reduced to a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. He could vividly imagine the ferocity of the battle and the sheer terror of Huangfu Xiaoyao's might. One strike? Dongsuren and Hogwang abruptly turned to the rock ninja from the intelligence unit, disbelief etched on their faces, their voices trembling. Maji and Dashi were top-tier jonin of a Wagakure, formidable in strength. How could they possibly be slain by a single blow? This was beyond their comprehension. 2. Tying Darren. Huangfu Xiaoyao instructed me to convey a message to you. The rock ninja hesitated, stammering. The thought of Xiaoyao's threat sent chills down his spine, leaving no room for concealment. What does he want to say? Daimu's eyes turned crimson, his gaze fixed intently on the rock ninja, his words laced with a biting intensity. The rock ninja's lips quivered as he recounted Xiaoyao's words verbatim, leaving no detail unmentioned. As he finished, the battlefield descended into a profound silence. I am worthless. I should be taught how to govern a village? You expect the people of a Wagakure to learn from that bunch of muscle-bound fools in Kimogakure? Daimu's complexion shifted from green to pale, then to a deep crimson, his entire being trembling violently as an explosive fury erupted like a volcano within him. Each word of the message struck at his very core, trampling upon his dignity. As the Tsuchikage who had led Iwagakure to glory, he was revered within the village. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Furthermore, Kimogakure had always been Iwagakure's sworn enemy, the lightning techniques countering earth techniques, causing Iwagakure to suffer numerous setbacks at their hands, fostering a deep-seated hatred. Now, Huangfu Xiaoyao dared to suggest that he learned from Kimogakure? This was an affront of the highest order. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you scoundrel! I shall surely slay you. Daimu's voice reverberated through the battlefield, brimming with unrestrained rage and murderous intent, echoing long enough to make the surrounding rocks tremble. Xiaoyao's words had ignited a wildfire of fury within Daimu and all the rock ninjas. Having served as Tsuchikage for many years, Daimu had transformed Iwagakure into a powerhouse among the 5 hidden villages, his prestige unmatched, even surpassing that of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha. How could such a respected Tsuchikage tolerate being publicly insulted as incapable of governing a village, raising a horde of worthless, flabby ninjas? This was intolerable. The primary combat style of Iwagakure revolved around earth techniques. Large-scale earth techniques consumed immense chakra, and even Jonin could not continuously unleash them. Thus, most ninjas from Iwagakure practiced earth-enhanced techniques, fortifying their skin and bones to become as resilient as stone and engaging enemies in close combat. The fat on their bodies allowed for a more robust physique. After enhancement, this fat transformed into thicker rocky armor, far surpassing the defensive capabilities of muscle enhancement. Moreover, fat better absorbed the recoil from combat, enabling them to maintain their stone-like state for extended periods. This was the foundation of Iwagakure, their proud fighting method. Yet now, they were publicly belittled as a group of worthless individuals relying solely on their fat. This was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, the muscle-bound warriors of Kumogakure had always been at odds with Iwagakure. Since its establishment, Kumogakure had repeatedly invaded Iwagakure, leveraging their lightning techniques against earth techniques, causing Iwagakure to suffer greatly. The ninjas of Kumogakure revered brute strength, tirelessly training their muscles, while looking down upon Iwagakure's reliance on fat in combat, often mocking the rock ninjas as nothing but paper-thin, overweight fools on the battlefield. This had long been a source of pain for the rock ninjas. But due to the lightning techniques countering earth techniques, they could only endure in silence. Now, Huangfu Xiaoyao had audaciously reopened their wounds, not only insulting them as worthless, but also demanding they learn from Kumogakure. This ignited a fury so intense that the rock ninjas nearly lost their reason, their anger spreading like wildfire. Chapter 144. What message did you bring? A flurry of requests for battle piled like snowflakes upon Daimu's desk. Each rock ninja filled with righteous indignation, eager to confront Konoha, to slay Huangfu Xiaoyao, and avenge this humiliation. Overwhelmed by fury, Daimu lost the calm and restraint he had once embodied. He immediately ordered the full mobilization of all Iwagakure's forces, gathering troops from the front lines, declaring an all-out war against Konoha, vowing to tear Huangfu Xiaoyao apart. Daimu's anger had reached its zenith. He could tolerate being called worthless. He could bear the claim that his ninjas were worthless. He could not abide being told how to govern a village. But to be instructed to learn from the muscle-bound raikage of Kumogakure, that was something he could not tolerate. Huangfu Xiaoyao, this grudge is irreconcilable. I shall surely slay you. At the front lines of Konoha, the atmosphere in the command room was tense to the extreme. Tsunade sat at the head of the table, her brows furrowed tightly, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. She could not comprehend why Iwagakure had suddenly adopted such an aggressive stance. Was it merely the loss of a few jonin? Given Daimu's character, known for his patience and strategic advantage, how could he suddenly act so irrationally, risking the entire village against Konoha? Xiaoyao, think carefully. Among the rock ninjas you have slain, was there anyone of special status? Perhaps a relative or confidant of Daimu? Tsunade turned to Xiaoyao, who was leisurely sipping his drink, her voice laced with uncertainty. She could think of no other reason, surmising that Xiaoyao might have inadvertently slain an important confidant of Daimu, thereby inciting the wrath of the cunning Tsuchikage. No, they are merely ordinary Iwnin of mediocre strength. Although they appear quite robust, it is regrettable that their bulk is merely superficial. Xiaoyao took a sip of his drink and waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually as if he were discussing something trivial. This is indeed perplexing. Tsunade's brow furrowed even tighter, while the Konoha advisors beside her shook their heads in confusion. The death of a few jonin is insignificant in the grand scheme of a ninja world war. Inoki would not overreact to such an extent, risking a fight with Konoha. The expressions of the Konoha jonin present were somewhat nuanced. They had participated in the previous supply line battle and had personally heard Xiaoyao's words to the Iwnin intelligence officer. They could surmise why Iwagakure was in such a frenzy. I did relay a message to Inoki from a fleeing Iwnin. Xiaoyao leisurely poured himself another drink, speaking in a nonchalant tone as though recounting a trivial matter. A message? Tsunade's lips twitched, and a strong sense of foreboding welled up within her. She was well aware of the venomous nature of Xiaoyao's words. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen had once been left speechless by his provocations. Could it be that he uttered something excessively offensive that enraged Inoki? What message did you convey? Tsunade asked cautiously, her voice tinged with a tremor. Oh, it's nothing much. Just some very ordinary remarks, advising him to learn how to cultivate ninjas properly and not to raise a bunch of incompetent fools. Xiaoyao replied with a casual demeanor, then recounted verbatim what he had instructed the intelligence officer to convey. Tsunade and the Konoha advisors were instantly petrified, their expressions a masterpiece of astonishment. Mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. This is what you call ordinary remarks. Your words are sharper than a blade. This is not merely an insult to Inoki. It is akin to rubbing the face of a Wagakure in the dirt and then stomping on it. It is far worse than cursing the ancestors of Inoki for 18 generations. Quickly, send an urgent report to Konoha and request reinforcements immediately. Tsunade's crimson lips quivered as she hastily ordered. Initially, she thought that even if Inoki sought revenge, it would be on a small scale. Little did she expect that a single sentence from Xiaoyao would incite the entirety of a Wagakure. Given the current situation in a Wagakure, they were genuinely prepared to go all out against Konoha. Perhaps even the tailed beasts would be dispatched to the battlefield. All of this stemmed solely from Xiaoyao's words. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The Konoha advisors responded, nodding anxiously as they hastily began drafting urgent reports, sending messages to Konoha at a rapid pace. Someone stole a glance at Xiaoyao, inwardly lamenting. The prowess of Lord Xiaoyao is already terrifying enough. Who would have thought his words could incite such madness in one of the 5 great hidden villages? This is more fearsome than the tailed beasts. In Konoha, within the Hokage tower. Humph, humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon the Hokage throne, humming an off-key tune. Pacing cheerfully within his office, a smile of undisguised joy adorning his face. In recent days, news of victories from various battlefields had uplifted his spirits. On the Kumogakure front, after Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato arrived, they joined forces with Orochimaru to stabilize the defensive lines swiftly, establishing robust fortifications. Despite repeated assaults from Kumogakure aiming to breach the defenses, they were repelled, and a counteroffensive was being organized, giving Konoha the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the Iwagakure battlefield, reports of triumph continued to pour in. Under Xiaoyao's astute judgment, Konoha had successfully struck Iwagakure's supply lines multiple times, inflicting heavy losses and gradually gaining the initiative. I never would have expected that this troublesome brat not only possesses formidable strength, but also an astute mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen held in his hands a joint proposal from the Konoha Advisory Board, his face filled with appreciation and astonishment. This proposal had been submitted shortly after the conclusion of the Suna War, recommending that Xiaoyao's strategy of invading Suna be incorporated into the classic curriculum of the Konoha Ninja Academy. At the time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dismissed it, casting it aside. What a joke! While he acknowledged Xiaoyao's strength, incorporating his strategy into the curriculum, wouldn't that be leading Konoha's new generation of ninjas to their doom? Xiaoyao's actions have always been solitary. He participated in the Chunin exams alone, infiltrated the land of Wind alone, and single-handedly crushed Suna. Such endeavors could only succeed for a monster like Xiaoyao. Had anyone else attempted them, they would have been swiftly cut down. Yet, in this Iwagakure battlefield, Xiaoyao had not acted alone. Rather, he remained in the rear, utilizing his precise judgment to deliver a crushing blow to Iwagakure's supply lines with minimal effort from Konoha. This completely astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen, even more so than witnessing Xiaoyao slay Inoki. This brat, who usually solved problems through sheer force, had transformed into a strategist. Inflicting heavy losses on the enemy while remaining in the rear, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly retrieved the long-forgotten proposal and examined it closely, and he found it to be nothing short of miraculous. Did that brat truly devise these strategic layouts? He began to question his own existence. Xiaoyao's strength had already made him feel inferior. Now, with such extraordinary cunning, he was nothing short of a monster. As the 3rd Hokage, hailing from the Sarutobi clan, having been taken under the wing of the 2nd Hokage and groomed as a candidate for Hokage from a young age, he was considered a prodigy. Yet compared to Xiaoyao, his illustrious achievements seemed trivial. Had he encountered Xiaoyao at this age, he likely would not have been able to withstand a single blow, falling instantly. In comparison to Xiaoyao, he felt as though he had lived his life in vain. However, he found solace in the fact that this monster belonged to Konoha, one he had watched grow. Witnessing a genius evolve step by step, even surpassing himself, filled him with a sense of accomplishment akin to crafting a masterpiece. That fellow Danzo still wishes to contest for the position of Hokage? Just wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Danzo's displeased expression from recent days, and his mood lifted further. The strength and strategy displayed by Xiaoyao have already become the strongest backing for the Hokage faction. Even if Xiaoyao does not desire the position of Hokage, as long as he is present, the next Hokage will undoubtedly emerge from the Hokage faction, and that fellow Danzo will never achieve his ambitions. In recent days, Danzo had scarcely shown his face, likely sulking in the root base. Wishing to become Hokage? He is 100 years too early. Sarutobi Hiruzen envisioned the glorious future of Konoha, humming a tune, his heart increasingly light. Bang! Hokage-sama. An urgent report has arrived from the Iwagakure battlefield. A ninja from the intelligence division rushed into the office, his face pale and his voice raised in urgency. Oh, the Iwagakure battlefield? Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even brighter, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Could it be that Xiaoyao and the others have taken another supply line from Iwagakure? Or have they begun their counteroffensive? In recent days, the report from the Iwagakure battlefield was what he looked forward to most. Each report brought Konoha one step closer to victory. No, that is not it, Hokage-sama. The ninja from the intelligence division's face turned pale, his lips trembling. Iwagakure has mobilized all its forces, concentrating them at the front. The third Tsuchikage Inoki has issued a death warrant, declaring his intent to engage in a life-or-death battle with us in Konoha, vowing to slay Lord Huangfu Xiaoyao. Lady Tsunade requests that the village immediately dispatch reinforcements, or the Iwagakure battlefield may fall. With a clatter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground, embers igniting on his robes. Yet he remained oblivious, his smile instantly frozen, and he stood there in shock. What did you say? Yanfeng Yang was abruptly brought back to reality, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, disbelief etched across his face. Iwagakure intends to engage in a life-and-death battle with Konoha? All because of Xiaoyao? What on earth is happening? Hokage-sama, this is the detailed intelligence sent by Tsunade-sama, along with a private letter addressed to you from Xiaoyao. A ninja from the intelligence unit cautiously presented the scroll of information and a sealed letter. A private letter? Yanfei Rujong paused for a moment, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Could it be that Xiaoyao realized he had caused trouble and had penned an apology? If that were the case, he might indeed forgive the little rascal. After all, slaying the elite ninja of Iwagakure is a significant achievement, albeit his words were somewhat caustic, inciting the ire of Inoki. As if Irajong pondered, he swiftly unrolled the scroll. Upon reading the information detailing Xiaoyao's remarks delivered to Inoki by the IWA ninja, Dunfeijan's countenance turned a deep shade of anger, his body trembling with rage. This little rascal. He is attempting to plunge Konoha into an irretrievable abyss. Yunfei felt tears welling up, finally comprehending why Inoki had gone mad. Such an affront would be intolerable to any leader of a hidden village, let alone the proud Inoki. Bring me his letter. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury, Yunfei reached for the private letter. He expected it to at least contain an apology, but as he opened it and read its contents, he was frozen in shock. Xiaoyao, you little scoundrel. Yunfei features contorted in rage, his face flushing crimson. Akin to a boiled shrimp, an overwhelming fury surging within him, nearly causing him to erupt. What was meant to be an apology letter was, in fact, an accusatory missive. Within the letter, Xiaoyao questioned why the Iwagakure ninja's description differed from his own, criticizing their imposing appearance but lack of actual prowess, demanding an explanation. Even more audaciously, Xiaoyao insisted that he immediately alter the deployment and venture to the battlefield of Kumogakure to slay those muscle-bound cloud ninja. What sin have I committed? Yunfei felt tears springing forth, realizing that Xiaoyao's provocative words to Inoki stemmed directly from him. In his attempt to persuade Xiaoyao to engage at the Iwagakure battlefield, he had deceitfully claimed that the IWA ninja were robust and hardy. When Xiaoyao discovered the deception and faced disappointment in battle, he unleashed his wrath upon Inoki and Iwagakure, leading to the current predicament. Truly, he had shot himself in the foot. No, I must immediately dispatch reinforcements to the Iwagakure battlefield. Yunfei forced himself to regain composure and made a swift decision. Given Iwagakure's reaction, this impending conflict was unavoidable. Konoha must rapidly mobilize forces to support the Iwagakure front, or the consequences would be dire. As for Xiaoyao's request to go to Kumogakure, that was out of the question. Iwagakure is now fighting with all its might. They might even deploy tailed beasts to the battlefield. If Xiaoyao were to leave, who would stand against Iwagakure's formidable forces? To Xiaoyao, my disciple. Yunfei lips twitched as he took up a pen, beginning to compose a letter to Xiaoyao. In the letter, he first offered a sincere apology, admitting his intelligence error, having been deceived by the IWA ninja's appearance. He then poured forth his heartfelt sentiments. extolling the significance of the Iwagakure battlefield and earnestly pleading for Xiaoyao to remain and oversee matters. Finally, he promised that once the war concluded, he would procure the rarest wines from across the ninja world to fulfill all of Xiaoyao's desires. His humble tone stemmed from the fear that Xiaoyao might whimsically decide to head to the Kumogakure battlefield, should he joyously rampage through Kumogakure, directly assaulting their stronghold. They would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against Konoha. At that point, Konoha would be forced to confront the full might of two hidden villages simultaneously, leading to irreparable devastation. This letter must be immediately delivered to the Iwagakure battlefield and personally handed to Xiaoyao. Remember, no one else is to lay eyes upon it, not even Tsunade. After sealing the letter, Huangfu solemnly instructed the ninja from the intelligence unit. This letter, which so diminishes the dignity of the Hokage, must not be seen by others. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ninja from the intelligence unit accepted the letter, observing Kurenai's complex expression, and cautiously replied, quickly departing. Sighing heavily, Huangfu slumped into the Hokage's seat. Weariness and helplessness etched on his face. How could a well-planned war of attrition devolve into a life-or-death struggle due to that little brat? Jiraiya, you fool. Huangfu suddenly seethed. His teeth clenched. When Xiaoyao had sought confirmation from Jiraiya regarding the IWA ninja's physical prowess, that imbecile disciple had failed to correct him, instead joining in the deception. This debt must be settled with Jiraiya. At the front lines of the Iwagakure battlefield, Chapter 146. What does it say? That old man has replied. This is for you. Tsunade handed over a letter with a peculiar expression, her fingertips still cool from the paper. Two messages had arrived from Konoha. One reported that the reinforcements had assembled and were hastily en route. The other was a private letter from Konoha specifically for Xiaoyao, with a note stating it was for Xiaoyao's eyes only, not even allowing her, the frontline commander, to see it. It seems the old man knows his place. Xiaoyao snorted lightly, tearing open the envelope and scanning its contents, a satisfied smile gradually emerging on his face. Especially upon reading An's promise of the rarest wines from the ninja world at the end of the letter, his lips could not help but curl upward. His intention to go to the Kumogakure battlefield was merely a casual ruse. With Tsunade present, how could he truly leave? However, Huangfu had deceived him, leading him to anticipate robust IWA ninja, only to discover they were all mere bluster. It would be remiss not to extract some recompense. As for Iwagakure, that score had yet to be settled. What does it say? Tsunade, unable to contain her curiosity, gazed at Xiaoyao with sparkling eyes, her face alight with intrigue. You want to see? Xiaoyao raised his eyes to meet hers, a glimmer of mischief hidden within. Yes. Tsunade nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a garlic pounder. Suddenly, Xiaoyao reached out and gently pinched her at the waist. The pressure was not great, but carried a teasing undertone. This is the fee for reading the letter. Take it. Tsunade's face flushed, hurriedly covering her waist, shooting him a fierce glare. You vengeful brat. Yet inwardly, she muttered. It was just that once when she had turned the tables on him. Clearly, he had gained the upper hand, yet he still held a grudge. She quickly perused the letter, her expression growing increasingly animated, ultimately exclaiming, that old man is truly going to great lengths to keep you. The letter was filled with heartfelt pleas, lowering his stance, full of apologies and promises, utterly overturning her perception of Huangfu. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. Adept at manipulating the formidable Hokage. Are you still planning to go to the Kumogakure battlefield? Tsunade set the letter down, her voice turning serious. Go where? That is merely an excuse to extort the old man. Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively, his tone rife with disdain. I have yet to settle accounts with that bunch from Iwagakure. I have no time to concern myself with Kumogakure. That old man is quite pitiful as well. Tsunade bit her lip, unable to suppress a laugh. Encountering Xiaoyao, had truly drawn the short straw. Enough of that. Let us address serious matters. Tsunade's expression instantly shifted to one of gravity, her voice tinged with concern. Iwagakure's forces have nearly gathered. They are genuinely prepared to fight to the death. Even their two Jinchuriki have been deployed to the front lines. Pausing, her gaze became even more serious. Inoki and all the IW ninja harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. They will likely stop at nothing to kill you. The two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure are not to be compared with Konoha's four-tailed Jinchuriki, Ozuki, or the five-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, as they can skillfully wield the power of the tailed beasts. Coupled with the presence of the veteran Inoki, Iwagakure boasts a formidable triad of elite combatants. In the land of the leaves, due to her long-standing phobia of blood, she had neglected her training for years. Even if she were to break the Yin seal, it would be unlikely for her to match Inoki in combat. The true core of their combat strength remained in Xiaoyao. Rest assured, I will handle that old man Inoki and his two-tailed beasts. Xiaoyao clenched his fists, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. The thought of Inoki allowing his subordinates to become complacent fueled his anger. He felt cheated of an anticipated battle. That old rascal. I shall not rest until I have dealt with him. Tsunade observed his furious demeanor and, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed her forehead. How can you be angrier than Inoki, who is the one being insulted when you have the advantage? At the front lines of Iwagakure, Lord Tsuchikage, the reinforcements have all arrived. A solemn-looking doshi reported, his tone laced with suppressed fury. Excellent. Inoki proclaimed from his seat of authority, his gaze sweeping over the gathered elite shinobi within the tent. A surge of pride welled within him. This was his creation, Iwagakure. Even in the face of public humiliation, it still possessed the power to shake the very foundations of the shinobi world. He had dedicated his life to Iwagakure, yet was so insulted by that young upstart. Huangfu Xiaoyao. This humiliation must be avenged with blood. Father, leave that brat Huangfu Xiaoyao to me. A robust figure stepped forward. It was Inoki's son, Huangtu. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent. I will personally slay him to absolve the shame for Iwagakure and for you. In preparation for this decisive battle, even Huangtu, who typically remained at the rear, was called to the front lines, a testament to Iwagakure's determination. Your resolve is commendable. Inoki looked at his son, ready to offer praise, but then recalled Xiaoyao's mockery. His lips twitched in irritation. That audacious kid dared to ridicule Iwagakure's constitution. Old Z, Han, I entrust Huangfu Xiaoyao's defeat to both of you. Inoki's gaze shifted to the two figures in the corner of the tent, his voice commanding and unyielding. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Old Z, surrounded by a faint aura of molten rock, glared fiercely. Han's expression was grave, his chakra pulsating with a weight akin to a mountain. Though they may not fully align with Inoki's ideology, their sense of belonging to Iwagakure had never wavered. The insult to Huangfu Xiaoyao had surely crossed a line. Excellent. Inoki felt a wave of relief. With two Jinchuriki on their side, Huangfu Xiaoyao's demise was all but guaranteed. Thus, Iwagakure assembled an army of over 10,000. With the hosts of the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki present, ready to commence a battle that would reverberate throughout the shinobi world. With their forces consolidated, Inoki promptly gathered his advisors to formulate a battle strategy. This confrontation was crucial for the reputation of Iwagakure, leaving no room for negligence. After all, Konoha was the foremost shinobi village, and despite their multi-front battles, they still harbored the formidable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sarutobi Hiruzen as their trump cards. The power of the Nine Tails equated to that of several tailed beasts combined. While Konoha could not fully harness it at present, it remained a concern. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities were inscrutable, presenting the greatest uncertainty in this conflict. Fortunately, it was an established consensus that Konoha would not dare to utilize the Nine Tails recklessly. What truly troubled Inoki was the enigmatic ninja doctor. Meanwhile, the rear of Iwagakure was in full swing, with shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags being transported to the front lines in an unprecedented scale, shaking the very foundations of the shinobi world. Everyone knew that Inoki was typically patient and adept at reaping the benefits of others' efforts. Iwagakure had never been known as a particularly aggressive village. In contrast, Kumogakure was notorious for its impulsive nature, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, Iwagakure's movements were even more aggressive than Kumogakure's this time, prompting widespread speculation across the shinobi world. Soon enough, Xiaoyao's message to Inoki was leaked by those with ulterior motives, leading to a collective realization within the shinobi world. This prodigy from Konoha, renowned not only for his terrifying strength, but also for his sharp tongue, had publicly humiliated Inoki. Any hidden village that faced such public disgrace would surely retaliate, especially one as proud as Inoki and Iwagakure. The honor of the shinobi world was directly tied to the survival of the villages. Most resources depended on the completion of missions assigned by various nations. If their dignity were tarnished, who would still seek their services? If Iwagakure did not eliminate Xiaoyao and cleanse this insult, they would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the shinobi world in the future. Chapter 147. Do not get it wrong at the frontline camp of Kumogakure. Haha. That brat Huangfu Xiaoyao certainly knows how to play the game. The third Raikage bellowed with laughter, his muscular frame shaking with mirth, causing the tables and chairs within the tent to rattle. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, he nearly laughed until he choked. He had long held disdain for that old miser, Inoki, who relied on traps to drive Kumogakure out of the land of earth, all while mocking him as a simple-minded brute. Now, someone had publicly suggested that Inoki learned from Kumogakure, and the news had spread throughout the shinobi world. This was more satisfying than winning a battle. Lord Raikage, Inoki has truly lost face this time. A Kumogakure Jonin quickly flattered, his face alight with schadenfreude. Excellent. Relay the orders. Prepare a grand feast to celebrate. The third Raikage gestured enthusiastically. As for the war with Konoha, a prime opportunity for offense? Let's celebrate first. Kumogakure had always acted on impulse, unlike the rigid and stoic Iwagakure. Just as Iwagakure was fervently preparing for battle, an unexpected guest arrived at the Konoha frontline camp. Minato, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the battlefield at Kumogakure? Xiaoyao exclaimed, taken aback by the warm smile of the golden-haired youth. He recalled that Minato was meant to be stationed with Jiraiya and Orochimaru at Kumogakure. It was Lord Third Hokage who sent me here for support. Minato nodded towards Xiaoyao and then turned to Tsunade, bowing respectfully. Lady Tsunade, you've come at just the right time. With you here, our chances of victory increase significantly. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with delight. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique had earned him a reputation as the yellow flash on the Kumogakure battlefield. His strength was undeniable. More importantly, he had fought alongside Xiaoyao before, ensuring a harmonious collaboration. By the way, that fool Jiraiya didn't have you bring me some compensation? Xiaoyao suddenly inquired, raising an eyebrow, recalling how he had been duped by the duo last time. The teacher didn't mention any compensation, but he has been acting a bit strangely lately. Minato's expression shifted slightly. Before I left, he specifically asked me what kind of game meat I brought you last time, saying you seemed to really enjoy it. He had found it odd at the time, but now, observing Xiaoyao's expression, it dawned on him that the teacher must have seriously offended Xiaoyao. That white-haired scoundrel. Just wait and see. Xiaoyao snorted coldly, a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Once I finish with Iwagakure, Jiraiya will be next. By the way, Minato, aren't the ninjas from Kumogakure all exceptionally robust? Indeed, their physical skills are generally quite strong, and their physical fitness surpasses that of Konoha ninjas. Minato replied with a wry smile. Now, the entire shinobi world was aware that the impending showdown between Iwagakure and Konoha stemmed from Xiaoyao's words. Jiraiya, you're in for it. Xiaoyao ground his teeth in fury, the flames of anger within him intensifying. Minato observed his expression, silently sweating for his teacher, fearing the wrath Xiaoyao now harbored against him. All right, Xiaoyao, when this is all over, I'll help you teach Jiraiya a lesson. Tsunade interjected at an opportune moment, her expression becoming serious once more. Now, let's discuss the matter at hand. The two Jinchuriki from Iwagakure have already reached the front lines, and they represent the greatest threat. The chakra of the tailed beasts was inexhaustible, and the destructive potential of the Jinchuriki on the battlefield was nothing short of terrifying. Should they be allowed to run rampant, the ordinary ninjas of Konoha would suffer devastating losses. The critical challenge lay in how to draw the Jinchuriki away from the main Iwagakure forces. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Nara Shikaku, both furrowing their brows. The Jinchuriki would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, making a direct assault impractical. Aren't they targeting me? Xiaoyao took a sip of wine, dismissively waving his hand, requesting me to mark several locations of the Iwagakure camps, as he intended to cause chaos among them. He had yet to confront a Jinchuriki and was eager to discover how many attribute points this legendary tailed beast vessel could provide. No way. This is far too dangerous. Tsunade immediately objected, her tone urgent. The last time Xiaoyao recklessly ventured into Sunagakure alone, it nearly drove her to the brink of collapse. How could she possibly agree to let him act as bait this time? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Xiaoyao slammed his hand on the table, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Was Tsunade attempting to challenge his standing within the family? But by doing so, she was placing herself in the line of fire. Tsunade stood her ground, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, showing no signs of compromise. Do you have a better plan? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow in retort, his gaze laced with mockery. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew Xiaoyao's approach was indeed the optimal solution. Yet her concern rendered her unable to simply watch him take such risks. Observing the glimmer of tears forming in Tsunade's eyes softened Xiaoyao's heart. All right, what are your conditions? Just this once. You must let Minato accompany you. Tsunade immediately asserted, her gaze resolute. Minato's Hiratian no jutsu would ensure a swift retreat, providing the necessary security. Unspoken was her belief that with Minato present, he could also prevent Xiaoyao from causing any trouble due to excessive drinking. Fine. Xiaoyao nodded in resignation, indicating his agreement. By the way, Lugio, when marking the camps, choose those with the most wine. Don't make any mistakes. Xiaoyao suddenly added, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The others exchanged glances, wondering why he was still preoccupied with wine at such a critical moment. Deep within the Iwagakure battlefield, in a concealed forest, Xiaoyao glanced at Minato beside him, visibly displeased. He had originally intended to act alone, but found himself reluctantly accompanied by Tsunade's insistence. Minato offered a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender. I cannot refuse Lady Tsunade's orders. He secretly mused that both Lady Tsunade and Xiaoyao were beyond his capacity to confront. Here, he felt rather superfluous. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Xiaoyao waved his hand, his tone somewhat softened. But you still owe me 100 servings of game. Remember to deliver. The last time Minato brought game, it left a lasting impression on him. And he saw this as an opportunity to have Minato procure more. I'll remember. Minato nodded helplessly. This debt of 100 servings seemed nonsensical. Yet he had no grounds to refute it. Is that our target ahead? Xiaoyao pointed towards the Iwagakure camp 3 kilometers away, a glint of intensity in his eyes. Yes. According to the intel, this is an Iwagakure supply transfer camp, and the defenses are not weak, Minato whispered, gesturing towards the camp. My plan is to infiltrate. Set explosive tags at key positions, and then, before he could finish, Xiaoyao had already stepped out of the shadows, hurling his Chioshui Dao towards Minato. Take this knife. Don't lose it. Xiaoyao stretched his limbs, joints cracking as he did. The IWA shinobi within the camp were merely a handful of jonin at best. Defeating them would yield little in terms of attribute points, so it was better to teach them a lesson through physical combat, emphasizing the importance of physical training. Inside the Iwagakure camp, the lights blazed brightly. Chapter 148. A lesson: can we truly win this death match against Konoha? One IWA shinobi shrank back, his tone tinged with trepidation. Haunted by the shadows of Iwagakure's defeat during the Second Shinobi World War. What a defeatist notion. Another IWA shinobi snapped back angrily, his eyes aflame. Lord Oanoki and Lord Han are here, and with Itsukage overseeing, we are bound to win. Indeed, that Huangfu Xiaoyao will soon be reduced to ashes by Lord Oanoki. I believe he will be turned to mush by Lord Han. The IWA shinobi exchanged fervent words, growing increasingly animated as they envisioned the dawn of victory. Suddenly, one IWA shinobi pointed towards a shadow outside the camp, shouting, "What is that? Is it a figure? Is it one of ours?" The others looked up in unison, witnessing a silhouette rapidly approaching, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage. No, it's the enemy. Someone realized, raising a warning cry. Armored hardening. Xiaoyao dashed to the entrance of the camp, his right fist enveloped in a pitch-black armor of haki, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Open up, he bellowed, his fist carrying tremendous force as it struck the camp's stone gate, which had been fortified with doton, as sturdy as rock. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire camp violently, dust swirling in the air. As the dust settled, the IWA shinobi stood dumbfounded before the sight before them. The once impregnable stone gate had been shattered, leaving a massive hole through which a figure stood, calmly surveying them. Intrusion. The shrill alarm rang throughout the camp, and the IWA shinobi hastily seized their weapons, gathering at the entrance, alertly watching the intruder. Who are you? Demanded the camp commander, an Iwagakure jonin, suppressing his fear. Have you not been searching for me all this time? Xiaoyao stepped through the hole, stretching his neck casually. His tone laced with mockery. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Upon recognizing the intruder's face, the IWA shinobi jonin turned pale, gasping in horror. The image of Huangfu Xiaoyao had been widely circulated throughout Iwagakure. He was their #1 target. How could this monster have come here? His legs trembled uncontrollably, fear surging within him like a tidal wave. This was someone capable of effortlessly slaying the likes of Jinchuriki and Onoki. How could they possibly stand against him? Wait, He is not carrying a sword. Suddenly, an astute IWA shinobi shouted with excitement. The camp fell silent in an instant as all eyes turned to Xiaoyao's hands. Indeed, he was empty-handed. The fearsome Shui Dao was nowhere to be seen. The thoughts of the IWA shinobi sparked to life. Huangfu Xiaoyao was renowned for his swordsmanship. And without his sword, he was akin to a tiger without its claws. Kill him. If we slay him, we shall become heroes of a Wagakure, renowned throughout the shinobi world. This notion spread like wildfire, causing the IWA, a shinobi, to momentarily forget their fear, their eyes gleaming with greed. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you have slaughtered my Wagakure brethren and dare to humiliate us publicly. Today, I shall undoubtedly tear you limb from limb. The Jonin straightened his back, roaring to bolster his courage, envisioning himself vanquishing Xiaoyao and receiving the adulation of the masses. It appears you did not heed my previous warning at all. Xiaoyao cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. In that case, I shall impart to you all a lesson today about what true physical prowess entails. You bastard. You seek death. Xiaoyao's words ignited the ire of the IWA shinobi. The Jonin howled, Doton, IWA Kakuzushi no Jutsu. Kill him. The IWA shinobi quickly formed hand seals, their right arms transforming into hardened rock, charging towards Xiaoyao with a whistling sound. Without his sword, Xiaoyao was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Die. Several specially appointed Jonin led the charge, their rock-hardened fists crashing down upon Xiaoyao, their eyes alight with the prospect of glory just within reach. Armored hardening. Bang. Crack. The sound of shattering bones pierced the air, accompanied by agonized screams as the specially appointed Jonin were sent flying, clutching their mangled right arms and rolling on the ground in agony. Their rock-hardened fists had been utterly obliterated, their bones shattering into countless fragments. How is this possible? The Jonin's face was a mask of disbelief, his body swaying. The Iwagakure's rock transformation technique boasted hardness sufficient to withstand a shinobi's blade. How could it be shattered by a mere fist? Come, let me teach you what true physicality really means. Xiaoyao shook his neck, the dark armor of Hokage surging forth like a tide, enveloping his entire form in an instant. Clang! The metallic sheen flowed over him, as if he were cloaked in a layer of mysterious iron, transforming him into an indomitable war deity. What sorcery is this? The IWN gazed in terror at the scene before them, trembling uncontrollably. That iron-like covering instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression, rendering their own earth transformation techniques mere child's play in comparison. I refuse to believe it. He must be bluffing. Charge! The Jonin's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, unwilling to let the fruits of their labor slip away. The IWN, blinded by greed, brandished their kunai, shuriken, and stone-fisted punches, surging towards the carefree figure. Whoosh! The figure darted through the IWN like a phantom, his observation haki fully awakened, rendering their every movement as sluggish as a snail in his sight. Dance, you worthless fools. A grin spread across his face, his smile appearing particularly sinister against the backdrop of his iron-like armor. His fists, knees, and elbows became the most lethal of weapons. The IWN's proud rock-formed bodies crumbled before him like fragile paper, shattering at a mere touch. Bang! One IWN was punched through the chest, his innards erupting in a spray of blood, lifeless on the spot. Crack! Another's kunai was severed by a kick, followed by the shattering of his shin, as he wailed in agony on the ground. In mere moments, the encampment was strewn with the corpses of IWN, the ground stained crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood. Run! Flee! The IWN finally broke down, devoid of any will to fight, turning to escape this hell. Yet their speed was akin to that of a tortoise before the carefree warrior. Bang! The last IWN attempting to flee was struck in the back, his body soaring like a severed kite, blood mixed with fragments of his entrails spilling forth, landing in silence. Only the Jonin remained, kneeling on the ground, eyes hollow, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible." His once proud IWA secret techniques had been utterly crushed by sheer physical prowess, leading him to complete despair. "Mizukage, hand me the knife." The carefree warrior called to the shadows, his tone as calm as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Mizukage stepped forth with the Aki no Kiba, surveying the battlefield littered with bodies and the deranged Jonin, his gaze complex. This was not merely a lesson, it was a heart-rending massacre. "Hey, stop playing the fool here." The The carefree warrior approached the Jonin, looking down upon him with a frigid demeanor. Go back and tell Inoki to discipline his subordinates properly. They need to turn that flabby flesh into muscle before they come seeking me again. Chapter 149. I have learned my lesson. He paused, his voice laced with disdain. With all this flab, it's a chore just to slay you. Hurry up and build some muscle. I'll gladly slice you down again. Both the Jonin and Mizukage froze in shock. Mizukage's lips twitched, nearly unable to contain a curse. He had believed the carefree warriors sought to dismantle them through their own strengths, only to discover it was merely for this. This line of thought was truly baffling. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I need to explicitly deny your worthlessness? The carefree warrior scoffed, his eyes brimming with unabashed contempt, raising the Aki no Kiba slightly. The dark purple blade gliding against the Jonin's neck, sending a chill down his spine. Quickly bring forth all the liquor from the encampment. If even a single bottle is missing, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the wild dogs. The icy edge and ruthless words jolted the previously distraught Iwnin back to reality, the madness in his face replaced by sheer terror. Yes, I will go at once. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dirt and blood covering him, stumbling towards the liquor storage deep within the encampment, as if pursued by demons. Is this fellow perhaps insane? The carefree warrior observed his frantic retreat, scoffing softly at the absurdity of it. Just moments ago, he had been weeping and raving, and now, upon hearing the words liquor and kill, he was instantly rejuvenated. Such a reaction was truly remarkable. It seems you have something to say? He turned to Mizukage, noticing the latter's peculiar expression, his eyes flickering as if suppressing words. No, nothing. Mizukage hastily waved his hand, a forced smile gracing his lips, yet inside, turmoil raged. Moments ago, he had admired the carefree warrior's masterful execution of a heart-wrenching slaughter, only to realize the intent was purely to express disdain for the Iwnin's lack of skill. While coveting their liquor, the stark contrast left him nearly in disbelief, almost wanting to shout, "Return my admiration. I know you must be impressed by my brilliance." The carefree warrior misinterpreted the situation, patting Mizukage on the shoulder, laughing triumphantly. Next time, remember to employ straightforward methods when dealing with such fools. Yes, I have learned my lesson. Mizukage smiled wryly, inwardly sighing, knowing that dealing with the carefree warrior required a departure from conventional logic. Enough of this. Help me with a task. The carefree warrior's expression sobered as he clapped Mizukage's shoulder, his gaze taking on a profound meaning. What task? Mizukage's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The carefree warrior's gaze suggested nothing good awaited. At the IWA Frontline's main camp, in the strategic meeting room, 3 operational plans were currently under consideration. Plan A focused on a frontal breakthrough, prioritizing the dismantling of Konoha's defensive formation. Plans B and C centered on the assassination of Huangfu Xiaoyao, looking to seize the opportunity to advance the front lines. An advisor stood before a sand table, holding a wooden rod, meticulously explaining the operational strategy. From the broader perspective of the battle, Plan A offered the highest probability of success. Even if we temporarily overlooked Huangfu Xiaoyao, winning the frontal battlefield would suffice to wash away our shame. Enough. Inoki interrupted, his brow furrowed, his expression dark enough to drip with tension. The advisor's suggestions were rational, aligning with IWA's fundamental interests. Winning the war was far more crucial than simply eliminating one Huangfu Xiaoyao. However, while he understood the rationale, the indignation within him was insurmountable. What Huangfu Xiaoyao had done was no mere humiliation. It was a trampling of Iwa's dignity. Yet he was the Tsuchikage, shouldering the fate of the entire village. He could not act solely on impulse. Faced with the dichotomy of personal honor and the village's dignity versus Iwa's future, Inoki found himself ensnared in an unprecedented moral quandary. Tsuchikage-sama. Urgent intelligence. Exceedingly urgent. At that moment, the meeting room doors burst open, and a breathless Iwnin stumbled in, his face pale and eyes filled with panic. Outrageous. Do you not see we are in an important meeting? Inoki's anger flared instantly. He had already issued orders that non-urgent military matters should not disturb the meeting. The behavior of this intelligence ninja indicated a grave situation. Tsuchikage-sama. Something has happened. The rear's 3rd grain storage camp was attacked by Huangfu Xiaoyao. All soldiers within the camp have perished. And the intelligence ninja spoke rapidly, his voice trembling as he struggled to finish. And what? Inoki shot to his feet. pressing his hands on the conference table, his knuckles turning white from the strain, fury almost bursting forth from his eyes. Huangfu Xiaoyao. It was him again. Just as IWA Village was gathering all its strength for a decisive battle, this brat dared to infiltrate the rear and assault the camp. This is a blatant provocation. He clearly holds IWA Village in utter contempt. Moreover, Huangfu Xiaoyao did not wield a blade. He used taijutsu, brutally slaughtering all the soldiers in the camp. And then, the intelligence ninja was cut off by Inoki's thunderous roar. What did you say? Inoki's pupils constricted, the anger on his face swiftly replaced by shock. Taijutsu? He used taijutsu to massacre an entire camp of IWA Nin? In light of Huangfu Xiaoyao's earlier mockery at Yin Ren's muscle training, he instantly comprehended the underlying intent. This was an affront to the very foundation upon which a Wagakure was built. It was a repudiation of their pride in the earth release and rock transformation techniques. Should this information spread within the military, the morale of a Wagakure would undoubtedly plummet into chaos. Prepare the vehicles. Head to camp number 3. Daemu could no longer heed the counsel of his strategists. He seized the hat from the table, accompanied by several trusted guards, and dashed out of the conference room, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow racing toward camp number 3. That scoundrel, just like Sarutobi Hizashi, that old fox, filled with malice. En route, Daemu trembled with rage, silently cursing the people of Konoha. Indeed, they excelled at employing such despicable tactics to undermine military resolve. With his speed, he arrived at camp number 3 in less than half an hour. Lord Tsuchikage, the remaining commander in the camp, a former jonin, knelt hastily upon Daemu's arrival. His voice trembling with fear, his body uncontrollably quaking. What kind of remnants did Huangfu Xiaoyao leave behind? Daemu inquired urgently, his gaze sweeping across the camp littered with corpses, shattered rock-like limbs, the air thick with the stench of blood, a scene too horrific to behold. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the ground at the center of the camp, his expression freezing momentarily before turning a ghastly shade of blue. There, on the relatively flat ground, a line of large characters was written in dark red blood, the scrawl both hasty and impactful. Daily muscle training is the rightful path of a Wagakure. Left by Huangfu Xiaoyao. A deafening roar of fury erupted from Daemu, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble slightly. His chest heaved violently, his nose reddened with rage, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. This is an affront too great, an utter humiliation. Chapter 150, Trouble Afoot. Convey my orders. Daemu abruptly turned, bellowing at the guards behind him to mobilize the ambush unit for an exhaustive search of Huangfu Xiaoyao's whereabouts. Upon discovery, immediately inform Lao Zi and Han, instructing them to spare no effort in ensuring that this scoundrel is torn to shreds. In that moment, all reason and hesitation were consumed by his fury. Strategic considerations and the outcomes of war paled in comparison to the need to eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao and cleanse this profound disgrace. This impending conflict between Konoha and a Wagakure, now irrevocably altered by Huangfu Xiaoyao's presence, had deviated from its intended course. No one had anticipated that what could have been a prolonged war of attrition lasting years would transform, due to the provocation of a single individual, into a relentless battle of annihilation. A Wagakure's kill order spread throughout the shinobi world, with many presuming that Huangfu Xiaoyao would temper his audacity. Yet, he not only remained unrestrained but escalated his actions by infiltrating the rear of a Wagakure, slaughtering within the camps, and leaving behind such glaring inscriptions. The phrase muscle is the rightful path of a Wagakure rapidly circulated through the shinobi world, becoming a topic of casual conversation among the major villages. At the front lines of Kumogakure, the atmosphere was jubilant. Ha! This Huangfu Xiaoyao is truly my kindred spirit. The third Raikage guffawed, slapping his thigh, his robust muscles quaking with mirth, his expression brimming with pride. Just look at the color on Daemu's face, surely as pale as iron. He promptly ordered an extension of the recently concluded celebration feast for 3 more days, reveling in the sight of his old rival's dismay, which brought him more pleasure than a hard-won victory. He even proclaimed, if the youngsters of a Wagakure wish to learn how to build muscle, Kumogakure can send elite instructors to provide guidance free of charge. The shinobi of Kumogakure found themselves inexplicably fond of Xiaoyao, historically derided as mere muscle-bound brutes. They now felt a sense of camaraderie with a Konoha prodigy who validated their training methods, even privately referring to Xiaoyao as their most charming adversary. Meanwhile, within the Konoha encampment on the battlefield, Jiraiya stared incredulously at the intelligence in his hands, his lips twitching in disbelief. How could they be engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Kumogakure only to halt their offensive and commence a celebration feast due to a single remark by Xiaoyao? The unfolding of events far exceeded his comprehension. These fools in Kumogakure truly believe that Xiaoyao appreciates them? Jiraiya muttered a curse under his breath, inwardly scoffing at Xiaoyao, who clearly sought a more challenging opponent than the plump Yen-Ren. What are you all getting so emotional about? When Xiaoyao inevitably arrives on the battlefield of Kumogakure, you shall see how charming he truly is. The Kumogakure ninjas do bear a striking resemblance to you, Jiraiya. Orochimaru leaned against the doorframe, his serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laced with mockery. He had heard from Jiraiya that Xiaoyao's antics stemmed purely from his dissatisfaction with the Yen-Ren. The thought of Kumogakure's growing fondness for Xiaoyao, combined with the inevitable scene of Xiaoyao storming into their camp, struck Orochimaru as exceptionally amusing. Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Jiraiya exploded, glaring at Orochimaru. How could I possibly be likened to those dim-witted buffoons? Nothing. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, turning to enter the tent. I merely believe that the conflict at the Iwagakure front will not prolong much longer. When that time comes, Xiaoyao will surely pay a visit here. You should contemplate how to deal with him. After all, he is a creature capable of nearly besting even me, and his strength will only have increased. Deal with him. Jiraiya's expression shifted from fury to deep concern. He vividly recalled how Xiaoyao had been lured to Iwagakure by him and Sarutobi Hizashi. That debt would undoubtedly be repaid. Perhaps I should bring him some rare game as an apology? Jiraiya pulled out a small notebook containing the names of delicacies that Minato had mentioned Xiaoyao enjoyed, each one exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. These items are not easy to find. He gazed at the list, his lips twitching. Minato possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to traverse various locations for hunting. I lack such prowess. Those rascals of Iwagakure, you must endure a bit longer. Jiraiya silently prayed that Xiaoyao would not resolve matters with Iwagakure too swiftly, or else he would find himself in dire straits. Orochimaru observed his troubled demeanor in silence, a subtle gravity flickering in his eyes. He too recalled the fear of being dominated by Xiaoyao. That brat was sharp-tongued and formidable, and his arrival on the battlefield of Kumogakure would surely unleash a torrent of bloodshed. At the front lines of Iwagakure, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Bang! Daemu slammed his palm onto the conference table, which immediately cracked under the force, his expression dark as he glared at the intelligence officer below. His voice icy as steel. Have you still not located Huangfu Xiaoyao? Since the attack on Camp No. 3, he had dispatched Iwagakure's elite ambush unit. Each member of this unit was proficient in earth release, capable of swiftly maneuvering underground at great depths, with exceptional stealth abilities, and equipped with top-notch sensory ninjas, perfect for executing ambush and extermination missions. Yet, despite the passage of so many days, they had not only failed to find Huangfu Xiaoyao, but also received disheartening news that Camp No. 5, located at the border of the Land of Earth, had also been destroyed by Huangfu Xiaoyao. Even more egregiously, this camp was situated deeper within Iwagakure territory, a mere step away from the heart of the Land of Earth. The entire shinobi world was aware that Iwagakure had placed a kill order on Huangfu Xiaoyao, yet he continued to wreak havoc in Iwagakure's rear, even encroaching upon the Land of Earth itself. This was an utter humiliation for Iwagakure. Lord Suchikage, there is another piece of bad news. A member of the think tank stepped forward, his expression grave as he pointed to the sand table. The frontline forces of Mai had already divided into 3 paths, advancing toward our defenses. Multiple strongholds we had deployed on the front line had already been breached by them. Damn I, cunning foxes. Daemu cursed fiercely, his fists clenched tightly. The strategic intentions of Mai were glaringly evident. They aimed to use Huangfu Xiaoyao as a spearhead, infiltrating the rear of Iwagakure to restrain our forces and then exploit the opportunity to break through from the front. This was a blatant scheme. Even with knowledge of the opponent's plans, Iwagakure had fallen into their trap. If we disregarded Huangfu Xiaoyao, none could guarantee he would truly invade the heart of Iwagakure, just as he had once stormed into Sunagakure. Yet, if we divided our forces to hunt him down, our strength on the front lines would be insufficient to withstand Mai's assault. To restrain a powerhouse of Huangfu Xiaoyao's caliber, Iwagakure had only 2 options: the 4-tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, and the 5-tails Jinchuriki, Han. This was a grave predicament. Dame Yu surveyed the battlefield on the sand table, his lips twitching incessantly. The ambush team had yet to locate Huangfu Xiaoyao, leaving only one possibility. The opponent's sensory abilities far exceeded those of a Wagakure's sensory ninjas. How could a single ninja possess top-tier swordsmanship, formidable physical prowess, and such terrifying sensory abilities? This defied the common sense of the ninja world. Even Sarutobi Hisashi, dubbed the Doctor of Ninjas, excelled in ninjutsu, but was relatively weak in taijutsu and jinjutsu, with no sensory prowess to speak of. Yet, what of Huangfu Xiaoyao? Chapter 151. The arrival swordsmanship unparalleled in the ninja realm, capable of slaying elite jonin with a single strike. Physical strength so potent it could shatter hardened earth, slaughtering entire encampments. Now, even his sensory abilities were astonishingly formidable. He was nothing short of a monster. If he continued to harass us from behind, even breaching the borders of the land of Earth, we would be unable to focus on the front lines. A member of the think tank spoke with profound concern, foreseeing a potential dilemma of being unable to manage both fronts. This bastard, truly vicious. Dame Yu gritted his teeth, his hatred for Huangfu Xiaoyao reaching its zenith. This scheme was systematically driving a Wagakure into a corner. Lord Tsuchikage, we have news of Huangfu Xiaoyao. At that moment, an intelligence officer rushed into the conference room, his face a mix of alarm and disbelief. What? Dame Yu suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes, only to be replaced by a deep-seated confusion. Just as he had been worrying that Huangfu Xiaoyao might remain hidden and continue his harassment, how could it be that the opponent had voluntarily revealed his whereabouts? This was far too coincidental. Huangfu Xiaoyao had made his presence known along the borders of the land of Earth, and the ambush team had locked onto his position but dared not approach, only able to monitor from a distance. The intelligence officer relayed the report quickly, his tone tinged with hesitation. Voluntarily revealing himself? Dame Yu's expression darkened instantly, his brows furrowing tightly. He could not fathom why Huangfu Xiaoyao would do such a thing. After a moment of thought, he understood the opponent's intent. It was a provocation. It was as if he was saying, "You have searched for me in vain. Here I am waiting for you. If you have the capability, come and kill me." The underlying message was, if I wanted to invade the land of Earth, I would have done so long ago. Such blatant arrogance infuriated Dame Yu more than any underhanded scheme. Have Lao Zi and Han set off immediately. Bring me this bastard's head at the fastest speed. Dame Yu could no longer contain his fury, roaring out orders. Regardless of whether this was a trap, he had to eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao. Otherwise, the morale of a Wagakure's forces would plummet. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The intelligence officer did not dare to delay, swiftly turning to convey the orders. In the mountains near the borders of the land of Earth, several figures moved rapidly, the bursts of chakra stirring the surrounding leaves. Huangfu Xiaoyao. It seems we need both of us to take him down. Han, clad in a heavy cloak with most of his face concealed by a mask, revealed only a pair of sharp eyes. His voice was deep and resonant. He was the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, adept at using boil release to enhance his own strength. His power unfathomable. Humph, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This little brat is no match for me alone. I can turn him into molten slag. Lao Zi snorted disdainfully, his tone dripping with arrogance. He was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, obstinate by nature, and had always looked down on others, harboring a long-standing grudge against Dame Yu. Being ordered by Dame Yu to team up with Han filled him with discontent. In his view, dealing with a mere child did not warrant such a grand mobilization. Let us finish this quickly. I still wish to compete with Tsunade Heim on the front lines. Han did not retort, calmly stating his desire to face Tsunade. Both were users of great strength. Tsunade relied on the physical prowess and chakra control of the Senju clan, while he drew power from the steam generated by boil release. The ninja world had always regarded his strength as lesser, derived from the tailed beast, far inferior to Tsunade's authentic might, fueling his desire to prove himself. Rest assured, we shall conclude this swiftly. A glimmer of determination crossed Lao Zi's eyes as his chakra erupted, accelerating his speed once more. He hoped this brat wouldn't scare off and flee. That would be rather dull. Lao Zi Darren, has there been any word from the ambush team? Is Huangfu Xiaoyao still in place? A communication ninja from a Wagakure inquired, concern etched upon his face. Since locking onto Huangfu Xiaoyao's position, the ambush team had provided no further updates, and communication had been cut off. Incompetence. Can't even keep track of a single individual. Lao Zi cursed angrily. his irritation mounting. If Huangfu Xiaoyao had escaped, his efforts would have been in vain. However, at this point, he could only hasten his pace toward the reported location of the ambush team. On a clearing along the borders of the land of Earth, a figure stood. Tuan, Tuan, Tuan. Huangfu Xiaoyao hoisted the Qiushui Dao on his left shoulder, a wine jug in his right hand. He tilted his head back and took several hearty gulps, the liquid trickling down his chin and soaking his front. His gaze, tinged with drunkenness, remained sharp. Why haven't they arrived yet? Their efficiency is appalling. He glanced at the fallen Awagakure ninja, barely clinging to life, and impatiently kicked the individual's calf. This was the last remaining member of the ambush team. The others had already perished beneath his blade. These Awagakure ninjas had naively believed that by utilizing Earth Release to hide underground, they could stealthily track him, unaware that his Kinbunchaku could effortlessly pinpoint their locations. Even more despairing for them was that his slashes could easily penetrate dozens of meters of earth, directly slaying those concealed beneath, as evidenced by the deep fissures etched into the ground. What do you want? The remaining Awagakure ninja, battered and bruised, struggled to rise but collapsed weakly, his eyes filled with overwhelming terror. He could not comprehend why this monster, capable of easily slaying him, would choose to spare him to relay a message, even voluntarily exposing his position. What do I want? Huangfu Xiaoyao grinned widely, revealing his white teeth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I am merely waiting for your Jinchuriki to come and deliver themselves to me. I have yet to slay a tailed beast. I wonder how much benefit it will bring me. You wish to hunt down Lao Zidaran and Han Daran? The Awagakure ninja's pupils dilated, his fear intensifying. This monster aimed to confront two Jinchuriki simultaneously? Had he lost his mind? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just then, several powerful gusts sliced through the air as figures appeared at the edge of the clearing. Leading the charge were Lao Zi and Han. You little brat. Are you Huangfu Xiaoyao? Lao Zi's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Huangfu Xiaoyao, his tone frigid, chakra beginning to surge, raising the temperature of the surrounding air. Finally, you have arrived. Xiaoyao set down the wine jar, brushed off the wine stains on his hands, and removed the Qiushui Dao from his shoulder. Gripping it firmly in his hand, the intoxication in his gaze diminished slightly, replaced by a glint of sharpness. Mizukage stood beside him, observing the unfolding scene with a bitter smile, having long advised Xiaoyao against provoking the two Jinchuriki. However, Xiaoyao had disregarded his counsel, and now, the adversaries had indeed arrived. To make matters worse, it was evident that Xiaoyao was quite inebriated, his eyes carrying a hint of daze. Facing two Jinchuriki in such a state was akin to courting death. Mizukage tightened his grip on his kunai, mentally preparing to employ the Hiratian technique at a moment's notice. Should the situation turn dire, he would have to evacuate Xiaoyao immediately. Chapter 152. Are you two the Jinchuriki? Xiaoyao appraised Lao Zi and Han with a scrutinizing gaze, noting that they appeared more robust than the bloated IWA ninjas. He hoped that defeating them would be a smoother endeavor. Impudent. Lao Zi's expression darkened instantly, fury bubbling within him. When had he ever been so underestimated? You little brat. After slaughtering so many of my IWA soldiers, you dare to be so arrogant? Today, I'll show you the true power of a Jinchuriki. With a thunderous roar, his chakra erupted violently, his garments billowing without wind, a searing aura emanating as the surrounding rocks began to warm. Hans, stand down. I can handle this brat alone. He commanded Han before charging towards Xiaoyao, hands swiftly forming seals, fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, resembling a dragon of fire, sweeping towards Xiaoyao with a devastating aura. Humph, too much chatter. Xiaoyao scoffed, his form moving like a specter, evading the flames effortlessly. He raised the Qiushui Dao, dark purple chakra swirling around it. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. His gaze swept over Lao Zi and Han, a bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. The two Jinchuriki were just what he needed to compensate for the physique points he had missed from the IWA ninjas. Lao Zi, be careful. This brat is luring us in. He intends to hunt us. A surviving IWA ninja, gritting through intense pain, shouted a warning. Knowing he must alert Lao Zi and Han that this monster was far more terrifying than they could imagine. Lao Zi and Han's expressions shifted dramatically, a grave realization dawning upon them. They had not anticipated that this brat possessed such ambition, genuinely aiming to hunt both Jinchuriki. But before they could react, a flash of dark purple light from the blade struck, too swift to comprehend. Splat. Blood sprayed, staining the ground. The IWA ninja's scream abruptly ceased. His eyes wide with terror, quickly dimming as his head rolled to the ground, still in disbelief of his own demise. Xiaoyao withdrew the Chioshui Dao, blood trickling from the blade and dripping onto the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. Enough with the idle talk. So, you are the so-called Jinchuriki? A foolish red-haired imbecile. Xiaoyao twirled his wrist, the Chioshui Dao slicing through the air, and before the still chattering IWA ninja could emit a cry, he was beheaded, blood splattering across the ground. Pooling into a dark red mass. With slightly intoxicated eyes, he surveyed Lao Zi, his tone laced with a careless mockery. How many tails do you have inside you? Hurry and show me, don't waste my drinking time. You wretched brat. You seek death. Lao Zi's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Veins bulging on his forehead as his chakra surged violently in response to his overwhelming rage. Throughout his life, as the Four-Tails Jinchuriki of IWA, he had never been so belittled. Not only was he insulted as a foolish redhead, but he was also treated as a mere spectacle, even his tailed beast mocked. Even more infuriating was that this brat had easily slain an IWA ninja before him without a shred of reverence, merely indifference. Turn to ash, Lao Zi roared, his hands forming seals with such speed that they left afterimages. Chakra surged in his throat, a searing heat radiating, distorting the surrounding air. Lava release, erupting flow of lava technique. Boom. Several fist-sized lava orbs erupted from his mouth, their surfaces covered in flowing magma, trailing fiery tails like meteorites. Hurtling towards Xiaoyao with the capacity to melt steel. Humph, still intoxicated yet daring to be arrogant. You're finished. Lao Zi observed Xiaoyao standing still, his expression dazed. Evidently too drunk to react, a cruel smile curling on his lips. No matter how strong this brat was, he was still dulled by alcohol. Even this lava release, capable of turning solid rock into magma, would surely reduce him to cinders, despite carrying a ninja blade for protection. Han beside him nodded slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. The renowned Huangfu Xiaoyao, who had caused so much trouble for Inoki, was merely this. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously as Lao Zi made his move, Mizukage utilized the Shunshin technique to retreat 100 meters to a rocky summit, observing the battlefield from a distance. He understood Xiaoyao all too well. When intoxicated, Xiaoyao not only struggled to distinguish friend from foe, but also had a propensity to go berserk. He did not wish to repeat the tragic fate of Orochimaru, being accidentally struck by Xiaoyao's blade. Such a fate would be most unjust. Let us see if you can still laugh later, Mizukage thought, shaking his head at the confident smile on Lao Zi's face. Those unfamiliar with Xiaoyao would be deceived by his drunken demeanor, but the inhabitants of Konoha knew well that a drunken Xiaoyao was the most terrifying existence. Armed, facing the oncoming lava orbs, Xiaoyao's intoxication receded, replaced by a fierce glint. He flipped his wrist, the Chioshui Dao unsheathing in an instant. Enveloped in a black hue of haki, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, as if it could sever all that existed. Buzz, clang, arm slash, swish. A brilliant black-purple blade light erupted, as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the long night, too swift to catch its trajectory. Splat. Several faint sounds echoed almost simultaneously as the terrifyingly hot lava orbs were effortlessly bisected by the blade light. The molten rock flowed down the cut, sizzling as it struck the ground, burning small craters, yet the once unstoppable lava orbs could advance no further, slowly cooling and solidifying. What? Lao Zi and Han's smiles froze on their faces, disbelief filling their eyes. This was lava capable of melting steel, yet it had been cleaved apart by a mere blade? How could this be possible? Foolish red-haired imbecile, your lava release would be better suited for lighting birthday candles. Xiaoyao sheathed his blade, dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands. Grinning broadly, the mockery in his tone intensifying. Above the battlefield on the border of the land of Earth, the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Lao Zi trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming rage. This brat had compared his prideful lava release to a flame for birthday candles? This was a profound humiliation. You wretched brat, I shall reduce you to ashes. Boom. A torrent of chakra erupted explosively from Lao Zi, shaking the very ground beneath him, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Buzz. Gurgle. Terrifying lava gushed from beneath Lao Zi's feet, enveloping him entirely, forming a thick suit of lava armor, the magma continuously flowing. releasing a stifling heat that began to melt the surrounding rocks. Chapter 153, Lao Zi. So hot. In the distance, Han sensed the scorching heat and promptly retreated several dozen meters to avoid the high temperatures of the molten lava. Yotan Chikuramoto. Old Z let out a deafening roar, his eyes transforming into a fiery lava hue. The chakra surrounding him surged like flames, and he appeared as a formidable lava demon emerging from the depths of hell. Imposing and terrifying. Oh, this form is rather unique. Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, pulling out a wine jar from his pocket and taking several deep swigs. The liquid trickling down the corner of his mouth and soaking his attire. Yet his eyes held no fear, only curiosity. Little brat, are you scared now? It's too late. Hearing Xiaoyao's comment, Old Z assumed he had intimidated him, and a proud smile crept onto his lips. Combining tailed beast chakra with Yotan to create such a formidable chakra mode placed him among the elite of all past Jinchuriki. The Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki couldn't even freely control the tailed beast chakra. How could they compare to him? That little brat must surely be regretting his decision now. Han slightly nodded, the corners of his mouth turning up beneath his mask. Under the Yotan Chikuramoto, Old Z's attack and defense had reached their pinnacle. Even he would not dare to confront it head-on. Can this mode produce fireworks? Red-haired fool. Xiaoyao set down the wine jar, smacking his lips with a hint of anticipation, as if inquiring about a novel toy. The expressions of Old Z and Han immediately froze, their smiles stiffening like stone. Produce fireworks? Old Z looked at the molten lava coursing through him, capable of instantly melting steel, then glanced at Xiaoyao's expectant face, nearly spewing blood in disbelief. This is a lava armor that can destroy everything, not some display fireworks. Does this little brat not grasp the situation? Cannot. What a useless thing. Xiaoyao frowned, disappointment lacing his tone as he muttered, It seems I must take you back for some proper training to teach you how to produce fireworks. I shall see how you dare to capture me. Provoked to the brink of madness by Xiaoyao's taunts, Old Z could no longer contain himself. His chakra erupted beneath him, propelling him forward like a massive lava cannonball, charging fiercely at Xiaoyao. Die, sharp-tongued little brat. As the distance closed, Old Z observed Xiaoyao's face. Teasingly youthful and within arm's reach, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he clenched his right hand tightly. Yotan Haidijun. Hiss, hiss. The lava energy frantically condensed around his right fist, the terrifying heat sizzling the surrounding air, distorting light itself, as if the space around his fist would melt away. Boom. This punch gathered all of Old Z's Yotan chakra, unleashing the destructive power of Yotan to its utmost limit, striking towards Xiaoyao's chest with the force to shatter mountains. Clang. A crisp metallic clash echoed as Old Z's molten iron fist was firmly blocked by a slender black-purple blade. The delicate Qiushui knife appeared incredibly fragile before the immense molten iron fist, as though it would shatter the next moment. Yet, the reality was that Old Z's fist could advance no further. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the black-purple blade remained steadfast, unmoving like a pillar of heaven. Impossible. Old Z's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. The power of his punch could pierce through even the hardest rock. How could it be halted by a mere ninja knife? Han, observing from a distance, also widened his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Old Z's Yotan Haidijun, which he had personally experienced, was immensely powerful. Even his steam armor could only evade its edge, never daring to confront it directly. Yet now this punch, capable of shattering mountains, was effortlessly blocked by Xiaoyao's blade. The form is nice, but unfortunately, the strength is too weak. Xiaoyao grinned at Old Z's astonished face, his tone dripping with mockery. With a little training, you might manage to become a firework launcher, red-haired fool. Damn it. Old Z's features contorted with rage, his Yotan chakra surging wildly as he attempted to overpower the Qiushui knife. Thunderous sounds erupted as the clash of the Qiushui knife and molten iron fist produced a cacophony, the surrounding air trembling violently. Crack, crack. The ground beneath Xiaoyao and Old Z fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from the epicenter of their confrontation, deep chasms emerging. A sight both startling and ominous. Why? This is impossible. Old Z howled, his face twisted in anguish and confusion. He had exerted all his strength, with the tailed beast chakra within him frantically supporting him, yet the black-purple blade before him remained as steady as a mountain, showing no sign of yielding. His lava could melt steel, could shatter rock, yet against this knife, It felt as if he had encountered his nemesis, leaving no trace behind. Red-haired fool. Stop wasting your effort. Xiaoyao observed old Z's frantic state, shaking his head with a hint of impatience. Let that four tails of yours come out to play. Your current strength is truly insufficient. With the perception granted by Kenbunshika Haki, the flow of old Z's chakra was vividly clear to Xiaoyao. He could sense that old Z was nearing his limit. Damn! A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, old Z retreated violently, attempting to evade this lethal threat. Yet, his speed ultimately fell a step short. Itoryu Shinzen. Whoosh. The Chioshui knife transformed into a black-purple afterimage. Moving faster than the eye could comprehend, a cold glint slicing through the air, leaving a faint trail behind. Hiss. Bang. In old Z's horrified gaze. The indomitable lava armor on his body shattered like fragile glass under the force of the blade. Fragments of lava scattered, sizzling upon contact with the ground. And old Z could not even gather his chakra in time to reconstitute his armor before a violent pain surged through his chest. Hiss! A sharp sound of a weapon piercing flesh rang out as old Z mechanically lowered his head, staring at the horrific gash from his chest to abdomen. Deep enough to see bone, his pupils constricted in shock. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and old Z's body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily into the distant rocks. Boom! The rocks exploded, fragments mingling with blood as old Z lay among the rubble, gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of life and death. Old Z. Han's complexion changed drastically, gazing at the unmoving figure of old Z among the debris. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Old Z, in his Yotan Chikuramoto, had been defeated by a single strike? What manner of monster was this little brat? Chapter 154, Itoryu, Ashura Boom. Just then, the pile of rubble erupted, and a figure shot skyward from within, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive pit. Roar! A beastly roar echoed through the heavens and earth. This figure, appearing both human and beast, was enveloped in dark red-tailed beast chakra, with four thick tails thrashing wildly behind it. It was none other than old Z. Having entered his tailed beast transformation phase 2, he directly entered phase 2? Han thought to himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the injury from that previous strike was more severe than he had imagined, forcing old Z to rely on a stronger tailed beast chakra to heal himself. The tailed beast transformation phase 2 began to showcase the terrifying power of the tailed beast. With chakra volume and destructive capability far exceeding that of the previous Yotan Chikuramoto, and it could also swiftly heal bodily injuries. To the astonishment of Han, upon entering its second form, Laozi not only failed to improve, but rather swayed unsteadily, emitting a painful low growl as the tailed beast chakra within him became increasingly chaotic. What could be happening? How could the tailed beast chakra not mend his injuries? Han's heart was filled with confusion and shock. The restorative capabilities of tailed beast chakra were widely acknowledged as formidable, capable of rapidly healing even life-threatening wounds. Yet, why did Lao Zi's knife wound remain unhealed? Ding. Master has struck down the Jinchuriki, tailed beast form 1. Ding. Acquired chakra 300, physique 100, swordsmanship comprehension 100. Armed color Haki 100, observation Haki 100. The system's notification echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, causing him to click his tongue in disappointment. Although the rewards were quite substantial, the physique attribute he desired most fell short of expectations. It seemed that only by slaying a fully tailed beast-formed Jinchuriki could he attain more bountiful rewards. However, it mattered little, since Lao Zi had already transitioned into tailed beast form. Complete transformation could not be far off. Roar. In the second form, Lao Zi lay on the ground, emitting waves of pained howls, his eyes brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. In this state, while he retained a sliver of reason, most of his consciousness had been devoured by the tailed beast's fury. At this moment, he resembled a wounded beast, intent solely on tearing apart the enemy before him. Buzz. Lao Zi suddenly lifted his head, his mouth agape as two distinctly different chakras rapidly coalesced within, forming numerous tiny luminous points. As the chakra continued to gather, these luminous spots gradually merged, creating an intensely compressed black chakra sphere that exuded a suffocating aura of destruction. It was the tailed beast bomb. Han's complexion changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned and retreated frantically. The tailed beast bomb, as the most fearsome technique of the tailed beasts. Could obliterate an entire ninja village with a single strike, its explosion range reaching several dozen kilometers. Although the tailed beast bomb released by Lao Zi in his second form was not as potent as that of the fully tailed beast-formed Yanbi, its explosion radius was sufficient to cover several kilometers. Should he be caught in it, even he would find it difficult to escape severe injury. The tailed beast bomb? Watergate's expression instantly turned grave. He never expected that the Jinchuriki of a Wagakure could skillfully master such a terrifying technique. He immediately began to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique on his palm. With only one thought in his mind, he must transfer it to a safe location before the tailed beast bomb detonates. Though this might displease Xiaoyao, it paled in comparison to the urgency of ensuring Xiaoyao's safety. Hurry faster. Sweat beaded on Watergate's forehead. His current Flying Thunder God technique had not yet reached its pinnacle, and in his haste to inscribe the seals, his speed was far from his usual. Roar! Just as Watergate was about to complete the technique, Lao Zi let out a thunderous roar. The tailed beast bomb fully condensed in his mouth, radiating an aura of annihilation, like a black meteor hurtling towards Xiaoyao. There was no time left. Watergate's heart sank, and he could only watch helplessly as the tailed beast bomb sped towards Xiaoyao. Die, monster! Han observed this scene from afar, a faint smirk curling beneath his mask. No one could survive the explosion of a tailed beast bomb. This terrifying little brat was finally about to meet his end. The tailed beast bomb? Quite intriguing. Xiaoyao gazed at the black meteor racing towards him, the drunkenness in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced by a profound battle intent. He tightened his grip on the Chioshui sword, the dark-armed color hockey enveloping the blade once more, even more solid than before, as the black-purple chakra coursed over the sword, emitting a low hum. Buzz. Boom. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from within Xiaoyao, manifesting as tangible sword energy that swirled around him, forming arcs of black-purple lightning that leaped and crackled. Zing, 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 as the sword intent surged. A towering black-purple Azura phantom slowly emerged behind Xiaoyao, its visage fierce and terrifying, wielding a colossal black-purple longsword that radiated an intimidating pressure. What is this? Han trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the Azura phantom, which towered high above. The aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly terrifying, instilling a deep fear within him. As the Jinchuriki of Yanbi, he trembled at the presence of such an aura. It was utterly unprecedented. Roar! The tailed beast in its second form seemed to sense the deadly threat, releasing a terrified howl as its tailed beast chakra became increasingly frenzied. One sword style, Azura. Xiaoyao uttered a low command, and the Chioshui sword slashed down fiercely. Buzz! The Azura phantom followed suit, the massive long sword descending with a world-shattering momentum, shattering the phantom into countless black-purple arcs of lightning that all converged into the strike of the Chioshui sword. A violent black-purple slash, extending over 30 meters, formed abruptly, akin to thunder from the heavens, carrying the power to rend the very earth as it surged toward the tailed beast bomb with ferocity. Boom! Where the strike passed, the earth was torn asunder, creating a bottomless chasm. The air was shredded, emitting a piercing whistle, and the dark clouds above were dispersed by this overwhelming force, revealing a clear sky. Boom! The violent black-purple slash collided with the tailed beast bomb, a deafening roar resonating through the heavens and earth, causing even Watergate and Han in the distance to instinctively cover their ears. Bang! At the center of their collision, the earth instantaneously caved in, forming a massive pit several dozen meters in diameter, and the terrifying energy waves radiated outward, shattering the surrounding rocks. Crack! Crack! The ground continuously fissured under this energy impact, new cracks spreading outward like a spider web across the entire battlefield. Could it truly contend with the tailed beast bomb? Han's eyes were filled with disbelief. He understood better than anyone that even a shadow-level powerhouse could only avoid its sharpness, yet this little brat slash could face the tailed beast bomb head-on? Before he could recover from his shock, the subsequent scene left him utterly dumbfounded. Everything has a breath, and the tailed beast bomb was no exception. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his observation hockey capturing every flow of energy within the tailed beast bomb. He could sense that the resistance of the tailed beast bomb was nearing its limit. The violent black-purple slashes surrounding sword energy suddenly coalesced strangely, forming fine strands of sword silk that frantically sliced and penetrated along the unique energy flow of the tailed beast bomb. Crack! A sound like glass shattering resonated as a faint black-purple sword mark appeared on the surface of the tailed beast bomb. Crack, crack, like a domino effect. More sword marks spread across the tailed beast bomb, densely packed like a spider web. Bang! In the next moment, the tailed beast bomb erupted violently. However, the cataclysmic explosion that was anticipated did not occur. The destructive energy generated by the tailed beast bomb was immediately shattered and devoured by the surrounding sword energy, dissipating into nothingness. The weapon deemed the most terrifying in the ninja world, the tailed beast bomb, had been forcibly cleaved apart. Roar! Lao Zi let out a terrified howl, attempting to flee, but the black-purple slash that had shattered the tailed beast bomb did not vanish. Instead, it surged forward with even greater ferocity, bearing down upon him. Lao Zi, Han's complexion changed dramatically. He wanted to rush forward to assist, but was blocked by a flash of yellow light. Your opponent is me. Watergate's figure appeared before Han, wielding a kunai, a gentle smile on his face. Yet his eyes were resolute. He had to stop Han to buy Xiaoyao time. Damn yellow flash. Get out of my way. Han let out a thunderous roar, his chakra surging wildly, steam erupting from his pores to manifest as a formidable steam armor. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a powerful strike toward Shuaimin, accompanied by a howling gust of wind. In an instant, Shuaimin vanished from sight, reappearing behind Han, his kunai slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Aimed at Han's nape. The speed of his flying thunder god technique was astonishing, darting around Han like a specter, launching relentless assaults. Although he could not inflict fatal wounds, he persistently ensnared Han, preventing him from advancing. How infuriating! Han roared in anger, swinging his fists in a desperate attempt to land a blow on Shuaimin. But each attempt fell just short, allowing Shuaimin to exploit the openings and inflict numerous wounds upon him. Panic surged within him as he helplessly watched the savage black-purple slash drawing closer. Roar! Lao Zi released a desperate cry, unleashing the entirety of his tailed beast chakra. His four tails thrashed wildly, striving to shield him from this lethal strike. Bang! The black-purple slash collided violently with Lao Zi's tailed beast chakra barrier, shattering it instantly. The strike descended without impediment upon Lao Zi. Splatter! Blood erupted as Lao Zi's body was violently hurled away by the immense force of the attack, crashing heavily into a distant small mountain. Crack! Boom! The entire mountain crumbled under the weight of this terrifying power, debris burying Lao Zi's form, rendering him silent. Lao Zi! Han gazed at the collapsed mountain, despair and fear flooding his eyes. He understood that Lao Zi's fate was grim. One down. Xiaoyao sheathed his blade, brushing off the dust from his hands with a satisfied smile, turning to approach the pile of rubble that concealed Lao Zi. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily in the silent battlefield. Han watched as Xiaoyao advanced toward the debris, his heart filled with dread, stripped of any courage to resist. This little brat is truly terrifying. He could even sever the tailed beast ball. And Lao Zi in his tailed beast form was no match for him. How could he possibly stand a chance? Bang! Xiaoyao reached the rubble, his right hand enveloped in the power of armament haki, delivering a fierce punch. Boom! The mountain of debris was instantly scattered, revealing the barely conscious Lao Zi beneath. At that moment, Lao Zi's tailed beast transformation had dissipated, his wounds gruesome, breath shallow, and only his chest faintly rising and falling, a testament to his lingering life. Huff! Huff! Lao Zi struggled to open his eyes, looking up at Xiaoyao who loomed above him, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within him. Anger, resentment, fear, and a hint of confusion. Why spare my life? He coughed up blood, his voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. With the strength of this little brat, killing him would be as easy as breathing, yet he refrained. This left him utterly perplexed. Could it be for the sake of the four tails within him? In the ninja world, many coveted the powers of tailed beasts, and this little brat was no exception. Kill you? That would be too wasteful. Xiaoyao squatted down, playfully patting Lao Zi's cheek, his tone laced with mockery. Your lava-release chakra mode would be quite suitable for fireworks. Fireworks? Lao Zi was taken aback, confusion flooding his gaze. In such a dire state, this little brat still thought of fireworks? Indeed, Xiaoyao nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his expression. Soon it will be my friend's birthday, and capturing you to train you for a fireworks display would surely yield splendid results. What did you just say? Lao Zi's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with incredulity. This little brat spared his life, not for the tailed beast, but to use him as a firework launcher? He was the four-tails Jinchuriki of Awagakure, a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world, and yet he was being treated as a mere firework cannon? I Laozi mentally cursed, trembling with rage. You dare to show me your displeasure? Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy, the black-purple blade of his knife raised slightly, the cold gleam grazing Laozi's neck, sending a chill down his spine. If you refuse, I will turn you into minced meat for wild dogs. Clash. The sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air made Laozi's throat constrict, the retort on the tip of his tongue dying within him. Dying on the battlefield might at least grant him the title of a hero from Awagakure. However, to perish merely for refusing to serve as a firework launcher would surely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. He could almost envision the epitaph on his tombstone. Here lies Laozi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, executed for refusing to perform fireworks for the esteemed Konoha's Huangfu Xiaoyao. Such a death would be utterly humiliating. I will comply. Laozi ground his teeth in humiliation, shutting his eyes tightly, his knuckles turning white. That's more like it. Xiaoyao patted his face with satisfaction, tossing Laozi to the ground like a sack, his tone commanding. Hurry and heal. Once you are well, release that red-haired monkey within you. I am eager to see how tailed beast meat tastes. Hiss, what do you intend to do with the four tails? Laozi grimaced as the impact reopened his wounds, pain coursing through him. His skin, still slowly healing under the nourishment of tailed beast chakra, was now marred by new injuries. Of course, I intend to slay it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Xiaoyao, irritated by the question, raised his hand and delivered a slap infused with armament hockey. Smack! Ouch! The crisp sound of the slap echoed across the desolate battlefield. Laozi's face instantly reddening and swelling, dizziness overwhelming him, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Again with this energy. Chapter 156. My name Laozi covered his cheek, shock etched upon his features. With that slap, the tailed beast chakra he was using to heal suddenly stagnated, as if suppressed by some force. What kind of energy can restrain tailed beast chakra? Stop dawdling and heal quickly. Xiaoyao's foot lightly pressed against Laozi's chest. The pressure not great, yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. If you delay further, I shall break your limbs and let you languish in agony. I will heal right away. Laozi gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Enduring humiliation was better than dying without a cause. Once the four tails emerged, this little brat would undoubtedly meet his end. He forcibly suppressed his humiliation and pain, focusing his spirit to summon the tailed beast chakra, his wounds visibly healing at an accelerated pace. Smack! Another slap struck Laozi's other cheek, Xiaoyao frowning with dissatisfaction. Healing so slowly? Are you deliberately opposing me? I am not. Laozi, dazed from the blows, nearly lost control of his chakra, internally cursing Xiaoyao 1,000 times, yet he could only hasten his healing. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was futile. On the other side of the battlefield, Han was ensnared tightly by Shuaiman, forced to watch this absurd scene unfold. His expression beneath the mask a complex tapestry of emotions. What on earth does that monster intend to do? Han was filled with confusion, with that little brat's strength. Killing Laozi would be effortless, yet he not only spared him, but also allowed him to heal. Could it be he truly does not desire the power of the four tails? Shuaiman shook his head with a wry smile. Evading Han's attacks while keeping him entangled with his kunai. Xiaoyao is intoxicated. He always acts according to his whims. He understood Xiaoyao's nature all too well. Once inebriated, he became utterly reckless, doing whatever crossed his mind without regard for the consequences. I hope he does not create too much of a ruckus. Shuaiman's gaze fell upon Laozi, observing the tailed beast chakra around him thickening. An ominous premonition stirred in his heart. Surely, Xiaoyao does not intend to slay the tailed beast, does he? Red-haired fool, are you done yet? I've drained my drink. Xiaoyao retrieved the last jar of Awagakure's exquisite liquor, tilting his head back and gulping down a few hearty swigs. The empty jar was smashed to the ground with a resounding thud, his intoxicated gaze filled with impatience. Almost done. Laozi's body was enveloped in a rich layer of tailed beast chakra, his wounds completely healed. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking within. Siwei, did you see that? Truly useless, Laozi. Siwei gradually opened its massive beastly eyes, its fangs gleaming with a chilling light, voice dripping with disdain. After using so much of my chakra, to be beaten by a mere child like this, What a disgrace to the tailed beasts. Lao Zi was at a loss for words. The painful truth struck him, leaving him unable to refute. In any case, I must ask for your help this time. Lao Zi took a deep breath, his tone pleading. Surely you do not wish for our power to be used as mere fireworks by that little brat? Fireworks? Siwei's beastly eyes ignited with fury, its chakra becoming wild. My proud lava power, reduced to a mere plaything by a human? That little brat. I will crush him with my own hands. Siwei's voice was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Lao Zi, watch closely, and witness the true power of the tailed beast. A surge of red-tailed beast chakra, much more violent than before, erupted from Lao Zi's body, enveloping him entirely. Roar. Lao Zi let out a deafening beastly roar, his body swelling and transforming, skin tearing, as the tailed beast chakra revealed dark red fur. Oh, are you finally coming out? Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled, his Kinbunchiko haki clearly sensing that the quantity and quality of this tailed beast chakra far exceeded the previous form. Too slow. Xiaoyao scratched his ear, irritated by the beastly roar, raising his Chushui blade slightly. Allow me to assist you. Swish, swish, swish. Several strands of black-purple blade light sliced through the air like lightning, instantly leaving deep gashes on Lao Zi's body. Uft, uft, roar. Lao Zi held in agony. Yet these wounds seemed to unlock a restraint, resulting in the tailed beast chakra surging forth even more violently, completely engulfing his consciousness. His body continued to expand, ultimately transforming into a towering figure over 100 meters tall, its red fur resembling burning flames, for stout tails thrashing wildly. Each swing sent tremors through the earth. Its beastly eyes gleaming with ferocity, fangs bared, embodying the complete form of Siwei. Siwei had truly emerged. Han trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down as the tailed beast manifested in its complete form. Lao Zi bore the immense risk of having his consciousness devoured by the tailed beast. Indeed, Minato's expression turned grave, bitterness creeping at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoyao was truly going to slay the tailed beast. Roar! Siwei raised its head, unleashing a thunderous roar, sound waves spreading like a tangible force, shattering rocks, the air thick with suffocating chakra pressure. What a nuisance! So it was you, the red-haired monkey. Xiaoyao's voice was soft yet distinctly reached Siwei's ears, laden with mockery. Siwei's beastly eyes narrowed, its massive form momentarily pausing, slowly lowering its head to look down upon Xiaoyao. Human, do you recognize me? Its true name was known only to the nine-tailed beasts and the Sage of Six Paths. How could this human possibly know? Moreover, the term red-haired monkey was clearly an insult. Red-haired monkey, that name suits you well. From now on, that shall be your title. Xiaoyao grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. Your original name is too ostentatious, unworthy of your foolish appearance. He was well aware that Siwei's true name was Sun Wukong, but in his past life's memory, that was the title of the great sage equal to heaven. The current tailed beast, with its inferior strength and volatile temperament, was unworthy of such a name. My name. Siwei's beastly eyes turned crimson, chakra surging violently around it. Who are you? How do you know my name? Enough with the nonsense, red-haired monkey. Xiaoyao drew his sword, the black-purple blade gleaming with cold light, pointing directly at Siwei's head. Today, I shall slay you and show you that not just any random creature can bear that name. Roar. Siwei was utterly enraged, the ground beneath it collapsing, creating a pit hundreds of meters wide. Its massive right fist clenched like a mountain, smashing towards Xiaoyao with apocalyptic force. The wind from the punch howled. Rocks were sent flying like cannonballs, the entire battlefield trembling under the pressure of this strike. Come on. Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, his armed haki enveloping his body and blade in an instant, the black-purple chakra swirling along the blade, emitting a low hum. Clang. Boom. The Choshui blade collided with Siwei's fist, a thunderous sound echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread outward, the ground shattering like glass. Deep crevices forming. Huff. Huff. Siwei gasped heavily, its beastly eyes filled with disbelief. This punch, capable of shattering mountains, was actually blocked by a mere small blade? Moreover, the unique energy on the blade caused waves of stinging pain. Uft. Xiaoyao's figure flashed like a specter to Siwei's side, the Choshui blade, imbued with black-purple cold light, striking down on one of its tails. Red blood gushed forth like a fountain, creating small pits upon impact with the ground. Chapter 157. Unlocking Special Rewards Roar. Siwei howled in pain, its massive form trembling violently from the agony. It was injured. The body of a tailed beast was composed of chakra. Ordinary attacks could not harm its essence. Yet this human's blade was capable of inflicting serious damage. Red-haired monkey. This is just the beginning. Xiaoyao's figure flickered around Siwei like black lightning, the Qiushui blade slicing continuously, each strike infused with armed haki, accurately landing on Siwei's body. Uft, uft. Gashes appeared on Siwei's surface, red blood spraying forth. The once imposing tailed beast now reduced to a pitiful state. It attempted to strike back at Xiaoyao, but its massive form could not keep up with the opponent's speed, leaving it to passively endure the assault. How is this possible? Han stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished that the complete form of Siwei was being treated as a target by a human. Xiaoyao's strength had escalated to such an extent. Minato's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He could discern that every one of Xiaoyao's strikes avoided the tailed beast chakra defenses, directly hitting the essence itself. The armed haki possessed a unique restraining effect against the tailed beast chakra. Roar! Siwei was driven into a frenzy, suddenly opening its massive maw, two types of chakra rapidly converging within, forming a condensed black-tailed beast bomb that radiated an aura of destruction. Human, perish with me. The tailed beast bomb, imbued with apocalyptic momentum, shot towards Xiaoyao, larger than before, its power capable of turning a radius of several dozen kilometers into scorched earth. Finally taking this seriously, excitement flickered in Xiaoyao's eyes as he raised the Qiushui blade once more, armed haki surging like a tide, solidifying around the blade. Buzz. Boom. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from Xiaoyao's body, tangible sword energy swirling around him, forming black-purple arcs of electricity. The clouds dispersed. Sunlight refracted into eerie black-purple hues. One sword style, Azura. Xiaoyao shouted, the Qiushui blade slicing down fiercely, a spectral image of Azura manifesting and shattering behind him. Countless black-purple arcs merging into the strike, creating a violent blade light over 100 meters long, resembling a black dragon tearing through the heavens toward the tailed beast bomb. Boom! Where the blade light passed, the earth was torn apart into bottomless chasms, the air shattered, space itself appearing to develop minute cracks. Boom! The blade light collided with the tailed beast bomb, a deafening sound echoing throughout the universe, Minato and Han being thrown back by the shockwave. The ground collapsing into a pit hundreds of meters wide, rocks reduced to dust. Crack! Crack! The surface of the tailed beast bomb developed web-like cracks, its destructive energy being shredded and devoured by the sword energy before it could explode. The tailed beast bomb, hailed as the most terrifying weapon in the ninja world, had been forcefully cleaved in two. Boom! The frenzied black-purple blade light rampaged across the earth like an uncontrollable beast, mercilessly tearing apart everything in its path. The ground was gouged open into a grotesque ravine, unfathomable in depth, the surrounding rocks reduced to dust under the terrifying sword pressure, scattering in the wind. This slash carried an aura of destruction, obliterating the already ravaged battlefield and turning it into a wasteland. This is impossible. The Four Tails, with its massive frame towering over 100 meters, gazed with disbelief and horror, momentarily forgetting to struggle. The reason why the tailed beasts are referred to as natural disasters lies in their overwhelming size and the boundless chakra they possess. In the face of such colossal superiority, any ninja would appear as insignificant as dust, feeling utterly powerless. Yet, the slash delivered by this human was astonishingly taller than its own form by more than double. The blade's black-purple light descended like a colossal sword from a collapsing sky, exuding an oppressive weight that caused its crimson fur to stand on end. At that moment, for the first time, the Four Tails felt small. Roar! What nonsense! I am the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. This feeling of insignificance ignited a ferocity within, prompting the Four Tails to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Chakra surged from its feet like boiling magma, coalescing into a formidable chakra barrier before it. Do not underestimate me. It suddenly lowered its center of gravity, its four robust tails plunging into the ground, propelling its massive body like a meteor, charging fiercely towards the imminent, violent slash. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided with a cataclysmic sound that echoed throughout the heavens, as if the very fabric of reality trembled. A wave of destructive energy radiated outward from the point of impact in a frenzied circular expansion, fracturing the ground as if it were fragile glass. The already uneven battlefield collapsed further, revealing a massive chasm several kilometers in diameter, with debris continuously crumbling from its edges, emitting a mournful crackling sound. Roar! How infuriating! The expression of the Four Tails twisted under the pressure of the blade, its enormous head raised in agony, letting out a suppressed howl. It could distinctly feel that the pressure accompanying the slash was not chaotic. Rather, it had an eerie rhythm, incessantly tearing and consuming its chakra. The chakra was its essence, the source of its power, yet before this terrifying blade pressure, it dissipated as rapidly as snow under the blazing sun. My chakra, I am on the verge of depletion. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within the Four Tails, as it felt its chakra pouring out like a flood from a breached dam, leaving no room for resistance. Gazing at the relentless black-purple slash before it, a bitter grimace involuntarily curled its lips. It seemed that it had truly acted impulsively. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound of a blade piercing flesh shattered the battlefield's tumult. Like a torrent breaking through its last barrier, the ferocious slash penetrated the Four Tails' chakra shield, continuing its rampage into the distance. The colossal body of the Four Tails, akin to a marionette struck by a giant hammer, was mercilessly crushed under the might of the slash, plummeting like a falling star. Crack! Boom! Uncertain of how long it had been pushed and sliding, the Four Tails ultimately crashed into a mountain several hundred meters high. In an instant, the entire mountain split as if severed by a divine blade, cleaving smoothly down the center. Then, the terrifying blade pressure erupted like a nuclear explosion, causing the mountain to collapse under its might, scattering countless boulders in all directions. These so-called boulders, with diameters exceeding several meters, struck the ground like cannonballs, kicking up clouds of dust. Eventually, a towering mound of debris, reaching a height of 100 meters, slowly formed, completely burying the Four Tails, leaving it silent for a considerable time. Ding! The master, inebriated, has severely wounded the Four Tails. Received ample rewards. Ding! Chakra 1,500 points. Ding! Constitution 800 points. Ding! Armed color hockey 800 points. Ding! Swordsmanship comprehension 800 points. Ding! Unlocked special reward. Power of the Six Paths 19. The continuous system notifications echoed in Xiaoyao's mind, like the clear chime of bells, instantly awakening him from his previous stupor. Chapter 158. Please don't cut me, Xiaoyao. Humph, this red-haired monkey has some utility after all. Xiaoyao gazed at the distant cloud of dust enveloping the mound of stones, lightly flicking his wrist as the Qiushui blade danced in a graceful arc, sheathing itself with a clang against his abdomen. He shook his still dizzy head, a glimmer of uncontainable joy flickering in his eyes. Such a bountiful reward was unprecedented for him, especially that 800-point constitution boost, which filled him with elation as he felt the surge of newfound strength within him, significantly more formidable than before. The day when Tsunade recognizes his place in the family draws closer. With a contented grin, Xiaoyao brimmed with anticipation. If this was merely the Four Tails, ranked in the mid-tier among tailed beasts, then after slaying all 9 tailed beasts, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Tailed beasts are indeed remarkable treasures. Rumbling. Just then, a violent tremor interrupted Xiaoyao's thoughts. He furrowed his brow and followed the sound, spotting a fiery red figure scurrying away in a panic like a lost dog. This figure, resembling both man and beast, was the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han. That rascal is also fleeing? The corner of Xiaoyao's eye twitched, and his expression darkened instantly. He had been drunkenly oblivious, thinking the only Jinchuriki present was the Four Tails, failing to notice the existence of the Five Tails nearby. Whoosh! A flash of yellow appeared beside Xiaoyao as Minato scratched his head, his face a mask of apology. I'm sorry, Xiaoyao, I couldn't stop him. He suddenly unleashed all his tailed beast chakra, moving faster than anticipated. Tailed beast? You mean that rascal is also a Jinchuriki? Xiaoyao's eyes widened, his tone rising in disbelief and fury. He actually overlooked a Jinchuriki? Such a blunder is utterly unforgivable. You didn't know? Minato's heart sank at Xiaoyao's furious expression, feeling increasingly guilty. He had assumed Xiaoyao was already aware of the 2 Jinchuriki in a Wagakure, not realizing he was too inebriated to notice. This was a significant problem. What nonsense! Xiaoyao exploded in anger, pointing at Minato's nose and scolding. You're just as careless as your unreliable teacher, Jiraiya. Do you believe I want to cut you down right now? Minato, chuckling bitterly, could only lower his head and endure Xiaoyao's tirade, not daring to retort. Please don't cut me, Xiaoyao. He hastily raised a peculiar beast in his hand to divert the topic. Look, on my way back, I used the flying thunder god to visit a secret valley. And I brought you a rare delicacy. You know you love this. Xiaoyao glanced at the glossy-furred beast that promised delicious meat, his anger subsiding slightly. Though his expression remained grim. Humph, at least you have some discernment. I'll spare you this time, but I will settle the score later. All right. Minato quickly nodded, relief washing over his face. Once I've had my fill of this delicacy, I'll deal with you, Xiaoyao muttered, shooting Minato a glare before turning towards the mound of rubble burying the four tails. Minato, undeterred, followed closely behind, relieved to preserve his life. Knowing that enduring a few scoldings and threats was a small price to pay, the battlefield at the border of the land of Earth had now been reduced to a desolate wasteland. The once undulating mountains lay flattened, the ground riddled with bottomless ravines and enormous chasms several kilometers wide, while the air was thick with smoke and the lingering heat of chakra. The terrain here has been utterly transformed due to the extraordinary battle that just unfolded, leaving no trace of its former appearance. The footsteps of Xiaoyao and Xuemin echoed clearly on the desolate battlefield as they approached the towering pile of rubble, a remnant of the once mighty mountain that had collapsed. Now reduced to a chaotic heap of rocks of varying sizes, some towering several meters high like miniature hills. The formidable creature, Yanbi, lay silently buried beneath this mass of stones. Suddenly, Xiaoyao halted, narrowing his eyes as he extended his senses, his Kinbunchika haki radiating outward like radar, swiftly pinpointing Yanbi beneath the debris. Despite the weak presence, the unique fluctuations of the tailed beast's chakra were still discernible. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the Akwishui blade, its dark purple blade glinting with a cold light. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of sword pressure erupted, enveloping the rubble like an invisible net. With a thunderous crash, the 100-meter-high pile of rubble was instantly obliterated, countless stones cascading down like an avalanche, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yanbi's massive form was finally revealed, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. This is... Xuemin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Yanbi's condition. A gruesome gash extended from its neck to its abdomen, nearly cleaving its body in two. The crimson chakra of the tailed beast surged from the wound like molten lava, desperately attempting to heal the fatal injury. Yet, oddly, purple-black currents coiled around the wound, resembling parasitic worms, continuously suppressing the tailed beast's chakra, preventing the wound from healing and even causing it to widen. Yanbi lay on the ground, occasionally emitting a low, anguished growl filled with an indescribable pain. Devoid of its previous ferocity and arrogance, it was genuinely gravely injured. A tempest of emotions surged within Xuemin, even having just witnessed Xiaoyao's earth-shattering strike. He was not as astonished as he was now. Tailed beasts, by their very essence, are beings composed of the purest and most immense chakra. They are immortal and indestructible. No matter how severe the injuries, they merely represent a temporary depletion of chakra. With a brief respite, they can restore themselves to their original state. The only method for the major ninja villages to contend with tailed beasts has been to exhaust their chakra, using vast amounts of manpower and resources until the beast is worn out, subsequently sealing it within a jinchuriki. Throughout history, no ninja has ever truly harmed the essence of a tailed beast. Yet now, Xiaoyao has accomplished the impossible. The wound on Yanbi was not merely a depletion of chakra, it was a genuine, profound injury to its physical form. This scene, defying all common sense, left Xuemin in a state of stupor. Can a ninja truly achieve such feats? Red-haired monkey, stop feigning death and come with me back to Konoha to celebrate, Xiaoyao said. Approaching Yanbi's head, lightly tapping its cheek with the sheath of his sword, his tone tinged with mockery. With great effort, Yanbi lifted its massive head, its murky eyes reflecting not only pain but also profound fear and disbelief. It could sense that the human's blade seemed to penetrate its chakra directly, striking at its very essence. That sensation was akin to a common beast being gravely wounded by a sharp blade, making it acutely aware of the threat of death for the first time. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had only managed to suppress and control it using overwhelming power. They had never inflicted such a lethal injury. What manner of monster is this human? In that moment of distraction, Xiaoyao suddenly struck Yanbi's wound with a powerful fist, the haki enveloping his fist acting like a sledgehammer, smashing into the jagged gash. A piercing pain coursed through Yanbi, causing its fur to bristle as it emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound reminiscent of a tortured animal echoing across the battlefield. "Are you still so proud, red-haired monkey?" Xiaoyao withdrew his fist, observing the writhing Yanbi beneath him with a menacing tone. "Do you dare to ignore my questions? Is your skin itching for more?" With that, he unleashed 3 more punches onto Yanbi's wound, each one imbued with potent haki, eliciting a chorus of agonized cries from Yanbi, its massive body convulsing on the ground. "I am not ignoring you. I was just pondering." Yanbi cried out in desperation. "Stop! Stop! I concede, is that not enough?" Completely shattered, Yanbi's cries were a stark contrast to its former majesty, resembling a pet monkey being chastised by its owner. After an indeterminate period, Xiaoyao finally relented. Yanbi lay on the ground, panting heavily, its eyes filled with terror as it gazed at Xiaoyao, perceiving him as a devil. Its body trembled in pain, yet it dared not utter a sound. It was truly afraid. The agony it endured was not a mere physical assault, but a direct assault on its essence. A suffering 100 times worse than that of execution. "Silence!" Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, impatiently admonishing. Yanbi shivered in fear, hastily covering its mouth with its forepaws, suppressing the whimpers that threatened to escape, producing only muffled sounds. This human is undoubtedly a demon, the most terrifying demon it has ever encountered in its life. "Have you submitted?" Xiaoyao picked up a wine jar from the ground, taking a swig before regarding Yanbi with a scrutinizing gaze. Yanbi nodded vigorously, its head bobbing like a chick pecking at seeds, its eyes filled with submission. It had never been so subservient to anyone. "Well, since you are so compliant, I suppose I shall reluctantly take you back to Konoha." Xiaoyao smiled with satisfaction, a smile that seemed more terrifying than any torture in Yanbi's eyes. "Your lava abilities should be splendid for fireworks. There's a birthday celebration coming up, so you'll have some work to do." A glimmer of despair flickered in Yanbi's eyes, yet it dared not resist, continuing to nod. "All right, shrink back. Your size is too cumbersome for transport." Xiaoyao extended his right hand, gently brushing away the haki that enveloped Yanbi's wound, causing its pain to diminish significantly. Yanbi quickly summoned its remaining chakra to commence healing, enduring the intense pain without a single complaint, fearing to provoke the demon once more. I will return. At that moment, Yanbi's mind was consumed with a singular thought: to hasten back to the safety of its seal within the old Ji. Previously, it had loathed the confinement that restricted its freedom, yearning to break free and reclaim its autonomy. Yet now, it realized that the seal was surprisingly warm and secure, serving as its refuge. With a hum, Yanbi's massive form began to rapidly shrink, transforming into a red chakra silhouette, coalescing towards a central point. Moments later, Yanbi's figure disappeared entirely, replaced by the unconscious form of Lao Ji on the ground. His abdomen, in addition to the original sealing technique for the 4 tails, bore a unique lava chakra mark, resembling an inverted lock that reinforced the already formidable seal, preventing even a trace of tailed beast chakra from leaking. Having accomplished this, Xiaoyao glanced at the unconscious Lao Zi, clapped his hands, and sheathed the Chiu Shui Dao. "Shui Men, carry this fellow. We shall return to the Konoha camp." "All right." Shui Men promptly nodded, stepping forward to hoist Lao Zi onto his shoulders. Though Lao Zi's stature was not insignificant, it posed no challenge for the formidable Shui Men. The two turned and proceeded towards the Konoha camp, leaving behind a battlefield in disarray and a terrifying chasm that pierced the heavens, bearing witness to this extraordinary clash. At the front lines where Konoha and Awagakure were engaged in battle, within the operations room of Awagakure's camp, Anoki sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed, his expression dark enough to seem as if water could drip from it. The sand table before him was filled with small flags representing the forces of both sides. The red flags, representing Awagakure, were continuously retreating, while the blue flags, representing Konoha, pressed forward, occupying vast areas. In recent days, Konoha's offensive had grown increasingly fierce. An Awagakure strategist pointed at the sand table, speaking gravely, "Without Lord Lao Zi and Lord Han, our front lines simply cannot withstand Konoha's onslaught." The vanguard has advanced nearly 5 kilometers. We have lost 3 critical strategic points, and casualties have exceeded 3,000. His words were laden with helplessness, even tinged with despair. Although Awagakure was one of the 5 great shinobi villages, it still fell short compared to Konoha in terms of foundation. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Konoha possessed mastery over all 5 nature transformations, with each transformation having a lineage of elite ninjas. Furthermore, Konoha's secretive clans were numerous, including the Nara clan's shadow manipulation techniques, the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer techniques, the Yamanaka clan's insect techniques, and the Inazuka clan's summoning techniques. These elite teams, composed of various clans, worked in perfect harmony, complementing each other's weaknesses, thus exhibiting combat prowess far superior to that of their Awagakure counterparts. Particularly, Konoha's Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi combination team had inflicted significant losses on Awagakure, swiftly dismantling multiple vital supply points and strategic locations within mere days. In contrast, Awagakure specialized solely in Earth Release techniques. While Earth Release boasted formidable defensive and siege capabilities, it often found itself at a loss against Konoha's diverse tactics and ninjutsu. Listening to the strategist's report, Inoki's fingers gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He understood well that the strategist spoke the truth. Despite Konoha conducting dual operations, even deploying defensive forces along the borders of Kirigakure and Sunagakure, the strength committed to the Awagakure battlefield remained formidable. Although the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had not mobilized, nearly all the other major clans had joined the fray. With such a lineup, even if Awagakure exerted its utmost effort, it would be challenging to withstand. It was all due to that Huangfu Xiaoyao. A wave of hatred surged within Inoki. Had it not been for that brat, Lao Zi and Han would not have been dispatched, and Awagakure would not find itself in such a passive predicament. However, all was worth it. Inoki took a deep breath, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Once Lao Zi and Han returned with that brat's corpse, the tides of battle would turn entirely. Chapter 160. The strength seems lacking. A full day had elapsed since Lao Zi and Han set out. In Inoki's view, with the prowess of the 4 tails and 5 tails, no matter how strong that Huangfu Xiaoyao was, he could not possibly escape death. He had even begun to fantasize about Lao Zi and Han returning to the camp with Huangfu Xiaoyao's corpse, stepping onto the battlefield, and using the tailed beast's power to vanquish Konoha's ninjas, leading to a resounding defeat. In that scenario, Awagakure would not only secure victory in this war, but also erase all previous humiliations, becoming the true overlord of the shinobi world. Bang! Just as Inoki was lost in his reverie, the door to the operations room was suddenly flung open, and an Awagakure ninja rushed in, breathless, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror, struggling to articulate his words. Tetsujikage-sama. Han-sama has returned. Oh, Han has returned? A flicker of joy surged within Inoki as he quickly inquired, where is Lao Zi? Have they killed that Huangfu Xiaoyao? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed an even more terrified expression on the ninja's face, his lips trembling as he stammered, Han-sama. Han-sama escaped. Lao Zi-sama was gravely wounded in battle against Huangfu Xiaoyao. The 4 tails was forcibly released, and the 4 tails was suppressed by Huangfu Xiaoyao with a single strike. Plunging into the mountains. Lao Zi-sama's fate is unknown. When Han-sama returned, he was already severely injured, and after relaying this, he fainted. Boom. Like a thunderclap, the revelation struck the operations room, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. The 4 tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, was unaccounted for. The 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, had escaped in a disheveled state. Even the rampaging 4 tails had been subdued by Huangfu Xiaoyao with a single strike. How could this be possible? The terror of the 4 tails was something Awagakure understood better than anyone. Each time the 4 tails rampaged, it brought catastrophic devastation to Awagakure, requiring the sacrifice of thousands of elite ninjas to reseal it. Yet now, such a calamity-level entity had been subdued by a mere human? The operations room fell into an eerie silence, disrupted only by the heavy breathing and racing hearts of the gathered ninjas. Inoki stared blankly at the ninja, an odd sound escaping his throat as he felt a surge of blood rush to his head, darkness enveloping his vision as his body involuntarily toppled backward. Bang! Inoki collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Tetsujikage-sama. The operations room erupted into chaos as strategists and guards rushed to his side, calling out his name anxiously, plunging the entire camp into unprecedented panic. Am I dead? Lao Zi's consciousness drifted into a haze, engulfed in darkness, devoid of warmth or sensation. Indeed, recklessly unleashing the power of the tailed beast would come at a price. He reflected, recalling the final scene before his unconsciousness, the four tails rampaging through the seal, lunging at Huangfu Xiaoyao, while he himself fell into unconsciousness due to the backlash of the tailed beast chakra. He thought he had perished, succumbing to the backlash of the tailed beast chakra. Yet, he found solace in dragging that scoundrel down with him. It was worth it. A flicker of satisfaction welled up within Lao Zi. That brat had intended to use him as a mere tool for spectacle, utterly delusional. Now it seemed, they would all meet their end together. None would escape unscathed. Roar. Ugh. At that moment, a faint wailing sound penetrated Lao Zi's ears. Following the sound, his consciousness focused, and he was rendered motionless. In the darkness, a colossal beast resembling a monkey, with fiery red fur, lay curled up. A gruesome gash around its neck nearly bisected its body. It cautiously licked its wound with its tongue, emitting suppressed whimpers, with glistening tears at the corners of its eyes. The fury and arrogance that once defined it had vanished, replaced by profound fear, relief, and even a hint of joy. It seemed as though remaining in this dark space was the happiest moment of its life. Four tails. Lao Zi felt as if he were dreaming. The four tails was actually crying, and it had sustained such grievous injuries? The four tails appeared to sense Lao Zi's consciousness, its enormous eyes turning toward him, bearing an unexpected tenderness. Lao Zi, this must surely be a dream. What manner of character is the four tails? Fury, irritability, and unruliness. In his relentless quest to harness its formidable power, Lao Zi endured countless torments, suffering from the backlash of its chakra time and again. He had never perceived even a hint of gentleness in its gaze. I must be dead, undoubtedly. Lao Zi repeatedly murmured to himself, convinced that after vanquishing the one known as Huangfu Xiaoyao, the four tails had broken free from its seal, for it loathed confinement above all else. Surely, it was now reveling in its newfound liberty. As for any notion of gentleness, that was surely a mere illusion conjured in my final moments. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated through Lao Zi's cheek, striking him with an intense reality that jolted him into partial awareness. See, I told you he was still alive, captured indeed. A somewhat familiar voice, laced with mockery, echoed in his ears. I am not dead. Lao Zi shivered, gradually opening his eyes as his pupils sharpened their focus. The scene before him stirred turbulent waves within his heart. He lay upon a soft bed, surrounded by numerous Leaf Village ninjas, one of whom was Tsunade, a legendary sannin of Konoha. And there, not far away, sat the loathsome Huangfu Xiaoyao, leisurely sipping wine. This is the great camp of Konoha. I truly have been captured alive. Tsunade, gazing at the awakening Lao Zi, was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the surrounding Leaf ninjas, exclaiming her astonishment at Xiaoyao's unprecedented feat of bringing back the four tails Jinchuriki alive. The other ninjas nodded in agreement, their faces painted with shock and excitement. A Jinchuriki, and one from an opposing village, no less, and alive. This was a first in the annals of the ninja world. The fame of the four tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, resonated throughout the realm, a powerhouse of shadow-level strength and one of Awagakure's most formidable weapons of war. That such a figure could be captured alive by Xiaoyao was nothing short of miraculous. Though this fellow may lack in prowess, his inner red-haired monkey does possess a flair for fireworks. Xiaoyao set down his wine jug, laughing heartily, and remarked that he would train it well and have it perform a lava firework display for Tsunade's upcoming birthday. Chapter 161. Extortion, Wild Extortion Lack in Prowess? Tsunade and the nearby Leaf ninjas froze, their smiles abruptly stiffening and their lips twitching uncontrollably. The four tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, was a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. Among the elite in the ninja world, for Xiaoyao to dismiss him as lacking strength was an affront. Did that mean they were unworthy of even carrying his shoes? Upon hearing this, Lao Zi's expression contorted, his body trembling with rage. That scoundrel. Even at this juncture, he still thinks of fireworks. This is intolerable. Drink. Lao Zi bellowed furiously, the chakra of the tailed beast surging within him as he sought to unleash the power of the four tails to bring this scoundrel down with him. Yet, In the next moment, he found himself stunned. The chakra of the tailed beast felt as though it had been frozen, no matter how hard he tried. He could not summon even a trace of it. Slapping is not for the faint-hearted. Red-haired scoundrel. Xiaoyao's figure appeared before Lao Zi in an instant. Delivering a resounding slap to his face, the impact of his empowered hand reddening Lao Zi's cheek and causing him to wince in agony. Have you lost your mind? Dare you act recklessly upon Konoha's territory? Another slap struck the opposite side of Lao Zi's face, leaving him dizzy, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why? Lao Zi screamed in anguish, his mind raging with confusion. Why could he not summon the tailed beast chakra? Where was the four tails? Xiaoyao cease. You might truly kill him, Tsunade interjected, hastily restraining Xiaoyao, a pained smile upon her lips. The surrounding leaf ninjas regarded the cowering Lao Zi, his face swollen and trembling. With a hint of sympathy, this fellow clearly had not grasped the situation, daring to resist before Xiaoyao. Was that not inviting punishment? For tails, are you there? Lao Zi, battered and mentally disoriented, could only call out desperately for the four tails within his mind, yearning for a response. However, silence was the only answer he received. How infuriating. What could possibly be happening? Lao Zi gazed into Xiaoyao's icy eyes, his heart pounding in trepidation. He sensed the four tails still resided within him. It had not departed. If the tailed beast were to leave the Jinchuriki would perish immediately. His continued existence was proof of the four tails' presence. But why would the four tails not respond? Why could he not summon its chakra? Was the four tails feigning death? Lao Zi's cheek twitched painfully, causing him to draw a sharp breath. He instinctively lowered his gaze to his abdomen. In that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as he beheld the shocking sight. Surrounding the seal that had once bound the four tails was now a ring of crimson, lava-like markings. This sigil emitted a potent wave of tailed beast chakra, unmistakably belonging to the four tails. Under the influence of this marking, the original seal had become unprecedentedly reinforced, preventing even the slightest trace of tailed beast chakra from leaking forth. The four tails had applied this mark itself. Lao Zi's expression went blank, as if he had entered a state of existential doubt. The four tails had not only returned to his body, but had also taken the initiative to strengthen the seal? Had it locked itself away? What had transpired? At the front lines of the conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha, in the great camp of Konoha, Lao Zi, now questioning his very existence, was ultimately escorted away by leaf ninjas and confined within a specially fortified cell of earth release and sealing techniques. Xiaoyao, do we really not need to reinforce the seal? Tsunade looked at Xiaoyao, her brows furrowed with concern. Although Lao Zi could not currently summon the tailed beast chakra, he was still a four tails Jinchuriki, and any unforeseen incident could lead to dire consequences. No need. Before Xiaoyao could respond, Minato shook his head with a wry smile. Tsunade-sama, rest assured, even if he wished to summon the tailed beast chakra now, he would be incapable. The four tails has fortified the seal itself, more effective than any sealing technique we possess. With that, Minato recounted the events that had transpired at the border of the land of Earth, detailing how Xiaoyao had shattered the tailed beast ball with a single strike, severely injuring the four tails, which, out of fear, had voluntarily reinforced its seal and returned willingly to Lao Zi's body. The leaf advisors grew increasingly astonished as they listened, until, in the end, all fell into a state of stupefaction, their eyes filled with awe as they mechanically turned to gaze at Xiaoyao, who sat in his chair, sipping wine. What sheer ferocity! To have compelled a tailed beast to seal itself. This was something even the first Hokage had never accomplished. The first Hokage had sealed the tailed beast through sheer strength, while Xiaoyao had instilled such profound fear that the tailed beast willingly chose to be sealed. What manner of monster is Huangfu Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Tsunade inquired, observing Xiaoyao scribbling on a piece of paper, her brows knitted in curiosity. At that moment, Tsunade was in high spirits. Ever since Xiaoyao and Minato ventured deep behind enemy lines, the tide of battle for Konoha had entirely shifted, transitioning from passive defense to proactive offense, capturing multiple vital strongholds of Iwagakure and significantly reducing casualties. Now, with Xiaoyao's safe return and the successful capture of the four tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi, a substantial advantage had been added to Konoha's victory. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the leaf advisors, including the esteemed strategist Nara Shikaku, ceased their tasks, their gazes fixed intently on Xiaoyao. since the last time Xiao proposed his strategic theories in Sunigakure, which astounded the entire Konoha advisory department. These strategists have been utterly in awe of Xiao. They have diligently studied the strategic concepts he presented, gaining immense insights. Now, upon seeing Xiao engrossed in writing, they all assumed he had devised new strategic ideas and were eager to learn in advance. I am contemplating how much fine wine I should extort from the old man this time. Without raising his head, Xiao spoke with utmost seriousness while writing. The expressions of Tsunade and the Konoha advisors instantly froze, their anticipation evaporating. The advisors internally screamed, "Lord Xiao, please return our expectations." Moreover, could one not express the intent to extort the third Hokage so brazenly? Is there a problem? Xiao lifted his gaze, observing the blank expressions of the crowd, and frowned slightly. No problem at all. You have worked hard, Lord Xiao. The Konoha advisors hurriedly responded in unison, forcing respectful smiles onto their faces. Lord Xiao, how about our advisory department assist you in strategizing? One advisor stepped forward with a flattering grin, stating that they were well aware of Konoha's resource reserves and the third Hokage's capacity, assuring him they could secure the utmost benefits for him. This smile was distinctly that of a sycophant. Oh, that is indeed a splendid idea. Xiao's eyes brightened as he immediately handed the paper to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure you extort some fine wine and a generous amount of rare game. Rest assured, it's in our hands. Nara Shikaku's lips twitched slightly as he took the paper, surrounded by the other advisors. They began earnestly deliberating on how to compile a reasonable list of supplies for the third Hokage. You lot. Tsunade gazed at the scene, both amused and exasperated. Chapter 162. The utmost reluctance. These advisors, who were adept at strategizing on the battlefield, now encircled a piece of paper with flattering smiles. Earnestly contemplating how to assist Xiao in extorting the third Hokage, the absurdity of the situation was remarkable. She glanced at the list compiled by the advisors, her lips twitching involuntarily. These advisors are truly ruthless, even daring to request the exquisite wines cherished by the third Hokage for decades. It was nothing short of audacious. He deserves every bit of it. Xiao set down the wine jar, polishing the hilt of his sword, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. That old fool dared to conspire with Jiraiya to deceive me. Once I conquer Awagakure, I shall settle the score with him. I will ensure he loses his beard. Enough of that. Let us change the subject. Tsunade promptly redirected the conversation, pointing to the strategic map on the wall, her face displaying a hint of confidence. The current battlefield situation is exceedingly favorable for us. We have captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, and Awagakure has lost its most formidable weapon of war. The balance of power has completely turned in our favor. She paused before continuing. Although the Five Tails Jinchuriki has escaped, he is severely injured and unable to participate in combat for the time being. Now is the optimal moment for us to initiate a decisive battle and utterly crush Awagakure. Upon hearing this, Xiao cast a nonchalant glance at Minato beside him. Minato's smile instantly froze. He hurriedly raised a rare game he had in hand, chuckling wryly. Xiao, I have already procured the rarest delicacy for you. Please forgive me this once. Humph, I will let you off this time, but should you err again, I shall slice you down. Xiao snorted coldly, retracting his gaze. Yes. Minato quickly nodded, sighing in relief. According to our advisory department's analysis, the time for the decisive battle is ripe. Nara Shikaku stepped forward at the opportune moment, pointing at the map, saying that after losing the Four Tails, Awagakure's morale is in disarray, and their supply lines have been repeatedly disrupted, leading to a shortage of resources. Now is the time to initiate the decisive battle. With our odds of victory exceeding 90%, well then, let us commence the decisive battle and utterly vanquish the scoundrels of Awagakure. Xiao abruptly drew his sword, pointing its blade at the mark representing Awagakure's main camp on the map, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. What of the escaped Five Tails? In this decisive battle, I will still be able to slay that individual. Yes, Lord Xiao. The Konoha ninjas and advisors present responded in unison, their voices resounding with confidence. The final showdown between Konoha and Awagakure was officially underway. Under the orders of Xiao and Tsunade, Konoha's war machinery began to operate at full speed. Countless supplies were continually transported from Konoha to the front lines of Awagakure, with transportation convoys tirelessly moving day and night. Inside the operations room, the discussions among the advisors were fervent, crafting detailed battle plans that covered everything from frontal assaults to flanking maneuvers and rear disruptions, ensuring every aspect was thoroughly considered. Within the Konoha camp, an atmosphere of impending slaughter permeated. Each Konoha ninja was prepared for the decisive battle, polishing their weapons and checking their ninja tool pouches, their faces reflecting not just solemnity, but also excitement and anticipation. Ever since Xiao and Tsunade arrived at the front lines, Konoha surged forward, transitioning from passive defense to active offense, achieving consecutive victories. Particularly after the news of Xiao capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki broke, Konoha's morale reached its zenith. Many ninjas were already discussing in private where to celebrate the victory, what delicious food to enjoy, and what fine wine to drink. In their eyes, the victory of this war was a foregone conclusion. With the strongest Four Tails Jinchuriki captured, what could possibly impede Konoha's advance? Meanwhile, whilst Konoha vigorously prepared for war, the Wagakure also learned of Konoha's movements through intelligence ninjas. Upon regaining consciousness, Inoki, despite his weakened state, began directing a Wagakure's battle deployments. He was acutely aware that Konoha would not let this golden opportunity slip away. The decisive battle was unavoidable. To bolster morale, Inoki held an oath-taking ceremony within the camp. During the ceremony, he passionately enumerated the 12 offenses committed by Konoha and Huangfu Xiaoyao against a Wagakure, from border harassment to the killing of a Wagakure ninjas, and the capture of Lao Zi, suppressing the Four Tails, each point igniting the ire of the Wagakure ninjas. Simultaneously, Inoki fervently declared that he would personally strike during this decisive battle, slaying Huangfu Xiaoyao, cleansing all the disgrace for a Wagakure, and making Konoha pay a heavy price. Fueled by hatred and patriotism, the morale of a Wagakure's ninjas soared as they vowed to fight Konoha to the death, refusing to retreat even if it meant dying on the battlefield. However, morale could not bridge the gap in strength. After the oath-taking ceremony concluded, both sides' ninja squads began frequent skirmishes. Many Wagakure ninjas, emboldened by their high spirits, recklessly broke away from the main force to launch surprise attacks on Konoha's strongholds, while Konoha retaliated without hesitation, dispatching elite squads to counterattack. Within a mere few days, the two-side squads had engaged in hundreds of clashes, with heavy casualties on both sides. The smoke of war spread across the lands of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain. These two small nations had completely devolved into battlegrounds for Konoha and Wagakure, with villages destroyed, lands polluted, and countless innocent civilians displaced, crying out in despair. Amidst the chaos of smoke and slaughter, however, an unusual silence enveloped a specific prison within Konoha's camp. This prison, constructed using Earth-style ninjutsu, boasted thick and sturdy walls inscribed with multiple sealing techniques, specifically designed to confine Lao Zi. Heavy guards were stationed outside, vigilant and formidable, with the sounds of battle and cries seemingly isolated beyond the thick walls, contrasting sharply with the tranquility within. Lao Zi sat in the corner of the prison, his gaze unfocused as he stared at the ceiling, appearing utterly listless. Since being confined here, he had been incessantly attempting to reach out to the Four Tails within him. Yet, regardless of how fervently he called or how much he provoked, the Four Tails seemed to have vanished, offering no response whatsoever. Four Tails, I know you are awake. Stop feigning death. Lao Zi silently roared in fury, his tone tinged with a hint of desperation. In the past, he would never have spoken to the Four Tails in such a manner. The temperament of the Four Tails was notoriously irritable and volatile. Any misstep could provoke its discontent, leading to a backlash of chakra that would inflict a torment upon him. However, he found himself at a dead end. It bewildered him why the Four Tails had suddenly become so submissive, not only reinforcing its own seal, but also remaining indifferent to his cries. If you continue to ignore me, I will take my own life. Driven to the brink, Lao Zi resolutely declared within his mind. At that point, you will have no choice but to emerge. Without the constraints of a Jinchuriki, you will either be resealed by the ninjas of Konoha or be slain by that rogue, Huangfu Xiaoyao. Regardless, there is no good outcome. He was betting on the Four Tails' yearning for freedom. He could not believe that the Four Tails would willingly accompany him to death here. Chapter 163. This guy deserves a beating. Hey, Lao Zi, what are you flailing about over there? A voice filled with exasperation suddenly echoed from within Lao Zi, shattering the silence. Finally, there was a response. A surge of joy flooded Lao Zi's heart, and the pent-up anxiety dissipated instantaneously. He hastily closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink within. In the next moment, he found himself in a chaotic, dark red space. The air was thick with the oppressive chakra of tailed beasts, making it difficult to breathe. Not far off, an ancient stone cage stood silently, its surface adorned with intricate ceiling patterns that flickered with a faint blue light. Inside the cage, a colossal creature with fiery red fur, resembling a burning flame and akin to a great ape, curled up. Indeed, it was the Four-Tails' son Wukong. Lao Zi's lips twitched violently as he fixated on the familiar yet strange cage. What made his pupils constrict in shock was the layer of flowing lava that had solidified on the cage's gate, bonding it to the cage itself as if it were molten iron, preventing even a hint of the tailed beast's chakra from escaping. The Four-Tails had truly locked itself inside. Lao Zi, we have been partners for many years. I have been quite fair to you, haven't I? The Four-Tails slowly lifted its massive head, its gaze resting on Lao Zi, a hint of grievance in its tone. Whenever you needed chakra for battle, I have never been stingy. Its enormous beastly eyes seemed to accuse him, reflecting, why would you want to harm me? What on earth is going on? Lao Zi stared at the Four-Tails, which had secured him so tightly, his expression contorted as he nearly shouted, isn't your greatest desire to break free from the seal and regain your freedom? Why have you locked yourself up? I suddenly find it quite comfortable residing within your body. I plan to make this a long-term arrangement, the Four-Tails replied. Meeting Lao Zi's incredulous gaze with a slight tilt of its large head, its tone growing somewhat sheepish. You ought to feel honored. Stop with this nonsense. Lao Zi's eyes reddened with emotion. What on earth happened after I lost consciousness? You must explain it to me. All right. Perhaps it is better for you to witness it for yourself. The Four-Tails had been sealed within Lao Zi for decades and understood his stubbornness well. Letting out a helpless sigh, with a thought, the lava on the gate gradually receded, revealing its massive form. What is this? Lao Zi's pupils dilated in disbelief, his face a mask of horror. From the Four-Tails' neck, a gruesome gash extended down to its abdomen, as if it had been cleaved in two. The edges of the wound still bore a faint blackish-purple aura, the same mysterious energy that had previously suppressed the tailed beast's chakra, greatly hindering its ability to heal. Tailed beasts were, at their core, a collective of chakra. Throughout the long history since the birth of tailed beasts, there had only ever been tales of exhausting their chakra. Never had anyone heard of a tailed beast being truly injured. Even the third Hokage, Inoki, whom he loathed the most, could only deplete the chakra of a tailed beast. He could not inflict any real harm upon their essence. Do you see? That human is a complete monster. The Four-Tails recalled the scene from that day, involuntarily shivering at the memory of its immense body being struck repeatedly at the wound, the agony indescribable. As if it were a fate worse than death. Such pain was unbearable even for the most resilient of ninjas, let alone a tailed beast that had never suffered injury since its inception. The kind of excruciating torment that pierced to the marrow, as if the very soul were trembling, was an experience the Four-Tails never wished to endure again. Lao Zi opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a word, as if something were lodged in his throat. Huangfu Xiaoyao possessed the capability to severely injure the essence of a tailed beast. This was a complete upheaval of his understanding of the powers within the ninja world. Bang, bang, bang. Red-haired monkey. Lao Zi, you fool. It's time to get to work. A dull thud echoed from outside the cage, accompanied by a familiar, drunken shout that resonated like thunder throughout the space. Both Lao Zi and the Four-Tails froze, a chill running down their spines. This devil had come knocking. With a resounding crash, the earth-style cage imprisoning Lao Zi was kicked open, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Xiaoyao, holding a recently opened jar of fine wine in his left hand, had the liquid dripping onto his garments as he staggered forward, exuding an air of authority despite his inebriation, his gaze sharp as a blade. What do you want? Lao Zi's consciousness was abruptly yanked from the tailed beast's space, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with Xiaoyao's drunken visage. His heart lurched, and he involuntarily shivered. Previously, at the border of the land of Earth, he had thought Xiaoyao's drunken state was inconsequential. Now he realized that this monster was at its most terrifying when intoxicated, capable of slaying even-tailed beasts without resistance. Huh? Did you think I brought you back just to let you idle away your life here? Red-haired idiot. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy as he raised his right hand. The sheath of the sword, enveloped in armed haki, lashed out like a whip towards Lao Zi with a whoosh. Crack, crack, crack. Ow. Stop hitting me. The sword sheath struck him, sending a searing pain coursing through him, as if the agony penetrated his very soul, shattering his tough facade as he cradled his head and begged for mercy. What kind of monstrous power is this? Lao Zi stole a glance at the sheath in Xiaoyao's hand, his heart brimming with dread. This dark, eerie energy not only suppressed tailed beast chakra, but also inflicted such horrifying pain that even the four tails struggled to endure it. He prided himself on his resilience, believing that even the harshest of punishments would not easily break him. Yet, in the face of this excruciating torment, his willpower crumbled. War with the Hokage is on the horizon. It's time for you to contribute. Xiaoyao regarded the submissive Lao Zi with disdain, retracting the sword sheath. This is outrageous. Lao Zi's pupils contracted sharply, a fierce indignation flashing in his eyes. From the moment he was chosen as the vessel for the Four Tails in his youth, he had known his mission was to serve as a war machine for a Hokage. Over the years, he had achieved countless feats for the village. Even if he harbored dissatisfaction about being treated as a tool, he had never truly betrayed his village. Now, this devil intended for him to wield the power of the Four Tails to massacre his own kin? Absolutely not. The blade sheath of Qiushui was once again swung out, striking Lao Zi's face with a heavy thud, leaving a vivid red mark. Ow! Lao Zi trembled in pain, yet clenched his teeth, refusing to yield. He understood all too well that he could not afford to fall. If he succumbs to this demon's assault, the Four Tails within him would undoubtedly not hesitate to attack a Hokage. After all, the Four Tails had been sealed by a Hokage for so many years, treated as a mere tool of war, and had long harbored resentment. For the sake of his comrades in a Hokage, he must endure. Even if it meant being tortured to death, he could not compromise. What nonsense are you spouting here? Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and struck him again with the sheath. Quickly learn how to set off fireworks. When the battle begins, you will warm up the atmosphere for me. Chapter 164. Less chatter. The anger and sorrow on Lao Zi's face instantly froze, as if he had been pressed on pause, his eyes filled with disbelief. Warm up. He looked at Xiaoyao's disdainful expression that seemed to say he was unworthy to discuss the great matters of the nation. And a complex emotion surged within him, relief mixed with an indescribable fury. He was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, one of the top 3 powerhouses in a Hokage, a formidable force that shook the ninja world. And now, this demon wanted him to set off fireworks before the final battle? What was the difference between that and being reduced to a jester for others' amusement? One may be killed, but one must not be humiliated. I absolutely will not. Bang. Before he could finish, a heavy sheath struck his back, nearly knocking the breath out of him. You think you're special? Xiaoyao's gaze turned cold, the sheath raining down like a tempest. Here, there is no such thing as being killed or humiliated, only obedience or execution. Slap. Do you still want to eat and drink for free here? Slap. Hurry up and warm up the atmosphere for me. Slap. If you utter another word, I will slay you right now. Lao Zi screamed in agony, his body covered in swollen bruises, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Stop. Stop. I will do it. I will set off fireworks to warm up the atmosphere. At last, Lao Zi could no longer endure, pleading repeatedly. If this continued, he would truly be beaten to death. Who would then stop the Four Tails? Who would protect his comrades in a Hokage? For the sake of the village, he had no choice but to temporarily endure this humiliation. If you had listened earlier, it would have been easier. Xiaoyao shook his sore arm, a grin spreading across his face, a smile that appeared to Lao Zi as the grin of a demon. Follow me and practice well. If you do not meet my requirements, you will still be executed. Xiaoyao turned to leave, and Lao Zi followed behind, his face filled with anger and despair. His steps unsteady, as if he were a soulless puppet. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the camp, warming yet failing to dispel the chill in his heart. Outside the cage door, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, watching Lao Zi shrink back like a frightened bird, stumbling after Xiaoyao, unable to suppress a smile. She had heard of Lao Zi's reputation, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from a Hokage, renowned for his achievements and rebellious nature. She never expected him to end up in such a dire situation, a sight both tragic and amusing. The surrounding Konoha ninjas looked at Lao Zi, whose spirit seemed drained, revealing deep sympathy in their eyes. A once mighty shadow-level fighter, now reduced to setting off fireworks because of the flashy effects of his lava release. This was truly pitiful. Minato stood nearby, his expression equally difficult to describe. In fact, the Konoha Advisory Department had long suggested utilizing Lao Zi's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails to demoralize Iwagakure on the battlefield, even having him confront Iwagakure ninjas. However, this proposal was flatly rejected by Xiaoyao, for a very simple reason. He wanted Lao Zi to set off fireworks to warm up the atmosphere before the final battle, simply for the sake of entertainment. Surprisingly, the Konoha Advisory Department, adhering to the principle of making Lord Xiaoyao happy as the top priority, unanimously agreed to this seemingly absurd decision, even preparing a practice area and reference diagrams for fireworks for Lao Zi. Haha, Tsunade. Let us go watch this red-haired fool set off fireworks. You can help me with suggestions on how to make them more splendid. Xiaoyao grasped Tsunade's hand, his smile radiant, his tone filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi's heart swelled with even greater indignation. How could he, the dignified Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, be reduced to needing others' opinions on the aesthetics of fireworks? On a small hill outside the Konoha frontline camp, a gentle breeze blew. Yet it could not disperse the frustration within Lao Zi's heart. He stood stiffly in the open space, gazing up at the cloudless sky, his expression dark as if he were a pot bottom. Listen well, when you set off the fireworks, the display must be magnificent. Xiaoyao lounged in a nearby rocking chair, playing with the Chioshui blade, leisurely outlining his demands. When they explode, it must be shocking, the colors vibrant, and preferably forming patterns in the sky. It should excite everyone and thoroughly heat up the atmosphere. Lao Zi's mouth twitched as he watched Xiaoyao's commanding demeanor, feeling every wound on his body throb with pain. He wanted to shout, lava release is a technique for killing, not for performing fireworks tricks. Slap. Ow. Before he could ponder further, a black shadow flashed past, and the Chioshui sheath struck his back again, causing him to cry out in pain. Are you zoning out while I'm speaking? Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy. The Chioshui blade slightly unsheathed, revealing a glint of cold light. If you dare to lose focus again, be careful. I might just slay you and find something else to use for fireworks. Lao Zi trembled all over, hastily returning his thoughts to the present, filled with despair. He was not afraid of death, but he could not die. If he perished, the cowardly Four Tails would certainly heed Xiaoyao's orders and turn against Iwagakure's comrades. For the sake of the village, he had to endure. Quickly transform into the fireworks chakra mode. Stop dawdling. Xiaoyao impatiently urged, the sheath in his hand swaying lightly. Ready to strike again. That's called lava release chakra mode. Lao Zi roared in his heart, yet dared not voice it. This demon was utterly unreasonable. It was better to comply than to argue and get beaten. He could only endure for now. Gritting his teeth, Lao Zi closed his eyes and began to mobilize the tailed beast chakra within him. Huh. Lava release chakra mode. He shouted, preparing to activate the familiar power. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Lao Zi's expression suddenly stiffened. He felt nothing within him, no flow of tailed beast chakra. He nearly forgot. The cowardly Four Tails had locked itself away within the seal. Slap. Are you acting here with me? Xiaoyao's sheath struck his face again. I said to use fireworks chakra mode. Do you dare to deliberately fail to mobilize your chakra? Slap. Are you itching for a beating? Slap. Focus. The sheath fell upon Lao Zi like raindrops, causing him to scream in agony, his body convulsing from the pain. Stop. It's not that I don't want to mobilize. Lao Zi could finally hold back no longer, dodging and yelling. It's the Four Tails. It locked itself away. I can't mobilize the tailed beast chakra at all. Oh, red-haired monkey, you have quite the courage. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. His right hand slowly grasping the hilt of Chioshui. Buzz. A sudden red glow erupted from Lao Zi's abdomen, the ceiling patterns flickering erratically, mirroring the chaotic emotions of the Four Tails within him. Lao Zi, I've never treated you poorly. How dare you betray me? The furious roar of the Four Tails echoed within Lao Zi, sensing the growing murderous intent from Xiaoyao. Its massive form trembled in fear. This monster truly would slay it. Less chatter. Right now, we are in the same boat. If that demon slays you, I cannot survive either. Lao Zi also felt anger rising, roaring back in his heart. If you don't want to die, quickly lend me your chakra. Otherwise, we're both doomed. Fine, I can lend you chakra. The Four Tails hesitated for a moment, ultimately succumbing to fear, yet he resolutely declared that there would be no transformation into a complete tailed beast. Understood? I have no desire to be cleaved by that monster again. In the past, he had been tempestuous and had never shown such courtesy to a Jinchuriki. Chapter 166. Urgent Solutions. However, at this moment, he felt powerless. His previous injuries had yet to heal properly, and should he endure a few more strikes from Xiaoyao, he truly feared becoming the first tailed beast to perish at the hands of humanity. He possessed an almost eternal life and saw no reason to engage in a life-or-death struggle with a madman. Understood. Let us proceed swiftly. Old Z replied curtly, exiting the tailed beast space. It can begin now. Xiaoyao observed Old Z, who had reopened his eyes, and urged Tsunade to sit on a rocking chair, his face brimming with anticipation. The stone table before them was laden with exquisite wines, crispy melon seeds, and delicate wagashi, presenting a scene reminiscent of a performance for spectators. As Old Z witnessed this, his lips twitched uncontrollably. He had truly become a spectacle for others to behold. Drink. Firework, chakra mode. Old Z gritted his teeth, painfully uttering this name that filled him with profound shame, his heart brimming with indignation. A hum vibrated as red lava erupted from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. The familiar power surged back into him, prompting him to clench his fists, a flicker of long-lost confidence shining in his eyes. This was the lava-release chakra mode he had painstakingly mastered over the years, a source of pride for him. Yet now it was to be employed for fireworks. How about this? Isn't this effect just perfect for fireworks? Xiaoyao tilted his head and smiled at Tsunade, his tone infused with arrogance. Indeed, it is quite suitable. Tsunade observed the flowing lava on Old Z's form, her beautiful eyes narrowing, her smile radiant. Being with Xiaoyao would never lack surprises and joy. Boom. The lava surrounding Old Z trembled violently, evidently provoked by their conversation. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and began forming hand seals, conjuring a series of lava balls that soared towards the heavens. Moments later, he withdrew his hands, gazing at the exploding lava in the sky, a hint of pride involuntarily surfacing on his face. This was his masterpiece, and even if it was for fireworks, it would not disappoint. Clap. A sharp sound of applause rang out as Old Z staggered, the chakra he had just gathered dissipating. Why did you hit me? Old Z clutched his cheek in confusion and anger. Fireworks. Do you understand what fireworks are? Xiaoyao glared at him, his voice filled with ire. They should explode in the sky, magnificent and dazzling. What you have created is akin to a firecracker, lacking any aesthetic appeal. I understand. Old Z felt humiliated, a sense of helplessness overwhelming him. Lava release was originally a technique for combat, where destructive power was paramount. Now to transform it into a visually appealing display was no simple feat practiced diligently here. Xiaoyao stood up, pointing at the sky, his tone commanding and unequivocal. 3 days hence, if you cannot produce fireworks that satisfy me, I will slay both you and the red-haired monkey within you. With that, he took Tsunade's hand and left the small hill without a backward glance, leaving Old Z standing alone, despair etched on his face. The four tails within Old Z trembled at these words. This fiend would undoubtedly follow through on his threats. Throughout the day, the hillside outside the Konoha frontline camp echoed with the sounds of lava explosions. Old Z, can you take this seriously? What are you producing? It resembles a pile of dung. The four tails roared in anger within Old Z, his tone filled with disdain. Enough chatter. If you have the skill, then take control. Old Z retorted, fired up, yelling at the four tails within him. Your lava release only knows destruction and lacks any sense of beauty. You worthless creature. You can't even create fireworks, yet you dare to retort? The four tails shouted in anger, relinquishing control of the body. Watch me demonstrate. Fine, come forth. Old Z scoffed, relinquishing control of his body. In the past, he would never have dared to do this. Fearful that the four tails would seize the opportunity to break free from the seal and escape. However, now he was confident that even if the four tails had 10 times the audacity, it would not dare to flee from the blade of Xiaoyao, which loomed above it. Girdle, girdle. The tailed beast chakra surged through him, transforming Old Z into his tailed beast form, a hybrid of man and beast, lying on the ground, surrounded by raging lava. Watch closely and see what true fireworks are. The four tails commanded Old Z's body with pride, then opened his massive jaw, gathering a substantial amount of lava release chakra. Boom, boom, boom. Several colossal lava balls shot into the sky, exploding with a thunderous roar, scattering the clouds with their terrifying energy, yet only exhibiting a monotonous red glow, utterly devoid of aesthetic value. The four tails stared at the erupting lava in the sky, his massive form stiffening, his expression somewhat rigid, It truly was not visually appealing. Is this it? Old Z's voice echoed in his consciousness, laden with mockery. I thought you were formidable, yet it turns out you are nothing special. It's too loud. That was merely a warm-up. The Four Tails, humiliated, gathered lava balls once more and shot them into the sky. The sounds of lava explosions persisted from dawn until dusk, resonating incessantly. Phew, phew, I'm utterly exhausted. The Four Tails panted heavily, regaining Old Z's original form, his tone laced with fatigue. Though his chakra was immense, it was not boundless. A full day of fireworks had left him somewhat drained. Humph, now you understand the difficulty, don't you? Old Z spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Shut your mouth. The Four Tails roared. Think of a solution. If we do not meet that monster's requirements in 3 days, we will both perish. If you die, I will devour all those scoundrels from Awagakure and accompany you in death. Upon hearing this, Old Z's intended retort was abruptly stifled, his expression frozen. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, he had never so freely ridiculed the Four Tails. In his youth, he had been subservient to the Four Tails, fearing being consumed. Growing up, he had remained cautious, terrified of it breaking free from the seal. How different it was now, being able to boldly speak back to the Four Tails and mock it. It seemed he would have to resort to that method. Old Z collected his thoughts and spoke earnestly. Let us join forces. You will precisely control the power of lava release, avoiding excessive destruction that might harm others, while I will manipulate the shape of the lava and the timing of the explosions, making it more splendid. In terms of controlling the power of lava release, the Four Tails, as its original wielder, was naturally more adept. Yet when it came to an appreciation for beauty, one could hardly rely on the Four Tails' beastly mind, which was driven solely by a desire for destruction. Old Z believed he was far superior in this realm. Good. Let it be so. The Four Tails had no better alternatives and could only nod in agreement. With only 3 days remaining, they needed to begin without wasting any time. The 3-day deadline loomed over them like a sword, instilling a sense of urgency that left them no room for complacency. Having experienced Xiaoyao's wrath, they were acutely aware that the monster was not jesting. If they failed to meet the requirements, he would undoubtedly execute them without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. On the hillside, the sounds of lava explosions grew more frequent and increasingly rhythmic. Chapter 167. Is there a problem? The cooperation between Old Z and the Four Tails became increasingly harmonious, evolving from mutual accusations and constant discord to a seamless connection, their movements flowing as smoothly as the perfect Jinchuriki of Yunin village. They orchestrated the lava explosions in the sky, transitioning from a singular red hue to a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. The shapes of the eruptions transforming from chaotic disarray to delightful forms, at times resembling blossoming flowers, at others, a sky full of stars. During the days when Lao Zi and Si Wei were compelled to diligently practice their pyrotechnic skills, the battlefield between Mai and Yan-in reached an unprecedented level of intensity. Both sides committed substantial military forces, with hundreds of ninja squads engaging in fierce combat across the lands of Chuan no Kuni and Yuno Kuni, resulting in numerous casualties daily. The shadow of war loomed over this territory, as once thriving villages were decimated, fertile lands ravaged by the flames of conflict, and countless innocent civilians were left displaced, their cries echoing across the fields. The escalation of this conflict made the entire ninja world acutely aware that the final showdown between Mai and Yan-in was imminent. The number of troops dispatched to the front lines by both sides had surpassed 10,000. The life and death struggle of tens of thousands of ninjas was pivotal to the futures of both villages. A defeat could render them incapable of recovering for decades, leading to a complete loss of their esteemed positions among the 5 great ninja villages. As time passed, the clashes culminated in a climactic standoff. Both Mai and Yan-in began to recall their battling ninja squads, consolidating all their forces along either side of a valley named Duan Hungu, forming a tense confrontation. Flags fluttered on either side of the valley, filled with a palpable aura of hostility. The blue flame banner of Mai faced off against the earthy yellow rock banner of Yan-in, while the valley in between appeared to serve as a boundary delineating life and death. The decisive battle was on the verge of erupting. Inside the operational chamber of Yan-in's frontline camp, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. Dynamic sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed tightly, his aged face etched with weariness and gravity. Members of Yan-in's think tank and elite jonin surrounded the sand table, their expressions grim and devoid of any semblance of ease. Any news from Yunin? Dynamic's lips were parched, his voice hoarse as he inquired. Initially, an agreement was reached with Yunin village to unite against Mai. Yet now, as Yunin village found itself embroiled in a bitter struggle, there was still no word from Yunin, which filled him with unease. News has arrived, Lord Suchikage. After a moment of silence, a Yunin advisor clad in black uniform stood up, his countenance dark. What did they say? Do they agree to send troops for support? Dynamic exclaimed, lifting his head abruptly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If Yunin could launch a side attack to divert some of Mai's forces, it would significantly alleviate Yin's pressure and enhance their odds of victory. The Yunin side has expressed that if we and Yin require assistance, the Third Reikage is willing to dispatch several elite taijutsu specialists to guide our Yin ninjas in physical training. Bang! Dynamic slammed his hand on the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface into splinters. That muscle-headed fool. He erupted in anger, his chest heaving violently. What I want is military assistance. To constrain not to have them come teach us how to train our bodies. The initial agreement with Yunin village was to coordinate and simultaneously launch an offensive against Mai. What was the outcome? Just because of a single remark by Huangfu Xiaoyao, those Yunin fellows actually held a celebration, halting their offensive against Mai. During these days, while he busied himself preparing for war, he repeatedly sent envoys to urge Yunin, only to receive either perfunctory responses or ridicule in return. Yunin village, rooted in earth release, excelled in defense and siege, and did not require Yunin to instruct them on taijutsu training. Yunin could not be relied upon. Dynamic forced himself to regain his composure, his expression dark enough to drip water. We can only rely on ourselves. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his tone icy yet resolute. Though we have lost Lao Zi, we still have Han. That little brat Huangfu Xiaoyao, no matter how strong he may be, is still flesh and blood. With a strategy of sheer numbers, even if we must pile them up, we will crush him. After losing the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi, Yunin village indeed found itself at a disadvantage in high-end combat power. However, in terms of troop numbers, they clearly held the upper hand. Due to the multiple fronts, Mai's forces at the Yunin front line were only about 7,000 strong, while Yunin had concentrated nearly all its elite forces, totaling a robust 13,000. The 6,000 troop disparity was Dynamic's greatest confidence. Since the demise of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the ninja world had not seen a figure capable of single-handedly turning the tide of battle. Even shadow-level powers would find it difficult to survive against overwhelming numbers, as history had repeatedly shown through countless blood-soaked lessons. With the cooperation of the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han, Dynamic refused to believe they could not eliminate a Huangfu Xiaoyao. Prepare for the assault. Tomorrow morning, we launch a full-scale attack. Dynamic waved his hand, his tone brooking no dissent. Yes, Lord Suchikage. The Yunin ninjas present responded in unison, turning to leave the operational chamber, their faces set with determination. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the Yunin camp, the mood within Mai's frontline camp, though serious, was infused with confidence and anticipation. This confidence stemmed from the presence of Xiaoyao, who was currently strategizing in the operations room. As the battle commenced, the initial step was to spread the formation, extending the left and right wings to create an encirclement. Xiaoyao pointed at the strategic map, passionately detailing his deployment with unshakable confidence. Mai's advisors took notes rapidly, nodding in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. So that's it. Lord Xiaoyao intends to first widen the formation to withstand Yin's initial charge while preparing for the subsequent encirclement. A young advisor felt a surge of excitement, silently praising Lord Xiaoyao for his comprehensive consideration. This arrangement primarily aimed to facilitate that red-haired fool's pyrotechnics. Xiaoyao's tone shifted, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Once he heats up the scene, I will make my entrance and swiftly dispatch those Yunin ruffians, thereby avoiding any complications. Cough, cough. The advisors present immediately erupted into violent coughing fits, their expressions of adoration freezing. Tsunade stood nearby, unable to suppress a twitch of her red lips, thinking to herself, after all that, your primary goal is to ensure you can make a grand appearance? This is the decisive battle determining the village's future. Could you not take it a bit more seriously? Is there a problem? Xiaoyao noticed the unusual reaction from the crowd, casting a glance their way, his tone casual. And no problem. We will follow Lord Xiaoyao's arrangements. The advisors hurriedly shook their heads, responding in unison, their faces once again displaying respectful smiles. Who would dare question Lord Xiaoyao's decisions? Excellent. Prepare accordingly, and ensure the fireworks are perfect for tomorrow. Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction, dismissing the advisors with a wave of his hand. In the operations room, only Tsunade, Minato, and Nara Shikaku remained, needing to finalize the battle plan for the following day. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. Your antics are making me a bit uneasy. Tsunade poked Xiaoyao's arm, her lovely face etched with concern. She understood Xiaoyao's formidable strength. But this war was crucial for Mai's future and allowed no margin for error. What do you know? Xiaoyao glanced at her, his tone tinged with disdain. I have never encountered a problem in my endeavors. Is there something deeper at play? Tsunade looked at Xiaoyao, whose confidence was unwavering, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Though Xiaoyao often engaged in frivolous antics, he had never failed to execute the tasks entrusted to him perfectly, often yielding unexpected surprises. Perhaps Xiaoyao's desire for Lao Zi to create fireworks was not merely a whimsical notion? Lord Tsunade, allow me to clarify, Nara Shikaku, sensing Tsunade's confusion, chimed in with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration for Xiaoyao. Tsunade and Minato turned to Nara Shikaku, awaiting his explanation. Lao Zi, as the pinnacle of strength in Yan'an village and the host of the Four Tails, holds immense prestige within the village, serving as a spiritual pillar for countless Yan'an ninjas. Nara Shikaku pointed to the map indicating the location of Yan'an village and spoke slowly, suggesting that before the decisive battle tomorrow, they should have Lao Zi use the Four Tails Yotan to create fireworks in celebration for Konoha. Just imagine the reaction of the Yan'an ninjas witnessing this spectacle. Tsunade's beautiful eyes instantly lit up as she grasped the essence of the plan. Indeed, Lao Zi's status in Yan'an village is extraordinarily high, revered by countless ninjas. If the ninjas of Yan'an were to see their proud hero reduced to a mere performer of Konoha's fireworks, their morale would undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic blow. This is no mere folly. It is a brilliant strategy aimed at undermining the enemy's spirit. Tsunade looked at Xiao with admiration and tenderness in her eyes, realizing just how astute he was. How remarkable. Xiao, you are truly exceptional. Minato also quickly grasped the situation, his expression reflecting a newfound understanding. Previously, he thought Xiao's intentions were merely to show off, but now he realized there was profound meaning behind it. Yet, he still had one question. If the goal was solely to demoralize Yan'an village, why have Lao Zi practice for 3 days on the shape and effects of the fireworks? It should suffice to simply set them off. However, upon reconsideration, he understood that Xiao must have deeper considerations, acknowledging his own youth and the need for further learning. Xiao observed the 3 individuals suddenly filled with admiration, feeling somewhat perplexed. He merely wished for Lao Zi to create splendid fireworks, making a grand entrance himself. There was no need for such convoluted reasoning. These individuals were surely overthinking matters. Tomorrow, if that red-haired monkey dares to falter and the fireworks are unsatisfactory, Xiao narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with danger as he instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Qiushui, he had no patience for psychological warfare. If it delayed his entrance, he would deal with that foolish red-haired idiot and the monkey within. On the main battlefield of the conflict between Konoha and Yan'an, the Valley of Broken Souls was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere as dawn approached. Reconnaissance teams from both sides stealthily maneuvered through the night, clashing in attempts to ascertain each other's formations. It was only at dawn that they retreated to their respective camps. The battlefield bore witness to the silent forms of numerous reconnaissance ninjas, their lifeless bodies lying amidst the blood-soaked earth, foreshadowing the brutality of the impending showdown. Within Konoha's frontline encampment, the clarion call of assembly broke the morning silence. 7,000 elite Konoha ninjas formed an orderly line, extending like a great dragon, their spirits soaring. Most of these ninjas were seasoned chunin. Even the genin among them were experienced veterans, none being recent graduates. Thanks to Xiao's formidable performance on the battlefield, Konoha's core strength was preserved, sparing the youth from becoming mere fodder. Each Konoha ninja wore a serious expression, their steadfast gazes fixed upon the high platform at the center of the camp, the command post for this war. The steady sound of footsteps resonated, disrupting the stillness within the camp. The eyes of the Konoha ninjas converged as several figures appeared atop the platform, erupting into thunderous cheers. It was Lord Xiao. With Lord Xiao present, victory is assured. And there was also Lord Tsunade and Lord Minato. Victory belongs to Konoha. The ninjas raised their weapons high, their voices echoing through the skies, reaching a fever pitch of morale. Tsunade, standing upon the platform, gazed down at the cheering ninjas. Initially, she felt elated, believing such fervor to be a good omen. However, as the cheers continued, her expression soured. Why was everyone shouting Xiao's name? She was the frontline commander of this war. Tsunade glanced sideways at Xiao, who wore a barely concealed smile while feigning seriousness, putting on quite the act. Tsunade's lips twitched involuntarily. This little rascal certainly knew how to perform. Minato, on the other side, also felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had gained a reputation for his yellow flash in the battle against Kumogakure, even overshadowing his teacher, Jiraiya, but here in Yanin, he had become mere background to Xiao. Listening to the cheers below, it was clear that his place had been usurped. As the cheers began to subside, Xiao slowly raised his right hand. The camp fell silent, every Konoha ninja holding their breath, eagerly awaiting his pre-battle address. Xiao's esteem on the front lines had reached unprecedented heights. In the battlefield of Sunagakure, he single-handedly infiltrated the village, slaying the Umbu captain and nearly obliterating their dark forces, forcing Sunagakure into a hasty retreat. In the battle against Yanin, he captured Laozi, the Four Tails, suppressing the complete form of the beast, leaving Yin in disgrace. These monumental feats had elevated him to a god of war in the hearts of Konoha ninjas, his prestige surpassing even that of Tsunade and Minato. Below, Kakashi gazed up at Xiao with a complex expression. The achievements Xiao had attained were beyond the reach of his father, known as Konoha's White Fang. And here he was, merely gazing up at this peer, filled with admiration and a sense of unfulfilled ambition. Clearing his throat, Xiao declared, "The great battle is about to commence, so allow me to say a few words." He cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. The Konoha ninjas below displayed excitement, straining to catch every word. Tsunade observed keenly, noticing the barely restrained amusement in the corners of Xiao's eyes, revealing no trace of seriousness. Moreover, "Let me say a few words" sounded all too familiar. It was reminiscent of the classic opening line from the third Hokage's lengthy speeches. In this battle, we must exhibit the spirit of Konoha ninjas. Xiao flicked his bangs and began his brief address, urging them not to waver in the face of the enemy and to charge forward relentlessly, making the Yanin scoundrels aware that Konoha ninjas were not to be trifled with. He spoke passionately, transitioning from Konoha's glory to the mission of a ninja, from individual courage to teamwork, his words flowing like an unstoppable torrent. 20 minutes passed, yet Xiao showed no signs of stopping. Tsunade stood beside him, her expression darkening. This was far from a simple speech. It was a lengthy oration. The Yanin forces were almost ready in formation, while Konoha remained engrossed in listening to his speech. At this rate, there would be no need for a decisive battle at all. Minato stood nearby, his expression twitching with increasing severity, his gaze shifting towards Xiao. Such oratory skills were unparalleled, even surpassing those of the third Hokage. Fortunately, Xiao had no aspirations to become Hokage. Minato silently rejoiced. If Xiao had ambitions for the position, with his strength, prestige, and eloquence, he would surely surpass him, forcing Minato to reconsider his own dreams of becoming Hokage. "Xiao, isn't it about time?" Tsunade could no longer contain herself, gently nudging Xiao's arm and whispering a reminder. Xiao clicked his tongue, his face revealing a hint of reluctance to conclude. The thrill of captivating an audience was undeniable. No wonder the third Hokage was so enamored with speeches. Finally, Xiao cast a reassuring glance at Tsunade and emphatically declared, "Now, let us show our true prowess in the upcoming battle." The collective sigh of relief from Tsunade, Minato, and the ninjas below signaled that the end was near. In the ensuing battle, let us demonstrate our true capabilities. Let us take down as many of those Yin rascals as possible and restore our honor. With an electrifying conviction, Xiao's voice soared, invigorating the spirits of the Konoha ninjas, who responded in unison, their excitement palpable. And remember, the renowned wines of Yin are famously exquisite. Whoever can slay the most enemies on the battlefield and procure the finest wine, I shall personally impart 2 techniques to him, ensuring his strength soars. Boom. This proclamation ignited the fervor of all the Konoha ninjas like a meteor colliding with the earth. Master Xiaoyao is personally teaching. I have heard that Kakashi achieved such rapid progress thanks to Master Xiaoyao's guidance. For the instruction of Master Xiaoyao. For the exquisite wine. Let us vanquish Awagakure. Charge. Victory belongs to Konoha. The eyes of the Konoha ninjas burned crimson, their breaths heavy as if they were bellows. Veins bulging on the backs of their tightly gripped weapons. Huangfu Xiaoyao. He is the most prodigious genius since the founding of Konoha. The sharpest and most formidable sword of Konoha. Kakashi only received a few words of wisdom from Master Xiaoyao and already distinguished himself in the early stages of the battle against Awagakure, slaying several elite ninjas and gaining notoriety. If they could receive Master Xiaoyao's personal tutelage, even if just a single technique or a few words of advice, it would be sufficient to catalyze a qualitative leap in their abilities, solidifying their standing in the ninja realm. The personal instruction of Master Xiaoyao. Beside him, Minato's heart raced, breath quickening, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. He had been troubled finding an opportune moment to seek Master Xiaoyao's counsel on offensive techniques. Though his Hiratian speed is swift, his attacking power has always been a shortcoming, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless against formidable foes. Now, with Xiaoyao's promise dangling before him, he could rightfully receive his guidance by simply procuring the most wine, an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Seize it. He must acquire the most exquisite wine from Awagakure. Minato growled softly, his eyes brimming with desire, his chakra subtly fluctuating from excitement. Tsunade observed the thrilled Xiaoyao beside her and glanced at the Konoha ninjas below, their eyes as fierce as starving wolves, shaking her head helplessly yet unable to suppress a smile. She had to admit, Xiaoyao's strategy was truly masterful. A single promise had elevated the morale of Konoha's ninjas to its zenith, far more effective than any pre-battle rally. Depart, at Xiaoyao's command. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. The Konoha ninjas, unable to restrain themselves any longer, surged forth from the encampment like wild stallions, rushing towards the battlefield of Duanhuan Valley. Their eyes blazed with a frenzied fire, roaring as they ran, dust swirling beneath their feet, their momentum akin to a raging tide, as if they intended to consume everything in their path. The battlefield for the decisive confrontation between Awagakure and Konoha was an expansive, boundless plain. This flat terrain, with its unobstructed view, is a crucial route between the land of earth and the land of fire, and has been tacitly agreed upon as the final battleground by both sides. The 13,000 Awagakure ninjas had already formed a tightly knit battle formation, their earth-colored attire merging into a vast expanse, exuding a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The formation was layered, with frontline melee ninjas wielding shields and kunai, the rear prepared with ninjutsu, and fast ninjas flanking, ready to encircle. At the core stood elite jonin and a command group. Where are those Konoha bastards? In the center of the formation, Inoki hovered in midair, his brow furrowed, his aged face marked by impatience and gravity. The elite jonin of Awagakure, including Toshi, Hoka, and Kotu, surrounded him, equally anxious, frequently glancing towards the direction of the rising sun. Damn Konoha, what tricks are they playing? Inoki's tone was icy, his sharp gaze sweeping across the empty plain. Although no formal declaration of war had been made, the high-intensity conflicts of recent days had already led both sides to tacitly accept today as the day of the final showdown. To seize the initiative, Inoki had led the Awagakure ninjas here before dawn to set up the formation. Occupying advantageous terrain and preparing thoroughly was supposed to ensure a certain victory. Yet now, the sun had risen high in the sky, its rays blinding, and still, the figures of Konoha had not appeared. Report to Lord Tsuchikage. A breathless Awagakure scout rushed before Inoki, kneeling on one knee, his tone laced with trepidation. What is happening over there in Konoha? Are they really thinking of backing down at the last moment? Inoki's fury ignited at once, his voice sharp with inquiry. Waiting is the most excruciating ordeal. The prolonged standstill had already rendered many IWA ninjas restless. Some began to fidget, stamp their feet, and a few nearly dropped their kunai due to their scattered focus. The advantage they sought to seize had been nearly eroded away by Konoha's tardiness. Lord Tsuchikage, according to reports from the intelligence personnel. The scout furtively glanced at Inoki's darkening expression, his cheeks twitching slightly, as he braved the pressure to continue. Konoha's Huangfu Xiaoyao is currently delivering a pre-battle speech, and it has been going on for nearly an hour. A speech? Inoki's face twitched violently, nearly laughing in anger. He understood what a pre-battle speech entailed. Yet, shouldn't such matters be concluded a day before the final battle? The Wagakure had completed their pre-battle mobilization yesterday, preparing all IWA ninjas for the possibility of death. But that rascal Huangfu Xiaoyao, defying all conventions, decided to launch into a lengthy discourse on the day of the showdown. Even if it were a speech on the day itself, did it need to take so long? Inoki glanced at the increasingly restless IWA ninjas, his mouth twitching even more severely. As they awaited Huangfu Xiaoyao's address, the morale on the Wagakure side had already begun to wane, their previously taut nerves loosening. This ridiculous situation almost drove him to curse. If Huangfu Xiaoyao continued to speak, would a Wagakure have to wait indefinitely here? Lord Hokage, what should we do now? Toshi cautiously inquired, observing Inoki's grim countenance. Raise everyone's alertness. Inoki took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within, and spoke solemnly, instructing the captains of each squad to patrol the formation and stabilize the troops' morale. Inform them that the Konoha forces are on their way. Prepare to meet the battle. At this point, he had no better options. He could not directly lead the army to storm Konoha's encampment, for that would be walking into a trap laid by Konoha. He could only hope that Konoha's speech would conclude swiftly, allowing the decisive battle to commence. The sun in the sky climbed higher, its warm rays bathing Inoki's face, yet failing to bring any warmth, only intensifying the agitation in his heart. He fixed his gaze on the direction of Konoha's encampment, his expression as cold as ice. Lord Hokage, the Konoha forces have arrived. Just then, a vigilant Wagakure ninja sprinted towards Inoki, his face taut with tension and seriousness. They have finally come. Inoki let out a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart lifted somewhat. He had genuinely feared that Konoha would back down at the last moment or pull some other trick. Everyone, heighten your vigilance. Inoki's voice soared, filled with fervor. For today's battle concerns the future of a Wagakure. Let us obliterate the Konoha scoundrels, making them pay dearly. The morale of the IWA ninjas surged instantly, the previous anxiety fading, replaced by solemnity and resolve, their grip on their weapons tightening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the distant horizon, dark figures surged forth like a tide towards the plain. Under the intense scrutiny of the IWA ninjas, Konoha's battle formation gradually came into view, becoming increasingly clear. The rabble of a Wagakure is right ahead. Seize the finest wine and earn Master Xiaoyao's personal guidance. For Master Xiaoyao, charge forth, flatten their encampment, annihilate a Wagakure. As soon as the ninjas of Konoha beheld the battle formation of a Wagakure, they resembled ravenous wolves catching the scent of blood. Their roars echoed thunderously, their eyes glinting with a terrifying crimson hue, and their speed increased as they yearned to charge forth and engage in combat. The promise made by Xiaoyao ignited a fervor among the ninjas of Konoha. Most of those who arrived on the battlefield were common ninjas, in comparison to their clan counterparts, who possessed family secret techniques and bloodline limits. The plight of the common ninjas was indeed tragic. They lacked potent ninjutsu legacies, secret techniques, and the innate advantages of bloodline limits. Even upon reaching the Chunin level, most had to rely on basic techniques, kunai, and explosive tags for combat, rendering them the most susceptible to sacrifice on the battlefield. From a young age, they were overlooked, performing mediocrity in the Ninja Academy, serving as stepping stones for others to achieve fame, and struggling to survive in this cruel ninja world at the cost of their own lives. Though they had long accepted this harsh reality, deep within every heart lay a flicker of discontent and a yearning for strength. Now, Xiaoyao's words had unveiled a glimmer of hope for altering their destinies. Huangfu Xiaoyao. He was a prodigy so sought after by the various sword clans of Konoha. Numerous families had implored him to provide guidance, only to be met with his resolute refusals. The only one who had received his guidance, Hatake Kakashi, had merely received a few verbal pointers, yet had grown to an astonishing level. Now, the opportunity lay before them. By securing the finest wine, they could obtain personal instruction from Lord Xiaoyao. This was their only chance to rise in this lifetime. Such temptation drove all common ninjas into a frenzy. The Konoha sword clan ninjas accompanying the troops also exhibited bloodshot eyes and rapid breaths. Their families had appealed to the third Hokage countless times, hoping to invite Xiaoyao for guidance, even for just half a day, but had been met with unyielding refusals. Privately, they had also attempted to curry favor with Xiaoyao in hopes of receiving some insights, only to repeatedly hit walls and suffer humiliation. Yet now, the opportunity had arrived. For the common ninjas, Receiving Xiaoyao's guidance might merely elevate their personal prowess, but for these clans, his mentorship could potentially rejuvenate their entire sword technique legacy, perhaps even birthing a new school of thought. Such a lure was sufficient to drive them to madness. Had the Konoha ninjas truly lost their minds? On observing the frenzied advance of the Konoha battle formation and hearing their deafening roars, Inoki's face was etched with disbelief, as an inexplicable chill surged within him. Nearly 7,000 Konoha ninjas gathered in a frenzy, exuding a terrifying aura that made the IWA ninjas feel like prey targeted by ravenous wolves, their hairs standing on end. Some IWA ninjas, with weaker mental fortitude, trembled involuntarily under the oppressive fervor. Had the Konoha ninjas truly gone mad? How could Huangfu Xiaoyao possess such terrifying renown? Inoki was filled with awe and confusion. Such elevated, even frenzied morale was solely due to a single promise from Huangfu Xiaoyao. Even though that young boy was powerful and had achieved remarkable feats at a tender age, his credentials and status were still too juvenile. How had he managed to instill such unwavering loyalty in the ninjas of Konoha, pushing them to madness for a mere promise? Observing the expressions on the faces of those Konoha ninjas and listening to their rallying cries, it was evident they yearned to charge into a Wagakure, to slay every IWA ninja, merely to showcase their valor to Huangfu Xiaoyao and receive his guidance. Even Inoki, who had maintained his reputation for decades in a Wagakure, had never wielded such exaggerated charisma. The name Huangfu Xiaoyao resonated like a spell, stirring a profound unease within Inoki. Amidst the fervor of the battlefield, a tall figure gradually stepped forward to the forefront of the Konoha formation, grasping a slender black and purple katana in his right hand. The intricate patterns on the scabbard glimmered with a sharp light under the sun. His left hand was slightly raised, a simple gesture imbued with an invisible authority. Suddenly, the previously thunderous roars ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, leaving only the howling wind across the plains and the heavy breaths of the ninjas on both sides. All gazes from the Konoha ninjas were riveted upon this figure, their eyes filled with adoration and fervor, as if he were their faith, their everything. What was that? The IWA ninjas swallowed hard, their throats parched and painful, their grip on their weapons tightening involuntarily. Huangfu Xiaoyao. Chapter 171. Kill him. A bead of cold sweat cascaded down the face of an IWA ninja, pooling onto the dry earth below, evaporating instantly. He beheld that figure, trembling uncontrollably, instinctively lowering his head, too frightened to meet its gaze. The sounds of gulping echoed among the Wagakure ranks, filled with dread and anxiety. Huangfu Xiaoyao, the most formidable prodigy in Konoha's history. Lord Machi and Lord Oishi fell at his hands. Even Lord Ozuki, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, was captured by him. The IWA and ninjas whispered amongst themselves, their voices laden with fear and reverence. The renown of Huangfu Xiaoyao had spread throughout Wagakure. The terrifying exploits on the battlefield of Sunagakure might have been tales to them, but the events in Wagakure were undeniable truths. Two renowned elite jonin from Wagakure, Machi and Oishi, were slain by Huangfu Xiaoyao in direct confrontation without having a chance to retaliate. What chilled them further was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Ozuki. Ozuki held immense prestige within Wagakure, ranking among its top 3 in strength, a formidable war machine who had earned great accolades for the village. Such a powerful figure, alongside the cooperation of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, would even make the third Tsuchikage Inoki hesitant to claim victory over them. Yet what was the outcome? Ozuki was captured, and Han returned to the camp injured and in disgrace. Their combined efforts not only failed to slay Huangfu Xiaoyao, but instead became stepping stones, further amplifying his renown. Such a terrifying presence now stood before them. How could they not be afraid? He was indeed Huangfu Xiaoyao. Inoki hovered at the center of the Wagakure formation, his gaze complex as it rested upon the youthful figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. The young man donned a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind, his dark hair dancing with the breeze. His narrow eyes were slightly squinted, deep as a cold pool, inscrutable in their depths. His demeanor was elegant yet aloof, his chiseled features resembling a divine masterpiece, evoking an involuntary fondness. Such an appearance, paired with such an aura, left Inoki unable to reconcile him with the brash young man who had made bold proclamations in the ninja world, slaying Wagakure elites and capturing Ozuki. How could such a dashing youth possess such a foul tongue and ruthless methods? Where was that old fool Inoki? Come forth and face me. Just as Inoki pondered silently, the young figure suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the Iwagakure formation, and began to berate them. You incompetent fool. You've turned Iwagakure into a mess and still dare to show your face? Step forward so I can slay you in one stroke, lest you tarnish my sight. You dare to call yourself Tsuchikage? I see you as nothing but a coward, hiding behind your subordinates while they perish. Do you even deserve it? The vitriolic words erupted from Xiaoyao's lips like a relentless barrage, each phrase sharp and piercing, striking deep into the hearts of those who heard. That scoundrel! De Yimu's visage turned a ghastly shade of green, the veins on his forehead pulsating violently as the fury within him erupted like a dormant volcano. Indeed, that mouth, that arrogant tone, could only belong to the infamous Huangfu Xiaoyao. Such a waste of his fine appearance. De Yimu fixed his gaze firmly on Xiaoyao, mentally cursing him 1,000 times, yearning to rush forth and rend him to pieces. Swoosh! As he was publicly insulted in such a manner, De Yimu, the third Tsuchikage, could not afford to back down. He immediately activated the light and heavy rock technique, allowing his body to slowly ascend, hovering above the Iwagakure battle formation, facing Xiaoyao from a distance. It was the revered third Tsuchikage. Upon witnessing De Yimu's levitating figure, the ninjas from Konoha stiffened, a flicker of solemnity crossing their faces. Tsunade, Minato, and Mei Murakawa, among others, fixed their sharp gazes upon the diminutive figure, wary and alert. The third Tsuchikage, De Yimu, had held his position for decades, his experience vast and his strength formidable. During the Second Shinobi World War, he commanded Iwagakure in a brutal clash against Konoha, inflicting significant losses upon them. He possessed the rare Kekkei Tota dust release, capable of disintegrating all matter, a power of immense magnitude, placing him at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. When Tsunade participated in the Second Shinobi World War, she did not even have the standing to confront De Yimu directly. At that time, only the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, was capable of challenging him. Yet even Tsukumo, formidable as he was, could only manage a stalemate against De Yimu's dust release. Minato felt a surge of myriad emotions. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had been but a naive youth in the Ninja Academy. Now, Xiaoyao, hardly older than he had been back then, stood poised to confront a top-tier shinobi like De Yimu. The disparity weighed heavily on Minato, igniting within him a fierce determination. He vowed to venture into Iwagakure and seize the finest sake. Only then could he rightfully seek Xiaoyao's guidance, remedy his deficiencies, and grow stronger. You are Huangfu Xiaoyao. De Yimu inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner rage, his expression dark as he attempted to utter diplomatic niceties, only to be abruptly interrupted by Xiaoyao's furious retort. You fool! Spare me the pleasantries. Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy, his tone sharper. Are you the diminutive De Yimu? Unable to manage your own village, yet you dare to engage in battle? Old man, today marks your demise. If you know what is good for you, extend your neck for me to sever it cleanly, and spare yourself the agony of suffering. De Yimu's countenance darkened to an inky hue, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his body trembling with suppressed fury. This scoundrel, not only was he foul-mouthed, but he also struck at his deepest insecurities. His stature had long been a source of unspoken regret. In his youth, he had felt inferior due to his height, striving tirelessly to prove himself. After ascending to the position of third Tsuchikage, he had held a position of power and respect, and no one dared to mock his stature to his face. Yet now, in front of nearly 20,000 people, Huangfu Xiaoyao had ripped open the wound buried deep within him, alongside insulting Iwagakure. Such an affront was intolerable. You dare to insult the Tsuchikage, to dishonor Iwagakure. Kill him. We must avenge our disgrace. The Iwanin, upon hearing Xiaoyao's contemptuous words towards De Yimu and Iwagakure, felt their previously deflated spirits surge with fury. Their eyes ablaze with hatred as they glared at Xiaoyao. They gripped their weapons tightly, eager to rush forward and rend the insolent boy to shreds. In the center of the Konoha formation, Tsunade, Minato, and others exchanged glances, astonished and helpless as they beheld De Yimu, rendered speechless by Xiaoyao's verbal onslaught. Indeed, he is worthy of the title Lord Xiaoyao, a Konoha advisor chuckled dryly, his tone laced with admiration. The potency of his verbal assault was far more terrifying than ninjutsu. This was the third Tsuchikage, De Yimu, a figure of equal renown to their third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and one of the most formidable shinobi in the world. Who would dare to publicly insult Diyimu? Only Lord Xiaoyao could wield language with such devastating effect. In the entire shinobi world, he stood alone. Tsunade observed the familiar scene, her lips twitching slightly. She had lost count of how many had been rendered speechless by Xiaoyao's sharp tongue. Whether it was the third Hokage, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru, they had all faced the brunt of Xiaoyao's barbs, left unable to hold their heads high. Even she herself, upon first encountering Xiaoyao, had endured a lengthy tirade that had left her quite vexed. Now, Diyimu would join the ranks of those who had suffered at his hands. Observing Diyimu's flushed face and the throbbing veins on his forehead, Tsunade feared that if Xiaoyao continued, Diyimu might very well faint from rage. Enough. At last, Diyimu could no longer contain himself. His eyes ablaze as he thundered, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, desperately suppressing the urge to charge at Xiaoyao. As the third Tsuchikage, he was the core of Awagekyure's forces, and he could not act impulsively. Yet for a fleeting moment, he had truly contemplated a mutual destruction with Xiaoyao. For one as cunning and composed as he, being provoked to such a degree spoke volumes of the ferocity of Xiaoyao's verbal assault. Tsuchikage-sama, give the order. Kill Huangfu Xiaoyao. Avenge the honor of Awagekyure. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. The Iwnin, witnessing their humiliated leader, grew increasingly agitated, their voices rising in fervent cries for battle. Flames of vengeance burning in their eyes. Diyimu, hearing their roars, managed a twisted smile, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within him. Very well. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you did not foresee this, did you? Your insults have not dampened our spirits. They have instead ignited the fighting spirit of the Iwnin. Soon, you shall learn the bitter price of your arrogance and foul tongue. Oh, is it time for battle at last? Xiaoyao stretched his neck and flexed his wrists, excitement gleaming in his eyes. After such a lengthy tirade, he felt a rush of eagerness to engage. 13,000 Iwnin should provide ample opportunity for him to unleash his prowess. However, before the battle commenced, he needed to stoke the atmosphere further. Clap, clap. Xiaoyao clapped his hands twice, the crisp sound echoing clearly across the silent battlefield. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the Konoha ranks, standing beside Xiaoyao. Clad in Awagekyure's ninja attire, adorned with the village's forehead protector, the figure bore a complex expression, one of humiliation, resignation, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. That figure was. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Diyimu and all the Iwnin widened their eyes in disbelief, their anger and fighting spirit freezing in place, replaced by incredulity. Laozi, Diyimu gasped, his levitating form swaying involuntarily. Laozi, how could he be here? Moreover, he appeared utterly unscathed, adorned with no shackles, neither heavy chains nor seals to suppress his chakra, presenting an image of complete freedom. How could this be possible? Laozi is a four-tailed Jinchuriki, the mightiest war machine of Awagekyure. Any shinobi village that captured a Jinchuriki from a rival village would employ the most stringent seals and the strongest chains to confine them, preventing any potential rampage, and would seek every means to extract information regarding the tailed beasts. If he, Inoki, were to capture a Jinchuriki from another village, he would desire to envelop them in layers upon layers of sealing techniques, binding their limbs with the toughest alloy chains, and guard them day and night. Yet now, Laozi appeared before the battle formation of Konoha, standing beside Huangfu Xiaoyao with such a liberated demeanor. This scene plunged Inoki's mind into turmoil, rendering him utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Lord Laozi. The IWA shinobi recognized Laozi, their faces etched with horror and confusion. The fighting spirit that had been ignited moments ago evaporated without a trace. Upon seeing Laozi, their thoughts of slaying Xiaoyao dissipated entirely, and some even chastised themselves inwardly. If even a powerhouse like Lord Laozi had been captured by Huangfu Xiaoyao, how could they, mere ordinary shinobi, hope to contend with him? Just moments ago, they had contemplated rushing forward to slay Xiaoyao, a foolish endeavor that now seemed like a reckless gamble with their lives. But how could Lord Laozi be here in such a state? One IWA shinobi regained his composure and trembled as he spoke, a look of unease crossing his features. The others exchanged glances, a chilling thought surging through their minds, leaving them cold. No, it cannot be. Lord Laozi would never betray Iwagakure. Some instinctively retorted. Yet their tone lacked conviction. Lao Zi's prestige in a Wagakure was unparalleled, having accrued countless military achievements, and his loyalty was unquestionable. Yet, his current predicament was undeniably suspect. "You little brat, what kind of trickery are you up to?" Inoki forced himself to remain calm, his expression dark as he glared at Xiaoyao, demanding an answer. A profound sense of unease gripped him, as he sensed that whatever Huangfu Xiaoyao intended to do next would exceed his expectations. "Old man, you'll find out soon enough." Xiaoyao grinned, revealing a flash of white teeth, his eyes glinting with mischief, before turning to Mei Village's Yejin, giving a knowing glance. "Understood." Mei Yejin nodded, her expression tightening as she swiftly formed hand seals, then slammed her palms against the ground. "Doton, Jidakaku." With her low shout, the ground beneath Lao Zi trembled violently, slowly rising to form a massive earth platform several meters high, elevating Lao Zi and making him the focal point of the battlefield. Standing atop the platform, Lao Zi gazed down at Inoki and the Wagakure battle formation, his expression growing increasingly complex, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Lao Zi, hurry and make your move. Do not dawdle." The four-tailed beast urged anxiously within him. That monstrous entity had a notoriously volatile temperament, and if it grew impatient, they would both face dire consequences. It had witnessed Xiaoyao's ruthlessness firsthand and had no desire to experience that bone-deep pain again. Lao Zi remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. In recent days, he and the four-tailed beast had devoted immense effort to mastering their techniques, achieving a remarkable synergy. Yet, when confronted with former comrades, with those who had fought alongside him, a profound reluctance surged within him. He was a shinobi of a Wagakure, a Jinchuriki nurtured by the village. To employ the very lava release that a Wagakure took pride in to create fireworks for Konoha on the battlefield was nothing short of a humiliation to his entire existence. "If you do not act soon, that monster truly will unleash its wrath." The four-tailed beast's voice held a hint of menace, reminding him that when provoked, it would not distinguish between allies and adversaries, and would strike him down without hesitation. At that moment, for the sake of survival, he would be compelled to turn against his own kin. "Consider the consequences. With my full power, combined with a creature more terrifying than myself, what fate would await the Wagakure?" The four-tailed beast's words struck Lao Zi like a tolling bell, shaking him to his core. He shuddered. The hesitation and reluctance in his eyes vanished, replaced by determination. Indeed, he could not perish. Should he fall, the four-tailed beast would undoubtedly assist Xiaoyao in a massacre against a Wagakure. The power of the four-tailed beast's lava release was already formidable, and coupled with Xiaoyao's blade capable of grievously wounding tailed beasts, a Wagakure would assuredly face defeat, paying an excruciating price with countless comrades perishing. For the sake of his brethren in a Wagakure, he had no choice but to endure humiliation and set aside his pride and guilt, at least for the time being. "I understand." Lao Zi gritted his teeth, resolutely affirming within himself. Swish, swish, swish. His hands moved in a blur, the speed of his hand seals leaving only afterimages, as chakra surged violently around him. Observing Lao Zi's sealing movements, Inoki's expression shifted dramatically, his unease reaching a zenith. "Lava release, chakra mode," Lao Zi silently declared within, unwilling to vocalize it. He dared not utter that name, for if he did, that scoundrel Xiaoyao would surely deliver a merciless beating. That demon had forcibly renamed this mode to Fireworks Chakra Mode. And should he defy him, a brutal encounter awaited him, laced with armed haki. Boom. The four-tailed beast's chakra erupted forth without reservation, merging flawlessly with Lao Zi's lava release chakra, enveloping him entirely. Red lava flowed like a molten flame, rolling and leaping across his form, exuding an ominous heat that caused the surrounding air to sizzle and distort. With the four-tailed beast's full cooperation, Lao Zi's lava release chakra mode surged to unprecedented heights, the chakra fluctuations around him becoming terrifyingly palpable. "Lao Zi, you truly intend to betray a Wagakure?" Inoki, witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from Lao Zi, turned pale and shouted in rage. Lava release chakra mode. This was Lao Zi's most potent combat mode, second only to tailed beast transformation. In this state, Lao Zi's strength could rival that of a Hokage, making him one of a Wagakure's most formidable forces. Activating this mode on the battlefield while standing before Konoha's formation signified one thing. He was genuinely prepared to strike against a Wagakure. That is Lord Laozi's lava release chakra mode. Lord Laozi intends to turn against us. Why? Why would Lord Laozi betray a Hokage? The IWA shinobi, gazing at the figure enveloped in lava atop the platform, were gripped with terror and dread, instinctively taking steps back. Lord Laozi had once been a hero who had rendered immense service to a Hokage during the invasion of Kumogakure into the land of Earth. It was Lord Laozi who bravely stood forth, utilizing his fearsome lava release to decimate the Kumogakure shinobi, preserving the borders of the land of Earth. In those times, they had been proud to have such a powerful comrade, relishing the sight of their enemies struggling and wailing beneath Laozi's lava. Yet now, Lord Laozi stood against them, ready to wield that dreadful lava release against his own. The mere thought of facing that which could melt stone and incinerate all filled the IWA, a shinobi, with dread, their hearts heavy with despair. Lord Laozi, why must you betray us? Confronted with the inquiries and confusion from Inoki and the IWA shinobi, Laozi shut his eyes, his face contorted with pain and guilt. Yet he offered no response. He found himself unable to explain. After a brief moment, they will naturally come to realize that he has not betrayed Yanin village. Old fool, look closely. Xiaoyao gazed at the astonished countenance of Dayemu, bursting into laughter, his voice brimming with pride. This is my newly trained Jinzuriki. What do you think? Is he not more formidable than before? You scoundrel! What have you done to Laozi? Dayemu trembled with rage. His eyes filled with disbelief and fury. He understood Laozi, although Laozi's personality was rebellious and his ideology somewhat discordant. His loyalty to Yanin village was beyond reproach. What kind of torment could have led such a loyal warrior to choose betrayal, aligning with Konoha, and even turning against his former comrades? Huangfu Xiaoyao, what despicable means have you employed? Attack! Quickly strike! The four tails urged urgently within Laozi. As the creature began to grow impatient, Buzz, taking a deep breath, when Laozi opened his eyes once more, any traces of hesitation and guilt had vanished, replaced by cold resolve. He opened his mouth, and the tailed beast chakra and lava release chakra swiftly converged in his throat, forming a dazzling red light as a massive lava sphere began to take shape before him. Damn it! Spread out! Take cover! Seeing the rapidly forming colossal lava sphere, Dayemu's expression shifted drastically, his voice rising with terror. He knew better than anyone the terrifying power of Laozi's lava release. If that lava sphere were to strike, the consequences would be unimaginable for the tightly packed rock shinobi. Boom! Just as Dayemu cried out, the lava sphere before Laozi fully formed, its diameter several meters wide, its surface rolling with searing magma, radiating suffocating heat and terrifying chakra fluctuations. But this was not the end. Like a rapid-fire cannon, one enormous lava sphere after another quickly coalesced in front of Laozi, and in an instant, over a dozen massive lava spheres hovered before him, turning half the sky a scorching red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a mere thought from Laozi, these numerous colossal lava spheres shot skyward like cannonballs, tearing through the air. Buzz. When the lava spheres reached their apex, they abruptly halted, suspended in midair, their surfaces roiling even more violently, resembling an erupting volcano, emanating waves of terrifying energy. Not good. Quick, defend. With his heart in turmoil, Dayemu roared hoarsely. He was acutely aware of Laozi's capabilities. These lava spheres were far from simple projectile attacks, and the ensuing explosion would be the most dreadful. Laozi's lava release is about to explode. Run. Damn it. Why must you treat us this way? Get down. Find cover. The rock shinobi were thrown into complete disarray, their fear evident on their faces. They scattered in all directions, some attempting to flee the formation, while others instinctively crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, praying to evade this lethal assault. Some rock shinobi hurled curses at Laozi on the platform, venting their anger and despair. The power they once took pride in had now become the sword of death hanging over their heads. And such a stark reversal left them utterly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the chaos among the rock shinobi, Dong Siren, Huoguang, and Huangtu, elite jonin of Yanin village, reacted swiftly, charging to the forefront of the rock shinobi formation with dozens of jonin and special jonin. Stay calm. Steady yourselves. Dong Siren bellowed fiercely, attempting to stabilize the troops while quickly forming hand seals, the veins on his forehead bulging as he channeled all his chakra. Duduin, Didong huh? He grunted, slamming his hands onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, the ground beneath the rock shinobi swiftly sinking, creating a vast depression in an effort to diminish the explosive force of the lava spheres. Who? It's still too much. Moments later, Dong Siren stumbled to one knee, gasping for breath, sweat cascading down his face like a waterfall, his chakra completely expended, leaving him utterly powerless. Such a vast and intense Duduin technique was beyond even him, a top-tier jonin of Yenin village, to endure. Leave the rest to us. Hua Guang and Huang Tu exchanged resolute glances, seeing determination reflected in each other's eyes. The dozens of jonin and special jonin behind them gritted their teeth and began to rapidly form seals. Duduin, Wan Li to Liubi. In unison, they whispered, slamming their hands onto the ground. Boom! The earth shook once more, and a massive wall of rocks surged from the ground. Towering several dozen meters high and several meters thick, resembling a city wall, completely encasing the chaotic rock shinobi within, forming a solid defensive barrier. This is as far as we can go. Hua Guang and Huang Tu collapsed onto the ground, their chakra depleted, their faces etched with exhaustion and bitter smiles. To execute this extensive to Liubi, they, along with the dozens of jonin and special jonin, had exhausted their energy, rendering them incapable of further combat in the near term. However, they had no other choice. Had they not acted, the rock shinobi would likely have suffered catastrophic casualties under Lao Zi's explosive lava release. Dong Siren, Hua Guang, well done. Dayemu observed the towering to Liubi, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, upon seeing the incapacitated Dong Siren and the still chaotic rock shinobi formation, his aged face twitched involuntarily. Just one appearance from Lao Zi, one preparatory move for an attack, had utterly disrupted his pre-battle plans, resulting in the loss of dozens of mid to high-tier combatants and plunging morale into chaos. Huangfu Xiaoyao, you truly possess remarkable means. Lao Zi on the platform gazed at the disarray of the rock shinobi, staring at the enormous to Liubi, utterly stunned, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He did not intend to attack Yenin village. He merely sought, as per Xiaoyao's request, to stage a splendid fireworks display to warm up for the ninjas of Konoha. Yet, due to his pride, he refrained from uttering the embarrassing name of fireworks chakra mode. Nor did he clarify his intent. As a result, it had led Dayemu and the comrades of Yenin village to mistakenly believe that he intended to launch an assault on Yenin village, creating such a grand spectacle. Now, things have escalated. Boom! Just as Lao Zi stood in shock, the numerous lava spheres suspended in midair suddenly swelled violently, their surfaces roiling like boiling water, and a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next moment, these lava spheres exploded with a thunderous roar. Damn those Konoha scoundrels! How dare you toy with Yenin? Dayemu's eyes burned crimson, fixating on the high-ranking figures within the Konoha formation, his chest heaving with fury, nearly spitting fire. Suddenly, his expression faltered. Wait, why do the Konoha members look so peculiar? Dayemu was utterly bewildered. In such a scenario, the Konoha ninjas should have been either cackling with delight or wearing smug expressions. After all, were he in their position, witnessing Yenin's plight, he would likely be unable to contain his laughter. Yet, Tsunadeheim and the high-ranking members of Konoha were not only devoid of any sense of triumph, but appeared to be twitching at the corners of their mouths, their gazes strange, as if watching an absurd farce. What on earth is happening? Bang! Under Dayemu's pale visage, amidst the grave expressions of Dong Siren and the elite rock shinobi, amidst the terrified screams and prayers of the rock shinobi, and amidst the Konoha high-ranking members' barely suppressed laughter, the numerous lava spheres hovering in midair finally detonated with a resounding explosion. Bang! 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 A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the Iwnin to tremble in fear. Their eyes tightly shut, hands clasped over their heads, fervently praying that the Dosajin and others could conjure a sufficient Doton barrier to withstand the impending cataclysm of molten lava. Yet, to their astonishment, the anticipated destructive force did not materialize. Instead, they were greeted with a spectacle reminiscent of a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The erupting lava did not cascade down to incinerate everything. Rather, it blossomed high above, intertwining flames of red, gold, and orange, with molten fragments streaking across the sky like shooting stars, illuminating the heavens in a vivid crimson glow, akin to a grand celestial banquet. The searing light gently bathed the battlefield, devoid of any lethal intent, offering an unparalleled visual astonishment. The expressions of the Iwnin froze in terror. Oyagi's face turned ashen, while Dosajin and the others wore looks of incredulity, as if they were ensnared by a spell, gazing blankly at the resplendent display of lava fireworks. Countless questions erupted in the minds of every Iwnin, plunging them into a state of cognitive paralysis. What on earth was happening? The power of the Biju was being used for fireworks. See that, old man? Have you witnessed it? Xiaoyao exclaimed, pointing at the dazzling spectacle overhead, bursting into laughter that echoed across the battlefield. This is the true essence of a Jinchuriki. You once regarded this treasure as merely a war machine. What a waste. Oyagi, observing the dissipating lava display, glanced at the bewildered Lao Zi, and then at the upper echelons of Konoha, who struggled to suppress their laughter. Their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. He finally comprehended the situation. Lao Zi had not betrayed Iwa. This rascal had merely been coerced by Huangfu Xiaoyao to provide entertainment in the form of fireworks before the decisive battle. In any other circumstance, perhaps he could have begrudgingly accepted it, but how could he possibly reconcile the use of the coveted Biju power for mere fireworks? Oyagi's mind raged, nearly choking on his fury. The power of the Yanbi, while not the most formidable among the 9 Biju, ranked among the top 3 in terms of destructive capability and intimidation in warfare. This terrifying force, capable of obliterating cities and burying legions, had been reduced to a mere sideshow. He surveyed the dozens of exhausted Jonin and special Jonin, collapsed on the ground, in the disarrayed Iwa formations. Feeling dizzy and on the brink of tears, his meticulously planned battle strategy, crafted over several days and requiring immense manpower and resources, had been utterly thwarted by a display of fireworks. He turned to Lao Zi, still dazed atop the platform, cursing this stubborn old fool in his heart. If you were coerced into creating fireworks, you could have at least given a heads up. Now, Iwa has lost dozens of mid to high-tier combatants. The formations are in chaos, and morale has plummeted to an all-time low. Lao Zi, your damned pride is dragging Iwa into an abyss from which it cannot escape. Chapter 175. The battle begins. Dosajin, Hoka, and others exchanged glances, staring at the fading red glow in the sky, their faces etched with disbelief and profound shame. So, they had exerted every ounce of chakra to unleash an extensive Doton defense, merely to withstand a fireworks display. This was undoubtedly the most absurd joke in the history of the ninja world. They could even envision the Konoha ninjas, trembling with suppressed laughter, wishing to find a crevice to hide in and never emerge. The pre-battle warm-up had concluded splendidly. Xiaoyao, observing the charged atmosphere of the battlefield, approached and patted Lao Zi on the shoulder, rousing him from his stupor. Lao Zi opened his mouth, his expression a tumult of humiliation, guilt, and an ineffable sense of absurdity. He realized he had blundered terribly. What are you still doing here? Xiaoyao frowned, regarding the motionless Lao Zi with a hint of impatience. I will withdraw at once. Lao Zi, shivering at the sight of the cold blade sheath in Xiaoyao's hand, gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. At that moment, he felt utterly ashamed to remain on the battlefield, retreating awkwardly back to the Konoha formation with several swift steps. Old man, did you see that? This is the true utility of Biju power. Xiaoyao turned to the suspended Oyagi, flashing a mocking grin. Well, the warm-up is over. It's time to get to the main event. If you're wise, extend your neck so I can dispatch you with one swift stroke. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Iwa formations, his tone sharpening. And where is that cowardly turtle of the Gobi? Last time, he fled faster than a rabbit. Why is he hiding now? The stage was set ablaze, and now came the segment he relished most, the slaying of foes. The last time he had vanquished the Yanbi, he had not only acquired a wealth of attribute points, but also unlocked the incomplete power of the 6 paths, with annotations stating that defeating all 9 Biju would grant him the complete power of the 6 paths. He had let the Gobi escape previously, but this time, he intended to reclaim his losses with interest. Roar. Follow Lord Xiaoyao and eliminate the Iwa scum. For the personal guidance of Lord Xiaoyao, we shall storm Iwa and seize their fine wines. Charge. Victory belongs to Konoha. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the Konoha ninjas erupted like a lit powder keg, roaring with fervor, their eyes ablaze, charging towards the Iwa formations. As long as they could seize the finest wines, They would earn Lord Xiaoyao's personal instruction. This was their singular chance to alter their fates. Oyagi trembled with rage at Xiaoyao's taunts, yet found himself devoid of the desire to retort. He gazed at the Konoha ninjas, akin to starving wolves pouncing on their prey, then observed his own IWA ninjas, still lost in the absurdity of the previous scene, awakening from their stupor, and his heart brimmed with endless anger and despair. What the hell was this battle even about? What were these Konoha brutes shouting about? To kill for wine? Was Konoha a village composed entirely of wine-drunk gluttons? Oyagi was utterly bewildered, the current battlefield dynamics stretching beyond his comprehension and control. Kill. Annihilate the IWA scoundrels. For Lord Xiaoyao, for the wine, charge. The roars of the Konoha ninjas were deafening, their eyes glinting with fervor, regarding the IWA ninjas as treasures rather than mortal foes. In their eyes, these IWA ninjas were not adversaries, but stepping stones on their path to greatness, bargaining chips for the guidance of Lord Xiaoyao. Damn it, these Konoha lunatics. Oyagi's expression darkened as he beheld the frenzied charge of the Konoha ninjas. The ninjas of the 5 great hidden villages each had their characteristics. IWA was renowned for its unity, Konoha for its strategies and elite teams, while Kumogakure was known for its ferocity. Yet now, the madness exhibited by Konoha's warriors far surpassed that of the Kumogakure ninjas, resembling a horde of irrational beasts. Surveying his own IWA ninjas, Oyagi's gaze swept across the formation, his countenance darkening further. The IWA ninjas were now cowering behind the massive Doton wall, initially erected to defend against Lao Z's lava attacks, but now it had become a prison, confining them. Although the wall was sturdy, it limited their mobility, rendering them incapable of evading or counterattacking effectively. If the Konoha ninjas unleashed explosive tags and concentrated assaults, commenced battle. All teams immediately launched kunai embedded with explosive tags. Tsunade's voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield, interrupting Oyagi's thoughts. Though the developments were somewhat unexpected, Konoha had no reason to overlook such a splendid opportunity for battle. The IWA shinobi trapped within the walls appeared to Konoha as nothing more than live targets. Cunning Konoha. Quickly, immediately dismantle the Doton wall. Inoki's face turned ashen as he hoarsely shouted towards the direction of the Eastern Death Squad and others. The realization that this disastrous defeat stemmed from their own side's excessive tension was a source of deep anguish for Inoki. Should IWA Shin be defeated due to Lao Zi celebrating with fireworks for Huangfu Xiaoyao, the village would become a laughingstock within the entire shinobi world, with no hope of redemption. Upon hearing Inoki's furious roar, the Eastern Death Squad, Huaguang, and others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Their chakra had been nearly exhausted from casting a large-scale Doton defense, leaving them utterly drained, unable to muster even the strength to raise a hand. The thought of dismantling the Doton wall was utterly impossible. To recover their chakra would require at least half an hour. Yet Konoha's ninjas would evidently not grant them such a reprieve. First squad, throw. Second squad, prepare. Alternate throwing, maintain fire suppression. The commanding voices of the Konoha squad leaders echoed as countless kunai, rigged with explosive tags, were loaded into specialized launchers and hurled towards the IW Doton wall. The air was filled with a cacophony of kunai soaring like a torrential downpour, accompanied by piercing sounds of slicing air, descending upon the IWA formations with an oppressive intensity. Countless kunai struck the Doton wall with tremendous force, triggering the explosive tags instantaneously. The immense blast shattered the sturdy rock wall, creating numerous gaping holes, with debris scattering and dust swirling. More kunai, guided as if with eyes, accurately landed in the heart of the dense IWA formations. The explosions erupted close range, their power truly terrifying. Even formidable jounin would find it difficult to escape severe injuries amidst such concentrated detonations, let alone the majority of Iwa's forces composed of chunin and genin. Instantly, cries of anguish erupted within the IWA formations, blood splattered, and severed limbs soared amidst the shockwaves of the explosions, shattering the once orderly formations into a nightmarish chaos. Damn it! Quickly, construct a small defensive barrier with Doton. Protect the Eastern Death Squad and them until they recover their chakra. The mid-tier and lower-tier commanders of IWA shouted, attempting to organize a counteroffensive and defense. However, the Eastern Death Squad, Huaguang, and dozens of jounin and special jounin had already lost their combat capabilities, leading to a significant fracture in Iwa's command structure. Their response sluggish. By the time the IWA shinobi managed to erect a small defensive barrier using Doton, casualties had already surpassed 1,000. In just one round of attacks, they had lost 1/10 of their forces. Chapter 176, Cursed Be It. Floating in mid-air, Inoki gazed at this scene with an expression darker than thunderclouds, nearly dripping with water. This was the catastrophic consequence of strategic misjudgment. Even more frightening than the substantial losses was the plummeting morale of IWA, with many shinobi losing their will to fight and beginning to flee in all directions. A solution must be found to reverse the tide of battle, otherwise. Inoki's heart was shrouded in despair as he observed the IWA shinobi, who could only passively endure the onslaught. In less than an hour of battle, they had lost 1/10 of their forces, their morale shattered, and their formations in disarray. If this continued, IWA might face an unprecedented and devastating defeat, potentially leading to their downfall. And the root cause of all this chaos was that unpredictable Huangfu Xiaoyao. Huangfu Xiaoyao, I shall kill you. Inoki's gaze fixed upon the figure standing defiantly before the Konoha formations, his teeth grinding, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. As the third Tsuchikage, he ought to have commanded the battle from the center. Yet now, IWA stood on the brink of disaster, and conventional tactics could no longer alter the outcome. The only course of action was to personally eliminate Huangfu Xiaoyao. Only by slaying this instigator could he hope to restore the morale of the IWA shinobi and seize a chance to turn the tide. Moreover, it had to be swift. Delay even a moment longer, and even if he were to kill Huangfu Xiaoyao, it would be too late. Cursed be it. In the IWA formation, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, trembled upon hearing Inoki's furious roar, his face betraying profound fear. The image of Lao Zi and the Four Tails being gravely wounded and captured by Xiaoyao was etched into his mind like a brand. He vividly recalled the terrifying power of that black-purple slash, the suffocating pressure of the blade, and how he had fled in panic. Yet now, IWA stood at a critical juncture between life and death, and as a war weapon of IWA, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he leaped over the Doton wall, landing opposite Xiaoyao, his tail beast chakra surging forth. It was Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Seeing Han's figure, the Konoha ninjas momentarily hesitated, their expressions growing solemn. Jinchuriki were the most formidable weapons of war among the shinobi villages, each possessing the potential to alter the course of battle. But when their gaze fell upon Xiaoyao, their seriousness dissipated, replaced by overwhelming confidence. Lord Xiaoyao had once captured the Four Tails. Hadn't the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han also fled in terror from Lord Xiaoyao last time? Oh, the Five Tails turtle. Do you dare to show your face? Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled upon seeing Han radiating tail beast chakra, as if he had discovered a new toy. He then turned to the floating Inoki beside Han, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he slowly raised his sword. Chioshui, you two, come at me together. It will save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Gripping the Chioshui, the black-purple patterns on the blade gleamed sharply in the sunlight. Looking at Inoki, who hovered beside Han, Xiaoyao grinned, his tone dripping with unrestrained disdain. You arrogant little brat. Inoki's anger surged, his body trembling as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Who was he? The third Tsuchikage standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. A legendary powerhouse who had experienced 3 shinobi world wars and navigated the realm for decades. Even the third Raikage and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would show him a degree of respect, not daring to act so brazenly in his presence. Yet this young brat, barely out of childhood, dared to belittle him so. I fought in the shinobi world while you were still forming in your mother's womb. Inoki's eyes blazed with fury, his roar echoing like thunder, his chakra surging violently from his rage. An old fool like you has lived long enough to be a joke, yet still dares to flaunt it? Xiaoyao chuckled, shaking his neck and flexing his wrist as he looked at Inoki with a scoff. Having lived so long, you still can't even manage a village, and in battle, you're outmaneuvered by others. I feel embarrassed for you. You bastard. Inoki's face twisted in fury, trembling with rage. Yet he could not muster a rebuttal. Xiaoyao spoke the truth. When Inoki was at the height of his power, Xiaoyao had indeed not yet been born. Yet now, he needed to join forces with Han to contend against this younger generation. This was, in itself, a humiliation. Stop babbling, take this blade. Xiaoyao. Lacking patience to waste time with Inoki, suddenly focused his gaze, the Chioshui slicing through the air in a dazzling black-purple arc. The earth trembled as the blade descended. A frenzied black-purple slash erupted with unparalleled ferocity, akin to a thunderclap cascading from the heavens, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the world, and charging towards Inoki and Han with a deafening roar. This devastating strike stretched a formidable 12 meters in length and 5 meters in width, carving an unfathomable chasm into the earth, reducing rocks to dust and sending clouds of debris soaring, reminiscent of a primordial behemoth awakened, poised to consume everything in its path. Is this truly the prowess of Konoha's most fearsome genius? Merely a casual sweep of the hand yields such terrifying might. This is a power beyond human capability. How can we possibly withstand it? The IWA shinobi gazed at this celestial-like onslaught, their eyes glazed over, trembling uncontrollably as their weapons slipped from their grasp. Some IWA shinobi even collapsed to the ground, stripped of all combat will, their faces etched with despair. The visual shockwave and oppressive force of the slash had utterly obliterated their psychological defenses. Damn it! Inoki cursed silently as he witnessed the sudden assault from Xiaoyao, a flicker of dread flashing in his eyes. The range and power of such an attack far exceeded that of an ordinary S-rank ninjutsu, and this was merely a casual strike from this young boy. A casual blow rivaling S-rank ninjutsu. What manner of creature is this? Inoki's mind was consumed with frantic curses. Yet he dared not pause in his actions. Behind him lay the chaotic battlefield of IWA, and if he were to evade, this terrifying slash would descend upon his comrades, resulting in even greater casualties. Doton, Dorihiki. Inoki swiftly performed hand seals, slamming his palms onto the ground with fervor. He had to withstand this blow. A surge of chakra flooded into the earth like a tidal wave, inciting violent tremors. Boom. Moments later, a massive rock golem, towering dozens of meters high, emerged from the ground, its form composed of solid rock, exuding a heavy and frigid aura. Forward! Inoki bellowed, commanding the rock golem to charge towards the frenzied black-purple slash. Boom! The rock golem collided with the strike, a deafening crash reverberating through the air. Crack! In an instant, a terrifying fissure marred the golem's chest. Rock fragments scattering as its entire form quivered violently, as if on the brink of disintegration. This is bad. Inoki's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated the sheer power of this slash. This was a top-tier Doton ninjutsu devised by the second Tsuchikage, renowned for its defensive and offensive capabilities. Yet it could not withstand even a casual blow from the opponent. He dared not hesitate, immediately floating behind the rock golem, placing his right hand upon its back. Doton, Juryu no Jutsu. Chapter 177. The ultimate offense of the ninja world, Inoki exclaimed, as chakra surged unceasingly from his body into the golem. The golem's weight and density surged instantaneously, akin to a colossal mountain, temporarily halting the advance of the slash. Han, act now! Inoki roared, veins bulging upon his forehead, clearly exerting all his strength. Whoosh! A figure, brandishing 5 robust tails, surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Xiaoyao. Han, transformed into his tailed beast form. His form morphed between man and beast, enveloped in a pale blue chakra, his eyes glowing crimson, radiating a savage aura as he struck out with claws imbued with tailed beast chakra. Roar! The beastly roar echoed thunderously, the claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Xiaoyao's head. Whoosh! Roar! Han's beastly eyes narrowed in disbelief as his powerful strike met empty air. How could a human move so swiftly? Instinctively turning his head, he found Xiaoyao standing calmly beside him, those radiant red eyes observing him with an unsettling tranquility, as if perceiving his every action. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Han felt each movement and thought he possessed was entirely under the opponent's control, devoid of any secrets. With such lackluster attempts, do you still dare to appear and embarrass yourself? Xiaoyao smirked, a mocking grin illuminating his face. You should take those claws home to scratch your elderly grandmother. You waste of a 5 tails. No sooner had he spoken than the blade in his hand descended with ferocity. Whoosh! A black-purple glimmer flashed before Han's beastly eyes. Roar! Han felt a heart-wrenching agony sear through him, unleashing a piercing scream. A horrific gash, nearly severing him in two, appeared across his abdomen. blood gushing forth and staining the ground. His form was sent crashing into the rock golem, which was struggling to withstand the onslaught. Boom. Under the combined weight of Han and the slash, even the fortified rock golem could no longer endure. Crack. Boom. The towering rock golem disintegrated into countless shards, scattering chaotically as dust filled the air, obscuring Inoki from view. Doton, Iwa, Kyubi no Jutsu. Inoki observed the devastating slash piercing through the golem's defenses, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes as he murmured. His right fist was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of rock, hardening to the strength of steel. And with immense force, he struck towards the oncoming slash. Boom. Crack. Crack. A terrifying surge of energy radiated outward, the ground beneath Inoki fracturing like spider silk, countless dark fissures spreading like abysses. Huh. Inoki cried out, exerting every ounce of strength to launch the chaotic slash upwards. Boom. The violent sword pressure erupted in the sky, tearing through the clouds and revealing a clear expanse above. Gasp. 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 Inoki panted heavily, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with horror as he regarded Xiaoyao. In merely a single exchange, Han had sustained grave injuries, rendering him incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, he himself had employed 3 advanced Doton techniques, expending all his might just to barely fend off a casual strike from his opponent. This young boy is truly a monster, Inoki murmured inwardly, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. The wind, laden with fragments of rock, swept across the battlefield, stirring up clouds of dust. The Iwa shinobi stood in stunned silence, their minds blank as they beheld the scene before them. The third Tsuchikage Inoki, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han. These two were the pillars of their Iwa village, renowned as top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world. Yet now, within a mere exchange, Han had been grievously wounded, collapsed, and unable to move. And the once invincible third Tsuchikage, whom they revered as a god, could only barely withstand the opponent's attack. Such an outcome was utterly beyond their comprehension, shattering their last glimmers of hope. Roar! Han lay on the ground, emitting pained howls. His abdomen, marred by a gash that nearly bisected him, flowed with blood, the intense pain causing his body to convulse, compelling him to revert from his tailed beast form. Clutching his wound, he curled into a ball, groaning in agony, attempting to summon tailed beast chakra to heal his injuries. Yet no matter how hard he tried, the moment the chakra approached the wound, it was devoured and suppressed by a strange black-purple energy, rendering it utterly ineffective for any healing. It was only at this moment that Han truly understood why Inoki had been rendered powerless against this monster, captured with ease. This power, capable of suppressing tailed beast chakra, was indeed the nemesis of both tailed beasts and their hosts. What is the origin of this wretched child's attack? Inoki gazed at the severely injured Han, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. The reason why the Renzili is regarded as the most terrifying weapon of war is not only due to the immense quantity of tailed beast chakra it possesses, but also because of its formidable self-healing ability. As long as they do not die on the spot, Renzili can swiftly recover from even the most severe injuries under the influence of tailed beast chakra, a unique trait inherent to it. However, after being wounded by Han, the tailed beast chakra astonishingly failed to mend the injury. In this shinobi world, there truly exists a force capable of restraining tailed beast chakra. It is no wonder that this young lad could effortlessly capture Lao Zi. He had already mastered such an extraordinary power. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is revered as Lord Xiaoyao. With just a single strike, he severely injured the Five-Tails Renzili. Before Lord Xiaoyao, the Tsuchikage appeared utterly helpless. On the side of Konoha, witnessing this breathtaking scene, a thunderous cheer erupted, instantly elevating their morale to its peak. Previously, most of Lord Xiaoyao's achievements had been accomplished solo behind enemy lines. The majority of Konoha's shinobi had only heard of his legendary status, but had never witnessed his prowess firsthand. Now, they finally beheld the terrifying might of the swordsmanship hailed as the greatest offensive art in the shinobi world. That strike, akin to divine wrath, which effortlessly incapacitated the Renzili and forced back the Tsuchikage, left an indelible impression on the hearts of every Konoha shinobi. As long as they could defeat Iwagakure and seize the most exquisite sake, they would earn Lord Xiaoyao's personal guidance. Did they not also have a chance to unleash such fearsome strikes? Could they not also possess such formidable power? With this thought, The eyes of the Konoha shinobi ignited with even more fervent flames, propelling them to charge forth with greater speed. Kill. Annihilate all the scum of Iwagakure. For the sake of Lord Xiaoyao, for the exquisite sake, they charged towards Iwagakure. The Konoha shinobi surged forward like ravenous wolves, fiercely assaulting the chaotic ranks of Iwagakure. Their weapons swinging, relentlessly claiming the lives of IWA shinobi. It was my turn. Minato retrieved several specially crafted kunai affixed with the Flying Thunder God technique and addressed the Konoha throwing team, requesting them to accurately toss these kunai into various corners of the Iwagakure battlefield. Yes, Lord Minato. The throwing team swiftly accepted the kunai, quickly loading them into the kunai launcher, adjusting their angles, and aiming at the Iwagakure formation. You are quite enthusiastic, Minato. Nara Shikaku, observing the serious expression on Minato's face, teased with a smile. Chapter 178, Flying Thunder God-esque Guiding Thunder. The tide of battle had entirely shifted in favor of Konoha. Victory was merely a matter of time. As evident from the relieved smiles on his and Tsunade's faces, along with those of other strategists. Ahem. I would like to ask Lord Xiaoyao to help me design some attack-oriented ninjutsu suited for me. Minato scratched his head, revealing a hint of bashfulness. My Flying Thunder God technique is fast enough, but its offensive power has always been a shortcoming. If I could receive Lord Xiaoyao's guidance, I believe I could enhance it. It seems the first prize this time is destined for you. Nara Shikaku remarked with a smile, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. With the Flying Thunder God technique in play, it is likely that no one in Konoha can harvest enemies faster than Minato and seize the most exquisite sake. Moreover, Minato has the benefit of experience. Thus far, among those who have delivered game to Lord Xiaoyao, Minato's rating is the highest, and he has garnered Lord Xiaoyao's favor. Lord Minato, we are ready. At this moment, the throwing team had completed their adjustments, addressing Minato. Then I shall go, Lady Tsunade. Minato turned to respectfully say to Tsunade. Go, but be careful. Tsunade waved her hand, her beautiful eyes never leaving Lord Xiaoyao, who was locked in confrontation with Inoki, a hint of worry and an undeniable pride gleaming in her gaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of kunai affixed with the Flying Thunder God technique shot forth like meteors, accurately landing around the IWA shinobi. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. Minato's gaze sharpened as he tightly gripped another specially crafted kunai, his chakra surging explosively within him. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, dozens of Minato's figures appeared almost simultaneously in various corners of the Iwagakure battlefield, traversing like specters. Splat, 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 blood splattered, and cries of agony echoed. In an instant, the necks of dozens of IWA shinobi were severed by the kunai in Minato's hands, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. Minato's movements were as swift as lightning, leaving the IWA shinobi no opportunity to react, harvesting lives as if they were mere stalks of straw. It is the yellow flash of Konoha. Witnessing this scene, Inoki's eyes widened in horror, a sense of dread filling his heart. The yellow flash of Konoha. In this shinobi world war, was a newly rising power second only to Huangfu Xiaoyao. His unparalleled mastery of the space-time ninjutsu had made him renowned on the battlefield of Kumogakure, becoming a nightmare for the Kumogakure shinobi. Little did he expect that he had also arrived on the battlefield of Iwagakure. Currently, the eastern shinobi had yet to recover their chakra. No one could withstand the yellow flash's assault. Damn it! Just as Inoki intended to move to provide support, several black-purple blades of light suddenly illuminated beside him, like the scythes of death, severing his escape route. Boom! The blades fell, and the ground was instantaneously cleaved into deep chasms, utterly separating Inoki from the Iwagakure battlefield. With your turtle-like speed, where do you think you are going, old man? Xiaoyao, wielding the Chosue blade, stood firm, a mocking smile on his face as he scoffed. You bastard! Inoki glared fiercely at the figure holding the black-purple long blade, his eyes filled with raging fury, yet he felt utterly helpless. He knew in his heart that unless he eliminated Xiaoyao, he could not return to support the Iwagakure battlefield. Even if he could fly, his speed would pale in comparison to his opponent's terrifying striking speed. It was likely that before he could even approach the battlefield, he would be struck down by his opponent's blade. Do not be so arrogant, you young pup. Inoki roared, his hands swiftly forming seals, a look of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. Since he could not assist the battlefield, he would first eliminate this instigator. Only by killing Huangfu Xiaoyao could he hope to turn the tide of battle. Buzz. A blinding white light radiated from his palms, containing a terrifying energy fluctuation that began to warp the surrounding air. Dust release. Primitive world separation technique. Inoki gradually parted his hands, a conical, luminous barrier taking shape in his palms, exuding a fearsome aura capable of disintegrating all things. Under the dust release, be reduced to atoms. You brat! Inoki shouted angrily, thrusting his hands forward. The conical barrier instantly expanded to several dozen meters in size, transforming into a brilliant pillar of light, soaring toward Xiaoyao with the force to obliterate the heavens and the earth. It is Lord Tsuchikage's dust release. We are saved. Even that monster cannot possibly withstand the dust release. Hold on. Once Lord Tsuchikage kills that monster, we can counterattack. The IWA shinobi, upon witnessing the radiant pillar, felt a spark of hope igniting in their previously despairing eyes, their morale soaring as they shouted. Dust release. It is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of 3 chakra natures, wind, earth, and fire, surpassing ordinary bloodline limits. Ranking among the pinnacle of offensive ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Its function is simple yet brutal. Any target struck by dust release is disintegrated into its most basic atomic form, then explodes within the barrier, vanishing completely from this world. This is an attack that is absolutely unavoidable. Even Inoki's counterpart, the third Raikage, who is known for possessing the strongest spear and the strongest shield, would choose to evade rather than confront dust release head-on. Once that monster is hit by dust release, no matter how strong he is, he will be reduced to atoms, utterly annihilated. It is Inoki's dust release. In the village of Mai, upon witnessing the resplendent pillar of light, Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. She had long heard of the formidable reputation of dust release, a forbidden ninjutsu developed by the second Tsuchikage that had gained renown for decades, with no one ever able to withstand it head-on. However, given Xiaoyao's speed, evading the dust release should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, as she observed his actions, her complexion turned ashen. Xiaoyao, quickly evade. Tsunade could not restrain her voice from rising in alarm. To her dismay, Xiaoyao stood motionless, his gaze calmly fixed on the encroaching dust release, showing no intention of retreating. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Get out of the way. In a concealed corner, Minato, who was momentarily recovering his chakra, was struck by the same horror as he witnessed the unfolding scene, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. This was dust release. In terms of destructive power concentrated at a single point, it even surpassed the tailed beast bomb. The ability to disintegrate a target to its atomic components was undeniably terrifying and insurmountable. The best strategy against dust release was to avoid its edge. One must never confront it directly. But why was Xiaoyao not dodging? Did he truly not comprehend the nature of dust release? A chilling thought surged within Minato, sending shivers throughout his being. This was entirely plausible. Xiaoyao's strength and talent were unparalleled, deemed the greatest since the founding of Mai, an undeniable genius. Yet, his theoretical knowledge was abysmal. During the Chunin exam's theoretical segment, it was only through the clandestine assistance of the third Hokage that he barely passed. This was a fact that Jiraiya-sensei had incessantly drummed into his ears. It was entirely possible that Xiaoyao, lacking even the most fundamental theoretical understanding, was oblivious to the terrifying aspects of dust release. If he truly intended to confront the dust release due to ignorance, Minato gritted his teeth, his expression becoming grave. Damn it, I haven't perfected this technique yet. He gazed at the seal of Hiraishin no Jutsu on his palm, anxiety brewing within him. Hiraishin's guiding thunder. This was a space-time ninjutsu he was developing that could redirect an enemy's attack elsewhere. However, its current success rate stood at a mere 50%. Still in the experimental phase. Should he fail, he could very well succumb to the aftermath of the dust release and perish on the spot. Here goes, Minato resolved, eyeing the approaching pillar of dust release and the still motionless Xiaoyao. He had made up his mind. Even with a 50% success rate, he had to attempt it. He could not bear to watch Xiaoyao perish beneath the dust release. Just as Minato prepared to unleash Hiraishin's guiding thunder, he suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in Xiaoyao's aura. The once tumultuous energy receded abruptly, becoming profoundly tranquil, as if he had merged with the very essence of the cosmos. This serene atmosphere, akin to a gentle stream, soothed Minato's restlessness and unease. That little brat has closed his eyes? Inoki observed, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at Xiaoyao, who was perilously close to the dust release. A glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. What an audacious child! To close his eyes before dust release was the utmost affront to both him and the technique. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Let him pay the most painful price for his arrogance, to be utterly reduced to atoms and vanish from this world. Inoki felt exhilarated. Although dust release was powerful, it had a fatal weakness. It consumed an immense amount of chakra, and even he could not use it consecutively for long. Moreover, its speed was not particularly swift, allowing nimble ninjas in the world of shinobi to evade it. When he had launched the attack, he had been somewhat regretful, fearing Xiaoyao might evade. But now, the child had forsaken evasion due to his hubris, presenting a divine opportunity. Once he eliminated this brat, he could quickly join the fray, and with his and Han's strength, the tide of battle would surely turn, leading to ultimate victory. The Hokage would undoubtedly be the last to laugh. At this moment, Inoki began to envision the scenes of victory, a long-lost smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, with his eyes tightly shut and enveloped in a faint halo of tranquility, appeared entirely detached from the cacophony and chaos surrounding him. In his perception, everything around him became strikingly clear. The sounds of wind, explosions, screams of despair from the IWA shinobi, and the fervor of Mai, as well as the swiftly approaching dust release, resonated distinctly in his mind. The rhythm of dust release was rather unique. Xiaoyao mused inwardly, a subtle smile curving his lips. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Within his crimson irises, there was no trace of fear, only an air of calm and composure. Ikadoryu Shinzen, a brilliant black-purple blade of light erupted from thin air, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing the darkness, instantly tearing through the fabric of reality. This blade, though not vast, contained unparalleled sharpness and precision, as if it could sever all things in existence. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The dust release, reputed for its ability to disintegrate all matter into atoms, was effortlessly sliced through by this black-purple blade, shattering into fragments like fragile glass. The shattered dust release barrier transformed into countless luminous particles, dissipating into the air without causing any destruction. And no, this cannot be. Inoki's eyes widened, his smile freezing into a mask of sheer horror and incredulity, his voice rising in a gasp. The dust release, which he had inherited from the second Hokage and had dominated the shinobi world for decades without a single defeat, had been cleaved in twain by a mere blade. Dust release was obliterated. In the ranks of a Hokage, the beleaguered figures of Toshijin and Hoko stood stunned, their minds blank as they beheld the dissipating dust release and the black-purple blade. This was dust release. Even the third Hokage, faced with dust release, could only evade its wrath. This was a horrifying attack capable of reducing everything to atoms. Yet, it had been shattered by a blade. What kind of jest was this? Surely, this could not be real. Hoko's lips quivered, his mind drifting, unable to believe the spectacle before him. Dust release was the pride of a Hokage, their most potent trump card. In the entire shinobi world, only the second and third Hokage could wield such an ultimate ninjutsu. Yet now, this technique, which they held in such high esteem, had been effortlessly cleaved by Huangfu Xiaoyao, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary pane of glass. How could they accept this? Hey, Huangfu, Toshijin, did I just imagine that? Hoko turned to his equally dazed companions, his voice trembling with a hint of hope. But the only response was a profound silence. Toshijin gazed at the figure standing resolutely in the center of the battlefield, akin to a war god, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Dust release had truly been cleaved by Huangfu Xiaoyao's blade. What kind of monster was this? Did they truly stand a chance of winning this war? The usually confident Toshijin felt an unprecedented wave of despair wash over him. Lord Xiaoyao is too powerful. Minato stood in stunned silence, staring at the dissipating dust release, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. He had heard countless tales from Jiraiya-sensei about the terror of dust release. During the Second Shinobi World War, when the third Hokage unleashed dust release, no one could withstand it. Even the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, had been forced to evade. This was a ninjutsu that no one could confront directly. Yet now, Lord Xiaoyao had effortlessly shattered dust release with a single strike. I must strive harder. I must seize this moment. A glint of determination shone in Minato's eyes. As long as he could receive guidance from Lord Xiaoyao, he too could become immensely powerful. Even if he is not adept in swordsmanship, the physical techniques of Xianyao to run, his formidable presence, and even other unknown powers are all worthy of his study. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. His figure darting through the Iwagakure's battle formation like a specter, commencing a new wave of slaughter. At this moment, the air on the front line seemed to congeal, leaving only the residual force of blades slicing through the air and the heavy breaths of the ninjas. You old man with the red nose, are you surprised? Xianyao held the Choshui Dao at an angle, the black and purple patterns on the blade shimmering in the sunlight. He gazed at the astonished Dayemo, whose pupils constricted in shock, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Red-nosed old man. Dayemo, who had been immersed in the shock of his dust release being shattered, was instantaneously awakened by this highly derogatory title. His lips twitched violently, his aged face transitioning from pale to a deep crimson, veins on his forehead bulging as if they would burst. From an old codger to a shorty, and now to a red-nosed old man. This little brat's tongue is sharper than the keenest blade. Dayemu felt that the insults endured in this brief half-hour were more searing than the entirety of his previous life, each jab striking precisely at his sore spots. The fury within him erupted like a volcano, wishing to rush forward and shatter Xianyao into 1,000 pieces. But reason dictated that, alone, he could not achieve this. The power of Xianyao, who could shatter dust release head-on, surpassed his understanding. Relying solely on himself, whether he could even retreat unscathed was uncertain. A mere young lad, fresh to the scene, had rendered him, the third Tsuchikage who had navigated the shinobi world for decades, utterly helpless. A profound sense of powerlessness surged within Dayemo. The battle, once holding a glimmer of hope, had now turned completely bleak. Han, how is your injury recovering? Since a solo endeavor is futile, then we shall join forces. Chapter 180. Seasoning in the battlefield, there is never a moral code for one-on-one combat. Victory is the sole objective. Dayemu suppressed the anger and humiliation surging within him. Turning to Han, who was struggling to suppress his wounds with tailed beast chakra, and spoke in a low voice. I can fight again, albeit barely. Han's face still bore the remnants of disbelief, the image of Xianyao shattering the dust release etched in his mind like a brand, sending chills through him. Yet he understood that this was not the time for fear. Dayemu alone could no longer contend with that monster. Iwagakure was at the brink of life and death, and he had to take action. Han pressed his hands firmly against his abdomen, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise. The tailed beast chakra swirling around him once more, attempting to mask the weakness brought on by his injuries. We will join forces. You will distract him and force him to reveal an opening, while I seize the moment to turn him to atoms with dust release. Dayemu quickly laid out the strategy, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Although his dust release had just been shattered, he did not believe it lacked strength. Rather, Xianyao's swordsmanship was exceedingly peculiar. As long as he could provoke even a fleeting opening from Xianyao, allowing the dust release to make contact with his body, he would undoubtedly annihilate this monster. Understood, Han growled, the tailed beast chakra enveloping him like a tide, cocooning his body in a pale blue chakra shell. Boom. In the next moment, the shell shattered, revealing a creature that was both man and beast, brandishing 5 robust tails behind it. It was Han in his tailed beast transformation, exuding a violent aura. I will distract him. You prepare the tailed beast bomb swiftly. Dayemu unleashed the light-heavy rock technique, his figure shooting towards Xianyao like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously issuing a stern command to Han. Roar. Buzz. Han emitted a beast-like roar, opening his mouth as 2 distinctly different chakra points rapidly converged and merged, forming a black sphere imbued with destructive power. The tailed beast bomb. This is the most powerful technique of the tailed beasts, capable of destroying an entire shinobi village with a single strike. It is the ultimate weapon that could alter the course of battle. It is the tailed beast bomb. Han has regained his combat strength. Lord Tsuchikage has not given up, and neither can we. The 2 lords joining forces will undoubtedly defeat that monster. As they witnessed the tailed beast bomb forming in Han's mouth and Dayemu charging forward, the previously demoralized IW and ninjas seized upon this last glimmer of hope and erupted into cheers, their spirits reignited. They were all too aware of the tailed beast bomb's potential. In past shinobi wars, The hosts of the Four Tails and Five Tails had relied on the tailed beast bomb to inflict devastating casualties upon the forces of Konoha and Kumogakure, establishing a formidable legacy. With this technique resurfacing, they believed the tide of battle could surely be turned. It is the tailed beast bomb. In the Konoha formation, Tsunade observed the expanding black sphere in Han's mouth, her expression instantly turning grave. The tailed beast bomb, the ultimate weapon bestowed upon the tailed beasts. Ever since her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara had passed, no jutsu had matched its destructive capability. On the battlefield, the tailed beast bomb is a moving calamity, capable of reducing everything within a radius of several kilometers to scorched earth with a single shot. Although Xianyao had previously achieved the feat of cutting through a tailed beast bomb, that was under one-on-one conditions. This time, with Dayemu restraining him, Xianyao might very well find himself in a predicament. Damn Dayemu, does he truly believe Konoha has no one? As the battle progressed to this point, Tsunade could no longer contain her fighting spirit. She is one of the legendary Sannin, having activated her In seal. Her power is sufficient to rank among the top-tier Kage level. How could she continue to hide behind the battle lines and watch? Moreover, Dayemu and Han were teaming up against Xianyao, her own man. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she turned to Nara Shikaku beside her, uttering a single sentence. Shikaku, I entrust the battlefield command to you for the time being. Whoosh. Before her words had fully left her lips, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards Xianyao, chakra exploding beneath her feet, her speed astonishing. At that moment, facing the charging Dayemu and the impending tailed beast bomb, Xianyao displayed no trace of tension, instead revealing a playful smile. How utterly dull. Since you wish to perform, allow me to add a dash of seasoning. Xianyao tilted his neck, the bones cracking crisply as he gradually raised the Chioshui Dao, its tip aimed at the approaching Dayemu. A flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Buzz. The body of the Chioshui Dao trembled slightly, emanating an even more terrifying sword pressure that began to warp the surrounding air. Whoosh. Dayemu's figure shot forward like an arrow, propelled by the light-heavy rock technique, closing the distance to Xianyao in an instant. Earth release, rock fist technique. Crack, crack. He swiftly formed hand seals, his right fist instantly encased in dense rock. The earth chakra surging and compressing upon his fist, enhancing the hardness of the rock to unprecedented levels. The power of this punch could shatter a small mountain. Even steel and bone would be reduced to dust in an instant. Roar. Buzz. Behind him, Han lay low like a lurking beast. The tailed beast bomb fully formed in his mouth, the black sphere-esque surface flickering with unstable arcs of electricity, radiating a suffocating aura of destruction. Dayemu's strategy was clear, to use his assault to restrain Xianyao's movements, buying time for Han's tailed beast bomb to launch. He did not expect a single tailed beast bomb to eliminate Xianyao. As long as he could disrupt Xianyao's rhythm and force him to reveal an opening, he could then seize the opportunity to unleash dust release for a lethal strike. Han's tailed beast bomb. Lord Tsuchikige's restraint. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to us, Iwagakure. Kill that monster and cleanse our shame. The IWA ninjas beheld this scene, their morale surging once more, their shouts echoing like thunder, as if they could already envision Xianyao meeting his fate at the hands of the tailed beast bomb and dust release. Do they truly think they can win with a sea of troops and a tailed beast bomb? How naive. Xiaoyao gazed at the approaching Dayemu, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. How could he allow these two individuals to achieve their desires? Shaking his neck, Xiaoyao slowly raised the Chioshui Dao above his head, the blade reflecting a blinding light that made it difficult for one to keep their eyes open. What was he intending to do? Dayemu had already rushed to within mere meters of Xiaoyao, clearly seeing the confident smile upon his face. A wave of intense unease surged within him, as if something dreadful was about to transpire. Delight me to your heart's content. Xiaoyao grinned widely, the crimson light in his eyes surging violently, and the Chioshui Dao descended with a sudden ferocity. Swish. Buzz. At that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill, all sounds dissipating, leaving only the resplendent black-purple blade light. Thunderous roars erupted like a tempest from the heavens, akin to a prehistoric beast breaking free with a mighty roar. A violent black-purple slash, towering at 15 meters and 5 meters wide, erupted forth with a force capable of rending the very fabric of the earth, cascading from the blade. Boom. The ground trembled and wailed. A terrifying chasm, unfathomably deep, was forcibly carved out by the slash, rocks reduced to powder, dust soaring to dozens of meters high, and the oppressive sword pressure rampaged across the land, shattering all in its wake. This is bad. De Yimu's face paled to a ghostly white as he beheld the colossal slash, his unease transforming into sheer terror. For this strike was not aimed at him and Han, but rather at the rock-hidden battle array behind him. Chapter 181. A lesson that direction harbored tens of thousands of IWA shinobi. The slash is coming for us. Damn it. Quick, use Tsuchi Doton for defense. There is no time. It's too fast. The IWA shinobi stood frozen, staring at the approaching slash, their smiles instantly petrified, replaced by utmost fear and despair. The terrifying sword pressure bore down upon them, rendering their breaths labored and their bodies trembling, lacking even the strength to move. The might of this slash was more horrifying than the Bijudama. Damn it! De Yimu cursed in his heart, his complexion ashen. He never anticipated that Xiaoyao would be so despicable, abandoning direct confrontation to attack the defenseless, ordinary IWA shinobi. This was an overt scheme, one he could not refuse. He could not bear to watch as tens of thousands of IWA shinobi were slaughtered by this slash, and so he relinquished his hold on Xiaoyao, turning to intercept the horrifying attack. Han, stop it! Da Yimu bellowed, abruptly changing direction and dashing towards the impending strike, simultaneously activating the super lightweight earth technique, reducing his weight to the utmost, causing his speed to surge once more. At this moment, he cared not for the chakra expenditure. His mind fixated solely on one thought. He must intercept the slash before it reached the ranks of the IWA shinobi. Otherwise, IWA Hidden Village would suffer an unprecedented catastrophe. That scoundrel, how shameless! De Yimu cursed as he raced, reflecting on his decades of experience in the shinobi world, having encountered countless treacherous foes, yet never one so brazen as to treat thousands of lives as mere pawns. Roar! Han trembled. The Bijudama he was about to form dissipating in an instant. He had witnessed the horrific power of this slash firsthand. The Four Tails had been grievously injured by such an attack, unable to recover even with Bijou Chakra. If this slash were to land among the IWA shinobi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Han dared not hesitate for a moment, his Bijou Chakra surging to its peak as he transformed into a blur. Charging towards the slash with his claws enveloped in thick Bijou Chakra, prepared to take the attack head-on. Let us see if you can withstand this, you two fools. Xiaoyao observed the panicked retreat of De Yimu and Han, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. Just then, a graceful figure appeared beside him like a flash of lightning. It was Tsunade, rushing over to provide support. What are you doing here? Xiaoyao regarded Tsunade with a slight frown, his tone laced with displeasure. I was worried about you. Tsunade, noticing Xiaoyao's somewhat sullen expression, bit her lip, feeling a bit awkward. She had initially thought Xiaoyao would be ensnared in the siege by De Yimu and Han, finding himself in danger, which prompted her hurried arrival. Yet, to her surprise, before she could arrive, Xiaoyao had already turned the tide, forcing the two into a frantic retreat, rendering her presence superfluous. This feeling left her both amused and vexed. Return to the battle array and obediently watch from the back as I sweep away the remnants of IWA Hidden. Xiaoyao glared at Tsunade, his tone brooking no argument. I refuse. Tsunade huffed, feeling indignant. She was one of the legendary Sannin, her strength on par with the top-tier Kage after activating her Ein seal. How could she be seen by Xiaoyao as someone needing protection from behind? This man, with his overt masculinity. Smack. Tsunade gasped, her face instantly flushing crimson, instinctively covering her backside. Xiaoyao had lightly struck her rear with the back of the Chioshui Dao. Do you dare to disobey me? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, the blade's back once more poised threateningly. I am the frontline commander of this battle. Tsunade felt both shame and anger, covering her rear while glaring at Xiaoyao, her cheeks reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. This was in the midst of battle, under the scrutiny of many, and he dared to treat her this way. Xiaoyao frowned, his gaze turning icy. This woman, does she dare to defy him? All right, I'll go back, one tea that suffice? Tsunade, noticing the chill in Xiaoyao's eyes and the raised blade, waved her hands in a hurry, conceding. She was the frontline commander of Konoha. If Xiaoyao publicly reprimanded her on the battlefield, what credibility would she have left? If it were in private, Tsunade's face reddened further, not daring to think any further. Under Xiaoyao's watchful gaze, she bit her lip and turned, hastily making her way back to the Konoha battle array, her steps somewhat frantic. That brat! How audacious to act so wantonly on the battlefield. Dayimu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, his rage boiling as his nose turned red, the fire in his heart intensifying. This Huangfu Xiaoyao must hold Iwa Hidden Village in utter contempt. To flirt so openly with Tsunade in such a tense situation. It was a gross humiliation. Yet at this moment, he had no time to dwell on such matters. As he faced the imminent, violent slash bearing down upon him, and could only muster all his strength to intercept it. Suchi Doton, Iwa no Te. Finally, under the influence of the super lightweight earth technique, Dayimu arrived just in time before the slash. He swiftly formed hand seals. Chakra surging from his body into the ground like a tidal wave, roaring, arise. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and a colossal rock arm, towering dozens of meters high, erupted from the ground, standing like a pillar of heaven before the tumultuous slash, its surface gleaming with a hard sheen. Suchi Doton, Chojurioku, Iwa no Jutsu. Dayimu dared not pause for a moment. He understood that this rock arm alone could not withstand such a terrifying strike. He formed hand seals once more, roaring, and slammed his hands against the rock arm. Buzz! The purest earth element chakra surged into the rock arm, causing its size and mass to balloon instantly, resembling a towering mountain range, exuding a dense and frigid aura, its defensive capabilities elevated to their zenith. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, echoing like thunder across the battlefield, and Dayimu, standing at a close distance, felt his eardrums throb painfully. Blood streaming from his ears as his head buzzed. Crack! Crack! The earth shattered under the terrifying energy waves, fracturing like a spider's web, with dark fissures spreading outwards. Unfathomably deep. Damn it! Can this not be stopped? Dai Yinmu gazed at the ever-expanding fissures on his rocky arm, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. These two advanced Dutu ninjutsu could barely withstand the tailed beast bomb from a Jinchuriki in a direct confrontation. Yet, facing the slash unleashed by Xiaoyao, it proved utterly ineffectual. Han! Hurry! Dai Yinmu bellowed desperately to Han, who was racing towards him. He was on the verge of collapse. His rocky arm was at risk of disintegration at any moment. Roar! Han emitted a beastly roar as the tailed beast chakra surged around him like a tidal wave, enveloping his body in a thick cocoon of chakra. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out with his claws, imbued with tremendous force, toward the raging slash. Boom! A more terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if it were about to be overturned. Dust and debris soared hundreds of meters into the sky, obscuring the heavens above. Due to Chao Jiazhong Yenshu, Dai Yinmu exhausted the last vestiges of his chakra, bestowing the super-heavy rock technique upon Han. Han's form suddenly sank, yet his strength surged instantaneously, as his claws thrust upward with great ferocity. Roar! With their combined might, the violent black-purple slash was finally redirected, soaring skyward like a colossal wave.